If I hadn't signed that contract, my two sisters would have starved to death, so I joined the Great Forest Company as a logger. On my first day, I discovered that the trees here couldn't even be scratched by top-tier chainsaws, yet they could be sliced through like tofu by a wooden axe originally meant for chopping firewood. On my second day, a moose standing 3 meters tall at the shoulder crashed through my window. Instead of fighting back before it died, it knelt and kowtowed to a piece of blackwood. On my third day, I found a dusty notebook atop the restroom doorframe. It read, "If you are reading this, run. This is a godforsaken land." Unfortunately, I can't run anymore, because I find the monster meat here quite delicious. Late one night, Brother Lou, formerly of the Yellow River Corpse Retrieval Team, called me 30,000 a month, chopping trees deep in the mountains. You in? I used to make only 10,000 retrieving bodies. This job sounded like a death sentence. But I needed the money. With my parents dead, my two sisters' tuition and medical bills were weighing on me like a mountain. Amen. 3 days later, a truck dumped me in the Great Forest Company's logging zone. The driver, Old Tang, looked at me as if I were already dead. Shaolin, the last logger has been out of contact for a month, he's probably a goner. The breach of contract penalty is 10 million, there's no turning back once you sign. I didn't intend to turn back. I arrived at the site, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides filled with eerily beautiful pine trees. As soon as I pushed open the wooden cabin door, the stench of a rotting corpse hit me. The previous logger was indeed dead. He was kneeling on the ground, prostrate in a posture of devout worship, dragging a long trail of blood beneath him, his head facing a piece of black wood on a corner altar. What was he worshipping? I asked. Old Tang's face went pale. Don't ask. It's bad luck. Just wrap up the body. After disposing of the body and sending Old Tang off, I was left alone in the deep forest. I checked the supplies in the cabin: full of utilities, internet access, and a fridge full of meat, eggs, and milk. The warehouse outside held several brand new chainsaws and a few seemingly ordinary wooden-handled axes. The job looked easy, but I knew the 10 million penalty and that bizarre corpse were warnings. This money was in exchange for my life. For safety, I took my shotgun to patrol the mountains. The forest was strange, too quiet. Deep in the northern mountains, I found a special grove, the black pear forest. The bark was pitch black, the leaves red as blood, emitting a faint scent of pears. These were the trees I had to cut. The quota was 10 a month. At the edge of the grove, I saw a giant moose. It was absurdly huge, 3 meters at the shoulder, like a heavy truck. Its antlers were stuck between 2 black pear trees, and there was a wound on its neck like a sharp cut. It was struggling madly. Its eyes were blood red, staring at me not like an animal but with a look of malice and a plea for help. I ignored it. In this hellhole, meddling leads to a quick death. I'd wait for it to die and then collect the body. I turned and returned to the cabin. That night, revenge came. In the middle of the night, an earthquake-like shaking woke me up. The window glass exploded, and that giant moose had squeezed its way in. It wasn't dead, it had broken free and come to kill me. Those scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent, and its giant antlers crushed the window frame. I grabbed the shotgun by my pillow and blasted its head. Bang! 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 The beast had thick skin. Even with several blood holes in its head, it kept pushing in. Only when I emptied the clip did it let out an unwilling roar, pull its head back, and flee into the darkness. This thing held a grudge. I couldn't let it live. I stuffed my pockets with ammo, grabbed the gun, and chased after it. Following the blood trail, I chased it deep into the forest. The scene before me made my scalp tingle. The moose, riddled with bullets and covered in blood, was kneeling before a black pear tree. Front legs bent, head touching the ground. Exactly like the dead logger. It was worshipping the tree. The moment I raised my gun, it whipped its head around. Its dying state seemed to vanish in a final burst of energy, and it charged at me like an out-of-control tank. I fired while retreating. Every shot hit its head, but the monster seemed to feel no pain. It didn't crash to the ground until it was just a meter in front of me. The massive antlers were only centimeters from my shin. I slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Strange words flashed through my mind: small evil, small curse, big evil, big curse. What the hell was that? I didn't dwell on it. This place was just purely evil. Back at the cabin, I found a notebook on the toilet doorframe. It was signed Night Watchman, Duanmu. The note read, "This is a ghost domain. My power is suppressed. Dying beasts worship the black heart pear. It is a ritual. The company has a great conspiracy. If anyone comes after, please take this note out." The rest of the note was torn off. Closing the book, I actually felt a bit more grounded. I didn't believe in ghosts or gods, only in the gun in my hand and the balance in my bank account. As long as it wasn't a ghost of poverty, I'd take it on. The next day, I went to dispose of the moose carcass. To prevent the smell of blood from attracting other beasts, I decided to burn it, taking only a large slab of ribs back. The huge antlers were hard and sharp as knives, so I kept them. That night, I boiled the moose meat. One bite, and I knew something was wrong. The meat was excessively delicious, and a warm current flooded my body immediately after swallowing. The soreness from the fight vanished, replaced by boundless energy. This meat was a super tonic. I realized the monsters in this forest were dangerous but also treasures. To verify the note's claims, I called the boss to demand a raise. There are monsters here. The last guy didn't die for nothing. I need more money, 60,000 a month. The boss agreed instantly, confirming that the secrets here went far beyond a few trees. Fed and watered, it was time to work. I carried a brand new, high-power chainsaw to the black pear forest. I revved it up against a marked tree. ZZZZT. Sparks flew, the chain snapped, and the chainsaw was totaled. Not even a white mark was left on the bark. This tree was harder than iron. I remembered the seemingly useless wooden-handled axes in the warehouse left by my predecessor. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I went back, grabbed a wooden axe, and chopped at the tree. Crack! The bark split. An ordinary wooden axe could chop the black pear that a chainsaw couldn't touch? The rules of this place defied all common sense. Just as I was chopping enthusiastically, there was a noise overhead. A massive red squirrel squatted on a branch, throwing pine cones as hard as stones at my head. This squirrel was a monster too. It moved like a ghost, jumping between tree crowns, harassing me with pine cones. Furious, I pulled out my shotgun and predicted its landing spot. Bang! The shot blew its tail off. The squirrel screamed and fled deep into the woods, dragging its severed tail. I chased it to a giant beauty pine, its lair. To end it for good, I chopped the tree down. The moment it fell, the squirrel darted out, disappearing into the vast forest covered in blood. It got away. I felt a vague unease. Its eyes held a resentment that looked almost human. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Jeondu City, my sister, Lin Shu, got into a red Ferrari at her school gate. The owner was a cool, beautiful woman named Lu Shi, the vice captain of the Night Watch organization. "Welcome to the Night Watch, Lin Shu," Lu Shi said. "It turned out that when I killed the Musa mirror ghost, I absorbed its power. This karma affected my sister through our bloodline, revealing her potential to the Night Watch." Lu Shi explained the truth of the world to Lin Shu. Monsters called anomalies exist. Levels are classified as small evil, small curse, evil, big curse, as well as city-destroying and nation-destroying levels. That moose was only a small evil, yet it nearly killed me. To share my burden, my sister decided to join this dangerous-sounding organization. What she didn't know was that her brother, who only reported safety over the phone, was currently in the eye of the storm. That tailless squirrel didn't die. It escaped the forest. Once out of the suppression zone, the bizarre energy caused its body to swell rapidly. It transformed into a bipedal monster comparable in size to a human, muscles bulging, blood dripping from its severed tail. Its heart was filled with hate. "Build an army, go back and tear the tree-chopping human to shreds." It rushed onto the highway. A speeding car couldn't dodge in time and slammed into it. Boom! The car front caved in, killing the driver instantly. The squirrel had stopped the high-speed impact with a single hand. It stood in the middle of the road, staring coldly at the terrified crowd, then leaped toward a distant city, Bianbei City. The radar at the Bianbei Night Watch branch instantly maxed out. The monitor, Si Shui, sprayed his coke everywhere. Sirens wailed through the underground base. Anomaly number unknown. Anomaly level big curse. A monster capable of destroying a city had entered. And the source of all this was simply because I chopped it with an axe and shot it in the mountains. I was still thinking about how to stew meat, unaware that the outside world was about to be turned upside down because of me. In the west of Bianbei City, at Sunset Square. This is the largest public activity venue in the west of the city, covering a full 20,000 square meters. Every evening, large groups of elderly men and women gather here to dance, practice Tai Chi, walk their dogs, and chat. At this moment, during the golden hour after dinner, at least 1,000 people have gathered in the square. In the dance area, the loudspeakers are playing the most dazzling ethnic music. The deafening sound of music echoes across the square as the elderly women, dressed in colorful dance outfits, twist and turn like pigs scalded with boiling water. The lead dancer is a woman in her 50s, surnamed Wang, and everyone calls her Captain Wang. She bought the sound system, so she became the captain. Her pride and joy is this sound system, which she cranks up to maximum volume every time they dance, fearing that others might not hear it. The surrounding residents have complained many times, but Captain Wang pays no attention. "This is a public place. What's wrong with us dancing? You young people play on your phones every day. Can't we elderly dance a little?" Captain Wang always retorts back, righteous and indignant. Just as the elderly women are dancing joyfully, the square's loudspeaker suddenly blares. "Attention citizens of Bianbei City, a high-risk situation has occurred in the west area. Please evacuate to the east immediately." The voice is loud, drowning out the dance music. The elderly women pause for a moment, their movements slowing down. What's going on? Is it another prank by those young people? Ignore it, keep dancing. Captain Wang waves her hand, and the elderly women continue to dance. But at that moment, a loud bang comes from afar. Everyone stops and looks in the direction of the sound. They see a massive figure jumping from a distance on the east side of the square. The figure arcs through the air and then lands heavily at the edge of the square. Bang! The tremendous impact creates a pit in the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards. Debris flies, dust rises, and a gigantic squirrel appears before everyone. It stands over 2 meters tall, with reddish-brown fur, sturdy limbs, and fist-sized eyes filled with ferocity. The square falls silent instantly. The music continues, but everyone stands frozen, staring at this enormous monster. What is that? An old man trembles as he asks. Monster. Oh my god. Run. The crowd erupts in chaos, but no one leaves. Instead, they choose to stay and watch the spectacle. The squirrel stands still, one hand digging in its ear, glaring at the loudspeaker, visibly irritated. It had intended to hide in the sewer, but that stupid loudspeaker was too noisy, just like that person's chainsaw. Hey, why you stay back? Captain Wang, mustering her courage, steps forward, blocking the loudspeaker. That loudspeaker is mine. I bought it for 3,000. The people around are stunned. Sister Wang, come back. Don't. Go over there. That's a monster. Are you crazy? But Captain Wang ignores them, trying to move the loudspeaker. Just as her hand touches it, the squirrel raises a front paw and swats at her lightly, like swatting a fly. Bang! A muffled thud. Captain Wang lets out a piercing scream, her body flying out like a cannonball. She arcs through the air, soaring over 20 meters, before crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! She lies on the ground, her chest protruding backward, her entire thoracic cavity collapsed, ribs shattered, piercing her internal organs. Ah! It's murder! At this moment, the crowd finally realizes the fear, and screams echo throughout the square, the scene spiraling out of control. A hint of disdain flashes in the squirrel's eyes as it raises its paw and smashes down on the loudspeaker. With a loud crash, the loudspeaker shatters into pieces. The music abruptly stops, and the world finally falls silent. Then, the squirrel turns and rushes toward the nearby sewer, diving headfirst into it. The sewer is pitch black, and the air is filled with a nauseating stench. An ordinary person would vomit uncontrollably after staying in such an environment for just 10 seconds. But the squirrel pays no mind. It stood in knee-deep sewage, its enormous eyes glimmering with a bloody light in the darkness, like two ghostly flames. Squeak, the squirrel growled softly, its voice echoing in the sewer. In the next moment, thousands of rats, as if summoned by some force, surged toward the squirrel in unison. They swam through the sewage like a tide. They lined up neatly, stopping in front of the squirrel. The squirrel extended its claw and grabbed one from the mass of rats. It brought the rat up to its eyes, staring at it for a few seconds. Then, it opened its mouth and gently exhaled toward the rat. Whoosh! A faint green breath sprayed from the squirrel's mouth, enveloping the rat and slowly seeping into its body. In the next moment, the rat's body began to swell at a visible speed. In just over 10 seconds, this rat transformed from the size of a palm into a giant beast the same size as the squirrel. Its appearance also changed, morphing from a rat into a massive squirrel, identical to its creator. Only the wisdom in its eyes was missing, replaced by pure brutality and a desire for slaughter. Squeak! The newly born giant rat howled at the sky, then kicked its limbs and leaped out of the well. It landed in the square and charged toward the crowd. The screams soon erupted, then abruptly ceased. In the sewer, the squirrel paid no attention to the commotion outside. It continued its work. Grab a rat, exhale, release. Grab a rat, exhale, release. One giant rat after another was created, then jumped out of the well, starting to wreak havoc on the ground. The entire west side of the city fell into chaos. Early the next morning, Lin Chen woke up early. The black pear tree he had partially cut down yesterday still had a little left to finish, and he needed to get it done quickly today and transport it. He had a simple breakfast, shouldered the yellow wooden axe, and stepped out. The sky was still early, and a layer of white mist floated in the mountains. Moments later, he arrived at the black pear tree forest. Lin Chen looked at the tree he had cut halfway through yesterday, took a deep breath, and swung the axe with all his might. Crack! 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 About 20 minutes later, with a loud crash, the black pear tree finally fell. Huff! Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and continued to swing the axe, chopping the trunk into sections. After more than an hour of hard work, Lin Chen finally finished processing the entire tree. He returned to the wooden cabin and drove over the forklift. The forklift bumped along the forest path, and Lin Chen carefully maneuvered the steering wheel, avoiding the protruding stones and tree roots. Just as he was about to load the first section of wood, a crow suddenly swooped down, landing in front of the forklift. Caw caw, the crow flapped its wings, flying back and forth in front of the vehicle, seemingly trying to block him. This crow was larger than an ordinary one, its feathers shining black, and its eyes gleamed with a cleverness
Another one?
Lin Chen frowned, noticing so many of them had become sentient. He pressed the horn, hoping to scare the crow away. But the crow was not afraid at all. Instead, it flew even more joyfully, occasionally pecking at the window.
Get lost. Lin Chen rolled down the window and waved his hand at the crow.
The crow tilted its head, glanced at him, and then obediently flew away.
At least you know what's good for you.
Lin Chen sighed in relief and
continued driving to load the wood.
However, not long after, the crow flew back again. This time, it clutched a lump of mud in its claws. The crow landed on the windshield of the forklift,
using its claws to draw and paint on it. What the hell?
Lin Chen stopped the vehicle, frowning as he tried to see what the crow was up to. The crow flew back and forth several times, each
time bringing mud and continuously drawing on the glass. Gradually, some crooked marks began to appear on the glass.
Lin Chen rubbed his chin, frowning. After staring for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what the crow was trying to write. It looked like some kind of ghostly script, and he could only vaguely make out what seemed to be the character for death. It had become sentient, but not completely. I can't understand what this crow is writing, but it's probably telling me not to cut trees, that cutting trees will lead to death.
Many people have told themselves they will die, whether it's at the crematorium, a haunted house, or the Yellow River. Who hasn't heard that they will die? And it's either being strangled by a ghost or scared to death by one.
Lin Chen was too lazy to waste more time talking to this bird. He impatiently waved his hand at the crow. Get lost. He was here to work. How could he make money without
cutting trees?
How could he support his sisters? Lin Chen shook his head, using the windshield wipers to clear the mud off the glass, then continued driving.
Quack! The crow stomped its feet angrily on the roof of the car but made no further moves, only flying to a branch to watch Lin Chen load the wood onto the vehicle. After a moment, it flew deep into the forest. On the
other side, Lin Chen transported the piece of wood to the cabin, then drove the forklift up the mountain, preparing to carry the last piece of wood. However, just as he passed a thicket, a deafening bear roar suddenly erupted. Roar! The sound was so loud it made Lin Chen's ears buzz. The next second, the bushes beside him exploded, and a massive black bear charged out. This bear was absurdly large, standing at least 4 meters tall when upright, its body nearly the size of the forklift. Its black fur shone with oil, and its muscles were bulging.
Damn it! Lin Chen's pupils constricted, instinctively wanting to hit the gas and escape.
But the black bear had already rushed to the side of the forklift, its enormous paws gripping the vehicle. Then it heaved violently. Boom! The entire forklift was flipped over, and Lin Chen was thrown around in the cabin. He fell inside the cabin and didn't immediately get up. Instead, he held onto his shotgun, warily watching the car door above, fearing the black bear would poke its head in at any moment. But after waiting for a long time, the bear didn't come. He only heard the muffled sound of footsteps and the crow's cawing. The footsteps gradually faded away, and only then did Lin Chen stand up and look out through the window. He saw the black bear carrying a piece of black pear wood into the mountain, with the crow perched on its head. Damn! Lin Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his back soaked. The size of this bear felt more ferocious than a moose. If it had charged at him just now, he probably would have been swatted away in an instant. Fortunately, it was only stealing wood and had no intention of harming him. Lin Chen looked at the overturned forklift, frowning deeply. This thing weighed at least 2 tons. He couldn't flip it back over by himself. Without the forklift, even if he cut down trees, he couldn't transport them. How am I supposed to work like this? Now it really felt like a bear was on the loose, and these animals that had become sentient were preventing him from cutting trees. How was he supposed to play this game? He wasn't like Baldy Chang, who was invincible. He could genuinely be killed. Back at the cabin, Lin Chen took out his satellite phone and called Boss Lee. Shaolin, what's wrong? Boss Lee asked, his voice hoarse. Boss Lee, something's off here. Today I encountered a bear that flipped over a forklift, and there's a crow that can write. Boss Lee was taken aback. What size bear can flip over a forklift? Bigger than the forklift, Lin Chen replied honestly. There was silence on the other end of the line. Shaolin, the food in the mountains is good. It's quite normal for bears to grow strong. What about the crow? Lin Chen countered. Sigh. Boss Lee sighed. Shaolin, your salary is already the highest among lumberjacks in history. It really can't go any higher. Boss Lee, this isn't about the money. How about this? I'll take the liberty to give you an extra 10,000. Boss Lee thought for a moment. Also, I happen to have a VIP voucher for the Jean Quan bathhouse in Beibei City, which includes a special service worth $39.99. You should go out and relax for a couple of days. And since the signal in the mountains is poor, you can take the opportunity to call home and let your family know you're safe. This did strike a chord with Lin Chen. There was no signal in the mountains, and this satellite phone could only call Boss Lee. He hadn't been in touch with his sisters for several days and had no idea how they were doing. All right, Lin Chen agreed. I'll have old Tang set off tonight. He should arrive the day after tomorrow, and then he'll take you out. Okay.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked out the window. It was still early, and he didn't want to chop trees these days to avoid attracting those wild animals again. Instead, he thought it would be better to wander around and familiarize himself with the surroundings. In the few days he had been here, he had only visited the mountains to the north. He hadn't explored the mountains to the west and east yet. Without further ado, after lunch, Lin Chen packed some dry food and water, slung his hunting rifle over his shoulder, and headed out. The black pear flower forest was to the north of the cabin, deep in the mountains. Today, he planned to check out the west side. Although the west was also mountainous, it wasn't as high as the north, and he could see the end of the mountains from there. There was a small path on this side, but it was quite inconspicuous, nearly overgrown with weeds. It seemed the previous loggers rarely came this way. Lin Chen pushed aside the weeds and slowly made his way up the mountain. There were quite a few surprises along the way. There were many fruit trees by the roadside, pomegranates, persimmons, hawthorns. The variety was quite rich. Unfortunately, it wasn't autumn yet, and the fruits were all still green. Lin Chen also discovered a patch of wild kiwi fruit. He picked one and tasted it, and the sourness made his face scrunch up like a bun. Damn, I almost lost a tooth from that. Continuing to climb, the higher he went, the broader his view became. After climbing for over an hour, he finally reached the summit. Wow! The view opened up before him. On the other side of the mountain was a massive lake. The water was crystal clear, shimmering under the sunlight. In the center of the lake was a small island. On the island stood an enormous black pear flower tree. This tree was ridiculously large, with a crown diameter of at least several dozen meters, its fiery red leaves nearly covering half the lake's surface. From a distance, it looked like a giant flame burning in the middle of the lake. The lake's giant tree, red bitter love tree? Lin Chen murmured to himself. There were many birds by the lake, eagles soaring in the sky, egrets foraging by the water, and even a few red-crowned cranes. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Can red-crowned cranes live in a place like this? Lin Chen wondered. Shouldn't red-crowned cranes inhabit wetlands and marshes? This was a mountainous area. He walked to the lakeside and looked into the water. The water was so clear that he could see various fish swimming around. Grass carp, catfish, crucian carp, blackfish, silver carp, white strips, and koi. There were even a few turtles basking on the aquatic plants. This ecosystem is too diverse, Lin Chen commented. However, this was indeed a great place for fishing. He could bring back a fishing set this time, and during his free time, he could fish and outsmart these fish. It was already noon, so Lin Chen found a flat rock to sit on, took out his dry food, and prepared to have lunch. But looking at the fish swimming in the lake, he suddenly craved grilled fish. Lin Chen put down his food, raised his hunting rifle, and aimed at a plump grass carp by the shore. Bang! The gunshot echoed by the lake. Water splashed everywhere as the grass carp was hit, rolling and struggling in the water. This shot startled all the surrounding animals, and they all turned to look. When they saw the bloodied, struggling grass carp, their pupils dilated, and they scattered in a panic. The birds flew away, the small animals by the shore scurried into the woods, and the fish in the lake swam to deeper waters. The entire lakeside instantly became desolate. Why are you running? I'm not going to eat you, Lin Chen muttered as he pulled the grass carp out of the water. The fish wasn't completely dead yet, its gills were still opening and closing, and its tail occasionally twitched. Lin Chen drew out his machete and struck the fish's head with a swift blow. Crack! The fish's head was severed, and blood spilled everywhere. He gathered some dry branches, started a fire, and then found a stick to sharpen, threading the fish onto it to roast over the flames. The oil dripped onto the fire, sizzling and releasing a fragrant aroma that quickly wafted through the air. Lin Chen turned the stick while swallowing his saliva. After about 10 minutes, the fish skin was roasted to a crispy golden brown, and the aroma was rich. Lin Chen couldn't wait to tear off a piece of fish and stuff it into his mouth. The texture of this fish was quite special. Unlike ordinary fish that are tender, it had a chewy consistency, as firm as beef. Moreover, the flavor was exceptionally fresh. Even without any seasoning, it was so delicious that one couldn't stop eating. Wild fish really is different. Lin Chen savored it, quickly finishing an entire fish. After eating his fill, he patted his belly and stood up. He continued walking west around the lake, curious to see what lay on the other side of the mountain. Upon reaching a high ground, Lin Chen gazed into the distance. Far, far away, he could vaguely see the outline of a city. That should be Bianbei City, Lin Chen mused. He wondered if the bathhouses in Bianbei City were authentic. Was that special service for 3,999 really that special? Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. It had been a long time since he had properly relaxed. Every day was either about making money or on the way to make money. This time, I must enjoy myself. Lin Chen felt pleased and turned to head back down the mountain to the wooden cabin. For the next 2 days, Lin Chen stayed in the cabin. He moved the two antlers of the moose into the yard, planning to make good use of them. Such large antlers would surely fetch a good price as crafts. Perhaps he could exchange them for a few thousand. There were just the right 4 sharp points which could be fashioned into 2 long swords and 2 short swords. He could send the 2 long swords to his sisters as keepsakes, just in time for Lin Shu and Lin Qi's birthdays. As for why he was giving swords to girls, well, anything would do, and the shape of the antlers was quite suitable for swords. But the problem was, this stuff was too hard. Lin Chen first tried to scratch the surface with a machete, and the moment the blade touched the antler, sparks flew, leaving only a shallow white mark. Damn! Lin Chen blew on the blade, feeling somewhat helpless. He then picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and rubbed it vigorously against the antler. After a long while, the antler remained unscathed, while the stone was worn down into a pit, eventually breaking into 2 pieces. Is this thing really that hard? Lin Chen tossed aside the broken stone and sat by the well, troubled. Suddenly, he remembered the black pear wood. It was so hard that it might be able to grind the antlers. Lin Chen picked up the black pear axe and slowly dragged the blade across the antler. Sizzle, fine white powder floated up from the surface of the antler, resembling a wisp of white smoke in the sunlight. It really works. Lin Chen pondered, this black pear wood was indeed something else. And this was just the yellow heart variety. He wondered if the black heart black pear wood that animals worshipped was even more extraordinary. He could try chopping one down when he had the chance. Lin Chen moved a small stool over, sat down, and began to work seriously. He first used the axe blade to roughly cut the antler into 4 pieces, each requiring considerable effort. Although the black pear wood could cut through the antler, it was still very hard, and he had to exert all his strength with each cut. Sweat quickly soaked Lin Chen's back. He took off his shirt and continued working bare-chested. The sun moved from the east to directly overhead, then slowly tilted westward. Lin Chen sat in the yard, cutting the antler piece by piece. By evening, the 4 pieces of antler were finally cut. Lin Chen stood up, stretched his stiff back, then went to the well to fetch a bucket of water and took a refreshing bath. After dinner, he sat in the yard and continued to polish. The moonlight was beautiful, large and round, illuminating the entire yard brightly. Lin Chen chopped a piece of pear wood to use as a sharpening stone and began to carefully polish the 4 sharp points he had cut from the antlers. As he polished, he calculated in his mind, if one could sell for $1 million, that would be great. Then he could buy a house, and the family wouldn't have to squeeze into a shabby, small rental anymore. His 2 sisters could have their own rooms, and when their friends came over, they wouldn't have to worry about where to stay. After all, they lived in a 1-bedroom apartment, and Lin Chen usually slept on the floor while his 2 sisters slept in the bed. They were getting older. It was time they had their own space. Thinking of Lin Shu and Lin Qi, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. For his 2 younger sisters, what was a little fatigue? With his sisters around, life had hope. It was late at night when Lin Chen finally finished his work and went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, he got up early to continue working. By noon, the rough shapes of 2 short swords finally emerged. The blades were about a foot long, a light yellow color, glistening softly in the sunlight, resembling yellowed mutton fat jade. Lin Chen found some finer pear wood powder, dipped it in well water, and began to polish the sword edges bit by bit. Gradually, the blades became sharp. Once the edges were polished, Lin Chen casually picked up a branch the thickness of a finger and lightly sliced it with the sword. The branch snapped cleanly, the cut smooth and even, as if it had been cut with a laser. Wow, this is sharp? Lin Chen gasped. This was no mere deer antler, it was a divine weapon. His craftsmanship was truly that of a seasoned artisan. For the rest of the day, he hardly took a break, focusing intently on polishing. In the yard, his hands developed blisters, but he wrapped them in cloth and continued to work. By the next evening, when the 2 long swords were completed, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He laid the 4 swords side by side on the ground, their light yellow blades glowing softly in the sunset. Although the craftsmanship couldn't be called exquisite, the raw, rugged feel had its own charm. Lin Chen hadn't sharpened these 2 long swords. After all, they were gifts for his sisters, not for fighting. He happily put away the 4 deer antler swords, carefully wrapping each one in a clean cloth. With this quality and hardness, he had no idea how much they could sell for. He was unsure of their value and could only think about searching online later. However, selling them wasn't enough. Lin Chen felt he also needed a suitable weapon for himself. Not for anything else, but who didn't have a dream of the martial world? An old hand like him couldn't just rely on a gun that would lack any martial spirit. With that thought, Lin Chen looked at the pear wood again. Since the pear wood was so hard and sturdy, why not make a sword directly? Deciding to do it, he found a piece of pear wood about the thickness of his arm, left over from when he had been cutting trees. Lin Chen measured its length, about 1 meter, just right. He began to swing his axe and chop. Crack, crack, crack. Yellow wood shavings flew everywhere, falling to the ground. Lin Chen first shaped the wood into a rough sword form, then began to polish it meticulously. This process was even
More laborious than polishing the deer antlers. The black pear wood was truly hard. The sun set and the moon rose. Lin Chen lit a lamp and continued to work diligently. The sound of cicadas rose and fell, and the night breeze brought a hint of coolness. Finally, close to midnight, a nearly 1 meter long wooden sword was completed. The blade was a uniform yellow, glinting with a cold, sharp light. Lin Chen gripped the hilt and swung it a few times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing through the air was quite pleasant. The weight of the sword was just right, neither too light nor too heavy, making it easy to wield. Lin Chen found a branch the thickness of his wrist and swung the sword horizontally. Swish! The branch was easily severed, 2 pieces falling to the ground. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, not a single splinter in sight. Not bad, not bad, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although this sword was made of wood, its hardness and sharpness were absolutely comparable to steel, perhaps even stronger. After that, he found a sturdy hemp rope and wove a simple sheath to secure at his waist, sliding the wooden sword inside. Looking at the bright moon overhead, Lin Chen stretched lazily. Just right, old Tang would be coming to take him out of the mountains tomorrow. He could finally relax for a few days. On the third day, early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lin Chen was dozing in bed when a familiar engine roar grew louder from afar. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, the sleepiness instantly gone. Wrapped in his blanket, he leaned by the window to look outside. A truck was slowly driving into the clearing, stopping in front of the wooden house. Old Tang had arrived. Wow! I even brought the shroud, and nothing happened. Old Tang opened the car door and jumped out, lighting a cigarette as he smiled and shouted at Lin Chen, "You won't need this." Lin Chen shot him a glance. Then he hurriedly put on his clothes, washed up quickly, and began to pack his things. He carefully wrapped 2 short swords in a clean cloth and stuffed them into the innermost part of his backpack. The 2 long swords he held directly in his arms, with the black pear flower sword tied to his waist with a hemp rope. Change of clothes, a few pieces of wrapped elk meat, water. Lin Chen stuffed everything he could carry into his bag. Finally, he looked around the wooden cabin where he had stayed for over a week. No emotional attachment. If it weren't for the money, he wouldn't want to stay a single day. Lin Chen shook his head, shouldered his bag, pushed the door open, and walked out. Old Tang was leaning against the front of the car, smoking, with smoke slowly rising in the morning light. The newly delivered forklift had already been driven down by him. Seeing Lin Chen come out, he grinned. "Let's go." "Let's go," Lin Chen nodded. Old Tang stubbed out his cigarette, ground it into the dirt, then walked over to the forklift and gave it a hearty pat on the side. "The new forklift is here for you. Just don't let a bear flip it over again this time." "I hope so," Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. "Come on, get in." Old Tang opened the driver's door and climbed in. Lin Chen also climbed into the passenger seat, placing his backpack on his lap, holding the 2 antler swords. "You haven't been driving tired, have you?" "I've been driving all night. Why not take a break?" "Break? You can trust my driving skills." Lin Chen. Old Tang started the engine and the truck began to move slowly. Lin Chen turned to look out the window. The wooden cabin grew smaller and smaller, eventually disappearing into the dense forest. The vehicle drove along the same path they had come, heading out of the woods. "What do you think of this place?" Old Tang asked. Lin Chen thought for a moment inside. "How should I put it? The animals here seem almost sentient. They prevent me from cutting down trees." He wasn't foolish. This forest was indeed strange, but he wasn't keen on accepting it because it would affect him. Doing this kind of work required learning to comfort oneself. "I told you this forest was odd," Old Tang chuckled, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and sticking one in his mouth. "High risk, high reward. If you want to make money, you have to endure hardship." "I can handle hardship," Lin Chen pouted, "but if the password gets me killed by these beasts." Old Tang lit his cigarette and took a deep drag. "Try raising a few large dogs." "Makes sense, but let's wait until next month. I don't have the money to buy large dogs right now." "Don't ask me to lend you any. I just spent my salary from last month on Ching Chang." "Who is Ching Chang?" "My favorite female streamer." Lin Chen. The truck continued on, the sun slowly rising higher. At noon, Old Tang pulled over by the roadside, and the two had a simple meal of dry rations. They continued their journey in the afternoon. Old Tang didn't say anything else along the way, just focused on driving. Lin Chen leaned back in his seat, staring blankly at the scenery outside. The trees in the forest became sparser, gradually giving way to farmland and villages. After more than a day, finally, the outline of a city appeared ahead. Tall buildings, bustling traffic. They had arrived in Linyun City. Old Tang drove the truck into the city center and parked in a large parking lot. He extinguished his cigarette, pulled a ticket from his pocket, and handed it to Lin Chen. "Beibei City Jinquan Bathhouse. It's written on the ticket. You go by yourself." Lin Chen took the ticket and glanced down. The ticket was exquisite, with gold foil lettering, but when he saw the date, he froze. "Damn! It expires tomorrow."
Is Boss Lee trying to scam me? Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. It took over 2 days on the road, and this ticket is only valid for 3 days? It's good enough that it can be used. Old Tang waved his hand. I still have to go back to Hallwood, so I won't be seeing you off. Bye. Old Tang climbed back into the driver's seat and drove off. In a flash, Lin Chen stood there, looking at the ticket in his hand, on the verge of tears. This ticket expires tomorrow, so I must rush to Bianbei City today. But it's already past 4 in the afternoon, and it will take at least 3 to 4 hours to get there. Forget it, I need to get down to business. Over 3,000 for special services. If I waste it, I'll be heartbroken. Lin Chen shouldered his bag and quickly walked out of the parking lot. Lianyun City is a second-tier city, although it can't compare to a big city like Jiangdu. It's still quite bustling. The streets were crowded with people and shops lined the roads. Lin Chen hailed a taxi and arrived at the nearest express delivery station, where he sent a few pieces of elk meat and 2 long swords made from deer antlers to the delivery station next to his home. After sending the package, Lin Chen took out his phone, which finally had a signal, and called his sister Lin Shu. But no one answered. Lin Chen frowned and called Lin Shi instead. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, brother? Lin Shi's voice came through the phone, filled with a hint of surprise and excitement. You finally decided to call me. Hearing his sister's voice made Lin Chen's lips curl up. Chi, I sent you a package. Remember to pick it up. What package? Lin Shi's voice was full of curiosity. Some crafts I made and some meat, 1 craft for you and 1 for your sister, Lin Chen said with a smile. Consider it your birthday gift. Ah. Lin Shi paused for a moment. Aren't you coming back? Lin Chen's heart sank, but he immediately laughed and said, come back for what? Your brother is out here making money for you. If I go back, I'll just be drinking the northwest wind. Alright. Lin Shi sounded a bit disappointed. By the way, brother, what work are you doing this time? I found a job cutting trees in the mountains. The signal is bad, Lin Chen casually replied. 30,000 a month. He only mentioned 30,000 to avoid worrying his sister. Are you still in the mountains? Lin Shi didn't care about how much Lin Chen could earn. Not anymore, I just came out, planning to have some fun in Bianbei City for a couple of days. Okay, be careful out there. Don't worry. Who do you think your brother is? Lin Chen said proudly. An idiot, humph. You're the idiot. Lin Chen chuckled. By the way, where's your sister? What is she doing? Sister, Lin Shi pondered for a moment. She's been acting mysterious these days. I don't know what she's up to. When I asked her, she said she's saving the world. When did Lin Shu become so childish? I don't know, maybe she's in love? What? Really? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Just a guess. Ha, Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh. Sister probably doesn't like other guys. Don't worry, brother. That's good. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Tell Lin Shu to call me when she gets back from school. I just called and no one answered. Got it. All right. After hanging up, Lin Chen squatted by the street, took out his phone, and started checking the value of the deer antler swords. The result was shocking. If he hadn't made them into swords, the antlers could actually be worth hundreds of thousands. Lin Chen clutched his stomach and sat down on the ground, wanting to slap himself twice. But since he had already made them, he wasn't one to be overly sentimental. Hundreds of thousands is just, damn, that's a lot. Lin Chen cursed as he scrolled through the comments section, not finding anyone who had made deer antlers into swords, but there were other crafts generally valued around a few thousand. A few thousand isn't bad either. Lin Chen gritted his teeth to comfort himself, glanced at the bathhouse ticket in his hand, and felt a bit better, then took a taxi to the train station. What? The trains to Bianbei City have stopped? 20 minutes later, Lin Chen stood in the ticket hall of the train station, looking a bit dazed. They've stopped. Bianbei City was locked down 2 days ago. What the hell? Now Lin Chen was even more confused. How could he go to the bathhouse if the city was locked down? Did Boss Lee know in advance that the city would be locked down, which is why he gave him the ticket? The ticket seller glanced at him and then beckoned with his hand. When Lin Chen leaned closer, he whispered, go to the bus station and look for a little bald guy. His car can take you to Bianbei City, and he can help you sneak in. That's too shady, brother. But what's wrong with Bianbei City? Lin Chen asked. Who knows? It's not the first time they've locked down a city. Our country has been locking down cities frequently in recent years. After the lockdown, nothing happens. Who knows what they're thinking up there? Thanks. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then turned and left the train station, heading straight for the bus station. The two places weren't far apart. It took him 10 minutes to walk there. The bus station was bustling with cars and people, and at a glance, he spotted quite a few bald heads. Just as Lin Chen was comparing which one was smaller, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Brother. He turned around to see a bald guy grinning widely, with several scars on his face, looking somewhat fierce. About 1 meter 50 tall. This should be the little bald guy. Going to Bianbei City, the little bald guy said in a low voice. Yes, Lin Chen nodded. The little bald guy rubbed his fingers together. But the price? How much? Lin Chen asked. Flat rate, 150, the little bald guy said. The normal ticket price is 50. Given the current situation, 150 isn't too much, right? Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Fine, let's go. A straightforward brother. The little bald guy revealed a set of yellow teeth. Follow me. The two of them crossed the waiting hall and arrived at the parking lot behind. The parking lot was large, filled with many cars. The little bald guy led Lin Chen to a white van. The vehicle looked a bit old, with several dents, clearly having been in quite a few accidents. Is your driving skill okay? Guaranteed, brother. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but still bent down and climbed into the car. There was already one person sitting inside. He looked to be around 25 or 26, wearing a black hoodie and a hat that covered most of his face. Only his chin and lips were visible. Lin Chen nodded at him in greeting. Hello. The young man opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heart sank. This person's gaze was off. He didn't look like an ordinary person. Instead, he seemed like a pretentious brat. The young man stared at Lin Chen for 2 seconds, then shifted his gaze away and closed his eyes again, not saying a word. Playing hard to get? Lin Chen thought to himself, sitting down in the middle row and placing his backpack on his lap. The little bald guy was still outside, his small eyes scanning around, trying to find 2 more people to share the ride. Don't wait anymore, the young man suddenly spoke. His voice very cold. It's enough to earn money from the 2 of us. No one wants to go to Bianbei City. Hey, the little bald guy responded, turning around to shout, Is there anyone else going to Bianbei City? It's the last bus. No one replied. Alright, let's go. The little bald guy got in the car, started the engine, and the van shook a few times before slowly moving. It drove out of the parking lot and onto the road leading to Bianbei City. Lin Chen looked out the window. The sky gradually darkened and the sunset burned at the horizon like a massive flame. There weren't many cars on the road. Occasionally, a few came from the opposite direction, all leaving Bianbei City. Not a single car was heading to Bianbei City. Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy. What exactly happened in Bianbei City? How could they lock down a city in this day and age? Is there another wave of the pandemic coming? Driver, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Do you know what happened in Bianbei City? The little bald guy glanced at Lin Chen through the rearview mirror and grinned. You don't know? No, I just came out of the mountains. Oh. The little bald guy nodded. I don't know either. Lin Chen. The little bald guy shrugged. Maybe it's those little devils or the stupid Americans messing around with biochemical weapons. Then why do you still dare to go? Lin Chen asked. It's all for a living, the little bald guy said matter-of-factly. 1 trip can earn 300. 10 trips is 3,000. If you don't earn this money, it's a waste. Lin Chen sighed, cursing under his breath. No wonder Boss Lee had given him the ticket. It turned out something had happened in Bianbei City. The car was already on the road, the money had been paid, and Lin Chen didn't want to get off anymore. According to the ticket seller, the lockdown shouldn't be a big deal. It was probably just some big shot suddenly losing their mind. The car drove on, the night growing darker. The scenery outside shifted from the bustling city to the desolate suburbs, and the number of vehicles on the road dwindled. Lin Chen felt uncomfortable with his backpack pressing against his back, so he hugged it to the front, trying to adjust his position. Just then, the zipper loosened, and a deer antler sword peeked out from the bag. The young man beside him, who had been squinting his eyes in a feigned nap, was on the verge of dozing off. He instinctively glanced over, then turned his head back to look out the window. The next second, he suddenly turned back, his pupils constricting, staring intently at the deer antler sword. What the hell? This sword has a very strong aura. As a minor level patron, he was extremely sensitive to unusual auras. It felt like someone suddenly shining a flashlight on you in the dark. It was hard to ignore. This sword was definitely an anomalous drop. And not of low grade, it was at least left by a minor level anomaly. Someone who could possess such a thing was definitely not an ordinary person. He quietly sized up Lin Chen. The guy looked to be around 25 or 26, dressed in a plain checkered shirt and faded jeans with a pair of sneakers caked in dirt. His face bore traces of hardship, his skin a bit dark, and his hands were thick with calluses, clearly someone who did manual labor. But possessing such a weapon indicated that his strength was at least at the minor level. Even stronger? Going to Bianbei City at this time, not as a night watchman, yet having such strength, could he be someone from a major force? Ni Qianwan felt a drumbeat in his heart. Thinking of this, Ni Qianwan cleared his throat. Ahem. Brother. Ni Qianwan forced a smile, trying to appear more amiable. My name is Ni Qianwan. Lin Chen turned his head, looking at him in confusion. What's up with this guy? He was acting all aloof just a moment ago, not even returning a greeting, and now he suddenly introduces himself? But out of politeness, Lin Chen nodded. Lin Chen. Lin. Brother, Ni Qianwan tentatively asked, can I take a look at that sword? Lin Chen scrutinized Mi Qianwan. He wore a black hoodie, the hat covering most of his face, revealing only his chin and lips. This kid must have taken a liking to his sword. Perfect. He intended to sell the other 2 deer antler swords anyway. If this guy knew his stuff, that would be great. Sure. Lin Chen took the deer antler sword out of the bag completely and handed it over. If you like it, I can sell it to you. Mi Qianwan took the sword, his hands trembling slightly. The sword was heavy, at least 7 or 8 pounds, but that weight was nothing to him. What he truly cared about was the faint aura lingering on the sword. Mi Qianwan closed his eyes, carefully sensing the residual aura on the sword. The next second, a gigantic moose suddenly appeared in his mind. Its size was absurd. Standing at least 10 meters tall, its body engulfed in black-red flames. Those scarlet eyes were filled with brutality and killing intent, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. This is a major anomaly, a giant moose. Mi Qianwan abruptly opened his eyes, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The giant moose had slaughtered a town in the suburbs of Beibei City not long ago, and 2 major anomaly patrons hadn't been able to stop it. The extraordinary circle knew its name well. But now, its antlers had appeared in this person's hands, indicating that the giant moose had already been killed by him. To be able to kill a major level anomaly, the seemingly ordinary man before him was at least a major level patron. Even stronger. Lin Sr. Mi Qianwan's voice trembled slightly as he cautiously returned the sword, afraid of bumping or scratching. It's very good, really very good, but Junior can't grasp it. Lin Chen took the sword, his face full of question marks. Why was he still calling him Senior? And Junior, isn't that too much of a martial arts vibe? Has he lost his mind? Lin Chen completely forgot that he had specifically hung a wooden sword at his waist for the sake of that vibe. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked, how much do you think this thing is worth? Pai Qianwan was stunned. A big shot like this, still short on money? Is this a test for me? Or does he really want to sell it? No, how could a drop from a great curse level anomaly be easily sold? This must be a test of my judgment. Pai Qianwan gritted his teeth, quickly calculating in his mind. A drop from a great curse level anomaly, on the black market, is worth at least 100 million to start. And it's the kind that has a price but no market. Many powerful factions throw money at it but can't buy it. He hesitated for a moment and cautiously extended a finger. Ouch. Pai Qianwan was suddenly flung back, his head hitting the roof of the car, and Lin Chen's head also slammed against the roof. Sorry, I dozed off for a bit and hit the warning cone. The bald guy stretched lazily. Lin Chen? Pai Qianwan? Are you driving while sleeping? Pai Qianwan was furious. This was treating his life like it was nothing. Ouch, I'll be more careful next time, don't be so fierce. The bald guy quickly took a sip of Jiang Shanyo to wake himself up. Lin Chen, however, didn't care much and instead felt overjoyed. Just now, Pai Qianwan said this thing is worth 1, and in martial arts terms, 1 means 10,000, right? Selling 2 would be 20,000 plus this month's 70,000 salary. I could save quite a bit. I must rent a better place this month. Lin Chen quickly grabbed Pai Qianwan's hand. I have another one, do you want it? 2 together, I'll give you a discount, 18,000. Pai Qianwan? 18,000? What 18,000? He was stunned for several seconds before realizing. Wait, could it be this sword? Testing my character? Pai Qianwan swallowed hard, the sweat on his forehead increasing. Does he not know I'm an honest kid? Although he really wanted this thing. Forget it, he couldn't guess the thoughts of a big shot. Better to be honest. If he said the wrong thing and angered this big shot, his life would be at stake. Senior Lin. Pai Qianwan wiped his cold sweat, his voice full of apology. Junior can't afford it. My family isn't well off. I really can't come up with that much money. Can't afford it? Lin Chen frowned. Can't afford 18,000? Then why were you acting like a big spender just now? Forget it. If you don't want to sell, then don't. Anyway, once we get to the city, am I afraid I won't find a buyer? Lin Chen stuffed the deer antler sword back into his bag, zipped it up, and stopped talking. Pai Qianwan breathed a sigh of relief but felt even more anxious inside. Senior Lin wouldn't be angry, would he? He secretly glanced at Lin Chen and, seeing that the other party had no expression, finally relaxed. He sat quietly in his seat, not daring to say more. He really couldn't guess the thoughts of a big shot. The car fell into silence. Only the roar of the engine and the sound of the bumpy road could be heard. The bald guy hummed a tune while driving, completely unaware of what had happened between the 2 passengers behind him. Half an hour later, the scenery outside began to change. The originally desolate suburbs started to show some buildings, and the streetlights by the roadside lit up. We're almost there, the bald guy said. Lin Chen looked ahead. In the distance, he could vaguely see the outline of the city. The lights of the tall buildings flickered in the night sky like stars.
but the further they drove, the more the atmosphere felt off. The cars on the road became fewer, and there were hardly any people in sight. The bustling city entrance that should have been lively was now empty. Soon, a junction appeared ahead. From a distance, he could see that the junction was blocked. Several police cars were parked across the road, their lights flashing red and blue in the darkness. A few people in uniforms stood by the roadblock holding walkie-talkies. Lin Chen even spotted military vehicles, those deep green army trucks, with something mounted in the cargo area that was hard to make out in the night. This setup? Lin Chen murmured. Hold on tight, the bald guy grinned, suddenly yanking the steering wheel, and the van made a sharp turn, darting into a narrow side road. The road was very narrow, flanked by weeds and bushes, with a bumpy surface full of potholes. The vehicle jolted violently, and Lin Chen felt like his backside was about to go numb. Slow down, driver, Lin Chen urged, gripping the handrail. Don't worry, I've been doing this for 3 years, never had an accident, he replied just as the wheels hit a large pothole. Bang! The whole van bounced up, and Lin Chen's head slammed against the roof. Damn! Sorry, the bald guy laughed, showing no intention of slowing down. The van continued to race down the narrow path. They passed through a thicket and turned onto an even narrower dirt road, branches occasionally scraping against the vehicle, making a harsh sound. After bouncing around for about 10 minutes, Lin Chen finally saw the distant ridges of fields and sparse crops. And, a ridge barely the width of a palm? Can we get through up ahead? Lin Chen was bewildered. We can get through, the bald guy chuckled, maintaining speed. The next second, the right tire rolled over a dirt slope, and the van tilted sharply as it crossed the ridge. What the hell? What the hell? Lin Chen and Pai Qianwan clutched the handrails, their faces turning pale. Fortunately, the bald guy was indeed skilled at driving. Although they nearly flipped a couple of times, they ultimately made it through safely. After crossing the farmland, the van drove onto a cement road. They were now in the urban area. The bald guy expertly navigated through twists and turns, finally parking at the entrance of an alley in the old town. We're here, he said, patting the steering wheel. You two take care. Lin Chen and Pai Qianwan got out of the car and immediately bent down to find a trash can. The bald guy scratched his head, hit the gas, and the van disappeared into the night. After a moment, Lin Chen finally finished throwing up, stood at the alley entrance with his backpack, and looked around. This was the old town. The streets were narrow, lined with old residential buildings 5 or 6 stories high. The exterior walls of the buildings were peeling and chipped, and various vehicles, electric bikes, motorcycles, bicycles, were parked haphazardly along the sides of the street. It was quite lively. In the distance, a group of elderly men and women were dancing in the square. A barbecue stall was still open, and the aroma wafted over. This doesn't look like a place where something went wrong, Lin Chen muttered. Pai Qianwan didn't respond, clasped his fists in greeting to Lin Chen, then turned and slipped into a nearby alley, disappearing into the darkness. Lin Chen shook his head, took out his phone, and opened the navigation app. Jinquan Bathhouse, searching. A red marker appeared on the map. It's in the east of the city, 2.3 kilometers away. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not too far, he should be able to walk there in half an hour. It was 8 in the evening, so they should still be open, right? Thinking of the special services available for over 3,000, Lin Chen felt much better. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and quickly walked along the navigation route. Beibei City, sewer. The air here was filled with a foul stench, and murky water rushed through the narrow pipes. The Rat King, dragging its broken body, sprinted through the sewage, its face twisted in rage. Damn humans! It had thought that with its great curse-level power, it could do as it pleased in this small city. But unexpectedly, it had attracted 4 great curse-level lords all at once, not giving it a chance to develop. Thinking of this, the Rat King quickened its pace. It had to escape, and once its power advanced further, it would definitely cleanse this city. Those night watchers, and that idiot who demolished its home. Boom! Just then, a deafening noise suddenly erupted from the sewer behind it. The Mouse King instinctively turned to look back, its pupils instantly constricting. A figure in a black robe was charging towards it, pushing off the wall, and in the blink of an eye, had already passed its body and landed in the filthy water ahead. The captain of the Beibei City Night Watch, Mang Tian, Forest Python. Mang Tian's arm suddenly transformed into a massive forest python, bursting through the fabric of his sleeve, lunging to bite at it. The python moved with astonishing speed, reaching the Mouse King in an instant. Squeak! The Mouse King screamed in anger, its 2 claws gripping the snake's mouth tightly, pushing back with all its might. Water Dragon, a booming voice came from behind, laced with unmasked killing intent. Immediately, 2 black water dragons rapidly coalesced from the filthy water on either side of the Mouse King, then slammed into it with incredible force. Boom! The tremendous impact shook the entire sewer. The Mouse King was knocked back, spitting blood, while the 2 water dragons frantically bit at its waist. The captain of the Black Dragon City Night Watch, Jiao Long,
Cough, cough, cough. The Mouse King struggled to break free from the water dragons, blood continuously spilling from its mouth. Roar! However, before it could fully escape, a deafening bear roar exploded in the narrow space. The roar was like thunder. As a massive brown bear charged out of the darkness, its enormous body nearly filling the entire sewer. In the blink of an eye, the brown bear pounced in front of the Mouse King, its powerful paw crashing down. Bang! The Mouse King was pinned to the ground, its entire body sinking into the filthy water. The murky liquid rushed into its nose, causing it to cough violently. Then, it felt a chill around its neck. The brown bear opened its massive mouth, its sharp teeth tearing into the flesh of its chest and neck. The captain of the Jian City Night Watch, Hua Xiong. The three high-level cursed masters joined forces, leaving the Mouse King with no ability to fight back. It had been fleeing through the sewers since the day before yesterday. Squeak! The Mouse King let out a piercing scream, and suddenly a blinding red light erupted from its eyes. The red light flashed, enveloping the brown bear's two front paws. In the next second, the brown bear's strong, powerful paws began to shrink dramatically, muscles disappearing, bones thinning. In just a second, the two mighty bear paws transformed into two delicate squirrel paws. The scene was extremely bizarre, as if two squirrel paws had been forcibly attached to the brown bear's body. Bang! The brown bear lost its balance, its massive body crashing into the filthy water, splashing up a huge wave. Seizing the opportunity, the Mouse King flipped over. It could no longer care about its injuries, dragging its battered body and fleeing frantically. But ahead, Mang Tian was already waiting there. He stood expressionless in the center of the sewer, blocking the Mouse King's path. His left arm transformed again into a green forest python, its body swaying in the air, its forked tongue flicking out, cold vertical pupils fixed on the charging Mouse King. You killed so many people in Beibei City, you deserve to die, Mang Tian said coldly, his voice filled with rage. The forest python suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and lunged at the Mouse King's head. But instead of retreating, the Mouse King charged forward, not bothering to defend against Mang Tian's attack. Just as everyone thought they would capture it, the wall beside Mang Tian suddenly exploded. Two enormous squirrels burst through the rubble, opening their gaping mouths to bite at Mang Tian's neck. Damn it! Mang Tian cursed, the forest python quickly turning its head. Its mouth opened wide, biting down on one of the giant squirrels' heads. Crack! The sound of shattering skulls was clearly audible, blood and brain matter gushing out. But the other giant squirrel had already pounced onto Mang Tian, its fangs aiming for his throat. Mang Tian had to raise his right arm to block, the giant squirrel's teeth sinking deep into his arm. Get off! Mang Tian roared, the muscles in his right arm bulging, veins popping, and with a fierce shake he flung the giant squirrel away, crashing it against the wall where it slid down. But in just a few seconds of delay, the Rat King had already brushed past Mang Tian and continued to sprint forward. By Ching Ching! Mang Tian roared. At the back of the group, a woman in a black trench coat slowly raised her right hand, pinching her thumb and index finger together in front of her, forming a gesture of aiming. Through the gap between her fingers, she could just see the Rat King fleeing in the distance. Her red lips parted slightly, uttering a single word, Kuan. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a certain magic. The moment the word fell, the concrete ground along the Rat King's escape route suddenly exploded. A massive white bird's head burst forth from the ground, biting towards the Rat King with countless fragments of stone and dirt. The Rat King's expression changed drastically as it desperately lunged to the side, but it was still a step too slow. Crack! The beak of the koan accurately bit into the Rat King's right arm, effortlessly severing the entire limb at the root. Gee. The Rat King let out a heart-wrenching scream, the sound echoing in the sewer, sending chills down people's spines. It gritted its teeth, suddenly turned, and with its last ounce of strength charged into the darkness ahead, then instantly lost its breath. By the time the four rushed over, the Rat King was nowhere to be found, only the intricate and complex sewer system lay before them. Damn it! Mang Tian gritted his teeth, slamming his fist hard against the wall. Bang! The wall was smashed into a deep pit, spider-web-like cracks spreading outwards. Jiao Long walked over and patted his shoulder. There's still a chance. Bai Qingqing shook her head. The Rat King will definitely find a hidden place to hide this time. It won't be easy to find it again. The captain of the night watch in Lianyun City, Bai Qingqing. At this moment, Hua Xiong had also returned to human form, looking grimly at his hands, which had shrunk to the size of squirrel paws. Sorry, such a disgusting ability. I couldn't hold it down. Mang Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. It's fine. I ask you all to help look again. As long as it's still in Beibei City, the citizens are in constant danger. No need to be polite. Let's split up and search again. After Jiao Long said this, he quickly dashed into a sewer in one direction. Soon, the other three also dispersed, beginning a thorough search. East of the city, in the old district, a small squirrel crawled out from the mouth of the sewer. The night wind blew, and the human scent that usually disgusted it now became the best cover. The Rat King lay weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. It was covered in blood, one arm was gone, and there were bloody wounds on its chest and waist. The Rat King's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. Humans! Damn humans! If it weren't for that idiot in the forest, how could it have ended? Up here? If that idiot hadn't interrupted its tale, how could it be in such a sorry state? If it weren't for that idiot, it should still be living freely in the forest. It's all that idiot's fault. All of it. The Rat King gritted its teeth, nearly driven mad with anger. Now, it had to find a place to hide first. If it was discovered again, it would definitely not escape. The Rat King struggled to get up, looking around, and finally fixed its gaze on a brightly lit building ahead. The Jin Quan bathhouse. Such places are crowded, with complex smells just perfect to cover its scent. Moreover, there are many rooms, making it easy to hide and hard to be found. The Rat King was very small, easily slipping into the lobby, then without hesitation, headed straight for the second floor. The stairs were covered with thick carpet, feeling very soft underfoot. The Rat King climbed up step by step, nearly cursing at the dozen or so steps. It had lost too much blood, its consciousness starting to blur, and the scene before its eyes was swaying. Several times it almost rolled down the stairs. Finally, it reached the second floor. The Rat King leaned against the wall, gasping heavily, its chest rising and falling violently. The second floor was the private room area, with rooms on both sides. Its plan was to hide in one of the rooms. The scent here was very strong, and those night watch members would definitely not come looking. Just then, a woman walked out from the doorway of a room at the end of the corridor. The Mouse King braced himself, seizing the moment before the woman closed the door, and dashed inside like a bolt of lightning. "Sir, I'll notify the technician from Special Services, please wait a moment." The woman shut the door and turned to leave. The Mouse King let out a sigh of relief, sliding down against the door. Finally, safe. He gasped for air, leaning against the doorframe, allowing himself a moment to rest. The room was warm, the air conditioning was on, and the temperature was just right. He lifted his head and surveyed the room. In the center stood a large massage table, with a small table beside it adorned with aromatic candles, their flames flickering gently. And on the massage table lay a man. The man was only wearing a pair of underwear, revealing a lean yet muscular physique. His skin was somewhat dark, likely from working outdoors often. 2 slices of cucumber rested over his eyes, making him look quite comfortable. The Mouse King initially wanted to ignore this human, just wanting to hide under the bed and recover. But in the next moment, the Mouse King suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait, this human scent seems familiar? The Mouse King focused intently, sniffing the air. No way. This scent is that idiot. The Mouse King began to tremble, anger and excitement making him forget the pain in his body. His previously hazy consciousness became incredibly clear, and a fierce rage ignited in his eyes. The Mouse King leaped up, his body shooting like an arrow directly to the side of the bed. With his remaining claw, he unhesitatingly lunged for the man's heart. Digging for the heart. He wanted to rip this human's heart out. He wanted him to know what pain felt like. The Mouse King exerted all his strength, his claw slicing through the air towards Lin Chen's chest. But in the next second, thud, the claw stopped. The Mouse King was stunned. His claw couldn't get in? He had clearly used all his strength. The tip of his claw had even pierced Lin Chen's skin. But that layer of skin was as hard as steel, and the claw couldn't penetrate at all. How could this be? He was a high-level anomaly. Even severely injured, the sharpness of his claws should be enough to tear through steel. Didn't you just leave? Lin Chen said, somewhat puzzled. The Mouse King looked at his claw and struck again. This time, he put all his weight into it, pushing off the sheets with his hind legs for leverage, and his claw fiercely dug towards Lin Chen's heart. But the result was the same. He couldn't break through. The Mouse King was bewildered. What was going on? Meanwhile, Lin Chen merely shifted slightly, mumbling indistinctly. You can use a bit more force. He thought the technician had started the massage. Hearing this, the Mouse King nearly exploded with rage. Use a bit more force? The Mouse King, furious, began to frantically dig for the heart. His claws scratched rapidly at Lin Chen's chest, wishing he could just rip his heart out. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through Lin Chen's chest. Forget it, just massage my back, I'll turn over. Lin Chen flipped over, lying on the bed and exposing his back. The Mouse King paused for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightening. The heart was in the center of the body, and if he couldn't dig it out from the front, then he would attack from the back. He immediately jumped onto Lin Chen's back and continued to dig frantically. But the result left him in despair. The back was just as hard as the front. Time passed second by second. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The Mouse King's claws turned from reddish brown to pink, then to bright red. The heat generated from the friction made his claws burn and ache, even starting to bleed. The Mouse King recognized the reality. He was too weak now, unable to break through Lin Chen's defenses, and was being humiliated. He slumped on Lin Chen's back, gasping heavily, staring at his claws. Damn it! The enemy was right in front of him, yet he couldn't kill him. That was the most despairing part. The Mouse King finally couldn't hold back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The furious scream echoed in the room. Lin Chen was taken aback. This sound, why was it so familiar? He suddenly ripped off the cucumber slices from his eyes, turned over, and looked back. When Lin Chen saw the squirrel lying on the bed, he was completely stunned. What the hell? Wasn't this the damn squirrel that had been bothering him in the forest? Lin Chen instantly understood. Those light massages earlier were not from a technician at all. It was this damn squirrel that had ambushed him. You little bastard. Lin Chen cursed, his expression darkening instantly. He reached out and grabbed the squirrel by the neck, lifting it up. The rodent king struggled desperately, but Lin Chen's grip was like a vice, tightly squeezing its neck, making it impossible to escape. The strength was astonishing, and the rodent king felt as if its neck was about to snap. You actually followed me to the city? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, his voice icy. Such a strong desire for revenge? The rodent king opened its mouth to bite Lin Chen's hand, but it couldn't even manage that. Lin Chen looked at the dying squirrel in his hand, growing angrier by the second. This beast had actually chased him to the city for revenge. A creature that held grudges like this could not be spared. Die. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he exerted force. Crack. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and the rodent king's neck was twisted cleanly, its head lolling to one side. In its final moments of consciousness, the rodent king had only one thought. What the hell is this idiot? What kind of monster is he? A major anomaly of the first generation had thus fallen. However, its tree remained, and in a month, it would make this human pay the price. Lin Chen released his grip, looking at the lifeless squirrel body in his hand, a wave of disgust washing over him. What bad luck! He couldn't even enjoy a massage without running into this kind of trouble. He stood up and walked to the window, opening it. The night breeze blew in, bringing a hint of coolness. Without hesitation, Lin Chen threw the squirrel's body out. The corpse arced through the air before landing in the green belt below. What a damn misfortune, Lin Chen muttered as he closed the window. He had spent over 3,000, he couldn't let it go to waste. He would wait for the technician to come back and continue the massage. Downstairs, in the greenbelt, Pai Qianwan squatted in the grass, looking up at the second floor of the bathing center. Utterly bewildered. He had been following the rodent king since it crawled out of the sewer. He had originally planned to take a head for himself, thinking that absorbing this major anomaly's subordinate would allow him to soar to new heights. But when he climbed to the second floor and saw Lin Chen lying on the bed, he realized he had no chance with the rodent king. He was about to leave when something fell on his head. Pai Qianwan took the corpse off his head, deep in thought. From the time the rodent king entered until now, no more than 10 minutes had passed. Not even a sound of battle had emerged. How strong must one be to achieve this? Why did Lin Sr. throw the corpse to him? Although the most important thing for anomalies is to become a subordinate of the killer after death, their corpses also have significant value. Certain special parts can be made into extraordinary equipment, and consuming the flesh can strengthen the body. Was this given to him? A reward. It must be a reward. Lin Sr. must have taken a liking to him, which is why he gave him such a precious thing. This is cultivation. Otherwise, why not throw it to someone else, but specifically to him? Thinking of this, Pai Qianwan trembled with excitement. He quickly tidied his clothes and bowed deeply towards the second floor. Thank you, Lin Sr., I will remember this. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with sincerity and gratitude. Then, Pai Qianwan carefully wrapped the rodent king's corpse in his coat, cradling it in his arms. He looked around to ensure no one was paying attention to him before quickly leaving the bathing center. Finally, he would get to eat well this time. At 10 o'clock at night, Lin Chen walked out of the Jinquan bathing center with a face full of disbelief. 3,999 for a special service, and all he got was a black girl airlifted from Africa to give him a 2-hour massage? And it wasn't even a full service. Lin Chen felt cheated. Was this called special service? What was special about it? Just because she was from Africa? That bastardly boss. Lin Chen cursed as he walked down the street, and this shop, false advertising, unreasonable pricing. He took out his phone, preparing to search for nearby hotels. At this hour, he needed to find a place to sleep quickly. Tomorrow he would stay in Lianyungang for half a day before heading back to the mountains. He had only cut down one tree this month, and his progress was truly worrying. He was afraid Li Boss wouldn't pay him, and he would really end up eating dirt. Lin Chen slung his bag over his shoulder, with a pear blossom wood sword hanging at his waist, and headed towards the nearest hotel. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Lin Chu. Lin Chen frowned. It was already past 10. Why was his sister not home yet? Could it be that she was really dating someone? He quickly answered the call. Hello? Lin Chu? Are you in a relationship? Ha?
Lin Chu on the other end clearly paused for a moment. What the hell? When did I start dating?
I didn't know. Then why are you coming home so late?
The school's art club had an event. It just ended.
Lin Chu explained. Is that so?
Lin Chen was skeptical.
Really?
Lin Chu continued, besides, with our family's situation, who would?
Even like me?
That's true.
Ha?
Lin Chu was taken aback. She was just being modest. By the way, Xiaoqi said you found a job cutting trees.
Is it hard? Lin Chu asked.
Not hard at all. I just walk around, enjoy the scenery, fish a bit. Cutting trees is like a part-time job, very easy.
I'm actually on vacation in Bianbei City right now.
Bianbei City. Lin Chu's voice rose by 8 degrees. Hey, what's with that?
You scared me. Lin Chen held the phone a bit farther away.
Lin Chu was silent for a moment.
Her voice returning to normal. How come you're in Bianbei City? What's wrong with Bianbei City?
Lin Chu took a deep breath, trying to calm her tone. It's just, I heard from a friend that Bianbei City isn't very safe.
Oh, it's fine. Lin Chen chuckled. What kind of scenes haven't I seen? There's nothing unsafe here.
Lin Chu fell silent again for a while. Just don't wander around at night and leave Bianbei City early tomorrow.
Got it. Lin Chen replied. Why so mysterious? Are you worried about your brother? Did you hear that?
Lin Chu was also exasperated with Lin Chen. Her brother was great everywhere, but he always treated her and their sister like children,
shouldering the entire family alone, never saying a word when he was tired or cried.
A few years ago, she often saw her brother wiping away tears on the floor at night.
I heard you, stop nagging. I'm going back to Lianyungang tomorrow morning.
You better. Lin Chu sighed in relief. Remember to take good care of Chi Chi. Her legs aren't good. Push her out to see the scenery more. Don't let her stay at home all the time.
I know.
Lin Chu paused, her voice becoming a bit serious. Bro, if you encounter
anything strange, you must tell me. Lin Chen was taken aback. Huh? What strange things? Just, if something happens, don't bear it alone.
Lin Chu's voice carried a hint of pleading. I'm an adult now. I can help you share the burden.
Lin Chen laughed at her words. You little brat helping me share?
Just take good care of your sister and study hard. Leave the other stuff to your brother.
I'm not a child. Lin Chu was a bit angry. I'm serious. Alright, I got it. Lin Chen said with a smile. If anything happens, I'll let you know. Don't worry.
Just be careful out there. Lin Chu sighed. If you encounter anything strange, you must tell me.
Got it. I'm hanging up now.
Going to find a hotel.
Wait.
Lin Chu suddenly called out to him. Bro, really be careful.
Okay, I got it. You're such a worrywart. You're the one.
After hanging up, Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. His sister had grown up. She was starting to care about others. Lost in thought, Lin Chen accidentally
bumped into someone.
Sorry, he quickly apologized. Looking up, he was stunned. Standing in front of him was a stunning beauty,
dressed in a black trench coat, tall and
slender, with exquisite features. What was most captivating were her eyes, peach blossom eyes, with a beauty mark at the corner that made her look both charming and cold.
Bye.
Qingqing frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Chen. She had come out for a walk to clear her mind, but had lost focus and ended up colliding with someone
she initially wanted to leave directly, but the aura of this person felt a bit strange. Bai Qingqing scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe.
He wore a plain checkered shirt, faded jeans, and a pair of sneakers caked in mud.
He looked like an ordinary worker.
Bai Qingqing's frown deepened. The two of them stared at each other, neither saying a word.
The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Are you okay?
Lin Chen broke the silence. Bai Qingqing shook her head and walked around him to leave. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and continued
toward the inn.
He thought the woman might have something to say to him since she kept staring. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing took a few steps, then turned to glance back at the direction Lin Chen had gone.
Was that person really just an ordinary person?
Forget it, maybe she was just being too sensitive. She rubbed her temples.
The past 2 days of
hunting the Rat King had been exhausting, and in the end, someone else had swooped in. For major curse-level leaders had teamed up to chase for 2 days and nights, only for the Rat King to be killed by someone else. The most critical part was that they didn't even know who it was. This meant that a master with at least curse-level power had appeared in Bianbei City, and this person was not a night watcher. This was not good news for the night watchers. The power system of a master was very clear. A person could simultaneously possess multiple familiars of the same level. If a new familiar was absorbed after already having familiars, 3 situations could arise. First, if the newly absorbed familiar's level is lower than the original, the new familiar will turn into energy to nourish the original familiar, making it stronger. Second, if the newly absorbed Familiars level is the same as the original. The master will have 2 familiars at the same time. Third, if the newly absorbed familiars level is higher than the original, the higher level familiar will absorb the lower level one as energy, causing the master to lose the original familiar and gain a new, stronger one. In summary, the weak are absorbed. The same level coexist and the strong replace the weak. The level of a familiar is determined at the moment of its death. It can enhance its strength within that level by absorbing energy but cannot surpass it. To become stronger, one must kill higher level anomalies. And when facing higher level anomalies, one can only achieve level up battles through multiple lower level familiars. This is the path of advancement for every master. Therefore, the death of the Rat King was a huge loss for the Night Watchers. Originally, Mang Tian, Jiao Long, Hua Xiong, or her anyone who killed the Rat King would have gained a cursed level familiar. Either they would have an additional cursed level leader, or the existing leader would gain another cursed level familiar. But now, Bai had been working hard for 2 days. Bai Qingqing sighed and walked to the edge of the bridge. Sitting down, she stared at the slowly flowing river below, feeling agitated. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the inn indicated by the navigation. "Boss, do you have any rooms?" "None," the boss replied without looking up. "All full." "Damn." Lin Chen cursed and turned to leave. He pulled out his phone and searched for nearby inns. Again, the nearest one. Lin Chen looked at the location on the map, his mouth twitching. Wasn't this the direction he had just come from? Damn navigation. Lin Chen cursed under his breath and turned back. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he crossed a bridge. Lin Chen caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and saw someone sitting by the bridge. A black trench coat. She was looking down at the river. What the hell? Lin Chen was stunned. Wasn't that the beautiful woman from earlier? Why was she sitting here and staring at the river? Could it be that she was thinking of jumping in? That shouldn't be the case. She was so beautiful. What could possibly trouble her? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, deciding to observe. He slowed his pace, walking across the bridge while secretly glancing at Bai Qingqing. Reaching the other end of the bridge, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, turned around, and walked back. He passed by Bai Qingqing again. Then he walked to the bridgehead, turned around, and walked back again. He went back and forth 3 times like this. Bai Qingqing's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. She looked up and coldly stared at Lin Chen. This person, could he be a pervert? Lin Chen noticed Bai Qingqing's gaze and felt a tightness in his chest. Oh no, he had been discovered. Forget it, it should be fine. He was just being nosy. Bai Qingqing stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and left expressionlessly. To encounter a pervert at such a time was truly unfortunate. She felt she should go seek some good luck. Lin Chen, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed everything was fine. She wasn't going to jump into the river. That was good. He turned and walked towards the hotel. Early the next morning, Lin Chen arrived at the train station bright and early. Bianbei City had been unsealed and the high-speed train was running again. After coming here, Lin Chen still didn't know what had happened in Bianbei City, nor had he seen any monsters or zombies. Instead, the bathhouse left a deep impression on him. Black shop should close down soon, Lin Chen muttered as he walked into the hall with his backpack. The train station was not very crowded in the morning, and Lin Chen followed the flow of people towards the ticket gate. Just as he entered the platform, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. A black trench coat. No, today it wasn't a trench coat. Today, she wore a white shirt, with a small bow tied at the collar, paired with a light blue pleated skirt, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and a small bag slung across her body. Completely different from the cold and glamorous look from last night, Bai Qingqing now appeared pure and enchanting, like a literary goddess on a university campus. She was looking down at her phone, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her eyelids. Occasionally, men's gazes drifted past her on the platform. Lin Chen wasn't particularly interested in Bai Qingqing. A woman like her was clearly not someone he could handle. He might as well focus on taking care of his sister. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and boarded the train. Carriage number 2, row 12, seat A. He looked up and saw Bai Qingqing. What are you doing here? Lin Chen was taken aback. Sitting in the aisle seat of row 12 was Bai Qingqing, and his seat was right next to hers, by the window. Who was setting this up for him? Bai Qingqing, who had just sat down, was also stunned. She looked up and saw the pervert from yesterday. This person again? Bai Qingqing's alertness instantly peaked. Was he following her? But why? Bai Qingqing's mind raced. Had she offended anyone recently? No. Could it be someone sent by a certain force? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Her right hand had already quietly rested on her bag, ready to summon her followers at any moment. Lin Chen noticed Bai Qingqing's furrowed brows and her obviously guarded expression, and he suddenly felt a bit awkward. Oh no, she wouldn't think he was a pervert, would she? Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. Excuse me, my seat is inside.
After saying that, he held up his ticket in front of Bai Qingqing's eyes, which clearly read, carriage number 2, row 12, seat A. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. What a coincidence. But the ticket couldn't be faked, and she had bought this ticket last minute, so the other party couldn't have known in advance. Could it really just be a coincidence? Bai Qingqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She turned to the side, tucked her legs in, and made way for Lin Chen. Thank you. Lin Chen sighed in relief and quickly squeezed past. Bai Qingqing kept a vigilant eye on Lin Chen from the corner of her vision, while Lin Chen awkwardly fiddled with his phone. Soon, the high-speed train started moving, smoothly departing from the platform. The scenery outside began to rapidly retreat, with the city's buildings gradually replaced by the fields of the countryside. Having not eaten breakfast, Lin Chen felt a bit hungry and remembered there were 2 biscuits in his backpack, so he unzipped it and reached inside. Bai Qingqing, already on guard against Lin Chen, caught a glimpse of the short sword peeking out from the backpack and thought to herself, as expected. Her intuition from last night was correct. This person was indeed not ordinary. With a transcendent item of great significance, his strength should be comparable to hers, or perhaps even stronger. Who exactly was he? Which faction did he belong to? Why was he following her? Bai Qingqing couldn't figure it out, but she knew she absolutely couldn't act rashly. The other party's strength was unknown, and if a conflict truly arose, she might not gain the upper hand, especially since they were on a high-speed train filled with ordinary people. The best course of action was to observe the situation and see what this person intended to do. Lin Chen also had an idea. Just now, Bai Qingqing had clearly been looking at his sword. Perhaps she recognized its value. What if she was interested? If she was, he could sell it directly, otherwise, bringing it back to the mountains would just mean 2 useless sticks. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen carefully took out both short swords made of deer antlers from his backpack and placed them on the small table. Ahem! Bai Qingqing heard the sound and instinctively turned her head. Sure enough, her gaze was immediately drawn to the 2 deer antler swords on the table. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. There was potential. He organized his words. These are heirlooms from my family. I've always been reluctant to sell them, but since I feel a connection with you, I'll sell them to you at a low price. Heirlooms? Bai Qingqing almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Was this person like a con artist? However, she maintained her composure on the surface and replied nonchalantly, these things look quite special. I might not be able to afford them. By saying this, she was both testing Lin Chen's bottom line and trying to see what he really wanted. Transcendent items of great significance started at least at 100 million on the black market with no fixed price. Although she was the captain of the night watch team and earned 100,000 a month, such items were still beyond her reach, even if she sold everything she owned. Moreover, normal patrons wouldn't buy them. Generally, those who used money to buy transcendent items were ordinary, wealthy individuals who knew a bit about the extraordinary underworld and wanted to protect themselves or their families. Lin Chen shook his head and said earnestly, it's not expensive. Although this item is made from the antlers of a 1,000-year-old white elk and crafted by the renowned master craftsman Lin Chu, it really isn't pricey. A 1,000-year-old white elk? A renowned craftsman? Bai Qingqing's lips twitched as she mentally scoffed. This person was quite skilled at spinning tall tales. I really can't afford it. Bai Qingqing refused again. But I haven't even mentioned a price yet. Lin Chen scratched his head. So how much is it? Lin Chen thought for a moment. The price he found was a few thousand, but this woman didn't know that. If he let her make an offer, he might be able to sell it for a higher price. So he tossed the question back to Bai Qingqing. You give me your price, maybe I'll sell it directly. I only need a transfer, no cash. Bai Qingqing frowned. This person was clearly a patron. Why did he want money so badly? Coincidentally, she didn't have much money on her either, having just received her salary last month and now only had 30,000 left. Looking at the 2 deer antler swords, she found them quite appealing. How about this? I'll trade you with an item of the same level, and I'll give you the 30,000 I have left. How does that sound? As she spoke, Bai Qingqing took a necklace off her neck. 30,000? Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. It seemed the other party truly didn't recognize the value. As for what Bai Qingqing mentioned about an item, he didn't care at all. He only heard 30,000. Sigh. Lin Chen let out a sigh. Bai Qingqing sighed inwardly as well, realizing that the other party was unwilling to make the trade for her. This was just a matter of exchanging loot, something quite common among the favored ones. After all, no one could guarantee that the loot they received would suit them. And clearly, the other party wasn't interested in her loot. Just as Bai Qingqing was about to retract the necklace, Lin Chen suddenly snatched it away. Forget it, I'll take a little loss and sell it to you for 30,000. Bai Qingqing sighed in relief. It was best to make a trade. This necklace was a life-saving type of loot, but it wasn't something she absolutely needed. What she really lacked were attack-type loots. Bai Qingqing took out her phone. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll transfer the money to you. Alright. Lin Chen could hardly contain his excitement, quickly pulling out his phone to scan the code and add her as a friend. Bai Qingqing's WeChat name was simply 2 characters, Qingqing. Her profile picture was of a white bird, looking beautiful, like some mythical creature from a legend. Lin Chen's WeChat name was Raising 2 Sisters. His profile picture was a group photo of him with 2 girls. Ding dong! Seeing the 30,000 transfer, Lin Chen was overjoyed. He now had money to buy supplies tomorrow, some rice, flour, oil, a bit of meat and vegetables, a fishing rod, and he also wanted to buy a big dog. The rest would go to his sister. If he could make her a bit more comfortable, he would. Girls, after all, can't be too poor. Feeling pleased, Lin Chen chuckled, while Bai Qingqing, watching him, fell into deep thought, even doubting whether she had bought a fake. But the enormous moose in her soul couldn't possibly be fake. Could it be because he added her as a friend? Was he coming for her? The transaction ended, and they each went about their own business. Lin Chen was toying with the necklace. It was quite beautiful. Smooth as jade, felt particularly nice to the touch, and even carried a faint fragrance. Ahem, he wasn't a pervert. This necklace, he thought it could be a birthday gift for Lin Chu and Lin Qi. But it was just one. Lin Chen frowned, glancing at Bai Qingqing's neck. Well, she didn't have one either. Forget it, he would just send it over and let them figure it out. After all, they had a good relationship, they could take turns wearing it. Bai Qingqing watched Lin Chen's actions, feeling relieved. The high-speed train continued its journey, the scenery outside the window constantly changing. Neither of them spoke again, silently waiting for their stop. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen squeezed out of his seat and followed the crowd toward the door. Bai Qingqing watched Lin Chen's back, lost in thought. Who exactly was this person? She took out her phone and opened Lin Chen's moments. His moments were filled with photos of the 2 girls, along with some work-related pictures. Crematorium, haunted house, by the Yellow River. Each photo was accompanied by text. Carried corpses at the crematorium all day today, not tired at all, this job is too easy. 3rd day of trial, sleeping in the haunted house. Who says there are ghosts? The bed in this villa is so comfortable, it's amazing. Fishing for corpses in the Yellow River isn't dangerous at all. When I'm free, I can even fish a bit, it's so relaxing. Bai Qingqing looked at the moments, her confusion deepening. Was he just a favored one looking for odd jobs? But this work surely wasn't something ordinary people would do, right? Moreover, the post seemed a bit deliberate, as if meant for others to see. Bai Qingqing couldn't make sense of it. As soon as Lin Chen exited the station, he was pushed forward by the crowd, his footing not yet stable. It's really lively. Lin Chen, with his bag on his back, quickly walked along the street. The leaves of the sycamore trees by the roadside had started to turn yellow, fluttering down with the wind. Unknowingly, autumn had arrived. Lin Chen stepped on the fallen leaves, making a crunching sound. Soon, he arrived at the delivery point. After sending off the necklace, he checked his phone. It was now 10 in the morning. He had arranged to meet Old Tang at 5 in the parking lot, leaving nearly 7 hours to spare. There was plenty of time, and next he planned to buy some food. Although the company regularly delivered food, it was mostly basic staples like rice, flour, oil, meat, eggs, and milk, edible but lacking in flavor. This time out, Lin Chen intended to buy some of his favorites. So, he stood in the snack shop. Spicy strips, potato chips, instant noodles. Lin Chen swallowed. These look tasty, he mumbled, pushing the cart and starting to gather. Spicy strips, konjac snacks, pickled vegetables, snail noodles, sunflower seeds, peanuts, beef jerky, dried tofu, duck necks. Lin Chen tossed items into the shopping cart as he picked. Soon, the cart was full. Lin Chen looked at the mountain of snacks and rubbed his nose. Ahem, it seems I've bought too much. Oh well, it's not expensive, just some cheap stuff. Besides, staying in the mountains for a month, how could he survive without buying more? After leaving the snack shop, Lin Chen bought a cheaper fishing rod and tackle set at a nearby fishing gear store. Then, he first loaded everything onto Old Tang's truck before hurrying to the nearby dog market. The dog market was large, with at least 100 stalls. There were various types of dogs, clearly divided into small, medium, and large dog areas. Lin Chen headed straight for the large dog area. He needed a dog that could fend off wild beasts. A small dog wouldn't do, it would probably run faster than him at the sight of a bear. The large dog area had a dozen stalls, each containing several dogs. Huskies, golden retrievers, Labradors, Alaskans, German shepherds. Lin Chen looked at them one by one, finally stopping in front of one stall. Boss, what? Dog can drive away wild beasts? The owner looked up at the sound and sized Lin Chen up. Brother, what kind of wild beast are you trying to fend off? Bears, tigers, that sort of thing, Lin Chen replied casually. The owner was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Then you need a Tibetan Mastiff. Only a Tibetan Mastiff can handle a bear. I have a purebred Tibetan Mastiff here, 2 years old, weighing 120 pounds, very fierce. He pointed to a large dog in the corner. The Tibetan Mastiff was huge, with thick fur, lying in the cage, looking quite intimidating. How much? 8,000. This is a purebred with a pedigree certificate. If you don't believe me, I can show you the chat records with the seller. Lin Chen smacked his lips. Since there were chat records, it seemed he had to believe it. Too expensive, let's find a cheaper one. The owner thought for a moment, then how about a German Shepherd? Although it can't fight a bear, at least it can help you call for help, and it's smart, easy to train, unlike a Tibetan Mastiff which is hard to take care of. How much? 2,000. Show me first. The owner led Lin Chen to another cage where a German Shepherd was lying down. Lin Chen squatted down, carefully examining the German Shepherd. Its fur was beautiful, black and yellow mixed, with bright eyes that looked quite clever. Come here. The owner opened the cage, and the German Shepherd stood up, slowly walking to Lin Chen, sniffing his hand. Lin Chen reached out to pat its head. The German Shepherd didn't shy away but instead rubbed against his palm. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. I'll take it. After paying, the owner also gave him a leash and a large bag of dog food. Lin Chen led the German Shepherd back to Old Tang. Oh, you bought a dog too? Old Tang said with a smile, holding a cigarette. Yeah, for dealing with bears. Lin Chen got into the truck with the German Shepherd, which obediently laid down in the corner. Next time you should prepare 2 body bags. Old Tang's mouth was as sharp as ever, but Lin Chen had long been immune to it. Let's eat first. Lin Chen closed the truck door and clapped his hands. Treat me to a meal. Old Tang extinguished his cigarette. I know a ramen shop nearby, it's pretty good. The owner is from Lanzhou and his skills are authentic. Sounds good. Lunchtime passed in slurps and bites. After eating and drinking enough, it was time to hit the road. Although it wasn't the agreed time yet, since they were already there, wouldn't it be foolish for them not to leave? The truck slowly started, leaving the suburbs and heading into the mountains. Lin Chen took out his phone and, while he still had a signal, transferred the remaining 27,000 yuan to Lin. 2. Take good care of yourself and Chi-Chi. I'm heading into the mountains. After thinking for a moment, he added another message. By the way, I sent you a package, remember to pick it up. After waiting for a while, Lin Chu did not reply, and it was unclear what he was doing. Lin Chen tucked his phone into his pocket, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes. The truck sped along, the engine roaring. Another 2 days of bumpy travel. 2 days later, the wooden cabin. The truck stopped in an open area, and Lin Chen jumped out, stretching his back. His waist ached, his back hurt, and his butt was numb from sitting. Finally here, this road is really bumpy. He opened the truck bed, and the shepherd dog jumped down, landing with its legs giving way, immediately collapsing on the ground and starting to retch. Car sick? Lin Chen said helplessly. Old Tang jumped out of the truck, laughing. It's like this the first time you sit in a car for so long. I threw up the first time I went into the mountains too. You and my dog are quite similar. Old Tang? He shouldn't have said anything extra. The dog wasn't quite right as the two of them unloaded the stuff. Snacks, fishing gear, dog food, vegetables, meat, a whole pile of things stacked in the open area. Old Tang clapped his hands. I'm off, kid. I'll come back next month to collect your corpses. Got it, take care. The truck drove away, and Lin Chen looked at the still retching dog, lost in thought. I haven't named you yet, let's call you Battle Bear. Battle Bear looked up at Lin Chen for a moment, then continued to vomit. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, carrying the 2 heaviest bags of rice toward the wooden cabin. The yard was still the same, the well was there, the wood was piled up, and the new forklift was still there. But when Lin Chen pushed open the door of the cabin and stepped inside, he froze. What the hell? The inside was a complete mess, as if a typhoon had swept through. The table was askew, the chairs were overturned, and several tools hanging on the wall had fallen, axes and hammers, scattered all over the floor. The refrigerator door was wide open, completely empty, not even a hair left. Lin Chen set down his things and quickly walked to the refrigerator. The moose meat he had left, at least a dozen pounds, was all gone. The meat, eggs, and milk delivered by the company were also gone. Damn it, a thief? Lin Chen frowned. In this deep mountain forest, how could there be a thief? Just as he was puzzled, Battle Bear in the yard suddenly barked twice. Lin Chen stepped out of the cabin and saw Battle Bear standing in front of a row of footprints, retching but still holding up a paw to indicate the footprints. The footprints stretched from outside the yard all the way to the cabin door, sinking 2 centimeters deep into the still wet mud. Each footprint was about the size of a basin. Good dog. Lin Chen approached and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Bear paw prints. And judging by the size and depth, it was definitely the black bear that had overturned the forklift. Damn. Lin Chen cursed. He didn't go looking for trouble with it, yet it had come and stolen from his home first. Lin Chen stood up and looked around. In the depths of the dense forest, the shadows of the trees danced, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Just then, a rumble of thunder came from afar. Boomed. Lin Chen looked up and saw a large dark cloud rolling in from the west, thick and heavy, like a giant black cloth about to cover the sky. The clouds churned, like boiling water. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves, making Lin Chen's clothes flap. A damp smell filled the air, a sign that a heavy rain was coming. It was going to pour. Battle Bear, get inside. Lin Chen hurried to the yard, moving the fishing gear and remaining items into the cabin. He moved quickly, making several trips. Finally, he called Battle Bear inside and then closed the door. Just as he shut the door, large raindrops began to pelt down. Pat, pat, pat. The rain grew heavier, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. The wind also intensified, howling through the cracks in the door, making the door rattle. Lin Chen stood by the window, watching the heavy rain outside. This black bear, he needed to come up with a plan. He should have thought to bring some poison. To poison the food, maybe that would take care of the bear. But old Tang had just left, so he could only wait for the next time he came. For now, it was a matter of seeing how tough his luck was. Lin Chen turned around and looked at the mess in the room, letting out a sigh. Let's clean up first. After half an hour of busy work, the room finally looked somewhat presentable. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and put the newly bought snacks into the cabinet. The battle bear lay quietly at the door, still looking a bit dazed. The rain outside continued to pour, a torrential downpour, and it was hard to tell how long it would last. Lin Chen felt a wave of worry. With the rain, it would be even harder to go into the mountains, which would definitely affect his tree-cutting progress. As a child, he thought Bald Chang was useless, but now he realized he was on the same level as Bald Chang. It was already mid-September, and he had only cut down one tree. He was quite pleased that he wouldn't get paid this month. No, once the rain stops, he would head into the mountains. He planned to cut down 5 or 6 black pear trees and wait for the ground to dry before bringing in the forklift to haul them out. The rain didn't stop, and it was still pouring by night. The entire yard was flooded, and small puddles had formed in the low-lying areas. What am I going to do about my work this month if it keeps raining for 3 to 5 days? Lin Chen sighed and turned towards the kitchen. He boiled a pot of water and rummaged through the cabinet for 2 packs of instant noodles. He sliced the ham sausage and cracked an egg into the pot, and soon the aroma wafted through the air. The battle bear caught the scent and immediately got up from the door, scampering over to Lin Chen's feet, stretching its neck to peek into the pot. A few minutes later, the steaming instant noodles were ready. Lin Chen placed his bowl on the table and set the battle bear's bowl on the ground. The battle bear dove its head into the bowl, eating heartily and making slurping sounds. Eat slowly. I'm not going to snatch it from you. Lin Chen shot it a glance and slurped up a noodle. The spicy broth warmed him up instantly. As he ate, he looked outside through the window. In the rain curtain, the forest turned pitch black and nothing was visible. Only when thunder struck would lightning illuminate the scene for a brief moment, making the shadows of the trees appear particularly menacing. The wind grew stronger, howling through the cracks of the door, causing the door panel to bang loudly. This damn weather, he muttered, continuing to focus on his noodles. Meanwhile, in the rain, a massive black bear was sprinting through the forest. It ran on its hind legs, its front paws cradling something, looking somewhat comical. This weather is really unpredictable. The black bear surprisingly spoke, its voice deep and resonant. Caw caw. A crow's call came from its embrace, expressing agreement. It's all your fault. The black bear glared down at the crow. You insisted on going to the lake to catch fish, saying today was your lucky day. And what happened? No fish caught, and I ended up drenched like a drowned rat. Caw, caw, caw. The crow protested, flapping its dry wings against the bear's paw. All right, I won't blame you anymore. The black bear said helplessly. Let's go hide from the rain in a human's wooden cabin. Caw. The crow cawed in agreement. The black bear quickened its pace, sprinting across the muddy ground. Water streamed down its fur, splashing mud with every step. When will you be able to advance to city-destroying level? The black bear said as it ran. Then you can talk to me. Right now, all I hear is caw caw caw. It's quite annoying. Caw caw. The crow called out in dissatisfaction, sounding a bit aggrieved. The black bear sighed. I know you're trying hard, but it's really too slow. We need more power. Caw. The crow's voice grew softer, a bit dejected. The two unusual companions chatted as they hurried along, soon spotting the outline of the wooden cabin. Just as the black bear was about to speed up and rush over, it suddenly noticed that the cabin had lights on. What the hell? It abruptly stopped, but the ground was too slippery from the rain. Its massive body continued to slide forward due to inertia, and the black bear desperately tried to stabilize itself, its hind legs digging deep grooves in the mud. But it was no use. Bang! The black bear fell completely into the muddy ground, mud splattering all over its face, and the crow in its arms was flung out, rolling several times in the mud before finally diving headfirst into a puddle. I'm hungry. Gurgle, gurgle. In the wooden cabin, Lin Chen was holding a bowl of noodles when he suddenly heard a loud noise from outside. Ha! He put down the bowl and walked to the window to look outside. The battle bear also jumped off the chair, leaning over the windowsill to peer out. But the rain was too heavy to see anything clearly, only the blurred shadows of trees swaying in the wind. What was that? Lin Chen murmured, frowning. After waiting for a while without hearing any more sounds, he shook his head. Lin Chen turned back to the table and continued eating his noodles. The battle bear looked out for a while longer, confirming there was no anomaly, then jumped back down to continue eating its instant noodles. On the other side, behind a large tree, the black bear pressed tightly against the trunk, holding the muddy crow, not daring to breathe. That human came back so quickly. The black bear whispered, I thought he would be gone for at least a week. Caw, 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 caw. The crow weakly called out, spitting out a couple of mouthfuls of mud. The black bear cautiously poked half its head out to look in the direction of the wooden cabin. The light was still on, but there was no movement inside. He shouldn't have noticed us. The black bear sighed in relief. Let's hurry and leave here. Go. Before it could finish speaking, boom! A thick bolt of lightning split the sky, producing a deafening roar. The blinding white light instantly illuminated the entire forest, turning night into day. The lightning struck the large tree precisely. Zzz, a massive current coursed down the trunk, hitting both the black bear and the crow simultaneously. Roar, ah ah, ah! The black bear let out a tragic scream, its whole body going rigid. The current flowed through it, its black fur standing on end, looking like steel needles in the rain. The crow was the same. At the moment the current passed through, all its feathers exploded outwards, turning it into a giant black fluff ball. Quack, ah ah! The lightning lasted several seconds before disappearing. Once the current dissipated, the black bear was smoking all over, holding the similarly smoking crow, its body still twitching slightly. I swear. The black bear struggled to utter two words, its body still trembling uncontrollably. Quack! The crow weakly called out, looking like it would faint at any moment. The black bear gritted its teeth, forcing itself to stand up. It held the crow tightly and staggered into the rain, rushing towards the deep mountains to the north. I don't want to stay in this damn place for even a day. In Jiangdu City, Haitang Community. The sky was gray and drizzly. Lin Shu stood at the express station at the entrance of the community, holding 3 packages in her arms. One was sent by her brother, and the other 2 were also sent by him. She held the umbrella with one hand and the packages with the other, stepping through puddles as she walked upstairs. The rain pattered against the umbrella, making a soft sound. The autumn rain was continuous, carrying a hint of chill. Lin Shu quickened her pace and soon returned to the 3rd floor. Sister, you're back? As soon as she opened the door, Lin Chi's voice came from the living room. Lin Shu hung the umbrella behind the door and walked into the room with the packages. The living room was lit, the warm yellow light dispelling the gloom outside the window. Lin Chi was sitting in a wheelchair at a small table by the window, painting while looking at the rain outside. The table was adorned with watercolor pens, paints, drawing paper, and a glass filled with water. Hearing the noise, she put down her brush and turned her head to greet with a smile. Lin Chu placed the packages on the table and walked over to her sister to take a look. What are you painting? A commission. Lin Chi pointed to the character on the drawing paper. The client wanted a fan art of an anime character. Lin Chu examined it closely. On the drawing paper was a young girl dressed in splendid attire, holding a long sword with a backdrop of falling cherry blossoms. However, due to not having learned systematically, Lin Chi's painting skills still had room for improvement. Lin Chi is getting better and better at painting, Lin Chu sincerely praised. Lin Chi's face flushed, and she said softly, Sister, this painting is 500 yuan. I finally got an order. Lin Chu smiled and ruffled her sister's hair. There will definitely be more opportunities to take orders in the future. Lin Chi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. I will work hard to earn money as soon as possible so that brother won't have to work so hard. Hearing this, Lin Chu felt a pang in her heart. She squatted down and held her sister's hand. Little Chi, you don't need to think so much. Just take care of your health, brother, and I will take good care of you. But, Lin. She bit her lip. I don't want to be taken care of all the time. I want to help. You've already helped a lot, Lin Chu said earnestly. Every time brother calls back, what he wants to hear the most is that we are happy. For him, knowing that we are doing well is the greatest help. Lin Chi's eyes turned a bit red, but she still nodded with a smile. Alright, don't think too much. Lin Chu stood up and pushed her sister to the table. Let's see what good stuff brother sent. Okay. Lin Chu picked up a craft knife and began to open the first box. This box was the largest and heaviest. Inside, there were several pieces of meat carefully wrapped in cling film, with a layer of ice packs underneath for preservation. The meat was bright red, with clear marbling, looking of very good quality. What kind of meat is this? Lin Chu wondered as she picked up a piece and weighed it in her hand. It's quite heavy. Looks like beef? Lin Chi leaned in to sniff. It seems to have a bit of a fragrant smell. Brother didn't say what kind of meat it is. Lin Chu rummaged through the box but found no explanation. Forget it, we'll put it in the fridge later and stew it tomorrow. Then she continued to open the second box. This box was small and light. Inside lay a delicate necklace. The necklace had a warm jade-like texture, shimmering softly under the light. The pendant was an irregular oval shape, looking like some kind of jade, but more translucent than jade. The entire necklace emitted a faint fragrance. Indescribable but very pleasant to smell. So beautiful. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Indeed, it's really beautiful. Lin Chu looked through the box, and there was only one necklace. This silly Lin Chen, Lin Chu chuckled. Helplessly, only sent one, not thinking about us both. It's okay, Lin Chi said with a smile. Sister, you wear it will definitely suit you. You would look better in it. Lin Chu shook her head, walked behind her sister, and carefully put the necklace on her. The length of the necklace was just right, with the pendant resting just below her collarbone. Lin Chi looked down and touched it, her face breaking into a happy smile. It's really beautiful. It suits you very well, Lin Chu nodded in satisfaction. Sister, let's take turns wearing it, a few days each. Okay. Lin Chu smiled and ruffled her hair again. Lin Chu continued to open the third box. This box was rectangular, and inside lay two long swords neatly arranged. The blades were a light yellow color. The craftsmanship was not exquisite, lacking ornate carvings or intricate patterns. But that raw ruggedness had its own charm. Wow! Lin Chi's eyes sparkled. What a cool sword! Lin Chu was momentarily stunned. Could this be a craft made by brother? She carefully picked up one of the swords. The sword was heavy, much heavier than she had imagined, probably weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. The blade felt smooth to the touch, but there was a special texture to it, not metal, nor ordinary wood, but some kind of harder material. Gripping it tightly, the next moment, a scene suddenly appeared in her mind. It was a gigantic moose, standing in the darkness, its shoulders at least several meters high, engulfed in black and red flames. Lin Chu suddenly snapped back to reality. This sword was clearly made from an unusual drop. Where did brother get such a thing? He said he made it himself, but how could that be possible? Not to mention where the materials came from. Just the hardness of this abnormal material is not something an ordinary person could process. Unless brother is also a guardian? No, that can't be. Brother is just an ordinary person, always doing various odd jobs, crematoriums, haunted houses, retrieving bodies from the Yellow River, all dangerous jobs that don't require special abilities. If he were a guardian, he wouldn't need to do any of this. The pay for guardians is quite good, with decent wages and benefits, enough to support a family. So where did this sword come from? Could it be that he found it? Or that someone gave it to him? Lin Chu's mind raced with countless thoughts, but each one seemed implausible. Sister? What's wrong? Lin Chi asked with concern. Nothing at all. Lin Chu came back to her senses, forcing a smile. I just think this sword is a bit heavy. She picked up another one and handed it to Lin Chi. You take a look too, see how brother's craftsmanship is. Lin Chi took the sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, examining it closely. It's so heavy. She struggled a bit to lift the sword, but it's really beautiful. Our brother is amazing. Lin Chu watched her sister's happy expression, her mind still occupied with thoughts of Lin Chen. Could it be that he has been lying to us all along? The so-called high-paying dangerous jobs were actually disguises, and brother is actually a guardian? Lin Chu felt it seemed to fit. Brother saying there was no signal in the mountains was just like going off to carry out guardian duties. Forget it, I'll ask him when he comes back. Lin Chu took a deep breath, suppressing her anticipation. Alright, let's put the sword away for now. Lin Chu said with a smile, I'll go make dinner. I'll cook something delicious for you today. Okay. Lin Chi carefully placed the sword back in the box, then pushed her wheelchair to follow her sister into the kitchen. An hour later, the dining table was filled with dishes. Although it wasn't extravagant, it was all food they both loved. Sweet and sour ribs, steamed base, garlic broccoli, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, seaweed egg drop soup, and a fruit cake placed in the center of the table. The cake was small, only 6 inches, with Happy Birthday Lin Chu and Lin Chi written in cream on top. Sister, this is so lavish. Lin Chi's eyes sparkled. Lin Chu ruffled her sister's hair and took out a beautifully wrapped box from behind her, handing it to Lin Chi. The box was small, wrapped in light blue paper, tied with a white bow. Open it and see, Lin Chu said with a smile. Lin Chi carefully unwrapped it and opened the box. Inside was a dress. A light blue dress, knee-length, looking fresh and elegant. This was the dress Lin Chi had been longing for. Sister. Lin Chi hugged the dress, her eyes instantly reddening. This is very expensive. Not expensive. Lin Chu smiled. I bought it with my own part-time earnings. Lin Chi's voice choked a bit. Sister, you and brother have already done so much for me. Silly. Lin Chu interrupted her. We're family, we don't need to say these things. Sister. Lin Chi could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face. Don't cry, don't cry. Lin Chu hurriedly wiped her tears away. Today is our birthday, we should be happy. Lin Chi nodded vigorously, but the tears kept flowing. She was so understanding, it was heart-wrenching. Since she was little, she had known that the family situation was not good and had never asked for things recklessly. While other children cried and clamored for toys and snacks, she never did. Even when she saw something she really liked, she would only glance at it before looking away. Lin Chu looked at her sister, a pang of bitterness swelling in her heart. If it weren't for that bullying incident, she should still be able to walk normally now, able to go to school, make friends, and live a normal life like her peers. Instead, she was trapped in this small room. Even wanting a dress required careful consideration. Sister, I also prepared a gift for you. Lin Chi wiped her tears and took out a painting from behind her. It was a watercolor painting. In the painting, there were 3 people, a tall boy standing in the middle, smiling brightly, and 2 smaller girls standing on either side of him, their faces also adorned with happy smiles. The background featured a cozy little house, with a small yard in front filled with various flowers. Chi. Lin Chu took the painting and examined it closely. The 3 people in the painting were none other than their family, right? Brother Lin Chen, sister Lin Chu, and sister Lin Chi. This is the future I imagine, Lin Chi said softly. We live in a house with a yard. Brother doesn't have to go out to work anymore, and sister doesn't have to work so hard. We can always be together. Lin Chu looked at the painting, her eyes gradually moistening. This was also her dream. A family that could be together, not having to hustle for a living, not worrying about rent and living expenses, living a simple and peaceful life. It will happen, Lin Chu said earnestly, it will definitely come true. She carefully set the painting aside and walked to the cake. Come on, it's time to make a wish. Lin Chu lit the candles on the cake. The faint candlelight flickered in the darkness, illuminating 2 young faces. The rain outside continued to fall, pattering softly against the glass. But in this small room, warmth filled the air. The 2 girls looked at each other across the cake and then closed their eyes. The candlelight swayed. The 2 girls made their wishes, each for the other, for this home, for their brother. The rain outside still fell. But after the rain, there would surely be sunny days. There would be. The next day, the rain continued to fall. However, it was not as heavy as yesterday, transforming from a downpour into a light drizzle. The sky was gray, thick clouds hung overhead like a giant quilt, making it hard to breathe. We can't wait any longer. Lin Chen rummaged through the warehouse and pulled out a worn-out raincoat, then shouldered the pearwood axe and slung the hunting rifle on his back. He grabbed a few biscuits from the cupboard and stuffed them into his pocket, then filled his stomach with water and chose to head out. The battle bear squatted at the door, looking at him eagerly. Let's go, up the mountain. Lin Chen patted its head and pushed the door open. A cold wind mixed with rainwater hit him in the face, making Lin Chen shiver. The September rain was already quite chilly, hitting him like countless fine needles. The yard had accumulated quite a bit of water, with the deepest spots nearly reaching his ankles. Lin Chen waded through the puddles, stepping carefully, while the battle bear followed behind, occasionally shaking off the rainwater from its fur. Once out of the yard, the mountain path was even more muddy. The heavy rain from the previous night had left the road pockmarked, with small puddles and muck everywhere. Stepping down, the mud immediately surged over his shoes, making a pop sound as he pulled his foot out. Fortunately, the grass by the roadside was slightly better, although it was also wet. At least it wasn't as slippery. Lin Chen decided to climb up along the grass. The fog in the mountains was thick, with visibility less than 20 meters. The surrounding trees appeared hazy in the rain and mist, like silent ghosts. Occasionally, a few bird calls echoed from afar, sounding particularly clear in the quiet forest. After more than an hour, he finally reached the black pear flower grove. Lin Chen found a small tree that was just right. Battle bear, keep watch for me. The battle bear wagged its tail and ran to a large rock nearby, standing there with its ears perked up. Lin Chen gripped the axe handle tightly, raised both hands high, and then struck down hard at the trunk. Crack! Wood chips flew, tracing an arc in the rain. The hardness of the black pear wood was indeed formidable. This chop only sank in less than a centimeter. Lin Chen pulled out the axe and swung it again. Crack! Another chop. Crack! With each swing of the axe, he chopped rhythmically. Time passed second by second. Lin Chen was fully focused on chopping the tree, but just under 10 minutes into it, there was a commotion from the war bear. Woof! Woof woof woof! The war bear suddenly began barking frantically. Lin Chen was startled and immediately stopped his actions. He put down the axe, grabbed his hunting rifle, and fixed his gaze on the direction of the barking. It was a thicket of tall bushes, standing like a wall. Lin Chen raised his rifle, aiming at the bushes. Raindrops pattered against the barrel, making a faint sound. Lin Chen held his breath, waiting. Rustling. In the next second, a gray rabbit jumped out from the grass. Upon seeing the rifle, it paused in the rain for a moment, then hopped away in another direction. Is that it? Lin Chen sighed in relief and lowered the gun. He glanced at the war bear and said irritably, "What are you barking at, rabbit? You scared me." But the war bear was still barking madly, showing no signs of stopping. Lin Chen froze for a moment. Something was off. He suddenly turned his head and looked back at the thicket. The bushes were being pushed aside, dirt and branches flying everywhere. A massive black bear lunged out from within. Damn it! Lin Chen's pupils constricted, instinctively raising his rifle. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the rain, the bullet hitting the black bear squarely in the chest, but it only staggered for a moment. It continued charging at Lin Chen, its 4 sturdy legs digging deep into the muddy ground, splashing large amounts of mud. With each step, the earth trembled. Shit! Without a second thought, Lin Chen turned and ran. War bear! Run! He sprinted down the mountain with all his might, the war bear following closely behind, running faster than the rabbit. The sound of the black bear's relentless pursuit echoed behind him. Bang! 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 Each sound was like a drumbeat, making Lin Chen's heart race. He glanced back while running. The black bear was hot on his heels, its massive body weaving through the trees, branches snapping and bushes being crushed in its wake. Fortunately, its speed wasn't particularly fast. Perhaps due to its size, it was not very agile in the dense forest. It stayed about 10 meters behind Lin Chen, neither too far nor too close. Lin Chen ran desperately, feeling like his lungs were about to burst. Rainwater hit his face, mixing with sweat and stinging his eyes. The ground beneath him became increasingly slippery, and he nearly fell several times. Damn! 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 Lin Chen cursed as he ran. What the hell had he done to deserve this for just chopping a tree? He had truly become a bald-headed strongman. Suddenly, Lin Chen slipped. Holy crap! He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, the hunting rifle flying out of his hands. Immediately, he began to slide uncontrollably down the steep slope. Damn it! Lin Chen screamed as he slid down the steep hillside. His body rolled in the mud, completely out of control. Mud and water filled his mouth and nose, choking him into a coughing fit. Woof woof woof! Seeing Lin Chen slide down, the war bear jumped down without a second thought. The man and dog tumbled down the slope, sliding faster and faster. The incline grew steeper, and their speed increased. Lin Chen desperately tried to grab onto something, but all he found were slippery mud or brittle branches that broke at a touch. On the slope, the black bear came to a halt. It stood at the edge of the incline, leaning down to watch Lin Chen and the war bear disappear into the rain. Its massive body remained still in the rain, like a small mountain. Caw! A drenched crow flew down from a tree and landed on the black bear's shoulder. He slid down, the black bear's voice rumbled. Below is the wolf king's territory, he's doomed. Caw caw. The crow tilted its head and tapped the black bear's ear with its claw. The black bear turned and looked toward the direction of the black pear blossom forest, where the tree that had been half chopped down still stood. Looks like humans will have to send a new lumberjack over. The black bear sighed, a hint of worry in its tone. Sooner or later, someone will chop down the black-hearted black pear trees. It's just a matter of time. Caw caw caw. The crow cawed a few more times, its claws hopping around on the black bear's shoulder. The black bear paused for a moment. Control them? Caw. The crow nodded vigorously. The black bear fell silent for a moment, then its eyes lit up. Right. How did I not think of that? It excitedly patted its own head. We can turn a lumberjack into a puppet. As long as we control him and make him keep chopping ordinary black pear trees here, their company won't send new people anymore. Caw caw. The crow called out in satisfaction. Aren't they after black pear trees? The black bear continued. We have plenty of ordinary black pear trees here, they can chop as they please. Caw. The crow agreed. The black bear turned around and looked again towards the valley. In the rain curtain, nothing was clear, only the steep cliff could be vaguely seen. It's a pity that this human has already fallen. The black bear shook its head. Forget it, next one. When the next one comes, we'll execute this plan. Caw. The bear and the crow turned and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. On the other side, at the bottom of the valley, bang! Lin Chen fell into a muddy patch, splattering mud everywhere. The muddy water mixed with rainwater, smearing his face. Ugh! The battle bear rolled down as well, tumbling several times in the mud before coming to a stop. It lay on the ground, its 4 legs too weak to stand, tongue hanging out, gasping for breath. Lin Chen lay in the mud, feeling like his whole body was falling apart. His back hurt, his arms hurt, and his legs hurt. He was covered in scratches from branches, stinging painfully. Rainwater hit his face, mixing with mud and flowing into his mouth, bitter and astringent, with a taste of earth. Damn! 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 Damn it! Lin Chen struggled to turn over, spitting out the muddy water from his mouth. He pushed against the ground, trying to stand up, but his arms gave way again, and he fell back down. After several attempts, he finally managed to stand up. He was covered in mud, his raincoat torn, and the clothes underneath soaked, clinging coldly to his body. The battle bear also wobbled to its feet, shaking off the mud. But the more it shook, the dirtier it got, and, in the end, it simply gave up, looking like it had just crawled out of a mud pit. Lin Chen looked up. This was the valley between North Mountain and East Mountain, with steep cliffs on both sides. The cliffs were bare, with only a few crooked trees growing in the crevices of the rocks. The slope he had just slid down looked particularly steep in the rain, at least 60 or 70 degrees, covered in slippery mud and gravel. Damn! Lin Chen cursed, staggering to the base of the slope. He grabbed a protruding rock, trying to climb up, but after just 2 steps, his foot slipped, and he fell again. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and tried again. Still slipped down. Another try. Slipped down again. After 5 or 6 attempts, each time only managing to climb a little before slipping back down, Lin Chen gasped for breath and sat down against the slope. This is troublesome. Rainwater flowed down his hair, dripping into his eyes. Lin Chen wiped his face, forcing himself to calm down. With the rain falling, it was impossible to climb this slope. The ground was too slippery, with no footholds at all. He took a deep breath and looked around. First, find a place to shelter from the rain, and wait for it to stop before thinking of a solution. If all else fails, he could wait for the ground to dry out or find some branches and vines to make a simple ladder. There had to be a way. Lin Chen surveyed the surrounding environment. The valley was very low, like a narrow crack wedged between 2 mountains. The rainwater from all around gathered here, flowing down the center of the valley into the depths. A small river had already formed in the middle of the valley floor, with murky water rushing rapidly, making a gurgling sound. On both sides were riverbeds covered with pebbles of various sizes. Further out were the steep cliffs. There wasn't a single tree to shelter from the rain, just muddy slopes and bare rocky cliffs all around. Come on, let's go deeper, Lin Chen said as he picked up the hunting rifle that had slipped from his grasp, beckoning to the warbear as they walked along the riverbank's pebbles into the depths of the valley. The warbear followed closely behind, occasionally shaking off the mud and water clinging to its fur. The terrain sloped lower and the water flow grew more rapid. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Chen suddenly coughed. Cough, cough. Then came another fit of violent coughing. He stopped, leaning against a large rock, gasping for breath. His head began to feel heavy and his body grew increasingly sluggish. His forehead was burning, but his body was shivering cold. Damn it! I've got a fever, Lin Chen thought, feeling a weight in his heart. He had been drenched in the rain since morning and had taken a heavy fall. No matter how strong his body was, it couldn't hold out any longer. I need to find a place to take shelter and warm up. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen pressed on. The warbear sensed Lin Chen's abnormal state and stayed close by his side. After another 10 minutes, Lin Chen's consciousness began to blur. The scenery in front of him swayed, his steps grew unsteady, and several times he nearly stumbled into the river. Just then, he spotted a dark cave at the base of a cliff ahead. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he forced himself to walk toward the cave entrance. The warbear followed closely behind, baring its teeth and peering into the cave, emitting a low growl from its throat. There was no time to worry about that now. In this situation, even if there were beasts inside, he had to go in. Lin Chen raised his hunting rifle and cautiously stepped inside. The cave was dim, with light filtering in from the entrance, illuminating only a small area ahead. Lin Chen covered his nose and waited for his eyes to adjust to the darkness before he could see the situation inside the cave. Various bones were scattered across the ground. Some were still fresh, with blood and flesh clinging to them. Others had turned white, looking particularly eerie in the dark cave. In one corner, there was a nest made of hay, stained with blood. This was clearly the lair of some beast. Moreover, judging by the number and freshness of the bones, this beast had a large appetite and returned frequently. But now, its owner was absent. Perhaps it had gone out to hunt. Perhaps it was out in the rain. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief and put away his rifle. He no longer had the strength to search for another place. He could only take a gamble. Hoping that this beast couldn't withstand the hunting rifle, Lin Chen staggered to the hay nest. He patted his pockets. No lighter. His head was growing heavier, and his eyelids felt increasingly heavy. His vision began to blur, and a buzzing filled his ears. He could no longer hold on and collapsed into the hay nest. Warbear, he said weakly, his voice barely audible, if the beast comes, you must wake me. Before he could finish, he completely lost consciousness. Woof, woof, woof. The warbear anxiously pawed at Lin Chen's back, nudging his face with its nose. But Lin Chen showed no response. His breathing had become very weak, and his face was frighteningly pale. Ugh, the warbear whimpered, circling around Lin Chen twice. Then it picked up some hay from the ground and carefully covered Lin Chen with it. One handful at a time, it worked until Lin Chen was completely covered, leaving only his head exposed. The warbear then stopped, shaking off the rainwater from its fur, and sat down in the space in front of Lin Chen. It perked up its ears, vigilantly watching the cave entrance. The rain continued to fall. Outside the cave, the sound of rain pattered softly. Inside, a man and a dog relied on each other for warmth. The overcast sky made the mountains even darker. Time passed, and the sky grew even darker. The warbear dozed off, but its head remained turned toward the cave entrance. Suddenly, it stood up abruptly, its fur bristling, and let out a low growl, staring intently at the entrance. Something was coming. The war bear instinctively took a step back, positioning itself between Lin Chen and the cave entrance. At the entrance, through the curtain of rain, a white figure slowly walked in. It was a white old wolf. Its size was larger than that of an ordinary wolf, standing at least a meter tall at the shoulder. The old wolf had a dead wild boar in its mouth, the boar being no small creature, weighing at least 200 pounds, yet it seemed to carry it as effortlessly as if it were a rabbit. It casually tossed the wild boar at the cave entrance, then lifted its head and slowly scanned the cave, finally resting its gaze on the battle bear. The two pairs of eyes met in the darkness, and the battle bear's body trembled slightly. This wolf before it was definitely not something it could handle. Yet, it still bared its teeth, its dog-like face fierce. The old wolf tilted its head, a flicker of surprise crossing its eyes. A dog dared to bare its teeth at it? It stepped forward, leisurely making its way toward the battle bear. The bear's roar grew louder, its forelegs tense, ready to pounce at any moment. As the old wolf drew closer, the battle bear could no longer hold back and lunged forward. It opened its large mouth, its fangs glinting coldly, aiming to bite the old wolf's neck. But, in the next second, the old wolf easily dodged. The battle bear missed its target, and at the moment it landed, a sharp pain shot through its neck. The old wolf had somehow appeared behind it, sinking its teeth into the bear's neck. The sharp teeth pierced the skin, digging deep into the muscle. Gore! The battle bear let out a miserable cry, struggling desperately. It twisted its body, trying to shake off the old wolf, but the wolf's teeth clamped down like steel pincers. Holding onto its neck tightly, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. Then, the old wolf suddenly shook its head violently. Bang! The battle bear was flung away, crashing against the cave's stone wall. The sound of bones striking rock was distinctly audible. The bear slid down from the wall, landing on the ground. It struggled to get up, but just as its front legs pushed its body up, the old wolf appeared before it like a ghost, its sharp teeth precisely biting down on the battle bear's left front leg. The sound of bones cracking echoed in the cave. Grr! The battle bear let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing from the wound, pooling on the ground. The old wolf released its grip, shaking off the blood that had splattered onto its fur. Then it moved to the other side and, in the same manner, bit through the battle bear's right front leg. The battle bear lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood pouring from its mouth and nose. But its gaze remained fixed on the old wolf. The old wolf looked down disdainfully, opening its mouth again to brutally puncture a bloody hole through the battle bear's neck. Blood gushed out like a stream, and the bear's body began to convulse violently. Its breathing became rapid, each breath spraying blood foam from the hole in its neck. Its vision started to blur. Consciousness began to fade. The old wolf released its grip and took a step back quietly, watching the battle bear lying in a pool of blood. What a foolish, ignorant creature. The old wolf surprisingly spoke, its face showing disdain. It turned and walked toward its hay nest, pausing when it saw a head peeking out from inside. It glanced at Lin Chen, then at the battle bear, and immediately understood why the bear was so ignorant. Even a dog can be so loyal. The old wolf sighed, at least it's far more loyal than my own pups. It turned around and walked back to the battle bear's side. The bear was already on the brink of death, lying in the blood, its gaze vacant. Life was slipping away from its body. In a few minutes, it would die. The old wolf opened its mouth and bit down on the battle bear's neck. Then it dragged it toward the cave entrance. The rain was still falling. The old wolf dragged the battle bear into the rain curtain, the raindrops quickly soaking its snowy white fur. It reached the cliff base and looked up at the nearly vertical rock face. Rainwater flowed down the rocks, the entire cliff damp covered with a layer of slippery moss. Normally, no creature could climb up. But the old wolf was not a normal creature. It took a deep breath, its hind legs exerting tremendous force. Boom! The ground was stomped into a deep pit, debris flying everywhere. The old wolf's body shot up like a cannonball, leaping over 10 meters high in an instant. It adjusted its position in the air, its front paws accurately grasping a protruding rock on the cliff face. The claws dug deep into the crevices of the rocks, holding on firmly. Then it leaped again, using the force to propel itself another 10 meters. Thus, the old wolf jumped along the nearly vertical cliff, agile as if running on flat ground, leveraging the protrusions of the rocks, the entanglements of tree roots, and the pulls of vines. The body of the battle bear swayed in its mouth, blood spilling all the way down. Minutes later, the old wolf leaped to the mountain top. It landed steadily, shaking off the rainwater from its body. Then it continued dragging the battle bear deeper into the dense forest. The rain fell heavier, with pea-sized droplets pounding on the leaves, creating a deafening clatter. The wind picked up, causing the trees to sway incessantly, their branches and leaves dancing wildly. Lightning occasionally streaked across the sky, and thunder rumbled, as if a giant was beating a drum in the heavens. But the old wolf paid no heed. It wove through the forest, bypassing thickets and crossing streams, heading north. After an unknown duration, the old wolf came to a halt. Ahead lay a clearing. In the center stood a massive black pear blossom tree, standing proudly. The old wolf dragged the battle bear to the base of the tree. It released its grip, and the battle bear's body slumped softly to the ground. The old wolf lowered its head, staring into the battle bear's eyes. If you don't want to die, the old wolf's voice rang out in the rain, then prostrate yourself and worship this tree. The battle bear's gaze showed a slight reaction. It struggled to move its body. Both front legs were broken, unable to support its weight. Yet it still fought to use its two relatively intact hind legs. With its head, it exerted the last bit of strength to press its forehead against the cold, damp ground. The hind legs bent, kneeling on the ground. The broken front legs also stretched forward as best as they could. Although they couldn't support it, the posture was already assumed. Prostration. The old wolf stood by, watching quietly. Nothing happened. The battle bear's breathing grew weaker, the rise and fall of its chest diminishing, its body no longer twitching, as if it had accepted the arrival of death. A flicker of disappointment crossed the old wolf's eyes. It sighed. Loyalty is loyalty, but what a pity. It turned to leave. It had seen this too many times. Not everyone who worshipped the black pear blossom would receive a response. Most would die here, becoming nourishment for the tree. Those who received a response were 1 in 10,000. The old wolf took a step forward, having just walked 2 paces when suddenly rustle, rustle, rustle. The old wolf turned back, only to see the leaves of the black pear blossom tree changing color at a visible speed, from deep red to pure black. It was as if thick ink had been splashed on it, rapidly spreading from the tips of the leaves, devouring all the red. I knew it. In the valley, in the cave. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up from the hay nest. His head was still a bit dizzy, but much better than before. At least he could think now. He looked around. The cave was still the same cave, but the battle bear was nowhere to be seen. Battle bear, he called out, his voice echoing in the cave. No response. Lin Chen's gaze fell to the ground. A large pool of blood. The bloodstains were still fresh, appearing particularly glaring in the dim light. The blood spread from the depths of the cave to the entrance, as if something had been dragged out. Lin Chen's heart sank. He struggled to stand up, staggering over to the bloodstains. He crouched down and reached out to touch it. Cold. Lin Chen frowned. The battle bear couldn't have been dragged away by a beast, could it? Just then, footsteps sounded from the entrance. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Chen turned around sharply, instinctively raising his hunting rifle. In the next second, a familiar figure dashed in from the entrance. It was the battle bear. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. You silly dog, where have you been? The battle bear trotted over to Lin Chen, wagging its tail and rubbing against his pant leg. Lin Chen sighed, reaching out to rub the battle bear's head. He looked outside the cave. It was still raining, and it seemed much heavier than during the day. Damn it, this rain just won't stop. Lin Chen cursed, feeling quite unlucky. Now stuck at the bottom of the valley. He had no food, and on top of that, he was running a fever, his head still spinning. In the midst of his thoughts, a sudden flash of white caught Lin Chen's eye. He quickly turned to look, only to see a scruffy, gray-haired white wolf walking in from the rain at the cave entrance. Raindrops dripped down its grayish-white fur, forming a small puddle on the ground. Those deep-set eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. His heart raced as he raised his shotgun again. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, be a little more honest, human. The old wolf spoke, its voice hoarse and low, like sand scraping against glass. That broken shotgun won't hit me. Lin Chen? He widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. This wolf spoke? He must be dreaming. Yes, he must be delirious from fever, hallucinating. How could a wolf possibly talk? Lin Chen took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and pinched his thigh hard. Hiss. Not a dream. Lin Chen's voice trembled. You can talk? Of course. The old wolf sauntered into the cave and sat down next to the corpse of a wild boar. You're a knight of your kind, right? Why do you think we animals can't talk? Lin Chen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. How did this wolf even know about racial discrimination? He glanced at the shotgun in his hand, then at the old wolf. Should he shoot? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen slowly lowered the gun but remained alert, ready to pick it up at any moment. Humans are so easily startled. The old wolf shook off the rainwater from its fur, speaking nonchalantly. Aren't there talking animals on your televisions? Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Tom and Jerry, Bears, each one talks better than I do. Lin Chen was stunned again. This guy even knew about Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck? And Bears? Lin Chen swallowed hard. What exactly are you? Just an old wolf, lonely and solitary. The old wolf lay down, resting its head on its front paws. I've been stuck in this wretched place for too long. It's so boring, and no one to talk to, so it's just right that you keep me company. Lin Chen's hand gripping the shotgun trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. What's your situation? Why can you talk when other animals can't? The old wolf glanced at Lin Chen. Because I'm a genius. Lin Chen. Were you created by scientists? Lin Chen could only think of this reason. Perhaps those scientists could cultivate an animal that could speak human language from a young age. Scientists? The old wolf scoffed. I told you I'm a genius. I learned it all by myself, understand? Forget it. Lin Chen didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Maybe it was just smarter, having grown up in a zoo and learned to talk by exposure. Yes, that must be it. Where are your companions? He asked tentatively. Aren't wolves social animals? At this, the old wolf suddenly became melancholic. It lifted its head, gazing out at the increasingly thick curtain of rain. My children and companions, the old wolf finally spoke, its voice deep as if it came from the depths of the earth. I killed them all with my own hands. Lin Chen's heart jolted. Killed its own children and companions? Why, he couldn't help but ask. The old wolf turned its head, those deep-set eyes staring straight at Lin Chen. Because they betrayed me. The old wolf stood up and walked to the cave entrance. When I grew old and weak, when my speed was no longer so fast, when my teeth began to loosen, they betrayed me. They banded together, wanting to kill me, to take my place. My children, my mate, and those wolf cubs I raised since they were little, all participated. Lin Chen listened, a chill running through him. I killed them all, dragging my dying body here just to save my own life. Since then, the old wolf continued, I'd been the only wolf here for 10 years, or was it 12? I can't remember. Without companions, without communication, every day is just hunting, sleeping, sleeping. I'm going crazy from boredom. It looked at the battle bear, a flicker of complex emotion passing through its eyes. Until today, when I saw this dog. It knew it was no match for me, knew it would undoubtedly die, yet it still stood in front of you. That kind of loyalty. The old wolf paused, is much better than my own children. After saying that, it lay down again, resting its head on its front paws. So I saved it. Lin Chen looked at the battle bear. The battle bear was now obediently lying at his feet, its eyes fixed on the old wolf, filled with awe. Are you saying? Lin Chen pointed at the battle bear. The battle bear was in danger? Yes. What happened? I almost killed it. Lin Chen. So it was you who made the move? Lin Chen suddenly felt dizzy again. His vision blurred, and his body swayed unsteadily. Damn, this fever is not right, is it? How could it make me faint? Damn. He couldn't hold on any longer, his body softened, and he fell back into the hay nest. Before completely losing consciousness, he weakly said, I might faint here for a while. Trouble. You, senior. Before he finished speaking, he fainted again. The cave fell silent. Only the sound of rain remained. The old wolf looked at the person in the hay nest, momentarily stunned. Useless, it muttered, sleeping in my nest. In Jiangdu City, late at night. On the rooftop of a 7-story apartment building, a black werewolf sat at the edge of the eaves, casually tossing gold coins. The coins flipped in the air, reflecting the faint moonlight. The werewolf's physique was much taller than an ordinary human, with bulging muscles covered in black fur. Its face had completely transformed into a beastly visage, and a pair of crimson eyes scanned the city below, filled with disdain and contempt. Beneath it, the entire apartment complex was engulfed in silence. At this hour, there should still be lights on in several units. Perhaps the sound of a television or a child's cries could be heard. But now, several buildings were pitch black, with only a few streetlights still holding their ground, casting a dim glow. On some floors' windows, crimson streaks of blood could be seen. The werewolf was named Een Wolf. Today marked its first day of promotion to a great calamity. To celebrate this special day, it had carefully chosen this apartment complex. From 8 o'clock in the evening until now, 2 o'clock in the morning, a full 6 hours. It visited each household, greeting one by one. There were no living souls left in the complex. Een Wolf tossed the gold coins, a cruel smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Its gaze wandered to other nearby complexes, contemplating whom to target next. Just as it was thinking, it suddenly felt something was off on its face. It was itchy and a bit sticky. Een Wolf frowned and touched its face. When it looked at its hand, it was stained with a bright red color. It looked curiously at the red substance on its hand, wondering when it had gotten there. Een Wolf picked up a gold coin and held it up to its face, using the reflection to look at itself. The next second, it froze. The face reflected in the coin had flushed cheeks and a pale complexion. Its hair was tied into a small braid, standing upright. It looked just like a clown from a traditional opera. Roar! Een Wolf suddenly stood up, its fur bristling. The gold coin slipped from its hand, bouncing on the rooftop and making a crisp clinking sound. It quickly turned around, its sharp claws already extended. Behind it, a woman stood, having appeared without notice. Her blue hair fluttered in the night wind, resembling a flame of blue fire. Her amber eyes coldly stared at it, devoid of any warmth. The vice-captain of the Jiangdu Night Watch, Lu Shi. Who gave you the guts to slaughter civilians here? Lu Shi's tone was icy. Roar! Een Wolf roared angrily and lunged at Lu Shi, its claws tearing through the air, creating a sonic boom. With this strike, Lucy would be torn apart. But Ian Wolf suddenly slipped on its feet. The edge of the rooftop was still several meters away, but its feet felt as if they were stepping on lubricating oil. Completely unable to stand firm, the entire body lost balance and then fell straight off the rooftop. Face down, limbs spread wide. A standard 5-body prostration, falling like a dog eating shit. The Ian Wolf spat out a mouthful of mud, its head buzzing. Its brain was also in a daze. It was already a great curse, yet it could still fall. Was this real? Just as it wanted to get up, a sudden sound of singing echoed from above. The Ian Wolf was startled, and quickly rolled on the ground, awkwardly tumbling to the side. It then saw the situation above. A performer in a theatrical robe was descending from the sky, holding a red tassel spear, the spear tip piercing precisely through the Ian Wolf's chest, deeply embedding itself in the flesh. The Ian Wolf let out a piercing scream. Blood flowed down the spear, pooling on the ground. Immediately after, the performer forcefully lifted the spear. The long spear hoisted the Ian Wolf's massive body and then violently pinned it to the ground. After all, the Ian Wolf was also a great curse, and it quickly reacted, kicking fiercely at the performer, sending the performer flying backward. The performer flipped in the air and landed steadily, retreating several steps before stabilizing. Seizing the opportunity, the Ian Wolf pulled out the spear from its chest and hurled it at the performer. As long as it hit, the performer would also be pierced by the spear. But the Ian Wolf's hand suddenly slipped. The spear veered off course. What should have pierced the performer's heart instead struck the wall beside them. The Ian Wolf looked at its hand, utterly bewildered. How could it be so unlucky? The performer walked to the wall, easily pulled out the spear, and twirled it in their hand. The Ian Wolf's expression turned extremely grim. It recognized the performer, the vice captain of the Night Watch Inn, John Du, a great curse-level patron, with the name of Xiao. Xiao's ability was very strange, capable of bestowing different masks on enemies and creating effects, and the one it received was the clown's mask. The Ian Wolf roared again, its fur standing on end. Black mist began to rise from its body, rapidly spreading around, and the mask on its face shattered instantly. It was going to get serious. But just then, the Ian Wolf suddenly froze again, its expression shifting between dark and light. Someone was worshipping its black heart and black pear flower. The Ian Wolf's heart began to race violently. No, absolutely not. It had to go back. Right now. To kill that guy who dared to touch its tree. The Ian Wolf gritted its teeth, its body suddenly transforming into darkness, like a drop of ink in water, rapidly spreading and then merging into the shadows on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Xiao furrowed her brows and retracted the spear. She did not pursue. It wasn't that she didn't want to chase, but that she couldn't catch up. The Ian Wolf's special ability was to transform into darkness, where it was immune to all physical attacks and had no presence. It was hard to determine where it had escaped to. Moreover, it was immortal. It was unclear when it started, but some anomalies with immortal characteristics had appeared in this world. No matter how they were erased, they always managed to resurrect after a period of time. And the Ian Wolf was one of these immortals. The Night Watch referred to them as infinite anomalies. Why did it suddenly run away? Xiao looked in the direction the Ian Wolf had disappeared, deep in thought. This guy had just been promoted to a great curse. He should have been full of confidence, wanting to make a big move. Why would he suddenly flee? And that expression before escaping? Fear? Anger? And a sense of urgency? Could it be encountered something more important? Xiao took out her phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Captain, the Ian Wolf has run away. I expected that. A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. It seems we can't deal with it. Once it merges into darkness, we can't catch up, and it's also immortal. Xiao felt somewhat helpless. No need to deal with it. Someone will handle it. What do you mean, Lu? She furrowed his brow. The blind seer has calculated it. The shadow wolf is undoubtedly doomed just tomorrow. Isn't it supposed to be immortal? Not starting today. Lin Chen had a dream. In the dream, he saw a gigantic toad. Its size was absurd, like a small mountain. Its back was covered in countless lumps, yellow-green pus flowing down the lumps, gathering on the toad's back into small streams, eventually dripping onto the ground. Lin Chen almost vomited. Friend, the toad spoke, its voice hoarse and unpleasant. Can you help me remove the lumps on my back? Its voice was filled with pain and pleading. They make me very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. I'm going crazy. I would give you anything, as long as you help me. Lin Chen looked at those disgusting lumps and instinctively took a step back. He covered his nose, feeling his stomach churning. I beg you. I beg you. I really can't hold on any longer. Help me. Its voice grew increasingly shrill and painful. I don't want to become like that. I don't want to destroy everything. I beg you. Lin Chen looked at the toad's suffering expression. A wave of inexplicable sadness surged in his heart. I'm sorry, he said. I can't help you. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat and his back was soaked with it. Damn, what a terrible dream, he panted, wiping the sweat from his face. After a few seconds, Lin Chen sat up. He touched his forehead. It wasn't hot anymore. The fever is gone? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. He remembered that before he fainted he had a severe fever. His head felt like it was going to explode and his whole body was trembling. How could he feel better after just one sleep? Strange, Lin Chen muttered, stretching his neck. He looked to the side where the battle bear was curled up, sleeping next to him. In the cave, it was just him and the battle bear. The old wolf was gone. Could it be that last night was a dream? After doing so many dangerous jobs, he often dreamed of bizarre things. For example, corpses coming to life in a crematorium, secretly marrying the female lead thrown into the Yellow River, sleeping in the same bed with ghosts in a haunted house. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling uncertain. Perhaps he had fallen into that kind of dreaming illness again. He walked to the cave entrance. The rain had stopped and the sky was brightening. The ground was still wet, with puddles everywhere. The river's flow was much smaller than yesterday, churning mud and sand downstream. Lin Chen took a deep breath. I need to try to climb up. Staying in this valley without any food would eventually lead to starvation. He turned around to wake the battle bear. Just after taking 2 steps, he heard footsteps outside. Lin Chen stopped, peering out of the cave. A white figure was walking along the riverbank. It was the old wolf carrying a white bundle in its mouth. As it got closer, Lin Chen could see it was a rabbit. The old wolf approached Lin Chen and dropped the rabbit on the ground. I'm getting old. It shook its head, splattering water everywhere. It took me half a day just to catch a rabbit. The old wolf complained, its voice hoarse. Lin Chen was once again stunned to hear the old wolf speak. Although he had somewhat accepted it last night, when the old wolf actually spoke, that sense of incongruity hit him hard. Lin Chen felt he could no longer hypnotize himself. You really can talk, Lin Chen murmured. The old wolf glanced at him. Are you an idiot? Lin Chen. Damn, quite the foul mouth. The old wolf kicked the rabbit to Lin Chen's feet. Here's something for you to eat. Share it with that dog. Lin Chen was taken aback, looking down at the rabbit on the ground. Aren't you going to eat it? He asked tentatively. I've already eaten, the old wolf said matter-of-factly. What did you eat? A goat. The old wolf licked its lips. The meat was quite tender, but it ran too fast. I chased it for a long time. Lin Chen. He thought the old wolf was sacrificing itself, starving to catch rabbits for them. It turned out it was already full. This rabbit was just a side dish. Lin Chen looked at the rabbit on the ground and then at the environment in the cave. No fire. No dry wood. The grass nest could start a fire, but there was no way this little grass could roast the rabbit properly. So pretentious, the old wolf glanced at Lin Chen, walked over to the rabbit, and opened its big mouth. Crunch! It swallowed it whole. Lin Chen's eyes twitched. 666, it still ate it itself. What are you looking at? The old wolf licked its lips, looking as if it was perfectly reasonable. You're not eating, so why can't I? Am I not eating, and the war bear isn't eating? Lin Chen retorted. The old wolf was taken aback, stiffening its neck, but the dog didn't say it wanted to eat either? Lin Chen. This wolf was a bit shameless. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. I think I'll eat when I get home. Still want to go home? Dream on. The old wolf lay down to the side and started licking its paws. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, imprisoning himself? If you leave, no one will talk to me, the old wolf said matter-of-factly. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. This old wolf really intended to keep him captive. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. He had to think of a way. He couldn't really be trapped here. He still had a lot of things to do. The tree wasn't cut down yet, his salary for the month hadn't come in, and his sisters were still waiting for him to send money back. Lin Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his expression. Then he revealed a sincere smile. Senior, how about you come with us? The old wolf stopped its actions, tilting its head to look at him. Come with you? Yes. Lin Chen nodded eagerly. You see, the place I live has a wooden house, much better than this cave. It has a roof, no leaks. It has a bed, very comfortable to sleep on, and a refrigerator, can store meat. It has a TV, and you can watch cartoons. As Lin Chen spoke, he observed the old wolf's expression. The old wolf's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly in thought. After a while, the old wolf finally spoke. That makes some sense. I have indeed grown tired of this place, but there's a reason I've stayed here. What reason? Lin Chen asked curiously. To guard my black-hearted black pear blossom tree. What? Lin Chen was stunned again. The old wolf stood up, glancing at Lin Chen. How long have you been in this forest that you still don't know about the black-hearted black pear blossom? I just arrived half a month ago. No wonder. The old wolf seemed to ponder. Let me tell you, so you won't be clueless when you're about to die in the future. This forest is divided into two types of trees, black pear blossoms and black-hearted. Black pear blossoms. The black pear blossom isn't very useful, mainly to conceal the existence of the black-hearted black pear blossom. The black-hearted black pear blossom is quite significant. As long as you worship it when you're on the brink of death, there's a chance to be chosen, thus establishing a connection with the black-hearted black pear blossom, allowing you to instantly recover from injuries, and as long as the black-hearted black pear blossom is fine, you can be immortal. Lin Chen frowned as he listened. With all the wise beasts around, even a talking wolf, his capacity for acceptance was quite good now. But when he heard about being immortal, he was still completely bewildered. This black-hearted black pear blossom was so amazing? Was this still Earth? Why did it feel like it was turning into a realm of immortality? But the old wolf changed its tone. If something happens to the black-hearted black pear blossom, like if you cut it down, then the being connected to this black-hearted black pear blossom will die within 3 days, unless it finds a new tree to worship and tries for that slim chance again. So, there are many beings like me in this forest, all guarding their own black-hearted black pear blossoms or helping others to guard theirs. At the same time, the black-hearted black pear blossom has a flaw. It can only accommodate one being. When two beings establish a connection with a black-hearted black pear blossom at the same time, both will die within 3 days. Therefore, worshipping a black-hearted black pear blossom that has a connection with someone else is a provocation to another's life. Lin Chen nodded, persuading himself to accept it. Alright, that dog of yours has provoked someone. I estimate that guy should be arriving soon. What? Lin Chen was bewildered. In the wooden house, in the living room, Lin Chen sat at the table with 2 bowls of steaming instant noodles in front of him. The steam rose, and the aroma wafted through the air. Red oil floated on the soup, and the ham sausage was cut into even thin slices, with the runny egg yolk a bright orange. So delicious. Lin Chen buried his head and devoured the noodles, while the battle bear lay on the ground, also slurping the noodles into its mouth. Having been hungry all day, his stomach was already empty and anxious. At this moment, even if they were given a bowl of plain boiled noodles, he would still enjoy it immensely. In the bedroom, the old wolf lay lazily on the sofa, its tail hanging down and swaying. The television was playing Bears on the Loose. The old wolf watched intently, not blinking. The aroma of the instant noodles drifted from the living room, permeating the entire wooden house. This fragrance slipped through the cracks of the door and window, wafting out of the wooden house. Under the morning breeze, it floated up the mountain, drifting farther and farther, spreading throughout the forest. In the mountains, a crow flapped its wings as it flew by. It had spent the whole day discussing plans with Bear Batian and finally perfected the scheme. As soon as the new lumberjack arrived, they could put it into action. While the crow was lost in thought, it suddenly froze. Its beak twitched. This smell. Instant noodles? How could the new lumberjack arrive so quickly? Based on past experience, human companies usually took at least a month to send newcomers. But this was good. Just in time, it and Bear Batian had just finalized their plan. Now it could go and make contact with the new lumberjack to see if they could communicate. The crow changed direction and flew towards the wooden house. Before long, the crow arrived at the wooden house. It landed on the windowsill and peered inside. At the table, 2 figures were wolfing down their food. One was a person, the other a dog. The crow was taken aback. Lin Chen was still alive? That shouldn't be possible. That wolf was so fierce that it wouldn't leave any survivors in its territory, right? Could it be the old wolf's lifespan had run out? The sound of the television came from the bedroom, and the crow cautiously flew to the bedroom window. In the next second, the entire bird was stunned. A white old wolf was lying on the sofa, watching TV. Ha, this bald guy is so stupid, the old wolf laughed, doubling over, its front paws patting the armrest of the sofa as if applauding. The crow's mind buzzed. How could the Wolf King be in the wooden house? Just as the crow was in shock, the old wolf suddenly turned its head and looked over. The crow was so frightened that its feathers bristled. The old wolf beckoned with its claw. Come here, black bird, let's chat. Its gaze was calm, devoid of malice or threat. The crow hesitated. Although it was scared, surely the Wolf King wouldn't eat it, right? It and Bear Batian were longtime residents of this forest, and the Wolf King knew them. Am I going to eat you? The old wolf rolled its eyes at the crow. Crow meat is sour and stinky, and it gets stuck in my teeth. Why would I eat you? The crow was speechless, but it was true. Thinking of this, the crow took a deep breath and cautiously squeezed through the window. It landed on the television, tucking its neck in and warily watching the old wolf. What are you doing here? The old wolf asked. Caw. The crow pointed towards the living room, indicating Lin Chen. The old wolf looked in the direction it pointed, and through the crack of the door, it could see Lin Chen buried in his noodles. Looking for that kid? Caw. Caw. The crow nodded vigorously. The old wolf squinted. Bear Batian's idea? The crow nodded again, flapping its wings. The old wolf seemed to be deep in thought. its tail sweeping the ground. What do you want to do? Kill him? Caw caw caw. The crow quickly shook its head. It began to chatter away, trying to explain their plan to the old wolf. Caw caw caw. Caw caw caw. Caw caw. It was calling out with great effort, flapping its wings continuously. But the old wolf clearly couldn't understand. Its ears were almost bursting from the noise. Alright, I don't understand bird language. The old wolf waved its paw impatiently. Scram, don't disturb me while I'm watching TV. Caw. The crow was taken aback. What does that mean? Didn't you just let me in? Now you're telling me to scram? Is this old wolf sick? Caw caw caw. The crow called out in dissatisfaction, flapping its wings as it flew out the window. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't take on the old wolf, the crow would definitely give it a piece of its mind. The crow flew away in indignation. It needed to hurry back and discuss things with Bear Bashianshan. The Wolf King was now living in the wooden house, and things had gotten complicated. It needed to get Bear Bashianshan to come over and negotiate. In the living room, Lin Chen had finally eaten his fill. Lin Chen wiped his mouth and let out a long sigh. He felt completely at ease. His stomach was warm, and he felt energized. The battle bear had also finished eating, lying on the ground and licking the remnants from the bowl. Lin Chen looked at it and shook his head with a smile. Suddenly, he remembered what the old wolf had said earlier. The battle bear had provoked someone's black-hearted black pear flower, and that guy would come looking for trouble within 3 days. With that thought, Lin Chen walked towards the bedroom. He pushed the door open. Senior. The old wolf was engrossed in the show, not turning its head. Senior, what you said earlier about the battle bear provoking someone, what exactly is the situation? Only then did the old wolf shift its gaze from the TV and look at Lin Chen. It's just the literal meaning. That day, I accidentally nearly killed the battle bear, and then I took it to pay respects to a black-hearted black pear flower, saving its life. But that black-hearted black pear flower has an owner and has already established a connection with someone else. The old wolf's expression was serious. I mentioned before, a black-hearted black pear flower can only accommodate one existence. When 2 existences pay respects to the same tree at the same time, they will both die within 3 days. So, that guy will definitely come over within 3 days to kill the battle bear. Otherwise, it will die itself. Lin Chen swallowed hard, feeling a bit anxious. It shouldn't be that quick, right? He asked tentatively. It's only the first day, it should still be on its way, right? The old wolf shook its head. When it comes to life and death, it's definitely the top priority. It walked to the window, looking out at the forest. That guy probably sensed it long ago and is likely already on its way here. It might already be on the road. Or it might. The old wolf paused, turning to look at Lin Chen. It might have already arrived. As soon as the words left its mouth, a loud crash echoed from the living room. Following that was the low growl and scream of the battle bear. It was a heart-wrenching sound that made one's scalp tingle. Lin Chen's expression changed. Damn. He turned and rushed towards the living room. The old wolf followed leisurely behind him. I told you it was coming soon. Lin Chen burst out of the bedroom and saw a black wolf pinning the battle bear down. The wolf was larger than the battle bear, its shiny black fur glistening, muscles rippling beneath its skin. Its sharp fangs sank deep into the battle bear's neck, blood gushing out like a fountain. The battle bear struggled desperately but couldn't break free at all. The black wolf's strength was too great, holding the battle bear down firmly, giving it no chance whatsoever. Blood stained the floor, flowing out in all directions through the cracks. Damn! Lin Chen cursed loudly, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. The hunting rifle was still hanging on the wall. He dashed over, grabbed the rifle, pulled the bolt, loaded it, and aimed. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the wooden house, making his eardrums buzz. The bullet hit the black wolf's hind leg accurately, blowing a thumb-sized hole in it. Flesh rolled, and blood splattered. Oh! The black wolf howled in pain, releasing its grip and suddenly turning its head. A pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen, filled with murderous intent and brutality, along with a reckless madness. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. But the black wolf did not pounce on him. Instead, it lowered its head again, continuing to tear at the war bear. Its fangs sank into the bear's neck, pulling fiercely as if it wouldn't stop until the bear was dead. Damn it! Lin Chen fired again. This time he aimed for the black wolf's head. Bang! But the black wolf reacted quickly, jerking its head just as Lin Chen pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed its ear, blowing off its left ear. Half an ear, bloodied and fleshy, fell to the ground. The black wolf finally realized Lin Chen's threat. It released the war bear, its fur bristling like steel needles. A low growl rumbled from its throat, and black mist began to rise from its body. Then it suddenly turned and lunged at Lin Chen. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Lin Chen.
Its four legs dug deep into the ground, cracking the wooden floor beneath. Its claws sliced through the air, creating a piercing sound. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating just as the old wolf leisurely walked out of the bedroom, and he quickly hid behind it. Don't you understand respect for the elderly and love for the young? The old wolf shot Lin Chen a glance, then lifted a front paw and lightly swatted. It looked effortless, as if swatting a fly. But the black wolf was sent flying, as if hit by a train. It tumbled through the air, crashing through the door and landing in the yard. I knew the elder wouldn't stand by and watch, Lin Chen laughed, raising his shotgun and taking the opportunity to aim at the black wolf again. Bang! The bullet struck precisely into the black wolf's right eye. Oh whoa! The black wolf let out a piercing scream, its head snapping back as its eye socket exploded into a bloody hole. Blood mixed with fragments of its eyeball sprayed out, splattering half its face. It shook its head wildly, blood splattering everywhere. It was completely blind in one eye. The black wolf went utterly mad. It charged recklessly towards the wooden house, not at Lin Chen, but at the old wolf. What does that have to do with me? The old wolf retorted. I'm just here to watch the show. Before it finished speaking, it had already moved. Its form flickered, too fast to see clearly. All that could be seen was a white afterimage. In the next second, it leaped into the air, right above the black wolf. From its high vantage point, it opened its mouth wide and bit down on the black wolf's neck. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The black wolf's cervical vertebra was bitten in half, its entire neck twisting to one side. The old wolf shook its head forcefully. Bang! The black wolf was slammed to the ground, creating a deep pit. Dirt flew everywhere, and the ground cracked. It struggled to get up, but with its neck bitten in half, it had no strength left, only able to kick its legs wildly on the ground. The black wolf's remaining eye fixed fiercely on the warbear, filled with unwillingness and rage. The old wolf released its grip and shook off the blood on its fur. Then it turned to Lin Chen. Hurry up and finish it off, or it'll be a waste. Lin Chen paused for a moment. Waste what? So much nonsense? Lin Chen stopped wasting words, raised his shotgun, and aimed at the black wolf's head. Bang! 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 The continuous gunfire shattered the black wolf's head into pieces. A great calamity had died just like that, under an ordinary shotgun. As the gunfire faded, the yard in front of the wooden house was a mess. The black wolf's corpse lay on the ground, its head completely destroyed, blood mixed with brain matter pooling into a dark red puddle on the dirt. The smell of blood and gunpowder invaded Lin Chen's nostrils. He lowered the still smoking shotgun, gasping for breath. A series of gunshots had left his shoulder numb, and his entire right arm was still aching. Where's the war bear? He suddenly remembered he still had a dog and hurriedly turned to rush into the wooden house to lie in the living room. The battle bear lay in a pool of blood, its body still twitching slightly. Its throat had been bitten through almost entirely, the wound grotesque and terrifying, blood gushing out in torrents. A large puddle of blood had already formed on the floor, spreading out through the gaps in the wooden planks. Damn it! Lin Chen rushed to the battle bear's side, frantically trying to apply pressure to the wound. But the blood flowed too quickly, and he couldn't stop it at all. The bear's gaze began to fade, its pupils slowly dilating. Old wolf! Lin Chen shouted, is there any way? Old wolf sauntered in from the yard, glancing at Lin Chen with a calm expression. Why are you in such a hurry? Not in a hurry? Lin Chen's eyes widened. It's dying, can't you see? I told you not to rush. Old wolf walked over to the battle bear, sniffing it with his nose. The black wolf is dead, so the connection to the black heart black pear flower is only with the battle bear now. So, Lin Chen frowned, his hands covered in the bear's blood. So, it is now an immortal existence. Old wolf said matter-of-factly, as if stating something utterly ordinary. It just needs a month to revive. Lin Chen was stunned. He looked down at the battle bear in his arms, then back up at old wolf. You said, what? I said it can't die. Old wolf licked the blood off his paw. In a month, it will be lively and jumping around, just like nothing happened. Really? A hint of hope crept into Lin Chen's voice. He had bought the battle bear for 2,000, and he would be heartbroken if it died. Why would I lie to you? Old wolf rolled his eyes at him. The rules of the black heart black pear flower are like this: as long as the tree is still there, the connector won't truly die. It just takes time to revive. Lin Chen looked at the battle bear in his arms, which was gradually losing its signs of life, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. The bear's body had stopped twitching, and its breathing had completely ceased. But its eyes were still open, as if it were looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen reached out and gently closed its eyes. So, what now? How do we store the battle bear's body? He asked. Old wolf tilted his head and thought for a moment. Do you eat dog meat? Lin Chen? Password, do you want to eat dog meat? Lin Chen was bewildered. We can't waste the meat. Old wolf said seriously. Anyway, in a month it will revive in a new body. This corpse is useless to keep. If you don't want to eat it, then I'll take it all.
Eat a dick. Lin Chen cursed irritably. He carefully picked up the battle bear's body. It was still somewhat warm but already soft and devoid of any strength. Lin Chen walked out of the wooden house and into the yard. Old Wolf followed behind him. Are you really going to bury it? That's such a waste. Shut up. Lin Chen was speechless. He found a sunny spot in a corner of the yard where the ground was slightly elevated and less prone to water accumulation. There was also a beautiful pine tree nearby, its branches dense enough to provide shade. Lin Chen fetched a shovel and began to dig a hole. The shovel sank into the soil with a dull sound. He dug mechanically, each motion repetitive. Old Wolf lay beside him, watching. Are you really burying it? Such good meat, what a pity to bury it. How about this, you bury it shallow, and at night, I'll secretly dig it up and eat it. Lin Chen stopped his movements and turned to look at Old Wolf. Password, that's not allowed. Old Wolf sheepishly closed its mouth. Alright, I won't say anything more, you just bury it. It muttered, humans are so pretentious. If it were in a wolf pack, the body would just be thrown away or shared among companions. That's the greatest respect for the deceased, letting its body return to nature or become part of its companions. Lin Chen ignored it and continued digging. After more than half an hour, Lin Chen finally dug a hole deep. Enough, at least over a meter deep. He wiped the sweat from his brow and gently placed the battle bear into the hole. The bear curled up as if it were asleep. But it wouldn't wake up, at least not for a month after finishing everything. The sky was completely dark. The moon climbed over the mountaintop, casting a cold, clear light. Lin Chen clapped the dust off his hands and turned back toward the wooden cabin. Old Wolf looked at his back and uncharacteristically said nothing derisive. Deep in the night, Old Wolf was nestled on the sofa watching Boonie Bears while Lin Chen lay on the bed, his ears filled with the continuous sound of smelly bear, smelly bald head, smelly squirrel, smelly Gigi, the monkey's name. After tossing and turning for a long time, he finally drifted off to sleep. Then, the dream came again. The giant toad reappeared before him. But this time, it looked even more distressed. The warts on its back were densely packed, looking like clusters of festering abscesses. Please help me. The toad's voice was filled with pain and despair, every word sounding as if it was squeezed out of its throat. I truly can't hold on any longer. Its body trembled violently and the pus-filled liquid oozed faster from the warts. Lin Chen looked at it and sadness welled up in his heart. I'm sorry. He repeated the same words. I can't help you. I don't even know what you are. How can I help you? Why won't you help me? The toad's voice suddenly became enraged. It violently lifted its head and glared at Lin Chen. Its massive eyes were bloodshot and its congested eyeballs looked like they were about to burst. These parasites, they all deserve to die. The next second, both of its eyes suddenly exploded. Pop, pop. It was like two water balloons being popped. Blood and pus mixed together, splashing everywhere. The toad opened its massive mouth and lunged at Lin Chen, swallowing him whole. Meanwhile, on North Mountain, Xiong Batian, Bear Overlord, was carrying the crow and walking down the mountain. Caw, caw, caw. The crow kept squawking in its arms, its wings flapping against Xiong Batian's chest. You're saying Old Wolf really mixed in with that human? Xiong Batian frowned, his voice full of doubt. Caw. The crow nodded vigorously, then continued to chatter noisily. Xiong Batian fell into deep thought. That old wolf fellow was always a lone wolf, never associating with any person or beast. For so many years, it had stayed alone in the valley, so why would it suddenly mix with that human? This didn't fit Old Wolf's personality. Could it be that it had the same plan as them? Wanting to use the human's hand to protect the black heart black pear flower? No, Old Wolf only had one black heart black pear flower. It could easily guard it by itself, there was no need to cooperate with this human. So what exactly did it want? Suddenly, a thick layer of fog arose around them. Xiong Batian snapped back to attention and stopped. It looked up at its surroundings, its expression growing serious. White, hazy mist surged from all directions, instantly enveloping the entire mountain in the blink of an eye. Visibility rapidly dropped, even the trees 5 meters ahead were unclear. Such a fierce fog, something's not right, Xiong Batian muttered, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Caw, caw. The crow also sensed the anomaly and trembled in Xiong Batian's arms. Xiong Batian took a deep breath, sniffing the air with its nose. Must leave here quickly. It sped up its pace, rushing down the mountain. Its massive body tore through the forest, branches snapped and bushes were crushed in its path. But the fog grew thicker and thicker. In the end, it could barely see its own feet. Xiong Batian had to stop. If it continued like this, it might get lost. Caw, caw, caw. The crow squawked frantically in its arms, pointing a wing in a certain direction. Xiong Batian looked in the direction indicated. In the mist, some dark shadows were faintly visible. These shadows were very tall, at least 10 meters high. And they were moving. Xiong Batian's heart pounded wildly. What were those things? Who? Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Before him was the familiar wooden cabin. Damn, another broken dream. He looked out the window. It was already bright outside, but the scene made him pause. A thick fog enveloped the entire mountain forest. Everything was a white blur, nothing was clear. The beautiful pines that could usually be seen were now indistinguishable, only vague black shadows flickering in and out of the mist. Such heavy fog? Lin Chen muttered as he pushed open the bedroom door. Old Wolf sat in front of the wooden cabin door, facing away from him, staring motionlessly at the fog outside. What are you looking at? Lin Chen walked over to ask. This fog. Old Wolf's voice was somewhat grave, completely lacking its usual levity, which was unlike him. What's wrong? Isn't it normal for fog to rise in the mountains? Lin Chen reached the door and waved his hand through the mist. The fog was thick, the damp moisture hit him in the face, carrying a scent of wet earth. The weather here is really unpredictable, Lin Chen remarked. Old Wolf shook his head. If it were just a change in the weather, that would be fine. What do you mean? Old Wolf shook his head again, sniffing the air. I don't know, it just feels like this. Fog is off, there's a strange smell. What strange smell? Can't quite say. Old Wolf's ears twitched. It smells like something is rotting, but not entirely. Lin Chen sniffed carefully. Apart from the damp and earthy scent, he couldn't smell anything else. You're overthinking it. Old Wolf didn't respond, continuing to stare at the fog for a while before suddenly standing up and shaking his tail. Forget it, no need to think about it. Anyway, if the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. He returned to his usual lazy tone. I'm going to see if the bears are out. I want beef for lunch. You make it. Sure. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. He glanced at the time. It was 7:30 in the morning. According to his usual plan, he should be going to chop wood now. But with such heavy fog in the mountains, visibility was less than 10 meters and it was too dangerous to go in. If he encountered that black bear again and got ambushed in the fog, it would be troublesome. Forget it, better to wait for the fog to clear. Just as Lin Chen was about to close the door and go back inside to make breakfast, something caught his eye. In the distance, through the fog, a huge black shadow was approaching. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Old Wolf! Lin Chen shouted urgently, something's coming, something big. What is it? Old Wolf returned to the door, squinting into the fog. Oh, an old friend. Its tone instantly lightened, even carrying a hint of teasing. The shadow drew closer, the fog parting around its massive form, revealing its true appearance. It was that black bear. Bear Dominator. A crow perched on its shoulder, its black feathers nearly invisible in the fog, with only its bright red eyes standing out. Bear Dominator walked into the yard, its enormous body nearly blocking half of it, standing there like a small black mountain. A heavy scent of beast wafted over. Senior Wolf, Bear Dominator's deep voice rang out, nodding at Old Wolf as a greeting. It spoke? Lin Chen stood frozen, his mouth slightly agape. This bear could also talk? And it spoke standard Mandarin? With both Old Wolf and the black bear talking, what on earth was happening in this world? Had spiritual energy revived? Or was everyone preparing to beastify? A rare guest, Old Wolf yawned. Bear Dominator, why are you here instead of staying in the North Mountain? Here to mooch off food? I must tell you, we don't have honey. I don't eat honey, Bear Dominator said seriously. Lin Chen listened to this bizarre conversation, feeling his worldview completely collapse. Two wild beasts were chatting there, and it felt so ordinary. I'm looking for him. Bear Dominator suddenly raised a paw, pointing at Lin Chen. That paw was bigger than Lin Chen's head, the sharp claws glinting coldly in the mist. Looking for me? Lin Chen took a cautious step back, his hand instinctively reaching for the hunting rifle hanging on the wall. Last time, this bear almost killed him, and now seeing it again gives Lin Chen a bit of a shadow in his heart. Don't be nervous. Xiong Badian noticed Lin Chen's wariness and slowed his voice. I'm not here to cause you trouble. Caw caw. The crow also called out a couple of times. Then what are you here for? Lin Chen still didn't relax his guard, his hand remained near the shotgun. Xiong Badian was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his words. After a full half-minute he slowly spoke. From now on, you can chop down black pear blossom trees. What? Lin Chen was stunned, the turn of events was too sudden. Didn't you say I couldn't chop them down? Last time, it almost. Ordinary black pear blossom trees, chop as you please. Xiong Badian interrupted him, his tone very serious. Chop as many as you want, I won't stop you again. Really? Lin Chen found it hard to believe. But Xiong Badian's tone shifted, becoming serious. You cannot chop down black-hearted black pear blossoms. The Old Wolf interjected. That's a good proposal. Lin Chen thought. For a moment. If it was just a matter of not being able to chop down a few specific trees, it wouldn't affect him at all. After all, the company wanted ordinary black pear blossoms, the kind with black skin and yellow hearts. He just needed to complete the task. Moreover, this way, he wouldn't have to worry about the bear causing him trouble, and it would even mean having a powerful ally? Why not? Alright, I agree. Lin Chen nodded. But you have to tell me which ones are the black-hearted black pear blossoms. I can't tell them apart. Follow me. Xiong Badian turned and walked away, his decisiveness unquestionable. Lin Chen looked at the thick fog outside, then at the old wolf. Are you coming? He still felt a bit worried. After all, the events of the past few days were fresh in his mind, and he had witnessed the bear's strength. If it attacked him in the fog, he wouldn't be able to escape. With the old wolf around, at least there would be some assurance. Not going, I want to watch cartoons. The old wolf shook his head and turned to walk towards the living room. Don't worry, Xiong Badian is very trustworthy. Just because of one promise, it has guarded this place for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years? Lin Chen looked in shock. At the back of the black bear. This guy has lived for hundreds of years? What exactly is it? A spirit monster? Or some ancient beast? What are you dawdling for? Let's go. Xiong Badian urged, its massive bear head looking particularly fierce in the fog. Caw caw. The crow also called out, as if saying to hurry up. Lin Chen had no choice but to quickly return to the house to grab his gear. He slung the shotgun over his back, picked up the black pearwood axe, and followed Xiong Badian and the crow into the mountain through the thick fog. The fog was so dense that visibility was less than 5 meters. The damp mist hit his face, icy and piercing. Lin Chen followed closely behind Xiong Badian, afraid of losing sight of it. Fortunately, Xiong Badian was large enough to be very noticeable even in the fog, and it had a unique animal scent. Following that scent, he wouldn't get lost. After walking for about an hour, they finally arrived at the black pear blossom forest. Lin Chen looked around. In the thick fog, the black trunks appeared faintly, like huge black pillars stuck in the ground. The red leaves looked particularly eerie in the mist, as if stained with blood. Caw caw. The crow suddenly flew up from Xiong Badian's shoulder, circled in the air, and then landed on a tree. This one, black-hearted black pear blossom. Xiong Badian pointed at the tree where the crow had landed. Lin Chen approached to observe closely. This tree looked quite old, with a thick trunk that would take at least 2 people to hug. From the outside, this tree looked no different from an ordinary black pear blossom tree. If Xiong Badian hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have been able to tell. How do you distinguish them? Lin Chen asked. I can't call you over every time before I chop a tree, can I? There's no way to distinguish them. Xiong Badian shook his head. You can only rely on memory, remembering the location of each black-hearted black pear blossom. That's 2. Caw caw caw. The crow called out, flying to another tree. This one too, Xiong Badian said. Wait a minute. Lin Chen drew a cross on the ground beneath the black-hearted black pear tree and then followed along. Next, Xiong Badian continued, walking forward, pointing out the locations of 7 or 8 black-hearted black pear trees to Lin Chen. These trees were scattered throughout the forest. Some were very close together, just a few meters apart, while others were far apart, requiring several minutes to reach. Each one looked exactly like an ordinary black pear tree. Lin Chen tried hard to remember the location of each tree, but to be honest, in such thick fog, he couldn't even tell which direction he was facing, let alone remember the locations. He could only rely on the marks he made under the trees. I can't remember, Lin Chen said helplessly. Take your time, Xiong Badian replied patiently. Once the fog clears, you can come back a few more times and you'll remember. No wonder the black bear wanted to stop Lin Chen from cutting down trees. It was afraid that Lin Chen would accidentally chop down these black-hearted black pears. Can I ask a question? Lin Chen looked at the tree in front of him. Xiong Badian nodded. Go ahead. What exactly are these black-hearted black pears? Why can they make you immortal? I don't know what these black-hearted black pears really are. Xiong Badian shook his head. I only know that a long time ago, the first dying anomaly discovered this tree. As for why it has this effect, Xiong Badian shook his head again. No one knows the reason. Some say it's an ancient divine tree, some say it's a plant from outer space, and others say it's a manifestation of Earth's will. But those are just speculations. So that's how it is. Lin Chen nodded, but in his heart he was thinking of something else. If he could also get a black-hearted black pear, could he also become immortal? Although he had to be on the brink of death to establish a connection, this risk seemed trivial compared to immortality. Are there any available black-hearted black pears? Lin Chen asked tentatively. I mean, ones that aren't occupied. Xiong Badian glanced at him and shook his head. Most of the black-hearted black pears in this forest are occupied. He shook his head. Everyone I know has an owner. Most of them? Lin Chen seized on the key word. The forest is vast. I can't possibly know all the black-hearted black pears, Xiong Badian said, and success is also a matter of probability. So what's the success rate? 1 in 10. Xiong Badian said, or even lower. 1 in 10. Lin Chen swallowed hard. The stakes were too high. He could end up getting himself killed. It seemed he shouldn't take the initiative unless absolutely necessary. Alright, we've identified all the trees we need to Xiong.
Turn to leave, remember these locations, and don't chop the wrong ones.
Lin Chen nodded. He wasn't planning to leave. Now that he was
here, he might as well chop down a few trees. His performance this month was far from meeting the standards, and he couldn't afford to delay
any longer. Lin Chen found a black pear tree, its trunk straight and of moderate thickness. He raised his axe and swung it down. Crack! The axe sank deep into the trunk, the black bark splitting open to reveal the wood inside.
But the next second, both Lin Chen and Xiong
were stunned.
A crow let out a sharp caw, flapping its wings wildly.
Inside the trunk, it wasn't yellow, it was black. The following chapters tell the story between the night watchman and the golden cicada.
Friends who are not interested can jump directly to chapter 45,
and it will connect seamlessly. The simplified version is also in chapter 45.
A day ago, Jiangdu City.
In a dimly lit room, 4 people stood.
A blue-haired girl leaned against the windowsill. Lin Shu stood beside her, both frowning deeply.
At the table in the room sat a
boy, no older than 18, with an air of arrogance.
In front of the boy, a man in a black coat squatted on the ground with his back to him, also frowning deeply.
All 4 gazes were fixed on the man in front of him, a family of 3, but at that moment they were all kneeling. On the ground, their heads completely shaved, the bald scalps already devoid of skin, blood streaming down in bright red streaks. It looked
like someone had been brutally pulled of their hair. They clasped their hands together, looking quite eerie.
This method of death resembles that of a certain high-level evil spirit. The man frowned, deep in thought.
Like who?
The young boy rubbed his chin, asking curiously.
The man turned around and shot the boy a glare. You should pay more attention to the abnormality registry. It's clear you haven't been looking closely.
The boy touched his nose.
What's there to see?
These abnormalities would kill me just the same, even if I don't understand
them.
You've learned your lesson the hard way, the man said, exasperated. The man's name was Shigong,
one of the night watchmen in Jiangdu, classified as a major evil.
The boy's name was Shirong, his younger brother, also classified as major evil.
Do you know Lin Chu?
Shigong suddenly asked. He's a bit like a golden cicada. Most of the people he kills die in this manner, Lin Chu replied.
Let's take a look.
Shigong turned back to his brother. Look at Lin Chu. I've been too lenient with you. I should have used family discipline on you.
Don't do that. Shirong jumped in fright. Shigong snorted coldly, standing up and looking at Lu Shi. Vice Captain, what should we do? The golden cicada should be in Jiangdu. We need to eliminate it quickly.
Lu Shi nodded. I will notify the captain, but the golden cicada is also
an immortal existence. We can only try to expel it from Jiangdu or seal it.
I wonder how it suddenly came to Jiangdu to kill.
The man looked puzzled.
The golden cicada kills with strong intent. This family must have provoked it, Lin Shu said.
Who knows? Shirong, go back and investigate. Why me?
Shirong was taken aback. He was only responsible for fighting.
To train you, don't make me slap you. Got it. Got it.
In Jiangdu City, Baiyun Community. The morning sun shone through the clouds onto the buildings of the community, but this area was
shrouded in an indescribable sense of oppression.
Shirong stood at the victim's doorstep, looking at the door plastered with yellow seals, impatiently kicking the cigarette butt on the ground.
What are you doing here? Isn't this my job?
He had his hands in his pockets, looking
nonchalant. As a rising star in the Night Watchman's combat department, Shirong always believed in solving problems with his fists. Lin Shu
stood beside him, dressed in a simple black tracksuit, her long hair tied in a ponytail, looking capable and calm, completely opposite to
Shirong's restlessness. Lu team sent me to help you.
In fact, Lu Shi was worried that Shirong might be unreliable and gather incorrect information, so he sent Lin Shu over. I don't need help, I can handle it myself. Shirong was somewhat dismissive. He tore off the seal and pushed the door open directly.
Shirong covered his nose as he entered, not forgetting to complain, the smell is really overwhelming. Lin
Shu did not follow him inside but stood at the door watching Shirong work.
The room was a mess.
The night watchman had already removed the body yesterday, but the scene had not been cleaned. There were large patches of dark red bloodstains on the floor, dried and blackened, with numerous splatters on the walls. The sofa was overturned to one side, and a cup on the coffee table was shattered all over the floor. The air was thick with the smell of blood, mixed with a fragrant scent that made one want to vomit.
Where's that fragrance coming from? Shirong frowned and asked.
He walked to the corner of the room, where a small altar was set up, with a few burnt incense sticks on it.
What good does praying do?
They still got killed. After looking for a while without finding anything, Shirong rolled up his sleeves and began to
search the room. First, the living room.
He flipped over the sofa cushions, finding nothing but some loose change and a remote control. He turned the coffee table upside down, only finding a few expired newspapers and a pile of dust.
Then he moved to the bedroom. He lifted the mattress, finding it empty underneath, and even pulled out the cotton from the pillow. He rummaged through the wardrobe, throwing out men's clothes, women's clothes, children's clothes, all piled up into a small mountain. Still, he found nothing. Half a day later, Shirong sat on the ground, panting and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Kitchen, bathroom, balcony, he had turned every room upside down. He rummaged through pots and pans, even lifted the toilet seat in the bathroom to check, and emptied the flower pots on the balcony to take a look. Exhausted, he collapsed on the floor, staring at the room he had turned into a mess, feeling completely numb. Lin Chu stood at the door, watching Shirong scurry around the room like a fool. "You've turned the room over 5 times, Lin Chu finally spoke up. Shirong's face instantly flushed, turning red from his neck to the roots of his ears. "Then you come find it. If you can do it, go ahead. There are definitely no clues here," Lin Chu said calmly. "Then where should we look?" Shirong jumped up from the ground, a bit embarrassed and angry. "You should have said that earlier. I wasted half a day for nothing." Lin Chu didn't respond, just turned and walked out of the room. She went to the opposite door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, the sound echoed in the corridor, particularly crisp. "Who is it?" A cautious female voice came from inside, trembling slightly. "Hello, we are." Lin Chu paused, took out an ID and pressed it against the peephole. "We are community workers and we want to understand the situation." There was silence for a few seconds, then the door opened a crack and a middle-aged woman peeked out. Her face was as pale as paper, with deep dark circles under her eyes, and her hair was a mess. "Are you, really?" The woman's voice was very soft, as if afraid of startling something. "Yes." Lin Chu handed over the ID. The woman examined the ID carefully, then looked up to assess Lin Chu and Shirong. After hesitating for a long time, she finally opened the door. "Come in, I'm scared standing." At the door, she said, her eyes unconsciously glancing at the opposite door plastered with seals. The two entered the house. The layout was identical to the one across the hall, but the atmosphere was completely different. Although it was a bit messy here too, at least it was a place where living people resided. The curtains were drawn tightly, not a single ray of sunlight could seep in, and the living room lights were on, casting a dim yellow glow that made the entire room feel oppressive. The television was on, but silent, showing some variety show, where the host was laughing exaggeratedly, but in this environment it felt particularly eerie. A middle-aged man sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. The ashtray was piled high with butts, at least dozens of them, suggesting he hadn't slept all night and had been smoking continuously. The man glanced at Lin Chu and Shirong, then lowered his head to continue smoking. "Have a seat," the woman invited, her voice still very soft. Lin Chu sat down on the sofa, while Shirong stood beside her, unceremoniously surveying the room. "What do you want to ask?" "We want to understand the situation of the family across the hall." Lin Chu got straight to the point. "Do they have any enemies? Or have they offended anyone?" "Enemies?" The man was taken aback for a moment, shaking his head. "They shouldn't have any. How could they have enemies?" Gao Xing grew up here, very honest and straightforward. He wouldn't even say a harsh word. The man's eyes became a bit moist. "I watched him grow up from this high. His parents passed away early, in a car accident. He was all alone, lonely. He finally married and had a child, and just when life was starting to improve." The man couldn't continue, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, tears streaming down his cheeks. The woman beside him wiped her tears. "That poor child, only 6 years old, knows nothing, and just like that, he's gone." The atmosphere suddenly became very oppressive. Shirong stood beside them, scratching his head awkwardly. He wasn't good at handling such situations. "What about his wife?" Lin Chu continued to ask, her tone still calm. "Do you know her?" "Ma Popo." The woman sobbed. "She's from out of town. Seems like she married out from the deep mountains." "Deep mountains?" Lin Chu's eyes lit up. "Which mountain? Do you know?" "We're not too sure about that either." The man shook his head. "She doesn't talk much. Her personality is a bit strange. Usually, we just greet each other and move on. She never chats with us. During the holidays, while other families are lively, her home is also quiet, and we never see her maternal family come by. We've asked her a few times, but she always says her family lives too far away. It's inconvenient for them to come." "Thank you." Lin Chu stood up. "Aren't you going to sit a bit longer?" "No, I have things to take care of." After saying that, she walked out, and Shirong hurriedly followed. "I was planning to come here to gather information, but you got here first." Shirong spoke up. Lin Chu stopped and turned to look at him. "Really?" "Of course." Shirong puffed out his chest. "I just wanted to search the room first, then ask the neighbors." "Oh." Lin Chu nodded. "So do you know what to do next?" "Well," Shirong scratched his head, "find the golden cicada and kill it." Lin Chu sighed, ignoring him, and took out her phone to call Lu Shi. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "Lu Shi, I have a lead." She briefly explained the situation. Lu Shi was silent on the other end, and Lin Chu could hear her typing on the keyboard. "Let me check. Hold on." A few minutes later, Lu Shi's voice came through again. Found it, it's in Cheonggu Village, Nanshan City. Cheonggu is a primitive forest, very large, covering hundreds of square kilometers, with complex terrain, heavy miasma, and a lot of poisonous insects. It's foggy year-round and quite dangerous. I understand. Lin Shu nodded. I'm heading over now.
Be careful, Lu Shi reminded her.
Got it.
After hanging up, Lin Shu looked at Shirong.
Let's go to Nanshan City. What for? Shirong looked confused. Shouldn't we be looking for the golden cicada in Jiangdu? It must still be nearby. We're going to investigate it, Ma. Popo's hometown. Are you crazy? Shirong quickly caught up. Is it worth the trip? That's another city. It will take half a day just to go back and forth. And what if the golden cicada kills someone in Jiangdu again?
Lin Shu stopped, pressed the elevator button, and turned
to look at him. The elevator indicator light was jumping up one floor at a time. This is my job. What job?
Shirong asked, puzzled.
Abnormal information collection.
Lin Shu said seriously, adjusting her glasses to record all information about the anomalies as much as possible, including their motives for killing.
Shirong was taken aback. He hadn't thought of it that way. In his mind, encountering an anomaly
meant dealing with it, and once it was done, that was it. He had never considered all this.
Shirong scratched his head. Then you. Go ahead, I need to find the anomaly.
The combat department should focus on combat. Information collection is the job of you clerical staff.
Ding! The elevator doors opened.
Lin Shu walked in, while Shirong stood outside.
Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Shirong's phone suddenly rang.
The ringtone was urgent.
Caller ID, brother. Hello, brother? Follow Lin Shu into the mountains. Shirong's
voice was serious, leaving no room for refusal. Do everything she says. If you act recklessly, I'll kill you when you come back.
But I'm
in the combat department. Shirong tried to argue.
What combat? Shirong interrupted him. We're dealing with a major anomaly, a golden cicada. You, a minor anomaly, will just be a hindrance. Honestly, follow Lin Shu, protect her. Do you hear me? I heard. Shirong said weakly. Remember, Lin Shu is our Night Watch's most important intelligence analyst. If anything happens to her, don't bother coming back. Click. The call was disconnected.
Shirong looked at his phone, feeling like crying without tears.
He looked up at the elevator. The
doors were almost closed.
Wait for me. At 3 in the afternoon, at the train station in Shannon City.
Lin Shu and Shirong got off
the high-speed train.
Shannon City is much smaller than Jiangdu, and the train station looks somewhat old. Shirong carried a huge hiking backpack filled with various gear. Tents, sleeping bags, first aid kits, ropes, knives, flashlights, compasses. He had prepared according to wilderness survival standards, as if he wanted to bring half of an outdoor supply store with him. Lin Shu, on the other hand, only carried
a small backpack, looking much more relaxed.
Inside were just some essentials: water, dry food, a phone, a power bank, and a small knife. I'm exhausted, Shirong complained, putting down his bag to wipe his sweat.
Why is your bag so small? We're not going camping, just investigating. We'll be back at most by tomorrow. What if we don't come back? Lin Shu. After exiting the station, Shirong gulped down water, finishing a bottle in just a few sips. This damn weather is so hot. The temperature in Shannon City was higher than in Jiangdu, making people feel dizzy from the sun.
The air was humid, as if it were about to rain, but there wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Lin Shu glanced at the navigation on his phone. Let's take the bus to Cheonggu town. The bus station was right next to the train station, and there were only 3 buses a day to Cheonggu town. They managed to catch the last one in the afternoon. The vehicle started, the engine roaring loudly, shaking the entire body of the bus. The bus moved slowly, bumping along the uneven road. After more than an hour, they finally entered the mountainous area.
On both sides were rolling mountains, lush and green, like a sea of greenery.
The mountain road was rugged, and the bus stopped and started.
Shirong fell asleep, and when he woke up, it was almost evening. We're here, Lin Shu said.
The bus stopped at the entrance of a small town. This was Cheonggu town.
The town was very small, easily visible from one end to the other.
There was only one main
street, with low houses on both sides. Most were wooden structures that looked a bit old, with blackened wooden planks on the walls, and some
places even had moss growing on them. There weren't many people on the street. Occasionally, a few elderly folks could be seen sitting at their doorsteps soaking up the sun, squinting as if they were asleep.
This place feels a bit eerie, Shirong said, looking around and
lowering his voice.
Lin Shu glanced at him. Let's find a place to stay first, then go eat.
We'll head into the mountains early tomorrow.
There was only one inn in the town, located in the middle of the main street. The inn was small, just 2 stories high, with a faded sign hanging
at the entrance, Cheonggu Inn.
The owner was an old man in his 60s, sitting behind the counter, reading a newspaper with his reading
glasses on. Looking for a room?
The old man raised his head, his murky eyes sizing up the two. Yes, 2 rooms, Lin Shu replied. 50 a night, no bargaining. All right. Lin Shu paid, and the old man took out 2 keys from under the counter. Second floor, rooms 201 and 202. Next to each other. Is there hot water? Shirong asked, having been sweating since they arrived. Yes, but only from 6 to 8 in the evening, the old man said. After that, there won't be any. Got it. The two went upstairs. The room was small, with just a bed, a table, and a chair, nothing else. The window was open, allowing a view of the mountain across the way. Let's drop off our things and then go. Eat, Lin Shu said. After putting their things down, they went downstairs and found a small restaurant in the town. Lin Shu ordered a few dishes, and Shirong added a sour fish dish. While waiting for the food, Lin Shu asked the owner, "Excuse me, do you know how to get to Gongyao village?" The owner was cooking, and upon hearing this, he paused with the spatula in his hand. He turned his head and looked at Lin Shu. You want to go to Gongyao village? Yes. That place. The owner shook his head. Very few people go there. Why? Lin Shu pressed. You'll find out if you ask around. The boss was unwilling to say much and turned back to continue cooking. The dishes were served quickly. The taste was quite good, at least better than what Shirong had expected. After finishing the meal, it was already 6 in the evening. The sky began to darken, and the streetlights in the town lit up, casting long shadows on the streets with their dim yellow glow. Lin Shu wandered around the town, asking several people, but everyone shook their heads when the name Gongyao village was mentioned. That place is unlucky. Don't go there. What are you going there for? Don't wander around for no reason. You outsiders don't understand. That village has problems. After asking around, no one was willing to lead the way. Just as Lin Shu was about to give up, a voice came from behind. Are you going to Gongyao village? Lin Shu turned around and saw a man in his 50s. The man had dark skin, a lean build, and was dressed in a faded camouflage outfit, wearing a pair of liberation shoes. He looked like a guide who had spent years in the mountains. Yes, Lin Shu nodded. Do you know how to get there? I do. The man looked Lin Shu up and down. But I'm not going. Why not? That place is cursed, the man said. In what way is it cursed? The man glanced around and lowered his voice. Men who grow up in that village don't live past 36. Women don't live past 41. Lin Shu and Shirong exchanged glances. When Mapopo died, she was exactly 41. Can you take us there? Lin Shu asked. We won't stay long. We'll be back in a day at most. No, the man shook his head. I want to live a few more years. Lin Shu took out her wallet from her bag and pulled out a stack of red bills. The man glanced at it, somewhat tempted, but still shook his head. Lin Shu pulled out a few more bills. The man stared at the stack of money, his eyes flickering. After struggling for a long time, he finally reached out and took the money. All right, I'm the best guide in this town. Early the next morning, before it was fully light, Lin Shu was awakened by a knock on the door. Get up, we're going into the mountains. The guide's voice came from outside the door. If you're late, you'll have to walk at night. It's not safe. Lin Shu rubbed her eyes and glanced at her phone. It was 5:30 in the morning. She got up and stepped outside, where the guide was still knocking on Shirong's door, but the latter showed no response. What's going on? The guide scratched his head. Lin Shu asked an old man downstairs for the key, opened the door, and found Shirong lying in bed, sound asleep. 10 minutes later, the three gathered at the hotel entrance. The guide carried a worn canvas bag on his back filled with ropes, a machete, and some dry rations. He looked at Shirong's huge hiking backpack and curled his lip. Carrying so much stuff, you'll be dead tired soon. I have good stamina, Shirong retorted. The guide chuckled but said nothing more, turning to walk out of town. The early morning in Changgu town was shrouded in a thin mist, with not a soul in sight on the street, only a few stray dogs rummaging through the garbage. Once out of town, the guide didn't take the main road but turned into a narrow side path. This road was very narrow, with dense bushes on both sides, and the dew soaked their pant legs. Why not take the main road? Lin Shu asked. The main road is longer, the guide replied, without looking back, and there are toll booths on the main road, 50 per person to enter the mountains. Why? The guide was silent for a moment before speaking. In this poor, remote place, there are such bullies. If you want to go into the mountains to dig for treasures or collect herbs, you have to pay a bribe. What the hell? Shirong was taken aback. You take me there, and I'll beat them up. The guide laughed but said nothing, focusing on walking ahead. Hey, don't doubt it. Shirong quickened his pace to catch up, but Lin Shu pulled her back. Wait until you come out to fight. I'll help you then. Fine, Shirong said helplessly. Lin Shu nodded. Shirong wasn't as difficult to get along with as she had imagined. Shirong had just been transferred from the neighboring city this month due to a conflict with teammates there, and coincidentally, his brother was a night watchman in Jiangdu, so he was moved over here. It seemed he was quite afraid of His brother, thinking of his brother, Lin Shu also thought of Lin Shen. I wonder if he's working hard. Are the wild animals in the mountains dangerous? After walking for more than an hour, the trees grew denser and the path became increasingly difficult. We're approaching the Insect Valley, the guide said, pointing ahead. Lin Shu looked up. The trees in front were even taller, their branches and leaves intertwined, almost blocking out all the sunlight. A damp, decaying smell filled the air, perhaps the legendary miasma. Put this on. The guide pulled out 3 simple masks from his bag. There are many poisonous insects in the Insect Valley. Getting bitten is no joke. Putting on the mask, the fine mesh below covered his entire upper body. The 3 of them were dressed quite heavily for the mountain, and with facial protection. It was as if they were protected all over. They continued forward, and as soon as they entered the Insect Valley, they saw a mass of black clouds flying in the air ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be countless flying insects swirling in the air, resembling a black cloud. Damn, I didn't check the calendar before heading out, the guide cursed. In the next moment, the black cloud swooped down, and the dense swarm of flying insects frantically lunged at the 3 of them. What the hell? Shirong slapped a bug that had landed on his mask. What the hell is this? Looking down, his hand was covered in green juice, making him feel nauseous. Even worse, their protective gear was unknowingly crawling with leeches. Those disgusting things clung to their clothes, wriggling as if trying to burrow inside. Ugh! Shirong, a city kid, had never seen such a scene and felt like throwing up on the spot. Don't panic, they can't get in, the guide reassured. Indeed, these flying insects were blocked by the masks, and the leeches couldn't touch their skin. At most, it was just a bit nauseating visually and psychologically, which was bearable. Let's go, they'll leave in a bit, the guide said, wiping a bug off his face and steadying himself to move forward. Lin Shu followed suit, while Shirong was still shaking his body, trying to shake off all the bugs on him. Are you still afraid of bugs? Lin Shu turned back and asked. I'm not afraid, I'm disgusted, Shirong replied, his voice trembling. TCH, hurry up. After walking for about 10 minutes, it seemed the bugs realized they couldn't do anything to them and flew away. However, many leeches still clung to them, crawling on their clothes, searching for warm skin. Ahead was a steep slope, with an incline of at least 60 to 70 degrees, the ground slippery and covered in moss. Be careful, the guide warned, it's very slippery. Here. Just as Shirong was about to say it wasn't slippery, a leech suddenly crawled to the edge of his mask, looking like it was about to burrow in. Damn! Shirong was startled, his hand shook as he tried to brush the leech off, but his foot slipped. He lost his balance and slid straight down the mountain. In a critical moment, Shirong instinctively grabbed a nearby bamboo. The bamboo bent into a huge arc but managed to support his weight. Hanging in midair, below him was a valley dozens of meters deep filled with dense bamboo forest. Don't move, the guide exclaimed, startled. Don't worry, Lin Shu said softly. How can I not worry? He's about to fall. The guide was getting anxious. If Shirong died here, it would affect his future business. His whole family relied on this job. Phew! Shirong exhaled, thankful for his quick reflexes. Although falling wouldn't be a big deal for someone of his level, the key was that it would be damn embarrassing. Don't worry, I'm just checking if there are any bamboo shoots below. Are you kidding? Where would there be bamboo shoots in this season? The guide was almost losing it. I'm looking for bamboo shoots that grow in this season. Shirong was gritting his teeth, alternating his grip on the bamboo, climbing up quickly like a monkey. What the hell? The guide was dumbfounded. Was this still a human? As Shirong was climbing up, he suddenly felt a strong sense of being watched. It was intense, as if something was lurking in the shadows, keeping an eye on him. He instinctively stopped and looked down the mountain. Below was a dense bamboo forest, lush and green, swaying gently in the breeze. The bamboo leaves rustled softly, and apart from that, there was nothing else. Shirong frowned, quickly climbing up the slope and brushing off the dirt from his clothes. I said I would go down to check for bamboo shoots. You're amazing. The guide was at a loss for words. Shirong seemed like a superhero. How could an ordinary person climb up so easily? From below? Was he a soldier? No, he could also be a tomb raider. Shirong had no idea what the guide was thinking. He walked over to Lin Shu and lowered his voice. There's something down there. Lin Shu remained unfazed and replied quietly, What is it? I don't know. But I can feel it. It should already be watching us. Lin Shu slightly raised her hand and an invisible aura instantly enveloped the guide. This was one of her familiars, capable of blocking perception, hearing, smell, taste, and other senses. The master's instincts are never wrong, Lin Shu said. There should be something down there. We need to be cautious. Shirong nodded, his peripheral vision constantly scanning the surroundings. The guide, as if he hadn't heard their conversation, simply wiped the sweat from his forehead. I haven't heard of any tombs around here, he muttered. Let's go, there's still a long way ahead.
The three continued onward. After crossing the slope, a river appeared ahead. The water was murky and yellow, making it impossible to see the bottom. Some dead branches and leaves floated on the surface, and occasionally, dead insects could be seen. The guide walked to the riverbank and rummaged through a pile of tall water plants for a while. Found it. He pulled out a small boat with a strong tug. The boat was very old, with several patches on the wooden planks, looking like it could fall apart at any moment. My older brother made this, the guide said, patting the boat, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. He used to take people to Gongyao village, but now that he's old, he doesn't take anyone into the mountains anymore, which is convenient for us. Isn't it said that everyone is afraid to go to Gongyao village? Shirong asked. My brother is brave, he doesn't believe in curses. Indeed, the curse never found him, he's over 60 this year. The three of them got into the boat, and as the guide explained, he picked up the oars and began to row to the opposite bank. The boat swayed unsteadily in the water, and Shirong sat at the back, gripping the side of the boat, his eyes vigilantly scanning the river's surface. That feeling of being watched returned. The curse of Gongyao village is all from before the liberation. After the liberation, all the monsters and spirits were driven away, so there's nothing to be afraid of. I've been to Gongyao village several times, and it's pretty much as my brother said. It's just an ordinary, the guide was saying when he suddenly heard a splashing sound behind him. He froze for a moment and turned to look. He saw Shirong with his head submerged in the water, in a bizarre posture as if possessed. What the hell? The guide was so startled he almost dropped the oars. He hurried to pull Shirong up but was stopped by Lin Chu. He's fishing. What? The underwater world was murky, with mud swirling in the water, visibility less than a meter. Shirong struggled to keep his eyes open, the murky water causing blood vessels to burst in his eyes. But he still saw it. In the murky water, a shiny bald head was floating not far away. The bald head had unusually long ears, at least 20 centimeters, swaying like two ribbons in the water. It was staring at Shirong, a strange smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Shirong opened his mouth, about to summon his familiar, when the bald head, like a fish, flicked its long ears and instantly vanished into the murky water. It was astonishingly fast, like a ghost in the water. Shirong suddenly lifted his head, gasping for air, water droplets dripping down his hair. Are you crazy? The guide was both shocked and angry. Why did you suddenly stick your head in the water? I was fishing, Shirong casually made up a reason. The guide looked speechless. Crazy. Lin Chu once again cut off the guide's perception. What did you see? She asked. Shirong wiped the water off his face. There's a bald guy in the water, with particularly long ears, like rabbit ears, swimming really fast. Lin Chu frowned. Bald, long ears, she immediately thought of the golden cicada. According to the night watchman's information, the image of the golden cicada is that of a bald monk with long ears. Before entering the mountains, Lucy had told her that the night watchers had not yet discovered any traces of the golden cicada. Could it be that the golden cicada had been following them all along? Why? Was it because they were investigating Ma Popo's case? Lin Chu glanced at Shirong but chose not to tell him. Be extra careful, Lin Chu simply said. Shirong was displeased. That bald guy is like a thief. If he has the guts, he should fight me fair and square. Lin Chu, is this the new star of the night Watchers Combat Division? Why does he seem so foolish? The boat finally reached the opposite shore. The three of them disembarked, and the guide tied the boat to a tree on the bank. We'll reach it after walking a bit further, he said, pointing ahead. After walking for about half an hour, they climbed over a hill, and suddenly, a vast valley appeared before them. A huge valley unfolded, with wisps of smoke rising, and they could vaguely see a large village. The houses were densely packed, with at least 100 households. This was definitely a big village in the deep mountains. That's Gongyao village, the guide said. He brought them here and then turned to clear the weeds under a nearby dead tree. Inside was actually a tree hole. I'll wait for you here and won't go into the village. We'll head back tomorrow morning. Aren't you going into the village? Why stay in a tree hole? Shirong asked, puzzled. I need to avoid it, to prevent being cursed. Dude, didn't you just say you're not afraid after the liberation? Not afraid means not afraid, but I'd rather not come into contact if I can help it. Saying this, the guide had already crawled into the tree hole. Lin Chu gave Shirong a look. Shirong was taken aback. What? Lin Chu was speechless and gestured with her hand, making a chopping motion. Oh, Shirong suddenly understood. He followed into the tree hole, raising his hand like a knife. Wait, what are you doing? Thud. A precise chop landed on the guide's neck. I knew you were grave robbers. The guide's eyes rolled back and he slumped down. Are you trying to kill him for his money? Shirong looked at Lin Chu. Lin Chu felt a bit helpless. If we let him go back alone, he might be killed by the anomalies following us.
It's safer for him to stay with us until we gather information and then take him back.
Oh, that makes sense. Sure Rong nodded, then looked at the unconscious guide on the ground. What about him being out cold?
You carry him, Lin Shu said matter-of-factly.
I can't be expected to carry him as a girl, can I? Sure Rong? He glanced at the guide, who weighed at least 140 pounds, then at Lin Shu's slender figure. Fine.
Sure Rong resignedly hoisted the guide onto his back.
Luckily, he was a favored
master, with strength far beyond the average person, otherwise he would have been exhausted from carrying him all the way.
Let's go, Lin Shu said.
The two of them headed toward the village in the valley. The further they went down, the stronger the smell of smoke became. But strangely, apart from the smoke, they heard no other sounds. No crowing of roosters, no barking of dogs, not even the sound of wind rustling through the leaves. The entire village was eerily quiet. Lin Shu frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart.
Be careful, she reminded.
Sure Rong also sensed something was off. Although he was carrying the guide, his muscles were already tense, ready
for a fight. Finally, they entered the village. At the entrance stood a dilapidated archway with 3 characters written on it. Gongyao.
Village.
The characters were weathered, as if eaten by insects.
The houses in the village were all wooden stilt houses, looking somewhat aged. The wood was dark, with some places already decayed and covered in moss. The strangest thing was that at every household's entrance, there hung strings of peculiar objects.
Upon closer inspection, they were made of insects. Centipedes, scorpions, spiders, beetles.
They were strung together with fine threads, producing a faint rustling sound in the wind.
This village,
Sure Rong muttered, is it
raising goo?
Lin Shu remained silent, only watching ahead with vigilance. In front of a stilted building, an old woman was lying on a wooden chair. Her face was covered in wrinkles, her eyes murky, yet she stared intently at Lin Shu and Sure Rong. Then, she broke into a grin, revealing a mouthful of black and yellow teeth.
Guests have arrived.
Her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like nails scraping
against glass.
It's been a long time since we had guests.
What kind of monster are you?
Sure Rong shouted at the old woman, turning
his back to the guide.
The old woman was momentarily taken aback by his question, then slowly straightened up, leaning on her cane. To steady herself, I am no monster, I am the village chief of Centipede Wart's village. As soon as she finished speaking, the previously closed wooden doors around them began to creak open one after another. Creak creak, doors opening in succession, and the villagers of
Centipede Wart's village gradually emerged from their homes.
They all appeared quite young, with no elderly people in sight.
Moreover,
these villagers were covered in festering sores, yellow-green pus dripping down their skin. Lin Shu instinctively took a half-step back,
his gaze sweeping over the villagers before finally landing on the old woman.
The old woman, however, bore no scars. Her skin, though aged, was relatively clean. The villagers curiously scrutinized the 3 outsiders, whispering among themselves.
More people have come. They must be here seeking immortality. By the looks of them, it seems so.
The village chief raised her hand, and everyone
immediately fell silent.
She looked at Lin Shu and the others, her voice tinged with fatigue. Are you here seeking immortality?
Lin Shu
shook his head, his expression calm. We are not here seeking immortality.
Then what are you here for?
The old woman squinted her eyes.
We came to inquire about a person. Lin Shu spoke up.
Who?
Ma Popo.
Upon hearing this name, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed out
from the crowd. What happened to Ma Popo? Is she in trouble?
The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, his face covered in dense sores, some oozing pus. His eyes were filled with anxiety, fixed intently on Lin Shu. Lin Shu paused for a moment before slowly speaking. She has died.
Died? The man's face instantly turned pale, his body swaying slightly. How could that be? She died at the age of 41.
As soon as these words were spoken, all the villagers were stunned.
Soon after, the entire village fell into a deathly silence.
Moments later, sighs and lamentations began to rise and fall. Indeed, one cannot escape even after leaving the village.
It won't spare anyone. It's all their fault for being too greedy back then.
The villagers chattered among themselves, each face marked with despair
and hatred.
Lin Shu furrowed her brows. Although she didn't know who it was that the villagers spoke of, she could roughly guess it was
related to the golden cicada.
She exchanged a glance with Sure Rong, then spoke. We have come here for the golden cicada.
The moment
the words golden cicada left her lips, the entire village fell silent. Everyone turned their heads, their gazes fixed on Lin Shu and Sure Rong, their expressions a mix of shock, fear, and an indescribable complexity. Some villagers instinctively took a few steps back, murmuring, why are you asking about it? We want to eliminate the golden cicada.
Lin Shu's tone was firm, but to eliminate it, we must understand it.
As soon as she finished speaking, the village erupted into discussion again, the noise even louder than before.
Eliminate the golden cicada? Have they gone mad? That's the golden cicada. Silence.
The old woman suddenly struck the ground heavily. With her cane, producing a dull thud, the old woman turned to Lin Chu, casting a complex glance at her before waving her hand. Family. Shame should not be aired, you all should leave quickly. Just then, the man from earlier suddenly knelt out from the crowd. Thud. He knelt heavily on the ground, bowing his head towards Lin Chu. Miss, if you can really get rid of the golden cicada, I'm willing to tell you everything I know. Please, save us. The old woman's expression changed, wanting to scold him, but the man suddenly turned around and shouted at her in anger. Much way, you can stand there and talk without feeling any pain. The golden cicada won't kill you, so of course you're not afraid. His voice was filled with despair. I'm already 36, the golden cicada could come for my life at any moment. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, mingling with the pus on his skin, making him look particularly tragic. The other villagers began to look at the old woman with increasingly unfriendly expressions. For us, the men don't live past 36 and the women don't live past 41. Why is that? You only care about yourself, not at all concerned about our lives. The old woman was momentarily stunned, a hint of loneliness flashing across her face. She didn't retort, just put away the wooden chair, turned, and slowly walked into the room, closing the door. The man kneeling on the ground saw the old woman leave and immediately crawled in front of Lin Chu, his eyes filled with hope. Miss, can you really get rid of the golden cicada? Shirong stepped forward, her voice cold and proud. As long as we know the information about the golden cicada, we can chop up any golden or silver cicada into pieces. Upon hearing this, the man seemed to grasp a lifeline, trembling with excitement. He wiped his tears, took a deep breath, and began to recount the history of Gongyao village. This story goes back 100 years. The man's voice was a bit hoarse as he recalled that painful past. 100 years ago, our Gongyao village was struck by a terrible plague, and the villagers contracted a highly contagious strange disease, with blisters all over their bodies, oozing pus, and unbearable itching. Many couldn't stand the torment and literally scratched themselves to death. Blood and flesh were a mess, it was too horrific to bear. As he spoke, the man's voice trembled, seeing that the whole village was about to perish. Everyone prepared to flee. Just then, a big monk arrived. Lin Chu and Shirong exchanged glances, both alert. The monk was clad in a robe, holding a staff, looking kind and benevolent. He said this disease had a source. The man continued, then he pointed to the eldest son of the village chief at that time, Ma Shang. Ma Shang? Lin Chu repeated the name. Yes, Ma Shang. The man nodded. The monk said that Ma Shang was born with a longevity body, and if he didn't encounter disaster, he could live for 1,000 years. But this kind of physique would inevitably bring calamity, and this plague was the calamity brought by Ma Shang. Longevity. Body? Shirong raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by this claim. The man continued, the monk said that as long as we made a statue of Ma Shang, worshipped it day and night, and offered incense, the disease would naturally be cured. After saying this, the monk left. Although the villagers were half convinced, they were already at their wits' end and could only try anything as a last resort, so they worked overnight to make a statue of Ma Shang, and then the whole village knelt before the statue, worshipping for 3 days and nights. 3 days later, the plague really ended, and all the sores on everyone's bodies disappeared. And then? The man's expression turned painful. Then, the villagers developed ill intentions. He paused. Some people spread rumors in the village, saying that eating Ma Shang's flesh would grant immortality. They turned him into a Tang Sang. Shirong was speechless. Yes. The man painfully closed his eyes. That night, the villagers stormed into Ma Shang's house with torches. Ma Shang's parents fought desperately to protect their son, but they were beaten to death by the villagers. At that time, his father was just 36 and his mother was 41. Lin Chu's heart trembled. At that age, the villagers, as if driven mad, flayed Ma Shang and tossed him into a large pot to boil. Each person received a piece of meat and ate it, thinking they could achieve immortality. The man's voice grew lower. Only one little girl, who was running a high fever and unconscious at the time, did not eat. The villagers thought they would live forever, but the next day, the plague returned, and this time it was even more terrifying. Everyone was covered in wounds that would never heal. Just like what you see on my face now. The man pointed to the pus-filled sores on his face. This is the retribution they brought. That monk came back again, the man continued, but this time, he stood at the village entrance and coldly said, I am Ma Shang, you want to live forever, but I won't let you. Shirong squinted. Ma Shang didn't die? No, he transformed into a great monk. The man's voice was filled with fear. He began a massacre, killing all the men over 36 in the village and all the women over 41. Since then, it has been like a curse haunting us. As soon as a man turns 36 or a woman turns 41, the golden cicada will appear on time to kill them, leaving none behind. After he finished speaking, the man collapsed to the ground, as if he had exhausted all his strength. The surrounding villagers lowered their heads, some quietly sobbing, others silently shedding tears. A century of curses, generations of tragic deaths, this village had long been shrouded in despair. Deserved it. Shirong scoffed. Who told them to eat people? It's all retribution. The man had a mournful expression. They were indeed outrageously wrong, but we are innocent. We have lived under the shadow of this curse for generations, not just us, but our descendants as well. Even Mapopo, who escaped, was chased down. It is like a maggot clinging to our bloodline. That's true, Shirong nodded. This golden cicada is indeed a bit petty. It should have just wiped out that generation. The other villagers gathered around, nodding in agreement. What about that old woman? Lin Chu suddenly asked. The villagers exchanged glances and began to discuss in a flurry. She is the little girl who had a fever 100 years ago, and she has lived from that era to now. She is over 100 years old, yet she doesn't look like someone about to be buried. I suspect she has achieved immortality. Not only that, she has medicine for treating festering sores. Mapopo was cured by her, but she won't let us use it. Upon hearing this, Shirong asked. In confusion, we're all from the same village. Why won't she let you use it? The first man was about to explain when a sound of the door opening interrupted them. They looked forward, and the old woman had already shakily walked out of the house, her gaze coldly fixed on them, her hands trembling. The grudge of the golden cicada requires 9 generations to settle. I am merely a bystander. At most, I can call him Brother Mashang to show pity for some people. As for you, I cannot save you. Your hearts are still filled with hatred, and this hatred needs 9 generations to fade. By then, he will also let go of this bloodline. The old woman's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Though it was simple, it sent shivers down Lin Chu and Shirong's spines. As for the villagers, their faces turned ashen, and the man was filled with rage. You are in cahoots with the golden cicada. You wretched thing! The man shouted angrily as he picked up a stick from the ground. If I kill you, perhaps the golden cicada will die too, maybe. You are its source. With red eyes, he approached the old woman, while the surrounding villagers merely watched, none attempting to stop him, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. If it were really as the man said, killing this old woman would mean the end of Jin Chanzi, and they would be free. As the night watchman, Shirong and the others certainly couldn't just stand by and watch such a tragedy unfold. He wanted to step forward to stop it. However, just as Shirong was about to put down the guide on his back, the ground in front of the man suddenly cracked open, and a giant centipede, as thick as a basin, burst forth from the earth, biting down on his right foot. Ah! The man screamed in agony, falling to the ground, the stick in his hand crashing down with a thud. The centipede's bite was incredibly strong, instantly severing the man's ankle, and after crunching a couple of times, it spat it out. Watching this monstrous centipede that devoured like a beast, the surrounding villagers all showed fear, screaming as they scattered, rushing into their homes and tightly shutting the doors. Ma Shang is here! The cries echoed in Lin Chu and Shirong's ears. Turning to look, they saw a figure at the village entrance. It was thin, draped in a tattered blood-red kasaya, one hand holding a knife, the other cradling a smooth monk's head. It was none other than Jin Chanzi. At this moment, it was slowly walking towards them, its gaze fixed on the man. What the hell? Shirong was momentarily stunned, then threw the guide aside and instantly moved in front of Lin Chu, watching the approaching Jin Chanzi with a wary eye. What should we do, Lin Chu? We might be done for. Shirong whispered. It's not like there aren't any chances, Lin Chu replied quietly. What chance? Shirong was puzzled. Did Lin Chu have some powerful trump card? We split up and run, maybe one of us can survive. Then you escape. I'll go see what kind of abilities that great evil has. The two were on high alert, while Jin Chanzi didn't even glance at them. Just like that, Jin Chanzi staggered past them and directly approached the man. Jin Chanzi. The man lay on the ground, one hand clutching his bleeding right leg. At this moment, fear had made him forget the pain, his eyes fixed entirely on Jin Chanzi. Jin Chanzi said nothing but plunged the knife into the man's chest, then lifted it, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Please spare me, I beg you, I beg you. The man cried bitterly. Jin Chanzi remained silent, merely retracting the knife. In the next second, it suddenly grabbed the man's hair and yanked hard. Ah! The man screamed in agony as a chunk of his hair, along with the scalp, was forcibly pulled out by Jin Chanzi, blood instantly streaming down from his head. Jin Chanzi continued to pull without pause. Lin Chu and Shirong stood frozen in place, the invisible pressure brought by Jin Chanzi making them forget to escape. The old woman stood not far away, watching silently. 10 minutes later, the screams finally ceased. At this point, the man had lost all his hair, and likewise, all his scalp. Bright red blood flowed down like a waterfall, the scene extremely gruesome, and he had already lost consciousness. Jin Chanzi looked at its masterpiece with satisfaction, then slightly raised its right hand. In the next second, countless tiny centipedes suddenly emerged from the soil, crawling onto the man and wrapping him up like a zongzi. The man's hands were forcibly fixed in a prayer position. At this moment, he was completely dead. After killing the man, Jean Chanzi glanced at the old woman, and they locked eyes for a moment before it slowly turned to face Lin Shu and Sure. Wrong. The night watchmen are still as meddlesome as ever. Jean Chanzi actually spoke, its voice deep and resonant, sounding like a wise monk. But, since you've come, don't leave, stay here and worship me. Shurong scoffed, standing in front of Lin Shu, and shouted at Jean Chanzi, you bald donkey. Really think of yourself as something special, torturing others for so many generations, thinking of yourself as a good dog with principles and promises? Jean Chanzi grinned wickedly, raising his right hand once more. In the next moment, the giant centipede burst forth from the ground, lunging at Shurong to bite. White dragon! Shurong remained unfazed, calling out in a low voice. As the words fell, the clouds in the sky gathered, and a blue-eyed white dragon charged down rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the blue-eyed white dragon reached Shurong, who was suddenly clad in a set of blue and white armor, a Qinglong Yenua knife appearing in his hand. With a fierce slash forward, the centipede was cleaved in two. Just a big evil. Are you afraid of me? A great evil dares to speak to me like this? Jean Chanzi sneered, tilting his bald head and asking, so how many followers do you have? Show them all. Shurong stepped forward, one hand pointing at Jean Chanzi while the other gestured behind him to Lin Shu, signaling her to move. If you want to see the handsome guy's strength, you'll have to see if you have the ability. As the words fell, Shurong exerted force under his feet, swinging the Qinglong Yenua knife towards Jean Chanzi. Jean Chanzi's expression remained unchanged, his right hand slightly raised, and countless tiny centipedes burst forth from the ground, lunging at Shurong. Shurong was completely unperturbed, his movements unchanged, not paying any attention to these small centipedes. Indeed, when the small centipedes bit into Shurong, they were blocked by the Qinglong armor, only managing to create a few holes in the armor. The blue-eyed white dragon was among the top tier of the great evil level, easily dealing with Jean Chanzi's minions. The Qinglong Yenua knife slashed down, but Jean Chanzi merely stepped back, easily dodging Shurong's strike. Then, it suddenly hurled its own head at Shurong. The head let out a sharp shriek as it lunged with flapping wings, moving so fast it was hard to react. Shurong's pupils constricted, one hand raised to block. Crack! The sound of shattering steel echoed as the flying head bit through the armor on Shurong's arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh beneath. Damn it, you bastard! Shurong cursed, pointing his finger skyward. Dragon of the clouds! In an instant, the world changed color. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, gradually forming the shape of a giant dragon. The black cloud dragon roared and charged down from the heavens. A fierce wind howling as Jean Chanzi stood his ground, showing no intention of dodging. He merely brushed off his robe, and a faint red barrier appeared around him. The dragon crashed against it but couldn't budge the barrier in the slightest. Instead, the red light gradually spread onto the dragon, causing it to roar in anger and then turn to charge at Shurong. What the hell? Shurong was stunned, watching the giant dragon lunge at him. Just at that critical moment, a blue-white lightning bolt struck between Shurong and the dragon, the Qinglong Yenua knife slicing through, creating a blue-white arc that scattered the dragon. Lin Shu? Shurong stared blankly at Lin Shu, who was clad in blue-eyed white dragon armor and wielding the Qinglong Yenua knife. Wasn't this his follower? He had only just arrived here, unaware that Lin Shu's first follower was a mirror trickster skilled in replication. Even at the great evil level, Lin Shu had still found a great evil level mirror trickster to take as a follower. It was simply because the mirror trickster was indeed useful. Didn't I tell you to run? Shurong finally reacted, looking exasperated. He had fought for so long for Lin Shu, only to find she hadn't run but had been watching the show from behind. I can't abandon my teammates, Lin Shu said coldly. Damn, you're quite handsome, half as good as me. Shurong pointed skyward again, another dragon of clouds forming in the sky. He only had two followers, the blue-eyed white dragon and the dragon of clouds. I don't believe it. Can it really turn my dragon against me again? Shurong pressed his finger down sharply, the dragon of clouds gathering once more to charge down, while Shurong exerted force under his feet, swinging the Qinglong Yenua knife at Jean Chanzi. Lin Shu didn't hesitate either, joining the fray immediately. Following closely behind this time, Jean Chanzi finally made a big move. First, it threw the flying head in its hand to block Shurong, then raised its right hand to summon a giant centipede to bite Lin Shu. Having blocked two enemies on the ground, the cloud dragon in the sky had already charged down. At this moment, Jean Chanzi had no time to activate the Kasaya again. However, when it had just made its move, countless tiny centipedes had already crawled all over its body, ready to withstand the cloud dragon's strike. Boom! The cloud dragon pressed down, and dust flew everywhere. The strong impact made both Shurong and Lin Shu involuntarily take a step back, their eyes warily scanning the dust, pondering whether that strike had caused any damage. Not bad, quite impressive, but not very practical. The voice of Jean Chanzi echoed from the flying head, which then flapped its large ears and flew into the dust. Damn! As expected of a great evil,
Sure. Wrong cursed. Lin Shu also frowned tightly, his gaze fixed on the dust. Whoosh, the sound of fabric stirring the air rang out, and all the dust was swept away, revealing Jean Chanzi's figure. It stood there, showing no signs of injury. I said, a little great evil, actually daring to challenge me. However, before it could finish its words, a series of stone spears suddenly pierced out from its chest. Jean Chanzi was taken aback. It turned around to see 6 soldier figurines clad in armor behind it. Mirror-like replication, the soldier figurines were the minions of the captain of the Jiangdu Night Watch. Jean Chanzi suddenly waved its hand, and the blood-red kasaya slipped off its body, instantly turning the 6 soldier figurines into dust. However, blood was still oozing from its chest, and its face darkened. You are dead. Jean Chanzi roared angrily, stomping 1 foot hard on the ground. The next second, the earth shook violently. Shirong and Lin Shu exchanged glances, both able to see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Do you have any trump cards left? No. Lin Shu shook his head. Neither do I, let's wait for death. Shirong sighed. Boom. Accompanied by the earth's lament, a massive crack opened up in the center of the village. The old woman who had been watching the show behind Jean Chanzi fell directly into it, her scream catching Jean Chanzi's attention, but it merely watched her fall into the abyss. The next second, a gigantic centipede crawled out from the fissure, bursting forth like a skyscraper rising from the ground. Jean Chanzi's figure stood atop the centipede's head, its cold gaze fixed on Lin Shu and Shirong. However, just as Jean Chanzi was about to strike and completely annihilate these two who had broken through its defenses, a tremor from deep within its soul suddenly descended. Who? Jean Chanzi was taken aback, and without hesitation, it threw the flying head towards the northern sky. The flying head flapped its ears and wobbled away. Jean Chanzi's body also leaped down from the centipede, disappearing into the northern forest. The giant centipede hesitated for a moment before it burrowed into the fissure, leaving Shirong and Lin Shu looking bewildered. What just happened? Not sure, maybe it had guests at home. Jean Chanzi's story in brief: a family of 3 died in Jiangdu. Their deaths were bizarre, as if their scalps had been forcibly peeled off. The Jiangdu Night Watch suspected it was the work of an abnormal Jean Chanzi, so they sent Lin Shu and the combat team rookie Shirong to investigate. After some inquiries, they learned that the only problematic family member was the mother, Ma Popo, who came from the cursed village of Centipede Warts deep in the Bug Valley. Thus, Lin Shu and Shirong headed to the Bug Valley to check on the situation in Centipede Warts village. The two found a guide in the town outside the mountains who led them into the mountains while recounting the story of Centipede Warts village, revealing that it was a cursed village where men did not live past 36 and women did not live past 41. On their way into the mountains, Shirong and Lin Shu noticed a head following them, but they did not act rashly and followed the guide to Centipede Warts village. Entering Ganyo village, they saw villagers covered in sores. The only one unscathed was the old village chief. The old woman told Lin Shu and Shirong to leave, but Lin Shu said they came for the golden cicada and mentioned the death of Ma Popo. The villagers, disregarding the old woman's objections, recounted the history of Ganyo village. It turned out that 100 years ago, the people of Ganyo village suffered from a great illness covered in blisters, and many died. In their time of crisis, a great monk arrived, claiming that there was a child with a longevity body in the village who had brought the plague, and that child was Ma Shang. He said that as long as they made a statue of Ma Shang and worshipped it for 3 days and nights, the illness would disappear. The great monk left, and the villagers followed his instructions. Indeed, the village's sickness subsided. However, the villagers became fixated on Ma Shang's longevity body, spreading rumors that eating Ma Shang's flesh would grant them immortality. Thus, Ma Shang was cooked alive, and his parents were brutally killed that year. His father was 36 and his mother 41. After eating Ma Shang, the plague returned, along with the great monk, who appeared with a fierce countenance, declaring that he was Ma Shang, and if they desired immortality, he would not allow it. Ma Shang killed all the men over 36 and women over 41. Afterward, Ma Shang became like a curse. Whenever someone reached the age limit, he would appear and kill that person. The story concluded, and the golden cicada Ma Shang appeared at the village entrance, killing a man who had just turned 36 that day. Shirong and Lin Shu joined forces for a desperate fight, but ultimately could not withstand the great calamity-level golden cicada. Just as the cicada was about to kill them, it suddenly felt its black-hearted black pear blossom had been chopped down. The cicada disregarded Lin Shu and Shirong, taking its pet giant centipede and fleeing towards the forest. The story was still quite thrilling, and the personalities of Shirong and Lin Shu were also established here. Those interested could take a look. In the deep mountains, the morning mist had not completely dissipated. Lin Shin held the pearwood axe, staring at the severed tree trunk before him, completely stunned. The heart of the tree was pure black, as dark as ink, emanating a strange luster from within. This, Lin Shin swallowed hard, have I discovered An ownerless black-hearted black pear blossom? Beside him, Shongbatian and the crow were also frozen in place. Shongbatian frowned, slowly stepping forward, pinching a bit of blackwood shavings with its claws, bringing it to its nose for a careful sniff. No way. Shongbatian's eyes widened, a hint of shock in its voice. It turned and quickly walked to the black-hearted black pear blossom tree that Lin Chen had marked yesterday. With a swipe of its bare paw, crack, a large piece of bark was torn away, revealing the wood inside. Yellow. Ordinary yellow-hearted black pear blossom. What the hell? Lin Chen's eyes widened. What's going on? Quack, quack, quack. The crow cried anxiously, flying back and forth between the two trees. Shongbatian shook its head, its voice low. It's impossible to misremember the location. I've lived in this forest for so many years, I remember the position of every black-hearted black pear blossom clearly. It suddenly recalled something, looking up towards the dense forest in the distance. Last night, those shadows in the thick fog, Shongbatian murmured, its voice growing softer. Could those shadows be moving black pear blossom trees? What? Lin Chen looked confused. Shongbatian did not answer, its expression growing more serious. Quack, 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 quack. The crow was frantic, circling above Shongbatian's head. Shongbatian suddenly looked at Lin Chen. The one you chopped down is very likely someone else's black-hearted black pear blossom. Lin Chen's heart sank. What should I do? Shongbatian shook its head. He will come to kill you. I hope you can survive. What the hell? Be careful, the crow and I will go deeper into the mountains to investigate what's going on. Also, it's best not to chop down this tree right now. If you do, there will be no chance for you to turn back. After saying that, Shongbatian turned and ran deep into the forest, with the crow closely following behind. Lin Chen was left standing alone, staring at the black-hearted pear tree that had been cut into, feeling like crying but with no tears. What's the deal with the password? Lin Chen dejectedly returned to the wooden house. The old wolf was lying on the sofa watching cartoons, and when he heard the door open, he lifted his head. How was it? Did you finish recognizing them? Not good. Lin Chen plopped down in a chair. I accidentally cut someone else's black-hearted pear tree. What? The old wolf sat up abruptly. I cut it wrong. Lin Chen shook his head. Shongbatian said the other party would definitely come to kill me and told me to be careful. Wait a minute. The old wolf frowned. Wasn't it Shongbatian? Who took you there? How could it let you cut it wrong? I'm not sure either. Lin Chen scratched his head. Shongbatian was acting all weird, saying the tree might move, and then took the crow into the deep mountains. The old wolf rolled his eyes. What's wrong with Shongbatian? It can't even remember the location of the black-hearted pear tree? It said it didn't forget. Lin Chen explained, it seems like the tree moved on its own. Nonsense. The old wolf said disdainfully, how could a black-hearted pear tree move by itself? It doesn't have legs. Lin Chen shrugged. So what do we do now? The old wolf thought. For a moment inside, this was originally Shongbatian's responsibility, but it has a promise and can't interfere in the matters of the black-hearted pear tree. It glanced at Lin Chen. So the responsibility falls entirely on you. I really can't believe this. Lin Chen felt like crying without tears. But don't be too sad. The old wolf said gleefully, you can ask Shongbatian for compensation later. After all, it's ultimately its responsibility. If I even have a later. Lin Chen forced a smile. Don't be so pessimistic. The old wolf yawned. Now we just wait for the owner of that black-hearted pear tree to come. Hopefully, they are easy to talk to. It paused, but from what I know, not many who occupy black-hearted pear trees are easy to deal with. Lin Chen sighed, got up, and went to the kitchen to cook. After a day of fussing around, he was already hungry. He took a piece of pork out of the fridge, simply prepared it into skewers, and placed them over the fire to grill. The fat dripped onto the charcoal, making a sizzling sound, and the aroma quickly wafted out. Eat and drink as you please, why be afraid? The sky gradually darkened, and the afterglow of the sunset spilled through the window into the room. Just as Lin Chen placed the grilled meat on the table and was about to dig in, the satellite phone in the bedroom suddenly rang. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and walked into the bedroom to answer the call. Boss Li? Xiao Lin. Boss Li's familiar loud voice came through the phone. How have you been lately? Not bad. Lin Chen replied casually. That's good, that's good. Boss Li said with a smile, Xiao Lin, I have something to tell you. What is it? There's an inspection at the company tomorrow. Boss Li lowered his voice, it's from above, to see the progress of our project. Lin Chen was taken aback. An inspection in this deep mountain forest? Yes. Boss Li sighed. You know how the higher-ups are, they love to do these formalities. He continued, Old Tang set off the day before yesterday, bringing the inspectors. They should arrive at your place tomorrow. Oh. Lin Chen responded. Xiao Lin. Boss Li's voice suddenly became serious. This inspection is very important. It relates to the follow-up funding for our project. So you need to perform well. Boss Lee chuckled, prepare a good meal and butter up the inspectors. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, got it. Good, good, good. Boss Lee said happily, Shaolin, whether your salary increases depends on your performance tomorrow. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Chen walked back to the living room, deep in thought. He told Old Wolf about the visitors coming tomorrow, and after a moment of silence, Old Wolf said, then I'll go out tonight to avoid suspicion. Avoid suspicion? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Of course, Old Wolf shot him a glance. If a talking wolf like me gets discovered by you humans, wouldn't I be captured and sliced up for research? Lin Chen thought about it. It did make sense. So where are you going? Back to the valley, Old Wolf replied, picking up a large bag nearby and bouncing over to Lin Chen's snack box. Then, under Lin Chen's astonished gaze, Old Wolf opened his mouth wide and swept half of the snacks into the bag. Spicy strips, potato chips, beef jerky, duck necks. Hey, hey, hey! Lin Chen panicked. Why are you taking my snacks? Just borrowing them for a couple of days, Old Wolf mumbled with the bag in his mouth. I can't just starve out there for 2 days, can I? Aren't you good at hunting? Too much trouble, Old Wolf said confidently. Why hunt when there are ready-made snacks? After saying that, he ran out of the wooden house with a full bag of snacks, not looking back. Lin Chen, this Old Wolf is really getting more shameless by the day. The next morning, the thick fog still hadn't cleared. Lin Chen was still asleep when the roar of a truck engine broke the silence. Lin Chen, are you dead? Old Tang's annoying voice called from outside. Lin Chen quickly got up, pushed open the door, and was hit by the cool autumn air. Old Tang's truck was parked in the yard, and he was leaning against the front of the truck smoking a cigarette. On the passenger side, a middle-aged man in a suit just got out, his hair meticulously combed and his leather shoes shone brightly. Wow, you're still alive? Old Tang waved. I was about to go get a body bag from the truck. Can't die without getting paid at the end of the month, Lin Chen retorted. Old Tang chuckled and pointed at the other man. This is the inspection team from above, here to check on the work situation. The suited man stepped forward, extended his hand. You must be Lin Chen, right? My surname is Zhang, just call me Manager Zhang. Hello, Manager Zhang. Lin Chen shook his hand. Manager Zhang smiled and said, no need to be nervous, it's just a routine company inspection to see the work environment and tally the output. By the way, how many trees have you cut down this month? Lin Chen's heart sank. Oh, 1 tree. The air instantly fell silent. The smile on Manager Zhang's face froze. 1 tree? Yes, Lin Chen nodded stiffly. Ha ha, then you need to speed up. I remember the company rule is that you have to cut at least 10 trees a month. Manager Zhang's smile returned. I've been surveying the environment for the past while, preparing to officially start work tomorrow, Lin Chen explained. Having a plan makes you a qualified lumberjack. Manager Zhang patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Let's go inside, it's almost noon, and I'm preparing lunch. Lin Chen led Old Tang and Manager Zhang into the wooden house. There wasn't much to entertain them inside, so Lin Chen took out some of his own snacks. Well, the two of them enjoyed the food. After finishing the konjac jelly, Manager Zhang wiped his mouth and smiled at Lin Chen. Shaolin, just staying inside won't do. Take me to see your forest. Lin Chen muttered to himself, what's there to see in this thick fog? Visibility is less than 10 meters, it's pointless. But he was just a worker, and since his boss had spoken, he could only nod. Alright, Manager Zhang, this way please. Old Tang also extinguished his cigarette and pulled out a hunting rifle from the truck's cabin. Let's go, it's a good chance to stretch our legs and see if you've been slacking off. Lin Chen, take your gun, safety first, Manager Zhang reminded. Lin Chen nodded, slung his hunting rifle over his shoulder, and the three of them plunged into the thick fog. This fog is really damn thick, Manager Zhang complained as they walked. I've been to this forest at least a dozen times, right? This is the first time I've seen fog this thick. Manager Zhang, you've been here so many times. Lin Chen was taken aback. Old Tang snickered beside him, blowing a smoke ring. He's an old hand at this project. Manager Zhang waved his hand, looking at the tree shadows that flickered in the mist, and sighed. It's been over a decade, and we've been here dozens of times. This place is not that simple. He seemed to have gotten into the mood for conversation. Walking and talking, this forest was discovered by the company in the 70s. They sent hundreds of people and heavy machinery in, building a deep mountain base over on Dongshan, preparing for large-scale exploitation. But within a month, the base went dark, not a sound on the radio. The company sent people to check, and they all ended up dead. Hundreds of people, along with all that machinery, were left useless at the base. Manager Zhang's tone was very flat, as if he were recounting someone else's story. The company didn't give up and sent several more waves of people to take over the work, but without exception, they all perished. Later, the company learned its lesson and dared not send a large force anymore, starting to reduce the numbers so that fewer people died each time, making the books look better, until in recent years the demand for that kind of wood decreased, and it was finally cut down to just one lumberjack. Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart. So this high salary is built on lives? High risk, high reward. Manager Zhang patted his shoulder. Such a high monthly salary isn't for you to come here on vacation. What exactly is the use of this black pear flower wood? Is it worth all this trouble? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. There's a special circle that likes it, Manager Zhang chuckled, not elaborating further. They can pay the price and we handle the supply. As for what circle it is, you don't need to know. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the black pear flower forest. Manager Zhan walked around the woods, looking at the black trunks that flickered in the mist, and suddenly cursed out of nowhere, in competent rage. What? Old Tang didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Manager Zhang shook his head. Alright, we've looked enough. This fog obscures everything. Let's head back. I'm hungry. It's time for lunch. Manager Zhang walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Lin Chen and Old Tang exchanged glances, both puzzled. Incompetent rage? Lin Chen muttered to himself. Who is he cursing? The fog? Or this forest? He always felt that Manager Zhang was a bit mysterious. Once they reached the bottom of the mountain, Lin Chen didn't dare to slack off. Whether the salary would increase depended on whether Manager Zhang enjoyed his lunch today. He took out all the meat and vegetables delivered by the company from the fridge, bustling around, and soon, 6 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table. Braised pork, 3 fresh vegetables, chicken stewed with mushrooms, smashed cucumbers, peanuts, scrambled eggs, with tomatoes plus a seaweed egg drop soup. Lin Chen also dug out 2 cases of beer from the corner and brought them all to the table. Wow, there's this good stuff too. Old Tang's eyes lit up as he grabbed a bottle of beer and popped it open with his teeth. He gulped down half the bottle and wiped his mouth. No drinking and driving, no driving and drinking. Manager Zhang laughed as well, picking up his chopsticks. Come on, try Shaolin's cooking. Just as the 3 were about to dig in, there was a sudden knock on the wooden house door. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen froze, his movements stiffening. In this deep mountain forest, besides the 3 of them, who else could be here? Old Tang's expression darkened as he set down the beer bottle, his hand reaching for the hunting rifle at his waist. Manager Zhang, however, remained relatively calm, simply putting down his chopsticks. Shaolin, go take a look. Lin Chen swallowed hard, grabbed the hunting rifle hanging on the wall, and cautiously walked to the door. He suddenly yanked the door open. Standing outside was a fat-figured monk. The monk was dressed in a drab gray robe, with prayer beads around his neck, holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hands. At that moment he was holding the purple gold bowl high, and from Lin Chen's perspective, it looked as if he was about to smash it down on him. What do you want? Lin Chen pointed the rifle at the monk's face, frowning tightly. Why did he feel like this monk was about to smash him just now? The monk swallowed hard as he looked at the dark muzzle of the gun, then caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. He saw the seasoned driver inside the room holding a shotgun, and that well-dressed man in a suit was even more outrageous, pulling a Desert Eagle straight out of his suit pocket, the black pistol gleaming coldly in his hand. Amit Ba. The old monk was sweating, quickly putting away his purple gold alms bowl, his hands pressed together in prayer. 3 benefactors this poor monk has come to the mountains to cultivate. Passing through this place, feeling famished, I caught a whiff of the aroma of food and came to beg for a meal. As he spoke, he pushed his bowl forward. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. He remembered when he used to fish bodies out of the Yellow River, he once pulled up a monk who was meditating upside down in the water. That monk said he was gaining enlightenment by going against the current and then jumped back into the Yellow River. These practitioners really had something off about them. Lin Chen didn't think he looked like a bad person and was just about to take the bowl to serve him some food. Wait, Manager Zhang suddenly spoke up. He put away the Desert Eagle, stood up with a smile, and said, Master, since you've passed by, it must be fate. Don't just stand at the door, come in and eat with us. The monk quickly declined. This, how can I impose? This poor monk only needs a bit of vegetarian food. Oh, don't be polite. Manager Zhang enthusiastically walked over and grabbed the monk's arm. It's not easy to meet a living person in the mountains. Come, sit down and eat. The monk was half pushed, half accepted as he was pulled inside, sitting down next to Lin Chen. Here, eat. Saying this, Manager Zhang placed a chicken leg into the monk's bowl. The monk, Amit Ba. The monk pressed his palms together, looking troubled as he glanced at the braised pork in the bowl. Benefactor, this poor monk only eats vegetarian. Vegetarian? Manager Zhang's smile instantly vanished. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. Lin Chen's heart sank. This was bad. Manager Zhang was getting angry. Would his salary still go up? Old Tang also stopped gnawing on the chicken leg, looking at Manager Zhang with confusion. Master. Manager Zhang's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. In this deep mountain forest, there are no vegetarian dishes for you. This poor monk can just have some rice. The monk lowered his head submissively. Bang!
Manager Zhang slammed the table, causing the beer
bottles to topple over.
I'll be damned if I let you eat meat. You have to eat meat. He suddenly exploded in a fit of rage, pulling out the black desert eagle and aiming it at the monk's left hand resting on the table.
Bang!
The gunshot was deafening.
Ah!
The monk let out a scream as the bullet pierced through his left palm, blood and flesh exploding everywhere. Lin Chen and Old Tang were stunned. The chicken leg in Old Tang's mouth fell onto the table with a thud as he stared blankly at Manager Zhang.
What the hell? Lin Chen's mind went blank. How could Manager Zhang just shoot like that? A top-tier superhuman? Eat?
Manager Zhang pressed the gun's muzzle against the monk's forehead, his voice icy. If you don't eat, I'll blow your head off. The monk trembled in pain, cold sweat pouring down, but he glanced at the dark muzzle and then at the chicken leg in the bowl. He shakily extended his uninjured right hand, grabbed the bloodied chicken leg, and stuffed it into his mouth.
That's more like it. Manager Zhang nodded in satisfaction, putting away the gun. He picked up a bottle of
beer, popped it open with a bang, and pushed it in front of the monk. Eating just meat is too greasy, have some beer.
The monk's face turned green. Benefactor. A monk cannot drink alcohol. Bang! Another shot rang out. The monk's right palm was also shot through. Ah, ah, ah.
The monk screamed, both hands
rendered useless. Can you drink now?
Manager Zhang asked with a smile. Lin Chen and Old Tang exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. This Manager Zhang was definitely a madman. And this monk, with both hands shot through, although screaming, Lin Chen couldn't shake the feeling that, it seemed,
more like a performance?
He didn't look that pained. It was far from the expression of a normal person getting shot. These two people, one is a madman, the
other even madder. Drink, I drink. The monk endured the excruciating pain, using his two bloodied palms to grasp the beer bottle, struggling to pour it into his mouth.
But after just a small sip, he put the bottle back on the table.
Manager Zhang's brows furrowed again. Bang! The third shot. The bullet hit the monk's right thigh with precision. Drinking just a sip, is that not giving me face?
Manager Zhang asked coldly. The monk's face twisted in pain, but this time he learned his lesson. Without a word, he grabbed the beer bottle and tilted his head back, gulping it down.
That's more like it. Manager Zhang finally
sat down satisfied, picked up his chopsticks again. Come on, Old Tang, Shaolin, let's continue eating.
Lin Chen and Old Tang could hardly eat anymore.
This meal was filled with trepidation. Finally, after eating and drinking his fill, Manager Zhang wiped his mouth and stood up.
All right, we've seen, we've eaten. It's time to go back. He said to Old Tang, let's go.
Upon hearing this, the monk felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and struggled to stand up.
However, the next second, bang.
Manager Zhang turned around and fired again, hitting the monk's left thigh. The monk had just managed to stand halfway when he fell back down with a thud, both legs bleeding profusely.
What was that shot for? The monk finally couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling. Manager Zhang shook the desert eagle in his hand and grinned. Just a little itch, is that a problem?
He ignored the monk and got into the truck with Old Tang.
As the
truck started and was about to leave, Manager Zhang rolled down the window and looked deeply at Lin Chen.
Shaolin, work hard. I hope the next time I come, it will still be you I see. The truck roared away, disappearing into the thick fog. Lin Chen stood at the door, tightly gripping the shotgun. The cabin now
only had him and the strange monk. He understood now that this monk was not a normal person, and that Manager Zhang was no ordinary man either. He had noticed something was off with the monk and had shot a few times to warn him. Lin Chen also felt completely relieved. This world indeed had such monsters, and this forest
seemed particularly full of them. But damn it, he wasn't afraid. What was so scary about being strange? Can a poor bastard be scarier than you? As the sound
of the truck faded away, Lin Chen immediately turned around, aiming the gun at the inside of the cabin. He saw the monk slowly standing up. His hands and legs, with 4 bloody holes, were still bleeding, yet he looked as if nothing had happened, even wearing a strange smile. Lin Chen's heart sank. This guy was
indeed not right. Acting is really exhausting. The monk brushed off the bloodstains from his robe. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. What the hell are you, benefactor? The monk's smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. I only ask you one thing. Yesterday, did you go up the mountain and cut down a black-hearted black pear blossom?
Lin Chen thought to himself, just as I suspected.
This guy is the owner of that tree. Damn it, I just cut it down yesterday. And the enemy is already here. No.
Lin Chen decisively shook his head, needing to clear his name. I stayed at home all day yesterday. I didn't go up the
mountain.
Benefactor, a monk does not lie, and I will not either. The monk stared at him. That tree is connected to my life. If it gets hurt, I can sense it. In this forest, besides you, the lumberjack, who else would use an axe?
There is.
Lin Chen, in a moment of inspiration, suddenly recalled that absurd dream. I was patrolling in the mountains yesterday and really saw a strange guy. Lin Chen began to fabricate. That guy was carrying an axe, chopping down trees. Wherever he went. I wanted to stop him, but he was too fierce. What strange guy? The monk frowned. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said seriously, a toad. Carrying an axe. The monk was momentarily stunned. A toad? He clearly did not expect this answer and was momentarily at a loss. Yes. Lin Chen nodded, describing the scene from his dream. That toad was as big as a calf, oozing pus all over, swinging an axe and chopping wildly in the mountains, mumbling something about lumps and parasites. I could tell it wasn't right in the head, so I didn't dare to get close. The monk's expression shifted unpredictably. In this eerie domain, all sorts of monsters existed, talking wolves, bears that had lived for hundreds of years, and multiple toads didn't seem impossible either. But he still doubted Lin Chen. Amatba, regardless of whether what you say is true or not, the monk shook his head. I cannot let you go. Kill you, and then I will go find that toad. My time is running out. Before his words fell, the monk's plump body suddenly moved. Bang! Lin Chen didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. He had been prepared for this. The bullet whistled out, heading straight for the monk's face. But the monk's reaction was astonishingly quick. He suddenly turned his head, his body twisting at an odd angle. Put! The bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a long trail of blood. Looking for death. The monk sneered, already charging towards Lin Chen, throwing a punch. His right hand, which had been pierced by the bullet, surprisingly formed a fist, crashing towards Lin Chen's chest with a whoosh. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He had no time to dodge and could only instinctively cross his shotgun in front of him to block. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Lin Chen felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending him flying back to crash heavily against the wall. He looked down at his shotgun. It had actually snapped in half. What the hell? Lin Chen was completely stunned. Meanwhile, the monk stood in place, shaking his hand. Blood was gushing from the mangled wound on his right hand, a result of the earlier impact. Amatba, your iron stick seems rather flimsy. The monk grinned wickedly, stepping closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen cursed under his breath, his back pressed against the cold wall, his heart racing. Damn it, this is bad. The shotgun is broken. This bald donkey is like a madman, incredibly strong, and can't be killed. The monk grinned, inching closer, blood still dripping from his pierced right fist. Amatba, your iron stick seems rather flimsy. Lin Chen's gaze frantically scanned the courtyard, searching for anything that could serve as a weapon. A chainsaw? In the warehouse, too far away. A wooden stick? Pure suicide. Finally, his eyes locked onto the yellow pear wood axe lying on the ground. This thing was absurdly hard. It could chop into the black pear tree that even the chainsaw couldn't cut through. Damn it, I'm going for it. Just as the monk was about to pounce, Lin Chen suddenly rolled to the side, evading the monk's grasp and sprinting towards the axe on the ground. Where do you think you're going? The monk shouted angrily, throwing a punch at Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen rolled on the ground just in time to avoid it, grabbing the pear wood axe in one smooth motion. The moment the axe was in his hands, a heavy sensation filled him, and Lin Chen felt inexplicably steadied. Go to hell! Lin Chen gripped the axe handle tightly, spun around, and with the strength of his waist and abdomen, swung the axe fiercely towards the monk's head. The monk, seeing this, flashed a look of disdain. He had just shattered a steel shotgun with a punch. How could a mere wooden axe pose any threat? He was even too lazy to dodge, raising his pierced left hand, fingers spread wide, ready to catch the axe blade. He wanted to crush Lin Chen's last weapon right in front of him. However, at the moment the axe blade met his palm. Crack! A piercing sound of bones breaking echoed. The disdain on the monk's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer terror and pain. Ah! He screamed, staggering backward. At the moment the axe struck his palm, he seemed to see a gigantic moose, 10 meters tall, engulfed in black-red flames, fiercely stomping down on his hand with its mountain-like hooves. That terrifying force was something he could not withstand at all. The monk looked down at his left hand. It had completely deformed, the bone shards piercing through the flesh, blood gushing, the entire palm twisted at a bizarre angle. What kind of axe is this? Lin Chen was also pleasantly surprised. This damn thing wasn't truly indestructible, it just had a bit more resistance and strength. If it could injure, it could kill. Lin Chen felt a little less fear in his heart, gripping the pear wood axe, and charged forward again, swinging the axe down towards the monk's head. Damn it! The monk dared not take it head on this time, rolling and scrambling to dodge. After avoiding the attack, a flicker of resentment flashed in the monk's eyes. He suddenly put 2 fingers in his mouth and blew a sharp whistle. Hiss! As the whistle sounded, the muddy ground behind the wooden house suddenly exploded, and a giant centipede, as thick as a basin, burst forth from the earth, a foul-smelling toxic gas rushing towards him. Damn! Lin Chen's pupils constricted. This bald donkey could summon creatures too? The centipede moved extremely fast, giving Lin Chen no chance to react, opening
its gaping maw and biting down on his calf. Damn! A sharp pain shot through him, and Lin Chen cursed loudly, feeling his calf go numb in an instant. Get the hell away from me! Lin Chen roared, swinging the pear wood axe backhandedly. Thud! The centipede was cleaved in two by his axe, green juice and innards splattering everywhere. The monk, seeing the centipede cut in half, was heartbroken, looking almost insane. He lunged for the severed shotgun on the ground, grabbing the sharp edge and recklessly stabbing it towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen braced with the axe handle, but the monk's hand shook, the sharp metal edge slipping past the axe handle and stabbing deep into Lin Chen's shoulder. Damn! Lin Chen grimaced in pain, blood instantly soaking his clothes. In the throes of agony, Lin Chen became fierce. He let go of the axe and slammed his uninjured shoulder into the monk, using all his strength to knock him to the ground. He grabbed the axe again, ready to finish off this bald donkey. But the monk was as slippery as an eel, rolling and scrambling on the ground, narrowly avoiding Lin Chen's axe. Then using all fours, he dashed into the thick fog outside, running straight towards the east mountain. Lin Chen propped himself up with the axe, glancing at the blood hole in his shoulder, then at the two dark bite marks on his calf. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain and yanked the half-severed shotgun out of his shoulder. Damn it! Lin Chen lifted the pear wood axe, his gaze icy. He couldn't let the tiger return to the mountain, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen dragged his injured leg and charged into the fog of East Mountain. The blood trail on the ground was very obvious, all left by the monk. Following the blood trail, Lin Chen endured the excruciating pain and pursued up the mountain. The thick fog enveloped him as he pressed on. Finally, he arrived at the mountaintop lake. Breaking through the mist, Lin Chen immediately spotted the plump figure. The monk was kneeling by the lake, in a sorry state, frantically banging his head against the enormous black pear blossom tree in the center of the lake. Lin Chen did not hesitate, lowering his steps, and charged forward, raising the pear wood axe with all his might, and swung it down hard onto the monk's bald head. The monk, focused on banging his head, had no idea Lin Chen was approaching from behind. Thud! The axe struck with tremendous force, crashing into the back of his head. The immense power sent the monk flying, splashing into the lake with a loud plop. The lake erupted, startling the fish nearby, which curiously poked their heads out of the water, but upon seeing Lin Chen, they quickly dove back down, swimming towards the deeper waters. The birds on the surface of the lake flapped their wings and flew away. Cough, cough. The monk was thrashing in the water, blood gushing from his head, staining the lake red. He struggled to climb out of the water. But how could Lin Chen give him that chance? Lin Chen stood on the shore, looking down at him from a height. As soon as the monk's head emerged, Lin Chen brought down his axe. Thud! The monk's head was smashed back into the water. He struggled to surface. Again. Lin Chen swung his axe once more. Thud! The lake water turned a dark red. Just as the monk's consciousness began to fade, on the verge of being chopped to death by Lin Chen, an ancient voice suddenly rang out from the center of the lake. This benefactor, what deep enmity do you have with this golden cicada? Golden cicada? Lin Chen then realized the monk's name. He raised his head, squinting towards the direction of the voice. There, atop the giant black pear tree in the center of the lake, sat an old monkey, entirely snow-white, gazing at him with a deep look. Lin Chen was stunned for a second. He looked down at the golden cicada, who was barely clinging to life in the water, and his eyes turned cold. Damn it! Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with the monkey. He raised the pearwood axe high with both hands, aimed at the golden cicada's crown, and brought it down with great force. Put! A mixture of red and white gushed out, staining the lake's surface. The golden cicada's body twitched twice, finally letting out a whimper before sinking completely to the bottom. Only then did Lin Chen lift his head, panting heavily, and look at the white-haired old monkey in the tree, coldly answering its earlier question. He wanted to kill me, so I couldn't let him live. Ha! Lin Chen stood by the lakeshore, gripping the still dripping pearwood axe, his chest heaving violently. His gaze turned to the white monkey in the tree, and he coldly asked, "So are you planning to take revenge for him?" The white monkey shook its head. "This golden cicada has killed many people outside, committing numerous evils, so I naturally won't save him. But," it changed its tone, a hint of coldness in its murky eyes, "a few days ago, you killed one of my blue fish in this lake, so I won't let you leave easily." On the lake's surface, hundreds of fish heads emerged, and although they had no expressions, Lin Chen could feel their hatred towards him. "So all these creatures in the lake are raised by this old monkey? I apologize for eating your fish." Lin Chen shouldered the axe, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "But today, if you want to keep me here, let's see whether my axe is harder or your monkey head." As soon as Lin Chen said this, the fish swarm became agitated, the water surface churning. The white monkey also stood up, its cold gaze fixed on Lin Chen. However, just as the tension escalated, a nonchalant voice came from the dense forest on the east mountain. "Oh dear, I just stepped away for a moment. And you ran over here? It was the voice of the old wolf. Lin Chen turned to look, seeing it carrying a package of konjac jelly, striding over with an air of indifference. It reached the lakeside, first glancing at the bloodstained surface, then at the barely visible body of the golden cicada at the bottom, and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "What the hell? Lin Chen, did you kill this bald donkey?" Before Lin Chen could respond, it continued on its own. "This monk clearly isn't a good person, he must have provoked you first. This is called justifiable defense." After saying this, it looked up and saw the white monkey in the center of the lake, letting out another exaggerated gasp. "Oh my, great lord, how come you're awake? Your junior pays respects to you." The white monkey lord looked at it with a blank expression. "You old wolf, you really know how to perform." "Hee hee, great lord, please don't take offense." The old wolf showed no signs of embarrassment at being called out. It's just that Lin Chen was unaware, having just arrived in the mountains and not knowing the rules, accidentally killing one of your blue fish brothers. As it spoke, it waved its hand towards the water. "Little friends, come over and give me a ride. I have good things to present to the great lord." As soon as the words fell, the restless school of fish instantly calmed down, lining up one by one to float to the surface, forming a bridge of fish leading to the center of the lake. The old wolf stepped onto the backs of the fish and steadily arrived under the giant tree, then respectfully handed over the package of konjac jelly it had in its mouth. The white monkey lord remained silent for a moment, and a furry tail hung down from the tree, curling up the konjac jelly and pulling it up. It slowly tore open the packaging and pinched a piece to taste. The spicy and stimulating flavor rushed through its throat to the crown of its head, and even after living for countless years, the white monkey couldn't help but perk up. The white monkey closed its eyes to savor it, nodding. "Indeed, it's a good thing." "Of course." The old wolf chuckled. This was all brought back by Lin Chen from outside the mountain. "I'll have him bring more to honor you later." It turned to Lin Chen, who was still standing on the shore, and winked, shouting, "Lin Chen, hurry up and thank the great lord for sparing your life." Lin Chen cupped his hands. "Thank you, great lord." "Enough." The white monkey waved its hand, closed its eyes again, and sat back on the branch. The konjac jelly was placed on a nearby treetop. Seeing this, the old wolf quickly slipped back across the fish bridge, urging Lin Chen to hurry and leave. Let's go. This place isn't safe to linger." The two of them limped away, quickly disappearing into the thick fog. They hurried back to the wooden house. As soon as the door was closed, Lin Chen could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the ground. He rolled up his pant leg and saw that his calf, bitten by a centipede, was swollen and turning purple and black, with 2 bite marks oozing black blood, and his entire leg had lost sensation. The wound on his shoulder was also bleeding and burning with pain. "Tisk, really troublesome." The old wolf glanced at him, wagging its tail as it went out. After a while, it returned with a few herbs emitting a strange smell in its mouth. "Crush them and apply." Lin Chen, not caring about cleanliness, grabbed the herbs and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them up and spitting them out, half smeared on his leg and half on his shoulder. Then he tore the bedsheet and wrapped it up haphazardly. Just as he finished bandaging, Lin Chen struggled to stand up again, picking up the pear wood axe from the ground. "What are you going to do now?" The old wolf's eyes widened. "Going to chop down that black-hearted black pear tree." The old wolf was speechless. "Hurry up and come back." "Got it." Lin Chen limped away with the axe, once again stepping into the thick fog. Watching Lin Chen's back, the old wolf couldn't help but feel uneasy and secretly followed him. Lin Chen limped up the mountain. In the fog, he relied on his memory to find the black-hearted black pear tree he had mistakenly chopped yesterday. The small notch on the trunk was still there, the black wood particularly conspicuous in the mist. Lin Chen spat, swung the axe, and chopped. Crack! Crack! With his injured leg, he could only rely on sheer determination to chop hard. Each swing of the axe sent sharp pain through his shoulder and leg as if they were being torn apart. But he ignored it, chopping one blow after another. After spending a whole half-day, accompanied by a loud crash, the black-hearted black pear tree finally fell to the ground. At the moment the tree fell, Lin Chen seemed to vaguely hear a piercing scream echoing through the mountains and forests, filled with unwillingness and resentment. Useless. Lin Chen shook his head, leaning on the axe as he walked down the mountain. By the time he returned to the wooden house, it was almost dark. He was nearly exhausted, his right leg completely swollen like a pig's leg, worse than before. "Old wolf." Lin Chen weakly called out, "Is this medicine even effective? What's the rush?" "The medicine takes time to work." The old wolf, who had returned to the wooden house at some point, was lying on the sofa, intently watching bears on the loose, and replied without turning his head. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, unable to hold on any longer, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. The old wolf looked at him helplessly and sighed. "What a troublesome guy." It stood up, nudging with its head, dragging the box full of snacks to the bedside. "Forget about cooking. For the next couple of days, you'll just have to live on snacks." Late at night, Lin Chen fell into a dream again, racked with pain and a high fever.
It was still that familiar place, still that giant toad as big as a mountain. It was still raging, its lumps packed tightly together, each one swollen and shiny, yellow-green pus flowing like a waterfall. The difference this time was that it didn't eat Lin Chen. "You helped me," it wailed in agony. "I can grant you one wish. Any wish, as long as I can do it, I can fulfill it." Lin Chen frowned in the dream. "A wish?" He looked at the toad's suffering form, but another thought surged in his mind. "I don't want money." Lin Chen spoke up. "I just want my 2 younger sisters to be safe and happy." Safe, happy. The toad's enormous eyeball rolled around as if chewing on those 2 words. After a moment, it suddenly realized, its voice tinged with a hint of fervor. "I understand. With ultimate power, there will naturally be safety. With ultimate power, there will naturally be happiness. This wish, I can fulfill for you." Lin Chen was taken aback, just about to correct it. "No, what I mean by safe and happy is..." Before he could finish, the scene before him shattered like glass, and his consciousness was instantly pulled back into darkness. Meanwhile, in Jiangdu City, Haitang Community, Lin Chi was sitting by the window, focused on adding the final touches of color to the anime character on the canvas in front of her. This was the 5th order from the same buyer in the past month, and Lin Chi felt delighted. Encountering such a generous and stable client was truly her luck. This money would relieve a lot of pressure from her sister. If she received more orders in the future, she could let her brother stop doing dangerous work. She could open a small shop for him, ensuring his safety. Lin Chi put down her paintbrush, glanced at the time, and realized her sister Lin Chu would be back soon. She had just called, saying she had gotten off the high-speed train and was on her way home. Lin Chi smiled and picked up her phone, ready to order her sister's favorite pickled fish from the takeout platform. Just as she unlocked the screen, the phone suddenly went black with a pop. "Ha!" Lin Chi pressed the power button a few times in confusion, but there was no response. "Is it broken? This phone has been used for several years." As she mumbled, the black screen suddenly lit up again. But it wasn't the home screen, it was an eye. A deep blue eye, not human, was coldly staring at her through the screen. Lin Chi's breath caught, her mind went blank. The next second, everything went dark and she fainted completely. 10 minutes later, click. The security door was unlocked with a key. "Chi, I'm back." Lin Chu walked into the living room dragging her suitcase, only to see Lin Chi slumped over the table, seemingly asleep. Chi? Lin Chu approached and gently patted her shoulder. Lin Chi slowly woke up, dazedly lifting her head, and when she saw it was Lin Chu, she smiled. "Sister, you're back." In the following days, the thick fog in the forest showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, it grew denser, wrapping the entire forest tightly. Lin Chen was completely worn out. His leg, bitten by a centipede, was swollen like a purple steamed bun, and the penetrating wound on his shoulder throbbed painfully. He couldn't even think about chopping trees. Getting out of bed was a struggle, and he could only rely on the half box of snacks at his bedside to get by. Lin Chen regretted not buying more. "Damn it, if I eat any more spicy strips, my mouth will be ruined." Lin Chen leaned against the headboard, chewing on spicy strips. "Be grateful, at least you have something to eat." The old wolf lay on the sofa watching cartoons, also munching on spicy strips, enjoying it thoroughly. Lin Chen was speechless. This useless old wolf could talk and watch cartoons, but he couldn't cook. Looking at his increasingly swollen right leg, Lin Chen felt troubled. "By the way, does your medicine work? Why do I feel like it's getting worse?" "I don't know. I saw a treatment like this in a cartoon, so I just found a few similar herbs." "What the hell?" Lin Chen was confused. "Don't rush, the medicine takes time to work." "Damn it!" By the 3rd day, the swelling in Lin Chen's leg had finally subsided by more than half, and the wound on his shoulder had started to scab over. He could finally limp into the kitchen to make some proper food. He didn't know if it was the old wolf's medicine that worked or if Lin Chen had just stubbornly endured the time. Lin Chen leaned more towards the latter. It was noon, and the sunlight pierced through the thick fog, dimly shining through the window. Lin Chen limped out of bed, having just made a pot of good soup with the company-provided pork ribs. The rich meaty aroma mixed with the fresh scent of mushrooms wafted out of the wooden cabin, a top-notch delight that could make anyone drool in this damp, cold mist. "Wow, it smells so good." The old wolf's dog head poked out from the bedroom, drooling all over the floor. "I'll eat until I'm full before I give you any." "Why are you so selfish?" Lin Chen shot at a glance just as he was about to scoop a bowl to taste the saltiness when a loud, croaky cawing sound erupted from the windowsill. A crow landed in the thick fog, and right after, a massive black shadow pushed through the mist and walked into the yard. It was Bear Batian. "Damn, your bear nose is pretty sharp. You can find your way here even in this thick fog," the old wolf marveled. Bear Batian paused for a moment at the doorway, then sniffed the air. "What is that? It smells so good. Pork rib soup, want to try some?" "Caw caw." The crow flew onto Lin Chen's shoulder, flapping its wings against his face. Lin Chen guessed it wanted to drink, so he handed over the bowl of soup. The crow took a sip, paused for a moment, then started gulping it down frantically.
do you want to try some?
Lin Chen scooped another bowl and handed it to Bear Ba Tian.
I want.
The old wolf rushed over, grabbed the bowl in its mouth, and tilted its head back, swallowing both soup and meat in one go.
This soup is powerful, cough cough cough. Help me, cough cough cough. It even swallowed the bowl.
Bear Ba Tian shook his head, speaking gravely, the black-hearted black pear blossoms on the mountain are moving.
Pfft, the old wolf spat
the bowl out, blushing and looking bewildered at Bear Ba Tian.
The trees have grown legs? I don't know.
Bear Ba Tian shook his head, his voice deep. I've guarded this forest for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Bear Ba Tian continued, now, the positions of those black pear blossoms on the mountain are all mixed up. I can no longer tell which are ordinary and which are the black-hearted black pear blossoms.
The cabin fell silent.
Lin Chen's hand holding the soup bowl froze in midair, his face turning pale.
Can't tell apart? How the hell am I supposed to chop?
He felt like he was walking in a minefield. Any swing of the axe could trigger an explosion. Just thinking about that tough, perverted monk Jin Chan who could take dozens of axe blows and still shake like a centipede made Lin Chen shudder. He didn't want to experience that near-death struggle again.
So what do we do?
Lin Chen's voice was a bit dry.
How about before chopping,
I lightly cut a bit of the bark with the axe tip to see if it's yellow-hearted or black-hearted.
Would you want someone to hold a knife and lightly scratch your neck? Bear Ba Tian retorted. Lin Chen was immediately choked up. For those beings, Bear Ba Tian emphasized, the black-hearted black pear blossoms are their only lifeline. Don't even think about chopping, even touching them would make them explode.
Lin Chen was completely at a loss for words. This job was impossible to do.
What are we going to do?
Lin Chen sat back at the table with a frown, forgetting about the pork rib soup. I still have 9 trees to assess this month. If I can't deliver, I won't get paid at the end of the month.
What's there to be afraid of?
Old Wolf lay by the pot, serving himself some meat, mumbling, just chop away.
If anyone comes to trouble you, just split them like that ball. Donkey, 1 axe is enough. After all, you haven't killed less, so what's 1 or 2 more?
Lin Chen rolled his eyes.
You make it sound easy. Next time, you help me.
Forget it, I love peace. Lin Chen felt helpless.
Winning last time was purely luck.
First, that pearwood axe was surprisingly effective. Second, the bald donkey, Jin Chanzi, underestimated his opponent. Third, Manager Zhang had helped him out by weakening the enemy beforehand. But if another one comes
next time, who knows what kind of monsters it could be? What if it can fly? What if it can turn invisible? No, he had to be fully prepared.
Although his broken axe was fierce, its attack range was too short, making it easy to kite, and the
shotgun couldn't penetrate their defenses. He needed heavy firepower.
A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. At the very least, get me an automatic rifle
and a few boxes of grenades. Seeing that they couldn't come to a conclusion, Xiong Badian had to go back and think of a way.
Now he didn't dare to easily touch those trees. The original black-hearted black pear trees had all turned into ordinary black pear trees.
Xiong Badian greeted Lin Chen and Old Wolf before turning around and disappearing into the thick fog with the crow that was gurgling its soup.
As soon as Xiong Badian left, Lin Chen immediately grabbed the satellite phone from the corner and dialed Boss Li's number.
Hello? Boss Li, it's me, Lin Chen. Ah, little Lin.
Boss Li's familiar loud voice came through. You did well this time, Manager Zhang said you hosted excellently.
I'll raise your salary by 10,000. Boss Li. Lin Chen had no time for small talk and said directly, I need some things.
If you don't give them to me, I won't chop down the trees.
That 10 million breach of contract fee? I'd rather go to jail than pay it.
There was a moment of silence on the other end.
Little Lin, what has gotten into you? Just tell me what you need.
I need heavy firepower.
Lin Chen said coldly, do you have a Gatling gun? And some rocket launchers? Boss Li was silent for a moment. Did they release the steel Terminator over there?
Close enough, at least 1 automatic rifle.
Do you have grenades? Gat me a few boxes. Boss Li fell silent again.
Lin Chen knew he was hesitating and added fuel to the fire. The beasts in this forest are too fierce.
That big black bear came again last time. The shotgun was completely useless. I almost died on the mountain today. If you don't give it to me, whoever wants to do this job can do it. Okay.
Boss Li panicked when he heard Lin Chen was about to quit. Don't be impulsive.
It's just heavy firepower. Right? I'll find a way. I'll think of something right away. When do you need it? Now. Immediately. Right away. Alright, Old Tang just returned to the company. I'll have him prepare it and send it to you overnight. Boss Li promised eagerly.
After hanging up, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the calendar on the wall. It was already September 22nd. He had been here for almost a month, and his performance was still just 1 tree.
Lin Chen felt like he was nearing the late stages of procrastination.
Once the gear arrived, he had to chop trees like crazy, otherwise, would he
even get paid this month?
With the weapon issue resolved, Lin Chen felt much more at ease.
He limped back to the living room and pushed Old Wolf away from the pot. This soup is powerful. Old Wolf licked his tongue, satisfied. Lin Chen looked into the pot. There was still half a pot left. Luckily, he had made a full pot, otherwise he wouldn't have had any soup today. Lin Chen served himself a bowl and sat down at the table, but his mind was pondering another matter. From the initial moose and squirrels to the later black bears, Old Wolf, Jean Shanzi, and then that white monkey in the lake, this world seemed completely different from what he had known before. Old Wolf, I want to ask you something. Speak. Old Wolf had already settled at the door, gazing out at the thick fog while grooming his fur. Jinchunzi, Xiong Badian, and that white monkey, what exactly are you? Monsters, of course, the Old Wolf replied, casually, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Lin Chen frowned, that's obvious, but give me more details. The Old Wolf glanced at Lin Chen and curled his lip. We are a third kind of existence, different from humans and beasts. You humans call us anomalies. Most anomalies live in the human world. Their minds aren't quite right, filled with thoughts of exterminating you humans or feeding on you. Only the ones in this forest can be considered relatively normal monsters. Xiong is stubborn, clinging to a broken promise, and that old white monkey has lived too long and is too lazy to move. As for me, the Old Wolf shifted to a more comfortable position. I find chips and cartoons much more interesting than killing. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. So, these monsters had been hiding in the shadows of the human world. They were quite different from those in novels. They didn't seem very strong at all. No wonder they were rarely seen in the city. They probably had to sneak around to kill. If they confronted humans head-on, they might not even win, just like Jinchunzi and himself. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Chen realized he was no longer an ordinary person. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Jiangdu City, inside an old-fashioned detective agency, dim lights flickered. Lin Shu, Lu Shi, Shi Gong, and Shi Rong were all present. On the display screen in front of them, a photo quietly showed a pair of eerie blue eyes, cold, sinister, yet beautiful, with what seemed like a galaxy swirling in the depths of the pupils. Shi Rong swung his legs lazily, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. What did the captain send? Looks pretty good. Shi Gong slapped the back of his head. Shut your mouth. Why so violent? Shi Rong covered his head. I just made a contribution. Is it your contribution? That was Lin Shu's. Another slap from Shi Gong. Lin Shu pursed her lips. Shi Rong helped me a lot. Did you hear that? You're framing me. Shi Rong's tone hardened immediately. I can't hear, I'm deaf. Shi Gong continued to hit him until Shi Rong finally quieted down. The captain just sent an encrypted message from the headquarters in Kyoto. Lu Shi's voice was as cold as ever. 3 days ago, this eye appeared in Jiangdu, and our current mission is to find it. Wait, in such a big city, how do we find one eye? Shi Rong couldn't control his mouth again and received another slap from Shi Gong. Lu Shi continued, recently, the anomaly frequency in Jiangdu is set to rise sharply. The captain said it's all related to this eye. We can reverse track through these newly appeared anomalies to find it in the shadows. Lu Shi paused, then dropped a bombshell that plunged the entire safe house into silence. He only said this thing is at least linked to city destruction level. Swish! Shi Rong's swinging legs instantly stopped. In the entire detective agency, only the creaking of the old fan remained. City destruction level. These 3 words felt like an unbreathable mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. A slight misstep and the entire Jiangdu would be finished. At the same time, in Haitang community, on the 3rd floor, Lin Shi sat by the window quietly gazing at the gray sky outside. Her eyes were cold, and in her mind, those unbearable memories replayed like scenes from a movie. At the age of 15, my parents tragically fell to their deaths at a construction site. The unscrupulous company offered no compensation, and when my brother tried to reason with them, he was beaten black and blue by the site security. He dropped out of school and took on the entire family's burden. At just 17, doing jobs that even adults wouldn't dare touch, carrying corpses at the crematorium, testing haunted houses, and retrieving bodies from the Yellow River. Just a month later, I was bullied in high school and pushed down the stairs by the mayor's daughter, resulting in shattered legs. The perpetrator faced no punishment. My brother, in a fit of rage, sought revenge but ended up with a broken arm at the hands of her bodyguards and was locked away for a month, labeled as mentally unstable. My sister, at school, was also targeted by the mayor's girl, facing isolation, rumors, and exclusion from classmates. Their family was so unfortunate. Why? Why do the wicked stand tall while the good must live in hell? The hatred in Lin Shi's heart, like a black vine suppressed for years, surged and spread wildly at that moment, obscuring all the light within her. She wanted revenge, starting with the woman who ruined her life. Lin Shi picked up the paintbrush from the table. No longer would she paint commissioned works for money. Instead, she quickly sketched on a blank sheet of paper. Soon, an image of the Grim Reaper, wielding a massive scythe and draped in tattered black robes, sprang to life on the page. Lin. She took a red watercolor pen and wrote two crooked little words in the bottom right corner of the paper. Ling Ba. She set down the brush, gently picked up the paper, and brought it to her lips, blowing a breath. Whoosh! The paper ignited with a loud roar. The flames that erupted were not the scorching red of fire, but a cold, eerie blue. The flames instantly consumed the paper, turning it to ash that scattered in the air. Meanwhile, downstairs in the Haitang community, in the shadow of a street lamp, a figure identical to the one in the drawing slowly coalesced into form. It lifted its head, revealing endless darkness beneath the hood. From 3 floors up, it locked eyes with Lin Chi by the window. A cold smile appeared on Lin Chi's face. In the next second, Ling Ba's figure silently vanished into the deep night. The hunt had begun. Jiangdu, it rained again. The lines of rain shimmered under the streetlights, intermittent and lingering. Unlike the quiet peace of Haitang community, the Hongqing community in another part of the city appeared dilapidated. This was an old-style residential building from over a decade ago, with peeling walls, dim streetlights, and rainwater pooling on the pockmarked pavement, reflecting the dirty neon lights. After Zhang Ping's father was imprisoned for embezzlement, her mother quickly remarried, severing all ties. She moved from a spacious apartment in the city center to this rundown community where she lived with her grandparents. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Zhang Ping jolted upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. She gasped for breath, instinctively reaching for the switch on the bedside table, but the light didn't turn on. It seemed the power was out. The room was pitch black, illuminated only occasionally by the lightning outside. In the flickering light, Zhang Ping saw the wheelchair beside her bed. Frustrated, she grabbed a pillow and threw it, causing the wheelchair to thud. Just then, she froze. There was someone else in the room. At the foot of her bed stood a tall figure draped in tattered black robes, holding a scythe taller than itself. Lightning flashed again, illuminating the darkness beneath its hood. What are you? Zhang Ping screamed in terror, curling up towards the head of the bed, trying to distance herself from the monster. But her legs wouldn't obey, weakly scraping against the sheets, unable to bend. The Grim Reaper slowly raised the scythe. Just as the scythe was about to swing down, the figure suddenly twisted and dissipated like smoke. In its place sat a girl in a wheelchair. Zhang Ping was stunned, a sense of relief washing over her. What happened to your legs? Lin Chi glanced at Zhang Ping's powerless legs and softly asked, In your senior year. Zhang Ping's voice trembled. In my senior year, a man impersonated my driver and took me to a remote area. He broke both my legs. Lin Chi's body shuddered slightly. The image of Lin Chen's tired yet always smiling face flashed through her mind. Silly brother. She murmured, you didn't even tell me about this. Who are you? Zhang Ping asked curiously. Lin Chi lifted her head, her deep blue eyes appearing particularly enchanting in the darkness. You don't recognize me anymore? These legs of mine, Lin Chi patted her knees, are thanks to you. Zhang Ping was struck as if by lightning, her eyes widening as she stared at Lin Chi, fragments of memory beginning to piece together. After a long while, she shook her head in pain. I don't remember. I did so many bad things before, broke too many people's legs, I can't recall who you are. Ha! Lin Chi smiled. Her figure vanished once more. In the next second, the Grim Reaper Lingba, wielding a scythe, reappeared. At the foot of the bed, the wind howled. The scythe sliced through the air, and the girl's terrified scream abruptly stopped as she was brutally pierced by the scythe, nailed to the bed. The figure of the Grim Reaper Lingba dissipated in the rainy night, as if it had never appeared, leaving only the thick, inescapable smell of blood in the room. Moments later, bang! The glass of the 5th-floor window shattered with a tremendous force, and a figure crashed through the window, landing steadily on the floor littered with shards of glass. Damn it! Sharon looked at the lifeless body on the bed, cursing under his breath. I'm late. Immediately after, another figure gracefully leaped through the window. It was Lin Shu. When she saw the girl's face twisted in extreme fear on the bed, Lin Shu's pupils suddenly constricted, and she froze for a moment. What's wrong? Sharon noticed her abnormality. Do you know her? Lin Shu quickly composed herself, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes behind her glasses, and she shook her head. Not related. Damn it! Sharon scratched his head in frustration. Where did this guy go after killing someone? This aura. It's strange, not like an ordinary anomaly. He glanced outside. How about we split up and search the area? Okay. Lin Shu nodded. Sharon stopped talking and jumped out of the window again, disappearing into the rain. In the room, only Lin Shu remained. She slowly walked to the bedside, looking down at Zhang Ping's corpse. A smile gradually crept onto Lin Shu's lips. So it was you, Shi-Chi. On a high-speed train from Kyoto to Jiangdu, the business-class carriage was unusually quiet. A man sat by the window, resting with his eyes closed. He wore immaculate white clothing, his handsome features and ethereal demeanor starkly contrasting with the noisy modern society.
In his arms, he held a long object wrapped in layers of white gauze which resembled a sword. This mysterious and retro appearance drew frequent glances from the person sitting next to him.
Suddenly, the man's phone vibrated in his lap.
He slowly opened his eyes and picked up the phone. On the screen was a message from a friend named Blind Real Person.
The message was simple. Just 6 words, eyes, 2 of them, be careful.
The man in white looked at the message, his expression calm and unperturbed. A few seconds later, he turned off the screen and placed the phone back on the table, closing his eyes once more. At the same time, the night watchmen from the 4 cities near Jiangdu Dan, Xi'an, Hangcheng, and Wencheng received notifications that all night watchmen above the level of great evil were to head to Jiangdu for support in case of a large-scale anomaly outbreak. Although Jiangdu appeared calm on the surface, it was a direct order from above, and no one dared to take the risk.
It wasn't until late at night
that Lin Shu returned to Haitang community. She had followed Shirong to the vicinity of Hongxing community and found nothing unusual. Shirong, growing impatient, cursed and went back. Lin Shu looked up and saw her sister by the window, who was happily waving at her when she noticed Lin Shu's gaze. Lin Shu smiled back and then walked into a convenience store downstairs that was still open, buying some snacks that her sister liked before heading back upstairs.
Sister, how was the club activity today?
Lin Shi pushed her wheelchair over, happily taking the snacks from Lin Shu's hands.
It was great, quite interesting, Lin Shu replied with a smile. That's good, that's good. I wish I could join you, sister.
Lin Shi bit into a spicy strip, her lips smeared with chili oil. Lin Shu ruffled Lin Shi's hair, her expression gentle. Once you excel in painting, you'll be able to earn a lot of money, and we can go to the best hospital to find the best doctors.
You'll definitely be able to stand up again. He. A glimmer flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. I will. Today I got a big commission to draw a whole comic book.
They offered 100,000 in fees, and there will be many more comics for me to work on later. It seems she has a connection with the comic platform. Lin Shu smiled. Is it that girl
who has been looking for you?
Yes, sister, it's her.
That's wonderful.
Lin Shi is making progress. Brother will be very happy to know.
He.
Lin Shi's face was full of joy. Sister, when brother comes out from the
mountains next time, he won't have to work anymore.
I'll take care of our family. Then next time, I'll tell brother.
He'll be very happy.
Lin Shu's eyes were filled with affection for her sister. In fact, the person who had been looking for her sister for commissions was her, and she hadn't given Lin Shi 100,000 today, so Lin Shi was lying to her.
However, Lin Shu didn't want to expose it.
No matter how her sister changed, she would always be her sister, and as long as she and brother were happy, that was enough.
As for others, it didn't matter. Alright, it's time to sleep.
Lin Shu placed the snacks on the table and then pushed Lin Shi towards the bedroom.
Wait, I want to eat another pack of spicy strips. No more eating, you'll get a stomachache. Eat it tomorrow.
The bedroom light flickered on and off, and the two whispered for a while before falling
completely silent.
In the dead of night, a wealthy family in Jiangdu experienced a burglary which might only be discovered tomorrow, or perhaps it would just be treated as an ordinary theft case.
In the morning,
the thick fog still hadn't dissipated, and it was even denser than the day before. The white mist enveloped the entire wooden house like thick milk, with visibility less than 5 meters. Lin Chen sat on the threshold of the wooden house, holding a yellow pear wood axe, lowering his head as he sharpened the dull blade with a piece of pear wood. The old wolf, unusually, was not watching cartoons in the warm bedroom but was squatting at the door, gazing at the swirling fog outside. Sigh. It suddenly sighed, its voice tinged with desolation. I wonder if this old body of mine can survive this winter.
Lin Chen paused his sharpening, glancing at it suspiciously. What are you rambling about now? He.
The old wolf put away its melancholic demeanor and came over, wagging its tail. Lin Chen, next time, can you ask that driver to bring me a few sets of blankets? It's getting cold, and this old wolf is afraid of the chill. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Old Tang just came by a few days ago. It's not too late to say it now.
The old wolf nudged his
arm with its head.
Next time for sure, Lin Chen replied dismissively.
He, remember to bring me some snacks next time.
The old wolf pressed on, at least 2 boxes. Lin Chen stopped his movements,
looking at it expressionlessly. Are you paying for it? Talking about money hurts feelings.
The old wolf said confidently, you take care of me, and I'll give you better things.
What things? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. When you really need it, I'll tell you. The old wolf teased. So mysterious.
Lin Chen muttered, losing interest in it, and lowered his head to continue focusing on sharpening his axe. Swish, swish, the harsh
sound of friction echoed far into the quiet fog.
After working tirelessly until noon, Lin Chen finally sharpened the axe a bit, its cold gleam shining.
Time for lunch? Old wolf poked his head out of the bedroom. Right on time. Wait until I get back to cook, Lin Chen replied, tucking the axe into his waist.
I'm going to haul back that black-hearted pear tree I chopped down a few days ago. You're really bored, old wolf scoffed. I come here and your belly has shrunk a bit. Lin Chen paused for a moment, deliberately glancing at old wolf's belly, which looked almost pregnant. He had eaten at least 3/4 of a whole box of snacks Lin Chen had brought, not to mention the meals. Lin Chen seriously suspected he was a pig in disguise. What are you looking at? Old wolf warily covered his belly. Lin Chen climbed onto the forklift and roared off towards the northern mountain. Although the fog was thick, his memory was good, and he successfully found the felled black-hearted pear tree based on his recollection, then transported it back to the cabin with the forklift. After finishing up, Lin Chen went to cook. At the dining table, he pushed around the rice and couldn't help but ask, Old Wolf, does the wood from this black-hearted pear tree have any special effects? I don't know. Old Wolf mumbled with his mouth full of meat, his words unclear. It should be able to make an eye mask so it won't let light through when you sleep at night. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen began to work on the massive black-hearted pear wood. He swung the freshly sharpened pear wood axe down hard against the trunk. Crack! Wood chips flew. The hardness of the black-hearted pear was about the same as that of ordinary pear wood, and the pear wood axe easily chopped into it. Lin Chen kept at it, swinging one axe blow after another. He chopped until evening, his arms so tired he could barely lift them, finally cutting the thickest part of the tree into 5 sections. However, the pear wood axe, which had just been sharpened in the morning, had already dulled again. Damn it, what a waste of effort, Lin Chen cursed as he tossed the axe aside and dragged the smallest section of black-hearted pear wood into the cabin. This piece of wood was about the size of a bucket, completely black, exuding a faint pear fragrance. Originally, Lin Chen had chopped it down just to pass the time, but now he planned to make himself a new axe. Although the yellow pear wood axe was useful, the handle was too short, making it feel awkward to use, and he had already ruined it. He intended to make a new one with a longer handle, more suitable for chopping, so he could also fight in emergencies. After finishing dinner, the sky had completely darkened. Old Wolf, full and satisfied, ran back to the bedroom to watch cartoons. After a while, there was some noise from the bedroom as Old Wolf dragged out the old iron stove and lit a fire. Damn it, it's a bit cold, he said, adding firewood to the stove. Weak, Lin Chen muttered, then went to the main room, using the light to start carving a new axe head with the dulled old axe. After only a short while, he felt his exposed arms getting a bit numb from the cold. The temperature inside the house seemed lower than outside. What the hell is this weather? Lin Chen cursed as he stood up, dragging the now smaller piece of black-hearted pear wood over to the stove. Old Wolf glanced at him lazily and changed positions. Weak, Lin Chen. On the third morning, the fog still hadn't lifted, as if it had wrapped itself around the forest. Just as Lin Chen finished the new axe head, he heard the roar of a truck engine coming from the yard. He quickly told Old Wolf to hide in the bedroom and stepped outside. Lin Chen, you really don't let me have a moment's peace. Old Tang jumped down from the truck, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, and took a deep drag on a cigarette. I've basically spent the last week in the truck, just got back for 2 days, and then Bosley kicked me back out. Lin Chen smiled. To those who can do more, more work is given. You little brat, Old Tang cursed, turning around to pull back the canvas covering the truck's cargo area. Lin Chen's eyes widened at the sight of what was inside the truck. Under the canvas, there were 2 sturdy military green wooden boxes with the word danger sprayed in red paint on top. Next to the boxes leaned 2 pitch-black AK automatic rifles, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Beside them were 4 large boxes filled with open ammunition, the yellow bullets lined up neatly on the belt. Old Tang smacked his lips. 2 AKs, 2 boxes of grenades, 4 boxes of bullets. Kid, which gang of bandits are you planning to take on? I'm using them to hunt wild animals. Hunt wild animals? Old Tang scoffed. What kind of wild animals do you need this for? Won't you turn them into a sieve? No, I'll leave them intact, otherwise, the meat will spoil and be inedible. Lin Chen caressed the cold gun body. With this, his sense of security skyrocketed. Are you staying for lunch? No, the goods have arrived, and I need to hurry back. Old Tang stubbed out his cigarette. The streamer from Qinchang is still waiting for me to send gifts. There's no signal in this damn mountain, and I haven't watched a live stream in days. Lin Chen looked speechless. Your energy is really impressive. Of course, I'm full of it. Old Tang patted his chest and jumped onto the truck. Alright, I'll come back next month to collect your corpse. The truck roared as it turned around, quickly disappearing into the thick fog. Lin Chen hummed a little tune as he huffed and puffed, moving the precious boxes into the wooden house. What's that? Old Wolf poked its head out from the bedroom, curiously walking over. When it saw the 2 AKs, it paused for a moment, then disdainfully curled its lip. Fire sticks. But when it spotted the 2 boxes of grenades, its eyes lit up. It kicked the wooden box and exclaimed excitedly, damn, good stuff. Lin Chen jumped in surprise. Don't touch that. What are you afraid of? I know what I'm doing. Old Wolf said smugly. I've seen this in Bear Brawl. Bald Sean used this to blow up bears, and it packs quite a punch. What's it called again?
pomegranate egg? Lin Chen's head was filled with black lines. It's called a grenade. Stay away from me, or we'll both end up in a coffin. Old Wolf shook its head, correcting, I'll revive. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with it. He picked up one AK and skillfully loaded a magazine. He walked into the yard, aimed at the silhouette of a beautiful pine tree in the fog, and let off a burst. The gunfire exploded in the silent mountains, echoing back. After firing a burst, Lin Chen looked at the gun suspiciously. Why did it feel so easy to control? It didn't feel like the heavy recoil they talked about in movies, but it was indeed exhilarating. Lin Chen looked at the row of bullet holes in the beautiful pine and sighed in relief. Damn, with this firepower, who cares about those monsters? Let them come, let's see if their heads are tougher or my 7.62mm bullets. With the assurance of firepower, Lin Chen felt motivated to work. Early the next morning, he strapped on the AK, carried the newly made pitch-black extended pear wood axe, and ventured up the mountain through the thick fog. He arrived at the black pear flower forest, casually picked a tree that looked unsightly, swung the new axe, and struck down hard. Crack! Wood chips flew, and the black axe blade easily split the bark, revealing the yellow wood inside. Not bad, it was ordinary black pear wood. Lin Chen felt relieved and was about to swing for a second chop when a low, dark shadow suddenly loomed over him. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and he swung the axe back with force. Bang! The axe struck something hard, producing a dull thud. Lin Chen looked up to see that Xiong Badian had somehow appeared behind him, staring down at him from a height. A crow perched on Xiong Badian's shoulder, tilting its head to look at him. The axe had struck Xiong Badian's thigh. Although it was a solid hit, Xiong Badian remained unfazed, and the axe didn't even break through his fur. Cough, cough, how come you walk without making a sound? Lin Chen cleared his throat and quickly retracted the axe. Xiong Badian looked at him, saying nothing. What's wrong? Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling the strong pressure of being stared down by a large black bear. No more tree cutting, Xiong Badian said solemnly, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. What do you mean? The black-hearted black pear flowers are on the move. Right now, the positions of the trees in this forest are all messed up. I promised to protect the black-hearted black pear flowers, so I can't let you cut them down, at least not until we find a way to distinguish the black-hearted black pear flowers. Lin Chen frowned. I still have 9 trees to cut this month for my assessment. If I can't finish, I won't get paid at the end of the month. The author checked back and noted that Lin Chen has only cut down 1 ordinary black pear flower so far, which was snatched away by Xiong Badian, so it's written that there are still 9 left. If the author is mistaken, please remind them. Xiong Badian fell silent. Caw caw. A crow flapped its wings against Xiong Badian's head. Xiong Badian sighed. Alright, the last incident with the golden cicada was indeed my fault. How about this, I'll allow you to finish cutting the remaining 9 trees this month, consider it my compensation. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his salary for this month was secured. Do you have any clues? Xiong Badian looked up towards the direction of Dongshan. Perhaps there's a place with clues. Decades ago, the Great Forest Company built a deep mountain base over there in Dongshan. They cut trees there for a long time, maybe they have a way to distinguish them. Xiong Badian said in a deep voice, I was just about to go check it out with the crow. You, be careful, remember, you can only cut 9 trees. Lin Chen quickly nodded. Sure, brother Xiong, take care. Xiong Badian nodded and, with the crow, turned and disappeared into the thick fog. This is tough, Lin Chen muttered, picking up his axe again. Crack, crack. In the silent forest, the diligent sound of tree cutting echoed once more. Lin Chen was now full of energy and courage. Carrying an AK and wielding a new axe, he cut trees with vigor. Without Xiong Badian's interference or any other monsters bothering him, he worked until evening, having already felled 3 black pear trees in the thick fog. Phew, that's enough for today. Lin Chen wiped his sweat and looked at the sky. 3 down, 6 to go. At this rate, in 2 more days, my salary for this month will be secure. As for next month's salary, it depended on whether Xiong Badian would be helpful. Lin Chen patted the 3 massive logs beside him, deciding not to transport them down the mountain just yet. He would wait until all 9 were cut before bringing the forklift up. He hoisted the axe over his shoulder, strapped on the AK, and limped down towards the wooden cabin. His injured leg felt a bit uncomfortable in the damp fog, but thinking about 70,000, no, 80,000, Bosley had given him an extra 10,000. Lin Chen felt his leg pain fade and his back ache lessen. This salary was more than he earned dredging corpses in the Yellow River, and as for the risks, they were about the same. Over there, one could easily drown. Here, one could easily be crushed by monsters. At night, in Dongshan, the fog here was even thicker, almost tangible. In a clearing completely submerged by vines and shrubs, several massive concrete building ruins could be vaguely seen. This was the deep mountain base established by the Great Forest Company in the 1970s, now long abandoned. Rusty barbed wire lay on the ground, and a bulldozer half buried in mud was covered in moss, while the collapsed barracks loomed darkly like the open mouth of a giant beast. Caw! The crow perched on Xiongbaishan's shoulder, tucking its neck in, called out uneasily. It's fine, Xiong growled softly, patting the crow reassuringly. Let's go, there's nothing to be afraid of. Xiong stepped through the base's entrance, heading deeper into the facility. And at the moment he stepped into the base, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness within. Am I finally able to leave? Bai Qingqing was feeling quite irritated now. The cause was the recent frequent disappearances in Lianyun City, with an entire building's residents vanishing from a community last night. Such a situation is not something a criminal could achieve. So the night watchers took over, urgently searching for this hidden anomaly. Captain, we've arrived at Jiangpan community, said Chuyu, the deputy captain of Lianyun City. Bai Qingqing came back to her senses, realizing the car had already stopped in front of the community gate. It's up to you now, Captain. I'm going to recruit new members, Chuyu said, pushing up her sunglasses with a smile. With the captain personally taking action, it would surely be easy to resolve this anomaly. Go ahead, Bai Qingqing replied, opening the car door and stepping out. After Chuyu drove away, Bai Qingqing looked up at the sealed residential building in front of her. 30 stories, a school district property. Last night, someone discovered the anomaly in this building, reported it, and it was handed over to the night watchers. The entire community was now sealed off, and all residents had been relocated to nearby hotels. Bai Qingqing walked into the building's entrance in her high heels, her expression unreadable. Inside the door was a safety corridor, with the elevator. Deep inside, the stairwell was empty, and a strange, almost imperceptible aura lingered in the air. Crimson Eye, Bai Qingqing whispered. As her words fell, her waist-length hair instantly transformed into a blood-red hue, and her alluring peach blossom eyes turned into cross-shaped vertical pupils of the same color. In her vision, a red thread, invisible to ordinary people, appeared out of thin air, winding its way toward the stairs. Following the thread upward, she ascended the steps, the sound of her high heels echoing sharply in the silent corridor. Finally, Bai Qingqing reached the top floor, pushing open the rooftop door to step outside. The rooftop was empty, except for an old Rubik's Cube placed awkwardly at the edge. A gentle breeze stirred her red hair, and a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as a short sword with antler motifs suddenly appeared in her hand, one of the two short swords Lin Shen had sold her. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled the antler short sword toward the Rubik's Cube. A fierce wind howled. The short sword transformed midair into a massive moose phantom engulfed in black and red flames, its crimson eyes filled with rage and murderous intent. The giant antlers lunged fiercely at the Rubik's Cube. However, just a second before the moose phantom collided with the cube, it suddenly began to spin rapidly, all colors instantly becoming chaotic. The air shimmered with a light blue ripple, and at the same moment, the short sword and moose phantom vanished into thin air. Bai Qingqing furrowed her brows. She recognized this object. The real Rubik's Cube, an indestructible and bizarre anomaly. Just a month ago, she had killed it once, and now it had resurrected and followed her all the way to Lianyun City. Buzz, in the air above the rooftop, the atmosphere slightly distorted, and a line of black text slowly coalesced. Kill me, and everyone within a 10-kilometer radius will have to accompany me. In death. Bai Qingqing's movements froze. She slowly lowered her right hand, which had been poised to summon the mythical bird, now pinched between her fingers. What do you want? Bai Qingqing asked coldly. The text in the air dissipated and reformed. I don't want to cause too much trouble with humans, I just wanted to bring you over to apologize. But I'm not good at socializing, so I got a bit reckless and killed some people. Bai Qingqing almost laughed in anger upon hearing this. Reckless? To lure her over, it had slaughtered the residents of this building and the hundreds who had gone missing days before? She took a deep breath, suppressing her rising fury. These indestructible anomalies were truly disgusting. You couldn't kill them, you could only expel or seal them, but sealing them at the same level required at least 2 patrons. This sense of helplessness made her feel a wave of irritation. The text in the air changed again. I'm leaving Lianyun City today, planning to find someone who can play with a Rubik's Cube and then live a normal life as an ordinary cube. Upon reading this, Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned. However, at that very moment, the font style suddenly changed. The words, repent in the maze, had not yet faded, and the magic cube began to spin wildly again, a faint blue light spreading like ripples in water, instantly enveloping the entire rooftop. It had been stalling for time, all to charge up this deadly strike. But Bai Qingqing was a seasoned warrior. As the blue light illuminated, she had already moved. Kuun. With a low shout, a massive white bird's head tore through space and fiercely bit down on the true magic cube's body. Crack! Countless cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the cube. Yet, the true magic cube did not flinch or evade, allowing the Kuun to tear at it, while the blue light reached its peak brightness at that moment. A glint of determination flashed in Bai Qingqing's eyes, and another short sword with antler motifs appeared in her hand without her noticing. Her figure flickered as she shot towards the magic cube, which was firmly gripped by the bird's beak. But just as the short sword was About to pierce the cube, the blue light erupted violently. Bai Qingqing and the Kuan, along with the antler short sword, vanished from the rooftop. Thud! The true magic cube fell onto the rooftop covered in cracks, looking as if it would shatter at any moment. In midair, black letters reappeared, as if the cube was talking to itself. Humans are indeed timid. The life of a fellow being makes her hesitate. Once you enter my maze, not even a great calamity level can hope to escape within a day. However, before it could finish its words, the letters suddenly began to tremble wildly. Finally, all the chaotic strokes gradually coalesced into 9 characters. Someone has touched my black pear flower. Meanwhile, in the forest. What bad luck! Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the black wooden stump before him. This was the second tree he had chopped down today, and he hadn't expected to run into a black-hearted black pear flower. But it didn't matter. If it dared to come, then let's see who the real hunter is. Lin Chen swung his axe and continued chopping. Dear Peng Yuyan and Lu Yifei, please give this book a 5-star review and rate it early. If everyone has time, please help promote it. The new book is just starting and needs popularity. Thank you, big brothers and sisters. Muamua. Oh, asterisk. Oh, bowing. It was still a foggy day, still evening. Lin Chen sat on the felled black pear tree, fanning himself with both hands. The cool breeze blew, evaporating the sweat, making it particularly refreshing. After a day of chopping trees, he had made a good haul, including 3 ordinary black pear flowers, and he had also dealt with an unfortunate black-hearted black pear flower. Adding yesterday and today, he had already chopped down 7 black pear flowers this month. As long as he worked hard for one more day tomorrow, he would complete this month's task. After finishing, he would head down the mountain to see his sister. It had been so long since they last met, he wondered if she missed him. The sky was getting dark, and Lin Chen stood up, shouldering his axe and carrying his AK, heading down the mountain. However, he had not walked far when he suddenly heard a rumbling sound from the sky. Boom! The sound grew closer, deep and oppressive, unlike thunder. What the hell? Is there an airplane in this weather? Lin Chen looked up. The thick fog obscured everything, making it impossible to see clearly. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly spotted a black dot rapidly descending through the fog, with a white parachute trailing above it. Immediately after, a sharp, piercing sound came from the direction of the airdrop, like nails scraping glass, or some kind of high-frequency alarm, echoing far in the silent fog. Airdrop? Lin Chen was stunned. In this deep mountain forest, where not even a bird would defecate, how could there be an airdrop? Was there someone else here besides him? Lin Chen glanced at the direction where the parachute was falling. It wasn't far from him, just a few hundred meters. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go take a look. Following the sound, Lin Chen made his way over. A few minutes later, in the center of a clearing, he saw the airdrop box that had fallen to the ground. The box is a red and blue combination, looking a bit like an airdrop crate from some game. However, there's a large speaker tied to the top of this airdrop crate, blaring an extremely shrill and piercing noise on a loop. This speaker is probably meant to attract attention to the airdrop, just like the smoke. Lin Chen cautiously looked around, confirming there was no danger, before quickly stepping forward and finding the switch on the side of the box to turn off the speaker. The world instantly fell silent. Lin Chen examined the box and found that it didn't even have a lock. It was just secured with a few buckles. So simple? Lin Chen muttered, then opened the airdrop crate. Inside, it was quite empty, containing only 3 items. One looked like a very worn-out Rubik's Cube. 3 pieces wrapped in golden foil, chocolate, and a letter. What is this? Lin Chen picked up the Rubik's Cube and took a look. It was just an ordinary 3-layer cube, the plastic shell worn down, and when he casually twisted it a couple of times, it even felt a bit stuck. Junk! Lin Chen scoffed, putting down the cube and picking up the letter. There was no signature on the envelope, so he opened it directly. Dear Mr. Shongbadian, I hope this letter finds you well. I apologize for disturbing your retreat, but there exists a being that has cut down my black-hearted black pear tree. I earnestly request your assistance in eliminating that being. Additionally, please help me find a new, ownerless black-hearted black pear tree. These 3 pieces of heart-stabilizing chocolate are a small token of appreciation for you, Mr. Crow, and the Great Lord. I sincerely hope for your assistance. Thank you. After reading the letter, Lin Chen was completely stunned. Damn it. What a coincidence. This guy is the owner of the black-hearted black pear tree that I cut down today? And he precisely airdropped, spending money on chocolate to hire Shongbadian to kill me? Lin Chen looked at the letter in his hand and couldn't help but laugh. He tore the letter into shreds and tossed it into the nearby bushes. Still want to kill me? Maybe in your next life. He picked up the 3 pieces of heart-stabilizing chocolate, hesitated for a moment, and stuffed the worn-out Rubik's Cube into his pocket as well. These items that the monsters used to bribe Shongbadian should have some special functions, right? Lin Chen clapped his hands. Whatever, I'll take them down the mountain first. And let that old wolf take a look. Half an hour later, Lin Chen returned to the wooden cabin and it was completely dark outside.
Old Wolf, hearing the commotion in the living room, poked its mournful head out from the bedroom. You actually know to come back. I haven't eaten all day. Lin Chen glanced at it. Can't you just snack on something? You've already finished all my snacks. Password protected. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue, throwing the chocolate and the Rubik's Cube onto the table. As soon as the items landed on the table, Old Wolf's nose twitched violently. It darted out from the bedroom, ignoring the worn-out Rubik's Cube, and stared at the 3 pieces of chocolate with gleaming eyes. What good stuff, it smells so nice. Old Wolf swiftly grabbed one, tilted its head back, and started crunching it along with the foil. Damn it! Lin Chen reacted quickly, grabbing Old Wolf's mouth and snatching the remaining 2 pieces away. Are you a dog or something? You don't even ask what it is before eating? What if it's poison? Poo poo poo. Old Wolf spat out the foil scraps from its mouth, smacking its lips, looking utterly blissful. This taste, so pure. It squinted its eyes, savoring the flavor. This is definitely pure chocolate sent over from Europe by steam train. No doubt about it. Lin Chen was exasperated. Get lost. He recounted the events of cutting down the black-hearted black pear tree, finding the airdrop, and receiving the letter. After listening, Old Wolf was momentarily stunned, stopping its chewing. Oh, that guy is in Europe? It pondered. No wonder he had to airdrop a bribe. His main body is in Europe, separated by a vast distance, so he can't come over even if he senses the tree being cut down. Get lost. Lin Chen picked up the remaining 2 pieces of chocolate. Be serious. Do you recognize this thing? Didn't the letter say so? The Old Wolf licked his lips. It's called calm chocolate. I guess it's probably for sleep. Eat it and sleep well. You guess? You don't even know what this is, being one of your kind? I've been in the mountains for decades, completely out of touch with the outside world. The Old Wolf opened its mouth, trying to bite the chocolate in Lin Chen's hand. Useless. Lin Chen pushed the Old Wolf's mouth away and stuffed the chocolate into his pocket. Let me have some. This thing isn't tasty at all. Keeping it is useless for you. Lin Chen glanced at the Old Wolf, not believing the old creature's nonsense. If it said it wasn't tasty, then it must be quite good. He would keep it and see. If after a while the Old Wolf wasn't foaming at the mouth, then he would give it a try. Things used by monsters for bribery should be decent, at least not cocoa butter. Putting away the chocolate, Lin Chen picked up the old, worn Rubik's Cube and tossed it in his hand. What about this? The Old Wolf finally noticed the cube, sniffing it with a look of disdain. What a piece of junk, it complained, bribing Bear Tyrant with this. Does it really like this stuff? Lin Chen also found it strange. Would someone of Bear Tyrant's size really enjoy playing with a Rubik's Cube? Its finger was almost as big as the cube itself. Wait a minute. The Old Wolf seemed to think of something. It took the cube, pawed at it a couple of times, and shook it. If I'm not mistaken, the Old Wolf lowered its voice, looking mysterious. This guy is afraid that the airdrop will be intercepted by others, so he hid the real good stuff inside this cube. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Inside? After thinking for a moment, the Old Wolf's reasoning did make sense. Otherwise, bribing with such a broken thing was indeed too unreasonable. You finally have some use. Lin Chen patted the Old Wolf's head, praising it. It's the password. You didn't do anything. Hidden inside? Lin Chen weighed it in his hand. He placed the cube on the ground, picked up the pearwood axe, and aimed at one corner of the cube. Damn, be gentle. What if there's something fragile inside? The Old Wolf's words were not finished when Lin Chen had already chopped down with the axe. Crack! The cube looked worn, but it seemed quite sturdy. Lin Chen struck again. Bang! The cube shattered completely, plastic pieces flying everywhere. Just as Lin Chen was about to see what treasure was hidden inside, he felt a flash in front of him, and a figure suddenly appeared where the cube had shattered, then softly collapsed onto the floor. What the hell? Lin Chen and the Old Wolf both jumped back a step, mouths agape in shock. Lying on the floor was a stunning woman in a black trench coat, her long hair cascading down, her features exquisite, but at this moment her eyes were tightly closed, seemingly unconscious. What the hell? The Old Wolf's eyes widened, circling around the woman on the ground, sniffing hard. This bribe, is a person? The Old Wolf was completely bewildered. Why the hell would that idiot send a beauty to Bear Tyrant? It looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. Bear Tyrant is a bear. Does it have the taste to appreciate this? Lin Chen didn't have time to respond to the Old Wolf's complaints. His shock was beyond measure, because he recognized this woman. Wasn't she the aloof goddess he met on the high-speed train a while back? He had sold her those 2 short swords with deer antlers. How could she fall out of a Rubik's Cube? TSK, not bad. The Old Wolf was still commenting beside him. Lin Chen, stop dawdling, this woman has passed out. A golden opportunity. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Make a baby. Get lost. Lin Chen cursed, squatting down to check her breath. Still breathing. He pushed her shoulder. Hey, wake up. No response. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then slapped her lightly on the face. Still no response.
What the hell? The old wolf was shocked. You slapped her? If she wakes up, won't she come after you? If she doesn't wake up, I'll have to fight for my life. Lin Chen was speechless. If he died in his own house, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Fortunately, Bai Qingqing still had a breath, probably because she had fainted for some reason. What a hassle. Lin Chen sighed and bent down to pick up Bai Qingqing, carrying her horizontally. Ouch. The old wolf began to howl. You went straight to bed? You humans really move fast. Lin Chen ignored it and carried Bai Qingqing into the bedroom, gently placing her on his hard bed. He looked at the unconscious woman on the bed, feeling a headache. What on earth was going on? Lin Chen stared at Bai Qingqing for a long time but still couldn't figure out how she had come out of a cube. Don't really die on me here, Lin Chen muttered. Dying wouldn't be so bad. The old wolf's voice came hauntingly, but you better act fast. Get lost. Lin Chen was truly at a loss. If Bai Qingqing didn't wake up tomorrow, he would have to wait for old Tang to come and take her to the hospital. But if Bai Qingqing didn't make it, he could easily be seen as a suspect. Forget it, let's eat first. Lin Chen walked out of the bedroom. As soon as the old wolf heard the word cooking, it immediately forgot about making pups, drooling all over the place, and scampered after Lin Chen. Put in more meat, I haven't eaten all day. Eat, 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 that's all you think about. Lin Chen took out the last bit of meat and vegetables from the fridge, quickly stir-frying 2 dishes and boiling a large pot of rice. The man and the wolf sat at the table, devouring the food like a whirlwind. The old wolf's belly swelled up, and it let out a satisfied burp. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen walked to the corner, picked up the satellite phone, and dialed Boss Li's number, asking him to notify old Tang to come and transport the wood. He also mentioned his own outing, and Boss Li agreed. For him, as long as Lin Chen could chop down 10 black pear trees each month, that was enough. By the way, Boss Li, can you ask old Tang to bring over a few thick blankets and buy some snacks, especially more spicy strips? After hanging up, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Next was the issue of sleeping. The bed in the bedroom was occupied by Bai Qingqing. Looks like I'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight. Lin Chen sighed, picked up a blanket and tossed it onto the shabby sofa in the living room. What about me? The old wolf stared with innocent eyes. You? Lin Chen pointed to the floor next to the stove. Sleep there, it's warm. The old wolf. Late at night, the wooden house was silent, with only the occasional crackling of the firewood in the stove. Lin Chen lay on the sofa, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Sigh. In the darkness, the old wolf let out a soft sigh. You really can't do anything? Get lost. Lin Chen grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Thud. The old wolf was hit squarely, whimpering in grievance, then placed the pillow under its dog head. The next morning, Lin Chen crawled up from the sofa with dark circles under his eyes. On the bed, Bai Qingqing still lay quietly, breathing steadily, but she just wouldn't wake up. Lin Chen shook his head, too lazy to care about her. He quickly washed up, ate some leftover food from last night, then strapped on his AK, picked up his axe, and prepared to head out. What about this woman? The old wolf groggily got up from the floor. You keep an eye on her. Lin Chen closed the door. You stay home to guard the house, and keep an eye on her. Don't let her wake up and run around, and don't let anything come in and take her away. Damn, are you treating me like a dog? The old wolf looked unwilling. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, pushed the door open, and plunged into the still thick fog. Walking along the mountain path, Lin Chen felt uneasy. That airdrop yesterday was clearly meant for Xiong Badian. The letter and chocolate had been intercepted by him, and the woman in the cube had been brought home by him. He wondered if Xiong Badian had gone to check the airdrop point. As he walked, he ultimately took a detour to the location of yesterday's airdrop. There were only his footprints on the ground, indicating that Xiong Badian had not discovered the airdrop last night. To be honest, Lin Chen felt a bit intimidated by Xiong Badian. He couldn't understand what Xiong Badian's attitude towards him really was. Thinking of Xiong Badian, he realized he hadn't seen it for several days and wondered if it had made any discoveries over at Dongshan. If there was no way to distinguish the black-hearted black pear flower, he would have a headache next month, and he might even have to fight Xiong Badian. He didn't know if his AK could impress it. After spending another day chopping trees in the mountains, Lin Chen dragged his exhausted body back to the wooden cabin. The thick fog still lingered, and the damp, cold air seeped into his bones. Although it was still early autumn, the mountain already had a winter chill. It seemed that old wolf was indeed getting old, able to sense the change in weather so early, already needing a blanket. Damn it, this ghostly weather, Lin Chen cursed as he walked to the front of the yard. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw a dark lump lying awkwardly on the muddy ground in the yard. Lin Chen paused for a moment, walked over, and squatted down, only to discover it was a crow. It was soaked, its feathers matted and messy, and its eyes tightly shut. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of its chest, Lin Chen would have thought it was dead. What the hell? Lin Chen picked it up. What's wrong with this guy? He pushed open the door to the wooden cabin, and a wave of heat mixed with the BGM of bare appearances hit him. His gaze passed through the bedroom door, where Old Wolf was sprawled out on the sofa, intently staring at the television, a half-eaten spicy strip in its mouth. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, Old Wolf hurriedly swallowed the spicy strip and then awkwardly hid the remaining piece behind itself. "You're back?" Old Wolf said without turning its head. "Where's the food?" "I'm starving." "It's a password," Lin Chen replied, speechless. This dog was still telling him the snacks were finished, but it turned out it had hidden them away. However, Lin Chen was too tired to argue with Old Wolf. He placed the unconscious crow on the table. "Come over and take a look at this guy. Is it about to kick the bucket?" Old Wolf paused for a moment, then jumped off the sofa and trotted over. It sniffed the crow, and a hint of confusion appeared on its wolfish face. "What's going on? Did Xiong Badian attack it?" "I don't know. I found it in the yard, lying on the ground unconscious." As they were talking, the crow on the table suddenly jolted awake, its feathers fluffed up. "Caw!" It seemed to be greatly startled, flapping wildly around the room, crashing into the wall, then falling to the ground, feathers and dust flying everywhere. "Calm down." Lin Chen pressed it down. "It's us." The crow struggled frantically in his hands, but when it recognized Lin Chen and Old Wolf, it gradually calmed down, though its red eyes were still filled with overwhelming fear. "Caw, caw, caw, ga ga ga." The crow called out anxiously, one wing desperately pointing towards the east. "Damn it, I can't understand bird language," Old Wolf said, impatiently digging at its ears. "It's pointing to the east." Lin Chen frowned, recalling that Xiong Badian had mentioned a few days ago that it was going to the Dongshan base to find a way to distinguish the black-hearted black pear flower. Did something happen to Xiong Badian at the Dongshan base? "Caw!" the crow cried out even more mournfully. Upon hearing Dongshan base, Old Wolf's expression grew serious, and it exchanged a glance with Lin Chen. "All right, Crow, stop calling for now." Old Wolf cleared its throat. "I'm going to ask you a few questions. If the answer is yes, caw once, if no, caw twice. Do you understand?" The crow immediately quieted down and nodded vigorously. "Caw, did something happen to Xiong Badian at the Dongshan base?" Old Wolf asked. "Caw, is it already dead?" "Caw, caw." The crow shook its head vigorously. "So it's not dead yet." Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, not even knowing why he felt relieved. Old Wolf continued asking, "Did you encounter some terrifying existence that even Xiong Badian couldn't handle?" "Caw." The crow's body trembled violently with fear. "It's trapped now, and it wants us to save it?" "Caw." The crow nodded vigorously. Lin Chen and the Old Wolf exchanged glances again, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. After a long while, the Old Wolf finally looked at Lin Chen. "So, what do you say? Should we go?" Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, looking down at the crow, then raising his gaze to the Old Wolf. "Do you think I should go? That place is definitely dangerous." The Old Wolf rarely became serious. "That guy, Bear Badian, may be a one-track mind, but his strength is real. If he fell, with your small frame." The Old Wolf curled his lip. "If you go, you'll probably end up dead there." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen fell silent. He thought of his 80,000 yuan salary and of his two younger sisters who were still waiting for him to send money back home. "Then I won't go." Lin Chen shook his head decisively. "It's too dangerous." "Ha!" The Old Wolf was clearly taken aback. It had thought Lin Chen would get hot-headed and put on a show of brotherly love. You won't reconsider?" "Reconsider what?" Lin Chen shot it a glance. "I'm not familiar with it. Last time it even tried to squash me. Why should I risk my life to save it? What if I die? What will happen to my two sisters?" The Old Wolf opened its mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After thinking carefully, it seemed that Lin Chen had a damn good point. "Fine." The Old Wolf shook its head in disbelief. "I didn't expect you to be so decisive." "Well, Bear Badian and I have no feelings for each other, so if you don't want to go, then don't." "Caw caw caw." As soon as the crow heard that Lin Chen wasn't going, it panicked. It broke free from Lin Chen's grasp, flew in front of the Old Wolf, and desperately tugged at the Old Wolf's fur with its wings. "Hey, don't touch me." The Old Wolf was getting impatient. "My old bones can't take the hassle. If I go, it's just going to be a death sentence." "Caw, caw." The crow's calls took on a hint of a sob, and it turned back to Lin Chen, rubbing its head against his hand. Lin Chen sighed. "It's no use looking for me." The Old Wolf also shook its head. "Crow, we can't help with this. How about you go to the center of the lake to find Jun? But that old monkey values its life even more than I do, so it's unlikely to help." Upon hearing this, the crow froze. It looked at Lin Chen, who had a cold expression, then glanced at the Old Wolf, who had already turned back to watch cartoons, a glimmer of despair flashing in its eyes. "Caw!" It let out a piercing wail, spread its wings, and dashed out of the wooden house, disappearing into the thick fog without looking back. "Sigh." Lin Chen let out a sigh. Sigh. The old wolf also sighed. Lin Chen glanced towards the bedroom. Has that woman woken up yet? The old wolf shook its head. No movement. Lin Chen didn't think much more about it and walked into the kitchen to prepare a meal. However, when he opened the fridge and the pantry, his face darkened completely. The fridge was empty, not a single piece of the company's delivered meat or vegetables left. Old wolf! Lin Chen shouted angrily. Did you eat it all again? I didn't mean to, my teeth were itching, so I nibbled on something. The supplies that the company originally delivered were enough for one person to eat for a month, but now with the old wolf, the supplies had suddenly become a bit scarce. Lin Chen rummaged through the corner of the cabinet for a long time and only found the last 5 potatoes. He boiled the potatoes, and 10 minutes later, took them out and mashed them, then picked up a bottle of Laogan sauce from the table. Tonight we'll have mashed potatoes with rice. After dinner, Lin Chen went to the bedroom door again. Bai Qingqing was still quietly lying on the bed, showing no signs of waking up. Lin Chen frowned. It had been several days without food or water. Even a tough person couldn't withstand that. Damn, he muttered, at this rate, she really might starve to death. He could only hope she would wake up soon or hold on until old Tang came next time to take her to the hospital. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up. With a sense of soreness, the sofa was both hard and narrow, making his back feel like it was about to break. He crawled up with dark circles under his eyes, glanced at the bed, and saw that Bai Qingqing was still motionless, leaving him uncertain whether she was alive or dead. Come and torment me, will you? Lin Chen grumbled as he walked to the door and pushed it open. The thick fog still hadn't dissipated, and the damp, cold air hit him in the face, causing him to shiver. Just as Lin Chen was about to close the door and cook, he suddenly froze. Looking down, he saw a crow lying stiffly right at the threshold of the wooden house. Its entire body was covered in a layer of white frost, and its eyes were tightly shut, clearly dead. In front of it, on the wet muddy ground, it had scratched out a crooked message with its claws. Please, save Xiong. Badian, it's trapped, can't die, can't get out. Lin Chen was stunned. He squatted down and poked the crow's stiff body, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Lin Chen sighed and picked up a shovel from the yard. What a loyal creature. He dug a small pit next to the war bear's grave in the corner of the yard and buried the crow's body. War bear, you're not so lonely anymore. Lin Chen dusted off his hands, but his resolve grew stronger. He couldn't go betting his life to save a bear? That deal didn't add up. He just needed to safely collect his salary for the month, and in a couple of days, when old Tang arrived, he could leave the mountain. He would be able to see his sisters then. With that 80,000 yuan, he could rent a bigger place for them and buy them a few new clothes. That was the meaning of his hard work. With that thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He climbed onto the forklift and started the engine. Today, he was going to transport all 9 trees he had cut down in the past few days. Back! The forklift roared as it drove into the thick fog. Once on the mountain, Lin Chen skillfully found the area he had logged yesterday. He began loading the wood onto the forklift, making trip after trip. The forklift was efficient, and within half a day, only the last black pear tree remained. Just as Lin Chen secured the black pear wood and prepared to return to the wooden house, a sudden flapping sound came from the fog. Instinctively, Lin Chen grabbed the AK hanging by the forklift and squinted into the thick mist ahead. A completely snow-white crane emerged from the fog, gracefully landing right in front of the forklift, blocking his path. Here we go again? Lin Chen frowned, instinctively recalling the squirrel from earlier. He leaned out of the forklift with the AK in hand. Get lost, don't delay my work. However, the crane merely tilted its head and spoke in a clear voice. The Great Lord is looking for you. Lin Chen was taken aback. The Great Lord? That old monkey in the center of the lake? What did it want with him? What does it want with me? Lin Chen asked warily. The crane didn't answer, spreading its wings and flying back into the fog. Rude. Lin Chen watched the direction it disappeared, hesitated for a moment, but still started the forklift. Whatever it wanted, he would deal with it after transporting the wood down the mountain. He drove the forklift, unloading the last load of wood in front of the wooden house. After getting off, he pushed the door open and told Old Wolf about the crane coming to find him, saying the Great Lord wanted to see him. Old Wolf nodded after hearing this. Go, see what it has to say. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What if that old monkey wants to take action against me? It won't lay a hand on you. Old Wolf yawned and strolled back to the sofa. The Great Lord is a monkey that values its face. It already forgave you last time. If it were to act against you again, it would be slapping itself. Hearing this, Lin Chen sighed in relief. Are you coming with me? Not going. Not going. Old Wolf waved his paw. I'm watching cartoons, no energy for that. You useless wolf. Lin Chen was speechless. This old wolf was truly lazy. He checked the magazine of the AK, then pulled out 2 grenades from the box and stuffed them into his pocket. With the AK slung over his back, he headed towards the western mountain. At the top of the western mountain, the lake remained calm. Thick fog enveloped the surface of the lake, making the giant tree at the center appear even more mysterious. The animals here seemed unaffected by the dense mist, just as they had been when Lin Chen first arrived, leisurely as ever. Some splashed in the water, while others blew bubbles. Lin Chen approached the lakeside and immediately spotted a flash of white at the treetop. The Great Lord was sitting there, quietly watching him, clearly having waited for a long time. Great Lord. Lin Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Not bothering with formality. You called for me, what is it? The white monkey Great Lord did not answer immediately. Its murky eyes gazed towards the eastern mountain, and it let out a deep sigh. The beings of this forest all say I am the guardian. Its voice was old and distant, but they do not know that the true guardian is Xiong. Lin Chen was taken aback, wondering why this old monkey was speaking nonsense. A long time ago, when Xiong was still very young, the Great Lord began slowly. It and its family encountered danger, and its parents died. When I passed by, I could only save it and its already frightened brother. At that time, Xiong made me a promise. It said that when it grew up, it would help me guard this forest, protect the black-hearted black pear blossoms, in gratitude for saving its life. There was a hint of nostalgia in the Great Lord's tone. All these years, it has indeed fulfilled that promise. It has become the most diligent guardian of this forest, not only taking care of its mad brother every day but also patrolling the mountains day after day, driving away those with ill intentions. It is the true guardian of this forest. So, what do you want to say? Lin Chen frowned. I am old now. The Great Lord's voice carried a sense of helplessness. My last bit of strength has more important places to be used. I cannot go save it. It turned its head, those aged eyes fixed on Lin Chen. So, I hope you can go save it. It is a pitiful child. Lin Chen fell silent. After a moment, he shook his head. Sorry, Great Lord, I cannot go. Why not? I carry burdens as well. Lin Chen's voice was calm. In a few days, I need to go home to see my sister. Why did you come here to cut trees? The Great Lord asked. To make money. Lin Chen's answer was straightforward. To support my sister. Why not find a safer job? There's more money here. The Great Lord laughed, its laughter somewhat desolate. You actually do not care about your own life or death. You only care about your sister. Lin Chen fell silent again. He looked up at the gray sky, the image of dropping out of school at 18 to work vividly replaying in his mind. To be honest, he was really tired. He had originally been a timid and introverted person, but life had forced him into the person he was now. He had read many novels fantasizing about whether one day he might die and be transported to another world, awakening some system, and thus reaching the pinnacle of life. However, those were ultimately just fantasies. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He did not want to die just yet. He still had his sister. If he died, then both of them would essentially be dead. Sorry, Great Lord, I cannot go. Cannot go? The Great Lord questioned. Its gaze on Lin Chen no longer friendly. The fish and birds around the lake also stared at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with hostility. Lin Chen frowned, instinctively putting his hands in his pockets. Just as the situation was about to reach a stalemate again, the Great Lord suddenly let out a long sigh, waving its hand, and the fish and birds became friendly once more. Sorry, I lost my composure just now. The Great Lord looked apologetic. These matters do not concern you much. I indeed should not force you. Consider it my compensation for earlier. As it spoke, a fish nudged a lotus flower to the water's edge at Lin Chen's feet. What is this? A treasure nurtured by the lotus pond for 100 years. It can be given to your sister. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief and reached into the lake to pull up the lotus flower. As the flower came closer, a faint fragrance wafted towards him, causing Lin Chen to freeze for a moment. After a brief pause, he shook his head vigorously and frowned. All right, it's nothing. You can leave now. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the Grand Monarch and turned to leave. After he walked away, the Grand Monarch chuckled and the fish and birds in the lake began to laugh as well, creating an extremely bizarre scene. Just then, a suppressed anger erupted. The Grand Monarch is so despicable? The Grand Monarch stopped laughing and looked towards the source of the voice, which belonged to the old wolf, who approached with a grim expression. The old wolf halted by the lake. Although his fur was gray and dull, his fierce aura remained intimidating, causing the nearby fish to swim away in fear towards deeper waters. The Grand Monarch sighed. You grew up watching me, you know what I carry on my shoulders. After I die, someone must hold the fort here, so to save Xiong I can only do this. The old wolf's face remained cold. But he's just a child. If he dies there, even if I have to risk my life, I will pluck a hair from you. Why bother? The Grand Monarch sighed again. I have so many fish and birds here, each one can provide for your old age. It's different. I take a liking to him. The old wolf shot a cold glance at the Grand Monarch and turned to leave. Lin Chen returned to the wooden house with
The lotus flower, a thought growing stronger in his mind. He needed to save Xiong Badian. Lin Chen was unclear about what had happened. Perhaps he wasn't even aware of the changes within himself. He picked up another AK from the wall and slung it over his shoulder, then strapped a row of grenades around his waist. The pearwood sword he had made earlier also hung at his side, and finally, he grabbed the black-hearted black pearwood axe. Just as he was about to step out, the old wolf walked in. "Where are you going?" "To save Xiong Badian," Lin Chen replied succinctly. "Are you coming?" "No, I'm watching cartoons." "Be careful." "What use are you then?" Lin Chen retorted, pushing the door open and stepping out. The old wolf watched Lin Chen's departing figure with a hint of helplessness. He couldn't handle the Grand Monarch's methods. The urge to save Xiong Badian had emerged from the depths of Lin Chen's heart, and only by saving him could it be erased. He should have stopped Lin Chen from going, but he hadn't expected the Grand Monarch to be so despicable for Xiong Badian's sake. The old wolf sighed. "I had originally wanted to get through this winter." It also walked towards the door, but it did not intend to go to the Dongshan base. It was old and couldn't fight anymore. But its strength had not diminished. As long as it could pass that strength to someone else, a new city-destroying level would emerge again. That dog should have revived by now. Just as the old wolf was preparing to sacrifice itself for the greater good, a sudden sound of footsteps came from behind the wooden house. The old wolf turned to look and saw Bai Qingqing standing at the door, her cold eyes fixed on it. "You saved me?" Bai Qingqing asked. "Not me," the old wolf shook its head. "It was a person." "Where is he?" "He went to a dangerous place. He's likely to die." "Which way?" "Up the eastern mountain, to an abandoned base." "Thank you. He saved me. I will go save him." The old wolf was taken aback, surprised by the woman's decisiveness. "If that's the case, then that's even better." Dongshan base. Lin Chen held an AK in each hand, the gun barrels angled downwards, cautiously stepping over the collapsed barbed wire as he officially entered through the gate. It was eerily silent here, with only the sound of mist swirling and the crunch of gravel beneath his feet. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Chen heard Xiong Badian's suppressed roar echoing from deep within the base. "He's still alive?" Lin Chen's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace following the sound. He navigated through a moss-covered, ruin-filled clearing, next to which stood a makeshift tent. Suddenly, Lin Chen halted, abruptly raising his gun. In front of him, by a collapsed tent, a figure was crouched on the ground, motionless, with its back turned to him. "What is that?" Lin Chen frowned. Anything that could appear in a place like this was likely not normal. He didn't hesitate much, raising his right hand with the AK and cautiously firing a shot at the figure's backside. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the dead silence of the base, reverberating. The figure was hit, jolting violently, then slowly turned around. Only then did Lin Chen see the true face of this creature. It was a shriveled corpse, dressed in tattered work clothes from decades ago, but strangely, clusters of pale flowers were growing all over the dry skin, like locust flowers densely packed. "Damn, this monster is getting scarier," Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter. From the very beginning, with the moose to the golden cicada, although they were all a bit eerie, they were still things one could see in nature. But this dry corpse was different. It was something usually only seen in novels and films. The corpse let out a hoarse roar, opened its mouth, which was also covered in white flowers, and lunged at Lin Chen on all fours like a beast. Lin Chen remained unfazed, raising another AK and aiming at its head. Bang bang bang! Both guns spat fire simultaneously, the dense bullet striking the dry corpse's skull, causing the pale flowers and rotten flesh to explode. The corpse collapsed at Lin Chen's feet, twitching a couple of times before going completely still. "Fear comes from insufficient firepower," Lin Chen said with a smirk. Just as he was about to step over the corpse, a rustling sound came from all directions. Through the thick fog ahead, one after another, dry corpses covered in pale locust flowers staggered out from behind the collapsed buildings. There were at least dozens of them. Shit, did I poke a corpse nest? Instead of being scared, Lin Chen felt inexplicably excited. He had dealt with corpses before, but this was his first time whipping them. "Damn it, come on!" Lin Chen shouted, raising both AKs and pulling the triggers. Da-day-day-day. 2 tongues of fire erupted wildly in the fog, the deafening gunfire echoing throughout the base. Under the absolute suppression of modern firepower, these dry corpses were as fragile as paper. They couldn't even reach within 10 meters of Lin Chen before being torn to shreds by the furious bullets. Lin Chen remained expressionless, emptying a magazine and casually tossing it aside, smoothly drawing a new one from his waist. Minutes later, the gunfire ceased. The ground in front of Lin Chen was already covered with the remains of dry corpses and pale petals. He blew on the hot muzzle of his gun. Insufficient firepower is the greatest fear, I speak the truth. After dealing with these small fry, Lin Chen replaced the magazine and continued deeper into the base. The roar of Xiong Badian was getting closer. Passing through the last stretch of ruins. The sight before Lin Chen made him stop in his tracks. There was Xiong massive body tightly hugging an incredibly thick concrete pillar. Countless vine-like branches were wrapped around it, binding it from the neck down like a zongzi, with only its bare head exposed. Struggling and roaring desperately, Lin Chen followed the branches with his gaze. Not far away in the thick fog, a gigantic locust tree stood silently. The tree was so tall it disappeared into the fog, covered in those pale locust flowers. Countless branches hung down from the trunk, connecting to Xiong. Is that the big boss? Lin Chen muttered, not even scarier than the dry corpse. Xiong also saw him and shouted anxiously, "Help me break these branches." Lin Chen immediately raised his AK, aiming at the branches entangling Xiong. The tongues of fire erupted again, bullets striking the tough branches, which snapped off one by one. While shooting, Lin Chen didn't forget to loudly ask, "What's going on?" The Yellow Springs locust tree. Xiong roared, "As long as I get pulled in by its branches, I will become a part of it. Unless the next substitute for the trapped one is found, I will be forever trapped inside." The Yellow Springs Sephora? Lin Chen pondered, his gun still steady in hand. So there is already a trapped existence inside this Yellow Spring Sephora? He looked again at the massive tree. Indeed. In the thick trunk of the Yellow Spring Sephora, a pair of crimson eyes was staring intently at him. Those eyes were fixed on him, unblinking. Lin Chen gazed at the faintly visible crimson eyes in the mist surrounding the trunk, feeling an inexplicable irritation rise within him. Damn it! What kind of trickery is this? He had no time to waste. Xiong was still tied to that pillar, and he needed to act quickly. Lin Chen frowned, raised his AK, and aimed at the pair of crimson eyes, firing a test shot. Bang! The bullet accurately pierced the mist, and immediately, a human-like shriek erupted from the Sephora tree. Damn! Rumble! The entire Yellow Spring Sephora instantly erupted in fury, all the drooping branches tensed violently, pulling Xiong madly. Crack! Crack! The thick concrete pillar groaned under the immense strain, cracks appearing all over its surface. Xiong, don't worry, I'm coming to save you now. Lin Chen cursed under his breath, quickly pulling a grenade from his waist, yanking the pin, and throwing it hard at the densest cluster of branches. The grenade traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air. However, just as it was about to land among the branches, a shadow suddenly sprang from the nearby ruins, catching the grenade mid-air. Lin Chen focused and saw it was a wild boar covered in pale Sephora flowers, clutching the grenade in its mouth, its eyes bloodshot as it stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what the hell? Boom! The grenade exploded, and the wild boar was instantly blown to bits. From the shadows of the ruins, rustling sounds emerged. 1, 2, 3, a group of wild animals walked out of the mist, including deer, foxes, and even a few wolves, all covered in those strange pale flowers. Lin Chen's expression darkened as he looked at the collapsing pillar, knowing he could not delay any longer. He raised two AKs, aiming at the charging beasts. The furious tongues of fire erupted in the mist, and the dense hail of bullets instantly turned the first few deer into a sieve. But in that moment of delay, crack! A piercing sound of breaking echoed, and the concrete pillar could no longer withstand the immense force, crashing down. Xiong massive body lost its last support, dragged by countless branches, flying straight toward the trunk of the Yellow Spring Sephora. Kid! Xiong roared in midair, "Be careful, it's coming out." Before the words left his mouth, his body slammed hard against the trunk, as if sinking into a swamp. His massive form began to bizarrely merge into the trunk. Xiong struggled in pain, but after less than 2 seconds, he was completely swallowed by the Sephora tree. Lin Chen's gun did not stop, and after a few seconds, he finally dealt with all the wild animals. When he aimed his gun at the trunk of the Yellow Spring Sephora again, the pair of crimson eyes had vanished. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, a chill creeping up his back. Who was it? Just then, a terrifying force suddenly surged from behind him. Bang! Lin Chen had no time to react. It was as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, and he was instantly thrown out, crashing hard into a pile of rubble 7 or 8 meters away. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of sweet blood, feeling a pain in his organs, and the 2 AKs slipped from his grasp. Lin Chen climbed up from the rubble, turned sharply, and saw a figure standing where he had just been. It was a man, with shoulder-length black hair and crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. "As fellow humans," the man slowly spoke, his voice hoarse as if he hadn't spoken in decades. "Why do you want to stop me from escaping?" With a swift motion, he picked up the black-hearted pear wood axe that had just fallen to the ground. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he swung the axe down towards Lin Chen's head. Damn it! Lin Chen rolled away, clumsily, narrowly dodging the blow, and lunged towards the AK that had fallen not far away. Grabbing the AK, Lin Chen didn't even have time to aim before he turned and pulled the trigger. Flames erupted, but the man's movements were even faster. He moved like a ghost, dodging
left and right in a seemingly impossible manner amidst the hail of bullets, with the bullets merely grazing the edges of his clothing and hitting empty space. What the hell? Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Crack! Just as Lin Chen was stunned, the man had already rushed forward, the black axe slicing through the air and accurately chopping Lin Chen's other AK, which lay on the ground, in half. The AK broke into 2 pieces on the spot. Without a moment's pause, the man swiftly reached out with his other hand and grabbed the barrel of the AK in Lin Chen's hands. Day. Lin Chen's index finger was still on the trigger, bullets wildly shooting into the ground, sending up a spray of dirt. The two were locked in a bizarre close-quarters standoff. Lin Chen stared blankly at the face before him while the man scrutinized him in return. What the hell? Lin Chen muttered to himself. The man seemed to lose patience, lifting a foot and kicking Lin Chen hard in the chest. Bang! Lin Chen was sent flying. Again, his back crashing heavily against a broken concrete pillar. Ugh! He thought he would either die or at least break a few ribs, but strangely, aside from a bit of pressure in his chest, it didn't hurt that much. Lin Chen was stunned, looking down at his chest. Damn, when did I become so tough? The man across from him seemed somewhat surprised as well. He glanced at Lin Chen, then at the black axe and the AK in his hands, casually tossing them to the ground. He beckoned Lin Chen with a finger, his crimson eyes filled with disdain. Lin Chen looked at the man's provocative stance and smiled. Alright, you're impressive. He slowly got up from the ground, dusting himself off, one hand reaching for his waist. In the next second, Lin Chen pulled out a grenade, thumb flicking the pin, and without a second thought threw it over. Catch! The man instinctively reached out and caught the grenade firmly in his hand. He looked down in confusion, seemingly studying what it was. When he realized it was a grenade, his expression changed, and in just half a second, he reacted, throwing the grenade away with all his might. But it was still a moment too late. The grenade exploded just half a meter in front of his face. Boom! The shockwave and smoke instantly engulfed the man's figure. Lin Chen roared and charged into the still swirling smoke like a cheetah, throwing a punch with all his strength aimed at the man's temple. However, amidst the smoke, a hand accurately blocked his fist. Immediately after, a tremendous force came from below, the man's leg sweeping like a whip at Lin Chen's lower body. Lin Chen lost his balance, his body leaning forward, and the man mercilessly delivered a fierce sidekick, striking Lin Chen squarely in the chest. Bang! Lin Chen was sent flying for the third time, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. As the smoke cleared, the man stood in place, his face cold. He touched the metal shard embedded in his face, his crimson eyes fixed on Lin Chen, his voice icy. You are truly a despicable person. All's fair in war, you understand? Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and got up again. His heart had already sunk to the bottom of the sky, whether in speed, strength, or fighting skills, completely crushed me, resembling a strong beast that had systematically learned combat. What the hell are you? Lin Chen warily increased the distance. A monster? Why are you so fierce? Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, the man paused for a moment. The killing intent on his face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of confusion. Who am I? I forgot. All I know is, I must leave here. He suddenly looked up, his crimson eyes filled with obsession. I have to take out a very important piece of information. Lin Chen's heart stirred. What information? The man fell into confusion again. Forgot. Lin Chen. He was utterly speechless. What the hell? After all this time, you're a damn amnesiac? P.S. Family, please give a rating. Every increase of 0.1 will lead to 2 extra chapters. From the author. Also, thanks to Dian Tang Yuzi for the love letter, the author has agreed, we can date, Mwamiwa. But none of that matters. I'll kill you and then leave here. At Dongshan Base, thick fog covered the sky. As the man spoke, he picked up the axe from the ground, the blade tracing Lin Chen's neck. Lin Chen frowned, both hands already reaching for the grenades at his waist, thinking to himself that this was bad. If he charged over, the grenade would likely be useless, but Lin Chen truly had nothing else to use. The only intact AK was under the man's feet. Just as the man prepared to push off the ground and leap to chop Lin Chen down, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? The man asked. I'm laughing at your bloodshot eyes. The man was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed as well. You really? Put. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain shot through his chest. The man looked down to see a white sword blade piercing through. Before he could react, another sword blade stabbed out. The man's pupils dilated, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Still laughing? Lin Chen asked with a smile. The man opened his mouth to laugh, but before he could speak, the two swords stirred simultaneously, instantly extinguishing the last breath of life within him, and he fell to the ground with a thud. You saved me, what a coincidence. I gently pulled the antler sword from the man's chest. Looking at Lin Chen. Now we're even. Lin Chen shrugged, not expecting that in the end it was a fainted woman who saved him. Where is this place? It's so strange. Don't worry about that for now. Lin Chen walked over to the man's corpse, picked up the axe from the ground, and headed towards the Huangquan Sephora tree. Bai gently frowned, glancing at the corpse on the ground, and followed Lin Chen towards the Huangquan Sephora tree. If her senses were correct, this tree should be a city-destroying Huangquan Sephora tree. The Huangquan Sephora tree is a special anomaly. Its stance is relatively fair, treating both anomalies and humans equally. When it absorbs the first existence, the absorbed existence's consciousness is assimilated, becoming someone else's subordinate. That's right, it becomes someone else's subordinate, equivalent to being a head-giving anomaly. However, very few choose to assimilate it, because assimilating it means becoming it, permanently unable to leave, fixed in one place. Unless it absorbs another existence of the same level or stronger, the original consciousness that assimilated it can leave the tree. What a strange place. Not only does it have a strong suppression of subordinate powers, but it can also nurture such powerful existences. I gently thought, slowly following behind Lin Chen. However, just as she was deep in thought, her steps suddenly halted, and her pupils constricted as she quickly dodged to the side. The next second, boom! The sound of wind breaking rushed past Bai Gently's ears, the howling wind whipping her hair and pulling at her scalp. Painfully, Bai Gently turned sharply, her hands blocking in front of her, and the next second, a tremendous force slammed into her arms, sending her flying backward. Lin Chen heard the commotion behind him, furrowing his brows as he turned his head, his pupils involuntarily constricting. He saw that the man, whose chest had just been mangled, had somehow stood up again, a grotesque smile stretching across his face, his blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Chen. This time, it's your turn not to be able to laugh, right? The man asked, laughing maniacally. Bai Qingqing landed lightly beside Lin Chen, her brows tightly knitted. You should have delivered the finishing blow, she said softly. No one would have expected he could survive this, but it has taught me a lesson for next time. Lin Chen sighed. Upon hearing this, the man shook a finger at them. You won't have a next time. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly lunged forward with the force of a descending tiger, charging at the two of them. Lin Chen's heart hardened. He gripped the black-hearted pear wood axe tightly, advancing rather than retreating, and delivered a powerful chop aimed directly at the man's face. However, the man's reaction speed far exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. Just as the axe blade was about to connect, the man slid to the side like a ghost, effortlessly dodging the lethal strike. Immediately after, he followed up with a side kick, accurately striking the axe handle. Bang! A terrifying force surged through, and Lin Chen felt a jolt in his hands. The black-hearted pear wood axe flew out of his grip, spinning in the air before embedding itself in the mud far away. Lin Chen was horrified. Before he could react, the man had landed and was throwing a powerful straight punch towards his chest. If that punch landed, Lin Chen had no doubt his ribs would shatter on the spot. In that critical moment, a white figure flashed by. Clang! Bai Qingqing had rushed over at some point, her deer antler shortsword precisely blocking the man's punch. The man's fist transformed into a palm, and without flinching, he grabbed the sharp blade. Sizzled blood instantly gushed from his palm, but he seemed to feel no pain, his fingers clamping down on the sword like iron pincers. Bai Qingqing's eyes turned cold. With a flick of her wrist, another deer antler short sword appeared in her other hand, striking towards the man's face like a venomous snake. Faced with this tricky attack, the man made a move that sent shivers down Lin Chen's spine. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on the incoming sword blade. Crack! The sound of teeth grinding against the antlers sent a wave of discomfort through Lin Chen. What the hell? Lin Chen was stunned. He was truly a superhuman. But Lin Chen didn't just watch. Seizing the moment the man was distracted by Bai Qingqing, he rolled and lunged for the fallen black-hearted pear wood axe. The man seemed to sense Lin Chen's intention, delivering a powerful kick to Bai Qingqing's abdomen, sending her flying. He then snatched the blood-stained deer antler sword, not even looking, and thrust it violently towards Lin Chen, who had just gotten back up. Thud! Lin Chen felt a chill in his abdomen and looked down to see the deer antler sword deeply embedded in his lower belly. Ugh! A sharp pain surged through him, and Lin Chen let out a muffled groan, but the fierceness in his eyes did not wane. Die for me! Lin Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he swung the black-hearted pear wood axe horizontally, striking the man's waist with all his might. Bang! Blood immediately gushed out, but the man still wore that eerie smile, seemingly unfazed by the deep, bone-revealing wound at his waist. He yanked the deer antler sword out of Lin Chen's abdomen, sending a spray of blood flying, and without hesitation thrust it back towards Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen's pupils dilated. In the next second, Bai Qingqing, who had just been kicked away, lunged back fiercely, grabbing Lin Chen's clothes and pulling him back hard. Swish! The deer antler sword grazed Lin Chen's nose, the fierce wind stinging his cheek. Are you okay? Bai Qingqing's voice remained cold, but there was a hint of urgency. Damn it! I'm fine. Lin Chen clutched his bleeding belly, gritting his teeth to steady himself. The Man, seeing his strike miss, flashed a hint of brutality in his eyes. He had no intention of giving the two any chance to breathe. With a surge of power, he lunged forward like a cannonball aimed at them. Just then, a gust of bloody wind suddenly swept in from the thick fog nearby. Roar! A tiger, covered in pale locust flowers, pounced out from the ruins, sinking its teeth into the man's shoulder and knocking him hard to the ground. The tiger frantically tore at the man's chest, its sharp claws leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes on his body. "Get off me!" the man reacted. Swiftly, swinging a fist that landed heavily on the tiger's head. Bang! The tiger's skull burst open like a watermelon, red and white brain matter splattering across the man's face. He shoved the tiger's corpse aside and, just as he stood up, his gaze instinctively turned towards the Huangquan locust tree. In the thick fog, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring intently at him. It was Xiong. The man's expression changed drastically. As he seemed to realize something, he glanced at Lin Chen and Bai Qingqing, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. Damn it, trying to run? Lin Chen understood too. Enduring the excruciating pain, he swiftly pulled out 2 grenades from his waist, yanked the pins, aimed at the man's escape route, and threw them with all his might. Boom! Boom! 2 fireballs erupted almost simultaneously in front of the man, the violent shockwave, mixed with shrapnel and debris crashing into him. The man was sent flying back by the blast, his back exposed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen grabbed the black-hearted pear wood axe from the ground and swung it fiercely at the man's back, still in midair. However, the man twisted his body mid-flight. His scarlet eyes fixated on the approaching Lin Chen, his expression twisted in rage. "Want to die? Then I'll grant you that." The deer antler sword in his hand sliced through the air, stabbing fiercely towards Lin Chen's heart. At that moment, Lin Chen was also blinded by rage, not dodging or avoiding, and swung the black-hearted pear wood axe straight at the man's chest. Clang! Just as the man's deer antler sword was about to pierce Lin Chen, another deer antler sword accurately blocked it. It was Bai Qingqing who had struck again. The man's lethal blow was thwarted, but Lin Chen's axe had no obstruction. Crack! The black-hearted pear wood axe, with immense force, struck solidly against the man's chest. The moment the axe blade made contact, a surge of black-red flames erupted. Bang! The man's sternum instantly collapsed, his entire body hit as if by a battering ram, crashing down to the ground, leaving a clear and massive hoof print on the rubble beneath him. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, the red light in his eyes dimming slightly. But to Lin Chen's shock, even after such a severe injury, the man's body reacted quickly, like a zombie devoid of pain, springing back up from the ground once more. What the hell? Lin Chen was caught off guard, his eyes wide, helplessly watching as the man's deer antler sword lunged towards his eyes. Bang! Bai Qingqing reacted just in time, delivering a powerful kick to Lin Chen's waist, sending him flying away and dodging the fatal strike. But she herself was now completely exposed within the man's attack range, looking for death. The man, furious at Bai Qingqing for repeatedly saving Lin Chen, instantly turned and thrust the deer antler sword towards her with lightning speed. Bai Qingqing's pupils constricted as she hurriedly raised her deer antler sword to block. Clang! The 2 swords clashed, but the man's strength was overwhelming. Bai Qingqing felt a tremendous force surge towards her, and her short sword was forcefully pushed aside. Put! The man's deer antler sword did not hesitate, piercing through her neck. Bai Qingqing froze for a moment, her body falling backward, crashing to the ground with a thud. At the same time, a furious roar erupted from the Huangquan Sephora tree. In the next moment, a dense mass of pale branches surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly wrapping around the man's limbs and waist. The man's face changed dramatically as he struggled desperately, but those branches were incredibly resilient, binding him tightly in place. Just as Xiong had been devoured, the power of the Huangquan Sephora tree had not yet fully assimilated him. It exerted its last ounce of strength to create this unique opportunity for Lin Chen. Lin Chen scrambled to his feet, seizing the moment to grab the intact AK that had fallen to the ground, aiming the muzzle directly at the bound man's head. Die, you bastard. Day. Lin Chen roared as he pulled the trigger. The furious fire snakes erupted, and the 7.62mm bullets rained down on the man's face at close range. The man let out a piercing wail, his face instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Under the relentless hail of bullets, yet his feet remained stubbornly planted on the ground, resisting the pull of the Huangquan Sephora tree. Crack! Lin Chen, expressionless, emptied an entire magazine, casually tossing it aside, and swiftly drew a new magazine from his waist. Day. The gunfire erupted again, and Lin Chen fired wildly at the man's already disfigured face. After a full 3 minutes, the gunfire finally ceased. Lin Chen's gun barrel was glowing red hot, and several empty magazines lay discarded at his feet. The man, bound by the branches, no longer had a face, completely turned into a mass of flesh and blood. His feet, which had been firmly planted in the ground, finally lost their
strength, and his body slumped down, slowly being dragged toward the trunk by the branches of the Huangquan tree.
Huff, huff. Lin
Chen discarded the scalding AK, gasping for breath, and without a thought for the dragged-away corpse, rushed to Bai Qingqing's side.
Hey, are you okay?
Bai Qingqing lay in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open, staring at him, her face as pale as paper, the blade mark on her neck still dripping blood. She tried to open her mouth but couldn't make a sound, only weakly nodding. Lin Chen sighed, feeling a chill in his heart.
But just then,
the man, like an unkillable cockroach, suddenly opened his eyes wide again.
I can't die. I have important information to pass on. The man's
anguished roar echoed, accompanied by a terrifying force as he forcibly broke free from the branches of Xiong Batian.
Dragging his broken body, he
didn't even glance at Lin Chen, staggering away toward the outskirts of the Dongshan base, disappearing into the thick fog in an instant.
Lin Chen
stood frozen in place.
What the hell? He was turned into mush and he can still run? Watching the man's staggering figure vanish into the fog, a
chill shot up from Lin Chen's feet to the crown of his head.
He couldn't let him escape.
He was about to leave the forest to meet his sister in
Jiangdu. If he followed him, Lin Chen dared not think further. He suddenly grabbed the black-hearted pear wood axe from the ground, ignoring the
intense pain in his abdomen and shoulder, and crazily chased after the direction the man had disappeared. He had only one thought now: he must kill
him.
The two chased each other through the mountains, and in the fog, Lin Chen could vaguely see the man's staggering figure weaving through the hills. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his mind was solely focused on killing him, completely oblivious to the fact that the man was running faster and faster, nor did he notice that he himself was also speeding up. After an unknown amount of time, the man finally sensed Lin Chen. He suddenly stopped, turning around. On that bloodied, mangled face, a pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen.
Why do you want
me dead? He hoarsely shouted. Lin Chen did not answer, only advancing toward him with the axe in hand. The man suddenly burst into wild laughter. Once you leave that forest, you won't be my match. He raised his palm abruptly and slammed it down hard onto the ground. In the next moment, the soil in the mountains suddenly stirred, and a blood-red giant mouth, over 10 meters in diameter and filled with sharp teeth, burst forth from the ground in front of Lin Chen, accompanied by a foul wind, lunging to swallow him whole.
Lin Chen's eyes widened, bloodshot with intensity.
At this point, he had lost all consciousness, relying solely on instinct to swing the axe in his hand with all his might.
Roar! A deafening roar
erupted as a massive silhouette of a moose, at least 10 meters tall and engulfed in black-red flames, roared out from the axe.
The flaming moose, with antlers like mountains, fiercely pierced through that blood-red giant mouth. Puff!
The giant mouth was punctured, and the moose silhouette, undeterred, pushed against it, driving it back over 100 meters until it crashed into a distant mountain wall, finally coming to a stop.
Boom!
The mountain trembled, and the thick fog was partially dispersed. Only then could one see that it was a giant worm nearly 100 meters long,
entirely blood-red.
Lin Chen gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot. He was unclear about the situation, only knowing he had to kill this creature.
Do you have kin as well?
The man across from him stared intently at the slowly dissipating moose silhouette, then glanced at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen
remained silent, gripping the axe as he approached the man.
I want to see what you used to block this.
The man roared, and the flesh on his back suddenly tore apart, revealing two enormous, pale wings that burst forth. With a powerful flap, he soared into the sky, spiraling like a hunting falcon, diving towards Lin Chen with a piercing sound. Instinctively, Lin Chen raised the axe again, but this time, the searing sensation did not return. As the birdman was about to reach him, Lin Chen felt a metallic taste in his throat, a surge of brutality and hunger erupting from the depths of his soul. Roar! A roar that was not human erupted from Lin Chen's mouth, and in the next moment, a blue fish silhouette appeared out of thin air, opening its massive mouth to swallow the man in midair. At the same time, from the thick fog, a golden tiger suddenly pounced, its sharp claws striking fiercely against the blue fish silhouette. Puff! The fish silhouette had no time to struggle and was instantly torn to shreds. The man reappeared. Although he had escaped the bindings, he was left in a disheveled state, with several feathers from his white wings broken. You're seeking death. The man went completely mad, throwing a punch at Lin Chen's face. But just as the punch was about to land, the ground in front of Lin Chen suddenly broke open again. A giant centipede, even larger than the previous redworm, burst forth from the earth, its hundreds of long legs like blades, and its massive pincers clamped down on the man's body, holding him tightly in midair. At the same time, the golden tiger lunged forward. Roar! The centipede, clutching the man, suddenly whipped its head, driving its hundreds of legs deep into the tiger's body, and the two beasts instantly rolled and bit at each other. The man, caught in the centipede's pincers, rolled along, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. I've been in this mountain for 2 years, although I was trapped in a tree for a year and 10 months. Do you think you can compare to my kin? You're not even close. He roared to the sky, and the flesh on his body began to writhe and swell in a bizarre manner. Boom! The man's body rapidly expanded, his skin turning into hard, thick rock, and in an instant he transformed into a terrifying rock giant nearly 20 meters tall. Roar! The rock giant broke free from its restraints, grabbing the centipede as if it were a whip, and smashed it down onto the ground. Bang! 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 The earth shook violently, and rocks tumbled down. The centipede, under the brute force of the rock giant, had no power to fight back and was crushed to pieces in just a few blows. The tiger, also poisoned, dissipated into specks of starlight in the fog. The rock giant pounded its chest and took a step forward, charging towards Lin Chen. As Lin Chen watched the approaching rock giant, a primal bloodlust surged violently from the depths of his soul. He gazed at the blood moon, faintly visible through the thick fog, and let out a roar that was anything but human. Roar! Lin Chen's body began to swell dramatically under the moonlight, muscles tearing through his clothes, black hair erupting wildly from beneath his skin, bones cracking with a sickening sound, and his hands transforming into sharp wolf claws. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had turned into a massive werewolf nearly 20 meters tall, covered in black fur, looking incredibly ferocious under the moonlight. The two colossal beasts, comparable in size to hills, collided with a thunderous crash in the thick fog. Boom! The terrifying shockwave turned into a tangible blast of air, instantly clearing the surrounding fog, causing even the nearby mountains to tremble and begin to slide. There was no technique, no evasion, only the most primal and savage biting and pounding. The rock giant smashed a fist into the werewolf's chest, caving in its ribcage, while the werewolf bit down hard on the giant's shoulder, tearing away a large chunk of rock. This bloody melee seemed to last an eternity. Finally, accompanied by two exhausted roars, the two massive figures simultaneously collapsed, crashing to the ground and creating two giant craters before quickly shrinking back to their original forms. The thick fog once again enveloped the chaotic battlefield. The man stood there, covered in blood, looking down at Lin Chen, who lay on the ground. Lin Chen had also reverted to human form, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, with a wound on his abdomen deep enough to see bone. Ha. The man grinned a sinister smile. Still, I win. He picked up a sharp branch from the ground and staggered over to Lin Chen, kneeling beside him. Lin Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at him intently. Die. The man raised the branch in his hand, and the next second, a tiger's roar echoed, a sharp golden light flaring from the branch, plunging violently into Lin Chen's heart. Put! Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he could clearly feel his life slipping away. The man revealed a cruel smile, pulling out the bloodied branch, preparing to stab again. Just then, a rush of wind sounded. The man turned his head to see a crimson moose phantom charging towards him, and in front of the moose was a thrown antler sword. The man could not evade in time. The sharp antler pierced directly through his chest, and the moose let out a furious roar, lifting him up violently. At the same time, a cold voice rang out from the thick fog. Kuan. The next second, a white bird's head appeared out of nowhere beside the man, its sharp beak plunging violently into his body. The man incredulously lifted his head, only to see Bai Qingqing staggering through the fog, a deer antler sword still embedded in her neck. Bai Qingqing waved her hand, and the bird's beak suddenly opened wide, tearing the man's body in half, blood mist filling the air. Lin Chen stared with gradually blurring eyes at the mangled corpse falling down. The blood mist drifted into his eyes, turning everything crimson. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he saw two enormous eyeballs staring at him. Upon noticing he was awake, the eyeballs widened in shock and then retreated rapidly. It was that toad, which had just been peering at him from a short distance. Woo-woo, the toad continued to wail, though its cries were much softer than before. Lin Chen sat up and touched his chest. Had he fallen asleep? Did that man die? And, summoning such a big mouth, could those monsters be this powerful? Lin Chen was filled with confusion. Woo-woo, please save me. Lin Chen looked up, and the toad was gazing at him in pain, begging for help. Again, how can I save you? Lin Chen asked. Save me? I don't know either. The toad cried, trembling all over in pain. Lin Chen frowned. What's wrong with you? I don't know. The toad shook its head while crying. I just know it hurts so much. My back hurts. My body hurts. Lin Chen looked at the toad's back, where sores were oozing pus, looking quite horrifying. It seemed that this toad was sick, and the sores on its back had become infected. I don't know how to save you, Lin Chen said, feeling helpless about the sores on its back. You know, woo-woo. But the toad shook its head. Lin Chen? You really know? It must be because last time you helped me and I didn't grant you a wish, that's why. You're saying this. Go ahead and make a wish. Lin Chen? What was this strange creature talking about? But this was a dream, so it made sense for it to be odd. Hurry and make a wish. I'll do my best to fulfill it, the toad said, trembling and crying. Make a wish, then let me return safely to Jiangdu and see my sisters.
Okay, I promise you, the toad responded through its tears. What a pity. I still haven't asked you your name. In the thick fog, Bai Qingqing lowered her head, the blade at her neck still dripping blood. Beside her, Lin Chen lay on the ground, wide-eyed, the blood hole in his chest very conspicuous. He was already dead. Bai Qingqing crouched down, her palm covering Lin Chen's unblinking eyes, gently pushing down. His eyes closed, but the next second, they opened again. Ha! Looking at Lin Chen's open eyes, Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned. She tried to help Lin Chen close his eyes again, but his head suddenly dodged. What are you doing? Lin Chen frowned. Bai Qingqing, aren't you dead? You're the one who's dead. Lin Chen looked at the deer antler sword stuck in Bai Qingqing's neck. He now seriously suspected that Bai Qingqing was also a monster. How could she not be dead after being injured like that? Too abnormal. Bai Qingqing looked at Lin Chen's chest, where the blood hole had vanished and even the wound in his abdomen from the deer antler sword was gone. He now looked like someone who was perfectly fine. No wonder he could casually give himself 2 deer antler swords. He was indeed strong. Is your neck okay? Lin Chen got up and asked Bai Qingqing. I won't die. Bai Qingqing nodded, the wound on her neck bleeding more severely due to the movement. Lin Chen fell silent. Well, he had already accepted these bizarre existences, so he wasn't surprised by anything that happened now. By the way, what about that man? Dead. Dead? How did he die? Lin Chen was taken aback. I killed him, Bai Qingqing said softly. Well, you're quite impressive. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Killing a patron won't grant you their followers. Just a little spoiler from the author to prevent some friends from thinking Lin Chen got a raw deal. He stood up, stretched his limbs, picked up the new axe made of black-hearted pear wood and slung it over his shoulder. Looking around, the gray morning light pierced through the thick fog, illuminating the ravaged ruins where the flattened trees interned earth told the tale of last night's fierce battle. Lin Chen recalled that he seemed to have created something extraordinary yesterday, but now just thinking about it made his head ache. He wouldn't be getting sick, would he? Or had he become a superhero, or a monster? Lin Chen looked again at Bai Qingqing, this woman who hadn't died even with a sword stuck in her neck. She might also be a monster. Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Looking at him. Can you walk? Lin Chen tilted his head towards Bai Qingqing. She nodded, supporting herself against a rock to stand up. Then let's go, Lin Chen said succinctly, turning to head towards the Dongshan base. Bai Qingqing silently followed behind him. The sky was still not very bright, the forest was dim, and the path beneath their feet was barely visible. Bai Qingqing followed Lin Chen, finding it somewhat strenuous. Lin Chen took 2 steps and stopped one, his furrowed brow seemingly indicating that he was merely pondering a problem, not intentionally waiting. However, after walking for a while, Bai Qingqing's light footsteps began to falter, and her body started to sway. She felt that oppressive force again, the power within her unable to mobilize, and in an instant, she became just a slightly stronger ordinary person. If it weren't for the life-saving drop she had, she might have been dead long ago. Lin Chen halted, turned around, and frowned at her. What's wrong? I'm a bit tired. Bai Qingqing leaned against a tree, her breathing somewhat rapid. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then walked back, squatting down in front of Bai Qingqing. I can carry you, I'm strong. Lin Chen actually stuttered, which made him want to slap himself. It's just a woman. What are you doing? To be honest, Lin Chen had never been in a relationship from childhood to adulthood, nor did he want to be. He always thought he wouldn't be interested in any woman. Even when he met Bai Qingqing last time, he felt the same. But now, Lin Chen recalled how Bai Qingqing had saved him multiple times yesterday. She was truly impressive. If it weren't for her, he didn't know how many times he would have died. Thank you. Bai Qingqing was not pretentious, slowly lying on Lin Chen's back. As soon as Lin Chen stood up, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Damn! As soon as Bai Qingqing lay down, the tip of the deer antler sword embedded in her neck poked into Lin Chen's neck. Sorry. Bai Qingqing's voice came from behind. It's fine. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his neck stiff as he walked forward. Damn, this isn't carrying someone, it's like carrying a guillotine. He seriously suspected that if he jostled even slightly, this woman would be decapitated and he might end up with his neck sliced too. Be steady, Lin Chen reminded, one hand supporting her while the other gripped the black-hearted pear wood axe tightly, moving through the morning mist towards the Dongshan base. By the time they returned to the ruins, the sky had brightened considerably. The Huangquan Sephora tree stood in the thick fog, looking like a giant with its claws outstretched from a distance. Xiong Beishan's furry bare head was exposed, and a pair of crimson eyes were glaring at them. Hey, still alive? Lin Chen shouted at the trunk. Roar! In response, a branch from the Huangquan Sephora tree suddenly lashed out. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, but the next second, the branch flying towards his face was cut off by a deer antler sword, falling to the ground. Still trembling. It doesn't have much awareness right now, Bai Qingqing said softly. Thanks. Lin Chen carefully placed Bai Qingqing on a clean stone. Then he looked at Xiong Badian. Don't attack, I'm here to save you. Xiong Badian let out a low growl and another branch lashed out. Lin Chen cursed, swung the axe, and easily chopped off the branch. Unlike the branches controlled by the man, the branches released by Xiong Badian were very brittle and weak, perhaps due to the bear not having enough synergy with the tree. Fortunately, Xiong Badian's desire to attack was not high. After realizing he couldn't deal with Lin Chen, he stopped attacking. Lin Chen approached the Huangquan Sephora tree, looking up at the massive tree, and instantly felt his arms ache a bit. Damn it, let's do this. Lin Chen cursed, raised the axe, and chopped down. Thud. The axe collided with the trunk, and Lin Chen felt as if he had struck a stone, sending a jolt through his hand. Looking at the trunk, a small piece was chopped off, but fortunately, it was still not unchoppable. Bai Qingqing, sitting on a stone behind, was momentarily stunned by Lin Chen's action. Hey, it's not like this. Hearing Bai Qingqing's voice, Lin Chen turned to look. Bai Qingqing took a breath, the wound on her neck making her speech somewhat breathy. This is the Huangquan Sephora tree. It will imprison the first being it devours, unless another being of the same level as this bear is pulled in to replace it, otherwise it will never come out. Same level. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, looking at the bear's head on the tree trunk, which was larger than a wash basin, and then at the towering giant tree shrouded in mist. Was he supposed to find a creature of similar size? He had only seen one animal in the forest that was about the same size as this massive bear, and it was already dead. Searching for something like that would be too troublesome. He glanced at the thick tree trunk in front of him and then at the pitch-black axe in his hand. Let me ask you, if I chop down this tree, will that bear come out? Chop it down? Bai Qingqing gently shook her head, the hilt of the sword around her neck swaying slightly. This anomaly, its hardness. I didn't ask you how hard it is. Lin Chen interrupted her, pointing the axe at the giant tree. Just tell me, can it be done or not? Bai Qingqing was momentarily stumped by his question. She stared at Lin Chen for a few seconds before finally speaking with difficulty. Theoretically, if the tree dies, the beings trapped by it should regain their freedom. Alright, that's enough. Lin Chen grinned, spat into his palm, and tightened his grip on the extended black axe handle. Chopping trees, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Is my specialty. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly twisted his waist and exerted force, channeling all his strength into one point. The black pear wood axe carving a terrifying black arc through the thick fog. Crack! A loud sound echoed. Well, it only made a small dent. This tree was harder than black pear wood by a notch. Lin Chen's swing made his hands tingle. But it could be chopped really hard, Lin Chen muttered, pulling out the axe, preparing to swing a third time. Behind him, Bai Qingqing watched silently. Originally, Lin Chen was on her level, but he had many followers. But now he was about to advance to the city-destroying level. Time passed second by second. Lin Chen chopped for a whole half a day, his arms nearly unable to lift anymore, and on the massive tree trunk he had only managed to create a dent the size of a wash basin. Damn it! Lin Chen sat down on the ground, panting heavily, feeling both hungry and thirsty. He glanced at Bai Qingqing beside him. She looked equally weak, her neck wound no longer bleeding, but her complexion was getting worse. No, we need to go back to the wooden house to replenish some energy. Lin Chen struggled to get up and squatted down in front of Bai Qingqing again. Let's go home for a meal. Lin Chen carried Bai Qingqing on his back as they headed down the mountain. This woman looked thin, but she was quite heavy to carry, especially after Lin Chen had just chopped wood for so long. Near the wooden house, Lin Chen saw the old wolf sitting on the steps at the entrance, grinning at him. I knew you were tough, you wouldn't die. I won't die, but I'm about to starve. Lin Chen cursed as he walked over. Me too, the old wolf said pitifully, rubbing its belly. I was just waiting for you to come back and cook for me. Lin Chen shot at a glance, too lazy to scold the lazy creature. Entering the bedroom, Lin Chen carefully placed Bai Qingqing on his hard bed. You lie down first, Lin Chen said to Bai Qingqing, then turned and headed straight for the fridge. He yanked the fridge door open. It was completely empty, not even a scrap of food. He suddenly remembered that he and the old wolf had finished everything yesterday. Old wolf, get out and go hunting. Lin Chen was furious. Not going, the old wolf shook its head, providing a solid reason. It's so foggy outside. What if I get lost? My old bones can't take the strain. Lin Chen was so angry he wanted to hit the wolf. But the old wolf changed its tone, standing up mysteriously and trotting into the bedroom, crawling under the bed. Moments later, it dragged out a half-wet cardboard box, panting. The old wolf proudly patted the box. I still have a little food stored away. I can take it out for emergencies. But you have to repay me later. Lin Chen opened the cardboard box with suspicion, and when he saw what was inside, he was completely stunned. The box was half full, all of it his snacks. Spicy strips, konjac jelly, beef jerky, duck necks. It's a password. Lin Chen instantly understood. I was wondering how you could eat snacks so quickly, you bastard. Are you hoarding them? What do you mean by hoarding? Old Wolf puffed out his chest defiantly. Is it wrong for me to stock up on some snacks for my retirement? Lin Chen was utterly speechless. He had seen shamelessness before, but never this level of it. Confiscated, all confiscated. This is my retirement fund. Old Wolf lay protectively over the box, his face full of indignation. You can't confiscate it. Lin Chen pushed Old Wolf's head aside and grabbed a pack of spicy strips, tearing it open. You're not human. You're robbing me. You're even robbing Old Wolf's retirement money. Old Wolf wailed frantically from the side. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with Old Wolf shoving a handful of spicy strips and beef jerky into his mouth. After being hungry for half a day, everything tasted delicious. Old Wolf, with his two paws, pitifully tried to stop him, but he was no match for Lin Chen. He was old and not as quick as Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned to Bai Qingqing on the bed and mumbled, "Do you want some?" Bai Qingqing shook her head. The wound on her neck made her movements stiff, and she just wanted to be quiet. All right then. Lin Chen nodded. You just lie down. Old Tang should come to haul the wood tomorrow, and he can take you back to Lian Yungang. A wood, damn. Ha, so good. Amidst Old Wolf's frantic accusations and ungrateful curses, Lin Chen managed to finish off half of the snacks and dug out 2 bottles of screaming drink from the bottom of the box, downing them in one go. Brr! Lin Chen let out a satisfied belch, feeling like he was alive again. He wiped his mouth and picked up the axe again, resting it on his shoulder. Where are you going now? Old Wolf helplessly shielded the remaining snacks. Chopping trees. Lin Chen walked into the thick fog without looking back. He made his way back to the Dongshan base, standing in front of the tree trunk, taking a deep breath. Damn it, time to work. He swung the axe down hard onto the trunk, which was thicker than several water barrels combined. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Chen mechanically repeated the motion until the sun was nearly setting, his arms almost unable to lift anymore. With a series of painful cracking sounds, the massive trunk of the yellow spring Sephora finally fell under his relentless chopping. Huff! Lin Chen leaned on the axe, just about to catch his breath. Destroy the city. Lin Chen paused, a wave of confusion washing over him. This feeling, why was it so familiar? He remembered that when he killed that moose, a few words had flashed through his mind as well. What the hell is this? Lin Chen shook his aching head. It sounded like some kind of command. Destroy the city? Which city? Who was giving him orders? Lin Chen couldn't understand and didn't want to think about it anymore. Whether it was destroying a city or a country, he simply wouldn't listen. He didn't want to go against the country. There were too many soldiers and guns, and that was no joke. Just as Lin Chen was pondering, a heavy muffled sound suddenly came from inside the severed trunk. Thud, thud. Lin Chen looked up to see a dark crack slowly opening in the trunk, and a massive bare paw emerged from inside, clawing at the edge of the trunk. In the next second, the trunk exploded, and the giant bear Bashianshan, landed heavily in front of Lin Chen, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Chen looked up at the giant bear, instinctively swallowing. The sense of pressure was far stronger than when he was in the Yellow Spring Sephora. Bear Bashianshan looked down at Lin Chen, the crimson in its eyes rapidly fading. It was silent for a moment before slowly extending its enormous paw, laying it in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then reached out and grasped Bear Bashianshan's furry paw. The disproportionate handshake between the large and the small seemed somewhat comical amidst the ruins. Thank you. The voice of Xiong Badian was deep and resonant. From now on, if you have any trouble, you can come find me deep in Beishan. It paused, its tone incredibly serious. Even if it means death, I will help you. Lin Chen grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. All right. By the time they returned to the wooden cabin, night had fallen. The old wolf lay by the stove, watching cartoons, while Bai Qingqing sat on the bed, gazing out at the trees. Oh right, he was still covered with his blanket. This damned weather was getting colder. He didn't know if it was due to the fog or something else. Lin Chen sat down by the bed, and Bai Qingqing looked over. Ahem. I have something I want to ask you. What is it? The old wolf skillfully turned down the volume of the TV, his ears perked up. Are you human? Or a monster? Lin Chen asked. Bai Qingqing was taken aback for a moment. Guess. It feels like you're not human. Lin Chen crossed his arms, frowning deeply. Bai Qingqing, why do you say that? Bai Qingqing asked. Because you don't seem like a normal person. Aren't you the same? What's wrong with me? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. You're also not a normal person. Lin Chen scratched his head. Bai Qingqing was right. He indeed didn't seem like a normal person. After all, what kind of normal person would be brave enough to run alone to a place like Dongshan Base? Lin Chen still couldn't understand how he had dared to go save Xiong Badian back then. Forget it, that's not what I wanted to ask. I want to know if you know anything about anomalies. I've encountered quite a few recently, but I don't know what they really are. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Lin Chen had reached city-destroying level, yet he still didn't know about anomalies? I know a bit. What do you want to know?
Lin Chen thought for a moment and then spoke. I remember I seemed to have summoned some anomalies yesterday, but why do I feel nothing
now?
After returning, Lin Chen tried to summon those things again, but it was completely useless, making him doubt whether he had just dreamed it. Bai Qingqing was silent for a moment, thinking that Lin Chen seemed unclear about this forest. She had originally wanted to ask him something. I'm not too sure either, I just know that this forest seems to suppress us.
Once you leave the forest, you should be able to summon them. Is that so? Lin Chen pondered. By the way, how can I fight these anomalies more easily? Is there any evil technique?
Bai Qingqing was once again taken
aback.
The question Lin Chen asked was quite strange. He was already at city-destroying level and still wanted to fight anomalies more easily.
What level of anomalies was he facing? City-destroying level?
She had no experience with that.
After thinking for a moment, Bai Qingqing finally
shook her head. I don't have much experience with the anomalies you need to deal with.
Lin Chen frowned.
Was it because the anomalies he dealt with
were too weak? Did Bai Qingqing look down on fighting such? Then do you have any techniques for dealing with the ones you usually face?
No. Bai Qingqing shook her head. Just fight.
Most anomalies can't beat you, you're very strong. Is that so? Lin Chen pondered. Bai Qingqing's evaluation of him was surprisingly high. He was strong? But thinking back to that man from yesterday,
Lin Chen sighed.
It seemed he would still have to rely on brute force in the future.
If he encountered someone like that man again, he didn't know if he would be so lucky.
By the way, I still don't know your name. Bai Qingqing. My name is Lin Chen.
Their hands clasped together, one warm, the other icy cold.
Ding ding ding, Lin Chen, are you dead?
The next morning, Lao Tang finally arrived, his voice piercing through the window, waking Lin Chen, who was lying on the sofa. The old wolf perked up his ears sharply and then began to frantically paw at the still-dazed Lin Chen.
Wake up, my snacks and blanket have arrived.
Lin Chen pressed down on the old wolf's head and scratched his own head.
Hide it well. Lin Chen got up and looked at Bai Qingqing, who
had also woken up and was staring at him with her eyes wide open.
Wait a moment, I'll go grab something.
Okay. Bai Qingqing nodded.
Lin Chen
pushed the door open and saw old Tang standing in the morning mist, wrapped in a military coat and rubbing his hands together, unusually not smoking.
This time. Good morning.
Hey, you're still alive. You must be one of the top 3 toughest guys around here. Old Tang grinned, leaving Lin Chen unable to retort. After all, one shouldn't hit a smiling face.
Did you bring the goods? Lin Chen was already used to it and didn't mind.
I brought them, 3 boxes of snacks, and 2 sets of thick blankets.
Are you preparing for winter?
It's better to prepare early, to avoid being
snowed in. But it's only November.
Old Tang scratched his head and opened the truck's trunk. Inside, there were indeed 2 sets of thick blankets, and 3 large boxes about half a meter tall. Lin Chen called Old Tang to help him move them to the living room, then told him to tidy up before
heading into the bedroom.
Old Tang happily squatted at the door and lit a cigarette. As soon as Lin Chen entered the bedroom, he saw the big head of the old wolf, drool still dripping from the corner of its mouth.
The blankets, my blankets have finally arrived.
Lin Chen glanced at it and began to tidy up his things.
There wasn't much, just 2 old clothes and a bag.
As Lin Chen stuffed the clothes into the bag, he suddenly felt something
hard. He pulled out the clothes and found 2 chocolates.
He had forgotten about them after changing clothes last time.
Wow, you still kept them.
The old wolf came over, licking its lips, but was pushed aside by Lin Chen, who pinched its mouth.
TCH, stingy. With all these snacks, you think I'm missing those 2 chocolates sent over from Europe by steam train?
Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with the old wolf and stuffed the
chocolates along with the clothes into his backpack.
He slung the bag over his shoulder and helped Bai Qingqing down from the bed.
Let's go, I'll take you back to Lian Yungang. Bai Qingqing nodded, thank you.
Lin Chen supported Bai Qingqing out of the bedroom, and Old Tang turned around upon
hearing the noise.
When he saw Bai Qingqing, his eyes nearly popped out. Lin Chen shot him a glare, and Old Tang snapped back to reality quickly, clearing his throat and running to the front of the truck to open the door.
Lin Chen carefully helped Bai Qingqing into the truck, then got out to remind the old wolf one more time. Where did this girl come from?
Old Tang poked him and asked in a low voice.
Found her. Old Tang? Lin Chen
reached the door of the wooden house and closed it. Through the crack he could still see the old wolf rushing out of the bedroom.
The man and the
wolf gazed affectionately at each other through the door gap. I'll be gone for 2 days, keep an eye on the house.
You think I can't be trusted? The old wolf glanced back at the snacks and then said softly, Lin Chen, do you eat fish? Lin Chen was taken aback. What? Do you eat fish? I can catch a few dozen for you to try when I go out in the next few days.
Sure, old wolf, you actually know how to work.
Do you eat the password? Eat, eat, eat. Wait for me to come back. Lin Chen smiled, suddenly remembering something. By the way, the battle bear should be reviving. Soon, right? Soon, I'll go look for it in the mountains in a couple of days. Alright, good job, old wolf. Hurry up and go. You're delaying me from eating snacks. Password. Lin Chen left, taking the wooden fork with him as he walked away from the truck. The old wolf opened the door and sat on the steps, wrapped in the thick blanket it had brought, comfortably squinting its eyes. It's time to settle accounts with Dejun, the old wolf. The sun shone brightly. The road from the forest to Lianyungan was bumpy. Nearby, on a hillside, two people were lying down, gazing at the dirt road with dazed eyes. One was short and the other was as strong as an ox. The short one was called Mada, the older brother, and the strong one was called Ma-er, the younger brother. They were members of the Bailong sect and they were lying there to figure out where the logging site of the Great Forest Company was located. The price of the black pear wood that the Great Forest Company offered to their church was simply too high. One tree was asking for 10 million, which was outrageous. So the bishop sent them over, intending to find the tree farm and do it themselves, bypassing the Great Forest Company as the middleman. Second, did you set the bomb I told you to? Mada shook his head, trying to clear his mind. They had been lying here for 2 days, and there was still no sign of that surname Tang. Ma-er woke up from his sleep, rubbing the sweat off his face in a disheveled manner. Bro, it's done. I buried it last night. As soon as that surname Tang comes over, boom. Mada nodded in satisfaction, taking the bomb remote from his brother's hands, then continued to lie down and watch the road ahead. Ma-er buried his head back into the grass, and soon started snoring. Time passed and the sun began to set. When Mada woke up again, the sky was already tinged with red, the sunset casting a warm glow over the forest ahead, all red and yellow. Damn! Mada turned to glance at Ma-er, who was still sleeping in the grass. Wake up, you idiot! Mada kicked Ma-er awake. The latter rubbed his eyes in confusion. What's up, bro? What do you mean what's up? Who told you to sleep? Look at the time. That surname Tang might have already passed by. Ma-er looked innocent, stammering and unable to speak. Useless. Mada cursed. Again, feeling quite frustrated. This was supposed to be a simple job. All they had to do was intercept that surname Tang, threaten him to take them into the forest, and the task would be completed easily without alarming anyone. Now, because they had fallen asleep, they had messed it up. If the bishop found out, he would definitely throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Just as Mada was worrying, a sudden roar echoed from the distant forest. Both of them looked up at the same time and saw a truck driving out of the woods. Who else could it be but old Tang's truck? Big brother, we didn't mess it up. Ma-er's eyes widened. I know. Mada slapped Ma-er on the head. Everything is under my control. Big brother is amazing, like Zhuge Liang of this world. Damn Zhuge Liang. Mada kicked his brother into the bushes and quickly lay down on the grass, nervously watching the approaching truck. Just like this, don't stop. Mada fixed his gaze on a raised stone in the middle of the road. That was where Ma-er had buried the bomb. This bomb was invented by the most brilliant genius in the church, and after it exploded, it would release a gas that could knock out anyone within 100 meters. The truck got closer and soon reached the bomb. Ma-er pressed the remote tightly, and just as the truck passed over the bomb, he slammed the button down. Boom! What the hell? The bomb did not explode as he had imagined. Mada only heard the sound of an explosion but saw no effects. What the hell? Mada turned back to see Ma-er with his mouth agape, and when he noticed his brother looking over, he mimicked the sound again. Boom! Ma-er's imitation was so lifelike that anyone who didn't know would really think the bomb had exploded. Damn it! Mada kicked Ma-er back into the bushes, frantically pressing the remote button, but it seemed to be malfunctioning and wouldn't respond at all. As the truck was about to exit the explosion range, Mada, in a fit of rage, threw the remote away. Ma-er, how the hell did you do this? Did you just dig a hole and forget to bury the bomb? No, bro. Ma-er looked aggrieved, picking up the remote that Mada had thrown and pressed it. The next second, with a loud bang, the bomb in the middle of the road suddenly exploded and a white gas instantly spread outwards. Ma-da? Maybe it's because the remote recognizes its owner. Ma-er pondered. Damn it! Mada kicked Ma-er into the bushes once again and hurriedly dashed into the dense forest behind them. Come on, keep up. Let's take a shortcut and intercept again. Ma-er crawled out from the bushes and chased after Mada's back. Wait for me, brother. Mada and Ma-er climbed over a small hill and circled around to the next stretch of road. When the truck comes, you just stand in the middle of the road and wave. Mada kicked Ma-er lightly. Brother, that's a big truck. Ma-er scratched his head. What are you afraid of? It's fully responsible. Can it stop if it sees someone blocking the road? All right. Ma-er still felt uneasy, but he didn't dare to ignore Mada's words and could only hide in the grass nearby. After a while, the roar of the truck gradually approached. Old Tang's truck was speeding towards them, and the potholes by the roadside could only slow it down a little. Hurry up, damn it! Seeing his brother hesitating, Ma-de gave him a push to complete the task. Ma-er stumbled into the middle of the road, waving his arms wildly at the oncoming truck. Chin! Old Tang sneezed, and the next second the truck jolted violently. He quickly gripped the steering wheel to steady the vehicle. Lin Chen was resting with his eyes closed, and feeling the shake of the truck, he hurriedly opened his eyes and looked back at Bai Qingqing, fearing she might have been jolted badly. Bai Qingqing was sitting on the bed at the back, leaning against the small window, also looking at him with her eyes wide open. Are you okay? Lin Chen asked, noticing the blood oozing from Bai Qingqing's neck where the deer antler sword had pierced. I'm fine. Bai Qingqing shook her head. Only then did Lin Chen turn to Old Tang. What's going on? You didn't fall asleep while driving, did you? How could that be? Old Tang chuckled awkwardly. I sneezed and didn't see the road. I probably hit some wild animal. Are you even professional at this? Stop talking nonsense. I've been driving for decades. Lin Chen shot him a glance and fell silent, closing his eyes again to rest. They would arrive tomorrow, finally able to eat and drink well, provided the salary came through. Ma-er. From the bushes, Ma-de suddenly burst out, looking at his brother on the ground, whose nose was crooked and eyes askew, tears streaming down his face. Ma-er. You died so tragically. Ma-de cried, holding his brother's lifeless body. Brother, I'm not dead yet. Ma-er weakly raised his hand to touch Ma-da's face. He knew his brother cared for him. The way he usually treated him was just to toughen him up. Not dead? Ma-de was taken aback, and his tears instantly stopped. He threw Ma-er from his arms, stood up, and kicked him twice. Why didn't you say something earlier? Ma-er. Stop lying around, hurry up and chase. We must catch that Tang guy. Ma-de took off running, and Ma-er quickly scrambled to follow. Brother, wait for me. Another night of bumps, and finally, on the morning of the next day, with the first rays of sunlight, the truck pulled into the station. Finally, damn it, we made it. Old Tang slammed on the brakes, and the truck let out a screeching sound as he turned off the engine, slumping in the driver's seat, weakly waving his hand. I can't take it anymore, my old bones are about to fall apart. Old Tang rubbed his waist. Not leaving today, I need to take a nap first, then I'll haul the wood to the company tomorrow. Lin Chen also sighed in relief. The bumpy ride had nearly turned his backside into 8 pieces. He jumped out of the truck and looked back at the cargo area. We're leaving, get out. Bai Qingqing responded, holding onto the doorframe, slowly making her way down. The deer antler sword was still lodged in her neck, and the blood around the wound had already congealed. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched at the sight. Should we go to the hospital? He asked tentatively. Your neck? I'm really afraid you might be in serious trouble. I won't die. Bai Qingqing shook her head. I've already contacted a friend. She'll come to pick me up. Lin Chen shrugged. Since she said so, he didn't bother to press further. Just as Bai Qingqing finished speaking, a flashy pink beetle made a sharp turn and parked beside the truck. The door opened, and a short-haired girl wearing sunglasses jumped out. Captain, you're finally back. You? The girl rushed over excitedly, but when she reached Bai Qingqing and saw the blood-dripping deer antler sword around her neck, her voice abruptly stopped. I can't believe it? The girl in sunglasses nearly popped her eyes out from behind the lenses, pointing at Bai Qingqing's neck. Captain, is this some kind of cosplay? Bai Qingqing sighed helplessly. Let's talk about it later, help me get in the car first. Oh. The girl in sunglasses finally snapped out of it, flustered as she helped Bai Qingqing. Once Bai Qingqing got into the car, she rolled down the window and turned to Lin Chen. I still have some influence in Lianyun City. If you need anything, just text me, I'll definitely help you. Okay. Lin Chen waved his hand, feeling that Bai Qingqing was really polite. She had saved him many times in the forest, truly a good person. However, Lin Chen always felt that she was a bit too nice to him, almost like she was repaying a debt. After all, who would go to such a dangerous place to save someone? For no reason? She can't possibly like me, right? This is interesting. Bai Qingqing nodded. The flashy pink car roared to life and sped away, leaving Lin Chen and Old Tang behind. Tsk tisk. Old Tang rubbed his chin. I didn't dare to ask when she was around, but what's going on? How can someone be like this and still be alive? That's a prop. No wonder, I thought so. Old Tang looked at Lin Chen curiously. This isn't your idea, is it? Quite extravagant. Lin Chen. He couldn't be bothered with Old Tang's nonsense, shouldering his bag. Alright, I'm leaving, you take your time. Hey, don't go yet. Old Tang grabbed him. Emergency. Hell, what now? Lin Chen asked impatiently. Nature calls. Old Tang crossed his legs, clutching his stomach. I'm about to explode. My intestines are going to burst. Just watch my car for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Lin Chen looked at his desperate expression and rolled his eyes. The code is in the car. Hurry up. Good brother. Old Tang dashed into the public restroom at the bus station.
Lin Chen sighed, wanting to try summoning something abnormal, but there were too many people here. He felt like he'd be sliced up by the state if he did, so he could only lean against the truck, watching the bustling crowd. Just then, in the shadows of the station corner, Ma Da and Ma Er were staring intently in their direction. Bro, which one is the one with the surname Tang? Ma Er asked coldly. Bang! Ma Da kicked Ma Er in the butt. Are you a pig? There are only 3 people left. It's definitely him. Bro, what should we do? Just go up and tie him up? Ma Er rubbed his hands together. Tie up my ass. Ma Da gave him another smack on the head. There are too many people. Let's follow him first. Find a place with fewer people to tie him up. Ma Da revealed a self-satisfied smile. As long as we tie him up, beat him for a night, and then threaten him with his family, who would be afraid he wouldn't immediately take us into the forest? By then, this forest will belong to our dragon worship sect. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother, truly a modern Zhuge Liang. Ma Er admired him greatly. That's Zhuge Liang, you idiot. Lin Chen waited in the cold wind for a full 10 minutes, but old Tang still hadn't come out. Damn it, did he fall into the toilet? Just as he was about to pull out his phone to complain, a message from old Tang came through. Shaolinzi, you go ahead. I'm wiping my butt. What bad luck. Lin Chen cursed as he put his phone away, tightened his backpack, and turned to leave the station. Just as he stepped out, Ma Da and Ma Er emerged from the shadows. Bro, he's gone. Do you think I'm blind? Follow him. Ma Da waved his hand, and the two stealthily trailed behind Lin Chen. After leaving the station, Lin Chen hurriedly took a taxi to the train station. Bosley was quite straightforward. He settled this month's salary when he came out of retirement. Feeling reassured as he checked the balance in his account, Lin Chen felt a lot more at ease. With this money, he could ensure his sisters would have a good time for a while. He bought a train ticket to Jiangdu, opting for a sleeper on the upper bunk. Once on the train, the carriage was packed with people, and the air was a mix of instant noodles and the smell of sweaty feet. Lin Chen frowned, found his bed, tossed his backpack onto it, and climbed up in a few quick moves. Just as he lay down and prepared to sleep, a heated argument erupted from the lower bunk. Are you mistaken? This is my bunk, move aside, a deep voice boomed. You're full of crap, a young and brash voice immediately retorted. The ticket clearly states, Lower bunk 12, this is my ticket, get off it now. Try cursing again, I dare you. I just did, what are you going to do about it? Lin Chen was annoyed by the noise and peeked down. Below, a circle of people had gathered around. A skinny guy wearing glasses, who looked like a college student, his face flushed as he confronted 2 strange individuals. One was nearly 2 meters tall and as muscular as an ox, glaring fiercely. The other was very short, only about 1.3 or 1.4 meters, with beady eyes, standing with his hands behind his back. It was Ma Da and Ma Er. What's all the shouting about? Ma Da stepped forward, clearing his throat. Show me your ticket. The college student snorted coldly and handed over the ticket. Ma Da took a look at it, then stuffed it into his pocket before pulling it out again, pointing at the college student and shouting, see clearly, lower bunk 12, the ticket is ours, you better scram. You're stealing my ticket, the college student exclaimed in a panic. Ma Er chuckled, cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. The college student, seeing the thick arms that were bigger than his own thighs and noticing that none of the onlookers dared to intervene, could only grit his teeth and pick up his luggage. Damn it, what bad luck, he muttered as he walked away. Lin Chen watched the whole scene from the upper bunk, glancing at the bizarre duo below, thinking to himself, what a wild world, all kinds of birds exist in this forest. However, he was dead tired and couldn't be bothered with this nonsense. He covered his head and decided that whether it was a cow or a horse below, sleep was the priority. The train slowly started moving, and the surroundings gradually quieted down, leaving only the rhythmic clattering of the train. Below, Ma Da and Ma Er huddled together, whispering. With so many people around, it wasn't wise to speak loudly, so Ma Da pulled out a piece of paper and a pen, writing something down. Ma Er nodded, pulling out a small box from his pocket. Inside was a syringe filled with a light blue liquid. This was a special deep sleep agent made by Lord Longzi. Not even someone named Tang, let alone a big demon, could withstand it. 1 injection and they'd be out cold. Ma Da nodded in satisfaction, signaling him to hurry up. Ma Er put away the paper and pen, stood up, and pretended to stretch in the cramped space, loosening his muscles. One hand raised high to block others' view, while the other held the syringe, quietly reaching towards the bottom of the upper bunk. Aiming for Lin Chen's heart, Ma Er suddenly exerted force and jabbed it in. However, the expected sound of the needle piercing through the wooden mattress did not come. Instead, there was a dull thud. Ma Er froze. He felt as if he hadn't pierced the wood but rather a thick slab of tempered steel. The needle only penetrated the wood and could go no further. Ha! Ma Er, not believing his luck, summoned all his strength, his face turning red, but the syringe remained completely still. Ma Da, watching anxiously from below, saw his brother hadn't moved for a long time and thought something had gone wrong, quickly gesturing for him to pull it out.
Ma Er pulled out the syringe, and as the two leaned in to look, they were instantly dumbfounded. The needle, crafted from special precision steel and claimed to be able to pierce through iron plates, was now completely flattened at the tip. What the hell? Ma De cursed under his breath. He snatched the syringe, hardly believing his eyes, and quickly scribbled on a piece of paper. Ma Er was also on the verge of tears, shaking his head in grievance. He could recognize characters but couldn't write, leaving him unable to communicate with his older brother. He wanted to say that a needle made of this material could pierce through steel. The two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, on the upper bunk, Lin Chen was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a sharp, insect bite-like pain on his back, a bit itchy. He irritably turned over, groggily reaching back to scratch. The password, Lin Chen mumbled, burying his face in the pillow. Aren't the sheets on this train washed? Why do I feel like there are bugs biting me? He shifted to a more comfortable position, smacked his lips, and fell back asleep. It wasn't until evening that Lin Chen finally emerged from the Jiangdu train station, still groggy from sleeping on the sleeper train. He stretched, tightened his backpack, and hailed a taxi, climbing in. Driver, to Haitang Community. Got it. The taxi merged into the traffic and slowly pulled away. Just a short distance down the road, Mada and Ma Er burst out of the station, panting heavily. Brother? He got in the car and left. Ma Er pointed at the back of the taxi. Damn it, should we chase him? Chase? Why wouldn't we chase? Mada slapped Ma Er on the back of the head, angrily cursing. Damn it, it must be Longzi cutting corners again, giving us some broken syringe. He glanced at the direction the taxi had gone, gritting his teeth. I refuse to believe it. We're at least at the great curse level, and we can't handle a mere driver? The more Mada thought about it, the angrier he became. Chase. Alright, brother. Ma Er took the lead, sprinting down the sidewalk with his sturdy legs clearing the way ahead. Move aside, move aside. Get out of the way. Pedestrians on the sidewalk were caught off guard, stumbling and swaying, with a few unfortunate souls losing their balance and being shoved into the nearby greenery. What the hell? Are you crazy? In a hurry to reincarnate? Passers-by cursed, but seeing Ma Er's build, no one dared to confront him. Mada followed behind, feeling slightly more balanced. Fortunately, it was rush hour and the traffic was a complete mess, with the taxi stopping and starting, not completely shaking them off. Meanwhile, in the taxi, Lin Chen was hesitating with his phone in hand. Should I give my sister a heads up? After thinking it over, he put his phone away. Forget it, let's give them a surprise. The thought of soon seeing his sisters lifted Lin Chen's spirits, making even the congested traffic outside seem more bearable. Driver, let's go to the biggest mall nearby first. Sure thing. The traffic light turned red and the car slowed to a stop at the intersection. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly heard a commotion and instinctively looked out the window. He saw a crowd gathered on the nearby sidewalk, a mass of people, and it looked like there was some pushing going on, resembling a fight. What's going on? Lin Chen complained. Why is the public order in Jiangdu so bad? Fighting in broad daylight. Is it dark enough to brawl in the streets? Ha! The driver chuckled at his words, skillfully lighting a cigarette. Brother, this is nothing. The driver took a puff and blew out a smoke ring. Recently, Jiangdu hasn't been peaceful. Fighting and brawling are just minor issues. What happened? Lin Chen was taken aback. Jiangdu has been seeing daily deaths lately. It's no longer surprising. What's going on? Are there terrorists? Who knows? The driver lowered his voice. There's no official word, but rumors are rampant, saying people die every day, and the ones who die are all well-known figures. He glanced at Lin Chen through the rearview mirror and said mysteriously, and they say, they've seen monsters. Monsters? Lin Chen pondered, recalling those creatures. Ever since the fight at the Dongshan base, Lin Chen had realized that some monsters could be quite formidable, and it shouldn't be too difficult for them to frequently kill in Jiangdu. You'd better be careful when you go out, Lin Chen reminded him. Ha, it's fine, the driver chuckled, appearing unconcerned. Us ordinary folks aren't on their hunting list. The dead all have one thing in common. What commonality? That is, they are all notorious bad people. The driver flicked the ash off his cigarette, like Zhang Dashang who died yesterday. You've heard of him, right? Lin Chen was taken aback. Of course, he knew Zhang Dashang. 2 years ago, he had caused quite a stir in Jiangdu, using his family's connections to rape and imprison several high school girls, some of whom were even minors. The incident had blown up, and he was eventually sentenced to death, but somehow he managed to get out using his connections and continued to wreak havoc in Jiangdu, yet no one could do anything about him. That Zhang Dashang, the driver said gleefully, died a terrible death. I heard he was hung from a streetlight in the city center, and his parents, who were officials, met the same fate. What a tidy family. After hearing this, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that among these monsters, there were those who specifically eliminated evil for the people. The green light turned on, and the vehicle started to leave. Meanwhile, Mada and Ma Er, who had been afraid of being exposed and dared not fight back, suddenly
sprang into action, their hands flying left and right, striking with great flair, causing pedestrians to scream and flee.
Damn it, did you really think I was afraid of you?
Mada flicked off the bits of eggshell from his head and kicked away the one who had just groped him.
Chase! Don't lose them!
Mada took the lead, while Ma-er hurriedly tossed the large woman he was holding into the greenery and followed suit. Young man, we've arrived. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Jiangdu's largest shopping mall, and Lin Chen got out with his backpack. The neon lights of the city, which he hadn't seen for many days, now felt dizzying. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes and entered the mall. As the most bustling area of Jiangdu, it was still packed with people even around 8 o'clock. JK skirts, pleated skirts, bodycon skirts. Lin Chen's eyes were almost dazzled. They made him feel more dizzy than the neon lights. Of course, he wasn't the only one feeling this way. Ma-er also fell victim to this sensation, swaying as soon as he entered the mall and diving headfirst into the revolving door. Ma-de cursed and quickly went to support his brother, and this comical scene drew the attention of those around them. The two awkwardly ran out amidst the discussions and laughter. Damn it, can't you be a bit more capable? Ma-de kicked his brother in frustration. Ma-er lowered his head, looking as pitiful as a little wife. Bro, you have a nosebleed. Ha! Ma-de quickly pinched his nose and kicked Ma-er again. Damn it, you made me angry. Woo-woo, what do we do now, bro? What else can we do? We wait here. Damn it, if we can't deal with this kid today, we can find a place to crash into. Ma-de sat down heavily on the ground, the thud attracting the attention of passers-by. What are you looking at? Ma-er plopped down beside him. The two brothers sat at the entrance of the mall like gatekeepers. Just as they settled down, Ma-er suddenly spotted a group of people rushing over in the distance and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Wait. Bro, don't they look like they're coming after us? Hearing this, Ma-de squinted and then instantly stood up. Damn it, they dare to come looking for us. Let's get them. Lin Chen didn't hear the commotion behind him. He was excitedly heading towards the snack shop. In his memory, Lin Shu and Lin Shi loved these little snacks the most. Every time he earned money and brought back 2 bags, they would be overjoyed. Lin Chen also liked it very much. His happiest moments were when he was in the little nest with Lin Shu and Lin Shi, eating snacks and watching movies together. Upon entering the snack store, Lin Chen grabbed 2 baskets and began to sweep through the aisles like a madman. Konjac jelly, Wei Long, spicy turkey noodles, Red Bull spicy strips, honey-glazed pork jerky, dried chicken, boneless chicken feet. By the time the 2 baskets were filled to the brim, Lin Chen finally stopped. At the checkout, he realized he had bought over 400 worth of snacks. To be honest, he felt a bit pained. After all, he had been poor for so many years, and this was truly his first time indulging in such a retaliatory shopping spree. However, thinking about the gifts for Lin Shu and Lin Shi made him feel much better. After all, he worked hard to earn money so that his 2 younger sisters could have a better life. As the older brother, it was fine for him to suffer a bit, but his sisters shouldn't have to endure hardship alongside him. He could bear the weight alone. Lin Shu and Lin Shi could live well in the shadow of their brother. He. Lin Chen chuckled, buying some hot pot balls and pig bones, and headed out of the mall with 2 large bags of snacks. After hailing a taxi, he figured it would take about half an hour to get home. As he exited the mall, Lin Chen paused for a moment, surprised to see several police cars parked at the entrance, with many bruised and battered people lying on the ground. A few victims who could still stand were recounting the incident to a man in a hat. They crashed into us like a big truck, slamming us into the greenbelt. When we caught up, they beat us up. Where are they? The man in the hat asked. They ran off when they heard the sirens. What's going on? Lin Chen scratched his head, thinking that Jiangdu really was becoming quite unstable. However, these matters had nothing to do with him, and he was too lazy to gossip. It was time to go home and enjoy hot pot. He took a taxi and headed towards Haitang apartment. Jiangdu City, Longgu Hall Underground Casino. This was the most chaotic, dirtiest, and most desperate place in the entire city. The air was thick with the strong smell of smoke, sweat, and the scent of money, pungent and intoxicating. Roll. Damn it, lost again. Let's go again. I refuse to believe it. I must win back my money today. Bet big, all in on big. The deafening shouts, the crisp sound of dice clattering, and the dealer's expressionless announcements mixed together to create a symphony of hell. Countless gamblers, red-eyed with greed, surrounded the table, tossing chips that represented money onto it, only to have them ruthlessly taken away by the dealer moments later. Here, families were torn apart as a norm, and it was common for people to wager their wives and children. One guest. The doorman's clear voice rang out. A man dressed in a tailcoat and top hat, resembling a magician, slowly walked into the casino. He was completely out of place amidst the chaos, looking as pristine as if untouched by dirt. The magician ignored the high-stakes tables and walked straight to a table in the corner of the casino, taking a seat. Exchange chips. His voice was flat, and with a wave of his hand, a stack of cash abruptly appeared on the table. The dealer was momentarily stunned but still helped him exchange for chips. The game began. The magician casually tossed the chips. Dealer wins. Player wins. Player wins. Player wins. 10 minutes later, the dealer began to sweat. The chips in front of the magician had piled up into a small mountain. He was winning almost every bet. Damn it! A bald man sitting across from him slammed the table, having lost everything. The bald man stared fiercely at the magician, his eyes bloodshot. I'm out of money, but I still have a wife. I'll bet my wife on this last hand. All in. Do you dare? The magician smiled, not even looking at his own cards, pushing all the chips in front of him out. Sure. The bald man was taken aback, then filled with wild joy as he flipped over his cards. 3 kings. I win. Ha ha ha. The magician also revealed his cards. 3 aces. The bald man's laughter abruptly stopped, the color drained from his face, and he slumped in his chair. It's over. I'm going home to tie up my wife. No need. The magician stood up, and the other players at the casino tables began to notice the commotion, gathering around. Under everyone's gaze, the magician pushed all the chips on the table back in front of the bald man. Keep playing. The magician's voice carried a hint of amusement. These are all for you. The bald man raised his head in disbelief, looking at the mountain of chips, trembling with excitement. You gave them to me? Yes. Ha ha ha. The bald man, seemingly mad with joy, lunged forward, hugging the chips, crying and laughing. I can still play. I can still turn it around. The magician didn't look at him again, turning to walk deeper into the casino towards a more upscale table. The magician's actions quickly drew the attention of the entire casino. He was like a generous god of wealth, winning everything from every table and then returning all the money to them. Gradually, a crowd gathered around him, but no one dared to gamble with him anymore. After all, that feeling of losing was too unbearable. Second in command, that kid is a bit eerie. A subordinate leaned close to a man and whispered. The man, with a cigarette in his mouth and squinting eyes, had a gruesome scar on his upper lip, giving him a sinister aura reminiscent of a samurai from the land of cherry blossoms. He was the second in command of the Longu Hall. Scar. Should we find someone to drag him out and beat him to death? The subordinate made a slashing motion across his throat. Let's see. Scar exhaled a smoke ring, his voice hoarse. He had been in the casino for so many years that he could tell at a glance that this magician was cheating, but damn it, he couldn't see through the magician's tricks. The magician won again at the high-stakes table against 3 gamblers who had just taken out loans, and the 3 big men were sobbing uncontrollably. The magician still pushed the money back, stood up, and looked for an even higher stakes table, but it was clear that no one was willing to play with him anymore. That kid. Scar extinguished his cigarette but then slowly walked to the table. To sit down. I'll play a hand with you. Scar said coldly, the rules are simple. 3 cards numbered 0 to 10, the highest sum wins. The magician smiled and sat down. Sure. The dealer's hands trembled as she nervously shuffled the cards. The cards were dealt. Scar picked up his cards, glanced at them, and a cruel smile crept onto his lips. 3 tens. This was a guaranteed win. All in. Scar pushed all his chips forward. The magician didn't even look at his cards and pushed his chips forward as well. Let's reveal the cards. Scar was confident of victory. He revealed his 3 tens and coldly asked, how are you going to win? The magician smiled and turned over his cards. In the next second, the entire casino fell into a deathly silence. On the magician's table, the numbers on the 3 cards were not from 1 to 10, but 999. 3 nines. Scar's smile froze instantly. He jumped up, slammed his hand on the table, and roared, how dare you trick me? Ha, I'm tricking all of you. The magician laughed heartily, his laughter clear and pure, silencing the entire casino. Kill him. Scar, unable to contain his anger, waved his hand, and the subordinates who had been waiting nearby rushed in, ready to beat this audacious cheat into a pulp. Hey, can't you take a loss? Aren't I older than you? The magician shook his head helplessly, flicking his fingers, and a playing card flew out of his hand like a sharp blade, spinning through the air. Put. Scar didn't even have time to react before a line of blood appeared on his neck. In disbelief, he clutched his neck, blood gushing through his fingers, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Ah, sorry Lang. The crowd instantly erupted, screaming as they rushed towards the casino entrance. Don't leave. Keep playing. The magician sneered, his hands waving like phantoms, and a flurry of playing cards shot out like a machine gun. Puff, puff, puff. Those struck by the cards, whether in the chest or the head, were instantly pierced through, collapsing in droves. The gamblers who narrowly escaped scrambled to the casino entrance, only to stop in despair. There, at the entrance, stood a figure in a black robe, carrying a massive scythe. At its feet lay 2 doormen, lifeless. Get out of the way, a gambler shouted, eyes red with fury. The black-robed figure moved, casually, tossing aside the corpse in its hand and gripping the scythe on its back. Swish! A cold glint flashed, and the first few people in the front were instantly cleaved in half, blood and entrails
splattering across the marble floor. The casino had turned into a hell on earth. Amidst this chaos and bloodshed, Lin Chi sat quietly in her wheelchair, coldly observing it all. Suddenly, Lin Chi frowned, and then surprise lit up her eyes, making them widen. In the next second, her figure began to blur, like a television screen with poor reception, and then with a crackle, she transformed into a swirling mass of black mist. In the next moment, the black mist reformed. A pitch-black figure, resembling an upright monkey, appeared in the same spot, twirling a black stick in its hand. Roar! The black monkey let out a low growl and leaped into the chaotic crowd. Bang! With a single strike, a gambler's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Bang! 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 Open the door, it's the water meter check. Lin Chen shouted, holding several large bags at his doorstep. The door opened, revealing Lin Chi in her wheelchair, her face filled with surprise. Brother, I knew it was you. No way, how did you guess? Lin Chen laughed, stepping inside with his things and using one hand to push Lin Chi. I recognized your voice the moment I heard it, even if it turned into electronic music. As expected of my sister. Lin Chen plopped the snacks onto the table, and Lin Chi quickly reached out to grab them, hugging them to her chest and rummaging through them, unable to suppress her smile. Where's your sister? Lin Chen asked. She has a club activity today. Lin Chi cheerfully pulled out a pack of konjac snacks and handed Lin Chen another pack. Brother, eat. What club? Still having activities this late? Lin Chen asked. Munching on the konjac snacks while glancing at the time, it was already nearly 9 o'clock. I don't know, she always comes back this late. I seriously suspect she's dating someone. What? Lin Chen's voice shot up several octaves. He worried that Lin Shu was being deceived in love, that she might meet someone unsuitable. He worried about Lin Shu. Well, he just wanted to beat up her future boyfriend. Damn it, Lin Chen wanted to see who dared. He immediately pulled out his phone to call Lin Shu, but it was temporarily unreachable. Not necessarily, brother, that's just my guess, Lin Shi said, just opening a pack of yogurt and enjoying it. Alright, I'll cook first, wait for your sister to come back. Lin Chen gritted his teeth as he carried hot pot meatballs and pig bones into the kitchen. Lin Shi smiled, her brother was really amusing like this, but she knew Lin Shu was definitely not dating anyone. She understood her sister too well. These trivial matters would be irrelevant, at least after this family settled down. Lin Shi happily continued drinking her yogurt and turned on the TV, preparing to find a good movie to watch later with her brother and sister. By the way, Lin Chi, what happened to your right eye? Are you wearing colored contacts? Lin Chen's voice came from the kitchen, and Lin Chi's finger on the remote control suddenly froze. She stiffly turned her head to look at the kitchen, where her brother was facing away from her, handling food. What are you doing? Lin Chen asked again. Lin Chi finally reacted and quickly nodded. It's colored contact lenses. I think it looks cooler this way. It is pretty cool, but not as cool as your sister. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. When she comes back, I'll make sure to beat her up. Meanwhile, downstairs at the Haitang apartment, Mada and Ma Er leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Chasing the taxi had nearly exhausted them. Damn, there are so few cars in the suburbs, and the taxi sped away. If it weren't for Ma Er's strength, they would have lost it long ago. Go, just act, knock him out and take him away. Mada bent over, vomiting while directing. He had been carried by Ma Er all the way, and he was about to spit out bile. Got it, big brother, I'll go up and knock that kid out right now. Ma Er rolled up his sleeves and was about to head to the stairwell. Who are you going to knock out? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Mada and Ma Er turned around to see a girl with a ponytail looking at them coldly under the streetlight. In the dim light, a faint red glow sparkled in one of her eyes. Who's this little brat? Mind your own business, Ma. De frowned and waved his hand as if shooing away a fly, trying to dismiss the girl under the streetlight. I asked you, who are you going to knock out? Lin Shu repeated with a cold face. Damn it. Ma De spat, preparing to teach this ignorant girl a lesson. Big brother, how about I take care of it? Ma Er wanted to stand up for his brother. Get lost, I'm itching to do it myself. Ma De kicked Ma Er, suddenly charging at Lin Shu like a big black rat. Lin Shu slightly raised a hand, and the next second, a splash of grease paint appeared on Ma Da's face, turning it into a clown's face. Ma Da hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation until he twisted his ankle and fell to the ground with a scream. Big brother! Ma Er shouted and rushed over to twist Ma Da's foot back. Ah, damn! Ma Da screamed, seriously suspecting that his brother did it on purpose. He kicked Ma Er away and then fell again. Damn! Ma Da touched his nose, blood mixed with grease paint smeared all over his hand. Damn it, this is a patron! At this moment, he finally realized the problem. He had thought she was just an ordinary person. Ma Er, you go! Ma Da cursed as he shielded Ma Er behind him. Ma Er rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch at Lin Shu. But the next second, Ma-er was sent flying, crashing into Ma-de behind him. You useless fool! Ma-de hurriedly got up and looked at Lin Shu, only to see a grayish-white monster standing in front of her, having appeared out of nowhere. The monster was nearly 3 meters tall, muscular, with strands of hair flailing like octopus tentacles behind it and a pair of crimson eyes staring at them. Lin Shu walked beside the monster, extending a finger to point at them. The next second, the ground cracked, and before Ma-de could react, he was punched in the chin and sent flying. Ma-er was about to catch his brother when he was stomped on the head by the monster, smashing his head into the stone bricks and burying it into the ground. Damn! Ma-de, with a crooked nose and squinted eyes from the blow, came to his senses mid-air and quickly summoned his patron. The next second, Ma-de transformed into a red lantern, shooting away like a rocket. Seeing the monster's explosive speed, he knew he and his brother were no match for it. If he didn't run, he'd be dead. Right? Besides, with Ma-er as a target, his chances of escaping were a bit better. Lin Shu frowned at the disappearing red lantern and approached Ma-er. At this point, Ma-er was already frothing at the mouth. He hadn't even summoned his patron before taking this hit, and he was really struggling to hold on. I'll ask you one more time, who are you going to knock out? Ma-er shook his head, his mouth twitching. It's someone with the surname Tang. Someone with the surname Tang? Lin Shu frowned. Could it be a misunderstanding? When she sensed these two guys, she thought her sister had accidentally revealed something, leading someone with ulterior motives to come knocking. Now it seemed she had misunderstood, but why hadn't she noticed that there were other patrons in the Hai Tang apartment? Could they be ordinary people? What level of patron is the one named Tang? He should be an ordinary person. We didn't sense any aura of a patron from him, Ma-er said, frothing at the mouth. Why did you kidnap him? To make him take us to a place. Only he can get us there through proper channels. Hearing this, Lin Shu didn't bother to ask further. It indeed had nothing to do with her sister. She waved her hand and walked into the stairwell. The pale monster then lifted its foot and stomped down hard. Smack! Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere, and in the next second, crimson flames ignited on the pale monster, incinerating Ma-er's corpse into ashes that vanished without a trace. Just a few seconds later, the red lantern flew back and Ma-da's figure emerged from the lantern. Looking at the completely unmarked blue brick floor, Ma-da scratched his head. Damn, dead so clean? Ma-da pulled a handful of flour from his pocket and threw it into the air. In the next second, a strong figure was outlined by the flour, standing beside Ma-da and waving. This was one of Ma-er's patrons, called Soul Cicada. After death, it could maintain its soul form for a day, during which it could find a new body to occupy and revive. Although this ability could only be used once a month, it was still quite a decent life-saving skill. Ma-da took the lantern, inhaled towards Ma-er's soul, and in the next second he absorbed it, then dove in himself. Damn it, leave me some space, squeeze in a bit. Lin Shen had just brought the fragrant pork bone soup to the table when the sound of keys unlocking the door came from the entrance. Click! Lin Shi looked up in surprise. Sister is back. Lin Shen dashed back into the kitchen, and when he came out again, he was holding a shiny kitchen knife. As Lin Shu walked into the room, she looked up and saw her brother leaning against the kitchen doorframe, one hand in his pocket and the other holding the knife, coldly staring at her. Brother? Lin Shu ran over in surprise. When did you come back? You didn't even give me a heads up. He. Lin Shen smiled without warmth. If I had given you a heads up, would I have caught you coming home now? Lin Shu's smile froze on her face, and she quickly took the knife from Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen stepped forward, lowering his voice. Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. Tell me, are you in a relationship? What the hell? Lin Shu was both shy and angry, turning to glare at Lin Shi, who was snickering in the living room. Lin Shi quickly raised the konjac jelly in her hand, looking innocent. When did I start dating? Brother, are you listening to Lin Shi's nonsense? Lin Shu hurriedly explained, our photography club had an event today, shooting the city nightscape. I just got back. Photography club? Lin Shen squinted suspiciously. He grabbed Lin Shu's wrist and examined it closely. Her wrist was smooth, without a small hair tie. Lin Shen released her hand. I'll trust you this once. If you dare come back this late again, that club can be disbanded. It's not safe. Lin Shu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, quickly assuring him, got it, brother. Alright, go wash your hands. Lin Shen waved his hand and turned back into the kitchen. The meal is ready. We're having hot pot today. Lin Shu sighed in relief, clenching her fist as she approached her sister. Lin Shi, you're the one causing me trouble, right? No, sis, it's all brother's guess, Lin Shi said cheerfully, handing over a pack of konjac jelly as a bribe. Lin Shu gladly accepted the bribe but still tugged at her sister's ear before getting up to head to the kitchen. I'll help you, brother. Okay, wash the cabbage over there. Lin Shen was busy preparing the dipping sauce. Moments later, the sound of water splashing echoed, and Lin Shen glanced at his sister out of the corner of his eye. Why are you only wearing one colored contact lens? Did you learn it from Lin Chi or did Lin Chi learn it from you? Plop. The cabbage in Lin Chu's hand fell into the sink. She suddenly turned around, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Huh? What? Why such a big reaction? Lin Chen paused his work suspiciously. I noticed as soon as I got back. Lin Chi's right eye, your left eye, both have colored lenses, right? Oh. Lin Chu hurriedly picked up the cabbage and turned her back. It's nothing, I just learned it from Chi Chi. She said it looks cool. In the living room, Lin Chi, who was focused on finding a movie, also heard the conversation from the kitchen. She paused her finger on the remote control. Then a barely noticeable smile crept onto her lips. So it's my sister. Lin Chen couldn't understand the aesthetic of the little girl. Now, he shook his head and didn't ask further, continuing to prepare the dipping sauce. In front of the TV, the steaming bone soup and pork bone hot pot were billowing with white smoke, the rich meaty aroma instantly filling the small room. Wow! It smells so good. Lin. She took a deep breath, clapping her hands in satisfaction. She pushed her wheelchair to the front of the TV, fiddled for a while, and finally found the movie she wanted to watch. The big movie of Bears on the Run, during the new year. Coming. Lin Chen walked out of the kitchen holding the last plate of fatty beef rolls and hot pot balls, while Lin Chu also brought bowls and chopsticks. The three of them sat around the small folding table, the warm yellow light spilling over the steaming hot pot and the familiar noisy voices of Bear Big and Bear 2 came from the TV, creating an incredibly cozy atmosphere. Lin Chen picked up a slice of fatty beef that had just been cooked in the red oil and stuffed it into his mouth, happily squinting his eyes. This was what living was all about. Bro, how many days are you staying this time? Lin Chu asked while serving Lin Chi some food. Maybe 2 days, Lin Chen replied casually. Tomorrow. I'll take you to rent a bigger house, and by the way, buy some medicine for Chi Chi. I have to go back the day after tomorrow. Don't go back, okay, bro? As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Lin Chi suddenly looked up, her face serious as she stared at him. Ha! Lin Chen was taken aback. Why not go back? Bro, I can make money from painting now. Lin Chi proudly puffed out her small chest. I can support you and sister. Lin Chu beside her also smiled in agreement. Yeah, bro, I found a part-time job at school too. I can support myself. Lin Chen, hearing this, was both amused and helpless. He put down his chopsticks and looked at his two younger sisters with a smile. What are you two doing? I'm a grown man. Do I really need you two little girls to support me? Saying this, he took out his phone and transferred money to his sisters. This month's living expenses 5,000 each. Lin Chen took a sip of beer. Your brothers' monthly salary is 30,000 now. Do I really need you to make money? He didn't dare to tell the truth. What a joke. And 80,000 monthly salary and still just chopping trees in the mountains? If that got out, the sisters would think he had joined some illegal organization and would start worrying again. Lin Chen would rather they think he was just an ordinary lumberjack with a slightly higher salary. 30,000? Lin Chi frowned at this. Bro, is 30,000 a lot for a month? Lin Chen's action of gnawing on the bone froze. Ha! Isn't it a lot? Bro, I can earn over 100,000 a month from my illustrations. Cough. Lin Chen almost spat out his beer, his eyes wide as he looked at Lin Chi. How much? Over 100,000, Lin Chi repeated. Lin Chen was completely stunned, his face full of disbelief. You don't believe me? Look. Lin Chi proudly handed over her phone. Lin Chen took the phone suspiciously and saw in the chat history that indeed 2 people were looking for Lin Chi to commission work. One was extremely generous, directly offering 100,000 for a comic. The other, although offered less, a few hundred at a time, almost placed an order every day. Lin Chen's mouth opened wider and wider, unable to close it for a long time. He had been struggling in the mountains, battling monsters with wit and courage, earning only 80,000 a month. Meanwhile, his sister was at home painting and making 100,000 a month? Ha. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh, excitedly ruffling Lin Chi's hair. Lin Chi has made it big, earning so much money. Lin Chu and Lin Chi joined in the laughter, filling the small room with a joyful atmosphere. Then, brother, don't go back. Lin Chi seized the moment. Lin Chen's smile faded as he shook his head. No, I still have to go to work. Why not? Both sisters asked in unison. What kind of older brother relies on his sister to support him? It would be a laughingstock if word got out. Lin Chen said seriously, besides, I'm not incapable of working. Lying around at home every day is uncomfortable. This was just one of 2 reasons. The other was the 10 million breach of contract penalty hanging over him from the company, which meant he had to work for at least a year to get out of it. But brother, you've worked so hard for so many years, it's time to enjoy life a little. Lin Chi was still unhappy, genuinely concerned for Lin Chen. Silly girl. Lin Chen smiled. Do you think I'm suffering in the mountains? He Picked up a hot pot meatball. My job is quite easy, the air is good, and I have 2 dogs. I take them hiking in the mountains, and when I'm hungry, I eat some mountain delicacies. It's quite enjoyable. Lin Chen thought of the battle bear and the old wolf, and remembered those meals of elk and green fish, which wasn't exactly a lie. Lin Shi wanted to say something else but was stopped by Lin Shu. Lin Shu knew Lin Chen's character too well. Once he made up his mind, no one could change it. Brother, is there anything fun in the forest? Tell us about it. Lin Shu smiled, changing the subject. Fun? Lin Chen perked up at this. There's plenty. There are 2 talking bears. The steaming hot pot paired with the BGM from the cartoon bears on the loose on TV, and Lin Chen's half-true forest adventure stories made for a delightful meal. Looking at the happy faces of his 2 sisters, all the fatigue from work vanished from Lin Chen's heart. That night, in the underground casino of Longgutang, the stench of blood was almost palpable. The ground was littered with corpses, some sprawled on the gambling tables, still clutching bloodied chips, others lying at the entrance, their bodies severed in half. Blood soaked into the expensive carpet, glimmering a dark red. Under the dim lights, 2 figures slowly entered this realm of silence. The leader was a man dressed in a pristine white robe, completely out of place in this bloody hell. He cradled a long object, wrapped in layers of white gauze, which resembled a sword. It was Zhang Jun, the captain of the night watch in Jiangdu. Following him was the vice-captain, Lu Shi, dressed in a black trench coat with sharp blue hair. Zhang Jun stood in the center of the casino, slowly closing his eyes. Lu Shi did not disturb him, merely scanning the surroundings with vigilant amber eyes, cold as ice. After a moment, Zhang Jun opened his eyes. How is it? Lu Shi asked. There are 3 unusual auras here. Zhang Jun's voice was calm, without a ripple. Lu Shi frowned. 3? Yes. Zhang Jun nodded, but, strangely, these 3 unusual auras are the same. The same? Lu Shi instantly realized. Are you saying these 3 anomalies are actually one? Zhang Jun shook his head. Not just that, all the anomalies causing chaos in Jiangdu recently might all be the same one. Hearing this hypothesis, Lu Shi was taken aback. Since the appearance of the eyes, the anomalies in Jiangdu had been increasing day by day, and their levels were rising rapidly from minor evils to major ones. If it weren't for the support from the Night Watch and surrounding cities, they wouldn't have been able to manage at all. Even so, over 100 people had died in Jiangdu in recent days, although most of them were notorious, after all. Lu Shi sighed, feeling a mix of emotions that if it really is the same anomaly, then its abilities are too bizarre. It can create chaos, differentiate into different individuals, and commit crimes in multiple locations simultaneously. Captain, what about our plan? The plan remains unchanged, Zhang Jun interrupted her. Lu Shi nodded. Alright, we'll wait for them to come knocking again to kill. Zhang Jun responded, have we invited the captain of the Night Watch in Lianyun's city? It's already been arranged. The captain of the Night Watch, by Qingqing, is on the fastest high-speed train heading to Jiangdu, Lu Shi reported. Good. Zhang Jun turned his gaze back to the bloody casino. His expression is calm as a still pond, like a sloth indifferent to the world. As long as Bai Qingqing arrives, using her crimson eyes, we can find that hidden eye in this city. Meanwhile, in Jiangdu, at an antique tea house, even in the dead of night, it was still bustling with activity, with various luxury cars parked outside. This was the lair of Jiangdu's #1 underground force, the Longgutang. On the top floor, in a lavishly decorated private room, the atmosphere was stifling to the extreme. Bang! An expensive blue and white porcelain teacup was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Long Tong, the leader of Longgutang, sat in a grand chair, his face filled with rage, while the 2 women trembling in fear in his arms dared not even breathe. In front of Long Tong, the 3rd and 4th leaders of Longgutang were kneeling on the ground, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Damn it! Long Tong gritted his teeth, his voice squeezed out between clenched jaws. No matter what kind of monster it is, anyone who dares to touch my Longgutang is asking for death. He glared at the 2 kneeling men and roared, Go! Arm all the brothers with guns. I refuse to believe this monster isn't afraid of bullets. Why yes. The 3rd and 4th leaders felt as if they had been granted amnesty, scrambling to their feet and exiting the room. Poof. The more Long Tong thought about it, the angrier he became. He glanced down at the women in his arms and squeezed hard. Ah! The 2 women cried out in pain but immediately covered their mouths tightly. Long Tong snorted coldly, preparing to indulge in something pleasurable to vent his anger when suddenly the door to the private room was smashed open with tremendous force. Bang! The 3rd and 4th leaders flew in, crashing heavily to the ground. However, their heads had already turned into a puddle of mush. Ah! Accompanied by the piercing screams of the 2 women, a pitch-black monkey slowly walked in. It carried a staff engraved with strange patterns on its shoulder, resembling the mythical Rui Jingu Bang. It grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, looking just like a dark version of Sun Wukong.
Long Tong's face turned pale. He fumbled to grab a handgun from the drawer and frantically pulled the trigger at the black monkey. Bang bang bang. The bullets hit the great sage, producing only a few dull thuds, barely dislodging any of its fur. The great sage remained unfazed, still grinning wickedly. Why you? Long Tong stuttered, too frightened to speak. The smile on the great sage's lips grew even more sinister, and it moved. In a flash, the staff in its hand came crashing down with a whoosh. Puff, the once mighty leader of Longu-Tang, was instantly reduced to a puddle of flesh. Glancing at the two women who were scared to the point of wetting themselves, the great sage disdainfully wiped the blood from its staff on Long Tong's clothes, hoisted the staff, and turned to leave. But just as it turned around, it saw a figure standing at the door, which had appeared there without anyone noticing. The person was clad in blue and white armor, wielding a Qinglong Yenhua Dao, the armor glinting coldly under the light. It was Shirong. Thank you for helping Jiang Du eliminate a tumor, Shirong said with a smile, but the blade in his hand was pointed at the great sage. Now, come with me. Roar! The great sage grinned wickedly at the words, without a hint of hesitation, swinging the golden staff with immense force towards Shirong's head. Shirong's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly thrust the Qinglong Yenhua knife upward. Clang! The clash of blades sent sparks flying. The two were evenly matched. In an instant, the private room was filled with flashing blades and shadows, the fight growing increasingly intense. While blocking, Shirong spoke. Jiang Du isn't yet in your hands to punish evil and promote good. Sometimes, what seems like evil only harms more innocent people. But the great sage paid no heed to his words, relentlessly swinging his staff, his attacks becoming fiercer. Bang! Another violent collision sent both man and monkey staggering back a few steps. Ha! Compared to the real great sage, you're still far off. Shirong steadied himself, slamming the Qinglong Yenhua knife down onto the ground, coldly staring at it. Now, bind them. The moment the words fell, the walls of the private room suddenly began to crack, countless white gauze pouring out. The gauze seemed alive, sweeping in from all directions, instantly binding the great sage tightly. Roar! The great sage struggled wildly, but the gauze only tightened further. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't break free. And such a scene was unfolding simultaneously in every corner of Jiangdu. That night, a total of 9 rogue anomalies were captured at once. The next morning, at the Jiangdu high-speed railway station, in the drizzling rain, Bai Qingqing walked out from the exit. She looked much better than the previous days, though a thin white gauze was wrapped around her neck, adding a touch of battle-worn fragility to her cold, beautiful face. She scanned the square and quickly locked her gaze on a flashy red Ferrari parked by the roadside. The window rolled down, and a woman with short, blue hair was waving at her. Bai Qingqing walked over, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. Captain of the Night Watch in Lianyungang, Bai Qingqing. Deputy Captain of Jiangdu, Lu Shi. Lu Shi extended her hand. The situation is urgent, so let's skip the pleasantries. The captain is already waiting for us. Bai Qingqing nodded and shook her hand. The Ferrari's engine roared to life, leaving a red blur on the wet morning streets. This target is quite strange. We captured 9 major-level anomalies last night, but their auras are identical. Lu Shi quickly explained the situation while driving. We need Shitong's help. Once we find the mastermind, our captain will take action. Bai Qingqing leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest, indifferent to the scenery rushing by outside. The Ferrari finally stopped in front of a detective agency. Lu Shi led Bai Qingqing inside. Inside the agency, Zhang Jun was sitting at the tea table, leisurely brewing tea. Captain, you're here. Zhang Jun gestured for the two to sit down, pushing 2 cups of freshly brewed hot tea toward them. He wasted no time. With a flip of his hand, 9 tightly wrapped figures, resembling mummies, appeared in the empty space of the agency. They were the 9 anomalies captured last night. I'm counting on you, Zhang Jun said succinctly. Bai Qingqing nodded, softly, murmuring, Qitong. The moment her words fell, her long hair transformed into a blood-red hue, and her alluring peach blossom eyes turned into cross-shaped vertical pupils of the same color. In her vision, the world instantly lost its color, leaving only black and white. From the 9 bound anomalies, extremely thin red threads floated out. The 9 red threads converged in mid-air, twisting into a thicker red line that snaked through the walls of the detective agency, spreading into the unknown distance. Found it. Zhang Jun nodded. Lu Shi, please take Bai Captain first. I'll prepare. Got it. The Ferrari started up again, and Bai Qingqing watched the red line that only she could see, continuously guiding Lu Shi in the right direction. The vehicle wove through the towering buildings, closely following the red line that slithered through the city like a giant crimson python. Moments later, the car finally stopped at the entrance of Jiangdu People's Hospital. The two got out and quickly walked into the bustling hospital lobby, mostly filled with elderly people waiting in line to register, the air thick with the pungent smell of disinfectant. In here? Lu Shi cautiously looked around. Bai Qingqing's gaze wandered through the hall, gradually approaching that red line. Suddenly, she froze. Did you find it?
Lu Shi's eyes crossed the crowd, landing on a corner near the registration desk. There, a young man in a plaid shirt had his back to them, a gentle smile on his face as he leaned down to speak to two girls in front of him. One girl, with a ponytail, was squatting on the ground, looking up and saying something, while the other girl sat in a wheelchair, holding a large bag of medicine and laughing happily. Lin Chu? Lu Shi was taken aback, a sense of unease swelling in her heart. Not here, Bai Qingqing suddenly spoke, turning to leave. Ha! Lu Shi was stunned. This line just passes through the hospital, Bai Qingqing's voice came, the mastermind is somewhere else. Although Lu Shi was confused, she immediately followed. The two hurried back to the car, disappearing into the flow of traffic. After they left, Lin Chu, who was squatting on the ground, glanced over in their direction, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. What's wrong, sis? Lin Chi shook the konjac jelly in her hand. Nothing, Lin Chu smiled, just saw an acquaintance. Lin Shen turned back to take a look but didn't see anyone familiar. Perhaps it was one of Lin Chu's friends from school. Why didn't your friends say hello? Lin Chen patted Lin Chu's head. She didn't see me, she already left, Lin Chu pouted. Oh, I see? Lin Chen pulled Lin Chu up. Let's get the medicine and go. I'll take you to find a bigger place. Yay! Lin Chi cheered immediately. Brother, I want 2 rooms, one for you and one for me and sister. Lin Chen was amused. How old are you? Still wanting to sleep with your sister? I don't care. Lin Chi hugged her sister's arm. I just like being with sister. Lin Chu smiled and ruffled her sister's hair, her eyes full of affection. I also like living with my sister. Then it's settled, we'll rent a place with 2 bedrooms. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing and Lu Shi returned to the detective agency. Jiang Jun was resting with his eyes closed, holding a bandaged weapon in his arms, and opened his eyes upon hearing the noise. How did it go? Bai Qingqing shook her head. It disappeared. Even Chiton couldn't lock its location. At this, even Jiang Jun's usually calm demeanor showed a ripple of concern, but it quickly faded. He simply nodded and cupped his hands toward Bai Qingqing. Thank you, Captain Bai, for coming. Lu Shi, please take Captain Bai back to the high-speed train station. No need, Bai Qingqing shook her head. I want to take a look around Jiangdu. Alright, I have things to do, so I won't see you off. Sorry. After Jiang Jun finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Bai Qingqing bid farewell to Lu Shi and turned to leave the detective agency. Once outside, she sent a message to Lin Chen. I'm in Jiangdu, want to grab a meal together? At Haitang apartment, Lin Chen had just finished looking at houses with his sisters and returned home. They had their eyes on a place that cost 1,000 a month, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, plus a kitchen, conveniently closer to Jiangdu University for Lin Chu's schooling. Ding dong! Lin Chen pulled out his phone and saw a message from Qingqing. Qingqing, I'm in Jiangdu. Want to grab a meal together? What the hell? Lin Chen was stunned. What was going on with this woman? Didn't she just arrive in Lianyungan yesterday? Why was she in Jiangdu today? And why was she asking him to dinner? Lin Chen rubbed his chin, pondering if this could be a date. Brother, who is it? Why are you smiling? Lin Chu, with her sharp eyes, quickly rushed over and snatched the phone before Lin Chen could react. Let me see. Wow. Lin Chu's eyes lit up instantly. Qingqing, brother, you're doing well. What? Lin Chi excitedly pushed her wheelchair closer. Sister-in-law? Is it sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Lin Chen's face turned red, helplessly trying to snatch the phone back. Stop talking nonsense. It's just an ordinary friend I met on the train. Ordinary friend? Lin Chi took the phone from Lin Chu and leaned in, her little head almost touching the screen. Brother, you're so dumb, you've added her for so long, and your chat history is still empty? Lin Chi looked up with disappointment. How are you supposed to be her boyfriend like this? Before Lin Chen could retort, Lin Chi had already lowered her head, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Chen panicked. Done. Lin Chi proudly turned the phone screen towards him. In the chat box, she had already replied for Lin Chen. Working hard to earn money to support my sister. Sure, where are you? The moment the message was sent, a reply came back. Qingqing, at the Baiyun Western restaurant, I'm waiting for you. Yay! Lin Chi and Lin Chu excitedly high-fived. Brother, hurry up. Lin Chu insisted. Starting to push Lin Chen out. Don't dawdle. Don't keep the girl waiting too long. It leaves a bad impression. Get her. Lin Chi waved her little fist from behind. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lin Chen stood in the corridor, holding the still-lit phone, looking bewildered. What is all this? Just as he was feeling helpless, his phone dinged again. It was a WeChat transfer from Lin Chi, 60,000 yuan. Lin Chi, brother, go for it, spend freely, my sister and I want a sister-in-law. Damn! Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated, quickly clicking to refund. Working hard to earn money to support my sister, your brother is rich. He glanced at his WeChat balance. Starting with a 6, feeling a bit more confident. It's just a Western meal, right? Let's eat. Baiyun Western Restaurant. When Lin Chen walked into this restaurant, decorated like a palace, wearing faded jeans and a checkered shirt, he instantly felt out of place. The melodious sound of a violin surrounded him, the surrounding guests were dressed appropriately, speaking softly, and the clinking of cutlery created a crisp sound. Lin Chen scratched his head awkwardly, scanning the restaurant, and soon spotted that familiar figure. By the window, Bai Qingqing, dressed in a black trench coat, was resting her chin on one hand, gazing out the window in a daze, her brows slightly furrowed. That aloof and cool demeanor attracted the attention of several men at nearby tables. Why does she always look so serious? Lin Chen muttered to himself as he walked over. Ahem. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Bai Qingqing seemed to wake from a dream, and upon seeing Lin Chen, the coldness that had kept people at bay melted slightly, and she smiled at him. Lin Chen swallowed hard. When this woman smiled, she really was a bit stunning. Didn't you just return to Lian Yungang? Lin Chen took the initiative to break the ice. Why are you back in Jiangdu? Also, how did you know I was in Jiangdu? I have a mission here. Bai Qingqing replied succinctly. As for how I knew you. She glanced at Lin Chen's phone. Your WeChat address says Jiangdu Haitang apartment. I guessed you went home. Mission? Lin Chen's heart stirred. He knew Bai Qingqing was not an ordinary person, and it seemed she was part of an organization. But she even checked my WeChat profile? Lin Chen stroked his chin, feeling quite pleased. No way, no way. What do you want to eat? Bai Qingqing handed over the menu. Lin Chen took the menu and casually flipped it open. The next second, his expression froze. Australian tomahawk steak, 298 yuan. French baked snails, 188 yuan. Black truffle foie gras, 398 yuan. Damn. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. Why not just rob a bank? He kept his composure, flipping back through the menu, his finger sliding around for a long time, finally finding the cheapest main dish in the corner of the last page. Cough, cough. Lin Chen cleared his throat and handed the menu back. I'll have a portion of this, the 58 spaghetti. I'll have the same. Bai Qingqing nodded gently to the waiter. After the waiter left, the table fell into an awkward silence again, with only the faint background music playing in the restaurant. Lin Chen felt uncomfortable all over, his palms slightly sweaty. Damn it, after living a quarter of his life, this was the first time he was seriously out to dinner alone. With a girl, not counting his two younger sisters. What should he say? Lin Chen was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. Bai Qingqing was also silent. She wasn't really here just to eat. She was organizing her words, trying to figure out how to start. Your spaghetti. The waiter's arrival broke the awkwardness, bringing 2 plates of seemingly small portions of pasta. Dig in, Lin Chen said as he picked up his fork and twirled the noodles into his mouth. Slurp. The taste was okay, but the texture of the noodles, why did it feel a bit like the thick rice noodles in spicy hot pot? As Lin Chen focused on eating, Bai Qingqing suddenly spoke up from across the table. Lin Chen. Lin Chen mumbled with his mouth full of noodles. Do you know that many people have died in Jiangdu recently? Lin Chen paused, swallowing the noodles in his mouth, and looked up. I heard from a taxi driver that it seems the ones who died were all notorious villains. Bai Qingqing was silent for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, they were villains. They deserved to die. What's wrong? Lin Chen was puzzled, not understanding why Bai Qingqing suddenly brought this up. Instead of answering his question, Bai Qingqing changed the subject, her cold eyes fixed on him. Who were the 2 girls that went to the hospital with you today? What the hell? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, feeling inexplicably flustered, and quickly explained, those are my sisters, my real sisters. Sisters? Bai Qingqing repeated, then asked, do you know the girl in the wheelchair? Of course. Lin Chen was taken aback, unsure why she suddenly asked this. Her name is Lin Qi, she's my sister. She's a very hardworking and optimistic child. Even though she lost her legs, she studies painting every day and can now support herself with her art. No. Bai Qingqing shook her head. With your level of awareness, she stared into Lin Chen's eyes. Can't you sense the aura around her? What aura? Lin Chen scratched his head, completely confused. Does fragrant count? Bai Qingqing frowned deeply. After hesitating for a moment, she finally took a deep breath, lowered her voice, and asked word by word, Lin Chen, don't you know? Your sister has already become an anomaly? The bewilderment was palpable, like a fruit of confusion on a tree of bewilderment, you and I beneath it. When Lin Chen heard what Bai Qingqing said, the spaghetti he was eating slipped right out of his mouth. He quickly wiped his mouth awkwardly and smiled at Bai Qingqing across the table. What a joke. I've watched her grow up. How could I not know if she's an anomaly? Bai Qingqing didn't argue. Instead, she opened her phone, swiped a few times, and handed it over. Lin Chen curiously looked at it. On the screen was a pair of deep blue eyes, very beautiful, very familiar. What is this? Lin Chen felt something was off. An anomaly that could potentially destroy Jiangdu, and it is currently within your sister, or in other words, your sister has control over its power. Lin Chen recalled Lin Qi's right eye, that I looked exactly like this one. Could it be true? But why did this have to happen to her? She was already so pitiful. Although Lin Chen didn't want to believe it, he also didn't dare to disbelieve it. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Are you, specifically hunting anomalies?" "Yes." Bai Qingqing nodded, a hint of reluctance rising in her heart. The music in the Western restaurant lingered in the air. Though it was a leisurely style of light music, it sounded exceptionally harsh to Lin Chen. "What will you do to her?" Lin Chen's voice trembled, and he added, "She is a good child. She is still who she is. She will die." Bai Qingqing gave the most brutal answer. There was a hint of reluctance in Bai Qingqing's eyes. She didn't want Lin Chen to know the truth, but in matters like this, not saying it was the most painful for Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt as if struck by lightning, stunned for a moment, then suddenly grabbed Bai Qingqing's hand. "Who else knows about this?" Lin Chen's grip was strong, causing Bai Qingqing pain, but she didn't pull away. "Only I know right now." A glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and he pleaded, "Can you not tell anyone else? I can give you money. I earn 80,000 a month. I can give it all to you." Bai Qingqing looked at Lin Chen's expression, and for some reason, her eyes suddenly felt a sting. She had been an orphan since childhood and had never seen such familial affection. To be honest, she envied Lin Chen's sister. She pulled her hand away from Lin Chen's. "I won't say anything, but she will eventually be discovered by other night watchmen." Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head. "I can advise her not to kill anymore. Will anyone still find her then?" "They will. The authorities place great importance on this eye. They will keep searching until they find it." "What if I become this eye?" Bai Qingqing's pupils constricted. She looked at the man before her, whose eyes held madness, and suddenly understood that this might be the only way to break the deadlock. With Lin Chen's unfathomable strength, if the authorities believed the eye was with him, all attention would be drawn to him, thus neglecting Jiangdu. As long as he wasn't caught, his sister wouldn't be discovered. "You might die," Bai Qingqing said seriously. "Die? I'm not afraid." Lin Chen laughed instead. He took out his phone and, without looking, transferred all the money in his account to Bai Qingqing. "After I die, can you help take care of them?" In his view, as an ordinary lumberjack, going against a mysterious organization of the entire country was undoubtedly a death sentence. But if his life could be exchanged for his sister's safety, then it would be worth it. Bai Qingqing silently accepted the transfer. She looked at Lin Chen and for the first time felt that this man was so different, not just in strength, but in his soul. "You don't have to die." Bai Qingqing whispered, "If possible, try to run towards that forest. It's hard for them to deal with you there. Also, the Great Forest Company should secretly help you. As long as you aren't caught, your sister's identity won't be exposed." "Is that so?" Lin Chen understood completely. It seemed he had to become a fake wanted criminal to attract all the firepower. It looked like he was about to start a journey of escape. "Quite thrilling. I will find someone to help you disguise the eye's aura. It will erupt at midnight." Bai Qingqing stood up. "The things will be sent to your home. You should leave Jiangdu before then." "Okay, thank you." Lin Chen thanked her again. Now Bai Qingqing was like an angel in his heart, beautiful and kind-hearted. Bai Qingqing stood up. "I will leave first. We can't stay together too long." "Wait." Lin Chen suddenly remembered something and quickly grabbed Bai Qingqing's hand. "What is it?" Bai Qingqing bit her lip. "Is there only one eye?" Lin Chen walked home in a daze. The night was deep, and the dazzling neon lights of Jiangdu reflected on his face, flickering on and off. His mind was a mess. His sister had become an anomaly, and he was to become a wanted criminal. All of this felt like an absurd nightmare. He took out his phone and sent a message to Bai Qingqing. "Working hard to earn money for my sister. Can you lend me 500? I want to buy some good food for my sisters." Bai Qingqing transferred 1,000 over. Lin Chen thanked her, walked into the mall, and bought all the dishes and snacks he could think of that his sisters loved. Back at the Haitang apartment, Lin Chen adjusted his smile and pushed the door open. "Brother, you're back?" Lin Chu and Lin Shi surrounded him, taking the things he bought. "Wow, so lavish?" Lin Shi's eyes lit up at the sight of the snacks and vegetables in the bag. Lin Chu rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. "Brother, did you fail at a date? Are you trying to win us over with these?" No. Lin Chen chuckled as he pinched Lin Chu's cheek. "It's just that I earned some money and wanted you to have something good." "Is that so?" Lin Shi also caught on, grabbing Lin Chen's hand and asking, "What about sister-in-law?" "What sister-in-law? We haven't even started." Lin Chen ruffled Lin Shi's hair, his face full of smiles. "Alright, I'm going to cook now. We're having a nice meal today." "Hee, go ahead. Lin Chu and Lin Shi ran off with the bag of snacks to share them, while Lin Chen carried the vegetables into the kitchen. Listening to the cheerful laughter of his sisters outside, Lin Chen felt a mix of emotions. Soon, Lin Chu came into the kitchen to help, and amidst their busy work and Lin Shi's cheers, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. Meat, sweet and sour pork, black pepper beef, braised ribs, steamed bass, cola chicken wings, stir-fried yellow beef,
Vegetables, garlic oil lettuce, stir-fried broccoli, spicy shredded potatoes. Soup, corn rib soup. During dinner, the family was happy and the warm little home was filled with their laughter. Until Lin Chen announced that he would be leaving tonight, the smiles on the two girls' faces instantly fell. Why so soon? Lin Chu asked. There's an urgent matter at the company, I have to go back. Lin Chen's smile was a bit forced. Damn it, what a lousy company, why like this? Lin Chi waved her little fist, very dissatisfied. I wanted brother to tell me a story tonight. Lin Chen ruffled his sister's hair, and just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen walked over to open the door, and Bai Qingqing was standing at the entrance, handing him a small black box the size of a palm. At midnight tonight, all the night watchmen in Jiangdu will know you are that I. Thank you. Lin Chen took the box, his voice hoarse. Brother, who is she? So pretty. Lin Chi curiously leaned out from her wheelchair. A friend, Lin Chen casually replied. Is she sister-in-law? Lin Chu also leaned out, and upon seeing Bai Qingqing, her pupils involuntarily constricted. Bai Qingqing paused for a moment, looked at Lin Chen, and smiled. For now, still a friend. Sister-in-law, come in and sit. Lin Chi nudged Lin Chen, signaling him to bring her in. No, I have things to do, I'll come by when I have time. Bai Qingqing waved her hand and turned to leave. Ha! Lin Chi pinched Lin Chen's waist. Brother, you're such an idiot, why not let sister-in-law in? Lin Chen smiled helplessly and closed the door. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, don't rush. Lin Chi huffed and looked at the box in Lin Chen's hand. What did sister-in-law give you? Lin Chu also looked over curiously. Can't show you personal items. Lin Chen tucked the box into his pocket, mysteriously entering the bedroom and closing the door behind him. TCH, stingy. Lin Chi complained, tugging at Lin Chu. Sister, don't you think so? Lin Chu came back to her senses and nodded. Maybe it's some ambiguous gift. Wow, then I want to see it even more. P.S. Tomorrow is the weekend. The author is starting to prepare for tomorrow's 5 updates now. Also, the rating has reached 8.4. Thank you so much for the good reviews, I'm deeply grateful. Currently, this book has also become the #1 in the new high martial arts category, all thanks to everyone's recognition of the author. Love you all. Moa. Oh, oh. In the bedroom, Lin Chen locked the door. He sat on the edge of the bed and opened the small black box that Bai Qingqing had given him. Inside the box, there was nothing else, just 2 small lenses quietly lying on the velvet, one showing a deep blue color, the other a brighter red dye. In the dim light, the 2 lenses still glimmered with a faint, elusive glow. Although there was still some difference compared to Lin Chu and Lin Chi's eyes, it didn't matter. From a distance, no one could tell. Lin Chen closed the box, pulled out a blank sheet of drawing paper from Lin Chi's art supplies, and found a pen. He leaned over the table, the pen tip hovering over the paper for a long time before finally coming down. Lin Chu, Lin Chi, I don't know why you both became anomalies, but it doesn't matter. No matter what you become, in my heart, you will always be my sisters. After I leave, your sister-in-law said no one will make things difficult for you, so you mustn't expose your powers anymore, otherwise, all the efforts your brother made will be in vain. Live well, and if possible, you can move to another city. Next month, when I come out of the forest, I'll come find you. Don't worry about your brother, he's strong, and they can't do anything to me. I love you both. He put down the pen, carefully folded the letter, and tucked it under Lin Chu's pillow. Then, as if remembering something, he pulled out the 2 chocolates wrapped in golden foil that he had forgotten to eat and placed them next to the envelope. This was the only thing he could leave for his sisters as a memento. He didn't want to make them too worried, so he could only leave them a message in this way. If he said it in person, they would definitely not let him take such risks. Lin Chen glanced at his phone. It was just past 9 o'clock in the evening. I can't wait until midnight. He had to prepare in advance. As soon as it hit 12, he had to leave Jiangdu immediately, without a moment's pause. Lin Chen took one last look at the small bedroom, opened the door. Brother! As soon as he opened the door, Lin Chi wheeled herself over, her little face full of curiosity. What good thing did sister-in-law give you? So mysterious. Little kids shouldn't gossip. Lin Chen laughed and ruffled her hair, quickly walking over to the sofa to pack his backpack. There wasn't much to pack, just a bag and a few changes of old clothes. Brother, are you leaving now? Lin Chu also came over, noticing Lin Chen's urgency. Yes. Lin Chen zipped up the bag, pretending to be relaxed as he told a little lie. There's an urgent matter at the company. They urged me to hurry back to work. They said if I finish this trip, I can get a bigger paycheck next month. Brother, don't go. Lin Chi grabbed the hem of Lin Chen's shirt. I already said, I can support you and sister now. Lin Chen burst into laughter at her words. He squatted down and pinched Lin Chi's cheek. Silly girl, how can a brother let his sister support him? I'm the pillar of this family. You and Lin Chu should just stay cozy down below. Lin Chi pouted in dissatisfaction. One day I will become the pillar of this family, and then I'll make brother stay down below. All right. Lin Chen laughed as he bent down, opened his arms, and hugged Lin Shi tightly before standing up and hugging Lin Shu as well. Brother is leaving. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the bitterness in his heart. You both take care of yourselves at home. Lin Shu's eyes were red. Be careful on the road, brother. Lin Shi was also shedding tears. Lin Shen smiled and waved at them, turning to pull open the door. Bang! The door closed. Lin Shen leaned against the cold wall, raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes that were stinging, and took one last look at the familiar door before turning and walking into the dark stairwell. The Haitang apartment was on the outskirts of Jiangdu City, where the streets at night were occasionally filled with spirited young men riding motorcycles. Moreover, as one of the top metropolitan areas, the young men in Jiangdu were relatively wealthy, riding real motorbikes. Lin Chen walked along the sidewalk with his backpack, the night breeze blowing past, carrying a hint of chill. He had already put on the beautiful contact lenses, which glimmered with a faint red and blue light in the darkness, giving him a somewhat enchanting appearance. It was almost midnight. Once Bai Qingqing started to act, he would become the target of all the night watchmen in Jiangdu. The high-speed train and the train station were definitely off limits. He needed to find a vehicle. As for where to get this vehicle, a loud, jarring roar accompanied by DJ music approached from afar. Lin Chen turned around and saw a group of spirited young men riding motorcycles roaring down the street not far away. With their brightly colored hair, they deliberately revved their exhausts to make a thunderous noise, blasting through the quiet night and causing the few houses with lights on nearby to hurriedly close their windows. Lin Shen stopped in his tracks. A vehicle, wasn't this just what he needed? With a blank expression, he bent down and picked up a brick from the roadside greenery, weighing it in his hand. The motorcycle gang roared closer, and the leader, a guy with yellow hair, spotted Lin Shen standing by the roadside, especially his pair of red and blue heterochromatic eyes that glowed in the dark, along with the brick in his hand, which piqued his interest. That idiot, wearing colored contacts to show off? The yellow-haired guy deliberately skidded to a stop, his motorcycle brushing against Lin Chen's body, and arrogantly blew a puff of smoke in his face. What are you doing with that brick? Want to hit me? Smack! Lin Chen swung the brick hard, catching the yellow-haired guy off guard. The brick struck him squarely in the face, and he let out a scream as he and his motorcycle lost control and crashed into the roadside greenery. Damn it! You dare to hit me? Get him! The other spirited young men, seeing this, slammed on their brakes and cursed as they surrounded Lin Chen. What the hell? The yellow-haired guy scrambled up from the greenery, picked up a bloodied brick from the ground, and, with red eyes, swung it at Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen sidestepped, kicked him down to the ground, and seized the brick, slamming it down hard on his head without even looking. Thud! Blood splattered everywhere. The yellow-haired guy didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed, clutching his head. Hiss! The surrounding spirited young men were stunned. Where the hell did this tough guy come from? While they were still in shock, Lin Chen turned again and smashed the brick into the face of the nearest green-haired guy. The bridge of the green-haired guy's nose collapsed instantly, and he flew backward like a kite with a severed string. What the hell? Run! This guy is a madman. The remaining ones were completely terrified, no longer daring to approach, and screamed as they ran toward their motorcycles. Lin Chen spotted the black motorcycle that looked the most appealing and dashed over, yanking down a spirited young man who had just mounted it, knocking him out with another brick. He hopped onto the motorcycle and twisted the key. Thanks! Roar! With a roar, the motorcycle shot forward, leaving behind a group of bruised and battered young men and 3 companions lying on the ground, uncertain of their fate, all in disarray in the night wind. At 11:50 p.m., Jiangdu City. The neon lights flickered in the rain-soaked city, but the detective agency was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Zhang Jun sat in a chair, eyes closed, unaware of the storm approaching outside. However, if one were to look down from above the entire Jiangdu, they would see a terracotta warrior standing on the rooftop of every high-rise building. These terracotta warriors had solemn expressions, gazing down at the whole of Jiangdu. Beside Jiang Jun, Lu Shi, Shi Gong, and Shi Rong had different expressions. Bro, what is the captain waiting for? Shi Rong was the first to lose patience, swinging his legs casually. It's almost midnight, and those eyes are hidden too deep. We have over 20 night watchmen in Jiangdu, yet we haven't found a single clue. Shi Gong remained silent, his face cold. Seeing that he was being ignored, Shi Rong muttered, if it were up to me, we should bring out those 9 anomalies we caught last night and torture them. I don't believe they wouldn't be afraid of pain. We'd definitely get something out of them. Smack! Shi Gong slapped the back of Shi Rong's head with such force that he stumbled. You think you're so smart? Shi Gong cursed. The captain has tried that long ago. Those abnormal consciousnesses are protected by a force. Even if you slice them, you won't get any useful information out of them. Shi Yong covered his head, about to retort. Just then,
The silence in the detective agency was shattered by a sudden, urgent ringing of the phone. Lu Shi glanced at the caller ID and her amber eyes instantly sharpened. It was Bai Qingqing. She quickly answered the call, and moments later, she suddenly stood up, shouting at Jiang Jun, who was meditating with his eyes closed, "Captain, we found it." Almost simultaneously, in Jiangdu City, all the terracotta warriors on the rooftops of high-rise buildings turned in unison, their hollow eye sockets all gazing towards the northern suburbs of the city. A blinding red beam of light shot up from the northern horizon, piercing the night like a sharp sword, visible even from dozens of kilometers away. Crimson eye mark. Notify all the night watchers, move out. Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs of Jiangdu, at the highway toll station, boom! The deafening roar of engines tore through the quiet night. Inside the toll booth, the drowsy staff were jolted awake, seeing a black motorcycle racing towards them like a ghost, showing no signs of slowing down. Damn! Stop! Bang! The barrier was smashed to pieces, wood chips flying everywhere. Lin Chen rode the borrowed motorcycle, not looking back as he charged onto the highway. Damn it! Braking! Through the toll. The staff had just grabbed the intercom to call for help. Rumble! Another even deeper engine sound approached, and the staff turned to see a bizarre-looking truck, entirely matte black and resembling a steel beast, barreling towards them with the same reckless attitude. Bang! The barrier was completely destroyed. Another one? The staff was utterly stunned, noticing two figures standing on the roof of the strange truck, one tall and one short, striking a defiant pose against the wind. Hello? 110? This is the Jiangdu North Toll Station. Someone is breaking through the toll. Two vehicles. No, wait. Boom! 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 Before the words were finished, two more black SUVs followed, closely behind, ignoring the astonished staff as they forced their way onto the highway. No, wait. It's a whole group of cars. On the highway. The biting night wind rushed into Lin Chen's collar. As soon as he hit the highway, he sensed something was off. A red beam of light descended from the sky, precisely landing on him, like a giant spotlight marking him clearly. Lin Chen guessed it was Bai Qingqing's ability, but he had grown accustomed to these fantastical occurrences. After all, what could be more surreal than watching his younger sister grow up and turn into a monster? However, Lin Chen was not panicking. Instead, he felt relieved. Just right. This was the effect he wanted. The reason he chose the most easily ambushed highway was to draw all the night watchers' attention here. The highway was straight, and no one would think he would choose to jump off midway. This way, he not only attracted the night watchers' attention but also had more time to hide. Come on, all of you, chase me! Lin Chen twisted the throttle and the motorcycle roared as it accelerated again. Rumble! However, he had barely gone far when a deep, rumbling sound suddenly erupted behind him, growing closer. Lin Chen turned to look and saw a strange black truck tailing him closely, with two familiar figures standing on its roof, one tall and one short. Motorcycle in front, listen up! A piercing horn blared, and the short figure on the roof was shouting at him with a loudspeaker, "Pull over immediately. We need to check your driver's license." Lin Chen? He was filled with questions. How could the night watchers chase so fast? And checking a driver's license seemed a bit off. Brother, how mighty! Another muffled voice came from the horn. This strategy is too profound. Big brother, you really are the hero of this era. Get lost. Lin Chen listened to this ridiculous conversation, feeling utterly baffled. Crazy. He couldn't be bothered to respond and accelerated again, trying to shake off the truck. What the hell? He dares to run? On top of the truck, Ma Er saw that Lin Chen not only didn't stop but was actually speeding up, and he panicked. Longzi. Ma Er snatched the horn, banging on the roof, shouting towards the driver's cabin, "Accelerate! Ram him!" Boom! As soon as Ma Er's words fell, the truck suddenly sped up, a terrifying force pushing against him. Ma Er stood firm like a mountain, but Ma De next to him wasn't prepared. What the hell? Ma De screamed, his body flung off the roof like a rolling gourd. Big brother! Ma Er was quick to react, grabbing Ma Da's ankle mid-air and pulling him back up with all his might. Bang! As soon as Ma De got back on, he kicked Ma Er in the chest. What the hell are you doing? Longzi! Ma De snatched the big horn from Ma Er's hands, yelling at the driver's cabin, "Faster! Just run him over!" Boom! The truck accelerated again, this time with even more force. This time, it was Ma Er's turn. He was lifted by the immense power, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air, accompanied by a piercing scream, disappearing into the darkness behind the truck. Bang! Ma Er crashed heavily onto the highway, rolling for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Dazed, he crawled up from the ground, feeling like his bones were about to fall apart. Brother? Longzi? He looked at the rapidly receding truck, utterly confused. Beep beep. Blinding headlights approached, and before Ma Er could react, a fully loaded freight truck roared past him. What the hell? Bang! Ma-air was flung out again, landing in the middle of the highway. He struggled to raise his hand, just about to say something. Bang! Another car rolled over him. Bang! 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 Damn! On the G45 North Suburb Highway, midnight. A man was driving his somewhat old domestic car, cruising on the empty highway. Tonight, he had to rush back home overnight. His wife and son were sleeping soundly in the back seat. G45 North Suburb Highway, 5 kilometers ahead. The car radio was reporting the traffic conditions when suddenly a harsh electric sound interrupted. ZZZZ. Emergency broadcast, emergency broadcast. A serious male voice cut in. This is the Jiangdu Military District. The G45 North Suburb Highway has been temporarily requisitioned. Please all civilian vehicles exit immediately from the nearest exit. Repeat, please all civilian vehicles exit immediately. What? The man jolted, and his wife was also awakened. What's wrong? Military requisition? The man's hands trembled on the steering wheel. We need to get off the highway quickly. His wife panicked too. What happened? How would I know? The man anxiously searched for the next exit sign. Just then, an indescribably blinding white light suddenly flared up in the rearview mirror, dazzling him to the point he couldn't open his eyes. Before he could react, a black motorcycle zipped past his car like lightning in the night. The man caught a glimpse. The rider wasn't wearing a helmet, and his eyes glowed with a strange red and blue light. Rumble! Before he could recover from the shock of the motorcycle, a terrifying shadow loomed over his car. The next second, a menacing black heavy truck, resembling a steel beast, brushed past his vehicle. Ah! His wife screamed. And the child was startled awake. Oh my! A madman! The man was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. He no longer dared to hesitate. Seeing the exit sign ahead, he glanced at the rearview mirror, then suddenly jerked the steering wheel, rolling and tumbling off the highway. On the highway, Lin Chen twisted the throttle of the borrowed motorcycle all the way down. The biting night wind rushed into his collar, but all he could think about was 2 words, damn it. He looked back for a moment. That strange black truck was still tightly hanging onto his tail, and a figure stood on its roof. This is really relentless. Lin Chen cursed. Logically, the night watchman shouldn't have caught up so quickly. Perhaps they just happened to be in the northern suburbs, and he had exposed himself right when they arrived. Little did he know, this group wasn't night watchman at all. They had mistaken him for a member of the Baolong sect, an associate of Old Tang. On the roof of the truck, Ma-da faced the howling wind, his already sparse hair pressed tightly against his scalp, his face distorted by the gusts. Damn it! Ma-da roared towards the driver's cabin. Long Z, step on it. Run him over. Long Z in the driver's seat didn't respond, only pressing the accelerator deeper, but the motorcycle ahead slipped like an eel, making it impossible to catch up for the moment. Ma-da was anxious. If they failed to complete the bishop's task, both of them would end up as fish food. No more waiting. I'll do it myself. Ma-da shouted angrily, releasing his grip on the railing, and clapped his hands fiercely in front of his chest. In the next second, Ma-da's body twisted and expanded violently in the wind, then with a series of muffled sounds, he instantly exploded into a swarm of dense black swallows. The heads of these swallows were all Ma-da's thieving, rat-like face. Die for me! Hundreds of Ma-da's swallows let out piercing screams, converging into a black arrow, tearing through the air, and pouncing towards Lin Chen ahead. Lin Chen heard the quacking sounds behind him, turned around, and immediately felt his scalp tingle. What the hell is that? Before he could react, the swarm of Ma-da swallows crashed hard into his back. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Chen felt like he had been hit by dozens of small stones. Aside from being a bit annoyed, it was nothing serious. Get lost. Lin Chen waved his hand impatiently, trying to shoo away the flapping creatures. What the hell? Ma-da was completely dumbfounded. His 1,000 swallows kill was invincible, and those sharp beaks could pierce through steel plates, but when they pecked at this guy, they couldn't even break the skin. Clang, clang, clang. The Ma-da swallows frantically pecked at Lin Chen's flesh, producing a crisp sound as if pecking on steel. Is this even human? Ma-da was shocked. The Ma-da swallows were undeterred, circling to the front, and pecked fiercely at Lin Chen's right eye, which glowed blue. Damn it! Your mother! Lin Chen cried out in pain, and the motorcycle swayed violently. Cursing, Lin Chen controlled the steering with one hand while his other hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the Ma-da swallow that was pecking at his eye and bringing it to his face. The bird had a shrunken version of Ma-da's face, with a black beak biting at his hand. Disgusting, Lin Chen said with a grimace, really gross. Crack! He didn't hesitate to snap the neck of the Ma-da swallow. At the moment this swallow was crushed, all the others attacking him froze mid-air. The fierce light in their eyes extinguished in an instant, their wings stopped flapping, and like dumplings, they fell from the sky, scattering across the highway. Thud! The Ma-da swallows landed on the ground, wanting to move but unable to.
In their line of sight, a pale, gigantic phantom of a locust tree flashed behind Lin Chen, stretching out countless pale branches to tightly bind them. Immediately after, the black truck that had been following roared in. Thud, thud. The truck didn't even brake, its wheels rolling over, crushing most of the Mada swallows' bodies into mush. Only one swallow, which had fallen near the central divider, narrowly escaped being run over. Mada turned his eyes to watch the truck drive away, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 black SUVs sped past him, brushing against his body. Phew. Mada let out a sigh of relief. Damn Longzi, he actually injured a teammate. If he couldn't catch Lin Chen, Mada would definitely drag Longzi down with him when he returned. At the very least, he would make sure Longzi was thrown into the sea to feed the fish. On the other side, Lin Chen had just relaxed when the truck behind him suddenly accelerated wildly, its bumper crashing into his rear wheel. Boom! The back of the motorcycle instantly crumpled and the entire vehicle began to lose control. Damn it! Lin Chen abruptly released the handlebars, propelling himself backward. Bang! He slammed heavily against the front of the black truck, gripping the bumper tightly, his whole body hanging off the front. Clang! The motorcycle he had just borrowed was crushed into a pile of scrap metal by the truck's wheels. Just as Lin Chen was about to climb up the bumper, the truck, in a suicidal manner, crashed violently into the central barrier of the highway. Shit! Lin Chen exerted force with his hands, launching himself onto the top of the truck. At the same time, the concrete guardrail was shattered into pieces. The truck, amidst violent vibrations, broke through the obstruction and recklessly charged into the oncoming lane. Lin Chen was thrown sideways by the immense force, desperately clinging to the railing on top of the truck to stabilize himself. The oncoming lane ahead was completely empty, and the truck swayed like a wild bull, wildly tossing its tail. Lin Chen lay on the roof, the howling wind stinging his cheeks. Damn it! Are the night watchmen this crazy? Lying on the roof, Lin Chen gripped the edge tightly, his gaze frantically scanning the highway below. He had to jump onto the highway. Initially, he thought he could run for 100 or 2 kilometers before jumping to escape. But now, plans were falling apart. At this rate, he would eventually be caught, and it would be easier to escape below. Now, he just needed a big river. G45 North Suburban Highway. The night was as dark as ink. On the oncoming lane, about 500 meters behind the heavy truck, 2 black SUVs were closely following. Inside the SUVs of the Hangzhou Night Watchman, the atmosphere was tense. Old Gua, something's not right. The voice of Deputy Captain Wenjiu from the adjacent vehicle came through the intercom. That vehicle seems to belong to the dragon worshippers. The one referred to as Old Gua was indeed Deputy Captain Guadet of Hangzhou. He furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at the rear of the black heavy truck, where a black flying dragon emblem flickered in and out of view. That's right. Guade's voice was low. It's the vehicle of the dragon worshipper Longzi Shigomao. Shigomao? Wenjiu on the other end fell silent. No wonder this eye dares to kill rampantly in Jiangdu. It turns out it has the dragon worshippers backing it. Guode didn't respond, his gaze shifting to the figure lying on top of the truck. No wonder they were so eager to get this eye. It turned out to be something the dragon worshippers were desperately protecting. It was the first time he had seen Longzi take such risks, actually participating in a task that had long been monitored by the night watchman. However, he didn't know whether this eye was an anomaly or a favored one. If it was a favored one, the people above would be disappointed. After all, anomalies could be killed to become dependents, but if a favored one died, then their dependents would disappear as well. Old Gua, should we take action? When Jiu's voice sounded again from the intercom. No. Guade rubbed his throbbing temples. Longzi is not that easy to deal with. Although we are a large force, the team members I brought. He glanced at the 2 equally tense C-level team members in the back seat. Old When, we can't let them die for nothing. Guade made a decision. Let's follow behind, keep our distance. I've already reported the situation to Captain Jiang in Jiangdu. We'll wait for reinforcements. Okay. The 2 SUVs slightly slowed down, trailing behind the heavy truck like hunting dogs. Meanwhile, on top of the heavy truck, Lin Chen was clinging tightly to the cold metal, his brows furrowed in concentration. He turned back to take a glance. 2 identical black SUVs were leisurely trailing behind. Here come 2 more. Lin Chen's heart sank to the bottom. There was a night watchman beneath him, and now 2 more night watchmen had caught up behind him. This was a big problem. He just didn't understand why they weren't making a move. Where did they intend to take him? He felt like a rabbit surrounded by 3 wolves. All he could do was silently pray for the river to appear soon. Damn it, this is really annoying. Meanwhile, in the truck's cabin, a young man with an alluring face was irritably rubbing his own face, his brows tightly knitted. He was Shigomao, the dragon son of the Bai Long sect. One foot casually rested on the steering wheel, while the other foot surprisingly controlled the accelerator and brake with just one leg, both hands cradling his face.
It's all Ma. Det and Ma Air's fault.
Sure Gumao glared disdainfully at the rearview mirror. He had barely shown his face. How could he have attracted the night watchman's attention so quickly? He thought it was just a simple task, just a little outing for fun. But now it had turned into this situation. It must have been those two idiots causing a ruckus in Jiangdu, making the night watchman wary of them, which led to their rapid arrival at the scene. He knew very well that there were definitely more than just these two vehicles. Reinforcements from the night watchman were already on the way. No, he had to shake them off. Sure Gamao's gaze crossed the highway guardrail, looking down into the dark abyss below.
The highway isn't easy to run. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Then let's get off the highway.
He was just waiting for a river to appear. As long as he got off the highway, escaping from the night watchman would be a piece of cake, though it was a pity about his newly built car.
Each party had its
own agenda, racing madly down this wrong-way lane, yet strangely maintaining a tacit understanding, all waiting for the same opportunity.
Half
an hour later, a river finally appeared in the distant fields, crossing beneath the highway like a silver dragon in the night.
Lin Chen's heart raced.
They were about to jump off the highway. It had to succeed, it had to succeed, it had to succeed. If he fell to the ground from this height of several dozen meters, it could be disastrous. Just then, a more piercing roar suddenly erupted from behind. Lin Chen quickly turned around, only to see a flashy red Ferrari suddenly burst out from between the two SUVs, rapidly approaching the truck. And on the hood of the Ferrari stood a figure clad in blue-white armor, wielding a green dragon crescent blade. What the hell? Lin Chen was shocked, thinking it was over. Now even the armored warrior had shown up. What was he supposed to do? Shirong stood on the hood of the Ferrari, letting the fierce wind whip at his armor. He suddenly raised one hand and pressed down towards the truck, shouting, "Dragon of the clouds."
In the next second, dark clouds in the sky
instantly gathered, actually coalescing into a ferocious black dragon, which circled in the air, letting out a deafening roar, then charged towards the heavy truck with the force of 1,000 thunders.
Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was this?
Like Superman, was he supposed to fight this? In a moment of crisis, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he seemed to be able to summon such things too, so he hurriedly shouted, "Come out!" The air fell into an awkward silence, and just as the cloud dragon was about to crash into them, the door of the truck's cabin
was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force. Sure Gamao grabbed the door frame for leverage and flipped himself onto the roof of the truck. He glanced at the black cloud dragon swooping down from the sky, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. He raised his right hand, forming a seal in front of his chest, and pointed fiercely at the darkness beneath the highway. Roar! In the next second, from the darkness below the highway, a giant black snake, several times thicker than the cloud dragon, burst forth. The giant serpent soared upward, opening its massive, blood-filled mouth, and in an instant, it bit down on the neck of the cloud dragon, tearing it apart until it vanished into thin air. After accomplishing
this, the giant serpent sank back into the darkness below at high speed, as if it had never appeared.
Damn!
Lin Chen looked down at his hands, then at the enchanting man before him, his mind filled with a single thought. Why the hell can't I do it?
Didn't they say that once you leave the forest, you can summon?
He had been looking forward to it for so long. After Shi Gumiao dealt with the cloud dragon, he turned back to Lin Chen, brushing his wind-tousled hair and grinning. "Hey, it seems we've both caught the attention of the same person."
He extended a hand toward
Lin Chen. "Given the current situation, I think it's best if we cooperate." Lin Chen was even more confused. He could tell that Shi Gumiao and the group behind him were not on the same side, but why would he want to cooperate with himself? Lin Chen couldn't figure it out, but given the circumstances, teaming up with this superhuman was definitely the best choice. He grasped Shi Gumiao's hand firmly. With a strong pull, Shi Gumiao lifted Lin Chen from behind the bumper, setting him securely on top of the truck. Lin Chen was startled. He had thought he would be blown off the
truck by the fierce wind.
But when he stood up, he realized he could actually withstand the fierce winds brought on by the high-speed movement.
Damn, I'm not an ordinary person. But why can't I summon?
Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, in the Ferrari, Lu Shi pressed the accelerator, frowning as he watched the two figures on the truck, especially Lin Chen's eyes, which glowed with a red-blue light in the darkness. It turned out that the eyes they had been searching for belonged to Lin Chu's family. Fortunately, Lin Chu had taken a leave of absence. Otherwise,
Lu Shi didn't dare to imagine what the situation would be now.
Lu Shi glanced at the passenger seat of the Ferrari, where Jiang Jun sat calmly,
looking ahead. "Captain, I see it."
Jiang Jun took out the walkie-talkie, his voice steady and calm.
"Guode, Wenjiu, the target is mixed in
with the dragon son of the Bai Long sect. Help me gauge the strength of those eyes, please."
Received. Received.
As soon as the words were spoken, the two black SUVs instantly accelerated again, one on the left and one on the right, racing toward the heavy truck.
"I'm going too, Lu."
She took a deep breath. No longer hesitating, she suddenly pushed open the car window and climbed out.
Sharon was already prepared, swiftly diving into the driver's seat to take over the steering wheel. Standing on the roof of the car, Lucy felt the wind whip around her, and her body transformed, adorned in a complex theatrical robe. With a powerful push from her feet, she leaped into the air like a cannonball, landing precisely on the roof of Guode's SUV. Without a moment's pause, she used the momentum to jump again, tracing a graceful arc in the air as she lunged toward the roof of the heavy truck ahead. Gumiao certainly wouldn't sit idly by. With a flick of his wrist, an exaggerated black sniper rifle appeared in his hand. "Take this." He aimed at Lu Shi, who was soaring through the air, and without a second thought, pulled the trigger. Bang! However, the gun fired, but the bullet did not emerge, only a puff of blue smoke. It jammed. Gumiao was momentarily stunned, while Lu Shi seized the opportunity to land on the truck's roof. With a flick of her wrist, a red tassel spear appeared in her hand, slicing through the air. With a sharp whistle as she aimed for Gumiao's heart, Gumiao sidestepped to avoid it, grabbing the spear's shaft and yanking it back, trying to pull Lu Shi toward him. At the same time, he raised the sniper rifle again, aiming at Lu Shi's chest, and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! Still jammed. What the hell? Gumiao was completely enraged, throwing the sniper rifle onto the truck roof. Taking advantage of his jammed weapon, Lu Shi suddenly released the spear, and with a flash of cold light, a red tassel dagger appeared in her hand, slashing toward Gumiao's neck. Gumiao reacted extremely quickly, delivering a fierce kick to the wrist of Lu Shi, who was holding a knife, sending the short blade flying. The two also created some distance between them. Gumiao touched his face, and when he saw the smear of paint on his fingers that he didn't know when he had gotten, his expression darkened instantly. Damn it, that drama demon is really disgusting. He glanced at Lin Chen, who was still in a daze beside him, and frowned. "Are you watching a show, brother? Let's act together." "Ha!" Lin Chen exclaimed, instinctively, glancing at the black sniper rifle that Gumiao had thrown on the roof of the car, and immediately ran over to pick it up. Lu Shi also shot him a glance but said nothing, merely keeping a wary eye on Gumiao. At the same time, Guodi and Wenjiu jumped down from the off-road vehicle, landing beside Lu Shi. For a moment, on top of this speeding truck, Lin Chen, Gumiao, Lu Shi, Guodi, and Wenjiu stood facing each other, separated by less than 20 meters. "Hey, wait a minute." Gumiao suddenly raised his hand and smiled. "I think we can sit down and talk this out. Fighting and killing is really beneath us." "Indeed." Lin Chen nodded while holding the sniper rifle. However, the three on the opposite side were unyielding, and they all attacked simultaneously. Red and white paint appeared on Lin Chen and Gumiao's faces at the same time. A massive fire demon ignited behind Guodi, and Wenjiu simply vanished into thin air. Clang! A harsh collision sound rang out, and everyone who was ready to strike froze. Lin Chen furrowed his brows tightly, glancing at the large knife that had struck his shoulder, his shirt already torn, a thin line of blood appearing on his skin. He turned back to look at the bewildered Wenjiu. "What the hell?" Gumiao was also stunned, staring at Lin Chen with wide eyes. "What level are you?" "Damn!" Lin Chen didn't answer but directly pulled the trigger at Wenjiu. He didn't know what level he was, but he only knew that the other party wanted to kill him, so he would kill him first. The gunshot rang out, and the sniper bullet did not jam. At such close range, combined with Lin Chen's physique leaving Wenjiu dazed, he was directly hit in the abdomen by the sniper bullet. Thud! Wenjiu flew backward, crashing against the front of the truck, pinned against the windshield by the fierce wind. Blood spilled from his abdomen, but the physique of a high-level patron saved his life. He simply couldn't move an inch at that moment. All he could see was a pale big locust tree spitting out countless branches that bound him tightly. "Wenjiu!" Guodi shouted, his fists igniting with flames as he charged at Lin Chen with a punch, the fire demon behind him also throwing a punch simultaneously. Gumiao finally reacted, raising his right hand, and a wall made of countless twisted human figures rose from the ground, blocking the two in front of him. Boom! The attacks from Guodi and the fire demon struck simultaneously, shattering the human wall, sending the twisted figures flying everywhere. After breaking through the human wall, Guodi didn't hesitate and continued charging at Lin Chen. But the next second, an immense resistance suddenly stopped him. Guodi looked down and saw that the previously scattered twisted humans were now clinging to his legs, densely packed like a gradually rising horde of zombies. "Eek!" Lu Shi's theatrical voice rang out, and two red-faced Guangongs appeared beside Guodi, their large knives helping him cut through the pile of people that bound him. Seizing the opportunity, Guodi charged toward Lin Chen again, clearly determined not to rest until Lin Chen was dead. Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he raised the sniper rifle in his hand and aimed at Guodi again. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the bullet exploded out. Guodi didn't even flinch. The fire demon raised its hands in front of him, seemingly planning to take the hit. "But, hey, do you think I don't exist?"
Shurgumao smiled, and the scattered twisted humans gathered again, forming a distorted giant that forcibly pried apart the fire demon's hands. Guode's pupils constricted, and he quickly raised his hands to block in front of him. At the same time, Lushi was preparing to rescue Guode, but the next second, a giant snake burst out from beneath the highway, biting Lushi from the side. Lushi thrust his spear into the giant snake's mouth, but was still dragged into the opposite lane and fell into the darkness beneath the highway. At that moment, bullets finally struck Guode, the terrifying force piercing through both of his arms and sending him flying. Guode rolled off the truck but was caught by a following SUV, where the team members from Hangchun quickly pulled him inside. Wow, nice teamwork. Shurgumyao clapped his hands, looking very pleased at Lin Chun. Why don't you join? Before Shurgumyao could finish his sentence, a flurry of white gauze suddenly appeared around them. The gauze seemed alive, instantly contracting towards them. Shurgumyao's pupils constricted, and he leaped up to avoid being wrapped by the gauze, while Lin Chen was caught off guard and enveloped by it. He struggled fiercely, and the gauze shattered in response. Shurgumyao? This kid's physical prowess is so impressive. He can't be a city-destroying powerhouse, can he? Lin Chen was unaware of Shurgumyao's thoughts. His gaze was fixed on the back of the truck, where a man in white had somehow appeared. His entire aura was completely different from that of the few of them just moments ago. Shurgumyao became alert, glancing towards the fields beneath the highway. Zhang Jun was no ordinary person. It was rumored that he had 5 high-level followers, which was quite terrifying, and Shurgumyao did not want to confront him. Lin Chen felt the same. He could tell at a glance that Zhang Jun was a boss-level existence, and in this situation, fleeing was the wisest choice. The truck continued moving, finally reaching the river. Shurgumyao and Lin Chen, with red and white paint on their faces and braids in their hair, jumped off the truck simultaneously, falling towards the river below. Zhang Jun's expression remained unchanged. He did not make a move to stop them, but his naturally hanging hand was tightly clenched. Below the highway, bang! Lin Chen and Shurgumyao miscalculated the distance and landed in the fields, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Chen's head happened to hit a stone tablet marking the division of the fields. Even with maximum defense, Lin Chen felt dizzy and fell asleep the next second. It began to rain lightly. In the muddy fields beneath the highway, the 2 large craters created by Lin Chen and Shurgumyao's fall were not far apart, and both lay motionless, seemingly dead. The night wind blew, and a figure dressed in a complex theatrical robe descended silently. It was Lu Shi. Her amber eyes were as cold as ice as she glanced at the 2 figures on the ground and walked over. Shurgumyao lay on the ground, his body still twitching slightly. Clearly, falling from such a height was enough to incapacitate even a high-level follower. Lu Shi's expression was emotionless as she thrust her red-tasseled spear without hesitation. Put! The spear pierced Shurgumyao's chest with precision, pinning him firmly to the ground. Shurgumyao felt the pain and his body shuddered. The next second, the spear tip pierced through the back of his head, and he fell silent, clean and swift, without any hesitation. After dealing with Shurgumyao, Lu Shi turned her attention to the other figure, Lin Chen. He lay on his back in the grass, his chest rising and falling slightly. One could hear his deep breathing as one approached. No, it was snoring. Lu Shi frowned and slowly raised her spear, aiming the tip at Lin Chen's heart. This was the eye, the source of all the recent chaos in Jiangdu, a terrifying existence capable of destroying a city. As long as she killed him, everything would end, and the task assigned from above would be completed. However, her wrist trembled slightly. She thought of Lin Chu. She was a good girl, hardworking, responsible for eliminating anomalies while also documenting abnormal cases. Lu Shi had learned about her family. Her parents had passed away when she was in high school. The family's income relied solely on his brother dropping out of school to work, while his sister was permanently confined to a wheelchair due to bullying. It shouldn't be this way. A hint of hesitation flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. The higher-ups of the Night Watch placed extraordinary importance on those city-destroying eyes. It wasn't just about the simple slaughter of evildoers, it was more about what those old geezers valued behind those eyes, the unfathomable power they represented. In the end, it was merely the people above seeking their own selfish desires. Lu Shi stood quietly for a moment before finally putting away her long spear. "Good luck to you, you're a good brother," she said softly, not caring whether Lin Chen could hear her. Then, her figure flickered, and she leaped like a light night bird towards the dozens of meters high highway. Bridge Pier. The red spear tapped lightly on the concrete pillar a few times, and in a few ups and downs, she disappeared into the night. Lu Shi stepped on the shaft of the red spear, using it for leverage, and agilely flipped back onto the highway. The black heavy truck was stopped in the middle of the road, its front smashed to pieces. Sharon leaned against the Ferrari, boredly picking at her nails. Zhang Jun sat quietly on top of the truck, cradling a long sword wrapped in white cloth, as if in deep meditation. Lu Shi's figure lightly landed on the truck's roof, making a soft, muffled sound. "What happened to Guode and Wenjiu?" she asked.
They're fine, Shirong replied, a bit irritated. They've already been taken back to Jiangdu for treatment by their respective teams. Lu Shi nodded and sat down next to Jiang Jun. Why not bring him back? Jiang Jun still had his eyes closed, his voice calm and unruffled. Lu Shi's pupils suddenly constricted. Captain? My clay figurine, I've seen it. Jiang Jun slowly opened his eyes, looking at her calmly. Shirong was taken aback, looking at Lu Shi in disbelief. Sister Lu Shi, you let the target go? Why? Lu Shi bit her lip tightly and said softly, he is Lin Chu's brother. Lin Chu? Shirong was stunned. Then he should be let go. You did well, Sister Lu Shi. Jiang Jun glanced at Shirong, who quickly shut her mouth. Jiang Jun was silent for a moment before standing up. Let's go, we're heading back to Jiangdu. Lu Shi was taken aback and looked up at him. Captain, will you be punished? Punished? Jiang Jun shook his head, looking up at the endless darkness in the north, his voice carrying a hint of unnoticed fatigue. A city-destroying existence is not something we can deal with. We've done our best, and those old geezers above can't punish me for this. Is he really a city-destroying level? Lu Shi frowned. In their previous encounter, Lin Chen hadn't shown any powerful abilities, nor had she seen him summon followers or use his own powers. He merely seemed physically stronger. Apart from that, he looked more like an ordinary person who knew nothing. Jiang Jun shook his head and jumped off the truck. Without systematic learning, he doesn't even know the power within him. Once he fully understands it, that's when he will truly be a city-destroying existence. After saying that, he looked again at the fields below the highway. Once we leave Jiangdu, it's no longer our concern. Let those old geezers deal with their own headaches. It was unclear how long had passed when Lin Chen let out a sound and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the starless sky and the drizzling rain, he couldn't help but stretch. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly realized and sat up abruptly. Looking around, he found himself sitting in a field, his butt and back covered in wet mud. He remembered jumping down from the highway, but he hadn't calculated his landing well and had fallen directly to the ground. Shaking his head, he crawled out of the mud pit and spat out a mouthful of muddy water. How am I not dead? Lin Chen instinctively touched his body, feeling only a slight heaviness in his chest, but nothing else. He looked up at the dozens of meters high highway. What the hell? I fell from such a height and all I feel is a bit of pressure in my chest. Lin Chen was completely bewildered. He suddenly remembered the time on the truck when that guy named Wenzhou ambushed him, and the big knife that struck his shoulder only left a line of blood. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. Could it be that his ability was just an exceptionally tough body? He looked down at his hands and clenched his fists tightly. Lin Chen felt a bit of joy. Having power was good. Regardless of whether he was human or not, having power meant he could escape better. However, Lin Chen still felt a bit dissatisfied. This was too plain for him. He also wanted those cool summons. Come out, my pet. Lin Chen shouted, his voice quickly fading in the empty fields, but nothing appeared. He scratched his head, frowned, and patted his backside. Damn it, this isn't fair. But this physique wasn't too bad. At least even the one who teleported and ambushed him couldn't cut his shoulder. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted. Again, feeling pleased, he could consider himself half a superhero now. Lin Chen looked towards the big pit on the other side, where Shirgu Miao was lying motionless in the dirt. He walked over and was momentarily stunned when he saw Shirgu Miao's tragic state. What the hell? He saw that there were two bloody holes, one in the back of his chest and one in the back of his head, blood and brain matter smeared everywhere. Clearly, he was dead beyond recovery. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. He looked around. The fields were empty, only the sound of the wind. Shirgu Miao was killed, yet he was unharmed? Was it the night watchman? That shouldn't be. The night watchman was also supposed to kill him. Lin Chen felt his mind was a mess, unable to understand why someone would finish off Shirgu Miao but not him. Damn it, I don't want to think about it. Thinking won't help. He shook his head aching. The most important thing now was to quickly leave this place of trouble and return to the forest. Lin Chen oriented himself and walked north along the small path. In the fields, just after Lin Chen left, two splashes suddenly echoed from the nearby river. Soon after, two figures crawled up from the riverbank, cursing. What the hell? Spit, spit, spit. Ma just spat out some water plants. Big brother, look. Ma air, with sharp eyes, pointed at the corpse lying not far away. The two exchanged glances and scrambled over. When they saw it was indeed Shirgu Miao, they were first stunned, then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, he's dead. That bastard is finally dead. Ma De excitedly rushed over and kicked Shirgu Miao's corpse repeatedly. Damn it, this is for bullying us all the time. Brother, count me in. Ma Air also rushed up, and the two began to punch and kick the corpse as if they were at a party. They kicked for a good 10 minutes before finally stopping, panting. That felt good.
Mada wiped his sweat and quickly nervously wiped off the footprints on Shurgumyao's corpse. Then, he took out a red syringe from his pocket and jabbed it into Shurgumyao's neck. The next second, Shurgumyao's corpse suddenly trembled and slowly opened its eyes. This was a special resurrection ability possessed only by the dragon sons of the dragon cult. What the hell? Shurgumyao sat up in confusion, rubbing his face. Why does my back and butt hurt so much? Mada and Ma-er exchanged glances, and Mada quickly lied. Lord Dragon Son, you fell from such a high place, of course, it hurt. Is that so? Shurgumyao looked at them suspiciously, thought about it, and seemed to agree, so he didn't think much more. What about that guy named Tang? Mada asked, feigning concern. Did you not catch him? Bang! Shurgumyao kicked back, sending Mada, who had just crawled out of the river, back into the water. Don't you dare mention him! Shurgumyao roared. If it weren't for you two useless fools being so arrogant in Jiangdu, how could the night watchman have targeted me so quickly? Ma-er shrank his neck, not daring to retort. It seems they have become a bit arrogant in Jiangdu. Not only did they beat up passers-by, but they also seem to have run a red light at the crosswalk. Ma-er scratched his head. So, Lord Lonzi, what should we do now? What can we do? Shurgu stood up irritably. Return to the church. That surname Tang, damn it, he should be a city-destroying existence, not easy to deal with. He glanced at Mada, who was still floundering in the river, cursed him for being useless, and then led Ma-er along the small path through the fields, heading north. Damn it, help me, my leg is cramping. The next day, Jiangdu. Lin Shu and Lin Shi were summoned to the detective agency, but both of their eyes were a bit swollen, looking like they had cried all night. Inside the detective agency, besides Jiang Jun and Lu Shi, there were two others, a man and a woman, one black and one white. The man was called Heipa, and the woman was called Bai Pu, both night watchmen. From Kyoto. You will come back with us to Kyoto, and you will be under surveillance until your brother arrives, Heipa said coldly. Lu Shi clenched his fists, wanting to speak but saw Jiang Jun shake his head. However, Shurong couldn't help it and directly stood in front of Lin Shu and Lin Shi with a cold face. They are just ordinary people. What right do you have to detain them? Shurgong sighed, really wanting to slap him to death, but in the end he still stood in front of Shurong. Sorry, this kid speaks a bit harshly. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. Shurgong had a smile on his face, trying to pull Shurong back, but the latter stood firm. Heipa smiled and pushed Shurgong aside, standing in front of Shurong. You want to know why? Why? Shurong was not intimidated at all. As the most dazzling star of the combat team, the word fear would not appear in Shurong's dictionary. Puff. The next second, Rome was directly knocked to his knees with a punch, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood, and Shurgong quickly supported him, sighing helplessly. Heipa retracted his fist, his expression disdainful. You really think of yourself as something, daring to defy the orders from above. Not killing you today is already my greatest mercy. Damn it! Shurong cursed, just about to summon his followers, when Shurgong struck him on the neck with a knife hand, knocking him out. Sorry. Shurgong dragged Shurong away. You are quite sensible. Heipa shook his hand. Come on, little sisters, stop dawdling. In the corner of the detective agency, a woman in an ice-white short skirt stood in front of Lin Shu and Lin Shi. Even though it was already autumn, the woman was still dressed provocatively. Her skirt was so short it was almost like she wasn't wearing anything, and her upper body was barely covered, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin. Bai Pu Lin Shu held her sister's hand and nodded. The two in front of her were known as the Kyoto Twin Evildoers. Both powerful lords with 4 major cursed followers, their strength was terrifying. Now she was also clear about her and her sisters' situation. If they really fought, they might not be able to escape, so it was better to follow them for now and think of a way to escape once they became stronger. However, the situation in Kyoto was complicated, and Lin Shu didn't have much confidence. Just as Bai Pu was about to take them away, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Where are you taking my sisters? Outside the detective agency stood a figure, dressed in a black trench coat, with hair cascading behind her. Even with bandages wrapped around her neck, it did not affect her aura at all. Seeing her arrive, Jiang Jun and Lu Shi both breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qingqing, the captain of the night watchman team in Lianyun City. Besides that, she had an even more remarkable identity. The war god of Huaxia, the daughter of Bai Zhantian. Even though Bai Zhantian perished in a city-destroying mission alongside a city-destroying anomaly, this identity could still intimidate most people. Sister-in-law? Lin Shi rubbed her eyes, tears flowing again. Bai Qingqing walked into the detective agency, and the expressions of Heipa and Bai Pu both darkened. Captain Bai, we are following the rules and need to take them to Kyoto. If there's something that requires my personal attention, they are my sisters and will live with me from now on. Bai gently extended her hand, and Lin Shu and Lin Shi immediately grabbed it, coming to her side.
Sister-in-law. Lin Shi held onto Bai's hand tightly, unable to contain the grievances in her heart any longer. Bai hugged her and smiled. It's okay, I'll take you home first. Bai then looked at Lin Shu, let's go. Lin Shu nodded, holding Bai's hand as they walked out. Watching the three of them leave, Heipa couldn't help but clench his fists, while Bai Pu furrowed his brows. Sorry, you two, we have a meeting. Would you like to excuse yourselves? Jiang Jun's voice rang out, and Heipa glanced at him, unusually not angry. Then we shall meet again by fate, Captain Jiang. Bai Pu adjusted his mood and smiled, cupping his hands towards Jiang Jun, pulling Heipa away from the detective agency. On the high-speed train heading to Bianbei City, Bai sat by the aisle, Lin Shi leaned against her, and Lin Shu sat at the far end. Sister-in-law, do you know where my brother went? Lin Shi held Bai's hand, not letting go since they left the detective agency. Lin Shu also looked over, although she had been strong throughout, her swollen eyes were telling a different story. He went back to the forest. Bai pursed her lips. Will he be okay? Lin Shu asked. Bai shook her head. Your brother is at the city destroying level, and he has a huge organization behind him. Ordinary people can't do anything to him. Really? A glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. After seeing the letter Lin Chen left last night, Lin Shi even suspected it was a suicide note. Really, your brother is very capable, and he has already escaped Jiangdu. Last night, more than a dozen night watchmen couldn't catch him. Hearing this, Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief, looking out at the scenery flying by outside the window. She was also startled last night and very angry. Lin Chen always did this, shouldering all the family matters by himself, not caring whether he could handle it. Sometimes Lin Shu wanted to scold him. Clearly, she and her sister had strength, so why couldn't the family bear it together? Lin Shu didn't understand, but she did. Perhaps this was what it meant to be the older brother after losing both parents. Before his shoulders were crushed by the beams of the house, his sisters should hide beneath him. What a fool, Lin Shu murmured. Bai glanced at Lin Shu, reached out, and grabbed her hand. Lin Shu was taken aback for a moment, then forced a stiff smile. When you get to Lianyungang, just stay with me first. Sister-in-law, is it the house you share with my brother? Lin Shi asked curiously. No, your brother. We haven't lived together yet. A day passed quickly, and the sun set. In a small town 100 miles from Jiangdu City, Lin Chen crawled out of a cart pulled by a cow. Thanks, uncle. No need to be polite. Young man. Lin Chen smiled, waved goodbye to the uncle, and walked into the small town ahead. Contrary to his expectations of a high-intensity escape, he hadn't seen anyone pursuing him since he left the highway, leading Lin Chen to believe that the night watchman had given up on chasing him. So Lin Chen decided to take a break. After walking for half a day and riding in the cow cart for another half day, he was quite tired and his stomach was growling. Daddy in town, nice name, Lin Chen muttered as he repeated the town's name, then patted the dirt off his clothes and stepped inside. Just as Lin Chen entered the town, two people carried a makeshift sedan chair. Here, calling it a sedan chair would be more accurately described as a wooden board. The two bearers were of different heights, with the taller one at the back and the shorter one at the front, causing the board to tilt, resembling a lounge chair. And on this lounge chair lay a charming young man, who was currently daintily picking his nose. Dragon child, we've arrived at the town. How about getting down and taking a walk? Mada, nearly crushed in the front, was holding up the wooden board with both hands and his head. That sounds good. I've been lying down all day. Shurgumiao leaped off the board, and Mada and Ma-er quickly threw the board to the ground, then simultaneously stepped on it, breaking it into 3 pieces. Shurgumiao glanced at them, frowned. What's up? I can see you two are quite resentful. No, Mada quickly forced a smile, while Ma-er scratched his head, revealing a simple grin. Shurgumiao snorted coldly, not wanting to deal with these two fools, and turned to walk into Daitian town. After lying down all day, it was time to forage. By the way, do you two have any money on you? Shurgumiao looked back. Do we need money to buy things? Ma-er scratched his head. Of course, if you don't pay, are you going to rob? Won't they beat you up? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? I was wondering why we always got beaten when we bought things. Ma-da suddenly realized. Shurgumiao, boss, what do you think would happen if I ate without paying? Daitian town was already night. At a lamb barbecue stall, under a large umbrella, there was only Lin Chen as a customer. He had just finished 2 large plates of skewers and was contentedly wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth. Ha. The boss laughed heartily and brought a freshly grilled lamb leg to Lin Chen's table. We're all friends here, eat as much as you want. Hearing the boss's words, Lin Chen felt relieved and started gnawing on the lamb leg. He really intended not to pay. He had no money in his phone anyway, and he didn't know where his phone had flown off to yesterday. Besides, as a nationally wanted criminal, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to pay for a meal? After a few bites, he finished half of the lamb leg and stood up, ready to leave with the remaining piece. Hey brother, you haven't paid yet. The boss, who was scrolling on his phone, quickly stood up, warily picking up a pair of coal tongs. Didn't you say we were friends and could eat freely? Well, I never said you don't have to pay. The boss's eyes widened. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I wouldn't have eaten. Lin Chen pushed off the ground and suddenly dashed into the rain. The boss cursed loudly and hurried to chase after him. But just around the corner, Lin Chen's figure vanished without a trace. Damn! The boss grumbled as he returned to his stall. After so many years of barbecuing in Daitian town, it was the first time he had seen someone eat without paying. Just as he was about to call the police, 3 more people rushed in from the rain. Damn! Why is this rain getting heavier? Shurgu Miao complained, brushing his damp hair. Mada and Ma-er, however, were unfazed, their hair plastered to their scalps, looking like 2 turtle heads. Boss, bring me 2 servings of every type of barbecue you have, and add 2 cases of beer. Shurgu Miao waved his hand grandly. The boss's heart leaped with joy as he put down his phone. A big customer had arrived. It seemed he could add the cost of that guy's free meal to this order. After all, his barbecue was already expensive, and it wouldn't be noticeable. The boss happily went to prepare the barbecue, and in less than 10 minutes he brought out 2 servings of every type of barbecue, then sat down to scroll on his phone again. After a few rounds of drinks, the 3 of them had finally eaten enough. The boss also stood up, ready to hand over the bill. Boss, what do you think would happen if I ate without paying? The boss, ? Fellow villager, can I stay the night? The rain was pouring harder, and Lin Chen stood under the eaves of a house holding half a lamb leg, knocking on the door. Oh no, you can't stay, go back where you came from. An old man's voice came from inside, and through the crack of the door, Lin Chen could see him waving his hand repeatedly. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling something was off. Daitian town was far from the city, and the development here lagged far behind, even the roads were newly paved. As he walked along, he hardly saw any young people. Most of the residents here were empty nesters. This was already the 3rd house he had knocked on. Normally, these older folks were quite hospitable, but not a single one was willing to take him in for the night. Could it be that everyone's awareness of scams had significantly increased? Lin Chen took a bite of the lamb leg and glanced at the rain, which was getting heavier. This wouldn't do, he needed to find a place to stay. Otherwise, with the rain pouring outside and the cold weather, even an Iron Man would start to rust after spending a night out there. Although he felt he was tougher than iron, staying outside in the rain would be foolish, right? It was best to find somewhere to stay. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, the door suddenly opened a crack and a blanket wrapped in a plastic bag was handed out. Young man, it's cold outside, take care of yourself, came an elderly woman's voice. It's not that we're cold-hearted, there's been a murderer in town these past few days, and several people have already died. Lin Chen was taken aback. Haven't you called the police? The grandmother sighed, the killer hasn't even left a trace. If you head east, there's a small bridge, you can make do under the bridge for the night. Alright, thank you. Lin Chen understood why everyone was so cautious. It turned out there was a murderer around. He hoped he wouldn't run into him, otherwise, let him taste a fist harder than steel. Lin Chen hugged the blanket, lowered his head to protect the lamb leg, and quickly walked east along the eaves by the roadside. Perhaps because of the murderer, there were even fewer people on the street at this late hour. He could only occasionally hear conversations coming from nearby houses. As Lin Chen walked and gnawed on the lamb leg, he suddenly felt like a wandering hero. No, he was a wanted criminal. Lin Chen cursed under his breath and suddenly saw a figure ahead holding an umbrella. It was a little kid, around 7 or 8 years old, running in the rain with a small umbrella, looking anxious, his face smeared with either rain or tears. Whose kid is this? Looks like he got beaten, Lin Chen muttered, averting his gaze. Just as the child ran past Lin Chen, he suddenly slipped and fell right into the water. With a splash, water sprayed onto Lin Chen's lamb leg. What the hell? Lin Chen immediately walked over and lifted the child up, pointing at his soiled lamb leg, gritting his teeth. You little brat, you got my freshly bought lamb leg dirty. Go get your mom to pay for it. To Lin Chen's surprise, the child started crying. I don't have a mom, my mom is dead. Lin Chen was taken aback. Sorry, then call your dad. I don't have a dad, my dad is dead too. Lin Chen. Sorry, then forget about compensation. You can go. The boy sobbed, picked up the umbrella from the ground, and ran off towards the back of the street. Lin Chen glanced at his retreating figure, sighed, and thought of his deceased parents. He wondered what this child was doing out at such a late hour. He couldn't be looking to end it all, could he? Meanwhile, Shurguma was walking under the eaves with Mada and Ma-er, each holding a lamb leg. Like Lin Chen, they had knocked on several doors. Although no one would let them stay, Ma-er was strong and managed to break down a door. However, the places they visited were not great, and sure Gamal was a picky person. After trying several houses, he still hadn't found one he was satisfied with. Longzi, how about we find a supermarket to make do for the night? These old folks' houses all have a musty smell, Mada suggested. After thinking for a moment, sure Gamal nodded, it would have to do. Just as the three were preparing to look for a supermarket, a little boy with an umbrella ran over from the front. As the boy passed by them, he slipped and fell right into the water. Water splashed everywhere, and the three lamb legs were ruined. Sure Gamal. Ma da. Ma air. What the hell? I don't have a mom. What the hell? I don't have a dad. Ma air put away his fists, wiped the tears from his eyes, and straightened the boy's clothes. You can go, I won't hit you anymore, poor child. Mahdi also wiped his eyes. This child reminded them of their own parents, who had also passed away when they were that young. Just as the boy was about to leave, he was suddenly grabbed by Sure Gumiao. My parents are still alive, so I won't pity you, Sure Gumiao sneered. Tell your grandparents to come and pay me back for the money I spent on lamb legs. My grandparents are gone too, the boy cried. Then go to hell. Sure Gumiao kicked out, sending the boy and his umbrella flying, landing in the muddy water. After a pitiful glance at Sure Gumiao, he propped up his umbrella and ran away. Longzi, you're really too unkind. My air scratched his head, only to receive a kick from Sure Gumiao. Useless, can't you figure this out? What normal person would run out in the rain at midnight? Sure Gumiao cursed. Ma air suddenly realized, Longzi is truly the main character of that time. Ma Da also rubbed his chin thoughtfully. On the other side, Lin Chen stopped, looking at the seemingly endless street ahead while rubbing his chin. Is this road really that long? It had been at least 5 minutes since he started walking, and he still hadn't reached the end of the road. He hadn't seen the bridge the old lady mentioned either. Just as Lin Chen was pondering, a vague figure appeared again in the rain ahead. As it got closer, he realized it was the same boy, still running down the street with his umbrella. Lin Chen frowned, staring at the boy. When the boy passed by him, he slipped and fell into the muddy water again. Water splashed everywhere, and this time it splashed onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback. What a coincidence. The boy tried to run, but Lin Chen grabbed him. Kid, why did you run over from the front? Lin Chen squinted, looking a bit unfriendly. WH. What? The boy was momentarily stunned. I went to find my brother, he just ran out. Are you twins? Lin Chen was taken aback. Yes. Yes. The boy broke free from Lin Chen's grip and ran back down the street. Watching the boy's figure disappear, Lin Chen frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then continued walking forward, but his pace was much quicker than before. Something felt off. Lin Chen tossed away the lamb leg and clenched his fists tightly. Behind him, Sure Gumiao and the others encountered the boy with the umbrella again. In the same manner, the boy fell beside them, splashing water all over them. This time, Ma Da and Ma Air no longer felt pity, they held the boy down and gave him a beating. After the boy explained he was looking for his twin brother, Sure Gumiao waved his hand, letting him leave. Just as the boy disappeared behind them, Sure Gumiao suddenly felt a bit tired, and so did Ma Da and Ma Air. Why do I feel this is a bit familiar? Sure Gumiao frowned. Longzi, another one just ran past, Ma Da quickly explained. Do you think I'm stupid? Sure Gumiao shot him a glare. I'm not talking about this person, but something else. Ma Da and Ma Air scratched their heads, not understanding. Sure Gumiao cursed them as useless and continued walking, quickening his pace a bit. Where the hell is the supermarket? In a poor rural area, there are fewer supermarkets. If we keep walking, we might see one. When the focus returned to Lin Chen, he was in a state of confusion. He saw that familiar figure running towards him again through the rain. Triplets? Lin Chen shook his head. He was now more suspicious that he was encountering some kind of anomaly. Not only was this child repeating, but even the road ahead seemed the same, as if it had no end. Just like the previous 2 times, the boy fell beside him, and despite Lin Chen being prepared, the muddy water still splashed onto him. Lin Chen grabbed the boy directly, who looked at him in fear. Why the hell are you back? Again? I'm looking for my 2 brothers. The boy's face was scared, his lips trembling. Lin Chen looked at the boy's face, then glanced at the seemingly endless street ahead, hesitated for a moment, and then punched down. The boy's face was pressed in like dough by Lin Chen's punch, then quickly returned to its original shape, while the arm that Lin Chen had grabbed slipped away like dough. The boy picked up the umbrella and ran back, disappearing into the rain in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen frowned, looked at his fist, and couldn't understand what this anomaly was trying to do. Was it trying to scare him with this method? While Lin Chen was pondering, Sure Gajio and the others encountered the boy running towards them again. Damn, he's really not human, Mada cursed, realizing what was happening. They weren't just encountering an anomaly, they were facing a favored one. Mada and Ma Air rushed into the rain, trying to pin the boy down and hit him, but the boy was like dough, causing them no harm at all. The boy slipped out from under them and fell in front of Shurgejiao, splashing water onto him. Then the boy got back up and ran towards the street behind him. Ma Da and Ma Er wanted to chase, but Shurgejiao called them back. Lunzi, why can't we chase? Ma Er wiped the rain off his face, confused. If you want to die old, go ahead and chase, Shurgejiao said, frowning deeply. Mada and Ma Er were stunned for a moment, then exchanged glances, their eyes widening. Their faces looked as if they had aged 10 years, and Mada even had white hair sprouting. Longzi, what's going on? Mada was dumbfounded. Shurgejiao's face was cold, he too looked a bit more haggard than before. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the city-destroying anomaly dropped by the night watchman, the boy in the rain. In the area formed by this drop, anyone who comes into contact with the rainwater will gradually age until they turn to dust. What? Mada and Ma Er were completely bewildered. The night watchman was using a city-destroying drop against them? They were only at the Great Curse level. It couldn't be that serious, could it? Lungzi, what do we do now? Mada and Ma Er hurriedly squeezed back under the eaves. I can't do anything either. If I break through to the city-destroying level, maybe there would be a way, Shurgejiao sighed. Doesn't that mean we're doomed? Exactly. Shurgejiao was also a bit confused. Although he was the son of the dragon sect, it shouldn't come to the night watchman using such treasures against him. After all, these city-destroying drops were consumables, and each use meant one less. How could they be used against a mere great curse? At the very least, they should be used against city-destroying level enemies. Damn it, what was going on? Like Shurgejiao, Lin Chen was also bewildered. The boy ran past him again. He tried to stop him but couldn't. This guy was like a lump of dough flowing out of his hands like water, impossible to hit or catch. It felt like he was trapped on this street. Damn, this is so confusing. Lin Chen cursed and turned back. If there was no end ahead, he might as well go back and see if he could return to the barbecue vendor. Lin Chen vowed he wouldn't skip out on the bill this time. He would definitely pay the vendor as long as he could get out of this creepy place. As Lin Chen walked back, the boy passed by him 2 more times, each time stumbling like a lunatic and splashing water all over him, until Lin Chen saw 3 figures. A middle-aged man was sitting at the door of a house, while 2 slightly older men were banging on the door with all their might. This bizarre scene made Lin Chen's heart race. Could it be another anomaly? Shurgejiao and the others also noticed Lin Chen, and upon seeing him, all their confusion was resolved. So they were innocent? The night watchman had dragged them into this mess just to deal with Lin Chen. Another anomaly? Seeing the 3 of them looking like they wanted to eat him, Lin Chen's expression turned cold. You'd better pray you're like dough too. Lin Chen clenched his fists and walked towards the 3. Please spare us. Shurgejiao quickly stood up, hands raised in front of him. What a joke. They couldn't defeat Lin Chen to begin with, and now they were further weakened by the abnormal drop's epic effects. With just 1 punch from him, the 3 of them could be sent straight to the afterlife. It's my brother. We teamed up to deal with the night watchman before. Shurgejiao flicked his hair and made some flirtatious gestures, and only then did Lin Chen remember him. Looking back at the 2 old men behind him, one big and one small, weren't they the same 2 figures who had stood on the truck at the beginning? What happened to you two? Why do you look like this? Lin Chen frowned. Brother, we are now in a realm created by the abnormal drop. This rain will gradually age us, sure. Gumyao explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen quickly moved closer to the eaves. He touched his face and was relieved to find no wrinkles. Shurgejiao looked at Lin Chen's unchanged face, feeling even more shocked. This kid was actually unaffected by the boy in the rain. Could it be that his physique alone could resist the aging of time? Was he really that strong? Splash! The sound of water echoed as the boy fell again nearby, mud splattering towards the 4 like it had a life of its own, impossible to dodge. In an instant, sure. Gumyao and the others aged a bit more, while Lin Chen remained unchanged. Woo woo! Ma Er couldn't help but cry. Brother, I don't want to die. I haven't even married yet. Mado was also in tears. Neither have I. Lin Chen frowned. Don't you have any way to deal with this? He thought these insiders should have a solution, but it seemed they were even more desperate than he was. There is a way, but it's useless, Shurgejiao suddenly said. What way? Lin Chen sat down beside him. If we could make that boy stop, this realm would shatter with time, but we've used all our kin powers and still can't make him stop. Shurgejiao looked at Lin Chen. Maybe you can. Big shot. I can. Lin Chen was taken aback. Shurgejiao nodded. Your kin seems to be able to counter the passage of time. Perhaps you can make him stop. Kin? You mean those summonable monsters? Yes. Shurgejiao nodded. Can I summon too? Lin Chen was surprised. Yes, and it's a very powerful kin. Shurgejiao didn't expect Lin Chen to really not know. No wonder he had only relied on his own physique. Ma De and Ma Air also gathered around, looking at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. He was now their only lifeline.
How do I summon it?
Lin Chen asked. Feel it with your heart, it's deep within you. As long as you truly see it once, you can summon it at will. Afterward. Okay. Lin Chen closed his eyes and began to try to feel the kin within his body.
Did you feel it?
Ma De asked.
Not yet. Did you feel it?
Ma Air asked.
Not yet. Still not feeling it?
Ma De asked.
Not yet. Still not feeling it.
Before Ma Air could finish, he was kicked out by Shirgu Miao.
Damn it, can you two shut up?
You're like flies, can you not disturb others?
Ma De and
Ma Air quickly fell silent and sat down obediently.
3 minutes later, Lin Chen still had his eyes tightly closed while the boy ran over again from a distance.
He no longer cried like before. Instead, he looked like a child who had gotten away with something bad,
wearing a purely evil smile.
Just as he was about to sit down in the mud again, a terrifying aura suddenly echoed throughout the street. The wind howled and the rain was crushed in the air. Shirgu Miao and the others looked up in shock at the enormous figure behind Lin Chen, and the boy also looked up, his eyes wide open. Under the dark night sky, a massive locust tree nearly 100 meters tall stood tall, pale flower clusters hanging from the giant tree like the moon.
City destroying level, yellow spring locust tree. City destroying level, yellow spring locust tree. I finally felt it, it was you all along.
Lin Chen's voice rang out, his eyes wide open. One red and one blue pupil unable to block the pale light below. He stood up, his gaze fixed on the boy, a smile curling at the corners
of his mouth. After running for so long, it's time to take a break.
Lin Chen raised a hand and made a grasping motion towards the boy.
In the next second, countless pale branches surged from the Huangquan Sephora tree, piercing through the boy's body like arrows, pinning him firmly to the ground.
The boy screamed in agony, struggling wildly, but his body, which had once been like dough, now felt as if it had solidified, and no matter how he fought, he could not break free.
Damn, that's impressive. Shirgu dropped the leg of lamb he was holding. Ma De and Ma Air dropped to their knees.
What the hell, did the church send them to deal with this kind of existence?
Meanwhile, in Dadian town, at the town entrance,
a man with his upper body bare stood in the rain. In front of him lay a massive black coffin.
Its lid open, revealing the boy's abnormal drop in the rain.
It was said that the boy's parents and grandparents had been buried alive in the
coffin, which led to his transformation into an anomaly. Suddenly, the coffin shook violently, and in the next moment, the lid closed on its own.
The man paused for a moment, then he grabbed the coffin and slung it over his back, followed by black chains surging from the coffin, locking him and the coffin together.
No wonder they sent me.
The man took a step forward, walking towards the town.
Just then, a blinding white
light suddenly appeared behind him, accompanied by a low rumble of an engine. The man stopped, turned around, and saw a truck driving down the dark road towards him, with a few large characters faintly visible on the truck's front. Great Forest Company. The truck screeched to a halt. In front of the man, and two figures emerged from the blinding light. The upper echelons of the night watch are really falling apart. They
actually sent you just to get an eye and even used the boy in the rain.
If I'm not mistaken, the boy in the rain only has 2 lives left,
right?
As the two approached, the man finally got a clear look at them. Both were smoking, one was dressed casually, while the other was in a suit.
Zhang Jiaqian? You actually recognize me. It seems I'm not low-key enough.
Manager Zhang took a puff of his cigarette and grinned. I don't know you, I just saw your name tag on your chest.
The man frowned. Manager Zhang. Looks like I'm still too low-key, don't you? Think so, Old Tang? Low-key is good, it means fewer troubles.
Old Tang puffed on his cigarette, his small hands yellowed from the smoke.
You go, I'll go?
Manager Zhang glanced at Old Tang.
You go ahead, I haven't finished my cigarette yet, can't waste it. Alright then.
Manager Zhang extinguished his cigarette and walked towards the man, his aura rising as he walked, and a massive bloody tiger appeared behind
him. Then let's see the strength of the Unloading Mountains leader. Interesting.
The man set the coffin down beside him.
Then come on.
On the other side, Lin Chen and Shirgu were already fleeing overnight. Just because Shirgu said that stronger opponents would come, they fled without hesitation.
However, this time, the 3 of them did not choose to follow Lin Chen's direction to escape.
Lin Chen was now like a shining piece of gold. Following him might get them killed by the night watch in the next second.
Lin Chen continued heading north, borrowing an electric bike and some cash along the way, speeding ahead.
Until the next morning, he arrived in Deshang City. Lin Chen sat at a street-side bun shop, eating buns, pondering how to
contact Old Tang and Bosley.
His phone was gone, and he had lost all contact information, which was a bit troublesome. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought while biting into a bun, a truck happened to pass by the bun shop. But Lin Chen was still deep in thought and didn't notice at all. The truck left the bun shop, then turned around and came back, passing by the bun shop once more, but Lin Chen was still deep in thought, not having seen anything yet. Beep.
The dull honk of a truck sounded, drawing the displeasure of the diners, some of whom cursed outright due to their bad tempers. Meanwhile, Lin Chen took a sip of hot and spicy soup and continued to ponder, already having an idea in mind. That was to go to an internet cafe, find the recruitment website of the Great Forest Company, where he could get Boss Li's phone number. Just then, a hand clapped on his shoulder. "Hey, Lin Chen?" A familiar voice rang in his ear. Lin Chen looked up, momentarily stunned. "Old Tang. Damn, I was just thinking about how to contact you." Old Tang lit a cigarette and sat down across from him. "I live nearby. I just drove by and saw your back. It looked familiar and I didn't expect it to really be you. What a coincidence." Lin Chen sighed in relief. With Old Tang around, he could head back to the forest directly. Staying outside made him feel like there were eyes watching him everywhere, which was quite uncomfortable. "What happened to your eyes?" Old Tang asked. "I'm wearing colored contact lenses." Lin Chen quickly finished his buns and hot soup, then stood up. "Old Tang, take me back to the forest. In such a hurry to go back and die?" Old Tang laughed, still using the tactic of not hitting someone who was smiling. Lin Chen shot him a glance. "The animals are still quite cute." Oh, you weren't saying that before." The two climbed onto the truck, and as soon as Lin Chen sat down, he noticed the egg wash smeared on the windshield. "Wait, are you staging a prisoner parade?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Old Tang chuckled awkwardly, cursing under his breath. "Which little brat threw eggs at my car?" The wipers swiped across, and the truck started, heading out of the city, along the suburban route of Deshang City and onto the highway. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Kyoto, as one of the four top families in Huaxia, the Wang family's residence is located in the heart of Kyoto. The ancient courtyard occupies an astonishing area in the city center, where every inch is precious, showcasing the family's profound heritage. To outsiders, the Wang family's wealth comes from controlling most of the foreign trade business in the country. Well, that is indeed the case. However, the one who allows the Wang family to fully consume this large cake is the family's pillar, the old master Wang Zhong. As an important figure in the night watchman's upper echelons, Wang Zhong holds significant power within the organization, comparable to that of feudal lords. Although these powers are kept in the dark, they still make the Wang family untouchable. At this moment, in the Wang family's study, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. The old master of the Wang family, wearing reading glasses, quietly flipped through an ancient book bound with thread. Dressed in a tang suit, he had a gaunt face but exuded an imposing aura without needing to be angry. In front of him, a figure was respectfully bowing his head. It was none other than the leader of the unloading force from Daitian town, who carried a black coffin. "I slipped up." The leader's voice was hoarse. Wang Zhong did not stop flipping the pages, merely responding with a faint hum. After a moment, he closed the book. "To let you slip up, it seems the opponent is not simple. It's someone from the Great Forest Company," the leader said in a low voice. "His name is Zhang Jiaqiang, a city-destroying level I've never heard of." Great Forest Company. Wang Zhong finally raised his head, took off his reading glasses, and rubbed his brow. This organization that has only emerged in recent years is becoming increasingly interesting. His murky eyes looked at the leader. Did the boy in the rain fail as well? He failed. Those eyes are extremely strange, completely unaffected by aging. Wang Zhong's brows furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. I thought it was just a rising small company, but I didn't expect them to dare to openly interfere in our night watchman's upper matters." Wang Zhong's tone turned cold. "It seems it's time to apply some pressure on them. You may leave now." "Yes." The leader of the unloading force bowed and turned to leave. Just as he exited, the door to the study was violently pushed open with a bang. A young man dressed in a high-end suit, with his hair dyed silver gray, stormed in with a face full of anger. This person was the only heir of the Wang family, Wang Yi. "Grandpa." Wang Yi slammed his palm on the expensive mahogany desk, causing the teacups to jump. "What's going on? Where's my city-destroying subordinate? Didn't you say it was foolproof?" Wang Zhong looked at the teacup that had been knocked over, his tone carrying a hint of helpless indulgence. "Xiao Yi, how many times have I told you to be steady? How can I be steady?" Wang Yi jumped up in frustration. "The selection for Team 0 starts at the end of this month. I need to get a city-destroying subordinate to get in, and now it's all gone to waste." He gritted his teeth, his handsome face even contorted. "All right." Wang Zhong waved his hand, signaling him to be quiet. "What's the rush?" The old man picked up an ancient book again. "Before the end of the month, I guarantee I will send someone to go again to bring back those eyes, or another city-destroying one. For you." Hearing his grandfather's promise, Wang Ye's expression finally improved a bit. "That's more like it," he muttered, then turned around contentedly and left the study. Wang Zhong watched his departing figure, shaking his head, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. The Great Forest Company. "Zhang Jiaqiang, it's time to give you a warning." Achoo! On the highway, Lin Chen was dozing off in the passenger seat of the truck when he suddenly sneezed for no reason.
Damn it, who's cursing me? He rubbed his nose. That wasn't me, I cursed a few minutes ago. Old Tang, with a cigarette in his mouth, steadily held the steering wheel. Lin Chen pouted, shifted to a more comfortable position, and looked at Old Tang. Old Tang, I want to ask you something. Spit it out. What exactly does our great forest company do? Lin Chen squinted. I feel like you guys aren't a proper company. He recalled manager Zhang, and now it seemed that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person, and being able to control this area as a logging zone, the Great Forest Company must know something. Old Tang snorted, blowing out a smoke ring. Not proper at all. Old Tang glanced at him. There's a place at the company headquarters with a lot of pretty girls, dressed provocatively. I seriously suspect the company has some improper business. Lin Chen, you've been hauling timber for so many years, haven't you felt something off about that forest? You think too much. Old Tang's tone became unusually serious. Don't ask what you shouldn't, don't look at what you shouldn't, just chop your trees steadily, get your 80,000 salary, and support your two sisters. That's better than anything. He flicked the ash off his cigarette. This world is much more complicated than you think. Knowing too much leads to a quick death. Lin Chen fell silent. Old Tang was right. He didn't want to deal with any night watchmen or anomalies. He just wanted to make money to give his sisters a good life. But now, he had also become an anomaly, and so had his sisters. It seemed he was already caught up in this murky water, and there was no way to escape. Damn. Lin Chen scratched his head. Once I earn enough for the breach of contract, I'll take my sisters and move somewhere else. No one will find us. 10 million, kid. I know. Lin Chen had other thoughts in mind. He could almost say he was superhuman now. Robbing a rich person shouldn't be too hard, right? Once this storm passes, he would go do it, then take the money and his sisters abroad to live as citizens of another country, and he wouldn't have to pay back the company's breach of contract. Saying he would was just for Old Tang's ears. He wasn't a good person, nor did he have any great ideals. He just wanted to take good care of his little family. The truck continued driving, arriving in Lianyungang in the evening, then without any stop, it headed straight into the mountain road. 2 days later, the truck delved deeper into the forest. Old Tang, with a cigarette in his mouth, held the steering wheel, scratching his head as he looked at the increasingly thick fog ahead. How many days has this fog been rising in the mountains? I don't know, I find it strange too. The truck hadn't driven far when the familiar outline of the wooden cabin appeared through the thick fog. The air in the mountains was much colder than in Jiangdu. As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, he shivered, feeling as if this cursed place had skipped straight from autumn to winter. Alright, I've unloaded your stuff. Old Tang jumped down from the truck and kicked down 7 or 8 large boxes filled with supplies. You take care of yourself, I'm heading back. Long before Lin Chen had left the mountains, the company had prepared his living supplies, just waiting for Old Tang to arrive, unload the wood, and load everything directly. Moreover, according to Lin Chen's taste, there were several boxes filled with snacks, especially a lot of konjac jelly. Get lost. Lin Chen began to grunt as he moved the boxes. Next time, I'll come back to collect your corpse. Old Tang continued with his mechanical banter, then pressed the gas pedal, and the truck roared away into the fog. 666. Lin Chen muttered just as he was about to move the last box of supplies to the cabin door. He felt puzzled about why Old Wolf was so quiet. It was cold in the mountains, and Old Wolf had prepared for warmth early on. It was clear that he was getting old. Could it be? Lin Chen's heart sank a little, and he exhaled slowly. Old Wolf, you better not. He pushed the door open, and when he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, his fists clenched, veins bulging. Oh whoa! Lin Chen, you finally came back. Lin Chen turned around to see Old Wolf, wrapped in a thick blanket, running towards him with a gait that seemed to forget its kin. Behind him was a German shepherd, Battle Bear. At that moment, Battle Bear was dragging along grass rope in its mouth, and on the rope hung a long string of half-meter-long green fish, at least a dozen of them. Did you die outside? I've starved myself thin. Lin Chen set down the supply box and ran towards the 2 dogs. Old Wolf was howling in front, ready to accept Lin Chen's embrace, but Lin Chen completely ignored Old Wolf's cries and instead hugged the rushing Battle Bear, rubbing its head. Finally alive. Besides me, there's someone who can work. He checked Battle Bear's body from top to bottom. Aside from its shinier fur and seemingly more robust physique, it was just the same as before. Oh whoa! Battle Bear excitedly licked Lin Chen's face, affectionately rubbing against his hand. Old Wolf, you heartless thing. Lin Chen, what are you implying? I clearly have someone to work with. Old Wolf, wrapped in the blanket, walked over, pointing angrily at the string of fish on the ground. I ran back and forth to the West Mountain a dozen times, begging that old monkey for so many fish, and you come back without even a thank you, only knowing to look at this broken dog? Lin Chen glanced at him, then looked at the dozen or so fish still flopping on the ground. He stood up, walked in front of Old Wolf, and, under its expectant gaze, reached out and rubbed its head. Good dog, good dog. Old Wolf Just as Old Wolf was about to open its mouth to curse, Lin Chen grabbed its snout. Don't curse yet, let me ask you, why did you kill the fish inside the house? My house is now full of fish guts. I almost suffocated when I opened the door. Lin Chen released Old Wolf's mouth, and Old Wolf looked aggrieved. It's cold outside, it's warm inside. Lin Chen. Before moving the supplies into the house, Lin Chen spent half an hour cleaning the wooden cabin. Even so, the entire cabin still reeked of fish. The beams and walls of the cabin were densely hung with dried fish, making it feel like he had walked into a warehouse in some fishing village. How many did you catch? Lin Chen was stunned. The Great Lord is kind. Old Wolf retorted confidently as it followed him inside. It can't stand to see us starve, so it let me catch as many as I wanted. Lin Chen looked skeptical. That old monkey would be so kind? Old Wolf couldn't have found some dirt on the Great Lord and gone to extort it, could it? I feel that the old monkey should be much stronger than the old wolf and bear Bashianshan. I wonder how he compares to me. Old Wolf, I want to ask you something. Go ahead, just make it quick so I can cook. The old wolf had already started rummaging through the snack box Lin Chen brought back, while the battle bear obediently sat beside him. It was obvious who was the wolf and who was the dog. Are those anomalies ranked? Of course not. The old wolf tore open a pack of konjac snacks: little evil, little curse, big evil, big curse, city destruction, province destruction, country destruction, world destruction. What's wrong? Little evil, little curse, big evil, big curse. Lin Chen repeated it, suddenly enlightened. It turned out that after killing that big moose, he had already become a big curse. However, he didn't feel anything particularly powerful after becoming a big curse. Instead, it seemed like he had undergone a qualitative change after the city destruction. Moreover, sure, Gamao and their levels should be lower than his, belonging to the big curse level, but why did they all seem like superheroes? On the contrary, that moose was just a bit bigger and had a stronger vitality. Old Wolf, what level was that golden cicada the other day? Trash of the big curse. That's not right. Lin Chen asked in confusion. Why do I feel that the monsters in this mountain are so weak? Meanwhile, those night watchmen outside and those monsters, each one seems like a superhero, all fierce and powerful. Aren't they, buddy? The old wolf rolled his eyes, finishing the last bit of konjac snack. You can't possibly not know that this forest has a suppression effect, right? So you knew all along and didn't tell me? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. I thought you knew. Damn you. Lin Chen was speechless. It turned out he had been kept in the dark all along, like a fool. This is a huge eerie domain, a natural suppression area. The old wolf laughed, looking at Lin Chen as if he were an idiot. Suppression? That's right, this forest has a suppression effect. Whether it's anomalies or the blessed, once they enter here, their power is suppressed to the lowest point, and all those flashy abilities can't be used. Even the physical body is suppressed, becoming similar to ordinary beasts. The old wolf licked his lips. Only at the city destruction level can one barely use a tiny bit of insignificant ability here. Otherwise, do you think that moose and the golden cicada could be so easily killed by your axe and hunting rifle? Lin Chen pondered. Why is that? How would I know? The old wolf shrugged. Maybe this place was originally a powerful existence beyond imagination, and its domain ability is suppression. So that's how it is. Lin Chen suddenly understood. Everything made sense. So this forest was like a beginner's village, a forced arena that weakened everyone. No wonder he could rampage here. Then, what are the blessed? Lin Chen threw out another question. The old wolf's dog nose twitched a couple of times. I'll tell you that after you finish cooking. I've been eating spicy strips with the battle bear for several days. My mouth is almost ulcerated. I'll tell you after I finish cooking. The battle bear also barked twice in agreement. Its mouth was close to ulceration too. The green fish caught from the western mountain had extremely delicious meat. Lin Chen quickly and neatly prepared two of them, one for soup, the milky white fish soup bubbling with rich aroma, and the other stir-fried with beef over high heat. The rich meat and fish aroma instantly filled the entire wooden house. The old wolf and battle bear could no longer wait, lying on the ground and wagging their tails wildly, drooling everywhere. Lin Chen placed a large bowl of fish soup and stir-fried beef on the ground, and the two dogs immediately buried their heads in, eating ravenously. Lin Chen also served himself a bowl of fish soup and sat at the table to drink. After the old wolf had downed half a pot of soup and half a pot of meat, Lin Chen finally spoke. Can we talk now? Brr. The old wolf let out a satisfied burp, licking his lips. The blessed, it's simple. It pointed at Lin Chen with its claw. If you kill the anomaly, you can absorb its power and turn it into your follower. At that point, you can summon it to help you fight or use its abilities. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. What? That's so awesome? Then if I kill the moose, the golden cicada, why don't I feel anything? Ha! The old wolf glanced at him. That's because you're too strong. Ha! You're already at the city destroying level. You can't absorb a major anomaly as a follower. You can only kill other city destroying level anomalies or higher to make them your followers. Oh, Lin Chen said, looking enlightened. So it's like Pokemon, you can turn them into pets just by defeating them. This power is really amazing. By the way, old wolf, you should be at the city destroying level, right? The old wolf? The old wolf wrapped in his blanket took a few steps back, staring blankly at Lin Chen. What do you want? I don't want anything, I'm just curious. The old wolf shot him a glance. I am. Is Bear Dominator also? Yes, most of those who can talk are at the city destroying level, but there are also some humanoid anomalies at lower levels that can speak. What about that old monkey? Lin Chen continued to ask. The Great Lord, it's at the provincial destroying level. Oh wow. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment. That old monkey was indeed impressive. If it weren't for the old wolf and the magic yam pleading for him, he might have really died there. Lin Chen had a plan in mind. Great, tomorrow I'm going to the mountain to find a city-destroying level anomaly to kill. The old wolf was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? I've been targeted by the night watchers. They're hunting me down. I need to increase my strength. What did you do? Maybe they mistook me for an anomaly and want to catch me in a pokeball. Hearing this, the old wolf frowned. You can go chop trees. If you chop a black-hearted black pear flower, you'll at least get a major anomaly, and there's a small chance you'll chop down a city-destroying level anomaly tree. Good idea. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. It was indeed an old wolf's trick. But the old wolf's tone changed, his brows furrowing. Something's been off in the mountains lately. Since you left, this thick fog has been getting stranger, and certain things have been changing. What changes? I don't know, just be careful. Some things seem to be getting frantic. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up early. The fire in the wooden house was almost out, with only a faint ember left. The old wolf was wrapped in his thick blanket, sprawled by the stove, snoring like thunder. The battle bear lay obediently beside him, sleeping soundly as well. Lin Chen tiptoed out of the bedroom. The morning chill in the mountains was bone-chilling. He walked to the well, drew a bucket of water, and washed his face haphazardly, instantly feeling more awake. I need to hurry. Lin Chen muttered softly. He was now a nationally wanted criminal, and the night watchers were likely to track him down to the forest. Before that, he needed to quickly increase his strength. City-destroying levels sounded impressive, but as the old wolf said, there were still provincial destroying, national destroying, and world-destroying levels above it. His current strength was still far from enough. According to the old wolf, the fastest way was to chop those black-hearted black pear flowers, lure out their masters, kill them, absorb their power, and expand his follower pool. Lin Chen returned to the house, strapped on the AK he had survived with from the Dongshan base battle, and picked 2 pieces of dried fish from the old wolf's stock hanging from the beam, hanging them at his waist as rations. He picked up the axe and kicked the battle bear's rear. Battle bear, let's go, time to hit the mountain. The battle bear sprang up, wagging its tail. The old wolf, hearing the commotion, smacked his lips, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly. Useless. 1 person and 1 dog plunged into the thick fog, heading towards the northern mountain. Not long after they started up the mountain, the battle bear suddenly stopped, sniffed a couple of times, and then dove into the nearby bushes. Lin Chen raised the AK warily. What is it? A moment later, the battle bear emerged with a rabbit in its mouth, placing it at Lin Chen's feet. What the hell? Lin Chen was taken aback. The rabbit was completely dead, its body somewhat stiff, looking like it had been dead for 2 or 3 days. But this rabbit had been skinned, leaving only its bare flesh, and its head was gone, appearing as if it had been chopped off by some blunt instrument. Humans? Lin Chen frowned. This method didn't seem like that of a wild beast. It resembled something a human could do. But in this deep mountain forest, where would humans come from? Moreover, wanting the skin but discarding the meat was rather strange. Perhaps it was some kind of anomaly. Lin Chen looked around, only able to see the vast fog, the branches of the surrounding trees faintly visible in the mist, dark and claw-like like a ghost's hand. Let's go, battle bear. Be alert. He called out and continued deeper into the mountain. Along the way, the battle bear seemed to have radar, occasionally discovering several animal corpses from the grass, trees, and even from the hillside. A squirrel, a weasel, and a wild chicken. Without exception, all were skinned, their deaths tragic and bare, not even a head left. Lin Chen's expression grew serious, cursing inwardly. These creatures hiding in the dark to scare people were the most annoying. If they came out to confront him, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Although he couldn't summon his Huangquan locust tree right now, Lin Chen felt he should still have some passive abilities. After all, he was also at the city-destroying level, and the old wolf said that the suppression at this level wasn't complete here. Just as he was pondering, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from the thick fog behind him, and a shadow suddenly sprang out. Lin Chen instinctively raised his AK. It was a spotted deer running towards him. Their eyes met, and the air froze for 2 seconds. Thud! The spotted deer's gaze lingered on the axe behind Lin
Chen, and then, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying, it got scared, its legs giving way, and it slipped and fell to the ground. Then, using its limbs, it scrambled to get up and dashed back into the fog, disappearing from sight. Lin Chen held the AK, looking speechless. What the hell? Am I that scary to deer? He looked down at the AK in his hands, then at the black axe resting on his shoulder. Alright, maybe I am a bit scary to deer. Lin Chen pouted, called out to the battle bear, and continued deeper into the black pear blossom forest. Soon, he reached his destination. Lin Chen found a black pear blossom tree that looked unappealing and weighed the axe in his hand. Let's get to work. He took a deep breath, exerted force from his waist, and the black axe sliced through the air with a sharp arc. Crack! The axe blade embedded deeply into the trunk. Lin Chen pulled out the axe and looked. Beneath the axe mark was bright yellow wood. Next tree. Lin Chen shook his head and turned to the next one. He was no longer planning to chop these ordinary black pear blossoms. After all, he wasn't expecting to get paid by the forest company next month. Once he had enough strength, he would pull off a big score, grab a few million, and then immediately take his sisters far away, going abroad to become citizens of another country, leaving no one able to find them. His only goal now was the black-hearted black pear blossoms. Lin Chen made up his mind and began chopping down tree after tree in the forest. Kyoto, Wang family. Unlike the cold and dampness of the forest, the Wang family's mansion in Kyoto was incredibly luxurious. In Wang Yi's bedroom, the underfloor heating was fully on. He was half reclining on an expensive genuine leather bed with a woman on each side, both dressed in scanty clothing. Heipe and Baipu stood by the bed, both with their heads lowered. Young Master Wang. Heipo's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The target, those eyes have been confirmed to belong to a person named Lin Chen. It is currently uncertain whether he has become an anomaly or the master of the eyes. Oh, Wang Yi's hands wandered over the two women, and upon hearing this he lazily responded with, and oh, where is he? The girls leaned against him, yet dared not resist in the slightest. According to the scout's report, he had entered the deep mountains of the north, and the coordinates seemed to point to the logging site of the Great Forest Company. Great Forest Company? Wang Yi's movements halted, a flicker of disgust crossing his face. Damn it, it's them. Again? He angrily pushed the woman in his arms away, pointing at the door and telling them to get out. The two women, as if granted amnesty, disregarded the springtime and dashed out of the room, then quietly closed the door behind them. Heike, take some people and go. Wang Yi lay back down, his voice icy. I don't care if he's Lin Chen or Li Xia, nor do I care what the Great Forest Company's attitude is. Within a week, I must get those eyes. Young Master Wang, Heike frowned. The Great Forest Company guards that forest area very strictly. None of the infiltrators sent by the night watchman have returned. Hearing this, Wang Yi frowned as well. I don't care whether you can get in or not, I want to see him within a week. Heike fell silent. For a moment, contemplating before saying, Lin Chen has two younger sisters in Lianyungan with Bai Qingqing. If we capture his sister, we might be able to lure him out. That works. Wang Yi's tone was casual. Be quick about it, go tonight. He paused and added, don't do it yourself, find someone unusual to do it, so we don't attract any trouble to the Wang family. Understood. Heike nodded. By the way, Wang Yi suddenly remembered something, send someone to visit the dragon cult. I've heard they have a treasure that can separate dependents from their masters, help me get some. Okay. Get lost, leave Baipu behind. Heike's pupils constricted, his fists clenched tightly, and Baipu trembled slightly. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get out. Wang Yi frowned and glanced at Heike. Yes. Heike almost spat the words through gritted teeth. He stepped on the floor, thudding out of the room. After closing the door, Heike's eyes were about to burst, his teeth grinding, wishing he could kill Wang Yi on the spot. Who in the capital didn't know that he and Baipu were a match made in heaven, the perfect partners among the night watchmen? He had always loved Baipu, but that useless Wang Yi had also set his sights on her, brazenly relying on his family's power. The murderous intent in Heike's heart was almost overflowing. He hated, but he could only endure. The strength of the Wang family was not something he could resist. 3 minutes later, Baipu pushed the door open, tidying her disheveled hair, and walked straight outside. From beginning to end, she didn't even glance at Heike, who quickly followed her. At the moment the door closed, he looked back at the man on the bed with a sinister smile, the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidifying. Night fell in the suburbs of the capital. Under the moonlight, an abandoned, half-finished building stood alone among the overgrown grass, like a silent skeleton. Two figures entered the dark stairwell of the building, one after the other. Baipu, walking in front, had a blank expression, her high heels clicking lightly on the dusty steps. Heike silently followed behind, his head lowered. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Baipu's wrist. Why? Heike's voice was hoarse, suppressing a raging fury. Are you really so willing to be toyed with by that useless Wang Yi? Baipu stopped in her tracks. She didn't turn around but frowned.
in disgust, pulling her hand away forcefully. Heike, her voice was colder than the moonlight, we're just colleagues. Colleagues? Heike seemed to hear the biggest joke, stepping closer to Bai Pu's back. You didn't say that before. Since I got involved with Wang Yi, we can only be colleagues. Bai Pu slowly turned around, her eyes devoid of any ripples, staring at him in the dark. Don't keep thinking about me, otherwise you'll suffer. I'm already suffering like hell right now. Heihua let out a low growl, suddenly turned around, and slammed his fist hard against the concrete wall beside him. Bang! A loud noise echoed as spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the entire wall, with chunks of cement and dust cascading down. Bai Pu paid no attention to the commotion behind her. She brushed her hair, which had been tousled by the gusts of wind, and turned to continue her ascent up the stairs. Heihua stared intently at her back, his chest heaving violently, but ultimately suppressed the anger within him and followed silently. The two arrived at the 9th floor of the unfinished building. It was empty, with only the howling night wind pouring in through the windowless openings. Hanging from the ceiling was a giant bat, its size comparable to a small cow, dangling upside down with two bright red eyes glowing eerily in the darkness. In its mouth filled with sharp teeth, it was crunching on something, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a severed human arm still clinging to bits of flesh. Seeing someone approach, the bat let out an impatient low screech and swallowed its snack in one gulp. Young Master Wang wants you to do something. Bai Pu pulled 2 photographs from her pocket and tossed them over. The photos hovered precisely in front of the bat. In the pictures were 2 girls, one with a ponytail, pure and lovely, and the other sitting in a wheelchair, smiling sweetly. They were Lin Shu and Lin Shi. Young Master Wang wants you to go to Lianyundong and bring them back. Bai Pu's voice was devoid of emotion. Also, there is a high-level patron with 2 dependents by their side. Try not to engage her, or it will lead to big trouble. Squeak! The bat emitted a low, sharp screech, as if acknowledging her request. Bai Pu nodded, said no more, and turned to leave, with Heihua snorting coldly and following closely behind. After the two left, the bat regurgitated the human hand it had just swallowed, savoring it as it continued to chew. It leisurely finished its dessert before reluctantly spreading its massive flesh wings, which spanned over 5 meters, preparing to take off. But just as it was about to launch into the air, crack, 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 a series of painful cracking sounds echoed from all directions. The bat froze for a moment, a hint of confusion flashing in its red eyes. The next second, the entire unfinished building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Boom! The terrifying sound reverberated far into the night, with dust soaring into the sky. Moments later, from the chaotic ruins, a dirt-covered head emerged. The bat shook its head, standing dazed amidst the debris. Damn it, my home! Meanwhile, a black sedan was driving along a secluded road in the suburbs of Kyoto. The inside of the car was very quiet. Heihua drove with a blank expression, the roadsides devoid of streetlights, with only the car's headlights illuminating a small area ahead. Bai Pu sat in the passenger seat, looking at her phone, messaging her elderly mother at home to inform her that she would be home soon and not to worry. Suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes sounded as Heihua slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop by the roadside. Where is this? Bai Pu raised her head and frowned at the scenery outside. Heihua did not answer. He took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, the flame flickering in the darkness. He took a deep drag and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Bai Pu, Heihua's voice was hoarse. Do you want to kill Wang Yi? Bai Pu's pupils constricted sharply. Are you crazy? The Wang family's power is something we can't handle. I'm not crazy. Heihua slammed his fist on the steering wheel, growling, it's the Wang family that's powerful, not that waste Wang Yi. Even though he has 5 dependents, damn it, he doesn't even have a single real combat experience. Heihua's tone was filled with disdain and jealousy. As long as the two of us join forces and catch him off guard, killing him will be a piece of cake. Bai Pu fell silent. After a long while, she slowly shook her head. I don't want to take the risk. Why? I still have a mother to take care of. Bai Pu's voice was very soft. Ha! Haikpo let out a bitter laugh, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Are you really willing to be that useless person's plaything for the rest of your life? Haikpo. Bai Pu's tone turned cold. Haikpo's chest heaved violently as he looked at the icy-faced woman beside him, and he finally deflated. He took several deep breaths to calm the turmoil within him and extinguished the cigarette. Sorry. He restarted the vehicle, turned it around, and drove back in the direction they had come from. The atmosphere inside the car was even colder than before. In the evening, the thick fog remained unchanged. Lin Chen carried an axe, followed by the battle bear, trudging back to the wooden cabin, stepping unevenly on the path. Damn it! He wrapped his coat tighter around himself, feeling a bit irritable. After chopping trees all day on Beishan, his axe was almost smoking, having stripped the bark off over 100 trees, yet he still hadn't found a single black-hearted black pear blossom.
But that was to be expected. The black pear blossom forest on Beishan had over 10,000 trees, stretching endlessly, and under the thick fog, Lin Chen still had no idea what the end of this black pear blossom forest looked like. Ah woo. The battle bear seemed to sense its master's irritation and nudged his hand with its head. Lin Chen rubbed its head. Let's go home. Upon returning to the wooden cabin and pushing the door open, a wave of heat rushed over him. Old Wolf was wrapped in a thick blanket, leaning against the glowing red stove, intently watching a cartoon about bears munching on spicy strips. Useless. Lin Chen muttered, it's freezing outside like an ice cellar, and you're enjoying yourself with the stove turned up so high. Old Wolf glanced back at him with an innocent look. You were the one who wanted to go out. Besides, I'm just warming the house for you, right? Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. This old wolf was becoming more useless by the day. He took a pig leg out of the fridge, quickly prepared it, and then tossed it into the pot. As the water boiled, a rich aroma soon filled the wooden cabin. Old Wolf's dog nose twitched a couple of times, drool pooling on the floor as he leaned closer to the pot, chopping down big trees and cooking. In the kitchen, Lin Chen, you're truly a good man. I wonder which lucky person will get to marry you. Old Wolf praised without holding back, fearing that Lin Chen might not feed him later. Lin Chen kicked him away in annoyance. After dinner, the three of them, one person and two dogs, snuggled back into the warm bedroom around the stove, watched an episode of the bear cartoon, and then fell asleep. The wind picked up in the mountains, and the thick fog rolled through the woods like boiling milk. Meanwhile, deep in Beishan, a large snake lay in ambush in the grass, its scarlet tongue flicking in and out, cold vertical pupils fixated on a nearby rabbit hole. It had been lying in wait for a long time, preparing to launch a deadly strike tonight and wipe out the rabbit nest. It moved slowly, but just as it was getting closer to the hole, whoosh! A piercing sound of wind suddenly rang out from above its head. The snake jerked its head up, and before it could see what it was, it felt a chill in its head. Thud! A pearwood axe fell from the sky, precisely severing its head, and snake blood splattered everywhere. Hearing the commotion outside, a plump rabbit poked its head out of the hole, cautiously observing. In the thick fog, a humanoid figure stood, holding the still twitching dead snake, skillfully peeling its skin with the axe. It seemed to sense the rabbit's gaze, paused its movements, and slowly turned its head. The rabbit was so frightened that it quickly retreated into the hole, trembling. However, the next second, boom! A loud crash echoed as the pearwood axe smashed down like a battering ram, breaking through the top of the burrow, the blunt axe blade cleanly severing the rabbit's head. Immediately after, a claw covered in lumps and sticky, yellowish substance reached into the hole, groping for a moment before grabbing the rabbit's corpse and dragging it out. In the depths of the cave, the remaining little rabbits huddled together, not daring to breathe. The next morning, Lin Chen climbed the mountain with the battle bear. He nibbled on the dried fish pickled by the old wolf while leisurely humming a tune. The mountains were much better than outside. Here he felt relaxed, free from socializing and worries, a true paradise for an introvert like him. Of course, it would be even better if the animals here were a bit friendlier and there were fewer monsters. Just as he was thinking this, a commotion ahead caught his attention. He looked up to see a fox darting away, disappearing into the mist. Lin Chen paid it no mind, and then a bird in a tree saw him and flew away in terror. He still didn't think much of it until he encountered a little squirrel that also ran away upon seeing him. Lin Chen held his AK, looking speechless. Battle bear, am I that scary? Lin Chen scratched his head. The battle bear shook its head and rubbed against Lin Chen's pant leg. Has my fearsome reputation already spread in the forest? Lin Chen pondered. It shouldn't be, right? Just as he was contemplating, a shadow suddenly burst out from the nearby bushes, sharp tusks aimed straight at his thigh. Oh whoa! The battle bear reacted swiftly, leaping forward before Lin Chen could even fire, and slammed the wild boar to the ground. Bang bang bang! The battle bear charged in, and Lin Chen followed suit. He raised his AK and fired a burst at the wild boar's head, bullets pouring out, and the wild boar dropped dead on the spot. Damn it! Lin Chen frowned and walked over to kick the wild boar's corpse. Haven't I even started chopping trees yet? Why is there so much hostility towards me? Woof woof! The battle bear barked at Lin Chen a couple of times, then dove into the bushes where the wild boar had come from. Lin Chen followed with his AK, parting the bushes to find a makeshift wild boar den behind them. Inside the den lay two little wild boars, their heads chopped off and skins stripped. Blood stained the dry grass in the den, and the scene was gruesome. Lin Chen was stunned. No wonder the wild boar had gone mad. It turned out its young had been killed. He looked at the bodies of the two little wild boars, lost in thought. What kind of creature was causing trouble on this mountain? The methods were so brutal. This was not mere hunting, but rather a form of revenge and torture. Damn it, I hope I don't run into it. Lin Chen cursed inwardly, otherwise he would definitely give that disgusting creature a burst of bullets. He turned to leave, dragging the large wild boar's corpse to hide it in the bushes by the roadside.
When he returned to the wooden house at night, he could take it back. This wild pork should taste much better than what he had last night. After hiding the wild boar, Lin Chen continued north up the mountain with the battle bear. Just as Lin Chen left, a shadow holding an axe stood in the thick fog, staring at his retreating figure. Lin Yun City, Zhanghai Community. Although it was still autumn, the entire city had already been enveloped in cold. Bai Qingqing's home was in Zhanghai Community, a top-floor duplex in a high-end complex. As the daughter of the extermination provincial lord, this living condition could be considered quite modest. Ever since Lin Chen caused a ruckus in Jiangdu, being identified as a city-level exterminator by the higher-ups of the Night Watch, and fleeing, Bai Qingqing had brought Lin Shu and Lin Shi here under the pretext of protecting the family of a witness. At this moment, in the spacious and bright art studio, Lin Shi sat quietly in her wheelchair, a vibrant fantasy landscape gradually taking shape on the easel in front of her. This studio was specially decorated by Bai Qingqing, boasting the best lighting and a complete set of high-end art supplies. She had also taken Lin Shi to see the best doctor in Lianyun City, a treatment-type lord who had helped her regain some use of her legs. However, she had not fully recovered yet and still needed to spend some more time in the wheelchair. Lin Shi remembered her sister-in-law's kindness towards her and her sister. On the other side, Lin Shu was also busy. Under Bai Qingqing's introduction, she officially joined the Lianyun City Night Watch organization, going on missions with Bai Qingqing every day, hardly having a moment to rest. At home, only Lin Shi was left alone. As she painted, she savored this rare tranquility, but if one could see her deep blue right eye, they would notice a cold glimmer flickering within. She had not forgotten how her brother Lin Chen took the blame for her. If she hadn't been so arrogant, how could she have attracted so much attention? Therefore, she needed to grow stronger. She wanted to be strong enough to protect her brother and sister, strong enough that no one in this world could threaten their family again. As an anomaly, Lin Chi's way of becoming stronger was entirely different from that of the dominators. The way of anomalies to grow stronger was through devouring kindred, devouring dominators. Goo! In the corner of the studio, a shadow suddenly began to writhe, and then a small creature, entirely black and resembling ink, emerged from the shadow. It dragged a trembling rabbit with 3 eyes and placed it at Lin Chi's feet. This was a small evil-level anomaly. Lin Chi set down her brush, turned her wheelchair, and maintained a sweet smile on her face. "Thank you for your hard work." She reached out and gently placed her hand on the 3-eyed rabbit's head. In the next second, before the rabbit could even let out a cry, its body rapidly shriveled and withered, finally transforming into a wisp of pure energy that was absorbed into Lin Chi's palm. Lin Chi closed her eyes and sighed contentedly. Not enough, still. Far from it. Every night, she would send out the anomaly she created with her abilities to hunt in the dark corners of Lianyun City, capturing those solitary anomalies to bring back for herself to devour. However, the number of anomalies was ultimately too small, and most were just newly transformed small evils and small curses, which meant she was still stuck at the great evil level. Lin Shi sighed. Compared to her sisters, progress was terrifying. Lin Shu's eyes granted her a terrifying monster capable of devouring all anomalies and harnessing their powers. Her sister called it Paxian, and it already possessed great curse-level power, which made Lin Shi a bit envious. At this rate, it would be her sister protecting them, so Lin Shi felt anxious, her desire to grow stronger intensifying. She picked up her brush and continued to dab the canvas, just adding a stroke of crimson to the sky when a chilling aura suddenly wafted in from outside the window. Lin Shi paused, lifting her head to look outside. In the distant sky, a massive black dot was rapidly flying toward Jiang High Community. The aura emanating from that black dot far surpassed all the anomalies she had previously devoured. As it drew closer, she realized it was a giant bat, its size comparable to a small car. Great curse. Level? Lin Shi frowned, but it was just a slight frown. If she wanted, she could switch places with the anomalies she had drawn hidden in this city at any time. However, she wanted to give it a try. A great curse, she wondered if 4 great evils could take it down. In the next moment, on the rooftop of the apartment building, black mist surged. 2 giant bears appeared, one brown and one yellow, materializing at the edge of the rooftop. The 2 bears stood quietly, staring at the approaching bat. Behind them were the magician and Lingba. Aside from the 4 anomalies they carried with them, the others were scattered throughout the dark corners of Lianyun City. When leaving Jiang City, Jiang Jun had released all 9 anomalies. Lin Shi didn't know why, but she thought it might be because of her sister-in-law. Ji! The giant bat let out a piercing shriek, drawing the attention of passers-by below, who looked up to see the enormous black shadow flying in the sky. What the hell, KFC? Goddamn KFC, that's called Kaifeng cuisine. The bat scoffed. Did they think they could use 4 great evils to deal with it? Did they not know it was the anomaly king of Kyoto? Did they not know it was an immortal, infinite anomaly? A mere great evil was truly laughable. It spiraled in the air, its massive
wings whipping up a gale, preparing to first tear apart the two foolish bears, then take down the black-robed brat and that tall-hatted chef behind them. However, just as it was about to dive, a wave of terror trembled from the depths of the soul, suddenly coming from the distant north. The giant bat's movements came to an abrupt halt, its crimson eyes instantly filled with fear and rage. Damn it! There's a cat! Thunder. On one side was the Wang family's target within reach, and on the other was its own life and death, the root of its existence. The bat hesitated for only a tenth of a second before making a choice. It disregarded Lin Chi, abruptly changed direction, and with its flesh wings flapping wildly, transformed into a streak of bloodlight, desperately flying towards the northern forest. In the studio, Lin Chi was momentarily stunned. She put down her paintbrush, looking somewhat puzzled at the direction the bat had vanished. Strange creature. She shook her head, too lazy to think about it, and continued to focus on her painting. Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs of Lianyun City, at an abandoned factory, the 3-meter-tall Pasang smashed down with a punch, exploding the head of a major evil-level anomaly. In the next second, a black hole appeared in front of Pasang, directly sucking the anomaly inside. Lin Shu and Bai Qingqing stood at a distance, witnessing the entire process of Pasang eliminating the anomaly, with a black monkey, Lin Chi's great sage, standing beside them. Due to Lin Shu and Lin Chi's current special identities, Bai Qingqing and Lin Shu were practically inseparable, and the great sage could switch places with Lin Chi at any time, always following them closely. This Pasang is so strong, Bai Qingqing praised without holding back. Lin Shu raised the corners of her mouth, waving her hand, and Pasang vanished from the ground like a shadow. Thanks to Sister Qingqing for helping me absorb so many anomalies. Unlike Lin Chi, Lin Shu noticed that her brother still had a few steps to go with Bai Qingqing, so she preferred to address her this way. It's not a waste for you to absorb. The Night Watchman organization will need you to clear out some pests in the future, Bai Qingqing replied. The reason she helped Lin Shu and Lin Chi so much was partly because she and Lin Shen had shared life and death experiences, and partly because she simply couldn't stand the disgusting tactics from above. Abusing power for personal gain, indiscriminately arresting and killing people, was utterly rotten. Back when Bai Zhantian was around, the Night Watchman executed a cleansing operation that severely weakened these pests, making them more restrained, and it could be considered a deadly feud with them. This also made Bai Qingqing suspect that her father's death was related to these pests. Now seeing Lin Chu's potential, Bai Qingqing had the idea of cleansing the Night Watchman just like her father had done back then. Ding ding ding. The urgent ringing of a phone echoed, and Bai Qingqing took out her phone to answer. Captain, we just detected a strong aura of a major evil nearby. Okay. Bai Qingqing nodded and hung up the phone. In the next second, her hair turned crimson, and her cross-shaped pupils looked skyward, where a figure radiating thick misty red light was flying towards them. Following Bai Qingqing's gaze, Lin Chu also saw the giant bat approaching. Major evil, should we kill it? Lin Chu asked. Kill it, let Pasang cooperate with me, Bai Qingqing replied, twisting her wrist as two short swords with antler blades appeared in her hands. Then, she exerted force under her feet, leaping off the factory wall like a sharp sword, flying towards the bat. Lin Chu stared at the antler swords in Bai Qingqing's hands, momentarily stunned, then quickly summoned Pasang. In the next second, the 3-meter-tall, pale giant appeared before her. Looking at the bat in the sky, it leaped up, and its back flesh twisted, forming a pair of wings that shot towards the bat at high speed. At that moment, the bat was still immersed in its anger and confusion from being robbed, completely unaware of the two figures charging from below. It wasn't until the strong wind made its form sway that it noticed the short sword being thrown from below, and behind the sword there was a massive silhouette of a moose. The bat's pupils constricted, and it quickly spun around, but still got pierced by the antler short sword through the membrane under its wing. Without waiting for it to react, Bai Qingqing's figure, holding a short sword, swiftly followed, accompanied by the moose's roar, as another short sword made of antlers plunged into its face. The bat let out a painful shriek, its body uncontrollably plummeting downwards. Before it could react again, a pale fist suddenly struck its back chest. The bat spat out a mouthful of blood, filled with rage, and was about to unleash its power when a gigantic white bird's head appeared out of nowhere, biting off half of its wing. The bat completely lost control, plummeting rapidly from the sky. In its gaze were the sky's swirling clouds and Bai Qingqing's figure. It quickly opened its mouth, a circular beam of rippling light beginning to gather, but just as it was about to spit it out, a strong gust of wind sounded from below. Before the bat could react, a massive antlered shadow suddenly pierced through its chest. Dazed, it looked down to see an antlered longsword embedded in its chest. The bat fell helplessly to the ground, the longsword piercing through its entire chest. Just like that, the bat, due to its distraction, fell carelessly without even making a move. Lin Shu pulled out the antlered longsword from the bat's chest, murmuring to herself, so that's how it's used. Previously in Jiangdu, fearing that the tree would attract attention, she had never used this antlered sword and didn't know how to use it until she saw Bai Qingqing demonstrate.
Bai Qingqing landed beside Lin Chu, glanced at the long sword in Lin Chu's hand, then at her own short sword, and silently put it away. Congratulations on your promotion to Great Evil. Thank you, I stole Qingqing's kill. No worries, just let your brother return a Great Evil to me later. Hee hee, okay. The two exchanged a glance, both smiling. As the sun set, in a mid-range residential area in Kyoto, on the 6th floor, Bai Pu's mother was nearly 60, her husband had passed away long ago, and her eldest son had also died in a car accident in his youth, leaving only her and her daughter at home. At that moment, she was preparing dinner, waiting for Bai Pu to return from work. Her daughter was her pride. She knew her daughter had always been silently protecting this world. In her eyes, her daughter was her hero and the only source of courage that kept her alive. Ding! Bai Pu sent her a text saying she would be home in 10 minutes. The old lady was very happy and brought out the steamed egg cake from the pot, waiting for Bai Pu to arrive when it was just the right temperature to eat. This was her daughter's favorite dish since childhood. Just as she placed the egg cake on the table, there was a knock at the door. The old lady was momentarily stunned, thinking how could her daughter arrive so quickly. She trembled as she walked to the door, opened it, and found no one outside, only a letter lying on the ground. The old lady was taken aback, bending down with difficulty to pick up the letter, glancing at it to see that the recipient was her own signature. She uttered a puzzled "eh" and then closed the door, sitting on the sofa to open the letter. 3 minutes later, the letter fell to the ground, accompanied by drops of murky tears. Poor, my daughter, I'm sorry. The old lady wailed as she walked towards the windowsill, crying for a moment before climbing up and leaping down. Chop, I chop, I chop, chop, I chop, chop, chop. In the forest, Lin Chen wielded an axe, rhythmically striking the trunk of the black-hearted pear tree like a piledriver. He had discovered this black-hearted pear tree in the morning, but after searching all day, he found no other black-hearted pear trees. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't hold back. After half an hour of hard work, he finally felled this black-hearted pear tree. Next was to wait for the anomaly to come knocking. Lin Chen silently prayed it would be a city-destroying level. Putting away the axe, he looked up at the sky, the fog tinted with a faint orange by the dusk. It was getting dark. It was time to return to the wooden house. Warbear, let's go. Lin Chen called to the warbear, which was resting nearby, and walked down the mountain. Returning to the place where he had hidden the wild boar's corpse in the morning, Lin Chen handed the axe to the warbear to carry, then took a deep breath, bent down, and hoisted the large wild boar's corpse onto his shoulders. This wild boar weighs at least 300 or 400 pounds, but Lin Chen felt it was no heavier than a bag of rice when he hoisted it onto his shoulder. Let's go, Battle Bear, time to head home for a feast. Just as he called out, preparing to leave, a massive shadow, 3 or 4 meters tall, suddenly emerged from the thick fog ahead. What the hell? Lin Chen jolted, dropping the wild boar with a thud, and quickly grabbed the AK from his back, aiming the dark muzzle at the shadow. Woof! The battle bear also crouched low, growling softly. The shadow did not pause, stepping closer with each stride. It wasn't until it emerged from the fog that Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief and lowered his gun. The newcomer was none other than the solitary Xiong Badian. Brother Xiong, you look pretty intimidating in the fog like that. Lin Chen couldn't help but tease. Xiong Badian glanced at Lin Chen, then at the wild boar carcass on the ground, and spoke in a deep, rumbling voice, when you chop trees, be a bit more discreet. Ha! Lin Chen was taken aback. I owe you, so I don't want to stop you. Xiong Badian said slowly, but you're making too much noise. If the Great Lord notices something unusual, he will definitely take action. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. That old monkey, he did feel a bit intimidated. After all, it was a city-level exterminator. Even with the suppression here, Lin Chen still felt like it could crush him in an instant. Alright, I got it, Lin Chen replied decisively. I'll be quiet when I chop trees, I won't be discovered. Xiong Badian grunted in acknowledgement and nodded. By the way, Lin Chen suddenly remembered, how's the crow doing? It'll take another half-month to revive. Xiong Badian shook his large head, but as for the location of the black-hearted pear tree it worshipped, I have no idea. When it revives, it will have to search the mountains. Lin Chen's heart sank, a bad premonition washing over him. Damn it, the tree that the crow worshipped, I hope I didn't chop it down. If it were the tree of the old wolf and the others, they could easily come and remind him, but the crow was dead now and couldn't warn him. He cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing his unease, and changed the subject. Brother Xiong, I've always wanted to ask, why can't we chop the black-hearted pear tree? I don't know, Xiong Badian replied bluntly, this is a rule set by the Great Lord. I'm just helping him maintain it. As for why you can't chop it, you'll have to ask him. Fine, Lin Chen pouted. Lin Chen said no more, hoisting the wild boar carcass back onto his shoulder, calling to the battle bear, let's go, battle bear, time to head home. The man and dog made their way down the mountain towards the wooden cabin. Xiong Badian turned and, with his massive frame, walked back into the thick fog of the northern mountain.
Back at the cabin, Lin Chen began processing the large wild boar. The battle bear wagged its tail, squatting nearby, watching curiously. Lin Chen worked skillfully and soon had the wild boar cleaned up, chopping off the 2 fattest hind legs and tossing them into a pot, adding potatoes and mushrooms delivered by the company to start a stew. Before long, a rich meaty aroma filled the entire cabin. Oh whoa, Lin Chen, you really know how to cook. The old wolf burst out of the bedroom, wrapped in a blanket, drooling all over the floor. You actually know to come out? Lin Chen glanced at the old wolf while hanging the remaining meat on the wall. I was sleeping, you know, the old wolf said, sticking out its tongue. Then why do you have spicy oil from spicy strips at the corner of your mouth? Ah ha ha. The old wolf licked its lips, sleepwalking. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with the old wolf, who only cared about eating. He was used to it. The old wolf treated him well, and letting it stay in the house to enjoy its old age was quite nice. By the way, I have to tell you something. I chopped down a black-hearted pear tree today. The old wolf paused, its lip-licking motion stopping. That's impressive. The old wolf patted Lin Chen with its paw. But I advise you not to chop any more for the next couple of days. What if you provoke 2 city-level exterminators at the same time? Then I'll have to feast. Lin Chen thought for a moment and felt the old wolf had a point. Alright, I'll listen to you. Lin Chen nodded. He. The old wolf's eyes darted around and he patted Lin Chen's arm with his paw. Lin Chen, since we have nothing to do tomorrow, how about we go play at the West Mountain Lake? What are we going to do there? Lin Chen was taken aback. Play with monkeys? Damn it, play with monkeys? You can play, but I won't dare. The old wolf cursed. We're going there to catch fish. That old monkey's lake has a special big fish. I've been trying to catch it for days in the water, but I couldn't. You, kid, will definitely be able to catch it. Catch fish? Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded. He had just bought a new fishing rod that he hadn't used yet. As for that anomaly that was coming to find him for a fight, Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. As long as it dares to come, it will either die or perish. In the deep of night, the wind howled in the mountains, and the cries of ghosts and wolves echoed. In the depths of the North Mountain, beneath a giant beauty pine that required a dozen people to embrace, there was a dark, enormous tree hole. Inside the tree hole, Shong Badian was sitting on the ground, staring at the corpse of a recently deceased spotted deer in front of him, seemingly hesitating about where to start. After a moment, he let out a roar, and with one paw, the spotted deer's body was split in 2. Shong Badian picked up one half and began to tear into it, blood splattering everywhere. After finishing, he grabbed the remaining half of the corpse and walked deeper into the tree hole. Deeper. Inside the tree hole, a black bear, smaller than Shong Badian, was curled up asleep. Its hands and legs were tightly bound by thick vines growing from the inner wall of the tree, keeping it firmly in place. This was Shong Badian's crazed brother, Shong Nuo. Shong Badian threw the bloody half of the corpse over to him. Roar! Shong Nuo was instantly awakened, springing up with wild, blood-red eyes, frantically attacking the surrounding walls with all 4 limbs like a madman. But those vines were incredibly tough, and no matter how he struggled, they remained unmoved. After a moment, Shong Nuo seemed to exhaust his strength and finally calmed down, noticing the food on the ground, and began to tear into it frantically. Shong Badian watched him with a sigh. He lay down on the ground of the tree hole, and soon, a thunderous snoring filled the air, sounding more like a suppressed roar from a distance. As time passed, it quickly became deep night. Shong Badian was in a deep sleep, and just amidst the deafening roar, a figure holding an axe silently stepped into the tree hole. It ignored the sleeping Shong Badian and went straight to the depths of the tree hole. Shong Nuo was also asleep, completely unaware of the arrival. The figure approached Shong Nuo, slowly raising the axe in its hand. Crack! It struck the vines binding Shong Nuo. Crack! Crack! One axe after another, until all the vines restraining Shong Nuo were severed. It finally stopped and quietly left the tree hole. Throughout it all, neither Shong Badian nor Shong Nuo reacted at all. A long time passed again, and Shong Nuo subconsciously turned over in his sleep. Then, he paused, feeling his hands and feet no longer bound. Shong Nuo suddenly sat up, his blood-red eyes glowing like 2 lanterns in the dark tree hole. It was still night. The thick fog still hung like unmelting milk, tightly enveloping the entire forest. Somewhere in the North Mountain, beneath a black pear tree, the damp soil suddenly stirred slightly. Puff! A small, furry red paw shot out from the ground, followed by a tiny figure struggling to emerge, shaking off the dirt covering its body. This was a squirrel with fluffy red fur, the very mouse king that had died a month ago. It looked around in confusion, its nostrils filled with the scent of decaying leaves and soil. Fragments of memory began to return. The Jinquan bathhouse, that damn idiot, it had clearly used its sharpest claws and exerted all its strength, yet it couldn't even pierce the man's iron-like skin.
In the end, it was casually snapped like an ant, its neck twisted with ease. Although it was in poor condition at the time, it was still a great humiliation. Squeak! The Rat King screamed in anger, its voice filled with endless resentment. It, the great curse-level Rat King, had died in such a pathetic manner. It had been reborn, and in this life it would definitely kill the damned fool. No! That man was too strong, impossibly strong. The Rat King forcibly suppressed the fury within it had to endure. Once it regained its strength, once it found a way to advance to city destroyer level, it would take revenge for this deep-seated blood feud. The immediate priority was to find a new home. It had just oriented itself and was preparing to leave this resurrection point when, whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound of wind suddenly rang out above its head. The Rat King's fur stood on end, and its instincts, as a great curse-level creature, made it roll to the side. Crack! A black pear blossom axe fell, striking the spot where it had just stood, embedding itself half a foot into the ground. The Rat King looked up in terror. Through the thick fog, a bloated and disgusting figure was slowly approaching. This creature's body resembled a standing person but was covered in oozing lumps, with a sticky, feces-colored liquid dripping from its skin. At that moment, it was staring at it with bulging, blood-red eyes. Squeak! The Rat King was terrified. What the hell was this thing? It turned and ran. Roar! The monster roared, pulling out the axe, using all four limbs to chase after it. The Rat King desperately darted through the forest, but that monster was surprisingly fast. The sound of wind returned. The Rat King felt a chill in its tail, followed by a sharp pain. Put! Its tail had been cut off again. The Rat King let out a piercing scream, scrambling forward. The monster's axe had severed the Rat King's tail, and with unrelenting force, it struck a nearby black pear blossom tree. Thud! The axe blade hit the hard trunk, sending wood chips flying. Roar! In the next moment, the axe in the monster's hand fell, and it clutched its head, screaming as if it had been struck, not the tree. Taking advantage of this moment, the Rat King scrambled up the nearest large tree. It looked back and saw that the toad-like monster was fixated on it with its bulging eyes. Then it began to climb the trunk in an extremely bizarre manner, using both hands and feet. The Rat King was terrified, not daring to linger, and frantically jumped between the treetops. The toad climbed several meters up the tree, seemingly feeling it was too slow, roared, and jumped down, switching to a mad dash on the ground, relentlessly pursuing. The Rat King raced for its life at the treetops, but it couldn't shake off the toad below. Suddenly, it saw a terrified spotted deer running frantically through the fog ahead. The Rat King felt a surge of joy. Good deer, come here and take the hit. But just then, roar! A bear's roar filled with ferocity erupted. Then, an enormous black shadow suddenly lunged out from the side of the fog, biting off the spotted deer's neck, blood spraying everywhere. It was a black bear. The black bear slowly raised its head, its blood-red eyes piercing through the fog, locking onto the Rat King at the treetops. Squeak! The Rat King completely broke down. On the ground was a toad holding an axe, and now a mad bear had appeared. What the hell was going on in this forest? The Rat King screamed in despair, not daring to stop, using all its strength to leap between the trees, while the two monsters below relentlessly pursued. Rat King, damn it! Still it was a foggy day. Early the next morning, Lin Chen had not yet woken up when he felt two dog paws patting his face. Don't sleep, pig. Go catch some fish. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes and glanced at the old wolf. You're quite diligent at catching fish. Of course. They're good stuff. If you catch any, give them to me. The old wolf was drooling. Lin Chen sat up, curious. The old wolf had been talking in its sleep last night, mumbling about catching fish. What kind of fish could stir such desire? Hurry up, don't just stand there. We need to go before that old monkey wakes up. It'll be trouble if it does. Lin Chen woke up Zhang Xiong, and then the three of them, one person and two dogs each gnawing on a piece of salted fish, set out into the thick fog towards the west mountain lake. Lin Chen carried fishing gear, slung an AK over his shoulder, and packed 2 grenades. The old wolf wrapped in a blanket led the way, while Zhang Xiong followed behind with an axe in its mouth. To be safe, Lin Chen brought along his special weapon. After all, the owner of the black-hearted black pear tree he chopped down yesterday should be arriving soon. Half an hour later, the trio reached the big lake. Unlike other parts of the forest, this lake at the top of West Mountain was not shrouded in thick fog, as if an invisible barrier kept the mist at bay. A thin layer of water vapor floated over the lake, surrounded by an ethereal aura. In the morning, fish were grazing by the lake, and various birds floated leisurely on the water's surface. However, the moment the trio stepped onto the lakeshore, the fish scattered in a frenzy, and the birds took flight. Is it really that scary? Lin Chen stopped at the edge of the lake. It's just that Zhang Xiong and I are too fierce. The old wolf shrank deeper into the blanket, revealing only its head. A few days ago, I brought Zhang Xiong here every day, and we could catch dozens of fish each time. Aren't you afraid that monkey will come after you? Lin Chen looked up at the giant tree in the middle of the lake but saw no sign of Dejun. Not afraid, the old wolf pointed with its paw. Hurry up and help me catch a fish while it's still asleep, red and black with a huge tail. What do you want that fish for? Don't worry about it, I have big plans. Lin Chen shot at a glance. The old wolf was being all mysterious and he had no idea what it was up to, but he couldn't be bothered. He was here to fish and relax. After baiting the hook and casting the line, the bobber landed steadily on the water's surface. Lin Chen sat down by the lake with the AK and axe beside him. TCH, the old wolf scoffed. Do you think the fish here are fools? Can't they see the hook? In this deep mountain forest, where no birds even shit, who's come to fish here? Lin Chen retorted. They don't recognize hooks. The old wolf paused, too lazy to argue with this fool. The Air Force punishes every overconfident man. The old wolf glanced at Zhang Xiong, gave it a look, and the next second, Zhang Xiong dove into the water, swimming towards the deeper area. Watching that silly dog, Lin Chen was speechless. It was winter in the mountains and the water was icy, yet Zhang Xiong just jumped in without a care. Glancing at the old wolf who had wrapped itself tightly in the blanket and lay down in the grass, Lin Chen felt sorry for Zhang Xiong. Always picking on Zhang Xiong, why don't you go in yourself? Don't talk nonsense. The old wolf tightened its blanket and lay down in the grass by the shore, its voice muffled from under the blanket. Zhang Xiong went in willingly. Just as Lin Chen was about to scold the wolf, Zhang Xiong popped its head out of the water with a splash. A lively big carp clamped in its mouth. It swam to the shore and dropped the fish in front of the old wolf. Not bad, not bad. The old wolf poked its head out from the blanket and praised, much smarter than some bipedal creatures. Zhang Xiong, you can eat whatever fish you catch today. Zhang Xiong excitedly howled and gulped down the big carp in one bite, then joyfully jumped back into the water, splashing Lin Chen with water. Lin Chen wiped his face, watching Zhang Xiong frolicking in the water, believing it was indeed willing. This place is no good for fishing anymore. Seeing the bobber bobbing from Zhang Xiong's splashes, Lin Chen reeled in his line and ran to the opposite side of the lake to fish. Not listening to the old wolf's advice, you'll regret it soon. The old wolf's voice echoed from afar. I can guarantee you'll catch nothing today. Don't gnaw on my fish. The old wolf raised his head. As the morning slowly passed, someone's patience had run out. Damn it! Lin Chen glared at the motionless fishing float and angrily snapped his rod. On the opposite bank, the old wolf's laughter echoed across the lake. Ha ha ha! Did you catch a fish? The laughter was hearty, with no hint of mockery. Hearing the commotion, Battle Bear poked its head out of the water, still clutching a struggling catfish in its mouth. Seeing Lin Chen in a fit of frustration, Battle Bear swam over with a splash, shook its head in front of Lin Chen, and dropped the catfish at his feet. Lin Chen. He speechlessly rubbed Battle Bear's head. Battle Bear, you really know how to comfort someone, but you can eat it yourself. I want to catch my own. Battle Bear nodded, swallowed the fish in one bite, and let out a satisfied burp. Throughout the morning, Battle Bear had eaten at least a dozen big fish, while Lin Chen hadn't even seen a shadow of one. He knew these fish were intelligent, but he had thought that since they didn't recognize hooks, there would be some fools willing to bite. But the result was a complete failure. Had previous lumberjacks fished here before? Lin Chen returned to the opposite bank, where the old wolf was mimicking him by snapping a stick. The image of the dog-beating stick technique flashed in Lin Chen's mind, and he gritted his teeth to ask the old wolf, is that monkey still not awake? Not yet. The old wolf lay back down again. It sleeps 20 hours a day. A big commotion won't wake it up, right? Lin Chen asked. Battle Bear has been splashing around in the water all morning. The old wolf waved his paw with a laugh. It's fine. All right, you said it. The old wolf glanced at Lin Chen, then wrapped himself in the blanket and turned over to continue sleeping. Lin Chen fished a grenade out of his pocket. Battle Bear, come up. Upon hearing this, Battle Bear obediently climbed onto the shore. Lin Chen pulled the pin and, without a second thought, threw it towards the center of the lake. The old wolf heard the familiar click and suddenly sat up from under the blanket, just about to say something. Boom! A loud explosion shook the ground and a massive splash erupted from the lake, sending water soaring over 10 meters high, along with a large group of stunned fish. The old wolf, bewildered, raised its head to look at the splash, then turned to Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen shot at a glance. Didn't you say a big commotion was fine? The old wolf wiped its wet dog face and fell silent for 2 seconds. This is what the hell you call a huge commotion. After the explosion, a large tree in the center of the lake suddenly shook a few times, and then the figure of Dejun appeared among the treetops, sitting on a branch and looking at them, then glancing at the dozen fish floating on the water's surface. You guys? Dejun opened his mouth, looked at Lin Chen, but couldn't find the words, finally managing to squeeze out, do you want to eat fish? Lin Chen shielded the old wolf behind him, and the old wolf hurriedly protected Battle Bear in front of him. Dejun sighed, old wolf, I can't give you this hellish koi, I need it for something useful. I never said I wanted it. The old wolf innocently spread its paws. I owe you. Guys, I can turn a blind eye if you catch some fish, but the hellish koi is related to the forest and you absolutely cannot touch. It's, alright. The old wolf resigned itself to fate. Dejun waved his hand and in the next moment the dazed fish in the water instantly recovered, flicked their tails, and swam into the deep water. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Dejun was indeed impressive. It wouldn't be suppressed, right? This was still in the forest. Lin Chen didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if Dejun went out from here. Dejun, we'll take our leave now. You get some more sleep. The old wolf prepared to flee. Dejun nodded, just about to take another nap when a pure white crane suddenly landed on the lake's surface. Lin Chen and the old wolf, along with Battle Bear, were about to leave when the crane's voice suddenly rang out behind them. Wait, Lin Chen. And the old wolf turned back, looking at the crane in confusion, not understanding what it wanted. Dejun also curiously looked at the crane. What's up, Jin Bai? Dejun asked. Dejun the red-crowned crane lowered its head. Recently, a pervert has appeared in the mountains, fond of killing, beheading, and skinning. In just a few days, over 100 anomalies have already died. Oh, is that so? The Lord's voice turned cold. Killing is not the same as torturing. There can be predatory relationships in the forest, but such sadistic killings are unacceptable. That's right, but this pervert is powerful. So far, no anomaly has seen its appearance, and all those who encountered it have died. However, a nest of little rabbits saw its weapon, which is a black pear wood axe. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and the old wolf exchanged glances, both sensing something ominous. And there is only one black pear wood axe in this forest, and it's on this human. The red-crowned crane's gaze turned to Lin Chen, and the Lord's gaze followed closely. The air grew still. Are you kidding? The old wolf chuckled as he stepped out from behind the Battle Bear. I'd been following Lin Chen. How could he have the time to torture anomalies? Besides, he's not that kind of person. The red-crowned crane snorted coldly. When he went out to chop trees, you were always at the wooden house. How could you claim to have been following him? You stupid bird, you're talking nonsense. Old wolf. The Lord spoke up, his voice somewhat cold. Sometimes you can't just look at the surface. Whether it's a person or an anomaly, no one can guarantee what their soul is like. Are you talking about yourself? The old wolf retorted. The Lord was at a loss for words. Not long ago, he had used despicable means against Lin Chen, and it seemed he had indeed hit the nail on the head. Lin Chen. The old wolf turned to Lin Chen. You tell me, have you tortured anomalies? I haven't. Lin Chen shook his head. These days, I've been going up the mountain to chop trees with the Battle Bear, and I did find those anomalies that had been beheaded and skinned, but it really has nothing to do with me. Then how do you explain that axe? The red-crowned crane's white sword-like gaze fixed on the axe in the Battle Bear's mouth. Go to hell, you dead bird, shut your mouth. The old wolf directly spat out a curse. Lin Chen frowned and took the axe from the Battle Bear's mouth. I don't know why the killer's weapon is the same as this axe of mine, but I really haven't tortured any anomalies. I'm not insane. If I did that, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? The red-crowned crane wanted to speak again, but the old wolf leaped up and pinned it down in the water, frantically tearing at its wing feathers. Let go of me, what are you doing? A wolf and a bird struggled in the water, but the red-crowned crane, being close to the old wolf, was like a mage encountering an assassin, pinned down and bitten by the old wolf, feathers floating on the water's surface. Old wolf. The Lord spoke again. Only then did the old wolf snort coldly, stepping on the red-crowned crane's body floating on the water as he leaped back to the shore, still with a mouthful of feathers. He was still waiting for Lin Chen to provide for him in his old age. What was this stupid bird suspicious about? Truly ungrateful. He was old, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight. Did they really think they were easy to bully? Lin Chen secretly gave the old wolf a thumbs up. Although the old wolf was usually lazy, he really stepped up when it mattered. Tonight he would make sure to cook a pot of chicken legs for him. This matter cannot be decided directly. Further investigation is needed. The Lord wearily rubbed his head. You can go together to find the real killer, and then Lin Chen can clear his name. Why should we prove ourselves? The old wolf was dissatisfied. Lord, you should let this stupid bird find solid evidence, not make wild guesses based on an axe. The red-crowned crane climbed out of the water, glaring at the old wolf in displeasure. It had only said a few more words, and he had directly attacked. Although this old wolf was getting older, his temper was getting worse. You all go together, the Lord suggested. The urgent task is to quickly find this killer to prevent more anomalies from being harmed. Those that can be revived are ultimately few, and once they die, it's truly death. With it, the old wolf sneered. I'm afraid this stupid bird will pull some tricks behind the scenes. The red-crowned crane was somewhat angry. Although the old wolf was its senior, it couldn't tolerate being humiliated multiple times. Alright, old wolf, show some mercy. Jin Bai is just too worried about this forest. The great lord sighed helplessly. The old wolf snorted coldly and stopped scolding. You can join us in the investigation, but you have to follow my orders. Fine. The red-crowned crane did not argue. Let's go, follow us down the mountain. The red-crowned crane looked at the great lord, saw him nod, and then took off from the lake, following the person and 2 dogs that had already left. On the way down the mountain, Lin Chen frowned. Suddenly, there was a weirdo with an axe in the mountains, and Lin Chen suspected someone was trying to frame him. Could it be the owner of the tree he chopped down yesterday? No, the timing didn't match. That weirdo was already there before he cut the tree. What was it then? And why hadn't the owner of that tree arrived yet? You all go to the big forest's lumber yard, and you must bring him back within a week. In the Wang family of Kyoto, Wang Zhong sat leisurely in a chair, sipping tea, while 2 figures stood before him. One was the leader of the lumberjack gang, and the other was the mountain-moving Taoist. The lumberjack leader was muscular, tall, and strong. The mountain-moving Taoist, on the other hand, was simply dressed but had sharp eyes. 2 city-destroying level figures were actually mobilized by the Wang family, showcasing that family's evident power. No need for a week. With the Taoist's teleportation technique, we can reach the lumber yard tomorrow and return the day after. The lumberjack leader said in a muffled voice. Very well, go. The 2 figures nodded simultaneously and turned to leave. Wang Zhong put down his cup and sighed. The only heir at home could only be spoiled. As night fell, in Kyoto, at the Wang family mansion, Wang Yi was half lying on a genuine leather bed, holding a voluptuous Western beauty in his arms. At the foot of the bed, Heipa and Baipu stood with their heads bowed. What's the situation? Wang Yi's hands were still wandering, and without raising his head, he asked, Have you captured that Lin brat's 2 sisters? Heipa lowered his head and replied in a deep voice, Young Master Wang, the bats we sent out have not returned yet. Useless. Wang Yi's movements suddenly stopped, startling the beauty, who shivered. Get out. Why yes. The beauty dared not complain and scrambled out of the room. Wang Yi lit a cigarette and looked at Heipa. What about the treasure from the dragon worship sect? Heipa did not dare to be negligent and quickly took out a delicate box from his pocket. After opening it, a small, yellowed piece of wood lay quietly inside. Young Master Wang, this is what the dragon worship sect sent. Wang Yi glanced at it and frowned. Just this broken thing? How do you use it? Heipa explained. The people from the dragon worship sect said that this item, combined with their special ritual, can forcibly strip a master of their dependents and turn them into their own. Oh? Wang Yi's eyes instantly lit up. If he could really strip dependents, then any dependent he fancied could be snatched away, right? What about the ritual? Didn't they provide it? Wang Yi asked eagerly. Heipa paused. The dragon worship sect is unwilling to share the ritual. You need to go there in person. Moreover, this piece of wood is just scrap. To truly perform the ritual, a large amount of this kind of wood is needed. Ha! Upon hearing this, Wang Yi smiled instead of getting angry. What a big face, a mere dragon worship sect dares to make me go in person? Although he said this, the greed in his eyes grew stronger. For the upcoming zero-team selection at the end of the month, he needed to gain stronger power, so giving the dragon worship sect this face was not a problem. Alright, I understand. Wang Yi waved his hand impatiently. You can leave first. Baipu stays. Yes. Heipa clenched his fists and turned to exit the room. Bang. The moment the door closed, a hint of undisguised ruthlessness and deep disdain flashed in Heipa's eyes. In the bedroom, Wang Yi looked at Baipu, who stood quietly in place, smiled, patted the bed beside him, and beckoned with his finger. Baipu remained silent as she slowly walked over and obediently lay in his arms. What's wrong? Wang Yi's arm wrapped around her, feeling her cold skin, and he frowned. Why do you look so unhappy today? What happened? Nothing. Baipu shook her head. It's just, I'm feeling a bit down today. Down? Wang Yi laughed, leaning down to sniff at Baipu's neck. Don't worry. I'll make you happy soon. He was just about to make a move when, put. Wang Yi's smile suddenly froze on his face. He looked down in disbelief, only to see a sharp, dark green dagger had somehow been deeply embedded in his chest. You, he abruptly pushed Baipu away, his face filled with shock and rage, the power within him surging as he tried to summon his followers. However, in that instant, a pale figure wearing a tall hat appeared strangely behind Baipu. Bang! The figure swung a morning staff, striking Wang Yi hard on the forehead. Wang Yi felt darkness envelop him, stars exploding in his vision, and the summoning of his followers was forcibly interrupted by this blow. Immediately after, another pitch-black figure silently appeared behind Wang Yi, 2 dark soul binding chains in hand, which swiftly wrapped around Wang Yi's shoulders. Get out, now! Hei Wuchang roared, yanking back violently. Wang Yi's soul was forcibly pulled out of his body. Bang! At the same time, the door was kicked open, and Heipa strode in. He looked at the transparent soul, his face filled with a sinister delight. Die, you worthless piece of trash. He spread his fingers, black lightning surging in his palm, and slammed it down onto Wang Yi's twisted soul. Wang Yi's
Soul let out a silent scream, twisting and trembling under the onslaught of the black lightning, and in just a moment, it completely dissipated into the air. Wan Yi, the last hope of the Wang family, fell here, dying within the Wang family. Heipa unleashed another bolt of lightning, turning Wang Yi's still warm corpse into charred remains. After doing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning to quickly walk in front of Bai Pu, grabbing her cold hand. Let's go! A smile he could not suppress appeared on Heipo's face. As long as they escaped the Wang family, he would take Bai Pu far away to a place where no one could find them, to start a new life. Bai Pu nodded, allowing him to hold her hand. However, just as Heipa turned to leave the bedroom, "Put!" Heipo's smile froze. He looked down sharply, seeing a dagger piercing through his chest, the dark green blade glinting coldly in the light. In disbelief, he slowly turned to look at the woman behind him, who still wore a cold expression but had tears flowing from her eyes. Yesterday. Bai Pu's voice trembled, cold tears streaming down her cheeks. You were the one who delivered the letter to my mother, weren't you? No, it wasn't me. A hint of panic flashed in Heipo's eyes as he desperately defended himself. Didn't you see that letter? The handwriting on it wasn't mine at all, it was Wang Ye's, and the fingerprints were his too. He did it! Bai Pu cried, slowly shaking her head. Heipa looked at her, his heart sinking little by little. She didn't believe him, she actually didn't believe him. I did it all for you. Heipa let out a bitter laugh, looking at the woman he had loved for many years, even willing to betray the Wang family and gamble his life for her. In that moment, his love was consumed by endless anger and despair. Why? Heipo's gaze turned icy and resentful. The next second, the figure of Hei Wuchang reappeared, but this time, it was behind Bai Pu. The cold soul-binding chains rested on Bai Pu's shoulders. Bai Pu's body trembled violently. She did not dodge or resist, allowing her soul to be forcibly pulled out. I did this for you. Why are you doing this? Why? On what grounds? Heipa, holding Bai Pu's gradually cold body, shouted furiously at her soul. Bai Pu's soul floated in mid-air, never once glancing at him. This disregard became the last straw that broke Heipa. Fine. Heipa was completely enraged. He suddenly raised his hand, dark thunder surging in his palm. Die! The black thunder instantly engulfed Bai Pu's soul, shattering it completely. Ha ha! Heipa gasped for breath. The room fell into a dead silence. He lowered his head, looking at the still beautiful but utterly cold corpse in his arms. Tears finally burst forth. Why? He wept bitterly, slowly kneeling down, holding Bai Pu's body, and ultimately kissing her cold lips. That poisoned dagger was one of Bai Pu's attachments, with no cure in sight. Heipo's body began to tremble, life rapidly slipping away, but he only held the woman in his arms tighter, waiting for death to arrive. As night fell, the thick fog remained unchanged. Lin Chen strapped on his AK, his waist laden with magazines, and hung 4 grenades, also picking up an axe, preparing to head out. During the day, they had scoured the mountains, finding nothing but some decapitated and flayed corpses, so they planned to venture into the mountains again at night, as it seemed that the pervert only appeared after dark. Let's go, Battle Bear! Lin Chen called out, pushing the door open with Battle Bear, while Old Wolf waved his paw from under the blanket. Safe travels. If that silly bird bullies you, tell me, and I won't let it off easy. Old Wolf chuckled, closing the door under Lin Chen's speechless gaze. This Old Wolf was unreliable again, insisting that it was cold in the mountains at night, claiming his old bones couldn't take it. But as a city-level being, even if there was suppression in the mountains, he shouldn't be afraid of the cold, right? Lin Chen came back to his senses, looking towards the yard where the red-crown crane sword by had been waiting for a long time, its straight bird head like a sword, truly deserving of its name. Let's go, kid, tonight you follow me. I want to see if you'll still die abnormally? Swordbai's gaze was sharp, subconsciously still believing Lin Chen was the culprit. After all, it had seen most of the abnormalities in the mountains, and none used an axe. Whether I live or die, we'll know after tonight. Lin Chen hoisted the axe onto his shoulder, walking past Swordbai. Let's go, stop dawdling. The sooner we kill it, the sooner I can go back to sleep. Battle Bear also barked coldly, passing by Swordbai. Swordbai took to the skies, circling above in the dense white fog, closely following Lin Chen and Battle Bear as they headed towards the northern mountain. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the forest, 2 figures were making their way deeper into the thicket. One was tall and muscular, wearing only a thin vest even in the cold night. The other wore a simple robe, with a lean face and sharp eyes. It was the leader of the unloading ridge and the mountain-moving Daoist. The 2 seemed to move slowly, but in the blink of an eye, they had crossed over 100 meters. Stop! The mountain-moving Daoist suddenly raised his hand, and the 2 halted. This fog is unusual. The mountain-moving Daoist frowned as he looked at the increasingly thick fog ahead. For years, the scouts sent by the night watchman have never returned alive, indicating that the Great Forest Company guards this area meticulously, yet we have walked this far without encountering a single lookout or guard. We reached the forest area in just half a day.
The leader of the unloading ridge sneered. Those who came before were merely low-level attachments, while we are city-level, representing the Wang family. Perhaps they know that blocking us would offend the Wang family. No, the mountain-moving Taoist shook his head, pointing at the swirling mist ahead that resembled the mouth of a giant beast. This forest is clearly a massive anomaly. The Great Forest Company has claimed this area, probably to raise the abnormal creatures. If it's an anomaly they're raising, they should be keeping such a huge secret tightly under wraps. Yet, they let us through so easily. It's truly strange. Why think so much? The leader of the unloading ridge said impatiently. Whatever their schemes, we'll find out once we go in, right? In the face of absolute power, everything is an illusion. The mountain-moving Taoist thought about it and said no more. The two stepped into the mist, one after the other. As they entered the mist, an invisible pressure suddenly surged from all directions, bearing down on them. The mountain-moving Taoist's expression changed slightly. What a strong pressure! What on earth is the Great Forest Company up to? The leader of the unloading ridge frowned as well, feeling the power of his kin being tightly suppressed within him, a wave of irritation rising in his heart. He glanced at a tree nearby that required two people to embrace, let out a low growl, and punched. It's bang! A muffled sound echoed. The leader of the unloading ridge's pupils constricted. The tree merely swayed a few times, leaving only a dent the size of a saucer on its trunk. This, although his punch lacked the support of his kin's power, it would have been enough to shatter mountains and stones outside. Yet here, he couldn't even break a tree? The mountain-moving Taoist also raised his hand, and in the next moment, the movement technique was applied to both of them, but taking a step forward felt dozens of times slower than outside. The suppression in this forest not only restrained their physical bodies but also their kin. Summoning kin was out of the question. They could only use a fraction of their kin's power through their physical bodies, and that was significantly weakened. Even a city-destroying level of power was like this. Those below that level coming here would probably only be slightly stronger than ordinary people. Damn it, even a city-destroying existence here can only exert the level of a minor evil or minor curse. No wonder no scouts have returned all these years. The mountain-moving Taoist nodded. Let's go. Better to be cautious. Let's take a look inside. The two concealed their presence and continued deeper into the thick fog. Moments later, the mountain-moving Taoist stopped, pointing ahead. There's light. The leader of the unloading ridge followed his gaze and saw the faint outline of a wooden house not far ahead, light shining from its windows. They exchanged glances, lightening their steps as they stealthily approached the wooden house. Just as they were about to observe from the yard's entrance, bang! The window of the wooden house was suddenly smashed from the inside, and a figure wrapped in a thick blanket jumped out through the window. The figure landed, and the blanket fell away, revealing an old wolf with gray-white fur. The old wolf picked up the blanket that had fallen to the ground and dashed off into the mist on the mountain, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The leader of the unloading ridge? The mountain-moving Taoist. What a strange shape. The leader of the unloading ridge stared in the direction the wolf had vanished, looking bewildered. The mountain-moving Taoist frowned and shook his head. Let's go in and take a look. The two pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door and stepped inside. What greeted their eyes was a wall and beams filled with hanging fish. The television in the bedroom was still on, the sounds of the stinky bear and the stinky bald head echoing in their ears. Looking around, the room showed clear signs of habitation. The mountain-moving Taoist took a turn, glancing at the leftover scraps in the pot and the unwashed dishes. Someone lives here. Besides that wolf, there should be another person living here, the mountain-moving Taoist analyzed. It must be the Lin Chen we're after. The leader of the unloading ridge nodded. So what do we do now? Wait for him to come to us, or go out and find him? The mountain-moving Taoist pondered for a moment. That wolf clearly has intelligence. It probably went up the mountain to inform Lin Chen. If we wait here, Lin Chen might have already run away. Why don't we take advantage of the time difference and go up the mountain to find him directly? That makes sense. The leader of the exorcists nodded. Just as the two were about to leave, the leader's gaze was suddenly drawn to something in the corner behind the door. He walked over and pulled out an orange-yellow wooden axe from the pile of clutter. This is... The mountain mover also gathered around, and when he saw the material of the axe, the two exchanged a glance and said in unison, "The dragon worshippers." The mountain mover frowned. Could it be that the treasures of the dragon worshippers have flowed out from here? It's very possible. The leader of the exorcists sneered. This also explains why the Great Forest Company is so bold. It turns out they are in collusion with the dragon worshippers. The leader examined the yellow pear wood axe in his hand, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He shook it casually, and several black iron chains suddenly shot out from his back, firmly securing the axe behind him. This thing is a top-notch treasure, capable of stripping others of their attachments. And for someone at their level of destruction, it remains an absolute treasure. Seeing this, the mountain mover coldly said,
You can't keep this to yourself, we need to split it evenly. The leader of the exorcists impatiently curled his lip. What's the rush? Maybe this mountain is full of such wood. The mountain mover, with a cold expression, said no more, and the two quickly walked out of the wooden house, plunging into the thick fog of the mountain. Night, North Mountain. The damp and cold air of the night pierced through Lin Chen's bones like needles. It wasn't painful, but it was uncomfortable. Lin Chen even suspected it was below freezing here. Damn it, this cursed place. Lin Chen tightened his coat and couldn't help but curse. He had been wandering in North Mountain with the battle bear for almost an hour, and the thick fog severely limited visibility beyond 5 meters. There was only a blur of shadows. Not to mention finding that head-chopping, skin-peeling pervert, he was even a bit unclear about where he was. Caw! A crane's cry echoed, and Jianbai's figure emerged from the fog, lightly landing on a twisted tree branch not far away. Its eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, filled with unabashed suspicion. It seems you're leading us in circles. Jianbai's voice was icy. Since I've been following you, there have been no new victims in this forest. Lin Chen frowned. Are you saying I haven't had time to commit a crime? I have no reason not to suspect you, Jianbai replied coldly. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. They hadn't seen a single corpse all night, and Jianbai had been closely following him. The real killer had probably caught wind of the situation and was unlikely to act tonight. Now, the killer not acting only made his own suspicion greater. The atmosphere gradually cooled down, and Jianbai was eager to see how Lin Chen would explain. Just then, thud, thud, thud. A heavy set of footsteps suddenly came from the thick fog ahead. A person, a bird, and a dog looked up, only to see a huge shadow rushing towards them through the fog. Accompanied by a strong smell of blood, Xiong Baishan's figure appeared. But Xiong Baishan's current state was very off. The usual calmness in his crimson bear eyes was replaced by anxiety and agitation. Lin Chen. Xiong Batian rushed over. Have you seen my brother? Lin Chen was taken aback and shook his head. No. Xiong Batian was clearly frantic. He looked at Lin Chen, then at Jianbai in the tree, but Jianbai also shook his head. Roar! Xiong Batian let out a furious roar, and his massive body charged back into the fog, the heavy footsteps quickly disappearing into the darkness. This mountain is getting livelier by the minute, Lin Chen muttered, feeling uneasy. First, a pervert, and now a mad bear. This forest was practically a mental asylum. Let's go, keep searching. Lin Chen hoisted the axe and was just about to venture deeper when a shadow suddenly sprang out from the bushes, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! It was the old wolf, panting heavily. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked curiously. It was his first time seeing the old wolf out at night. Damn it, 2 city-destroying level beings came to my place. If I hadn't run fast, you'd be sending a black-haired person to a white-haired wolf now. The old wolf looked at Lin Chen, still shaken. Didn't you say you only chopped down one black-hearted black pear tree? How did 2 city-destroying levels show up? Are you hiding from me that you chopped down other trees? I only chopped one. Lin Chen was also confused. Could it be that the owner of that tree brought help? After thinking it over, it was indeed possible, considering the timing. That guy should be arriving soon. But with this incident happening in the forest, he was still a suspect. Damn it, where was that axe-wielding murderer? When Lin Chen found it, he would make it taste despair. What tricks are you trying to play? Stalling for time? Jianbai asked coldly. Screw you. Lin Chen was too lazy to deal with this silly bird. He quickly calculated in his mind, with 2 city-destroying levels on his side. He glanced at the trembling old wolf and then at the tail-wagging battle bear. He was the only one on his side with combat power at the city-destroying level. Facing 2 was indeed a bit dangerous. However, Lin Chen's gaze fell on Jianbai perched in the tree. This silly bird might not be very smart, but it was still a city-destroying level. If he could trick it into helping, it wouldn't be impossible to fight. Moreover, Xiong Batian should still be nearby. If luck was on his side, he could get its help. Just as Lin Chen finished his thoughts, a powerful aura pierced through the thick fog, pressing down violently. It's coming, the old wolf reminded, shielding the battle bear in front of him. Lin Chen looked down into the fog and saw a burly man charging towards him with a punch. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and he suddenly stepped forward, dodging the man's fist. The fire snakes of the AK erupted, but the leader of the Xiaoling merely swayed, and all the bullets hit empty space. This guy's speed was even faster than that one at the Dongshan base, and his strength was even greater. Ordinary firearms were of little use against such a master. Even in this suppressed eerie domain, it was like using a gun against Yan Xuanying. The leader of the Xiaoling charged again, kicking up dust towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen could only cross his arms in front of him, and the next second, the leader's heavy fist smashed into Lin Chen's arm. The immense force made Lin Chen grunt, staggering back several steps. Axe, come, he shouted. And the battle bear threw the axe in its mouth over
Lin Chen caught it, and facing the charging leader of the Xieling again, he took a deep breath, his arm muscles bulging, swinging the black pear wood axe with all his might, striking down. This chop was both fast and fierce. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the leader's eyes, clearly not expecting this lumberjack's strength to be so terrifying. He dared not take it head-on and could only retreat sharply, narrowly dodging this deadly blow, retreating back to the side of the mountain-moving Taoist. With one blow forcing him back, Lin Chen stood with the axe, vigilantly staring at the two uninvited guests before him. The brief exchange made his heart sink. This guy's speed and strength were definitely at the city-destroying level, and there was still one person who hadn't made a move. Was he really this lucky? Chopping down one tree brought out 2 city-destroying levels, but why did these two not seem like anomalies? He wondered if killing them would grant him new city-destroying level followers. Neither side spoke, staring coldly at each other. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly saw a flash of yellow behind the leader of the Xiaoling. Jianbai was standing high up, also watching. He saw that the burly man had a black pearwood axe strapped to his back. Damn it, finally found you. P.S. family, I'm stuck in a writing rut, so there will be 2 updates today. The author is organizing the plot lines, and I'll try for 4 updates tomorrow, sorry. Lin Chen's mind raced, and he instantly understood everything. Having chopped down the tree of one of these 2 people, they used a black pearwood axe to frame him, making him an enemy of the anomalies in this forest, hoping to use their power to kill him. But perhaps they grew impatient and chose to act themselves. However, Lin Chen couldn't understand one thing: why was the timing off? The beheading and skinning incidents had already occurred before he chopped down the tree, right? But at this moment, the murderer was already standing in front of him, and Lin Chen was too lazy to think further. After all, he was already innocent. Next, it was up to Jianbai to handle the situation. Meanwhile, the leader of the Xieling and the Shan Daoist were somewhat confused. What did he mean by finally finding you? Weren't they the ones looking for Lin Chen? What is he talking about? The leader of Xieling said impatiently. Stop wasting time with him. Finish this quickly to avoid any variables. All right. The leader of Xieling roared, his muscular right arm swelling again, black bristles sprouting from his skin, and his 5 fingernails turning sharp as hooks. Kin. 1,000 locks black zombie. He stomped his foot, and his burly body shot towards Lin Chen like a cannonball. However, at that moment, a white shadow descended from the sky. Whoosh! The red-crowned crane Jianbai dove down from the branches, its sharp beak slicing through the mist with a cold glint, like a precise sword. The leader of Xieling felt a chill in his right arm and looked down to see Jianbai's beak cleanly piercing through his arm. Where did this beast come from? The leader of Xieling cried out in pain, grabbing the beak lodged in his right arm and yanking it out with a violent twist, blood gushing forth. At the same time, he roared and kicked towards Jianbai, who flapped its wings to dodge. Failing to land a hit, the leader of Xieling shouted to the Shan Daoist behind him, if you don't act now, when I die, you won't survive either. What are you shouting about? Isn't everything fine? The Shan Daoist cursed, but his hand was already forming a spell, pointing towards the leader of Xieling. Suddenly, the bleeding wound on the leader's arm visibly stopped bleeding, and his aura surged once more. Damn it, he can heal? Seeing this situation, Lin Chen immediately knew who to target first. He shouted, silly bird, this big guy is yours, I'm going to chop that mage. Lin Chen grabbed the axe and bypassed the leader of Xieling, charging straight towards the Shan Daoist. In the back. Stop him. The Shan Daoist was startled. The leader of Xieling wanted to intervene, but Jianbai dove down again, its sharp beak raining down like raindrops, entangling him tightly, and the two instantly became locked in combat. Seeing Lin Chen charging at him with the axe, the Shan Daoist knew he couldn't face him head-on, snorted coldly, and turned to flee into the thick mist. Lin Chen followed him into the fog, and the battle bear barked once, closely trailing Lin Chen. Only the old wolf remained in place, wrapped in a blanket, glancing at the battle bear's retreating figure, lazily calling out, go for it, take them down, and we'll have extra for dinner tomorrow. Lin Chen rushed into the mist, only able to vaguely see the figure of the Daoist fleeing ahead. Still trying to run? Lin Chen exerted force under his feet, his speed skyrocketing as he charged behind the Daoist, swinging the black axe down. However, as the axe blade fell, the Daoist's figure suddenly dissipated like mist. A clone? Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing something was wrong. The next second, a sharp sound of wind broke behind him, accompanied by the cold shout of the Shan Daoist quashing kick. Without thinking, Lin Chen raised the axe to block in front of him. Bang! The Daoist's foot kicked hard against the axe face, an unimaginable force surged through, sending Lin Chen and the axe flipping backward, landing on the ground and sliding back a few steps. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed, and the Shan Daoist leaped. Again, his figure like a ghost in the mist, delivering another quashing kick aimed at Lin Chen's lower back. If this kick landed, Lin Chen had no doubt he would be paralyzed on the spot. Woof! At that critical moment, a dog bark echoed. The battle bear suddenly lunged out of the thick fog, sinking its teeth into the Taoist's arm. "What the hell?" the Taoist screamed in agony, and the Kuwaishin kicked the bear, changing direction and landing a heavy blow on its body. "Oh whoa!" the battle bear howled, flying away like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a tree before sliding down. Poor battle bear, it always fell after just one strike. Battle bear! Lin Chen rolled and got up, seizing the moment the Taoist was distracted by the bear, swinging his axe with one hand towards the Taoist. The Taoist felt a sharp pain in his arm and, seeing Lin Chen's fierce attack, was about to use his movement technique to escape. But at that moment, Lin Chen's other hand suddenly made a grasping motion in the air. A chilling aura instantly locked onto the Taoist, making him feel as if he were entangled by countless vines from the underworld, his movements abruptly stiffening. "Die for me!" Lin Chen's axe struck the Taoist's chest without obstruction. Put! Blood spurted out, and the Taoist let out a scream, a deep wound visible to the bone left on his chest, sending him flying to the ground. However, as soon as he landed, his figure suddenly split in two, transforming into two identical, clutching their chests and fleeing desperately into the thick fog on either side. What the hell? Shadow clone? Watching the two Taoists escape in different directions, Lin Chen was completely stunned. He shouted, "Old wolf, take the battle bear back to the wooden house." After shouting, he grabbed his axe and crazily chased after the Taoist on the right. Moments later, Lin Chen caught up with that figure, and with one swing of his axe, the Taoist's figure once again dissipated like mist. Lin Chen stood there with his axe, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "What the hell?" he cursed, spitting, and hurriedly ran towards where Jianbai had been. Meanwhile, the real was awkwardly hiding behind a fallen tree trunk, painfully clutching his chest. "Damn it, cough cough." He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale. This damned forest exerted too much pressure on the kin for a pure mage like him. His physical body was already weak and he had lost most of his abilities, making it extremely disadvantageous. If he hadn't run fast just now, he would have probably died under that lumberjack's axe. "I must quickly regroup with the chief." Just as he was about to get up, a strong, foul odor suddenly wafted down from above. The froze. He slowly looked up, only to see a pair of scarlet eyes, larger than lanterns, staring down at him from the treetops shrouded in fog. Meanwhile, in the valley between North Mountain and West Mountain, in a narrow rock crevice, the Mouse King was stuck there, wanting to cry but having no tears. It was going crazy. Outside the crevice, that toad monster was wielding a black pearwood axe, continuously chopping at the rocks, inching closer to it. This guy had been chasing it for a whole day and night. The black bear had already vanished, and it was still in pursuit. The Mouse King looked despairingly at the increasingly close, bulging toad face, letting out a furious scream. "Damn it! Is this never ending? P.S. It's done." The usual 3 updates. Moi. Lin Chen, axe in hand, hurried back without stopping. He didn't know how that silly bird was doing one-on-one against that big guy. He hoped it wouldn't get killed. He quickened his pace, rushing back to the battlefield. As soon as he dashed into the fog, he saw the chief of these standing alone in the mist, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. At this moment, he was covered in layers of black chains, but through the gaps, blood-soaked holes were visible all over his body, staining the ground beneath him a dark red. It seemed that silly bird still had some strength, but where had it gone? On the other side, the chief also spotted Lin Chen emerging from the fog with his axe. His eyes narrowed sharply, realizing something was wrong. Lin Chen has returned, and that mountain-moving Taoist is probably in grave danger. "Hey, are you ready to die for splattering dirt on me?" Lin Chen hoisted the axe onto his shoulder, grinning widely, his white teeth gleaming. "What dirt?" The leader of the unloading ridge was momentarily stunned. Before he could finish his sentence, a clear cry of a crane suddenly exploded from above. He looked up in shock, only to see a white figure descending like a sword from the heavens, accompanied by a terrifying spiral wind, spiraling downwards. Its sharp beak aimed directly at his crown. The leader of the unloading ridge was alarmed. Just as he was about to roll away, he saw Lin Chen across from him suddenly grin and give a fierce grip in the air. In the next second, an invisible force instantly bound the leader's legs tightly, rendering him immobile. "What?" The leader of the unloading ridge was completely panicked, and as he saw the white lightning approaching, he could only roar in anger, crossing his chained arms above his head. Puff! The sword-like beak arrived in an instant, piercing through the hard black chains in his arms, the force diminishing, ultimately just breaking the skin on his scalp. Just as the leader of the unloading ridge breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp sound of wind suddenly roared past his ear. He stiffly turned his head, only to see a dark axe shadow rapidly enlarging before him. Crack! Lin Chen gave him no chance at all. The black-hearted pearwood axe in his hand struck down with immense force, landing solidly on his neck. The leader's head tilted, half of his neck brutally severed by this terrifying strength. "I'm hungry." He let out a piercing scream as his body crashed to the ground. The sword-like beak landed steadily, without hesitation, piercing directly through his skull. Lin Chen, not stopping, swung the axe down twice more at the head and chest until the opponent was completely motionless, then finally let out a breath. The leader of the unloading ridge, a city-destroying level, had fallen. Just a moment ago, overwhelming power had just been spewed from his mouth, and now reflecting on it felt like a joke. Not bad. The sword-like beak tilted its head and spoke. Human words. Lin Chen then carefully examined it, realizing that this foolish bird was not in much better shape. Its snow white feathers were stained with blood, its right wing was broken, and one leg had been forcibly pulled off, leaving it standing on one leg like a golden rooster. No wonder it had spun down like a fan just now. Are you okay? The sword-like beak nodded. What about that Taoist? It asked. He ran away. Lin Chen shrugged. That guy can create clones, I lost track of him. Upon hearing this, the sword-like beak nodded silently. I will report the situation truthfully to the Great Lord. Be careful, that Taoist might be lurking in the shadows. After saying this, it didn't wait for Lin Chen to respond, suddenly flapping its intact wing, its body spinning again like a white whirlwind, forcefully shooting up into the sky, disappearing into the mist. Lin Chen watched the direction it vanished, sighing. He had dealt with one, but there was still one more troublesome foe left. He looked down at the corpse of the leader of the unloading ridge, then at the axe in his hand. I wonder which of the two that black-hearted pear would tree belong to? Lin Chen stroked his chin, hoping it was the Taoists. Today was the second day, calculating the time. If it really was the Taoists, he would have to die tomorrow. What kind of crazy things would a guy about to die do before his end? Lin Chen didn't need to think twice. Damn it, I have to be extra careful these next 2 days. Knowing he was in the light while the enemy was in the dark felt the most frustrating. Lin Chen shouldered the axe and walked towards the wooden house. When he returned to the wooden house, the old wolf was wrapped in a blanket, squatting on the steps at the door, eagerly waiting for him. Under the cold moonlight, Lin Chen approached slowly with the bloodied axe, and the old wolf suddenly felt that Lin Chen didn't seem like a good person, but that flowing hair made him quite handsome, not at all like a villain. How's the battle bear? Lin Chen asked. Not dead, old wolf yawned. It's been eating a lot of good stuff these days, tough skin and thick meat. That kick only knocked it out. It'll wake up tomorrow. Lin Chen sighed in relief. The battle bear had just been revived a few days ago. If it died again, that would be too tragic. What about you? Old wolf glanced at the bloodstains on Lin Chen. What happened? That big guy is dead. Lin Chen walked into the room and tossed the axe onto the table. But that Taoist is still alive. He ran away. I suspect that guy will come looking for us to fight tonight or tomorrow. We won't be sleeping tonight. Stay alert. Ha! Old wolf said, yawning widely, tears streaming from his eyes due to sleepiness. You keep watch. I'm old and can't hold out. Saying this, it mumbled something, wrapped itself tighter in its precious blanket, and staggered over to the warmest spot by the stove, plopping down and pushing the unconscious battle bear aside. Zzz, zzz. In less than 3 seconds, the thunderous snoring began. Lin Chen, relying on this old wolf to keep watch, was less reliable than hoping that Taoist would have a change of heart and take his own life. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He could only rely on himself. He sat down by the bed and casually turned on the television. Lin Chen lowered the volume, leaned against the headboard, and placed the wooden axe across his lap, gripping the cold axe handle in his hand. Only in this way could he feel at ease. Kyoto, the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, the pinnacle of power. However, at this moment, the most central area of the city, the Wang family mansion, was shrouded in a chilling silence. It was late at night, and the cold rain pattered against the hanging white lanterns, soaking the word Dian until it became even more glaring. The only heir of the Wang family, Wang Yi, was dead. Moreover, he died within the Wang family's own mansion. For the Wang family, this was not just the pain of losing a son, but a tremendous humiliation. A slap in the face. Inside the mansion, all the servants bowed their heads, their expressions sorrowful, even their footsteps were as light as possible, fearing to disturb the giant dragon suppressing its rage. In the study, the scent of sandalwood wafted. Wang Zhong, dressed in a tang suit, looked gaunt, but the imposing aura he exuded remained undiminished despite the pain of losing his grandson. However, if one looked closely, they would notice his hands trembling slightly. On the desk lay a photo of Wang Yi. The young man in the picture had silver-gray hair, his smile bold and charming. Wang Zhong's gaze fell on that photo, and his eyes turned red. A drop of murky old tears slid down his wrinkled cheek. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. The Wang family had only one heir. With Wang Yi dead and his father having passed away 3 years ago, the Wang bloodline now consisted solely of this old man. Even the powerful head of the Wang family could not bear such pain. He raised his hand and forcefully wiped away his tears, his gaze turning cold again. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door to the study was gently knocked on. Come in. Wang Zhong's voice was steady, as if the tears he had shed moments ago were merely an illusion. A man in black respectfully walked in, head bowed, not daring to meet Wang Zhong's eyes. Sir, the task is complete. The Black Soul and White Jade families, all their kin within 9 generations, have been cleaned out. The man in black paused. However, there are no close relatives among their 9 generations. Bang! Wang Zhong slammed his fist down on the redwood desk in front of him. That priceless desk was shattered into pieces by his punch, wood chips flying everywhere. Useless! Wang Zhong roared. His anger was not only due to Wang Yi's death but also because there was no one left to vent his fury on. The man in black knelt on the ground, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came again. Wang Zhong's chest heaved violently as he took a deep breath and waved his hand. Get out! Yes! The man in black, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled out of the study. Wang Zhong looked towards the doorway and saw a figure leaning against the doorframe, not entering. The person was wrapped in a loose black robe, the hood pulled low, and in the dim light of the study, only a pair of flickering, eerie purple eyes could be seen beneath the shadow of the hood. An extremely cold aura instantly enveloped the entire study. Wang Zhong's pupils constricted sharply. He slowly stood up, and even he had to straighten his clothes and slightly bow. War God Su, what brings you here? He. A light laugh came from beneath the black robe, the voice crisp and pleasant. Surprisingly feminine. Old Wang, the dead cannot be brought back to life. War God Su's voice was soft but carried an undeniable authority. The Wang family's urgent matter is not to vent anger on those innocent people, but to finish the funeral for Wang Yi as soon as possible, allowing the deceased to rest in peace. Wang Zhong clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. When has it ever been the case that outsiders could meddle in the Wang family's affairs? But in the end, he still loosened his fists and sighed. What the War God says is true. By the way, War God Su seemed to casually ask, I heard that you sent the leader of the unloading ridge and the mountain-moving Taoist out? Wang Zhong's heart sank, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. The Great Forest Company has been acting frequently lately, so I sent them to investigate the conspiracy of the Great Forest Company. Is that so? War God Su chuckled lightly. But they are already dead. What? Wang Zhong shot up, his face filled with shock. Impossible, I only sent them to capture a city-destroying level person. How could they both die together? The fact is, Wang Zhong, due to your personal grievances, you recklessly mobilized 2 city-destroying level experts from the Night Watcher organization, leading to their demise. The Wang family's matters may not be of concern to the higher-ups, but the loss of the Night Watchers must have someone held accountable. You just wait for the Night Watcher court. War God Su dropped this line, no longer looking at him, and turned to leave. War God Su. Wang Zhong was completely flustered, stepping forward a few paces, urgently saying, my Wang family's contributions to the Night Watchers are evident to all. Just because of 2 city-destroying level, I have to go to court? War God Su stopped but did not turn back. This is not my decision. Her figure disappeared at the doorway. This is a collective decision from the higher-ups. Thud. Wang Zhong fell to the ground in despair. A collective decision from the higher-ups. He understood now. The Wang family had run into a gun barrel. Whether it was the Wang family's actions or the fall of the 2 city-destroying levels, all of this was just an excuse. Those people were going to take action against his Wang family. The Wang family's piece of cake was too big for them. Everyone wanted a bite. War God Su walked out of the Wang family residence, the cold rain hitting her black robe, yet it could not dampen it at all. Outside the gate adorned with white lanterns, 5 figures were already quietly waiting in the rain. A girl wearing headphones was squatting on the ground, boredly poking at a passing kitten while blowing bubblegum. Team 0, member Huajia. Next to her stood a pair of chubby twins, both dressed in identical clothes, sharing a bag of chips, each taking turns to munch, their chewing rhythm perfectly synchronized. Team 0, members Zuozua and Yuyu. On the other side, a middle-aged man with a stubbly face leaned against a stone lion, tilting his head back to gulp down cheap white liquor. Team 0, member Guangshu. And at the front, a young man in a black sweater stood lazily with his hands in his pockets. Team 0, Captain, and E. They were the most elite and mysterious Night Watcher squad in Long Country. Team 0. Upon seeing War God Su emerge, and E yawned. Sister, he said lazily, you called us all over in the middle of the night. What's the matter? I'm just 1 win away from reaching the king level. Su Zhanshan raised his head, the pair of purple eyes beneath the hood flashing with a cold light in the rainy night. Follow me, we need to clear a place. Hearing Su Zhanshan's words, the 5 of them were momentarily stunned. The bubbles blown by Huajia burst, and the snack-eating Zuozua raised his head to look over, while Uncle Guang also twisted the bottle cap shut. What happened? And he straightened up. Is it really necessary to mobilize 5 top-tier city-destroying lords and a war god? Su Zhanshan smiled. I'm taking you to the Great Forest Company's logging site to clear out some things. In the deep mountains, at the West Mountain Lake. The moon shone brightly tonight, its light pure and clear. However, the fog was too thick, and by the time the moonlight reached the ground, it had already dimmed. The lake in the deep night
was eerily silent, with only the water occasionally rippling. Suddenly, a dull roar of an engine shattered the night sky, two blinding beams of light piercing through the thick fog, directly illuminating the lake's surface. The fish poked their heads out of the water, curiously looking around. On the rugged mountain road leading to the peak, a truck emblazoned with the Great Forest Company logo slowly drove up. Creak! The truck came to a stop by the lakeshore. The door opened, and Old Tang and manager Zhang jumped down one after the other. Old Tang, with a cigarette in his mouth, had a waxy face that revealed no emotion. Manager Zhang wore a smile as he walked to the lakeside, adjusted his collar, and respectfully cupped his hands towards the giant tree in the center of the lake. Great Lord! As his words fell, the giant tree's branches and leaves shook, and the Great Lord silently appeared on a branch, looking down at them from above. "What are you here for?" the Great Lord asked. "Boss Li sent us," Manager Zhang replied with a smile, "to retrieve the hell koi." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disturbance crossed the Great Lord's eyes. "Something happened?" "Yes," Manager Zhang nodded. "There's a war god and members of Team Zero who have already set their sights on this place. We need to divert their attention." The Great Lord fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised a hand and gently pointed at the water's surface. Splash! The water broke open, and a palm-sized koi, black and red all over, floated up from the depths, quietly hovering on the surface. "Thank you, Great Lord." Just as Manager Zhang reached out to catch it, a rough hand snatched it first, grabbing the koi. Old Tang held the fish, not even glancing at Manager Zhang, simply lowering his head to exhale a puff of smoke. "I'm older than you, let me handle this show-off business." "Old Tang, what do you mean?" Manager Zhang's face instantly darkened as he snatched the koi back. "Just because you're older doesn't mean you should take it, let me do it. I've wanted to experience the power of city destruction for a long time. I want to experience it too." Old Tang refused to back down, snatching the fish back again. "If we don't experience it this time, we won't have the chance again before we die." "Me too." Manager Zhang was thoroughly enraged, grabbing Old Tang by the collar with one hand while reaching for the fish with the other. The two of them tussled by the lake like children fighting over candy. On the treetop, the Great Lord sighed helplessly. The hell koi could indeed grant them the power to rival city destruction for a short time, but the cost was that once this power faded, the user would die immediately. These two guys were clearly fighting over who would go to their death. "Damn it, let go." "You let go first." Just as it seemed they were about to come to blows, an indescribable aura of terror suddenly surged from the east. Boom! Old Tang and Manager Zhang simultaneously halted their movements, both looking up in confusion. That aura was unmistakably city-destroying. "What's going on?" Old Tang's eyes widened. Did Boss Li arrange another plan? Manager Zhang was also bewildered. Why didn't he tell us? The Great Lord carefully sensed the aura and after a moment, revealed a slight smile. "You two, you don't need to die for now." And just an hour ago, in the crevice between North Mountain and West Mountain, Squeak, the Mouse King, was desperately squeezing upward through the narrow rock crevice. Below it, the sound of crunching echoed incessantly. That damned toad monster was still wielding that black pear wood axe, chopping away at the rock bit by bit, gradually getting closer. The Mouse King was on the verge of tears. What the hell was this grudge about? As the toad drew nearer, the Mouse King gritted its teeth and continued to climb through the narrow gap, putting some distance between itself and the toad. However, the toad seemed a bit frantic at this point, and it squeezed itself into the crevice as well, inching closer to the Mouse King. The Mouse King was horrified and hurriedly continued to push upward. Thus, a squirrel and a toad moved slowly in the crevice, chasing each other. Moments later, the squirrel finally reached the end of the crevice where the ground lay above. It grabbed the ground and pulled hard, and the entire squirrel squeezed out from the gap. Puff! The Mouse King fell exhausted onto the muddy ground outside. Just as it caught its breath, a large, bumpy, poop-colored hand reached out from the crack, grabbing the ground. Following that, the toad's ugly head slowly emerged, using the leverage. Squeak! The Mouse King was terrified and bolted toward the edge of the forest, while the toad crawled out of the crack, axe in hand, crazily chasing after it. With a clear target, it seemed to have triggered some base code, vowing not to rest until the Mouse King was dead. A squirrel and a toad, one in front and one behind, raced through the fog. In the forest, as the Mouse King ran, the fog gradually thinned, and it suddenly felt lighter. In the next moment, the oppressive force that had been weighing it down vanished. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The Mouse King was overjoyed. Its body rapidly expanded as it ran, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to nearly human size. This power should be enough to shake off that damn toad. However, in the next second, a terrifying aura, 100 times larger than it, suddenly surged from behind. The smile on the Mouse King's face froze instantly. It stiffly turned its head, only to see a giant toad, comparable in size to a small mountain, charging toward it, its crimson eyes fixed on it. In its hand, the black pear wood axe had also grown 100 times larger, glinting ominously in the moonlight. The Mouse King, Squeak! The toad gave it no time to react, raising the massive axe that blotted out the sun.
Thud. The axe fell.
Poor Mouse King, having just revived, hadn't even had the
chance to breathe in the fresh air outside the forest before it fell once more. The giant toad expressionlessly retracted its axe and turned to head back into the forest. But just as it was about to step into the fog, a sudden shattering sound echoed through the air, as if some invisible connection had abruptly broken. The giant toad froze in place.
A few seconds later, it slowly turned around, abandoning its return to the forest, and began to walk heavily toward the eastern horizon.
P.S. Seeking support 5 stars please hee.
At the edge of the mountains, the night rain had just
stopped.
Su Zhanshan, cloaked in black, suddenly froze, her purple eyes under the hood locking in place as she abruptly halted. Behind her, the 5 members of Team Zero, who were about to step into the Great Forest Company's logging area, also came to a synchronized stop. No one had given the order, but the instincts of these 5 top-tier city-destroying powerhouses made them feel the chilling
tremor at the same time.
They did not look toward the swirling fog ahead but turned their heads in unison to gaze toward the distant east.
At the far end of the horizon, a suffocating aura was rising into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds for miles.
It was as if an ancient beast was about to swallow the heavens and the earth whole.
Sister.
And he paused for a moment, retracting his previously
carefree demeanor, his expression now serious. Is that a provincial-level annihilation?
Su Zhanshan nodded slightly, his tone flat. At this critical moment, the sudden appearance of a provincial-level
destroyer is a bit too coincidental. What should we do? And he asked, should we still go into the forest farm? No more going in.
Su Zhanshan decisively turned around, his black robe rustling in
the night wind.
First, we need to deal with that provincial-level destroyer. The forest farm and the big forest won't escape, but if we let that thing be, the entire northeastern region will suffer.
She looked at the girl wearing headphones.
Huajia, immediately contact all the night watch teams in the northeast and clear a path straight to the East Sea for me.
Okay, sister. Huajia nodded. Raised an eyebrow. Sister, do you want to lure it to the East Sea to fight?
Su Zhanshan nodded, her purple eyes filled with a chilling killing intent. This is the method with the least casualties. At 1 o'clock in the morning, deep in the Danling Mountains, in Shaoan Village. Although it was only November, fine snowflakes had already begun to fall, and the cold wind howled, making the window
paper rattle.
Inside an ordinary farmhouse, it was warm and cozy. A 7 or 8-year-old boy was lying on the warm Kong, holding a phone in his hands, his brow furrowed, fingers tapping rapidly on
the screen.
By the edge of the Kong, the elderly grandfather was adding firewood to the stove, the firelight casting a gentle glow on his weathered face, making him appear particularly kind.
Suddenly,
the boy, who was engrossed in his game, froze for a moment, irritably sat up and waved his phone in the air. This damn network, why is it lagging? He muttered, jumping off the Kong and holding his phone up to the window, shaking it left and right, but still no signal.
Creak.
The boy pushed the window open, extending his phone outside, and the cold wind rushed in, swirling the snowflakes into the room, causing the temperature to drop sharply.
Smack.
The grandfather, who was tending the fire, quickly rushed over and lightly slapped the back of his grandson's head.
You little spendthrift. Why are you opening the window? Are you trying to freeze your grandfather to death?
The boy scratched his head, shrinking his neck in grievance. Grandpa, there's no signal on my phone.
I was in a team fight, so I thought I'd open the window to find some signal. Find what signal? It's already 1 in the morning, go to sleep.
The grandfather glared at him and reached to close the window. You still
have school tomorrow.
As he spoke, the grandfather's hand rested on the window frame and his gaze inadvertently glanced outside. At that glance, the old man's movements froze. His murky eyes widened in disbelief, and he rubbed his eyes, leaning in closer to look outside carefully.
Grandpa, what are you doing?
The boy, feeling the cold, shivered. Hurry and close the window, it's freezing.
The
grandfather didn't respond. Instead, he pulled his grandson over, trembling as he pointed at the dark night outside, his voice shaking. Big grandson, can you help Grandpa take a look? Is there a new
mountain in the west? Mountain? The boy sniffed, looking impatient. In our valley, isn't everywhere a mountain? He casually looked in the direction his grandfather was pointing. In the open space
west of the village, where there should have been a flat expanse of snow, a massive black shadow now loomed, towering like a mountain, blocking half the night sky.
The boy was stunned. That's not right. He scratched his head. There wasn't this mountain when I got out of school in the evening?
He instinctively rubbed his eyes and looked again. Just then, 2 scarlet lanterns suddenly lit up atop the enormous black mountain. In the forest cabin, Lin Chen sat on the edge of the bed watching television.
Although he still tightly gripped the black pear-wood axe in his hand, his eyelids began to uncontrollably droop.
He turned off the TV and rubbed his eyes vigorously.
What's going on?
Lin Chen shook his head, feeling as if his brain was filled with lead.
Logically speaking, with his current physical condition, he should be energetic even after staying up all night, let alone 3 days and nights. But now, he felt even more tired, an irresistible wave of sleepiness crashing over him like a tide, making him feel like he could fall asleep at any moment. No, I can't sleep.
Lin Chen forced himself to stand up, grabbing the axe and pushing the door open. The cold wind outside hit his face,
waking him up a little.
He went to the well in the yard, drew a bucket of icy well water, and without thinking, splashed a handful on his face. Hiss! The biting cold made Lin Chen shiver, and his
mind instantly became much clearer. He wiped the water off his face,
took the axe, and walked around the yard, even running to the edge of the nearby woods to take a look.
It was quiet all around, apart
from the sound of the wind and the occasional chirping of insects in the distance. There was nothing unusual, and no sign of that mountain-moving Taoist.
Damn, he really can wait. Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter.
That Taoist was too patient. It was already this late and he still hadn't come out.
Did he really plan to starve him to death?
After confirming there was no danger, Lin Chen returned
to the room with the axe.
However, just as his butt hit the edge of the bed, that intense sleepiness struck him again without warning, and it was even more ferocious than before.
This feeling was very
strange, as if something was forcefully pressing down on his eyelids, desperately urging him in his mind, "Sleep, go to sleep."
Something's not right. Lin Chen's internal alarm bells rang loudly as he suddenly realized this was definitely not normal sleepiness.
It might be that mountain-moving Taoist's spell. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to maintain the last shred of clarity, and scrambled to the stove, grabbing the tail of the old wolf that was still sound asleep and yanked it hard.
Ow!
The old wolf jumped up from the ground in pain, groggily opening its eyes.
Seeing it was Lin Chen, it immediately exploded with anger. What are you doing? It's the middle of the night, are you crazy? Don't sleep. Lin Chen shook his body, speaking rapidly. That mountain-moving Taoist is nearby.
I've been ambushed by his spell. I'm so sleepy I could die. I'm about to fall asleep. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, he felt as if all his bones had been pulled out, and he fell straight
back. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the floor, and the next second, a thunderous snore erupted from his mouth.
The old wolf stared at Lin Chen, who had fallen asleep in an instant, dumbfounded. It sniffed the air vigorously, carefully detecting the scents around. It was all fishy in Lin Chen's foot odor.
There's no one nearby?
The old wolf scratched its head in confusion, looking at Lin Chen, who was sleeping like a dead pig, with deep suspicion on its face. This kid, could it be that he wanted to sleep, so he deliberately made up a reason to trick me into keeping watch for him? The more it thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. That crafty Lin Chen, really too clever. The old wolf cursed in frustration, but looking at the soundly sleeping Lin Chen, it ultimately
didn't go back to sleep.
It could only wrap itself tightly in its thick blanket, with a resentful expression, moving to the door, staring outside into the thick fog with its two green eyes. After a moment, it returned to the room, carrying a box of snacks to keep itself company.
Damn it, it's you again?
When Lin Chen regained consciousness, he found himself next to that toad again.
He had dreamt again.
The toad was crying, looking down at him, tears streaming from its eyes.
I'm sorry.
The toad moaned in pain. What are you sorry for? Lin Chen frowned, now somewhat suspicious of this toad. Dreaming of it so many times in a row, perhaps it was some kind of anomaly targeting him.
I forgot. I only know I did something to wrong you.
The toad cried, one paw wiping its tears. Drops of fresh blood fell. Lin Chen then noticed that one of the toad's front paws was missing a finger. It originally had 4 fingers but now only had 3. Lin Chen was puzzled. What had this
toad done to wrong him? Who exactly are you? Lin Chen asked.
I forgot. It hurts so much. The pain has made me lose a lot of memories. I remember. It seems I wanted to frame you.
Lin Chen. Quite honest.
Lin Chen did not expect the abnormalities in the forest. After all, the murderer who framed him was already dead.
So what have you been looking for me for? What do you want me to help you with?
Lin Chen frowned.
The toad shook its head while crying, raising the front paw that had lost a finger. I want you to help me find my finger. I can't reach it anymore.
Where am I supposed to help you look?
Lin
Chen was speechless. Searching for a finger in such a vast world was like finding a needle in a haystack.
Please, I can grant you another
wish. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, deep in thought.
If he wasn't mistaken, this was an anomaly. It couldn't be a wish-granting anomaly like Aladdin's lamp, could it?
He had made 2 wishes with it, one for his sister to be safe, and the other for him to return home smoothly to see his sisters. However, the first wish had turned out to be useless. If he had returned any later, Lin Chu and Lin Qi would have been in trouble. The second wish was fine. His journey back to Jiangdu had gone relatively smoothly.
Lin Chen concluded that he couldn't tell the difference. He
didn't know if the wish was useful, but even if he made a wish, there was no loss.
Then let me and my sisters be invincible in the world. I can't do that. Then let me be invincible in the world. I can't do that. Then let my sisters be invincible in the world. I can't do that.
Lin Chen looked at the toad suspiciously. How could this guy do nothing?
Then let me have endless wealth.
All right. The toad cried. You must help me find my claw, and I'll give you another power.
Got it. His consciousness sank back into the depths of the sea, and Lin Chen could finally rest for a while. In Kyoto, deep within the Wang family mansion, 50 meters underground, this was the foundation that had supported the Wang family for hundreds of years, the Wang family treasury. The heavy alloy door was tightly closed, and inside the treasury, Wang Zhong sat despondently on the cold floor. In front of him were rows of shelves reaching the ceiling. On the left, there were piles of gold bricks. On the right, there were hundreds of specially made display cases containing various anomalous drops. Several cabinets exuded a chilling aura, clearly labeled as city-destroying level. This was the accumulation of generations of the Wang family. Whether it was worldly wealth or extraordinary heritage, the Wang family had reached the pinnacle of this country. He. Wang Zhong looked at these treasures and suddenly let out a desolate laugh. It's over, all over. The Wang family's only heir was dead, and now he himself was to be taken to that so-called night watchman's court. He knew all too well the faces of those families and forces. When the walls fall, everyone pushes. Once he entered that court, the massive piece of meat that was the Wang family would be devoured by those hungry wolves. In an instant, these gold bars, these anomalous drops, would all become someone else's wedding dress. Why should this be? Wang Zhong suddenly raised his head, his old eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his voice hoarse like a ghost. These are the things of my Wang family, earned through hundreds of years of hard work. Since I can't protect it, then none of you can have it. A sense of mad determination surged in his heart. Wang Zhong slowly raised his hands, palms facing each other, and terrifying waves began to gather between his hands. As the head of the Wang family, he was also a powerful city-destroying level patron. Explosive roar. As long as he slammed his palm down, the terrifying explosion generated would be enough to instantly detonate all the energy in this enclosed space. At that time, not only this treasury but even the entire Wang family mansion above ground and even the surrounding neighborhoods within a few kilometers would be flattened. Let's all go to hell together. Wang Zhong's expression twisted to the extreme, his hands suddenly coming together, ready to strike down. Gugwa. At that critical moment, a croak of a frog abruptly rang in his ear. Wang Zhong's movements froze abruptly. His hands, which were about to close, halted in mid-air, and the destructive energy he had gathered dissipated. His brain, which had been filled with despair and destruction, suddenly felt as if it had been split open by a bolt of lightning, and countless chaotic thoughts began to storm through his mind. No, I can't die. My grandson still has an enemy who hasn't died yet, that Lin Chen. If it weren't for his eyes, how could Shuling and Banshan have died? Wang Yi wouldn't have been killed by betrayal either. The root of it all is that Lin Chen, it's all his fault. I can't just die like this. Wang Zhong muttered to himself, the determination to die in his eyes quickly fading, replaced by chilling resentment and hatred. Before he dies, I absolutely cannot die. I want to kill him. I want to slice him into 1,000 pieces to honor my grandson's spirit in heaven. But how to kill him? That kid is hiding in the shell of the Great Forest Company, a place where even Shuling and Banshan have fallen. Wang Zhong's eyes spun wildly, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Sister. Right, he has 2 younger sisters. As long as I capture those 2 little bitches, I don't believe he won't come out. As long as he dares to step out of that forest even a single step, I will make him die without a burial place. Wang Zhong slowly lowered his hands and stood up from the ground. He glanced at the treasures filling the room and snorted coldly. These things, I'll keep them for now. After I kill Lin Chen, I'll come back to send you on your way. He adjusted his disheveled tang suit and strode toward the treasury door. At this moment, Wang Zhong had completely lost his mind. All the logic connecting Lin Chen and Wang Ye's deaths was coherent in his mind. He now had only one goal: to lure Lin Chen out and kill him. The next day, when Lin Chen opened his eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky. Through the window of the wooden house, he could see that the thick fog outside had cleared a bit, and the light in the room was noticeably brighter. He had slept extremely soundly without having that strange dream about the toad in the latter half of the night, nor was he ambushed by the Banshan Taoist. Turning his head, he saw the old wolf sprawled out by the stove, drooling all over the place, while the battle bear beside him breathed steadily, looking like it was recovering well. Who? Lin Chen stood up, stretched lazily, and his bones cracked with a series of pops. He felt refreshed, all fatigue swept away. But why hasn't that Taoist come? Lin Chen wondered. Could it be that the old wolf dealt with him? Lin Chen lowered his head, suspiciously examining the old wolf on the ground. This guy was sleeping like a dead pig, occasionally smacking his lips. Although he was a city-destroying level, he seemed to be the bottom of the barrel among them. After all, this guy kept saying he was old, wrapping himself in a blanket to avoid the cold, before winter even arrived. Thinking of this, Lin Chen walked over and kicked the old wolf's butt with his toes. Hey, wake up, the sun's shining on your butt. Oh whoa. The old wolf groggily opened his eyes, looking extremely unwilling, full of morning grumpiness. What is it? Can't a person sleep in the middle of the day? Still sleeping? Lin Chen squatted down. Did that Taoist come last night? Taoist? What? Taoist? The old wolf looked confused, rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning. I don't know, I guarded for half the night, and when I got too tired, I fell asleep, not even seeing a ghost. Lin Chen. He knew this old fellow was unreliable. However, since the old wolf hadn't seen anyone and he was still alive and well, it meant that the Banshan Taoist really hadn't come. Lin Chen thoughtfully stroked his chin. It seemed that the black-hearted pear blossom he chopped down yesterday should belong to that dead big guy. The Taoist priest was probably a helper hired by the big guy. Now that the big guy was dead, there was naturally no need for the Taoist to fight Lin Chen for a dead man. The logic was closed. Perfect. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as that annoying guy who could clone himself didn't come, life would be peaceful. Lin Chen, the old wolf, was now completely awake. It sniffed and its stomach let out a loud growl at the right moment. I don't know if that Taoist is coming, but I do know that if you don't cook soon, I'm going to starve to death. Lin Chen shot at a glance. Are you a reincarnated rice bucket? All you do is eat and sleep. A wolf needs iron rice. If it doesn't eat for a second, it gets anxious. Lin Chen was speechless, but he was also hungry. The fight yesterday had been quite exhausting, and he really needed to replenish some energy. He pushed open the bedroom door and walked to the wall in the living room. Hanging on the wall was the large wild boar they had brought back that day. They had stewed 2 legs yesterday, and now only the whole body and 2 other plump legs remained. Such good meat, it would be a shame to stew. Lin Chen looked at the marbled wild boar meat, and a picture of it sizzling in oil suddenly flashed in his mind. Let's have roasted wild boar today. Roasted wild boar? The old wolf's eyes lit up instantly at the mention, its front paws excitedly patting the floor. Great! This thing is delicious. Lin Chen, you're simply too virtuous. You can chop down divine trees and cook in the kitchen. Stop flattering me. Lin Chen took the wild boar meat down, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he walked outside, kicking the old wolf lightly as he passed by. Go! Call the battle bear and see if you can wake it up. Got it. The old wolf, motivated by the prospect of food, moved with remarkable agility, darting over to the battle bear and starting to paw at its eyelids. In the yard, Lin Chen gathered some dry firewood and quickly started a roaring fire. He used an axe to shave a thick branch, skewering the prepared wild boar carcass and propping it over the fire. The orange flames roasted the pigskin, and before long, the originally pale skin began to turn golden, with droplets of glistening fat seeping out and dripping into the fire. Sizzle! The flames leaped up, carrying a rich, charred aroma that instantly filled the entire yard. The old wolf also came out at this time, followed by the stumbling battle bear. The old wolf didn't help, it just found a comfortable patch of grass to lie on, squinting its eyes to enjoy the smell, like a grandpa. Although the battle bear still walked a bit unsteadily, its eyes were much clearer now. It followed the scent straight to the fire, sitting obediently beside it, staring intently at the roasted pig. Awake? Lin Chen smiled at it. Just in time for something warm. Lin Chen pulled out a bucket of cooking oil and a jar of barbecue seasoning. He dipped a brush into the oil and evenly coated the surface of the pig meat to prevent it from burning, then took out a small knife and began to score the thick parts of the meat. As the blade sliced through, the tender meat rolled out, and Lin Chen grabbed a handful of cumin and chili powder, generously sprinkling it on. Sizzle! The spices hit the hot fat, and the overpowering aroma burst forth, shooting straight to the heavens. Gulp! Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. This was too fragrant. After roasting for another half hour, the entire wild boar had turned a chestnut red, the skin crispy and bubbling, the fat sizzling inside, the aroma thick like an unbreakable fog. Lin Chen was extremely hungry. He kept swallowing saliva, and when he saw that it was about done, he took out his small knife and poked the thickest part of the pig leg. No blood oozed out, only clear juices. It's done. This is life in the forest, simple as a pig. Let's dig in. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, a gray shadow flashed by, and the old wolf pounced like a hungry tiger, opening its massive mouth and snapping down on a roasted, juicy hind leg of the pig. It shook its head violently, tearing off a pig leg, then rolled to the side with the leg in its arms, gnawing at it voraciously. Hiss! Hoo! Hot, hot, hot! So delicious! Lin Chen looked at the wolf, which seemed like a starving ghost reincarnated, speechless, shaking his head. Looking over at the other side, the battle bear, though drooling with desire, still sat upright, politely waiting for Lin Chen to distribute the food. Look at it, and then look at you, it's obvious who the dog is. Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance at the old wolf, then reached out to rub the battle bear's fluffy head. Good dog. Lin Chen picked up a knife, cut off another hind leg, and handed it to the battle bear. If it weren't for the battle bear risking its life to block that mountain-moving man's kick yesterday, he might have been done for. Eating a leg was only right. In contrast, the wolf that claimed to be city-destroying not only didn't keep watch last night but also slept like a dead pig, and now it had the audacity to snatch the first bite of meat. The battle bear took the pig leg and then lay down to enjoy its feast. After distributing the 2 legs, Lin Chen looked at the remaining pig body and was no longer polite. He sat cross-legged by the fire, took out a small plate, and filled it with a mixture of chili powder and cumin for dipping. Using a small knife, he sliced off a piece of crispy pork belly, rolled it in the dipping sauce, and then popped it into his mouth. Crunch! The pig's skin was crispy, the fat was soft and glutinous, and the lean meat was tender and juicy, exploding with flavor in his mouth when combined with the spicy dipping sauce. Lin Chan's eyes widened in surprise. Delicious. Moreover, this taste seemed a bit different. As he chewed, a strange sweetness surged from deep within the meat, not like the flavor of the seasoning, but rather as if the meat itself carried it. The sweetness was not cloying. Instead, it elevated the overall texture of the meat several notches. After swallowing, he could even feel a warm current sliding into his stomach, then spreading to his limbs. The man and 2 dogs gathered around the fire, enjoying the easily obtained roasted meat. P.S. Writing this made me hungry. I ate a bucket of pickled vegetables. Deep in the northern mountains, the wind howled. This was already the end of the black pear blossom forest. Beyond it lay a sheer cliff. At this moment, at the edge of the cliff, 2 massive creatures were facing off. Roar! Shom Nua's eyes were bloodshot, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth, its face twisted like a demon. Having regained its freedom, it had not returned to sanity but had instead completely descended into madness. It was cornered at the edge of the cliff, with nowhere to retreat. Opposite it stood the scarred Shom Badian. Shom Nua, I'm your brother. Shom Badian shouted, his voice filled with urgency and heartache. Wake up, stop fighting. He tried to awaken his brother's reason, attempting to make this mad bear stop. However, all that responded to him was Shom Nua's violent roar. Roar! Shom Nua couldn't understand human speech, or rather, all that filled its mind now was slaughter. It kicked off the ground with its hind legs, its massive body charging like an out-of-control tank towards Shom Badian. Bang! The 2 giant bears collided violently, the dull sound of their bodies crashing echoing through the valley. Although Shom Badian was larger and stronger, he held back at every turn, fearing he might hurt his brother. But Shom Nua attacked with lethal intent, its fangs and claws aimed directly at Shom Baishan's vital points. Slash! Shom Nua's claw struck Shom Baishan's chest, the sharp claws instantly tearing through the thick bear skin, sending blood and flesh flying, even revealing the beating ribs beneath. Shom Badian let out a muffled grunt, his massive body staggering backward. Before he could regain his footing, Shom Nua lunged at him again, its blood-soaked paw aiming straight for his heart. With Shom Nua's strength, if this hit landed, even if he was city-destroying level, he would surely perish on the spot. At the brink of life and death, Shom Badian had no time to think. Survival instinct kicked in, and he suddenly thrust both palms forward, using all his strength to push against the charging Shom Nua. Wake up! Bang! This push used every ounce of his strength. The bear, suspended in midair, was directly pushed away, its body tracing a parabolic arc as it soared over the edge of the cliff. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The bear's body momentarily paused in the air, its crimson eyes fixed on Shom Badian, the madness in its gaze seemingly fading a bit, revealing a hint of confusion. Then, gravity took hold, and it plummeted straight down. Roar! A piercing scream accompanied the falling figure, quickly fading into the distance. Shom Badian maintained the posture of having pushed, frozen in place. 2 seconds later, he suddenly reacted, frantically rushing to the edge of the cliff, lying on the ground to look down. Shom Nua. However, below the cliff was not the familiar forest, nor the valley shrouded in thick mist. The wind here was strong, dispersing the eerie fog. Beneath the seemingly bottomless cliff was an enormous, unfathomable black hole. The entrance was pitch black, with an irregular circular edge, the surrounding rocks curling inward, resembling a towering mouth leading to hell from a distance. And Shom Nua's figure was like a speck of dust, completely swallowed by that giant mouth, with not even an echo rising back up. Shom Baishan's eyes widened, trembling all over. The abyss, he murmured, a place that the Great Lord had warned him countless times to never approach. In the next second, Shom Badian suddenly sprang up from the ground, without a moment's hesitation, turned around, and dashed down the mountain on all fours. In the yard of the wooden house, the flames gradually extinguished, leaving only glowing charcoal. Lin Chen let out a satisfied burp, patting his belly, having just eaten half of the best piece of pork belly. The old wolf had already devoured an entire pig leg and was now lying on the ground, grunting, looking greedy as if it wanted to stuff in a couple more bites despite being stuffed to the brim. The battle bear was also full, dozing off at Lin Chen's feet. This life, I wouldn't trade it for a god, Lin Chen sighed. Just as the words left his mouth, rumble,
The ground suddenly trembled slightly, followed by thunderous footsteps coming from the thick fog in the distance. Ha! The old wolf's ears perked up, raising its head warily. Earthquake? Lin Chen frowned, grabbing the axe beside him. Bang! The yard's fence was violently smashed, a massive black shadow, accompanied by a whirlwind and dirt, charged directly into the yard, skidding to a halt less than 2 meters from the fire pit, the immense inertia carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. Damn! Lin Chen was startled, almost swinging the axe. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xiong Badian. But this usually imposing black bear was now in a sorry state, covered in mud, with several deep claw marks on its chest, blood seeping out. It was panting heavily, its eyes red as if it were about to eat someone. Oh, isn't this brother Xiong? The old wolf rolled over, picking its teeth, looking at him with a mocking expression. What's the rush? Did you catch a whiff of meat? I'm not saying you, but you're the boss around here, and you're so careless just for a bite to eat? It pointed at the bones on the ground. You're late, the meat's gone, but there are still a few bones left, if you want. Old wolf. Xiong Badian interrupted its teasing roughly, his voice trembling, laced with unmistakable panic. My brother fell into the abyss. What? The old wolf, who had been looking unserious, suddenly sprang up from the ground. For the first time, an extremely serious expression appeared in its wolf eyes. What happened? The old wolf stared at Xiong Badian. How could you let it get to that kind of place? I don't know. Xiong Badian anxiously paced in place, like a child who had done something wrong. The night before last, it suddenly ran out of the tree hole. I only found it last night. It was going crazy. I accidentally pushed it down. Speaking of which, this giant bear, several meters tall, suddenly spoke with a sobbing tone. It turned sharply to the old wolf and, with a thud, knelt down on its front knees. Old wolf, I beg you, help me. Go with me to the abyss and save my brother. The yard fell into a dead silence. Lin Chen, holding half a piece of pork belly, looked at the kneeling bear Badian and then at the old wolf, whose expression was grim. Without saying a word, the old wolf remained silent for a long time. It sighed, shook its head, and the usually teasing gaze turned somewhat desolate. Bear Badian, it's not that I don't want to help you. The old wolf pointed to its grayish-white fur. You can see, I'm old. With this old body of mine, I can barely scrape by up here, but if I go down there, let alone saving your brother, I'd end up as the dung of the monsters below. The light in Bear Badian's eyes dimmed instantly and its massive body trembled slightly. However, the old wolf changed its tone, extending a paw to point at Lin Chen, who was eating melon seeds nearby. I can't do it, but he can. Ha! Lin Chen was taken aback. Me? Bear Badian suddenly turned its head, its big hopeful eyes fixed on Lin Chen as if it had grasped the last straw of hope. Lin Chen, brother. Wait. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand, interrupting it. Don't rush to call me brother. We need to clarify things first. He looked at the old wolf, frowning as he asked, Old wolf, what exactly is the abyss? The old wolf took a deep breath, its expression becoming extremely serious. That is a big pit at the deepest part of the North Mountain, or rather, it is the entrance to another world. Another world? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. To be precise, it is the inner world of this forest. What does that mean? Lin Chen was a bit confused. After organizing its thoughts, the old wolf said, the inner world, as the name suggests, is the world inside. In other words, it is not in the outside world. Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen raise his axe, the old wolf quickly said in a low voice, it's very large down there, extremely large, inhabited by countless terrifying anomalies. They are not like us, they are more brutal, more bloodthirsty. The most critical point is? The old wolf paused, staring intently into Lin Chen's eyes. Down there is no suppression. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. No suppression? Yes. The old wolf nodded. The suppression of the strange domains in the forest only exists on the surface. Once you go down into the abyss, all powers will be unsealed, meaning that the monsters inside can unleash 100% of their strength. Moreover, there are many city-destroying level monsters like me and Bear Badian down there, and even stronger existences. After hearing this, Lin Chen fell silent. He looked down at the black pear wood axe in his hand, then at the expectant Bear Badian. No suppression, countless city-destroying levels, and stronger existences. These three phrases combined translate to just 2 words. Certain death. Where would that be, if not purely delivering takeout? Lin Chen raised his head, looking at Bear Badian, and shook his head decisively. Sorry, brother bear. Lin Chen's voice was calm and rational. I can't take this job. Bear Badian was stunned, its mouth opened, as if it wanted to say something, but looking at Lin Chen's determined gaze, it ultimately held back. It's too dangerous. Lin Chen stuffed the meat into his mouth and chewed a couple of times. You heard the old wolf. It's all gods fighting down there. A lumberjack like me, who only knows how to chop trees, would be nothing but a toothpick for them.
I have 2 younger sisters to take care of. I can't throw my life away in a place like that. Compared to adventuring in that abyss, I think I'd rather chop trees up here, slowly improving my strength. Although it's slow, it's safe. Lin Chen spoke very straightforwardly and realistically. While he sympathized with Bear Badian, he was not a saint, and certainly did not want to be a martyr. The light in Bear Batian's eyes was completely extinguished. It slowly stood up from the ground, its massive body now appearing somewhat hunched and desolate. It held no resentment towards Lin Chen, nor did it linger any longer, because it knew Lin Chen was right. No one is obligated to die for someone else's mistakes. I understand now, Shong Badian said in a low, hoarse voice. Sorry for the disturbance. It turned away, no longer glancing at the person and the 2 dogs, and walked heavily towards the outside of the courtyard. That was the direction of Beishan, and also the direction of the abyss. Don't be foolish, the old wolf shouted from behind. Shong Nua has gone mad. Shong Badian did not look back, its figure gradually disappearing into the thick fog, leaving behind a resolute statement that echoed in the air. Not yet, I see it has awakened. The courtyard fell silent once more. Only the occasional crackling sound from the fire pit could be heard. Lin Chen sat in place, watching the direction where Shong Badian had vanished, suddenly finding the remaining half piece of meat in his hand unappetizing. Am I too cold-blooded? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Cold-blooded my ass, the old wolf lay back down, pawing at a piece of unfinished bone, continuing to gnaw at it, its tone muffled. This is called rationality. It glanced at Lin Chen. You don't owe it anything. In fact, it was going to kill you before, and you ended up saving it. It owes you a life. Besides, that abyss is definitely not a place for humans. The Great Lord went down there once, and after returning, he lay in the lake for a full 10 years to recover from his injuries. You go? It would be a waste. The old wolf snorted twice. Everyone has their own fate. That little mad bear falling down, there is its fate, and Xiong Badian going to save it is also its fate. If you don't want to go die, that's your business. Eat meat, eat meat. Why think so much? It'll just give you wrinkles. Listening to the old wolf's incessant chatter, Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, then let out a long breath. True. He picked up the meat again and took a hearty bite. Everyone has their own path. I'll just honestly chop my trees, save my money, and it's more important to take my sisters and run away early. He no longer thought about Xiong Badian, turning to look at the battle bear that was gnawing on a bone. Battle bear, eat more. Tomorrow we'll head up the mountain again, aiming to find a black-hearted black pear flower in the next few days. Woof, the battle bear responded, wagging its tail happily. The night grew deep. Lin Chen and the 2 dogs had eaten and drunk their fill, cleaned up the remnants, and returned to the warm wooden house. Outside, the thick fog still lingered, and in the deep mountains, no one knew which would come first, tomorrow or an accident. And deep in the distant Beishan, a giant bear jumped into the abyss without hesitation. In the stillness of the night, Lin Chen lay in bed, his brow furrowed. He had dreamt again. A pus-covered toad was squatting in front of him, its swollen, crimson eyes staring at him, making a whimpering sound. Stop crying, it's annoying. Lin Chen impatiently scolded in his dream. Woo woo. I have good news for you, and bad news, the toad said, wiping its tears while sniffling. Lin Chen paused. What's the good news? The good news is, the wealth you asked me to find, I have already found it. The toad raised its front paw, missing a finger. It will soon be delivered to your family. Really? Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. This toad could actually fulfill wishes. Then what's the bad news? The toad stopped crying, and a hint of fear suddenly appeared in its crimson eyes. The bad news is, your 2 sisters are about to be in danger. Boom! This sentence struck Lin Chen like a thunderclap, exploding in his mind. What danger? Be clear. Is it the night watchman coming for them? Or something else? I don't know. The toad shrank back. I only sensed danger. Whoa whoa, you motherfucker. Lin Chen screamed in a frenzy, let me out. I want to wake up. Let me out now. In the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly sat up from the bed, gasping for breath. Sister, sister. He didn't have time to wipe the sweat off his brow. Frantically fumbling under his pillow for the phone the company had given him, trembling fingers dialing Boss Lee's satellite phone. He had to get out. Now. Immediately. Beep, beep, beep. A long busy signal came from the other end of the line. Pick up. Hurry up and pick up. Lin Chen's eyes reddened with urgency as he shouted at the phone. However, the call never connected, even after the busy signal ended. Damn. Lin Chen angrily slammed the phone down onto the bed. What's wrong? What's wrong? Old Wolf and Battle Bear were awakened by Lin Chen shouting. Looking at the red-eyed Lin Chen in confusion. What are you going crazy about in the middle of the night? My sister is in danger. Lin Chen grabbed Old Wolf's shoulder. I need to go out. I need to save them. Old Wolf was startled by his appearance but quickly realized the seriousness of the situation.
Calm down, it's too late for you to go out now.
Lin Chen froze. Yes, they were deep in the mountains, hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest Lianyungang.
Even if old Tang drove to pick him up right now, it would take at least 4 days to
arrive.
By the time he got there, it would be too late. 2 days. If his sisters were really in danger, even 2 hours could be fatal, let alone 2 days. A deep sense of helplessness surged over him, and Lin Chen dejectedly released his grip, but the next moment he suddenly lifted his head, grabbed the axe by the bed, and rushed outside. I'm at the city destroying level now. I should be faster than a truck if I run straight. I have to go back. Seeing Lin Chen like this, Old Wolf sighed. Lin Chen, there's another way. Lin Chen turned around abruptly. What way? Go to Shishan. Old Wolf pointed out the window. Go find Jianbai. If it's willing to help you, it might still be in time. Let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen dashed out of the wooden house. A whoa! Battle Bear followed closely behind. Old Wolf cursed as he wrapped himself tighter in the blanket. Damn it, you really owe me for this, Shishan Lake.
At the mountain top in the early morning,
the cold wind howled, and thick white mist floated over the lake's surface. Lin Chen ran up the mountain with the 2 dogs, reaching the
summit.
On the calm lake, a pure white crane stood on one leg, its head buried in its wings, resting.
It was Jianbai. Jianbai. Lin Chen shouted from the lakeside, not caring about catching his breath.
Jianbai was startled awake, lifting its head to look at the disheveled human on the shore with confusion.
Jianbai's voice was cold. What are you making noise about in the middle of the night? I beg you to help me.
Lin Chen knelt on one knee on the gravel by the lake, cupping his hands towards Jianbai. My sister's life is in danger. I implore you, take me there, or go help me save them.
Jianbai frowned. It looked at Lin Chen,
a hint of impatience flashing in its eyes.
Human, what does your
personal matter have to do with me? It said coldly. I bear the responsibility of protecting the forest and cannot leave easily.
After saying
that,
it prepared to bury its head back into its wings. I can offer you a reward. I'll give you anything you want.
Lin Chen panicked, his
voice trembling. No need.
Jianbai remained unmoved. Lin Chen felt despair wash over him. He tightened his grip on the axe.
If begging didn't
work, he even considered using force, though he knew that even if he killed it, it would be useless. Just then, the enormous black pear tree in the center of the lake suddenly swayed. The ancient voice of the Great Lord echoed across the lake's surface.
Jianbai, go. Jianbai
froze, looking at the giant tree in the lake's center, confusion filling its eyes. Great Lord, why must I help a human?
Go. The Great Lord's voice brooked no argument. Jianbai was silent for a moment, but ultimately lowered its proud head. Yes. It turned to Lin Chen, its gaze still icy. Location.
Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly said, Lianyun City. I don't have a specific location, but I entrusted them to the
Night Watch Captain Bai Qingqing over there.
She should have them with her. You just need to find Bai Qingqing to find my sister.
Bai Qingqing. Jianbai repeated the name.
From here, fly straight south, and you'll reach Lianyun City. Lin Chen pointed to the southern sky.
Got it. Jianbai didn't waste any more words.
In the next second, it suddenly spread its wings, and a powerful gust of wind exploded over the
lake surface. Boom!
Jianbai shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, instantly piercing through the thick fog above, soaring
into the clouds.
As its altitude continued to rise, it finally broke through the strange mist that enveloped the forest.
Without the suppression,
Jianbai's already massive body doubled in size in the air, its feathers becoming as hard as steel, glinting with a cold light.
Surrounding
it, the air twisted violently, and 6 radiant swords appeared out of thin air, spinning around it at high speed, emitting a piercing sword cry.
Ka!
A crane's cry that could shatter gold and stone echoed through the sky.
Jianbai's wings trembled, and the entire crane transformed
into a white flash of lightning, moving with a world-destroying momentum straight towards Lianyun City in the south.
The speed was so fast that it left a long sonic boom cloud in the air. Jianbai.
Watching Jianbai disappear into the horizon, Lin Chen felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he sat down on the ground.
Thank you. He kept thanking the giant tree in the lake's center. Don't
worry, the voice of the Great Lord echoed again, carrying a soothing power. With Jianbai's speed, it will reach Lianyun City in less than
10 minutes.
As long as the opponent isn't at the level of destroying a province, there are few in this world who can withstand its 6 swords.
Flying together. 10 minutes. Lin Chen felt a bit more at ease. 10 minutes, I must catch up. Great Lord, I will remember this favor. If there's anything you need me to do, I will not refuse, even if it means going through fire and water. He. The Great Lord chuckled, his figure flickering in and out among the treetops. No need to go through fire and water.
The Great Lord said slowly, if Jianbai's journey
goes smoothly and saves your sister, I hope you can visit the abyss afterward.
The Great Lord sighed, that foolish child Xiong Badian has already jumped down to save his brother. I ask for nothing else, I just hope you can help him and bring him back. Okay. Lin Chen raised his head, without hesitation. As long as my sister is safe, even if it's hell, I will venture in. But Lin Chen was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but ask, Great Lord, I have one thing I don't understand. Speak. You have a powerhouse like Jianbai by your side. Why did you insist on me going to the Dongshan base to save Xiong Batian before? Now, to rescue Xiong Batian from the abyss, you could clearly send Jianbai. Why choose me instead? Lin Chen pointed at himself. I may have some strength, but I should still be lacking compared to Jianbai, right? The lake's surface fell silent for a moment. Then, the Great Lord's somewhat desolate laughter came. Do you know why the Great Forest Company sent you here to chop down trees? For the black pear wood? No. The Great Lord shook his head. That is the least important thing. Then, why? Lin Chen frowned. Because this forest is the best place for trials. It is the best place for the Great Forest Company to cultivate talent. After this forest was discovered by the Great Forest Company for the first time, they sent a large number of people here to chop down trees, aiming to cultivate a lot of talent, but each time it ended in complete failure. Especially after the Dongshan base plan failed completely. The Great Forest Company changed its strategy. They now send only one person each time, aiming to concentrate the forest's resources on one person, hoping to cultivate a true powerhouse who can support this world. But the mortality rate is extremely high. In the past century, aside from you, only 2 lumberjacks have managed to survive here for a month. Like you, they had no special abilities, they were just desperate people trying to earn a living before entering the mountains. But they share one common trait with you, the Great Lord said, turning his gaze to Lin Chen. Like you, they have very tough lives, exceptionally tough. Although Jianbai is strong, his body is fragile. Once an accident occurs, he can easily fall. And you know the rules here, once you die, it takes a whole month to resurrect. This forest has long been fraught with danger, and there are humans outside watching closely. A month is far too long. We can't afford to wait, nor can we lose a combat force like Jianbai. But you are different. The Great Lord looked at Lin Chen, his tone carrying a hint of significance. You go, you might get hurt, you might suffer greatly, but you won't die. Lianyun City, Zhanghai Community. The night was deep, and the cold wind outside battered the glass. The lights in the room were off, with only the moonlight spilling onto the floor. Lin Chi sat in her wheelchair, tentatively moving her legs, then using her hands to support herself on the armrests, slowly standing up. After several days of treatment and adaptation, she could finally walk for a short time. Although her steps were still a bit unsteady, the feeling of being grounded made her eyes slightly sting. I need to become stronger, Lin Chi murmured to herself. In the next moment, the shadow in the corner suddenly stirred, and an ink-like little monster emerged from the darkness. It dragged a dead anomaly behind it, a skeleton monster with only half a body. Lin Chi reached out, placing her hand on the skull of the skeleton monster. A cold energy surged into her body through her palm, and she closed her eyes, feeling the power within her steadily rising. Boom! An invisible aura surged in the room, and Lin Chi's right eye, the one with the eerie blue hue, shone brightly. Great curse level. She had finally broken through. The ink-like little monster released its grip and melted back into the shadows. At the same time, a warm blanket was draped over her shoulders. Get to bed early. Lin Chu's voice was gentle. Staying up late is bad for your health. If your brother finds out, he'll start nagging again. Lin Chi turned around and nodded. Sister, I want to become stronger faster, so I won't hold you and brother back. Lin Chu looked at her sister's stubborn little face and smiled, pinching her cheek. You're already doing great. If you go any faster, it might not be good. The power could become hard to control. Lin Chu wanted to ruffle her sister's hair, but in that instant, her pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints. A terrifying sense of crisis, sending chills down her spine, surged in from outside the window. Be careful. Lin Chu had no time to think. She quickly shielded Lin Chi in her arms. And at the same time, a thick layer of pale, tough skin covered her body. The next second, boom! The deafening sound of an explosion echoed through the sky. A terrifying shockwave mixed with flames instantly engulfed the entire floor. Glass shattered, walls collapsed, and the entire high-end apartment building of Jianghai Community was reduced to a sea of fire, collapsing with a violent explosion. Amidst the swirling dust and flames, on the rooftop of a building across the way, Wang Zhong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His tang suit rustled in the heat, and as he watched the brilliant fireworks before him, a cruel smile appeared on his aged face. Not dead yet. Sensing the faint signs of life beneath the rubble, Wang Zhong slowly raised his withered right hand again. Destructive energy began to coalesce in his palm. Then let me send you on your way. However, just as he was about to wave his hand to completely wipe out those few ants, a sharp sound of slicing wind suddenly pierced through the flames. Whoosh!
A short sword with deer antlers shot out from the raging sea of fire, and above the sword, a massive moose phantom, engulfed in black-red flames, roared as it charged fiercely towards Wang Zhong. A flicker of disdain flashed in Wang Zhong's eyes. A trivial skill. He didn't even bother to dodge, simply gripping the air forcefully. Boom! The deer antler short sword, along with the fierce moose phantom, suddenly exploded 3 meters away from him, turning into countless fragments. Wang Zhong let out a cold laugh, just about to mock their naivety. Whoosh! Another flash of cold light. The second deer antler short sword followed closely, piercing through the smoke of the explosion, aimed directly at his face. Wang Zhong frowned slightly and raised his fist again. Boom! The explosion sounded once more. But this time, it was too close. The terrifying shockwave shattered the short sword but also sent Wang Zhong flying, crashing heavily against the water tank on the rooftop. Cough cough. Wang Zhong waved away the smoke in front of him, his face dark and terrifying. He was actually made to look foolish by a few ants? At this moment, in the ruins across from him, a massive pale monster was propping up a falling floorboard with its broad back, tightly holding the unconscious Lin Chi in its arms. With a sudden burst of strength, it lifted the floorboard and walked out of the sea of fire. Lin Shu followed closely behind, covered in blood, her skin's keratin layer shattered extensively, and the necklace around her neck was also breaking inch by inch, fragments scattering on the ground. If it weren't for this necklace and the desperate protection from Bo Shen, the two sisters would have turned to ashes just now. Cough cough. A red figure leaped out from the sea of fire, supporting the swaying Lin Shu. It was Bai Qingqing. She was also in a sorry state, her pink pajamas burned to tatters, her arms mangled and bloody, with blood dripping from her fingertips. Are you okay? Bai Qingqing gritted her teeth and asked. Lin Shu stared intently at the old man on the opposite rooftop, who looked like a demon, and nodded through gritted teeth. Not dead. Wang Zhong stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down at them with eyes full of mockery and murderous intent. Wang Zhong. Bai Qingqing stood protectively in front of Lin Shu, shouting sternly, have you gone mad? Why are you attacking two innocent girls? Innocent? Wang Zhong laughed, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, throwing his head back in wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Innocent? The laughter abruptly stopped, and he glared at Lin Shu with a twisted face. That bastard named Lin Chen caused the death of my only grandson, wanting to wipe out the Wang family. Tell me, is his sister innocent? I originally wanted to capture them, but now killing them seems to have the same effect. I want them to accompany my grandson in death. I want to hang their heads on the city wall. I want to see if that turtle Lin Chen dares to come out. Bai Qingqing's heart sank. This old madman was truly completely insane. Wang Zhong took a deep breath, his gaze landing on Bai Qingqing, his expression softening slightly. Bai Qingqing, considering that your father Bai Zhantian once saved my life, I won't kill you. He pointed to the side. You can leave, as long as you don't interfere. I won't make things difficult for you. Bai Qingqing frowned, glancing at the severely injured Lin Shu and the unconscious Lin Qi behind her, then looking at the imperious Wang Zhong. She sighed. Wang Zhong, you are also a legendary hero, a formidable city-destroying powerhouse. To take revenge on two little girls and to threaten others with such despicable means. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world for doing such things, given that your Wang family is a top family? Ridiculed? A manic smile curled at the corners of Wang Zhong's mouth. If my Wang family survives today, I won't care about any ridicule. Bai Qingqing shook her head, turned, and left, leaving Lin Shu standing alone in front of Lin Qi, confronting Wang Zhong. At least you know your place. Wang Zhong watched Bai Qingqing's departing figure, secretly relieved. To be honest, he didn't want to fight Bai Qingqing. After all, her father was also a provincial-level war god in his lifetime, and he was afraid Bai Zhantian had left her some trump cards. If things escalated, it wouldn't be good for him. Who knows, she might suddenly pull something out and take him down. It wasn't until Bai Qingqing disappeared around the corner that Wang Zhong returned his gaze to Lin Shu and Lin Qi. If I kill you, I will quickly send Lin Chen to accompany you. As the words fell, Wang Zhong raised his right hand, ready to strike down with that open palm when Kong! A piercing bird cry suddenly rang out. The space twisted, and a massive white bird's head appeared beside Wang Zhong without warning, its beak capable of tearing through steel, lunging fiercely towards his head. However, Wang Zhong seemed to have anticipated this, not even turning his head. Just as the bird's beak was about to close, a humanoid monster, carrying a huge barrel of explosives and wrapped in fuses, materialized behind the white bird. City destroying. Level, blast roar. Blast roar stretched out its large hands and forcefully grabbed the white bird's upper and lower jaws, preventing it from biting down. Then, with a sinister grin, it pulled out two black bombs still sparking from the barrel on its back and roughly stuffed them into the white bird's mouth, then pressed down hard on its beak. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed from within the bird's mouth. Flesh and blood flew everywhere.
Meanwhile, Pasang set Lin Chi down, its sturdy legs pushing off the wall like a pale cannonball, charging towards
Wang Zhong on the rooftop under immense pressure.
its mouth opened wide to the ears, wanting to swallow the old man whole.
Overestimating yourself. Wang Zhong didn't even glance, just flicked his finger lightly.
Blast Roar let out a shriek and leaped off the rooftop directly, colliding with the charging Pasang. There was no fierce struggle, instead, Pasang's body suddenly swelled violently like an inflated balloon,
a strange red light glowing beneath its skin. Boom! Before Pasang could unleash its power, it was detonated mid-air, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Puff!
Lin Chu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face darkening.
The backlash from Pasang was more severe than she
had imagined, further worsening her already serious injuries.
So strong. Is this the power of an old-school city-destroying level expert?
Wang Zhong's Blast Roar had absorbed low-level followers for so many years, making it one of the top existences among city-destroying levels,
easily crushing these high-level followers like squashing a few ants. It's over.
Wang Zhong raised his hand again, this time targeting the
struggling Lin Chu. An invisible pressure instantly locked onto Lin Chu, rendering her unable to move. Die. However, just as he was about to crush Lin Chu, a furious shout rang out. Hey! Look behind you!
Bai Qingqing, with her head full of red hair, lightly stepped on a tree for leverage, her figure shooting up like a red lightning bolt, charging straight to the rooftop. At the same time, Lin Chu below exerted all her strength, flinging the deer antler sword that Lin Chen had given her upwards with all her might.
Catch it! Bai Qingqing caught the sword mid-air, and in that moment, she seemed to merge with the blade. Crimson Eye. Slash! She gripped the sword with both hands, without a hint of hesitation, and with an unstoppable momentum, swung it down towards Wang Zhong.
Wang Zhong finally looked at her directly, but he still did not
move.
Instead, the Blast Roar beside him, having just landed, screeched and reached out its hands, attempting to catch the blade barehanded, directly grabbing Bai Qingqing's sword. Just as Blast Roar was about to seize the sword, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred.
From the originally quiet shadows, a dark figure shot out. It was the ink monster.
Though small in size, its body stretched like a rubber band, tightly wrapping around Blast Roar's left hand.
Following that, a black monkey clad in chainmail also appeared on the rooftop. The great sage roared, pulling on the ink monster's body with all its might, trying to restrict Blast Roar's movements. Roar! Blast Roar howled in anger. Its strength was not something these two newly promoted high-level followers could contend with.
It merely paused slightly, and its arm continued
to reach forward, about to grab Bai Qingqing's neck.
But at that critical moment, Blast Roar's hand suddenly halted again. It turned to look
back. Behind the ink monster, dozens of various anomalies appeared densely. Those were all the paintings Lin Chi had accumulated over the past few days. Roar! The two bears roared angrily, grabbing the ink monster's body, which had transformed into a rope, and frantically pulling it back.
The magician also swung his hand fiercely, and countless paper figures made of cards appeared, tugging at the rope formed by the ink
monster.
Although they were weak, at this moment, they were like a tug-of-war team, firmly holding onto the ink monster's rubber band-like body, actually managing to hold onto one of the hands of the explosive roar due to their numerical advantage.
All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and in that brief moment of pause, Bai Qingqing had already rushed in front of Wang Zhong. The antler sword let out a piercing howl as it sliced through the air, and a massive moose phantom coalesced at the sword's edge.
At the same time, a giant with red eyes also emerged
behind Bai Qingqing, wielding a gigantic phantom sword, slashing towards Wang Zhong.
This strike was her strongest attack so far.
Wang Zhong's expression changed slightly. He had to abandon the explosive spell he was preparing and awkwardly sidestep to avoid this deadly blow. Sizzle!
The sword energy sliced through his expensive tang suit, leaving a glaring blood mark on his arm, revealing the bone beneath.
A city-destroying level being was actually injured by them.
Wang Zhong touched the blood on his arm, and the fury in his eyes erupted instantly.
You're truly seeking death,
he roared, no longer using ranged explosions but instead condensing the explosive power into his fist, smashing
it towards Bai Qingqing's chest.
Bai Qingqing had no way to dodge and could only block with her sword.
Boom! Wang Zhong's seemingly frail fist struck the sword body, unleashing a terrifying explosion. Bai Qingqing felt an overwhelming force surge towards her, nearly causing her to lose grip on the antler sword, and her whole body was blasted away like a kite with a severed string. Bang! She crashed heavily into a large tree below, the trunk snapping in half. Bai Qingqing rolled to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, unable to get back up. A bunch of ants. Think you can turn the tide?
Wang Zhong stood on the rooftop, his hair and beard standing on end, like a demon god.
Just then, a sound
of wind breaking came from behind him again. Wang Zhong turned around sharply, only to see another antler sword stabbing towards him.
But this time, he didn't need to act. The freed explosive roar let out a strange laugh, and that massive hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the flying sword. Then, it actually stuffed the large curse-level antler sword into its mouth. Crunch! Boom! Accompanied by a sound of chewing, and a muffled thud from its abdomen, the aura of the sword completely vanished. And behind it, all the dozens of anomalies that had been tugging at it were smashed to pieces. It was over. Wang Zhong stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the three girls below. Lin Chi had already woken up, staring at him wide-eyed. Beside her stood the Grim Reaper in a black robe holding a scythe. It was the antler sword it had thrown earlier. You think you can win by ambushing me? Wang Zhong looked at them, a cruel and cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That's a bit too naive. Now, the game is over. He raised both hands. This time, he intended to level this place to the ground. Lin Chu lay on the ground, looking at the invincible figure in the sky, despairingly closing her eyes. The gap in strength was too great. A city-destroying level being was simply beyond their capability to contend with. Brother! However, just at this moment of despair, a light suddenly lit up in the northern night sky. The light initially was just a point, but in the blink of an eye, it became incredibly dazzling, like a small white sun, tearing through the pitch-black night. It was coming. Wang Zhong sensed something and abruptly looked up. The explosive roar behind him also raised its ugly head in confusion. What was that? Before that thought could finish, the next second, whoosh! That beam of light pierced through the heavens and the earth like divine punishment, instantly crossing the distance of space, directly passing through Wang Zhong's body as well as the explosion behind him. There was no sound of an explosion, no cries of agony, only the sound of the fierce wind blowing through the gravel. Wang Zhong maintained his posture of looking up, the terror in his eyes not yet fully manifesting. His body, along with the explosion behind him, disintegrated and shattered in that terrifying storm of sword energy, turning into a cloud of dust. Not even a drop of blood had the chance to flow. Instant kill. A complete instant kill. As the light faded, a snow-white, extraordinarily graceful, red-crowned crane stood on one leg in the air. Surrounding it were 6 swords radiating a terrifying aura, slowly circling and emitting crisp sword sounds, as if a celestial being had descended. Jianbai glanced at the 3 girls on the ground, their faces filled with shock. Even forgetting to breathe, her gaze cold and proud. Who is Bai Qingqing? It spoke in human language, its voice chilling. Under the broken tree, Bai Qingqing struggled to lift her head, pointing at herself, her voice trembling slightly from the pain. Who are you? Bai Qingqing asked. Jianbai did not answer, its gaze shifted to Lin Chu and Lin Qi, who were huddled together, looking at the 2 disheveled girls. A barely perceptible ripple seemed to flash in its cold eyes. Your brother sent me to save you. I promised him, and I have done it. After saying that, Jianbai wasted no words. With a flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky, flying towards the northern forest. In the blink of an eye, its figure disappeared on the horizon, leaving only the lingering sharp sword intent in the air. Brother! Lin Chu and Lin Qi watched the direction Jianbai had vanished, tears streaming down their faces uncontrollably. So you have been watching over us all along? Lin Chu missed Lin Chen dearly, and so did Lin Qi. On the other side, Bai Qingqing also let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Indeed, the power behind Lin Chen was terrifying. This red-crowned crane was undoubtedly a peak existence at the city-destroying level, perhaps even touching the threshold of the province-destroying level. With just one strike, it had instantaneously killed a seasoned city-destroying powerhouse and his companion. What a domineering force this was! She struggled to stand up, staggering over to Lin Chu and Lin Qi. Eat the heart-settling chocolate. Bai Qingqing supported the 2, feeling a pang of sympathy for their injuries. Wang Zhong's first attack had been aimed at them. It was already a miracle that they survived. But their situation was not optimistic either. Lin Chu's skin had begun to crack all over, blood nearly soaking her through. Lin Qi was in a slightly better condition, but still very serious. Fortunately, Bai Qingqing had previously caught sight of the 2 heart-settling chocolates Lin Chen had left for them. As rare treasures produced by city-destroying level candy merchants, heart-settling chocolates could stabilize the heart pulse, allowing one to retain a breath of life when on the brink of death. And that breath was enough to rescue Lin Chu and Lin Qi from the edge of death. Lin Chu flipped her right hand, and 2 heart-settling chocolates appeared in her palm. The sisters unwrapped the foil and ate them. A warm current instantly protected their heart pulses, their originally pale faces visibly reddening, and the suffocating feeling of near-death dissipated. Confirming that the 2 were unharmed, Bai Qingqing took a deep breath and looked up at the rooftop where Wang Zhong had just stood. Bai Qingqing mustered her strength and leaped onto the rooftop. Wang Zhong and the explosion had turned to ashes, covering the entire rooftop, and amidst the ashes, a golden light stood out remarkably. Bai Qingqing picked up the glowing object from the ashes. It was a golden key, intricately carved, with dragon patterns, exuding an ancient aura. Indeed, it's here. Bai Qingqing tightened her grip on the key, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. The treasury of a great clan had an extremely tight security system, rumored to be personally designed by the mysterious dragon son of the dragon worship sect. External forces could not forcibly break in, and the only way to unlock it was with this exclusive key. Therefore, this key often resides with the strongest and most influential person in the family. And Wang Zhong is undoubtedly the emperor of the Wang family. Now that Wang Zhong is dead and Wang Yi is also dead, the key falling into their hands means that the wealth and heritage accumulated by the Wang family over hundreds of years will become their spoils. Of course, the premise is that they must have the strength to obtain it, as other prominent families will certainly be guarding it. However, Bai Qingqing truly has that strength. It's time to use her father's connections. But she should still be in the East Sea, right? Creak. At that moment, a beetle car screeched to a halt beneath the ruins. The car door opened, and Shuyu rushed over with the night watch team from Lianyun City. When they saw the horrific scene before them, everyone gasped in shock. Captain, what happened here? Shuyu looked at Lin Shu, covered in blood, her brows furrowed tightly. The energy fluctuations that erupted here earlier were like a nuclear explosion, frightening them into a mad dash over. Shuyu, seal off the scene, a chun, treat. Horror. Bai Qingqing tucked the key away and jumped down from the building. Shuyu didn't dare to waste time and quickly led her team to secure the area. Aside from Bai Qingqing's building, the other floors were relatively intact and they could still see glances and flashes of phones from the windows. However, this information could not be disseminated, and there would be specialized personnel to erase the memories of those people. A chipa-clad woman squatted beside Lin Shu and Lin Qi, gently stroking their bodies, causing plum blossoms to bloom on their skin wherever her hand passed. In the next moment, their injuries gradually healed, and the frowns on Lin Shu and Lin Qi's faces relaxed significantly. This battle, after all, has come to a close. P.S. Please give a good review, currently at 8.6 points, a rise of 0.1 points means the author will add 2 more chapters, please. Boom! The calm surface of the lake suddenly exploded, a white streak of light breaking through the thick fog above, crashing heavily into the center of the lake. Waves surged, crashing against the stones on the shore. Lin Chen, disregarding his wet clothes, sprang up from the ground, his gaze fixed on the figure on the lake that was becoming clearer. Jianbai stood on one leg. On the water's surface, wings gradually folding in. Jianbai. Lin Chen rushed to the lake's edge in a few quick strides, his voice a bit hoarse with tension. What happened? My sister and the others. Jianbai turned his head, those cold crane-like eyes looking at Lin Chen's anxious face, pausing in silence for a moment. This moment of silence made Lin Chen's heart leap to his throat. The black pearwood axe in his hand nearly squeezed out water. They are fine. Finally, Jianbai spoke, his voice still cold. That old thing who wanted to kill them has already been dealt with by me. Ha! Lin Chen felt all his strength drain away in an instant, plopping down onto the damp ground, gasping for breath. As long as they are fine, as long as they are fine, he murmured, his eyes stinging, then suddenly shifted his tone, his voice icy. Do you know who that old thing was? Not sure. Lin Chen nodded. Thank you. I, Lin Chen, will remember this favor for a lifetime. Jianbai said nothing, merely nodding slightly, accepting the gratitude. At that moment, the giant tree in the center of the lake swayed, revealing the figure of the Great Lord among the branches and leaves. Now that your concerns are settled, when do you plan to set off? The Great Lord looked at Lin Chen, a hint of scrutiny in his murky eyes. Tomorrow. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Tomorrow morning, I will head down. The Great Lord nodded. Good. It paused, as if recalling something, and continued. The abyss below is not like the surface. There is no suppression there, and the rules are chaotic. However, if you are lucky, you might encounter a predecessor of yours. Predecessor? Lin Chen was taken aback. Is there someone in the abyss? Do you remember the 2 people I mentioned to you? The Great Lord's voice became distant. One of them has retired behind the scenes, while the other has descended into the abyss. Is he still alive? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. That's right, the Great Lord nodded. He is truly immortal and has been down there for many years. If you can meet him, perhaps you can seek his help. But the Great Lord changed his tone. Staying in such a place for too long can affect one's mind. He might help you, or he might just chop you down like a tree. Lin Chen. Goodness, he still didn't know if he was friend or foe. Thank you for the reminder. I'll be careful. Lin Chen cupped his hands and didn't linger any longer. Let's go, Battle Bear, Old Wolf, home. Watching Lin Chen walk away with the 2 dogs, Jianbai withdrew his gaze and looked at the Great Lord. Great Lord, is that bald man really still alive? The Great Lord gazed towards the abyss and sighed softly. He made a wish for immortality, so he must still be alive. However, this has also become his curse. He will never be able to leave for eternity. Though his wish doesn't have a clear price, each one comes with a corresponding cost. By the time they returned to the wooden house, it was already past midnight. After a night of turmoil, Lin Chen was physically and mentally exhausted, but he had no desire to sleep. He sat by the stove, adding a few pieces of coal, the firelight flickering on his face. Old Wolf and Battle Bear lay nearby, warming themselves. Lin Chen recalled what the toad had told him. It said that wealth would come to his family, and then his sisters would encounter danger. It must be related to the toad. What on earth had this guy done? Wasn't it just conjuring wealth out of thin air? Or was it stolen from someone else and they were coming to collect? Lin Chen felt like cursing. This toad didn't seem particularly reliable, and he should be cautious when making wishes in the future. Old Wolf. Lin Chen broke the silence. Are you going tomorrow? Old Wolf rolled his eyes at the question, burying his head deeper into the blanket. Are you hoping I die faster? What kind of place is down there? Am I supposed to be a stool for those monsters? Fine, fine, if you don't want to go, then don't. Lin Chen pouted. I wasn't counting on you anyway. Poof. Old Wolf snorted. You can go by yourself. You're tough. I've noticed that this forest seems to favor reckless fools like you. He extended a paw and patted Battle Bear's head. When you get down there, I'll take this silly dog and develop a bit more in the forest, hoping that by the time you crawl out of that hellhole, it can reach city-destroying level. City-destroying level? Lin Chen was taken aback, looking at Old Wolf in surprise. Battle Bear is developing that fast? Old Wolf looked at him as if he were an idiot. It eats a few big monsters every day. If it doesn't grow fast, that would be strange. Upgrading so quickly. Lin Chen frowned. Is there no side effect? Of course there is. Old Wolf's expression became serious. Just like you, full of brute strength but acting like a reckless fool who only knows how to swing an axe, unable to truly master your power. If you encounter a seasoned expert of the same level, you'll easily suffer. And Old Wolf paused, glancing at Battle Bear, who looked a bit dazed. Eating too much can easily cloud one's mind with mixed energies, losing rationality, and becoming a one-track-minded fool like you. What the hell? Who are you calling foolish? Lin Chen scratched his head. I'm talking about you. If you weren't foolish, why didn't you listen to me and have a child? That way, if you kick the bucket, your son could still support me in my old age. Why was this old wolf still thinking about that? Lin Chen was a bit speechless and changed the subject. Do you have any good methods for dealing with rapid realm advancement? Old Wolf grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp white fangs. Of course, if your strength is weak, just practice more. Losing rationality? That's even simpler. Just get beaten up a few times, and you'll naturally wake up. Lin Chen. It really was a straightforward educational method. Alright, the old wolf yawned. Hurry up and go to sleep. Tomorrow you have to go die. Oh no, to the abyss. Lin Chen indeed felt a bit drowsy, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his pants. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Throw me the pillow, the ground is too hard. No way, sleep with the Battle Bear. Woof woof woof. Battle Bear, come here. The old wolf dragged the Battle Bear over. Meanwhile, far above the East Sea, the waves were surging, and the sea was tumultuous. A giant toad, as large as a small mountain, was crazily cutting through the waves with a massive black pear wood axe in its hand. Its eyes were blood red, fixated on a small black dot several hundred meters ahead. Rib bit. The toad let out a deafening roar, swinging the giant axe violently, creating a terrifying water blade that cleaved through the waves towards the front. And that small black dot was, surprisingly, an extremely bizarre boat. It was neither a streamlined speedboat nor a mighty warship, but a square wooden basin. Inside the basin, Uncle Guang, with a face full of stubble, was gripping two square wooden paddles, his arms swinging like wind wheels as he frantically paddled through the water. This scene looked as if it had been directly pulled from some sandbox game, utterly out of place. Oh my! This is too fast. Uncle Guang glanced back at the giant axe water blade crashing towards him like a mountain, his beard trembling in fear. Did this toad grow up eating golden fertilizer? Just as the water blade was about to split him and the boat in two, Uncle Guang, catch! A clear, youthful voice rang out from the sky. A girl with headphones and wings descended from the clouds. It was Hua Jia. She was holding a shimmering golden totem and threw it forcefully towards Uncle Guang. Thanks, girl. Uncle Guang was quick to catch the golden totem. The next second, the giant axe water blade struck him, erupting with a deafening sound, sending waves soaring hundreds of meters high. However, with the sound of the totem shattering, Uncle Guang surprisingly remained unscathed, instead propelled like a cannonball by the immense force, his speed instantly skyrocketing. The toad clearly did not expect this, momentarily stunned. Just as it was about to continue the chase, a suffocating, terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. Boom! The pitch-black night sky was instantly dyed a dazzling purple, with countless thick, purple lightning bolts rolling through the clouds. The toad looked up and saw a slender figure standing in the midst of the thunder. Su Zhan. Shun.
At this moment, she had shed her loose black robe, wearing a purple battle outfit, holding a whip made of lightning, her purple hair dancing
wildly in the lightning.
She looked down at the toad from above, her gaze indifferent like a deity. Su Zhanshan slowly raised her hand,
and the thunder followed suit. This place will be your burial ground. Su Tang.
Several kilometers away, on an unnamed, deserted island.
Beach. Splash.
Uncle Guan, along with the boat, crashed onto the beach, and after a few steps of crawling on his hands, he lost control and fell flat on his face.
Ouch, my old back.
Uncle Guang propped himself up, getting up while cupping his hands towards the just landed Hua.
Jia, thanks, Hua Jia. If it weren't for your resurrection totem, I would have been frog food. You're too polite, Uncle Guang. Hua Jia blew a bubble, her gaze fixed on the distant sea.
The other members of Team Zero were also standing on the beach,
and Yi was lying on the beach in
a big letter, chewing on a blade of grass, watching the terrifying scene that had turned half the sky purple.
Shaoan. Uncle Guang walked over. How long do you think it will take for Tang to deal with this thing? And he spat out the grass and lazily turned over. Who knows? Looking at the apocalyptic battle scene, he sighed. That's a provincial-level annihilation. This toad is tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. I
reckon it could take 10 days to half a month, or even a few months. At this point, he paused, his tone turning a bit irritating. Maybe it won't even be able to win. After all, that warty toad looks pretty fierce.
Smack.
A small hand suddenly covered his mouth.
Hua Jia glared
at him, puffing up her cheeks. Captain, you jinx.
Sister is a war goddess, she will definitely win.
Zuozua also munched on chips,
while nodding vigorously. Yes, she will definitely win.
And he, with his mouth covered, could only make muffled sounds and rolled his eyes
helplessly. Alright, you guys are right, can I just sleep? The next morning,
in the great forest, deep in the northern mountains, the fog was thicker again. Standing at the edge of the cliff and looking into the mountains, he could hardly see anything 2 meters away. But looking down the cliff, everything was crystal clear, not a hint of fog. However, the wind blowing up from below the cliff carried a strong chill
that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, peering down. Black, bottomless black. It was like a giant beast's open mouth, waiting to swallow everything that fell. Glug.
Lin Chen swallowed hard, gripping the axe tightly.
Old wolf. He turned to look
at the old wolf, who was wrapped in a blanket standing beside him. Are you sure? We just jumped down.
Of course, the old wolf sneezed and sniffed. What else? Should I set up an elevator for you? No. Lin Chen pointed below. Isn't this too deep? And it's a straight drop. If I just jump down, won't I end up as a meat pie?
The old wolf rolled its eyes impatiently. You're at the city annihilation level, do you
understand?
And this is a Huangquan Huai tree, a kin that enhances the physical body. Your body is harder than steel, you won't die from the fall. It extended a paw gesture, and although it's deep down there, the cliff walls are covered with all sorts of crooked trees and
vines.
When you fall, if you're quick with your eyes and hands, grab a few branches to cushion your fall, you definitely won't die.
Won't die?
Lin Chen's mouth twitched. I feel like I'm going to kick the bucket. Stop being so wishy-washy, the old wolf urged. Hurry up.
The sooner you go, the sooner you come back. Battle Bear and I are waiting for you to come back and retire. If you chicken out, then come back with me to tell the Great Lord you can't do it. Lin Chen took a deep breath.
There was no way he could go back, especially since they had saved his sister.
Damn it, I'm going for it.
Lin Chen gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. He took a step forward, half of his foot hanging in
the air, looking down at the endless darkness, feeling a bit uneasy.
Old wolf, how about I take a flashlight?
Lin Chen turned back.
For one last struggle, it's just too dark.
Take a flashlight? The old wolf walked over upright, raised its hind leg, and kicked Lin Chen right in the backside.
Get down there,
there's light below, you can see. I swear to you. Ah!
Before Lin Chen could finish cursing, he was kicked off by the old wolf, accompanied by a piercing scream as his figure quickly plunged into the endless darkness, disappearing in
the blink of an eye.
At the edge of the cliff, calm returned.
The old wolf retracted its hind leg, standing at the cliff's edge, watching the direction where Lin Chen had vanished, its impatience instantly fading away.
It stood quietly for a long time, letting the cold wind ruffle its grayish-white fur.
Woof!
Battle Bear beside him called out worriedly, rubbing against the old wolf's leg.
Don't worry, the old wolf
extended a paw, patting Battle Bear's head, its tone carrying an inexplicable certainty.
This kid has a tough life, even the king of hell wouldn't dare to take him.
It turned around, wrapped itself tightly in the somewhat dirty thick blanket again, resuming its lazy demeanor. With the war bear gone, let's go catch some fish and try to fatten you up into a big, plump dog before he gets back.
With that, a wolf and a dog slowly disappeared into the thick fog of the forest.
P.S. Babies, there will be 2 updates today as the author refines the abyss setting. Also, the ratings haven't increased today, but the author will still add 2 more chapters for you tomorrow.
Love you all. The wind howled, and darkness surged like a tide. Lin Chen felt as if he was endlessly falling, as if he were about to plunge into the 18th layer of hell. Damn, what a strong wind. Lin Chen barely opened his eyes in midair, using the faint light filtering through the increasingly small opening above to see his surroundings. In the darkness, countless black, strip-like objects hung down from the upper darkness, stretching endlessly, looking like thick ropes. Survival instinct prompted Lin Chen to adjust his position in the air. He focused on a rope ahead and suddenly reached out to grab it. Splash! Just as he reached out, a pale branch of a locust tree instinctively shot out from his palm, coiling around that rope like a spirit snake in an instant. A tremendous pulling force came, and Lin Chen swung himself, securely grasping the rope and hanging in midair. Phew! Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, his heart still racing. He looked down and saw nothing but pitch black, with no bottom in sight. That's quite deep, Lin Chen muttered, gripping the rough rope tightly. The rope was hard, feeling like steel, cold and quite rough, with a segmented texture. Lin Chen leaned in closer, using the dim light to discover that these were actually huge, yellowing tree roots. Looking around, these roots were densely packed, running through the entire abyss, resembling an upside-down bamboo forest. Could it be the roots of those black locust trees above? Lin Chen paused for a moment. But this root is way too long, right? He felt like he had fallen several hundred meters, and this thing still hadn't reached the bottom? Although he was puzzled, now was not the time for botany studies. Like a monkey, Lin Chen slid down the massive tree root. Swoosh! He slid for several more minutes until his feet finally touched solid ground, and he let out a long breath. Finally on solid ground, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and looked up. These tree roots stood tall, deeply embedded in the abyss's floor, continuing to extend downward, with no idea how much longer they went. Above him, at a very high point, was the hole he had fallen through, now looking like a round moon, providing a meager light to the bottom of the abyss. However, it was precisely because of this little light that Lin Chen didn't lose his sight completely. Damn old wolf, this little light can barely see anything, Lin Chen muttered, cursing the old wolf in his heart. The visibility below the abyss was similar to that in the thick fog. If he moved a little further away, he could only see dark outlines. Cursing aside, he still had to get to work. Lin Chen crouched down, carefully searching the ground with the faint light. Sure enough, not long after, he found two huge footprints in a patch of soft soil, one large and one small, both deeply embedded in the ground, overlapping as they extended forward. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the black locust wood axe in his hand and quickly followed the direction of the footprints. Below the abyss, it was terrifyingly quiet. All around were those enormous tree roots that had fallen from the sky, looking like a dense bamboo forest from a distance, but up close, he realized there was actually a significant gap between them, wide enough for several trucks to pass through. As Lin Chen navigated between these roots, he felt something was off. Logically, he had already entered the depths of this root forest, and the light above should have been blocked by the dense roots. But strangely, no matter how he moved, the moon-like opening above seemed to follow him, always hovering directly above, providing a faint cold light. Sinister. Following the footprints for about half an hour, a strange noise suddenly came from ahead. Rustle, rustle. It sounded like some enormous creature was scraping against the rough ground. Lin Chen immediately stopped, darted behind a massive tree root, and peeked out to look ahead. In the dim space before him, a gigantic black shadow was slowly moving. The light was too dim to see its exact shape, but he could vaguely make out that it resembled a fat giant worm, writhing on the ground, with a small black dot at its front. What the hell is that? Lin Chen held his breath. The size of this fat worm was like a small mountain, and in this unrestrained abyss, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. Lin Chen didn't want to stir up trouble. He was just here to find a bear, not to seek death. He held his breath, hiding behind the tree root until the colossal creature slowly moved away and disappeared into the darkness before he finally exhaled. Phew, I'm glad it didn't find me. Taking a deep breath again, Lin Chen frowned. A strong, fishy odor had permeated the air, reminiscent of saliva on fingers. And then, why did it suddenly get dark? Lin Chen felt the light around him dim instantly. He instinctively looked up, wanting to find the moon that had been following him. However, that glance made his pupils constrict. Where was the opening above? The place that had been glowing was now engulfed in pitch blackness, and in that darkness, two enormous scarlet eyes were staring down at him. That wasn't an opening, that was a pair of eyes. Damn! Lin Chen's scalp tingled as he realized there was a colossal creature above him watching him. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from above, a foul wind rushing towards him. Accompanied by a strong gust, those scarlet eyes descended. At an incredible speed, a massive moth filled with sharp teeth, large enough to swallow a small car, was coming down towards Lin Chen. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed loudly, instinctively rolling to the side to dodge. But the monster was too fast and its mouth was too big, completely blocking all his escape routes. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The world was instantly plunged into darkness and a stench. Lin Chen felt his body tighten, surrounded by sharp teeth pressing against him. Fortunately, the Huangquan Sephora tree within him seemed to sense its host's crisis. Without needing to be summoned, countless pale branches erupted from Lin Chen's body, forming a white cocoon that firmly held back the closing teeth. Creak, creak. The teeth scraped against the branches, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Protected by the branches of the Huangquan Sephora tree, Lin Chen was crushed by the immense force but at least wasn't chewed to pieces. Without hesitation, Lin Chen wanted to swing the axe in his hand, using brute force to deal with the monster. But he was completely entangled by the pale branches, leaving him no room to exert his strength. A wave of helplessness surged in his heart. The force of the teeth continued to increase, and the branches of the Huangquan Sephora tree were gradually pierced through, the teeth breaking Lin Chen's skin, sending sharp pain coursing through him, blood flowing out. The pain made him numb, but it also snapped him back to reality. No, I can't die like this. Lin Chen's mind flashed with the face of the old wolf, along with its words. You're just like a brute who only knows how to swing an axe. Brute. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his gaze turning fierce in this narrow, stinking space. You want to eat me, huh? Fine, let's see if you can digest me. Lin Chen closed his eyes, concentrating all his spirit on the Huangquan Sephora tree within him. In the past, I only knew how to bind people with branches because I never thought of other uses. Now you're outside of me and I'm inside of you. Grow for me. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant pale light bursting forth from them. Boom! In the next moment, the pale branches that were merely protecting him suddenly began to grow wildly thicker as if injected with hormones. A sturdy trunk formed right beneath Lin Chen's feet, wrapping around him, with dense roots deeply embedding into the monster's tongue, upper jaw, and throat. Roar! The monster let out a painful wail. It thrashed its massive head in a frenzy, trying to spit out the rapidly growing Huangquan locust tree from its mouth. But it was clearly too late. The enormous locust tree, emitting a ghostly white light, forcibly pried open its jaws, growing out from its mouth. The crown spread like a canopy, and the white flowers shone like the moon. Lin Chen's body was hidden within the trunk, wrapped in layers of hard bark, completely unharmed. With the glow, Lin Chen finally saw the monster's appearance. It was a terrifying creature resembling a mountain of flesh, akin to a Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, it was much larger than a T-Rex, looking like a small hill. And around Lin Chen, the Huangquan locust tree that had sprouted from the monster's mouth continued to unleash its power. Countless pale branches hung down from the crown, like numerous white pythons, wrapping around the T-Rex's body, binding it tightly. From a distance, it looked as if this monster was holding a towering tree in its mouth, only to be devoured by the tree. Lin Chen leaped down from the trunk, landing steadily on the ground. He looked at the massive creature, now tangled into a ball and unable to move, and a sense of unprecedented clarity surged within him. So, it can be played like this? Lin Chen stroked his chin, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This should count as evil cultivation, right? At this moment, the T-Rex had already collapsed on the ground, a tree stuck in its mouth, its body bound like a zonzi, only able to emit muffled whimpers. In its once fiercely red eyes, only fear remained. This human was too damn hellish. Lin Chen, holding his axe, leisurely walked to its massive head. Looks quite unique. As he got closer, aided by the light of the Huangquan locust tree, Lin Chen finally saw the full appearance of this creature. It indeed resembled a T-Rex, but its skin was rough and thick, presenting a rock-like gray-black color with a row of sharp bone spines along its back. You were pretty fierce when you wanted to eat me, huh? Lin Chen sneered, waving his hand. The branches wrapped around the monster's neck slowly retreated, revealing its thick neck. In your next life, remember not to eat things casually. As his words fell, Lin Chen gripped the axe with both hands, exerting force from his waist, swinging it in a wide arc puff. Under the unrestrained abyss, Lin Chen unleashed his full power, the axe deeply cutting into the monster's neck flesh, blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering all over Lin Chen. Woo! The monster struggled violently, shaking the ground beneath them. But under the suppression of the Huangquan locust tree, its struggles seemed feeble and powerless. Pretty tough. Lin Chen pulled out the axe and struck again. Let's see how many hits you can take. Puff, puff, puff. In the abyss, the sounds of chopping meat and the monster's screams echoed. Lin Chen was like a merciless lumberjack, tirelessly swinging the axe. He didn't know how many times he struck, but finally, with a crack, the massive head rolled aside and the enormous body twitched a few times before becoming completely still. Ha! Lin Chen wiped the blood from his face, letting out a long breath. At the moment of the monster's death, a vast and violent force surged from its corpse, drilling into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's whole body trembled.
feeling as if his muscles were inflated, a continuous sense of power filling him. In his mind, a new connection emerged.
Dulong, this was the name of this monster.
Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power.
It seemed to be a pure physical enhancement type of kin, but Lin Chen liked this unpretentiousness.
Just as he was about to study the newly acquired power, a sudden sound of friction came from behind
him.
Rustle, rustle. Lin Chen's body was covered in goosebumps as he suddenly turned around, raising the axe in front of him.
Who? In the
darkness not far away, a massive figure was slowly approaching. At first, Lin Chen thought it was that giant bug, but as it drew closer, he realized it was not an insect at all, but a gigantic corpse of a Dulong being dragged along. And the small black dot in front of the bug was
a man?
He wasn't particularly tall, dressed in a tattered tank top and shorts, wearing cloth shoes, with muscles that were smooth and firm.
Moreover, under the white light of the Huangquan locust tree, the man's head was reflecting light, slick, and hairless. Behind him, a hand casually dragged a massive tail. Following the tail was the corpse of the Dulong. He was dragging the mountain-like body with one hand, strolling over as if he were pulling a dead dog. The man stopped, his gaze landing on Lin Chen, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. There are actually humanoid followers of the Dulong?
Lin Chen stared warily at the bald man, his palm sweating on the axe handle.
In this unrestrained
abyss, he could clearly feel the suffocating terror emanating from the man, far stronger than that Dulong from earlier.
The man paid no
mind to Lin Chen's gaze, casually releasing the tail dragging the Dulong's corpse, which made a muffled thud.
Crack, crack. He casually
twisted his neck a couple of times, and his bones made a series of popping sounds.
In the next second, without any warning, the man's figure suddenly vanished into thin air.
Lin Chen's pupils constricted, a wave of extreme danger surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his
head. Before he could react, a tremendous force hit him from behind. Bang!
With a muffled sound, Lin Chen felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train, flying out uncontrollably.
Put!
In midair, the Huangquan locust tree automatically protected its master, countless pale branches erupting from his back like mad, forming a thick cushion. Even so, Lin Chen still slid for over 10 meters upon landing, finally stopping when he crashed into a massive tree root. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced, the pain so intense he couldn't stand up, only able to kneel on one knee, gasping for breath.
Cough, cough, damn you.
Lin Chen gritted his
teeth, looking up at the bald man. I'm not a follower of the Dulong. Who the hell are you?
The bald man stood at a distance, his expression
unchanged. In the next second, he suddenly exerted force with his feet. Boom!
The ground exploded, and the man shot towards Lin Chen like a
cannonball. Damn it, a madman.
Lin Chen cursed, enduring the excruciating pain, slamming one hand on the ground. In the next moment, the ground trembled, and the massive Huangquan locust tree shot up from the earth, instantly wrapping Lin Chen in its thick trunk, forming an absolute
defensive fortress.
However, the man showed no intention of avoiding it, swinging his fist and delivering a simple yet powerful punch to the
trunk. Dong!
This punch made Lin Chen, hidden inside the trunk, feel as if he had been hit head-on by a heavy-duty truck, the terrifying
shockwave penetrating through him, making it almost impossible to breathe, stars dancing before his eyes. Damn it! Lin Chen fought through
the dizziness, channeling the new power he had just acquired.
Dulong, come out! Accompanied by a furious roar, a massive, pitch-black Tyrannosaurus Rex burst forth from the darkness to the side.
It was the Dulong that Lin Chen had just killed.
Now transformed into a vengeful
spirit, it opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow a small car, and lunged fiercely at the bald man. The man remained unfazed, retracting his fist from the trunk, leaning slightly back and then suddenly kicking up. A strike as swift as lightning. Bang! This kick landed solidly on the Dulong's chin. Crack! The jawbone of the Tyrannosaurus shattered instantly, the massive corners of its mouth torn back to the roots of its ears. But that wasn't the end. In the moment the Tyrannosaurus stiffened from the excruciating pain, the man delivered a straight punch, smashing hard into its upper jaw. Boom! This punch pierced straight through the Tyrannosaurus's skull. The enormous creature didn't even have time to let out a scream. Its mouth gaped open at an exaggerated angle, and its massive body crashed to the ground, dissipating into black smoke. Instant kill. The city-destroying subordinates summoned by Lin Chen in the unrestrained abyss couldn't even last 2 seconds before this man. Puff! The backlash from the subordinate's death caused Lin Chen to spit out another mouthful of blood, his pupils constricting violently, a storm of shock rising in his heart. So strong it was almost unreasonable. Where on earth did this monster come from? In a flash, Lin Chen recalled what the Great Lord had said before. Could it be this is the senior the Great Lord mentioned? As he watched the man expressionlessly raise his fist again, preparing to give the tree trunk version of himself a can-opening prize, Lin Chen hurriedly shouted, "Senior,
Don't strike, we're on the same side. However, the man seemed to have not heard, his fist coming down without any hesitation, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Bang! The incredibly hard trunk of the yellow spring Sephora tree exploded like it was made of paper under this punch. Amidst the flying wood chips, Lin Chen was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Damn! Are you deaf? Lin Chen lay on the ground, feeling as if all his bones were about to fall apart. Watching the bald man step forward again, the fierce determination in his heart was ignited. Lin Chen extended his hand towards the man, gripping it tightly. Swish, swish, swish. Countless pale branches burst forth from the ground, instantly binding the man tightly, wrapping him up like a white rice dumpling. Poof! The man snorted coldly, his muscles tensing. Bang, bang, bang! The incredibly tough branches snapped like fragile, rotten hemp ropes, breaking into countless pieces and flying everywhere. Lin Chen cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected this move to trap the opponent, just buying himself some time to stand up. He leaned against the nearby black pear wood axe, unsteadily getting to his feet, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Since spells were ineffective, he would resort to close combat. The black pear axe had never let him down. The fighting spirit in Lin Chen's eyes surged higher. Come! He roared, gripping the axe with both hands and charging forward. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from within Lin Chen, the shadow of the Tyrannosaurus appearing behind him, overlapping with his movements. Lin Chen leaped high, the black-hearted black pear axe in his hand seeming to weigh a ton, carrying the momentum of splitting mountains and shattering stones, and he swung it down fiercely at the man's bald head. As he watched the axe come down, a flicker of surprise finally crossed the man's eyes. He flipped his wrist, and a completely red axe appeared in his hand out of thin air. Clang! The two axes collided violently in mid-air. There was no stalemate as imagined, only a crisp sound of breaking. Crack! Lin Chen's black-hearted black pear wood axe, which had been invincible and accompanied him in slaughtering through the forest, actually broke into two pieces with this strike. Half of the axe blade spun away, embedding itself in the ground far off. Lin Chen stood there, holding the remaining half of the axe handle, completely stunned. Before he could react, the man swung the back of the axe, slamming it into his chest. Bang! What seemed like a casual slap felt as if he had been crushed by a hydraulic press, sending Lin Chen flying out again like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a thick tree root, then sliding down like a puddle of mud. The man picked up the half-broken axe blade from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and finally spoke. Why use such garbage material to make an axe? The man looked at Lin Chen, who was lying motionless on the ground, with a hint of confusion in his tone. The black-hearted black pear flower has no use other than being hard and able to absorb life. Lin Chen struggled to lift his head, staring intently at the man, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What exactly do you want?" "Sorry." The man casually tossed aside the broken axe, revealing a trace of apology. "I mistook you for a follower of the great dragon." He pointed at the broken axe on the ground. "Seeing you use this thing, you must have come down from above, right?" Lin Chen struggled to support himself against the tree roots, every movement sending waves of pain through his body. "Yes." He had just uttered a word when the man suddenly struck again without warning, slamming the axes back into Lin Chen's chest. Bang! Lin Chen was sent flying once more, spitting out a mouthful of old blood mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Chen lay on the ground, his head buzzing. He was truly dazed from the beating. "Why? Are you hitting me again?" he asked. The man was momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Chen, who could still speak, with genuine confusion on his face. "How are you so tough? Lin Chen? Is this even human talk? Logically speaking." The man scratched his bald head. "After being hit by me like this, a typical city-destroying level would have long been unconscious, even though I controlled my strength." Lin Chen frowned, looking at this man who seemed like a lunatic, his mind racing. "Come again." The man seemed a bit skeptical, raising the red axe in his hand once more. Instinctively, Lin Chen summoned the yellow spring Sephora tree, and countless branches instantly intertwined before him to form a shield. However, the man suddenly retracted his axe. In the next second, a shadow flashed. Lin Chen felt a blur before the bald man appeared behind him. "Sleep!" A faint voice rang in his ear. Immediately after, a knife hand strike, accompanied by a whoosh of wind, accurately and ruthlessly struck the back of Lin Chen's neck. Bang! Lin Chen felt darkness envelop him, not even having the chance to curse, before his consciousness completely sank into oblivion. With a thud, he fell straight to the ground. "Ha!" The man looked at Lin Chen, who had finally passed out, and let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Finally done, really tough. He bent down, skillfully grabbing one of Lin Chen's ankles. Then, he walked to the other side, extending his other hand to grasp the tail of the massive great dragon corpse. Home.
In the dim light and shadow, a bald man in a tank top dragged a person with his left hand and a mountain-like monster's corpse with his right, humming an unknown tune as he turned and walked into the depths of darkness. The bald man dragged Lin Chen and the great dragon corpse, not knowing how long he had walked at the bottom of the dark abyss. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. It was a small wooden cabin, looking shabby, like a relic from the last century. A large fire burned in the yard, dispelling the surrounding darkness and illuminating the scene in the yard. In the yard, several thick tree roots hung down from above, resembling the ropes of a gallows. Two figures were tied up above. One was the unconscious, bloodied Xiong Nuo. The other was, surprisingly, Xiong Badian, who wore a face of helplessness, also bound tightly. Thud. The man placed the massive great dragon corpse outside the yard, then dragged Lin Chen into the yard. He held Lin Chen's ankle, dragging him to the tree roots beside Xiong Badian like a dead dog. Then, with a flip of his hand, a transparent rope appeared, and in a few swift motions he bound Lin Chen to the tree roots. After finishing all this, the man clapped his hands, glanced at the roaring fire, and turned to walk out of the yard. In no time, he returned carrying a large chunk of meat still dripping with blood, likely just cut from the great dragon. He casually snapped off a root's tendril, skewered the meat, and set it over the fire to roast. He then turned around and pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, stepping inside. Creak! The door closed behind him. The yard was left with only the crackling sound of firewood. After confirming that De Chang had entered the house, Xiong Badian turned his head, ready to wake up Lin Chen. However, when he looked at Lin Chen, he found Lin Chen staring back at him with wide eyes. You're not unconscious? Xiong Badian was taken aback. No. Lin Chen replied, somewhat speechless. If I didn't pretend, that madman would have hit me a couple more times. If he hit me again, I'd really be done for. He tried to struggle a bit, only to find the ropes on him were unyielding and painfully tight. That makes sense. Xiong Badian agreed. What the hell is this man? Lin Chen asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with wariness. How is he so strong? My city-level subordinate was killed in one punch by him. Is he even human? Xiong Badian sighed. His name is De Chang, a lumberjack from a long time ago. In the past, we were somewhat acquainted. I never expected he was still alive and had been down here in this abyss all this time. Acquainted? Lin Chen frowned. Then why did he tie you up? So heartless? Heartless? Xiong Badian chuckled bitterly. He seems to be a bit off in the head now. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He felt the same way. Is he city level? Lin Chen asked. No. Xiong Badian shook his head. He's just city level. City level? Lin Chen's eyes widened. Are you sure? This guy is incredibly strong. I'm very sure. Xiong Badian glanced at the tightly shut door of the wooden cabin. It's just that his city-level subordinates might be a bit more. A bit more? How many is that? Lin Chen was puzzled. Dozens. How many? In the yard, Lin Chen fell silent. Dozens of city-level subordinates stacked in one body. This was simply a human-shaped nuclear bomb. No wonder he could kill a dragon in one punch. No wonder he was so fast that Lin Chen couldn't react in time. Forget city level, even if a provincial level came, they probably wouldn't fare well against him, right? So what do we do now? Lin Chen struggled hard, trying to break free from his bindings. It's useless. Xiong Badian shook his head. These ropes were probably made from the tendons of that monster outside. They're incredibly tough. I've tried, and I can't break them. So are we just waiting to die here? Lin Chen looked at the sizzling meat on the fire. From the looks of it, he doesn't plan to roast us and eat us, does he? He shouldn't, right? Xiong Badian was also uncertain. Just as the two were whispering, the door of the wooden cabin creaked open again. Lin Chen immediately shut his mouth, watching the doorway warily. De Chang stepped out, walking straight to the fire pit. He glanced at the meat roasting above, his brow slightly furrowing, seemingly displeased with how slowly it was cooking. De Chang blew on the fire. The originally orange flames instantly turned a ghostly blue, the fire surging several times in intensity, quickly engulfing the piece of meat. The terrifying heat made Lin Chen, who was several meters away, feel a wave of warmth. In just a few seconds, the ghostly blue flames dissipated. The piece of meat, which had been half raw, was now perfectly charred on the outside and tender on the inside, emitting an enticing aroma. Subordinate ability. Lin Chen was secretly astonished. It seemed the previous flash was also a power from one of his subordinates. De Chang sat down on the steps, biting into a piece of meat and chewing heartily. He then raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen and Xiong Badian, who were tied to the roots of a tree. There was no killing intent in his eyes, only a chilling indifference. You two want to eat? Lin Chen and Xiong Badian were both taken aback. What is this? Kidnapping and still offering food? Eat? Xiong Badian was the first to react, shouting, I want to eat too. Lin Chen quickly followed. Whatever his schemes were, they needed to eat to have the strength to escape.
And after the beating he took from De Chang, his whole body was in pain, desperately needing to replenish energy to recover. De Chang nodded, saying nothing more. He skewered the meat he was holding next to the fire and got up again, walking out of the yard in less than a minute. He returned, each shoulder bearing a massive, bloody chunk of meat. He skillfully snapped 2 tree roots, skewered the meat, and set it over the flames. With another breath, the ethereal blue flames surged once more. Moments later, the aroma of meat filled the air. De Chang carried 2 large pieces of roasted meat and walked up to Xiong Badian. He reached out, grabbed the ropes binding Xiong Badian, and with a gentle tug, the ropes snapped apart as if made of paper. Here, De Chang handed a piece of meat larger than a basin to Xiong Badian. Xiong Badian accepted the meat without hesitation, opening his mouth wide to gnaw at it, his lips glistening with grease. De Chang then approached Lin Chen, repeating the process, tearing the ropes and offering another piece of meat. Thanks. Lin Chen took the meat, flexed his numb wrist, and plopped down on the ground, disregarding his image as he tore into the meat. Although Do Long was ugly, the meat was indeed a great tonic. With each bite, warmth surged through him, and Lin Chen felt the tightness in his chest ease considerably. De Chang ignored them, returning to the steps, picking up the previous piece of meat, and silently began to eat. In the courtyard, the 3 of them, 2 men and a bear, strangely gathered around the bonfire as if they were hosting a campfire party. However, the atmosphere was somewhat unsettling. Senior. After eating to a point of satisfaction, Lin Chen looked at the silent De Chang on the steps and couldn't help but ask, since you invited us to eat, why did you bring us here to knock us out first? De Chang paused, lifted his head, and his calm eyes met Lin Chen's. Because I can't tell apart. Can't tell apart? Lin Chen was confused. I can't tell if you are deceiving me or if you are genuine, De Chang said flatly. So, I treat all of you as if you are deceiving me. If I knock you out and bring you back, you can't deceive me. This logic was simply a flawless kind of madness. Lin Chen frowned. Why would we deceive you? What are you afraid we might deceive you about? De Chang did not answer, merely lowering his head to continue eating the meat as if the words he just spoke were not his. After another 10 minutes, the meat in the hands of the 2 men and the bear was completely gone. De Chang casually tossed aside the bones, stood up, and wiped the grease off his hands. Lin Chen was just about to say thank you when De Chang waved his hand. Swish, swish. The broken ropes that had fallen to the ground suddenly seemed to come to life, rising up with lightning speed and once again wrapped tightly around Lin Chen and Xiong Beixian's bodies. Before Lin Chen could react, he found himself bound in the same position as before. What does this mean? Lin Chen was bewildered. Eat until full and then tie us up? De Chang didn't even look at them, turning around, pushing the door, and entering the house. Creak. The door closed behind him, leaving Lin Chen, with a dazed expression, and Xiong Badian, with grease all over his mouth, in a state of confusion in the wind. This guy definitely has a mental illness. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and struggled a couple of times, but remained completely still. A person with such unpredictable behavioral logic was the most terrifying. He couldn't even tell if this guy was friend or foe. If he was an enemy, he fed you and even untied you. If he was a friend, he tied you up right after the meal and even knocked you out first. Brother Bear? What kind of game is this? Lin Chen looked at Xiong Badian beside him. Xiong Badian licked the grease from the corner of his mouth, his expression becoming somewhat complex. I think I might know why. Why? Xiong Badian sighed. De Chang's family seems to have all died. Tragically, because he trusted others too easily. He has fallen into the abyss and has been here for far too long. Xiong Badian glanced around at the dark abyss. In a place like this, staying too long would drive any normal person mad. That incident may have become his nightmare, etched into his very bones. So, Xiong Beixian's voice was low. He will no longer believe anything anyone says, not even me, someone he once knew. Lin Chen fell silent after hearing this. He looked at the dilapidated wooden cabin as if he could see through the walls to the lonely, powerful, yet fearful soul inside. A strong being with dozens of city-destroying minions, powerful enough to sweep across a region, yet trapped in a cage of distrust, drawing a line around himself. What a pitiful madman, Lin Chen murmured. Just wait, there will be a turning point. Xiong Badian closed his eyes. Lin Chen sighed and also closed his eyes. All they could do was wait. Lin Chen dreamed again. This time his perspective was from above the sky, with blue skies and white clouds. He floated among the clouds, carried by the wind. He looked down at the mountains and rivers below, unsure of where he would drift to. What a big tree, what a big monster, Lin Chen marveled. From this vantage point, he could see many enormous trees below, as well as many creatures the size of small mountains, especially 4 of the largest. The first was a Tyrannosaurus rex with swords growing from its back, roaring angrily at the sky on the plains. The second was a stitched monster with 7 heads and 8 arms hanging from a giant tree, its form constantly twisting.
The third was a massive mechanical giant, standing silently in the sea, its eyes cold. The fourth was a giant wrapped in white bandages, kneeling on the ground with its hands clasped together. Lin Chen felt that the world he was dreaming of was not Earth, but another realm, as these things were somewhat unfamiliar, and he did not see any cities on the ground. Poof poof. A butterfly suddenly burst out from the nearby clouds, flying next to Lin Chen, one eye curiously examining him. This butterfly was colorful, about the same size as the four monsters below, making it the fifth. Lin Chen also looked into the butterfly's eye, and the two stared at each other. Suddenly, a croaking sound echoed through the heavens and the earth, sounding like a frog's call. Before Lin Chen could react, a bright red tongue shot up into the sky, instantly wrapping around the butterfly. The butterfly struggled desperately but was still dragged down by the tongue. Lin Chen looked down and saw a toad suddenly appear on the ground, larger than the other monsters. The toad swallowed the butterfly, and its tongue shot out again, wrapping around the Tyrannosaurus Rex and swallowing it, followed by the mechanical giant and the stitched monster hanging from the tree. Just as the toad was about to swallow the last bandaged giant, that giant suddenly began to chant. Lin Chen couldn't understand what it was saying, only feeling a buzzing in his ears, and then he saw countless trees starting to grow all over the toad. These small trees took root and sprouted on the toad's body, their roots penetrating its flesh and continuing to grow underground, trapping the toad in place. The toad screamed in agony, painfully spitting out its tongue and swallowing the giant as well. Lin Chen quietly watched all of this, drifting with the wind, the buzzing in his ears growing louder, causing his consciousness to gradually become muddled. He didn't know how long it had been when a hissing sound suddenly broke the dead silence of the abyss. The sound was not loud, but it was particularly jarring in the darkness, like countless venomous snakes crawling on dry sand. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, raised his head, and peered into the depths of the darkness, but apart from the roots illuminated by the firelight and some shadows nearby, he could see nothing else. Brother Xiong, what's that noise? Lin Chen turned to look at Xiong Badian, who was also bound. Did you hear anything when you came in? Xiong Badian shook his head and replied in a deep voice, I didn't hear anything, but when I was looking for Xiong Nuo, I circled around the bottom of this abyss. He paused. It seems something is off here. What do you mean by off? It seems like this is a circular area, very small, and I haven't seen much abnormality. Xiong Badian said honestly. What? Lin Chen was taken aback. Not much abnormality? Very small range? He recalled the dog-like face of the old wolf. It's very big down there, extremely big, enough to destroy a city. Damn it, that old wolf, tricking me again. Lin Chen was speechless. When I get back, I'm definitely going to burn his little blanket. Just as the man and the bear were chatting, the door of the wooden house creaked open. De Chang stepped out. He didn't even glance at the two captives in the yard, shut the door behind him, and walked straight into the darkness outside the yard. Hey, Changgu, where are you going? Lin Chen shouted. Can you loosen our bindings? It's too tight. De Chang didn't respond, not even turning his head, his figure quickly blending into the darkness, not even letting out a sound. Rude. Lin Chen pouted. Complaining aside, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up. 3 minutes later, confirming that De Chang had indeed left, Lin Chen's mind stirred. Roar! A low growl erupted. In front of Lin Chen, black mist swirling, and a massive dulong appeared out of thin air. After resting inside Lin Chen for a few hours, it reformed its body. Dulong opened its large mouth, cautiously leaned over, and its sharp teeth caught the transparent rope, beginning to exert force. Crack! One of Dulong's teeth fell out. Lin Chen, useless, use a few more teeth. Dulong nodded, several teeth caught the rope and suddenly exerted force. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, Dulong began to frantically tear at the rope, finally biting through it at the cost of 2 broken teeth. Lin Chen moved his numb waist and jumped down from the tree root. Well done. He patted Dulong's big head and commanded, Go, help Brother Bear loosen his bindings too. Dulong complied, and with a few more teeth falling out, it finally bit through the ropes binding Xiong Badian and Xiong Nuo. Xiong Badian quickly caught the falling Xiong Nuo, carefully hoisting him onto his shoulder. Brother Bear, let's go. Lin Chen waved his hand. While that lunatic is gone, we should hurry and leave. Xiong Badian nodded, carrying Xiong Nuo as he followed Lin Chen out of the yard. As they stepped out of the light of the fire, the surroundings instantly fell into darkness, but fortunately, the moon above was still shining. Lin Chen stopped and turned to Xiong Badian. Do you know the way out? Xiong Badian was taken aback, blinking his large eyes that glowed red in the dark, and asked back, Don't you know? Lin Chen, I don't know. Lin Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. I didn't even have the chance to ask how to get back before that old wolf kicked me down. Wachow, this is my first time down here too. The man and the bear stood in the dark, staring at each other, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Lin Chen looked up at the dim round moon above.
That was the hole they fell through, now emitting a faint cold light. Logically, if they climbed up these tree roots, they should be able to get out. But the problem was, Lin Chen pointed at the top. Don't you think this hole is a bit eerie? No matter how we move, it seems to be following us. Xiong Badian looked up and nodded. It is a bit. What if it was a fake, or some kind of illusion? If they climbed halfway and found the top was sealed, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit irritated. But they couldn't stay here long. That lunatic named De Chang might come back at any moment. Forget it, let's leave this place first. Lin Chen made a decision. Let's get far away from that madman. Xiong Badian had no objections, obediently following behind Lin Chen with his brother on his shoulder. The man and the two bears traversed the bottom of the abyss filled with tree roots for a while. Relying on his instincts, Lin Chen found a huge tree root that looked relatively easier to climb and stopped. He looked up at the endless darkness above, then glanced at Xiong Badian, who was carrying Xiong Nuo. Brother bear, wait for me down here. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together to warm up. I'll climb up first to scout the way and see if there's really an exit up there. If I call you down again, it might not be the entrance, and you'll waste your energy carrying your brother back and forth. Okay. Xiong Badian nodded, touched. Brother Lin Chen. Be careful. Don't worry. Lin Chen grinned, using both hands and feet, climbing up the rough tree roots like a nimble gecko. His speed was incredibly fast, and in no time, his figure was swallowed by the darkness above. Xiong Badian stood at the base of the roots, looking up for a while until he could no longer see Lin Chen before retracting his gaze. He felt a bit of soreness in his shoulders and was about to put down the bare Nuwa he had been carrying to rest for a moment. However, at that moment, a rich red light suddenly spread from behind him, illuminating the darkness in front of him with a blood-red hue. Turning around, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring intently at him. Xiong Beishan's body stiffened, a chill rushing from his soles to his head. The bear Nuwa, who had been unconscious, had opened its eyes at some point. Those eyes had no pupils, only two frantically burning scarlet flames fixated on Xiong Beishan's neck, which was just within reach. Bear Nuwa? Xiong Badian tentatively called out. Roar! The response was a roar filled with brutality. In the next second, Bear Nuwa opened its massive mouth and bit down hard on Xiong Beishan's shoulder. Put! Sharp teeth sank into flesh, blood splattering. Ow! Xiong Badian cried out in pain, the agony causing him to exert force suddenly, grabbing Bear Nuwa by the scruff of its neck and violently throwing it away. Sizzle! A chunk of bloody flesh was torn off, held in Bear Nuwa's mouth. Bear Nuwa crashed heavily against a nearby tree root, but it seemed to feel no pain, rolling over and getting back up instantly. It chewed on its brother's flesh, its scarlet eyes filled with greed and madness. Roar! Bear Nuwa slammed its paws on the ground. Boom! The ground trembled, and countless sharp black stone spikes shot up from beneath, like spears bursting forth from the earth, piercing up from under Xiong Beishan's feet. Ignoring the intense pain in his shoulder, Xiong Beishan's massive body leaped back agilely, narrowly avoiding the deadly spikes. However, Bear Nuwa, undeterred by the miss, intensified its assault. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs, launching itself into the air like a cannonball, raising its hands high, a towering shadow of a black mountain forming behind it, crashing down towards Xiong Badian with the force of a collapsing mountain. Is this never-ending? Xiong Badian glared at the little one who once followed him around calling him brother, now intent on taking his life, and his anger surged. Roar! He roared to the sky, his already massive body swelling rapidly, growing more than 5 times its size. His black fur ignited in flames, transforming him into a burning hellfire bear. Facing the descending black mountain, Xiong Badian did not retreat but charged forward. He extended a giant paw, engulfed in flames, catching Bear Nuwa midair as if it were a chick. At the same time, his other hand clenched into a fist, infused with world-destroying flames, and he struck the mountain's shadow with a powerful punch. Boom! The black mountain shattered under the force of the punch, breaking apart like glass and dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Ignoring the explosive aftermath, Xiong Badian brought the tiny bear Nuwa, which resembled a figurine in his grasp, close to his face, his enormous bear eyes burning with fire, staring intently at it. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, mixed with rolling heat waves and the terrifying pressure of a peak city-destroying powerhouse directly blasting Bear Nuwa in the face. This dual suppression from bloodline and strength instantly froze the once mad Bear Nuwa. The red light in its eyes flickered, its body trembled, and it shrank back, too scared to move. However, just as Xiong Badian thought he had intimidated his brother and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a cunning glint flashed in Bear Nuwa's eyes. Swish! It suddenly extended its claws, striking towards Xiong Beishan's eyes with lightning speed. Ow! Xiong Badian was caught off guard, instinctively closing his eyes and turning his head, but still ended up with a torn eyelid, blood streaming down. The excruciating pain made him instinctively loosen his grip. Xiong Nuwa took the Opportunity to hit the ground, rolling and scrambling away, not daring to look back as he ran deeper into the darkness. Damn it, stop right there. Seong Badian covered his bleeding eye, furious, and crazily chased after the direction Seong Nua had fled. Bang, bang, bang. His massive body crashed through the roots of the trees, shaking them violently. But these roots were absurdly tough. Even as the fire bear, Seong Badian had to pause with each collision, his speed significantly reduced. Meanwhile, Seong Nua weaved effortlessly between the roots, running further and further away, almost disappearing from sight. Damn it! Seong Badian cursed, retracting the flames on his body, his massive form quickly shrinking back to its original size. Although his strength diminished, his speed and agility increased several times. He dropped to all fours, like a black lightning bolt, twisting and turning among the roots, determined to catch Seong Nua. Not long into the chase, Seong Nua suddenly came to a screeching halt. In the dimness before him stood a black, towering wall, stretching into the clouds, blocking his path. No way forward. Seong Nua turned around, baring his teeth at the approaching Seong Badian, growling threateningly from his throat, trying to intimidate his brother. But Seong Badian was genuinely angry this time. He stopped, stood upright, cracking his knuckles with a crisp sound, and coldly approached Seong Nua step by step. Running? Keep running? Seong Badian's voice was icy. If I don't make your butt bloom today, I won't be called Seong Badian. It was time to teach this bear cub some rules. Seong Badian reached Seong Nua and without a word, swung his fist, ready to give him a lesson in love. Whoosh! The wind from his punch howled. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. The black wall behind Seong Nua suddenly split open with a massive crack without warning. The crack was wet, and before Seong Badian could see what was inside, a gigantic forked, scarlet tongue shot out like a monstrous python emerging from its lair. Slap! The long tongue instantly wrapped around the unsuspecting Seong Nua. Ha! Seong Nua was stunned. The next second, a terrifying force surged and the tongue violently retracted, pulling Seong Nua straight into the crack. Seong Nua! Seong Badian's eyes widened, nearly bursting with rage. Without a second thought he lunged forward, reaching out to grab his brother. Bang! But by the time he rushed over, the crack had already healed. Seong Badian's fist slammed against the wall, but it felt like hitting a mass of resilient rubber, bouncing him back. Before he could comprehend what kind of bizarre thing this was, rumble. The black wall before him, whose length and height were unknown, suddenly began to shake violently, and then it started to move slowly like an endless train. Following that, rip, rip, a spine-chilling tearing sound echoed. The black wall suddenly opened up one huge crack after another. Massive, pitch-black Tyrannosaurus rexes with skin like rock leaped out from those cracks. 1, 2, 3, a total of over a dozen dragons descended. They lowered their heads, dozens of crimson eyes gleaming with greed and brutality. In the darkness, fixating on the central figure of Seong Badian. Seong Badian looked at these monsters that were even taller than him, then glanced at the slowly writhing wall. His anger surged. I don't care what kind of monstrous thing you are, now give me back Seong Nua. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the abyss, and Seong Badian's body rapidly swelled, flames illuminating the darkness. The dragon's perspective shifted from looking down at him to looking up, but the crimson in their eyes showed no sign of trembling. Lin Chen used all fours to climb to the top of the roots. Fortunately, the cave entrance was right above him, and from this vantage point he could still see the blue sky. Outside, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just as he was about to descend to find Seong Badian, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the darkness below. Roar! It was Seong Badian's voice. Lin Chen froze for a moment and looked down. In the depths of the darkness below, a faint flicker of firelight was wildly flashing. Surrounding that firelight, countless pairs of crimson eyes lit up densely, like ghostly flames in the night, encircling the flickering flame. Damn! Lin Chen cursed under his breath. The ruckus caused by that foolish bear was too loud, acting like a spotlight in the darkness, attracting all the monsters at the bottom of the abyss. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed again, glancing at the exit that was so close, then released his grip on the tree root and plummeted straight down into the darkness. The wind howled in his ears, and his hair danced wildly. Lin Chen fixed his gaze on the darkness below, and when he was still several dozen meters from the ground, he suddenly shouted, Dulong! The black mist surged, and a massive black Tyrannosaurus rex leaped out of the void, catching the falling Lin Chen with precision. Bang! Dulong landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Chen stood firmly on Dulong's broad head. Although he no longer held an axe, his imposing aura remained undiminished. The Dulong beneath him let out a roar and charged thunderously towards Seong Badian. On the other side, Seong Badian was drenched in blood. The flames that had once burned brightly were now extinguished by more than half, revealing the crisscrossing wounds beneath. In his hands, he was gripping the ankles of two Dulong, swinging them like two meteor hammers. smashing them wildly against the surroundings. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The thick tree roots around him were shattered, and several twisted dulong
corpses lay on the ground.
But there were simply too many enemies. More than a dozen dulong were eyeing him hungrily, ready to charge in the
next moment. Roar!
Shongbatian roared. The 2 meteor hammers in his hands had already been smashed to pieces, and he hurled them away, toppling the first few that charged at him. He then sank his legs, preparing for a desperate fight. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the darkness to the side, biting down on the neck of a dulong that was about to sneak attack Shongbatian from behind. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. At the same time, a shadow leaped into the mouth of another dulong. The dulong was momentarily stunned. Just as it was about to chew, in the next second, its mouth was crazily forced open, and the Huangquan tree took root and sprouted,
instantly growing into a towering tree. Crash! Countless pale branches surged out like tentacles, tightly binding the 7 or 8 dulong surrounding Shongbatian. Thanks, Lin Chen!
Shongbatian roared, his massive body leaping high, like a meteor falling from the sky, crashing down with the remaining flames onto the head of a dulong bound by branches. Bang! The dulong's head exploded like a watermelon.
Less talk. Let's kill our way out first.
Lin Chen leaped out from the trunk of the Huangquan tree, directly landing on the head of a dulong.
Like a cannonball. Climb for me.
Using the momentum of his fall, he summoned the violent power belonging to the dulong kin within him and struck down with a powerful punch. Behind him, the massive dulong shadow overlapped with his movements.
Boom! This punch was heavy and forceful, directly smashing the dulong's jaw into the ground, half of its head sinking into the earth. With Lin Chen's current physical condition,
bolstered by 2 city-destroying enhancements, he still had the strength to fight against these monsters, which, despite their numbers, were
clearly mass-produced. The dulong wasn't dead yet, struggling to rise. Still moving?
Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, the dragon's roar sounded, and another punch landed on its crown, crimson blood mist spraying from its 7 orifices.
This time, it was completely still. However, before
Lin Chen could catch his breath, a foul wind suddenly swept in from behind. Lin Chen rolled to the side like a lazy donkey without a second thought.
Are you kidding?
The Huangquan locust tree was controlling a wide area, and he certainly didn't want to be eaten right now. Crack! A massive bloody mouth bit down on the spot where he had just been standing, even shattering a piece of rock on the ground.
Lin Chen looked
up and saw that the few dragons that had just been bound by the Huangquan locust tree had actually been bitten through the branches by their
companions. Damn it, this bunch of beasts is quite united.
Lin Chen cursed under his breath. To make matters worse, his dragon companion was currently being attacked by 3 or 4 of its kind, its body already torn and bloodied, and it looked like its neck was about to be bitten through.
Come back. Lin Chen didn't dare to be reckless. If his companion died, the backlash would be unbearable. With a thought, the injured dragon instantly transformed into black smoke and disappeared back into his body to recuperate. Without the restraint of his companion,
the dragons immediately focused their crimson gazes on Lin Chen and Shongbatian.
From the depths of darkness, more monsters were continuously rushing in.
Lin Chen looked at Shongbatian, who had just broken the jaw of one dragon but was now being overwhelmed by more dragons. The
situation precarious. There were too many. This was simply unending. The only way.
Lin Chen's mind flashed with the figure of De Chang.
Although that guy wasn't quite right in the head, his strength was genuinely terrifying. If he could be lured over, or if they could run to him, this group of monsters would definitely not be enough to fill his teeth. Brother Xiong, go find De Chang!
Lin Chen shouted at the top of his lungs. However, just as he was about to rush over to help Shongbatian, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the darkness behind him.
What are you doing here?
The voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear amidst the chaotic roars. Lin Chen turned around sharply. He saw De Chang slowly walking out of the darkness. He was wearing that tattered vest, looking calm as he gazed at the beast tied before him.
Brother Chang! Lin Chen was overjoyed. Roar!
2 bloodthirsty dragons didn't care who he was. Seeing another bald head, they opened their massive mouths and lunged at him. De Chang glanced at them, and just as one dragon's sharp teeth were about to touch his bald head, he slowly raised his left hand. Slap! A light sound. That massive jaw, capable of crushing steel, was firmly pinched by him with one hand.
The tremendous
inertia caused the dragon's body to halt abruptly, its tail raised high, but it could no longer advance an inch.
De Chang's expression was
unchanged, his fingers applying slight pressure. Since you're so aggressive, he looked at the colossal creature struggling desperately in his hand, his gaze indifferent.
Then let's turn you into an axe.
As soon as the words fell, a strange wave erupted from his palm.
To Lin Chen's
shock, the enormous dragon let out a piercing scream, and then its flesh and bones began to twist, compress, and reorganize wildly.
In just 1 second, that monster weighing dozens of tons vanished.
In its place was a giant battle axe, entirely blood-red and grotesquely shaped, quietly held in De Chang's hand. Weaponized companion. What the hell? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of divine ability is this? The other dragon charging and clearly hadn't reacted to what had happened and continued to charge straight ahead. De Chang gripped the freshly made red battle axe and casually swung it. Swish! A red light flashed. The charging dragon didn't even have time to scream before its massive body was neatly split in half, the cut smooth as a mirror. Blood gushed forth and entrails spilled everywhere. One strike, one kill. The surrounding dragons, which had been attacking frantically, suddenly paused for a moment under this terrifying blow, their crimson eyes dimming slightly. This was the deterrence of absolute pay. He turned his head and looked at Lin Chen, who was dumbfounded beside him, casually tossing the still dripping red battle axe over. Catch! Lin Chen fumbled to catch the axe. It felt heavy in his hands, and the axe handle still had a warm touch, as if he could still feel the heartbeat of the dragon from earlier. There are too many, it's a waste of time for one person. Duh! Chang cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds, and his gaze gradually became dangerous. Help me clean this up. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the blood axe, feeling the terrifying killing intent within it. With this big guy around, what was there to be afraid of? Alright. Lin Chen grinned, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Shongbadian also took the opportunity to flip over the monster on him, which was drenched in blood, getting back on its feet and roaring deafeningly at the group of dragons. With a specialized weapon in hand, Lin Chen felt much more at ease. However, seeing the increasing number of dragons, now around 20 or 30, he chose to take a step back, positioning De Chang in front of him. De Chang glanced at him and, without hesitation, walked straight towards the group of dragons. Roar! 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 The dense roars of dragons erupted, and the dragon horde surged forward, their massive bodies thudding against the ground, making Lin Chen feel as if he were on a trampoline full of children. De Chang's expression was indifferent. He suddenly exerted force with his feet and, in the next second, charged into the dragon horde like a cannonball. Bang! 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 Lin Chen only saw clouds of blood mist erupting, with dragons falling one after another. Awesome! Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Shongbadian, and they tacitly chose to slack off on the side. With De Chang around, fighting monsters was incredibly easy. He casually transformed another axe and began the slaughter. Put! Each swing of the blood-red battle axe was accompanied by a dragon being split in two. De Chang was like an emotionless lumberjack, those city-destroying dragons that made Lin Chen and Shongbadian feel somewhat challenged were truly no different from little chicks waiting to be slaughtered in front of him. Bang! A dragon fell in front of Lin Chen, and even though its body was cut in half, it still struggled. Just as Lin Chen was about to deliver a finishing blow, a blood axe flew over and instantly completed the task. He looked up to see De Chang glancing at him, then transforming another axe and resuming the massacre. Lin Chen didn't think much of it and targeted a slightly smaller dragon. The Wangquan Huai tree shot up from the ground, surrounding it with countless branches. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to raise his axe for a head, De Chang's axe flew over again, cleanly severing its head. Lin Chen? When he tossed the axe to him earlier, if he heard correctly, it was to help clean up, right? Now he wasn't even getting a single head for himself. What was this about? You'd better kill a little less, or the will of the great dragons will descend upon your mind. De Chang's voice came from within the dragon horde. Lin Chen frowned. He still wanted to kill a few more dragons to strengthen his followers. He originally thought this was a leveling paradise, but now it seemed there were significant flaws. But why wasn't De Chang afraid? Shongbadian also stopped, silently standing aside. In the end, only De Chang remained in the dragon horde, slaughtering. With each axe swing, a dragon fell, blood spl. The high walls closed in again, as if nothing had happened, leaving only a ground strewn with corpses and the stench of blood. What is that? Lin Chen asked, pointing at the wall. De Chang shook the blood off his axe, and in the next moment, the blood-red battle axe turned into a mist of blood that fell away. Just the followers of the great dragon, De Chang said. Followers? Lin Chen frowned. Was this wall a living thing? De Chang didn't elaborate. He shook his body, and the blood on him evaporated instantly. De Chang, Shongbadian suddenly spoke up. Shong Nua has been captured. Is there any way to save him? De Chang shook his head. No way. Once inside, he gets digested. That bear is most likely dead. Even if he isn't, he has become part of this wall. Dead. Shongbadian's massive body shook violently, like a deflated balloon, collapsing to the ground. This giant black bear now resembled a child who had lost a beloved toy, tears streaming down his face. It's all my fault. I pushed him down. Lin Chen watched this scene, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Although he wasn't close to Shong Nua, Shongbadian was indeed a loyal friend and a good bear. Most importantly, Shong Nua reminded him of Lin Chu and Lin Chi.
both he and Xiong Badian were just trying to protect. It's just that he hadn't done it well. At that moment, De Chang suddenly raised his hand, aiming at the back of the crying Xiong Batian's head. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively shouted, "No, brother Chang, don't." De Chang paused, looking at Lin Chen. "We can walk ourselves, no need to knock him out." Duh. Chang stared at Lin Chen for 2 seconds and ultimately lowered his hand. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, walked over to Xiong Badian, and patted his broad shoulder. "Take care." Lin Chen sighed, a bear that dies cannot come back to life, and think about it, in that crazy state he was in before, living was also suffering. Perhaps this is a kind of relief for him. Xiong Badian wiped his tears, remained silent for a long time, and finally nodded, shaking as he stood up. "You're right, it's a relief." De Chang ignored their sentimentality. He walked over to a relatively intact great dragon corpse, reaching out to grab its massive tail. "Let's go." After saying that, he dragged the mountain-like corpse and turned to leave. Xiong Badian also hoisted a great dragon's corpse, preparing to take it back to devour it and enhance his own strength. "You'd better throw it away," De Chang's voice rang out. "Eating too much of this will be eroded by the great dragon's consciousness, turning into its follower to be commanded by it." Lin Chen was taken aback. He had originally thought of bringing back 2 corpses to give to Old Wolf and Battle Bear for a meal. After all, this thing, although ugly, was a genuine city-destroying supplement. But now, hearing about the side effects, he immediately dismissed the idea. Xiong Badian hesitated for a moment and also discarded the corpse. 1 man and 1 bear followed behind De Chang, heading towards the wooden house. The atmosphere on the way back was somewhat heavy. Lin Chen looked at the bald figure ahead, who was dragging the enormous corpse yet moving swiftly, feeling a bit curious. "Brother Chang," Lin Chen quickened his pace to catch up and asked, "What is that great dragon?" "A big great dragon," De Chang replied flatly. Lin Chen was speechless. He found that people here always liked to say pointless things. "What does it do?" Lin Chen rephrased his question. De Chang didn't turn back, one hand dragging the great dragon corpse that resembled a small mountain, as if Lin Chen were just air. Lin Chen found it uninteresting, pouted, and stopped seeking discomfort. This strange person, if he didn't want to talk, then so be it. The group returned silently to the front of the small wooden house. De Chang casually tossed the great dragon corpse onto the empty ground outside the yard, kicking up a cloud of dust. He then walked over to the previously partially eaten great dragon corpse, waved his hand, and a ghostly blue flame engulfed the body. The flames turned it to ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. As Lin Chen entered the courtyard, he was about to find a comfortable spot to sit and rest when he saw De Chang turn around. His indifferent eyes swept over him and Xiong Badian, then he waved his hand. Swish! Swish! The familiar sound of slicing through the air rang out. The transparent ropes on the ground sprang up like live snakes, swiftly and accurately binding Lin Chen and Xiong Badian tightly again, tying them back to those thick tree roots. Their positions were exactly the same as before they left. Even the spots where the ropes pressed into their flesh hadn't changed. "Ha!" Lin Chen was taken aback. "No, Shang-gu, can't we talk about loyalty? We just fought side by side." De Chang ignored him completely and walked straight up to Lin Chen. Lin Chen thought he was going to explain something, but De Chang simply reached out and snatched the battle axe from Lin Chen's hand. Holding the axe, De Chang didn't even glance at Lin Chen, turned around, pushed open the door of the wooden house, and walked inside. The door closed, and the courtyard fell silent again, leaving only Lin Chen and Xiong Badian staring at each other. Lin Chen sighed, looking at the tightly shut wooden door, then glancing around at the gradually darkening surroundings. "Well, it seems we can only wait for this madman to go out next time, and then we'll think of a way to escape." Time slowly passed in the silence. Lin Chen looked up at the hole above the abyss, which resembled a moon. It had once let in a faint light, but now it had dimmed considerably. It seemed that night had fallen outside. Lin Chen estimated the time. A day should have passed. Just then, the wooden door creaked open. De Chang stepped out, walked straight to the fresh corpse outside the courtyard, skillfully cut off several large pieces of meat, and then roasted them in 3 seconds. He untied Lin Chen and Xiong Badian, handing over 2 large pieces of meat. Lin Chen couldn't understand what he was thinking, but since there was meat to eat, he decided to eat first. However, knowing that he shouldn't eat too much of this meat, Lin Chen took a couple of bites to replenish some energy before sticking it into the ground. After finishing the meat, De Chang waved his hand again, and Xiong Badian was bound up once more. "Come here," De Chang said, looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback. Although he had doubts in his heart, he still obediently followed. Entering the wooden house, with the dim oil lamp inside, Lin Chen could see the furnishings clearly. The house was very simple, one could even say it was bare. A small living room, with some clutter piled in the corner. Next to it was a makeshift toilet also made of wood, and further inside was a bedroom. The layout was simple, with no unnecessary decorations.
Sit. De Chang pointed to the only wooden stool in the living room. Lin Chen sat down as instructed. The stool creaked under him, making him worry that it might fall apart. De Chang walked to the door, closed it tightly, then turned around. His eyes, which had always been calm and unruffled, finally met Lin Chen's gaze, flickering with an inexplicable light. Lin Chen felt goosebumps rise. This guy, he wouldn't be staying here long. Is he hungry? Have you ever seen a toad? Ha! Lin Chen was stunned. He had thought De Chang would ask many questions, like about the situation above or his background, but he never expected this. A toad? Lin Chen instinctively replied, the one covered in sores and always crying? De Chang's pupils slightly constricted. You've indeed seen it. Lin Chen was even more surprised. He hadn't expected that besides himself, someone else in this ghostly place knew about that toad. He had always thought it was a bizarre creature that existed only in his dreams, or some anomaly specifically targeting him. De Chang was silent for a moment, then slowly said, don't easily believe what that toad says, and don't easily grant its wishes. Lin Chen nodded, deeply agreeing. He also felt that the toad's wishes were a bit of a trap. What, Chang Ge? Did it trick you into coming here? He sized up De Chang, thinking this guy might be a victim. De Chang shook his head. No, I came down voluntarily. Voluntarily? I came here to help it break the seal. What seal? De Chang pointed above his head. The black pear trees that cover this forest are its seal. Black-hearted. Black pear trees are not ordinary trees, they are like straws rooted in the toad, sucking its life force day and night. De Chang's voice grew somber. Sooner or later, it will be drained dry. Once it dies, some wishes will never be fulfilled. Lin Chen pondered, realizing that the resurrection ability gained from worshipping the black-hearted black pear trees was actually drawing from the life force of this toad. Moreover, from De Chang's words, it was clear that the toad's wishes indeed held some weight, otherwise he wouldn't have come to such a place to save it. What about the yellow-hearted ones? Lin Chen pressed. What use are ordinary black pear trees? The yellow-hearted ones are mediums, De Chang explained. They can communicate with the abnormal, and through certain special methods, they can use the yellow-hearted black pear trees to summon certain entities from the abyss. So what exactly is in this abyss? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Besides those dinosaur-like creatures called Dolong, I haven't seen anything particularly powerful. De Chang shook his head at this. What you've seen is just a small corner. What do you mean? De Chang pointed at the ground beneath them and then at the surroundings, are trapped. Trapped? Do you see that black, high wall? Lin Chen nodded. I see it. What is it? That's not a wall, it's one of the followers of the Great Dolong, named the Blackwater Mysterious Snake. Blackwater Mysterious Snake? Yes, a snake so enormous it's hard to imagine. De Chang said in a low voice, it coils around here, forming a circle with its body, completely sealing off this area, trapping me here along with another follower hiding in the shadows. They keep sending these Dolong to harass me, trying to infect my consciousness and make me a slave to the Great Dolong. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The so-called high wall was merely the body of a snake? And this snake was just a follower? What level of existence was this Great Dolong? I understand now. Lin Chen swallowed hard. Although I don't know what the Great Dolong is, it must be a formidable character. It wants to trap you here to death. He looked at De Chang, his gaze sharpening. Brother Chang, you shared so many secrets with me. It can't just be for a chat, right? So, what do you need me to do? Since it was a transaction, it should be laid out plainly. He had received information, so it was up to De Chang to state his needs. De Chang looked at Lin Chen, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. You're a smart person. He extended a finger. I need an anomaly at the provincial destruction level. Provincial destruction level? Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. Yes. De Chang nodded. As long as I can devour an anomaly at the provincial destruction level, I can break through the limits and reach that level. Once I break through, I will have the confidence to kill this Blackwater Mysterious Snake, shatter this cage, step into the true abyss, and fulfill my mission. Lin Chen shook his head. Provincial destruction level, that was no small matter. The only one he had seen at that level was the old monkey, De Jun. Brother Chang, this information isn't enough. It's far from what you need compared to an anomaly at the provincial destruction level. De Chang fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, be careful of the Great Forest Company and De Jun, especially that monkey. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with them? To them, we are merely tools. It's common for them to kill the donkey after the grind. De Chang looked at Lin Chen, his words laden with meaning. If there's a chance, make a bigger fuss outside, drawing the attention of all forces to this forest. Only by stirring the water and allowing external forces to intervene can we possibly kill that monkey. Otherwise, in this forest, it is like a god. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. However, he did not fully trust De Chang's words, as he was unclear about the positions of De Jun and the Great Forest Company. Some things still had to be judged by himself, otherwise he would be led by the nose. Alright, I can help you, but it will probably take some time.
Sure, what I have the most is time.
Lin Chen pushed open the door, and just as he was about to step out, De Chang called him back again.
This is for you.
Lin Chen was taken aback by the yellowed chainsaw in De Chang's hand. It has accompanied me for a long time, but ultimately it can't keep up with me. However, it should be just right for you.
Okay.
Lin Chen took the chainsaw, feeling nothing particularly special about it.
You can go now. I hope next time you can bring me a provincial-level exterminator. Wish me luck.
Lin Chen stepped out, and De Chang followed, waving his hand to disperse the ropes binding Xiong Badian.
Let's go. Lin Chen called out to Xiong Badian. Xiong Badian looked at Lin Chen in confusion, then glanced towards the high walls in the dark depths, but ultimately said nothing.
Lin Chen left with Xiong Badian. In the courtyard, only De Chang remained alone. He sat on the steps, watching the flickering flames, and a rare tenderness flickered in his indifferent eyes. He took out a photo from his pocket and gently rubbed it in the firelight.
Just wait a little longer, soon I will be able to revive you,
he murmured, his voice gradually fading into the darkness.
Above the East Sea, the raging waves finally began to calm. The terrifying thunderstorm that
seemed to tear the sky apart showed signs of dissipating after lasting a full day and night.
Boom!
The last purple lightning struck fiercely into the deep sea, creating a water column 1,000 meters high. Immediately after, a painful roar echoed from beneath the sea, filled with anger, but it was rapidly retreating into
the deep sea. That terrifying provincial-level monster had escaped.
On the isolated island beach, the members of Team Zero raised their heads, nervously watching
the sky.
They saw the dark clouds dispersing and a purple figure swaying as it fell from the air.
Sister!
Hua Jia exclaimed, and the wings behind him suddenly spread wide, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky, catching the falling Su Zhanshan steadily.
The two slowly landed. As soon as Su Zhanshan
steadied herself, her face flushed.
Put!
A mouthful of dark red blood suddenly spewed out, splattering onto the orange-yellow sand, a shocking sight.
Her once imposing purple battle robe was now tattered, with visible wounds down to the bone. Sister, are you okay?
Hua Jia, anxious to the point of tears welling in his eyes, hurriedly pulled out various colored pills from his pocket, regardless of what they were, and stuffed them into Su Zhanshan's mouth.
Cough cough, stop stuffing them, I'll choke.
Su Zhanshan helplessly pushed Hua Jia's hand away. Although her face was as pale as paper, her purple eyes remained sharp. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood within her, and looked at the crowd that had gathered around. And he had long since spat out the dogtail grass he had been chewing, and with his hands in his pockets, he appeared nonchalant, but his brows were furrowed in concern. What happened? Su Zhanshan shook her head. That thing has tough skin and strong vitality. I fought it to a standstill, and it escaped into the deep sea using water escape.
Uncle Guang took a swig of alcohol, wiped
the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and cursed. These past few days have been restless. Several waves of reckless guys have come, some from abroad, and some from certain families in our country, all like flies drawn to the smell, trying to snatch this head. But they were all killed by us.
Zua Zua and Yu Yu said in unison.
Thank you for your hard work. Su Zhanshan nodded, her gaze turning towards the deep sea in the east. The toad was injured more severely than I was, especially from that last lightning whip which harmed its essence. For a while, it should not dare to show its face again, nor does it have the strength to
stir up trouble in Huaxia.
She turned around, looking towards the direction of Kyoto. Although the killing intent in her eyes had receded, her authority was even
more pronounced. Since the troubles here have been temporarily resolved, we should head back.
Su Zhanshan sneered. Some people over in Kyoto must be getting impatient, thinking that I was held back by this toad, allowing them to do as they please.
Sister, your body. Hua Jia frowned. It's nothing. I'm just a deterrent. The real action still has to be taken by you all.
And he, upon hearing this, curled the corner of his mouth into a playful smirk. Looks like we'll have our hands
full when we get back. Let's go.
Su Zhanshan said no more, suddenly waving her hand.
The remaining thunderclouds in the sky were instantly summoned, rolling down like a giant purple dragon, engulfing the 5 members of Team Zero. Boom! The thundercloud surged, transforming into an incredibly swift purple lightning bolt that tore through the sky, racing towards Kyoto. On the beach, only a shocking pool of blood was left, which was soon washed away clean by the rising tide. In the East Japan, at an unknown remote beach, the night was deep and the waves crashed against the rocks, making a clattering sound. The beach was littered with black rocks and garbage, rarely visited, exuding a sinister atmosphere. Splash! A wave rolled in, washing a dark mass onto the shore. The mass rolled twice on the sand and lay there motionless, resembling a corpse. After a long while, cough cough, quack, a violent coughing sound erupted and the mass stood up. In the pale moonlight, it became clear that this was actually a bipedal creature. It had human-like limbs, but its skin was a disgusting fecal yellow, covered in countless pus-filled sores, some of which had burst, oozing a foul liquid. Its head was a large Toad's head and those originally crimson and brutal eyes were now filled with exhaustion. However, it was no longer the massive form resembling a mountain but had shrunk to the size of an ordinary human. This was to reduce energy consumption and to heal. The Toad tightly gripped the now smaller black pear wood axe, its blade full of nicks, clearly damaged in that great battle. Quack! It resentfully glanced back at the western sea, the direction of Huaxia. It remembered that woman and the destructive power. But now, it was too weak. It needed to eat, to gather a large amount of energy to repair this broken body. The Toad turned its head, its gaze falling on the brightly lit fishing village not far away. Dragging its heavy steps, the Toad walked towards the village, leaving a trail of stinking, slimy footprints on the beach. P.S. Currently rated 8.8. The author is preparing for 5 updates and will deliver them in the coming days. Mwah, 5 stars to crush me. In the abyss, somewhere, a red sun hung high. It is rumored that this is not the true sun, but one of the 5 true rulers of this forest, the Eye of Yuhi-Tian. When it opens its eyes, it is daytime, when it closes them, it is night. Under this blood-red light, a massive black snake, so large it was suffocating, coiled up. The snake's enormous mouth was wide open, holding a gigantic heart that was still beating violently. With each beat, it emitted a rich vitality and an aura of evil. Puff! Suddenly, a crack tore open in its abdomen, spitting out a dark mass. The mass rolled on the ground a few times, covered in a stinking slime. It struggled to rise, revealing a bare face full of scars. It was the bear, Nua, that had been swallowed. Xiong Nua raised his head, looking at the giant snake before him that resembled a deity. His knees buckled, and he knelt heavily on the ground, respectfully bowing his head. Hiss! The great dragon has taken a liking to you, go seek it out. With a resonant voice, the Heishui Xian snake closed its eyes. Xiong Nua stood up and turned to leave. The blood-red hue in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a pair filled with forbearance and fury. He wasn't mad, he had never been mad. Brother! A low growl rolled in his throat. Wait for me, just a little longer. I will save you, I will avenge Mom and Dad. When he emerged from the abyss, the sky had not yet brightened. Lin Chen stepped on Xiong Beishan's head, the latter's sharp claws gripping the cliff as they climbed up, returning to the mist of the back mountain. The familiar suppression washed over him, making Lin Chen slightly uncomfortable. Lin Chen, brother, let me take you back to the wooden house. Xiong Beishan's voice buzzed, looking at the dark and thick mist ahead, worried for Lin Chen. He had lost his brother and had no more attachments. The only debt left was to Lin Chen. Alright, then I'll trouble you, brother Xiong. Lin Chen was not polite, as he had something to ask Xiong Badian. The man and the bear wove through the mist, heading towards the foot of the northern mountain. Lin Chen sat on Xiong Beishan's broad shoulder, weaving through the forest. With its steps, the surrounding trees flickered in and out of visibility in the mist like ghostly figures with claws bared. Brother Xiong, how did you meet the great lord? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Xiong Badian continued walking, saying, that was a long time ago, I was still young then. There was a hint of nostalgia in its voice, mixed with a trace of anger. That day, an anomaly of provincial destruction intruded into our territory, and my parents died fighting to protect us. Xiong Badian sighed, it was the great lord who passed by and saved us. Although Xiong Nua went completely mad from that fright, without the great lord, we would have long become the dung of that anomaly. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed the great lord indeed had a life-saving grace towards these two brothers. How is the great lord? Lin Chen asked tentatively. The great lord is doing well, Xiong Badian replied with deep respect. It treats us like its own children, teaching us the rules and providing us shelter in this forest. Without it, this forest would have been in chaos long ago. Do you know what the great lord did before? Lin Chen pressed on. Has it always been in this forest? Xiong Badian paused for a moment, glancing back at Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, why are you suddenly so interested in the great lord? It's nothing, Lin Chen laughed awkwardly, just curious. After all, it's a big shot of provincial destruction. It must have some legends, right? Xiong Badian scratched its head and continued walking. I really don't know about that. I only know the great lord has been here for a long time. Lin Chen nodded, not asking further. Soon, the familiar outline of the wooden house appeared in view. A warm yellow light shone from the windows, and even from a distance, one could feel the warmth emanating from inside. Xiong Badian set Lin Chen down. Brother Lin Chen, you must be tired too, rest early. Thanks, brother Xiong, you should go back and rest as well. Xiong Badian nodded and turned to head towards the northern mountain. Watching Xiong Badian leave, Lin Chen looked at the familiar little wooden house before him, feeling a sense of relief. No matter how chaotic it was outside, returning home was always reassuring. He pushed the door open. Creak! The inside was warm, with the charcoal in the stove burning, occasionally crackling. The television was still on, playing Bears on the Run, with the noisy bickering of Baldy Chang and the bears filling the entire room. Everything felt so cozy. Except, Lin Chen froze at the door. The old wolf, who should had been wrapped in a blanket sleeping like a dead pig by the stove, and the battle bear, who should have rushed over wagging its tail at the first opportunity, were nowhere to be seen. The room was empty, with only a wall of salted fish gently swaying in the breeze. Where are those two dogs? Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit puzzled. It's the middle of the night. Where could they have gone? He glanced at the wall clock. It was 2 in the morning. Those little rascals, they wouldn't have taken the battle bear to the West Mountain to steal fish while I was away, would they? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, especially since he knew all too well how greedy old wolf was. Damn it, running around at this hour. Lin Chen cursed as he closed the door and turned towards the West Mountain. West Mountain Lake. The surface of the lake was tranquil, with only the occasional sound of the wind passing by, creating ripples. When Lin Chen arrived at the lakeside, he did not see the expected sneaky figures of a wolf and a dog stealing fish. The lake was empty, with only a few sleeping water birds bobbing with the waves. Jianbai, Lin Chen called out. In the center of the lake, Jianbai's legs had already recovered, and upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, he poked his head out from the feathers. What is it? Jianbai's voice was cold. Have you seen Old Wolf and the battle bear? Lin Chen asked. Did those two come to steal fish again? Jianbai shook his head. Haven't seen them. Haven't seen them? Lin Chen was taken aback. This was strange. Not at home, and not stealing fish. Where could this old and young duo be at this hour? Could they have gone to the North Mountain to hunt? A sense of unease began to rise in Lin Chen's heart. Just as he was about to turn and leave to search elsewhere, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of 2 shadows in the shallow water by the shore. They were 2 fish. One was entirely grayish-white, its scales somewhat dull, looking quite old, while the other was black and white, slightly smaller but looking quite robust. These 2 fish were not swimming like the others. Instead, they floated quietly on the surface, their dead fish eyes staring intently at Lin Chen on the shore. For some reason, Lin Chen felt a chill as he was stared at by these 2 fish. These 2 fish looked so much like. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to lean in for a closer look, a wave of dizziness suddenly washed over him. Splash! At that moment, the enormous black pear blossom tree in the center of the lake suddenly shook, and then the aged figure of the Great Lord appeared among the branches. Lin Chen? The Great Lord's voice came through. You returned from the abyss? Did Xiong Batian get rescued? Lin Chen frowned and rubbed his temples, then shifted his gaze away from the 2 fish, completely forgetting about them. He looked at the Great Lord and nodded. Yes, I rescued him and just sent him back. That's good. The Great Lord seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a kind smile appearing on his face. You've worked hard. This trip must not have been easy. It was all right, Lin Chen replied casually. Great Lord, have you seen Old Wolf and the battle bear? Upon hearing this, the Great Lord also shook his head. I have been weary lately and have been sleeping deeply, so I haven't sensed their presence. Perhaps they went hunting deep in the forest. After all, that little dog is at the age of growth. Hunting? Lin Chen glanced around at the pitch-black forest. Hunting in the middle of the night? Would lazy Old Wolf be that diligent? All right then, I'll go look elsewhere. Lin Chen nodded and quickly turned to leave. Back at the wooden cabin, Lin Chen took a deep breath. He thought that perhaps he had just missed them. Maybe if he opened the door now, he would find Old Wolf wrapped in a blanket by the stove, picking his teeth while mocking him for worrying unnecessarily. Creak! The door was pushed open again. The inside was warm, and the TV was still playing. Bears on the loose. But still, there were no signs of those 2 familiar figures. Damn it! Lin Chen stood at the door, muttering a curse under his breath. He closed the door and walked to the fridge, opening it. It was packed full of ingredients. He hadn't eaten much these days because most of the time, the battle bear and Old Wolf were eating fish, and Lin Chen had also hunted a wild boar, which they had feasted on for 2 days. When you guys come back, just wait and see how I'll make you drool. Lin Chen mumbled to himself as he took out 2 pieces of the best beef, grabbed 2 chickens, and various vegetables. He heated the pan and poured in some oil. Before long, the rich aroma of the food filled the entire house. A pot of stir-fried beef and a large pot of chicken soup. Lin Chen served himself a bowl of rice and sat at the table. Time to eat, he said to himself, his voice echoing in the empty room, with no one to respond. There were no sounds of the old wolf snatching at the meat, nor the bear's soft whines trying to please. Lin Chen picked up a piece of beef and chewed it vigorously. It was clearly top-quality beef, but in his mouth it felt like chewing wax. He mechanically finished his portion of rice, then stared at the remaining half-pot of meat and soup, lost in thought for a while. If they don't come back, fine, let them starve, those 2 ungrateful wolves. Lin Chen covered the leftover food, didn't bother to clean the table, and directly walked into the bedroom. He lay on the bed, forcing himself to close his eyes and sleep. After a day of turmoil in the abyss, he should have been exhausted enough to fall asleep immediately. But now, he tossed and turned like a pancake, unable to sleep at all. His mind was filled with the old wolf's infuriating face and the bear's silly appearance. Could something really have happened? Lin Chen suddenly sat up. No, I have to go look for them. He grabbed the coat hanging on the rack and wrapped it around himself, pushing open the door and rushing into the night. That night, Lin Chen searched almost the entire forest area. He first went to the North Mountain, wading through the thick fog, calling out the names of the old wolf and the bear. All he heard in response was the howling wind and the occasional startled animals fleeing. After searching the North Mountain, he went to the East Mountain. In the abandoned base, it was eerie and terrifying. Lin Chen searched every corner. Old wolf, bear. His voice echoed in the empty base, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Nothing. Nowhere to be found. The wolf and the dog seemed to have evaporated from the world, leaving not a single trace behind. Lin Chen searched until dawn. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thick fog and fell into the forest, Lin Chen dragged his weary body back to the wooden cabin. He pushed open the door. The food in the pot had gone cold, a layer of white grease congealed on top. There were no signs of it being touched. They still hadn't come back. Lin Chen slowly walked to the door and sat down on the cold steps. He looked at the vast fog before him, and the feeling of unease in his heart grew stronger. Although the old wolf was usually unreliable, it wouldn't just disappear with the bear without a word. In this forest, besides Jun and Xiong there was nothing else that could threaten its existence. But Jun said he hadn't seen them, and Xiong was unaware. So where could they have gone? Unprecedented sense of loneliness enveloped Lin Chen. This feeling was reminiscent of when his parents had just passed away and he faced the world alone with his two younger sisters. Damn! Old wolf! Lin Chen cursed softly, his voice hoarse. Just as he was about to get up and head to the North Mountain to seek help from Xiong, a wave of intense drowsiness hit him. The toad had come. Wah! The familiar crying sound rang in his ears, and Lin Chen opened his eyes to see the toad's tearful eyes. Stop crying, it's annoying, Lin Chen said impatiently. Wah! I want my finger back. The toad cried while raising its hand. Why haven't you gone to help me find it? Wah! No time, Lin Chen shook his head. My friends are missing. I need to find them first before I help you with your finger. Upon hearing this, the toad cried even harder. You won't be able to find them. They are trapped by something, and you will never find them. Lin Chen was taken aback and suddenly looked up. You know? Wah! I know everything. Where are they? Tell me, Lin Chen urged. No, Wah! You help me. Find my finger first, it's bleeding. The toad extended its paw in front of Lin Chen. The severed finger, missing its tip, was bleeding profusely. Lin Chen frowned. Where's your finger? I don't know, I just know it's outside the forest. Lin Chen? Didn't you just say you know everything? I knew everything just now, but not anymore, boo-hoo. Lin Chen. In such a vast world, how am I supposed to find a finger? Lin Chen frowned. How is this any different from searching for a needle in a haystack? You can find it, it's very conspicuous. You'll recognize it as soon as you see it, the toad cried. Is it very important to you? Very important, boo-hoo. Lin Chen glanced at it. Since it's so important, give me a bit more reward, I want a part of it now. The toad. Actually, it's not that important. You can give it or not. If you don't, I won't look for it anymore. Lin Chen looked impatient. I'll give it, boo-hoo. The toad cried. Its mouth began to twitch, and in the next moment, it spat out a piece of flesh. What is this? Lin Chen frowned at the palm-sized, still wriggling piece of meat on the ground. If you can't beat it, just eat this piece of meat. Beat? Lin Chen was taken aback. So this toad's finger can fight back? Looking at the wriggling meat on the ground, Lin Chen waved his hand, and a pale branch pulled it into the void. Go for it, boo-hoo. The toad cried, and in the next second, Lin Chen felt his consciousness plunge into darkness. When Lin Chen woke up again, it was already dark outside. Unknowingly, he had slept on the steps in front of the door for a whole day. Standing up and rubbing his waist, which had been sore from the steps all day, Lin Chen's expression was cold. According to what the toad said, the old wolf and the battle bear should be trapped somewhere, but he didn't know if it was man-made or some special place. However, it probably wasn't dangerous. After all, both of them had trees, and if they were dead, they wouldn't be trapped. Lin Chen planned to find the toad's finger first. With that thought, Lin Chen went inside and called Boss Li. Shaolin, what's wrong in the middle of the night? Boss Li, I finished cutting 10 trees. Let old Tang come over to haul them. Okay, I'll tell old Tang to set off right away. After hanging up, Lin Chen went straight out the door. He hadn't planned to cut trees, but now it was different. The Great Forest Company was not an ordinary company. It was best to follow the rules to avoid trouble. For Lin Chen now, cutting down 10 black pear trees was not difficult. He climbed up Beishan and arrived at the black pear tree forest. With a wave of his hand, the pale branch brought him the chainsaw that De Chang had given him. Lin Chen realized that familiars could be used this way. No wonder others always waved their hands and things appeared. It turned out these familiars were equivalent to a space ring. The chainsaw De Chang gave him was definitely not an ordinary item. It should be able to cut through black pear trees, right? Lin Chen thought, suddenly pulling the chainsaws Trigger. Vroom vroom vroom. A strong vibration came from his palm, and in just a moment Lin Chen felt his hand go numb. What a powerful chainsaw. Lin Chen gripped the chainsaw with both hands and pressed it down hard onto the black pear tree. In the next second, orange-yellow wood chips flew, and the black pear tree was indeed being cut. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. With the chainsaw, the efficiency of cutting trees skyrocketed. A tree that originally took him half an hour to fell could now be cut down in just 5 minutes. After just 1 hour of work, 10 black pear trees lay on the ground. Then, taking advantage of the night, he drove the forklift up the mountain and transported the black pear trees down overnight. Now, he just had to wait for old Tang to arrive. Kyoto, rainy night. The white lanterns of the Wang family mansion swayed in the wind and rain, and the once magnificent Vermilion Gate now appeared particularly desolate. The vast courtyard was shrouded in a heavy silence. The once proud servants long since dispersed, leaving only fallen leaves scattered across the ground and rain-soaked paper offerings. The Wang family, known for its single lineage for generations, had seen its bloodline severed with the deaths of Wang Zhong and Wang Yi, marking the end of a colossal presence that had stood in the capital for hundreds of years. However, the Wang family was not quiet tonight. Inside the main hall, the lights blazed brightly, even more lively than when Wang Zhong was alive. 4 distinct groups stood clearly apart, the air thick with a tense, charged atmosphere. On the left were the Bai family members, led by Bai Yutong, each face bearing a mask of sympathy, yet their eyes sparkled with shrewdness. On the right stood Zhuge Hong, the head of the Zhuge family, casually spinning 2 iron balls in his hands, exuding an air of calm, flanked by the younger generation of the Zhuge family. In the center was Yi Gong, the head of the Yi family, his face bloated and eyes greedy, with the younger members of the Yi family behind him. Directly facing the entrance was the night watchman, led by Su Zhanshan. Wrapped in a large black robe, her face was obscured, revealing only a pair of violet eyes. Behind her stood Team Zero, appearing carefree but actually a collection of oddities. This was a gathering called Awake, but in truth, it was a feast for dismemberment. Although the Wang family had gradually declined after the death of the provincial-level Wan Tong, the old adage held true: a dead camel is bigger than a horse. The wealth, resources, and unusual artifacts accumulated over hundreds of years were enough to make any faction drool. Ahem. Breaking the silence was a young member of the Bai family. He glanced at the elders around him and boldly stepped forward to be the first to speak. Esteemed elders, the Wang family has suffered a great misfortune, which is indeed unfortunate, but the resources of the Wang family should not be left to gather dust. In my opinion, why don't we divide them equally among our 4 families? Each of us can take a share, and it can be considered as safeguarding. For the old master Wang. His words sounded grandiose, turning robbery into guardianship. Bullshit. A young man from the Yi family immediately jumped out, pointing an accusing finger at the Bai family member. Who do you think you are? The Wang family, while alive, had a close relationship with my Yi family, akin to brothers. Now that the Wang family has no heirs, these things should be temporarily managed by my Yi family. If it turns out later that there are collateral bloodlines from the Wang family, we will return them. That's even more ridiculous. A younger member of the Zhuge family was not to be outdone, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Close relationship? When you were seizing the Wang family's territory, why didn't you mention that? If you ask me, these things should be decided by strength. The capable should take them. In an instant, the main hall erupted into chaos. The younger members of the 3 families were red-faced and necks thick, hurling insults at each other, spitting words as they prepared to roll up their sleeves and fight. Meanwhile, the 3 family heads and Su Zhanshan remained calm, sitting back as if watching a farce. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Bai Yutong, who had been smiling all along, finally spoke up. Enough, everyone, quiet down. His voice was not loud, but it carried an air of authority that instantly silenced all arguments. Bai Yutong scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on the silent figure in the black robe, a false smile plastered on his face. The younger generation is being foolish, and I apologize for the disturbance, Su Zhanshan. He clasped his hands together, passing the ball to her. Su Zhanshan, you are the highest combat power of the Night Watchman and represent the official stance. How should we handle the Wang family's treasury? As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to Su Zhanshan. This was a strategic retreat. If Su Zhanshan suggested an equal division, then the 3 families could rightfully take the lion's share. If she intended to keep it all for herself, it would mean standing against the 3 families, a sight too ugly to behold. Su Zhanshan remained silent, her violet eyes sweeping over the crowd. Yawn. It was Ai, hands in his pockets, who stepped forward from the back. I say, uncles, let's stop the charade, it's quite tiring. His gaze was lazy, but his tone carried a hint of dominance. This treasury has specific restrictions, and only that key can open it. So, the rule is simple: whoever holds the key, the treasury belongs to them. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the 3 family heads darkened simultaneously. The key. They certainly understood the importance of the key.
The moment Wang Zhong died, they dispatched the top experts from their families to Lianyun City, hoping to snatch the key from Bai Qingqing. But when their people arrived, they found nothing. Bai Qingqing had already been taken away by the Night Watch's experts, leaving them with nothing. Now, and Yi's words clearly indicated, the key is in our hands, and this treasury belongs to us, the Night Watch. Although the three major families nominally belonged to the Night Watch and were under official jurisdiction, over the past century, the power of the Night Watch's upper echelons had gradually weakened, leaving only a circle led by Su Zhongshan and another provincial-level expert. However, if the Night Watch were to consume the Wang family's treasury, they might gain the strength to contend with the three major families. At that point, it would be uncertain who truly held power in Longwa. Humph. Yi Gong snorted coldly, slamming the table, causing the teacups to rattle. Captain. And isn't that a bit too domineering? His face was grim, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Su Zhongshan. Some things, if consumed too much, can lead to choking. Yi Gong threatened coldly. This was a blatant warning. If the Night Watch truly intended to monopolize, it would force the three major families to unite and completely tear apart their facade, plunging Longwei into chaos. Yi family head makes a valid point. Zhuge Hong, who had been toying with the iron gall, also paused his actions, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Su Zhongshan, you haven't spoken yet. A mere captain probably doesn't represent your views, does he? He was pushing Su Zhongshan to take a stand. He didn't believe Su Zhongshan would allow chaos to erupt domestically. As long as Su Zhongshan showed even a hint of concession, they would have a chance to share in the spoils. However, beneath the black robe, Su Zhongshan slowly raised his head. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire main hall like a tsunami, causing the previously aggressive members of the three major families to feel a sudden tightness in their chests, as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats. And Yi's meaning is my meaning. Su Zhongshan's voice was cold, yet it rang out like a stone hitting the ground, firm and resolute. Whoever holds the key, the treasury belongs to them. The main hall fell into a dead silence. The three family heads' faces turned an extreme shade of green and white. Su Zhongshan was determined to monopolize this lucrative prize, even at the cost of tearing apart relations with the three major families. The smile on Bai Yutong's face gradually faded, his eyes turning extremely sinister. He glanced deeply at Su Zhongshan, then at the languid Yi. Good, what a rule, Bai Yutong sneered, flicking his sleeves as he stood up. Since Su Zhongshan is so confident, we shall wait and see just how big the Night Watch's appetite truly is. The Night Watch isn't afraid of overindulging, just be careful not to burst your belly. With that, he turned and left with the members of the Bai family, not looking back. Humph. Yi Gong and Zhuge Hong exchanged glances, both seeing the anger and wariness in each other's eyes. They snorted coldly and led their respective family members away. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded main hall became empty. Only the 5 members of Team Zero and Su Zhongshan remained, standing beneath the plaque that read Zheng de Guangming, belonging to the Wang family. Sister, have we completely offended them now? Hua Jia took off his headphones, asking with some concern. Offended? And he scoffed, plopping down in the Grandmaster chair and crossing her legs. This group of vampires should have been cleaned out long ago. Su Zhongshan turned around, looking out at the rain curtain, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The domestic situation is about to become chaotic. You all need to be prepared and dig up some new talent. This time, even if it gets bloody, we must completely eradicate these pests. Kyoto, western suburbs. Qingfeng Mental Hospital, perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, this is just an ordinary mental hospital, but in the eyes of the Guardians, it is a very famous place. It is not famous for its electroconvulsive therapy, but because the director here, Qingfeng, is one of the only 2 provincial-level destroyers in the Night Watchman organization. At this moment, in a luxurious ward on the top floor of the hospital, it was slightly noisy. 3 of a kind. Shack it. 3 of a kind. Full house. I'm out. Ha ha ha. Lin Chi excitedly threw her last 2 cards onto the blanket, her face covered in white slips, laughing so hard she nearly fell over. Finally 1 more slips. On the hospital bed, Bai Qingqing sighed. Helplessly, her cold and beautiful face also adorned with 2 slips of paper, gently swaying with her breath, looking somewhat comical. Lin Chu smiled gently beside her, preparing to tear off a slip to accept her punishment. Ever since that great battle, they had been brought here by the Night Watchman. As one of the safest places in Longwa, no one dared to disturb them while they healed. After a few days of treatment, coupled with Director Qingfeng's personal intervention, the injuries of the 3 had completely healed, and Lin Chi's leg had fully recovered. Just as Lin Chi was about to stick a damp slip of paper on Bai Qingqing's forehead, the door to the ward was gently pushed open. A figure in a black robe walked in, pulling down the hood to reveal a slightly pale but undeniably beautiful face full of vigor. It was Su Zhongshan, Su Tang. Looks like you all are recovering well, Su Tang said, glancing at the room full of white slips, a smile creeping onto her lips. What a handsome sister. Lin Chi's eyes lit up, forgetting about the slips, while Lin Chu curiously sized up Su Tang.
I think so too, Su Tang said, a bit shy. Bai Qingqing shot a glance at this narcissistic person, casually tearing off the slips from her face and sitting up on the bed. Sister. Su Tang. Su Tang nodded, sitting down beside the sofa in a casual manner, completely lacking the imposing aura she had in the Wang family mansion, instead resembling a friendly neighbor. How do you feel? Su Tang asked Bai Qingqing. Although Kyoto is bustling, it is still a place of intrigue. Are you getting used to it? Bai Qingqing walked to the window, looking at the gray sky and the towering buildings in the distance. Her expression somewhat complex. It is bustling, but too suffocating, she said lightly. The air here is filled with a sense of calculation that makes it hard to breathe. I prefer the freedom in Lianyun City. Su Tang nodded in agreement. Yes, that's also why I often carry out missions outside and am reluctant to return to Kyoto. She paused, looking at Bai Qingqing. By the way, the Bai family is outside, saying they want to take you back to the family for a visit. I won't see them, Bai Qingqing replied decisively. Tell them to get lost. Su Tang smiled, having anticipated this answer. I had someone drive them away as soon as I came up. Lin Shi blinked her big eyes, curiously asking, Sister-in-law, are your family here? Bai Qingqing turned around and rubbed Lin Shi's head. They used to be, but since my father died, they haven't been. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a bit heavy. Su Tang sighed and explained for her. Back then, Uncle Bai perished with the provincial level anomaly, and before his body was even cold. The Bai family didn't comfort the orphan girl. Instead, they fought over the inheritance and resources left by Elder Bai, behaving extremely poorly. Qingqing was pushed out and had no place to stand, which is why she voluntarily applied to be transferred from Kyoto to a remote place like Beibei City to be a team leader. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's face turned red with anger, waving her small fists. How despicable. Is this what family is? They're even colder-blooded than anomalies. Lin Shu also frowned, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. No wonder Sister Qingqing doesn't want to see them. With a family like that, there's really no need to go back. Bai Qingqing looked at her indignant sisters, the frost on her face melting considerably. Since Bai Zhan Tian's death, she had not felt any semblance of familial affection. It wasn't until the appearance of Lin Shu and Lin Shi that she began to experience some of those feelings. They were like her own younger sisters, such good kids. It's all in the past. Bai gently shook her head, reaching into her bosom to pull out a golden key that exuded an ancient aura, the key to the Wang family treasury. Bai gently placed it on the table and pushed it in front of Su Tang. Sister Su Tang, this is the key to the Wang family treasury. Bai's expression was serious. This thing, although I obtained it by force, actually belongs to Lin Shu and Lin Shi. I know, Su Tang nodded. So, you mustn't be too greedy. Bai gently looked at Su Tang. It wouldn't be good to bully us, and their brother is not an ordinary person. Su Tang stared at the key, fell silent for a moment, then smiled. Don't worry, although we night watchers are poor, we wouldn't stoop to robbing the younger generation. Su Tang extended a finger. There should be a provincial-level treasure in the Wang family treasury, along with dozens of city-level items and over 100 high-level drops. We night watchers only need half of the high-level drops. Su Tang's voice was calm, yet it left the three present in shock. Half of the high-level? Lin Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Su Tang, you didn't miscalculate, did you? You don't want the provincial level? Or the city level? It was like entering a gold shop and refusing gold bars and diamond rings, only asking for a handful of broken silver. Lin Shu was also somewhat surprised. She had thought the night watchers would at least take the provincial level drop as a strategic reserve. After all, without the night watchers, this treasury would surely be divided among the three major families and they wouldn't be able to get anything. Su Tang looked at their astonished expressions and explained, with the fall of the Wang family, we night watchers have completely torn our faces with the three major families. Su Tang stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the increasingly gloomy sky below. The Zhuge family has always been responsible for erasing public memories and controlling the internet. After this fallout, they will definitely slack off or even secretly sabotage us. Next, if any abnormal events occur domestically, the news will be impossible to suppress. The public will panic and society will be in turmoil. At that time, we will need a large number of grassroots night watchers to maintain order and protect the city. Su Tang turned back, her gaze intense. These high-level drops can arm a powerful backbone force to stabilize the grassroots defense of Long Country, which is more important than having one or two top experts. After hearing this, I gently felt a sudden clarity and couldn't help but respect Su Tang. While everyone was focused on top-tier interests, Su Tang saw the safety of the entire Long Country. I gently turned to Lin Shu and Lin Shi. What do you think, Lin Shu, Shi? Lin Shu and Lin Shi exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Of course. Lin Shu said, brother is already at the city level, so he shouldn't need high-level drops. Lin Shu felt that giving those high-level items to her brother would probably just take up space. Then it's settled. Su Tang was not pretentious, reaching for the key on the table. There's no time to waste, we should go open the treasury now to Avoid any long delays. Su Tang looked at the three. Shall we go together? Let's go, let's go.
Lin Chi excitedly raised her hand, and Lin Chuan Bai gently nodded as well. They were also curious about the accumulation of the top families. The four tidied up a bit and pushed the door out of the hospital room. As soon as they stepped out, they saw a refined man in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses standing at the end of the corridor. He looked like an ordinary doctor, holding a medical record, but when he lifted his head, a warm yet unfathomable aura rushed towards them like a gentle breeze. The director of Qingfeng Mental Hospital, Qingfeng. Director Qing, Bai gently called out respectfully. It was this seemingly frail doctor who pulled them back from the gates of hell in just 3 days. Qingfeng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses
and smiled gently at the four of them. Are you going to the one family? Su Tang nodded. Then I'll go with you.
Qingfeng closed the medical record book, his tone soft. After all, it's a treasure trove. We can't be sure that the 3 major families won't act out of desperation.
With me here, they won't dare to make a move.
Su Tang smiled. Then I'll trouble you, Qingfeng.
2 days later, the familiar roar of a truck broke through the thick fog.
Old Tang, with a cigarette in his mouth, rolled down the window, looking at the neatly stacked black pear wood on the ground, then glanced at Lin Chen, who stood in front of the wooden house with a tattered bag on his back, looking like a refugee, and his eye twitched.
I say, have you run into some trouble? Less talk, hurry up and load the truck, I want to get out of here. Lin Chen replied irritably. Hey, no manners.
Hurry up with the password. The two worked together to load the wood, and Lin Chen turned back for one last look at the little wooden house where he had lived for over a month. The fridge still had plenty of food. If Old Wolf and Battle Bear came back, they could still eat, but it was highly likely they wouldn't return. He didn't know where those 2 dogs were trapped.
Let's go.
The truck started and bumped away from the forest.
After another 2 days of long travel, when the truck finally entered the territory of Lianyungang City, Lin Chen looked out the window at the long-lost skyscrapers
and the bustling traffic, nearly shedding tears of emotion.
Civilized society, I, Lin Hansan, have returned.
As soon as the truck came to a stop, Lin Chen grabbed Old Tang.
Old Tang, lend me 1,000 yuan. What for? You just got back and you want to go wash your feet?
Old Tang tightened his grip on his pocket. Wash your grandpa, my phone is ruined, I need to buy a new one.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes. I'll pay you back when I get my salary.
After some coaxing, Old Tang reluctantly pulled out 1,000 yuan in cash from the sole of his shoe. Lin Chen took the smelly money and rushed into a roadside mobile phone store,
buying the cheapest smartphone and getting a new SIM card.
The first thing he did when he turned it on was call Lin Chu. Beep, beep. The call was quickly connected, and Lin Chu's surprised yet slightly choked voice came through. Brother?
Is that you?
It's me. Lin Chen's voice softened. Where are you?
In Lianyungang City?
Brother, we're in Kyoto. Lin Chu sniffed, her voice much lighter. We're at Qingfeng Mental
Hospital. What? Lin Chen's hand trembled. Qingfeng Mental Hospital? What happened? Did Bai Qingqing go crazy? What are you talking about?
A noisy commotion came from the other end, followed by Bai Qingqing's voice, cool yet tinged with a hint of laughter. Lin Chen, your sisters are doing just fine here. You can come to pick them up, but you need to bring enough ransom, or I'll tear up the ticket.
Ransom? Lin Chen was taken aback, then laughed and asked, alright, how much do you want?
Brother, I want snacks. I want 3 big bags of snacks, or I'll have sister-in-law tear up the ticket. Lin Chi shouted from the other
side, clearly very happy.
Okay, bye. Lin Chen responded with a smile. Wait for your brother to come and redeem you. After hanging up, the smile on Lin Chen's face gradually faded, replaced
by a frown.
He patted his empty pockets, trying to grab some change but found nothing. He had forgotten to ask his sisters for some money, but using his sisters' money to redeem them.
Damn it, a penny can defeat a hero.
Lin Chen squatted on the curb, watching the passers-by, his mind racing.
How about robbing the rich to help the poor?
After all, he was now a city-level powerhouse, borrowing some travel expenses
from those heartless rich folks shouldn't be too much to ask, right?
Just as he was torn between robbing a gold chain brother or a luxury car rich second generation, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure.
There was a small stall selling lamb soup at the street corner, steaming and fragrant.
And at one of the tables at the stall sat a person in a black hooded sweatshirt. He wore his hat pulled low, wrapping himself tightly, revealing only a section of his chin and lips as he buried his head in a bowl of mutton soup, slurping away.
That figure, that sleazy demeanor.
Lin Chen narrowed his eyes.
Isn't this the one called Pai Yen?
No. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly slapped his thigh. At that time, he didn't understand the market, and he had sold the high-level drops to Bai Qingqing for a cheap price. This kid was definitely the culprit.
If it weren't
for him saying that high-level drops were only worth 10,000, he could have had 100 million back then. Good kid, when there's a path to heaven, you don't take it. When there's no door to hell, you come
knocking.
A cold smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips as he stood up and strode over.
Lin Chen walked straight to the stall and plopped down right across from Pai Qianwan. Boss, 2 plates of mutton, and a bowl of mutton soup. Make sure to add extra chili. Sure thing. Pai Qianwan was enjoying his soup when he suddenly felt someone sitting across from him, and an unpleasant feeling washed over him. With so many empty tables around, was this person sick? Why did he have to share a table with him? He raised his head in annoyance, ready to glare at the other person to make him leave. But when he met Lin Chen's eyes, which seemed to hold a smile, he froze, nearly spitting out the mouthful of mutton soup. Lin. Senior Lin? Pai Qianwan's voice cracked, filled with surprise. That day in Bianbei City, this guy had taken down the high-level rat king in an instant and had even bestowed upon him a great fortune. He. Lin Chen sneered, crossing his arms. I didn't expect you to remember me. Of course I remember. Pai Qianwan nodded vigorously like a chick, pecking at rice, his face full of gratitude. Senior gifted me a high-level corpse. That kindness, I will never forget. Lin Chen was taken aback. Gifted a corpse? When did he give him a corpse? Was this kid an idiot? But Lin Chen didn't care about any corpse, he only cared about the 100 million he lost. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's expression darkened instantly as he fixed his gaze on Pai Qianwan, asking ominously, Kid, let me ask you something, what's the current market price for high-level drops? Pai Qianwan was confused but still answered honestly, Senior, the drop rate for high-level items is extremely low. A few high-level anomalies might drop one, and they sell to those ordinary wealthy people who just want to stay alive, starting at 100 million. Moreover, the domestic situation has been chaotic these past few days, and the wealthy have caught wind of it. The price has gone up, and it can at least double, with 200 million being something people are fighting over. 200 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt as if his heart was bleeding. He suddenly reached out, grabbing Pai Qianwan by the collar and pulling him close, gritting his teeth as he asked, Then why did you tell me it was only 10,000 back then? Pai Qianwan was completely dumbfounded. Senior, you're wrong. When did I ever say it was only worth 10,000? We went to Bianbei City, and you said it in the car. I didn't. Pai Qianwan shouted, in protest. If I say it is, then it is. Lin Chen spat on him. If it weren't for believing your slander, I would have been a billionaire by now. Pai Qianwan was on the verge of tears. How could this be my fault? This is simply unreasonable. But in the face of absolute power, reasoning was useless. Pai Qianwan looked at Lin Chen's predatory gaze and could only tremble and plead for mercy. Senior, I was wrong. Knowing. Your mistake is good. Lin Chen snorted coldly and released his grip. Now pay up. Ha! Pai Qianwan was stunned. Ha what? You caused me a loss of 200 million, you have to compensate me for that. Lin Chen asserted, extending his hand. Senior, I don't have any money. Pai Qianwan was about to cry. If I had 200 million, would I be sitting here drinking mutton soup? I'd have gone to a fancy hotel for Australian lobster. No money? Lin Chen's eyes widened. If you don't have money, find a way. Steal. Rob. Anyway, you must make up for that 200 million. Pai Qianwan looked at Lin Chen's threatening demeanor, as if he would take his life if he didn't get paid, and dared not refute him, only nodding vigorously. Yes, I'll find a way, I will definitely find a way. At that moment, the boss came over, with 2 plates of steaming fatty lamb and a large bowl of lamb soup. Lamb soup and lamb are here. Lin Chen shot a glare at Pai Qianwan and picked up his chopsticks. The food had arrived, so it was time to eat. It was nearly December, and the cold wind was biting. But with this bowl of hot, spicy lamb soup, the chill was instantly dispelled. Lin Chen devoured the fatty lamb and drank the soup, sweating profusely, feeling utterly comfortable. In contrast, Pai Qianwan sat across from him, guarding a half bowl of cold soup, fidgeting uncomfortably as he watched Lin Chen wolf down his food, calculating how to escape this predicament. Brr! Lin Chen finished the last sip of soup, satisfied, and let out a hearty belch. He pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth and then slammed his hand on the table. Smack! Pai Qianwan jumped in fright. Take out all the money you have on you. Lin Chen extended his hand, as if robbing him. Pai Qianwan wore a pained expression, slowly rummaging through his pockets for a long time, and finally tremblingly pulled out a crumpled yellow bill. $20. Lin Chen looked at the $20 bill, his eye twitching. Are you humiliating me? Is this what you give a beggar? Senior, I really have no money left. Pai Qianwan turned his pockets inside out to prove his innocence. I came out on a mission this time, and the organization only allocated $1,000 for expenses. I've already spent it all on travel and accommodation, and this 20 was meant to pay for this meal. Lin Chen was speechless. Was this guy really that down on his luck? He glanced back at the boss, who was cutting meat not far away, and then at the 2 plates of lamb he had devoured clean. Cough, let's go. Lin Chen decisively pulled Pai Qianwan up and dashed away while the boss had his back turned. Hey, boss, they haven't paid for that yet, a kind-hearted auntie shouted, pointing at their retreating figures. The boss turned around sharply, and upon seeing the empty table, he was instantly furious, grabbing the gleaming meat cleaver and chasing after them. Dare to dine and dash. Stop right there. Lin Chen dragged Pai Qianwan as they sprinted down the street.
Fortunately, both of them were lords with physical abilities far beyond ordinary people, and after a few turns, they slipped into a
complex alley, leaving the boss far behind.
They stopped deep in the alley, panting heavily.
Smack!
Lin Chen slapped the back of Pai Qianwan's head.
Ouch! Pai Qianwan covered his head, looking at Lin Chen with wronged expression. Senior, why did you hit me?
Because you're useless.
Lin Chen scolded him. Look at your pitiful state. Going on a mission with only $1,000?
What kind of broken organization are
you with? Night Watchman? Not Night Watchman. Pai Qianwan shrank his neck. I'm with the Assassin Hall.
Assassin Hall? Lin Chen found the name ridiculous. That name sounds like a flop.
Not at all. Pai Qianwan weakly retorted. We're top-notch in the industry.
Less nonsense.
Lin Chen interrupted him. What's your mission this time?
How much is the reward?
Pai Qianwan hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin
Chen's unfriendly gaze, he honestly confessed, this time the mission isn't to kill someone, it's to find something, a golden key.
A key? Lin Chen frowned. What kind of key? I don't know. Pai Qianwan shook his
head. The employer only said it was a golden key engraved with a dragon pattern.
What's the reward? 10 million. What?
Lin Chen's eyes widened, his voice rising by 8 octaves.
10 million.
Pai Qianwan repeated, according to the intel, that key was taken to Kyoto, and I was just worried about how to get there when I ran into you. Lin Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought.
A key, with a bounty of 10 million? What a coincidence. Lin Chen grinned and patted Pai Qianwan's shoulder. I'm also planning to go to Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Pai Qianwan was overjoyed. Really? That's great, senior. Since we're going the same way, why don't we go together?
If we really find that key, we can split this 10 million.
Smack!
Lin Chen slapped him on the forehead again.
What are you dreaming about?
Lin Chen glared at him. You
still owe me 200 million.
This 10 million is all mine. Consider it your interest payment.
Pai Qianwan covered his head, wanting to cry but unable to protest. He could only nod pitifully. Yes, it's
all yours, all yours.
But senior. Pai Qianwan touched his pocket, which was cleaner than his face. We're broke right now. How are we supposed to get to Kyoto? We can't just run there, can we?
Lin Chen was also troubled.
This was indeed a problem.
Just as the two were at a loss, a low conversation suddenly came from behind the courtyard wall.
Director Liu, please accept this small token. A fawning voice said, You see, about that piece of land in the city center.
Immediately after, a drunken laugh filled with a soy sauce-like aroma rang out. Sure.
Little one, you're quite understanding. Lin Chen and Pai Qianwan exchanged glances. At that moment, the corners of their mouths curled up in an extremely tacit understanding, forming an evil arc. Travel expenses. Isn't this just what we need? P.S. A friend's new book release.
Collapse of Iron. Black Tower assistant wants to blow up the scholar. Friends interested in Collapse of Iron can take a look.
Blow up planets, create black holes. Additionally, the 5th update will be delayed for
another 2 days, as the author is a bit busy with studies.
In a certain alley in Lianyun City.
The west side of the alley had a tall brick wall topped with red tiles, clearly belonging to a wealthy family.
In
the yard stood a tall ginkgo tree, its yellow leaves peeking out from the wall, falling one by one.
Perhaps in a few days, this ginkgo tree would be bare. Damn it, it's all your fault. If you hadn't fallen asleep, would we have missed the high-speed train? If we hadn't missed it, would we need to buy a ticket back? If we didn't need to buy a ticket, would we be out of money for the train to Kyoto? A golden ginkgo leaf fell, landing perfectly on a bald head.
Ma Er, feeling wronged, swatted the ginkgo leaf away and looked down at his fierce-looking brother, stammering and unable to speak.
Is it all your fault? Ma De said coldly. Brother, you fell asleep too. Damn you. Ma De kicked Ma Er in the knee.
I'm your brother, I can sleep whenever I want.
Now tell me, if the mission failed, is it your fault? Looking at his brother holding a
recording pen behind his back, Ma Er held back for a long time before finally admitting, yes. Ma De, satisfied, put away the recording pen. This way, even if the mission failed later, the bishop wouldn't throw him
to the sea. As for who would be thrown, it didn't matter.
Ma Er knew he was being set up but didn't dare to refute, praying in his heart that the trip to Kyoto would go smoothly. Originally, the two brothers came to find the key to the Wang family's treasury. For this key, even the dragon Sun Zhuogung had specially granted them the power of the dragon and brought along the most precious drop from the dragon sun. But when they finally arrived in Beibei City after many setbacks, they found that the key had long been taken to Kyoto by the night watchman. They should have given up, but with the dragon sun's drop, there was still
a glimmer of hope. If they went back like this, they would definitely be fed to the fish.
The dragon Sun Zhuogung was not as easy to talk to as Shi Gumiao. Perhaps before being fed to the fish by the bishop, they would be played to death by Zhuogung.
Brother, what do we do now? Are we really going to Kyoto?
Ma Er felt a bit scared. After all, that was the night watchman's stronghold.
Are we just going to wait to die? Ma Da's tone was unfriendly. Ma Er scratched his head. Brother, wasn't the key invented by the dragon's son? Can't he just make another one? How would I know? Alright then, let's go. With the dragon's sons. Drop, we should be able to sneak in without anyone noticing. Go, 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 where's your mother's money? How can we go without money? Ma Da felt angry at the thought. Isn't it fine if we don't give money? Ma Er replied innocently. Not giving money means getting beaten. How long has it been since you forgot? I remember now. Ma Er sat down in the corner, looking troubled, and Ma Da felt the same. Just as the two brothers were pondering where to get some money, a sudden scream erupted from the yard behind them. The two brothers quickly perked up their ears, curious. Is it you two who are embezzling and taking bribes? All confiscated, beat them. Accompanied by two shouts, a series of soy sauce-flavored screams followed. It took a few minutes for the yard to quiet down, and then a low voice filled with sobs emerged. Director Liu, what should we do? Call the police? Call your mother, this matter can only be kept quiet. Then, Director Liu, about the land. The money is gone, and you still want the land? Wait, Director Liu, I still have a little. Hey, Xiao Wang is quite understanding, very sensible. Laughter erupted in the yard. Ma Da and Ma Er exchanged glances and smiled wickedly. Money, isn't it just coming? In Kyoto, at the Yi family's old residence, the early winter sun scattered sparsely on the old locust tree in the yard, casting dappled shadows. The head of the Yi family, Yi Gong, was lying on a zeaten wood armchair, squinting his eyes and basking in the sun. Beside him stood a girl in a plain white long dress. The girl was young, slender, and her eyes were covered with a thick black silk ribbon, obscuring most of her face. She held a cup of freshly brewed hot tea, but she stood still, like a delicate sculpture. Yi Chun, tea. Yi Gong waved his hand lazily. Hearing this, the girl slightly bent her knees and stepped forward, accurately handing the teacup to Yi Gong without any deviation despite her inability to see. Yi Gong took the tea, sipped it, then placed it back on the tray, closing his eyes again to enjoy the rare tranquility of the afternoon. That brat Yi Tian, hasn't he returned yet? After a long while, Yi Gong suddenly spoke. The girl lowered her head, her voice cold. The young master sent a message saying he is still traveling in the south and will probably need another week to return. Traveling? At a time like this, he still has the mind to travel. Yi Gong suddenly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. The situation in Kyoto was tense. A slight misstep could lead to a fight. Have him come back quickly. Although my Yi family is powerful, the only one who can truly stabilize the situation is him. If the Bai family and the Zhuge family find out he is not here, my Yi family's voice will weaken. Yes. The girl nodded slightly. I will urge the young master. Yi Gong then grunted in satisfaction and closed his eyes again to bask in the sun. After a moment, as if remembering something, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. By the way, has the Wang family's treasury opened? It has. The girl replied, the news has spread. The night watchman took the lion's share. And Bai Qingqing, who held the key, only took half of the high-level drops. Ha! Yi Gong couldn't help but sneer, his face full of disdain. I knew it, that woman Su Tang looks aloof, but her appetite is bigger than anyone else's. She will definitely ask for a lot. He shook his head, his tone filled with contempt. That Bai Qingqing is also a fool. Holding such a precious key, she only exchanged it for so little? If she had cooperated with my Yi family, I would have at least given her 2 city-destroying treasures. Truly foolish. The girl listened quietly, nodding. The head of the family is right. She doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. She deserves to die. The leisurely look in Yi Gong's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a ruthless killing intent. You go and kill that Bai Qingqing. If it weren't for her giving the key to the night watchman, how would the night watchman dare to completely tear the face with our 3 families? The girl was silent for a moment, then softly said, head of the family, the other 2 families haven't made a move yet. Isn't it unwise for us to stick our necks out now? What's wrong with that? Yi Gong suddenly sat up straight, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. It's none of my business if they don't take action. They like to play turtle, but my Yi family does not. The rule of my Yi family has always been to repay every grievance, and whoever provokes the Yi family will only have one way out, death. Tonight, you will go and infiltrate the Qingfeng mental hospital. Handle Bai Qingqing for me, and the 2 girls with her root them out. Leave not a single one behind. Understood. The girl did not ask another question, only nodded respectfully. Her name was Yi Chun. In the outside world, she was an inconspicuous distant relative of the Yi family, but in the core circle of the Yi family, she had a title that struck fear into hearts, the darkest blade of the Yi family. Her familiar was named Closed-Eye Pupil, a city-destroying level. This was an extremely special and bizarre familiar. Its rule was simple, as long as she did not look at others, they could not perceive her existence. This inability to perceive was absolute. Whether by naked eye, breath, or mental scanning, the moment she closed her eyes, all would become completely ineffective. Even a provincial destroying level being above her could not sense her presence. However, such a powerful ability came with a cost. She lost significant combat power and could not even defeat an ordinary, high-level familiar master, but that did not prevent her from becoming a top assassin, because she did not need to fight head-on. She only needed to carry a powerful attacking drop item, swagger up behind her target, and then deliver a gentle stab. Unbeknownst to anyone, even a city-destroying level powerhouse caught off guard by a high-level attacking drop item would only have one way out, death. Yi-chan held a teacup, slowly turning to retreat, and beneath the black silk ribbon was a dead silence. Tonight, the Qingfeng Mental Hospital would see a few more souls depart. On the high-speed train to Kyoto, in the business class carriage, spacious, quiet, luxurious. Compared to the crowded and noisy second-class seats, here the seats could recline completely, and free snacks and drinks were provided. Even the smiles of the stewardesses were sweeter than elsewhere. Of course, the ticket price was also quite staggering. But for Lin Chen, who had just come into a windfall, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket. However, the carriage was empty. With only 4 people, perhaps the business tickets were too expensive, or perhaps this trip just happened to lack wealthy passengers. At this moment, Lin Chen was squinting, looking at the 2 figures huddled in the corner behind him. One tall, one short, one strong, one thin. It was Mada and Ma-er. The 2 sat upright like elementary school students, behaving obediently. They hadn't expected to run into a city-destroying level boss like Lin Chen here. Although they had cooperated last time, they were initially there to deal with Lin Chen, fearing he might come after them later. They thought to themselves that they would never take business class again. After all, these big shots were wealthy, and sitting in business class made it easy to encounter them. You two are following me again? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. Ma-er stiffened, smiled at Lin Chen, then lowered his head again. Mada wiped the sweat from his face and quickly shook his head. No, we're not that foolish. How could we follow you? That would be looking for death. We just happened to run into you. I can only say our fate is quite strong. That sounds nice. Lin Chen adjusted the angle of his seat to make himself more comfortable, but his gaze became sharp. Are you two also going to Kyoto? Yes. Ma-de nodded quickly. What for? Lin Chen pressed. Ma-er scratched his bald head innocently and opened his mouth to find the key. To find medicine. Mada was quick to react, grabbing Ma-er by the arm, causing Ma-er to grimace in pain, swallowing the remaining keyword back down. Look, he's acting up again, Mada said with a smile. Seriously talking nonsense. Although Ma-er looks strong, he has some issues in that regard. I heard there's an old Chinese doctor in Kyoto who specializes in this, so I specifically took him to see him. By the way, we can also take a trip, see the sights in Kyoto. Lin Chen glanced at Ma-er, who was hugging his legs in pain, and then at Mada, who was babbling nonsense, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Believe you? These 2 guys showing up here definitely means they're up to no good. But he couldn't be bothered to expose them. As long as they didn't bring trouble to him, it didn't matter whether they were looking for medicine or just sightseeing. Hey, Pai Qianwan suddenly spoke up. I have a friend who has the same problem. We can go together. Sure. Mada wiped his sweat and nodded repeatedly. Lin Chen gave them a faint glance and then ignored them. The carriage fell silent again. Lin Chen closed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, but his mind was busy with other matters. He had rushed out of the mountains too hastily, focusing only on seeing his sister, forgetting that he was still carrying a wanted notice. He didn't know if the night watchers were still keeping an eye on him. He was now afraid they would use his sister as bait, surrounding him the moment he showed up. However, Bai Qingqing was there, and logically, if there were night watchers guarding her, they would definitely alert him. Since she hadn't warned him, it either meant there were no night watchers or that the ones guarding her were of a higher rank than Bai Qingqing. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. Hey! He opened his eyes and looked at Mada, who was sneaking glances at him. This guy was in the know. He should know something, right? I want to ask you something. You say. Mada immediately sat up straight. What's the night watcher's attitude towards me right now? Lin Chen lowered his voice. Is that wanted notice still active? Wanted notice? Mada scratched his head, looking confused. I don't know, my brother and I haven't been paying attention to that. He paused and waved his hand. Why care about that? It's just a wanted notice. Ma-er and I have been wanted for years, and it hasn't cost us a single piece of meat. This thing is like a certificate, a recognition of our strength. Lin Chen. What the hell? A certificate? These 2 are really bold. It's a miracle they've made it this far. Senior, you've been wanted by the night watchers? Pai Qianwan, sitting opposite, suddenly leaned in. Yeah, because of a pair of eyes. Eyes of city-destroying level? Lin Chen glanced at him. You know? I know a thing or two. Pai Qianwan rubbed his chin. I've heard a bit about that wanted notice. It was issued by the Wang family in Kyoto. Wang family? Lin Chen frowned. Yeah, one of the 4 great families in Kyoto. Pai Qianwan nodded, but senior, you don't need to worry that wanted notice hasn't been taken seriously for a long time. Why? Because the Wang family is gone. Pai Qianwan spread his hands. Just a couple of days ago, it seems the Wang family was jointly suppressed by several other families and was completely wiped out. Even their head, Wang Zhong, is dead. The ones who issued the wanted notice are all dead. Who would still have the time to deal with this trivial matter? Moreover, the Night Watcher's wanted notice is just a formality. Generally, it's just a warning. As long as you don't go too far, the Night Watchers usually turn a blind eye. After all, if it really comes to blows, the losses would be significant, and the Night Watchers don't want to make things difficult for themselves. After hearing this, Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in his heart easing. By the way, why did the Wang family want to hunt me down? I heard it was because the young master of the Wang family took a liking to your eyes and wanted to take them as a possession. But in the end, he ended up losing everything. Lin Chen sneered, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. So it was the celestial dragon people who had their eyes on him. If he hadn't had some strength, his sisters would definitely have suffered. Stupid Wang family, good thing you were wiped out early, otherwise I would have shaken your yoke. Since the wanted notice is just a decoration, things will be much easier. Lin Chen felt much better, took an orange from the plate, peeled it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Dear passengers, we are approaching our destination, Kyoto Station. A sweet prompt echoed through the broadcast. Lin Chen turned to look out the window. It was dusk, the sun setting in the west. In the distance, a magnificent city skyline slowly emerged on the horizon, skyscrapers standing in rows, ancient city walls reflecting the modern neon lights. Kyoto, we have arrived. P.S. Brothers, I'm not feeling well, so there will be 2 updates today. The author is also making some major changes to the beginning of this book, but it won't affect the subsequent reading. Manhwa. At the entrance of Kyoto High-Speed Railway Station, the crowd surged. Don't let me catch you following me, Lin Chen said coldly, glancing back at Mada and Maer, who were trailing behind him with a shabby bag on his back. If I catch you again, you two can just wait to die. Mada quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. No, I'm taking Maer to see a doctor. We won't follow the boss. Saying this, Mada hurriedly pulled Maer, who looked like a well-behaved elementary school student, into a taxi. Once the door was closed, Mada's face instantly fell, and he spat angrily. Damn. What the hell? Who the hell wants to follow you? Do you really think you're something special? Exactly, Maer echoed coldly. If I could beat him, I would have knocked the shit out of him already. Alright, less nonsense. Mada waved his hand. Driver, take us to Qingfeng Mental Hospital. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Pai Qianwan also hailed a cab. Driver, take us to Qingfeng Mental Hospital, Lin Chen stated the destination. Hearing the name, Pai Qianwan furrowed his brows, scratching his head. Qingfeng Mental Hospital, why does that name sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Familiar? Lin Chen glanced at him. Maybe you ran away from there before, subconsciously missing home. Pai Qianwan. He shrank his neck, not daring to respond. The car started and merged into the traffic. Lin Chen looked out at the scenery and asked, by the way, do you know the exact whereabouts of that key? Pai Qianwan shook his head, looking distressed. Senior, I only know the key was brought to Kyoto, on a woman, but I still need to find out where that woman is. All right. Lin Chen didn't press him further. When we get there, you stay outside and gather information. I have some business to attend to in the mental hospital. Although his sisters were with Bai Qingqing, Lin Chen didn't want Pai Qianwan to know too much. After all, this guy was a killer. Even though he didn't seem like a villain, he was still an unstable factor. Understood, senior. Pai Qianwan nodded repeatedly. And Lin Chen shot him a cold glance. Don't even think about running. If you dare to run, I'll catch you and break your legs. Pai Qianwan trembled all over, raising 10 fingers to swear. Senior, don't worry, even if you give me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to run. In the taxi ahead, Mada and Maer were squeezed in the backseat, nervously glancing back from time to time, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Bro, something's not right, Maer said, looking at the taxi that was closely tailing them, his voice trembling. Why is that bastard still following us? We've turned several corners. Mada also looked back, his face darkening. Bro, do you think he heard us cursing him earlier? Maer swallowed hard. That guy is a city-destroying level boss. He must have good hearing, right? Smack. Da slapped Maer on the forehead. It's all your fault for cursing too loudly. But your voice wasn't quiet either. Maer complained, covering his head. Shut up. Mada glared at him. What do we do now? This guy keeps following us, and we can't use the drops given by Longzi. They had come to Kyoto this time to steal the key, bringing along the treasure given by Longzi Zhuogung. With that thing, they could transfer an entire space right in front of Longzi. As long as they moved the room where Bai Qingqing was located, wouldn't the key be within their grasp? After all, once they moved over, what awaited them was the dragon prince with 4 city-destroying familiars. But this dropped item had a flaw. It required a long time to charge. If Lin Chen saw it, he might snatch it away. How about we go all out against him? Ma Er clenched his fist. We have the power of dragons, even if he is city-destroying level, we shouldn't be afraid, right? Shut up. Ma De slapped him in frustration. Is your brain filled with mush? That's the Qingfeng mental hospital, where a provincial-level destroyer is stationed. If we fight Lin Chen and expose our aura, can we escape when young Qingfeng comes out? Who is young Qingfeng? Ma Er scratched his head. I told you to study theoretical knowledge, but you didn't listen. Ma De continued to scold him. Yang Qingfeng is a provincial-level destroyer. So what do we do? Ma Er frowned. We can't just let him follow us forever. Can we? Just as the two were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, Ma Er's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, brother, look. Ma De pointed at the rearview mirror. His car has stopped. They saw the taxi behind them suddenly turn on its signal light and slowly pull over to the side of a large shopping mall. Phew. Ma De let out a long breath, slumping back in his seat. That scared me to death. Looks like it's on the way. He probably went to buy something. I told you, how could he hear us? Ma Er chuckled foolishly. Lin Chen got out of the car, and indeed, he was going to buy something. Since he promised those two little ancestors to bring snacks, he naturally couldn't go back on his word, and he had to buy the most expensive and delicious ones. Otherwise, how could he justify his current worth? Half an hour later, Lin Chen returned to the car with 3 large bags of imported snacks and continued on to the mental hospital. Meanwhile, Ma De and Ma Er had already arrived at their destination. Qingfeng Mental Hospital was located in the suburbs, surrounded by a serene environment with high walls topped with barbed wire, giving it a rather imposing appearance. The two brothers dared not enter through the front gate but sneaked around the hospital's walls, finally squatting down at the base of a wall at the back of the hospital. You go keep watch over there, Ma De whispered, and Ma Er quickly nodded, standing up to look around. Ma De then took out a glass marble, the size of a thumb, and placed it on the ground, followed by another marble. A city-destroying dropped item, the peeping eye. As long as one wore an eye, they could see what the other eye saw. Moreover, this item had no aura and could only be observed with the naked eye, making it the perfect choice for spying on the master. However, Ma De hesitated for a long time, unable to bring himself to do it, as it meant sacrificing one of his own eyes. Although it was said that the church could help regrow the eye, it would still hurt. Ma Er, you come here. Upon hearing this, Ma Er's head, which was looking around, froze. Brother, I don't know by Qingqing. I have a photo. Ma De pulled out a picture. Ma Er, hurry up and stop wasting time. If we complete this mission, the church might help us break through to city-destroying level. Reluctantly, Ma Er walked over and squatted down. Just as he was about to say, brother, be gentle, Ma De slapped the eyeball into Ma Er's eye socket. Ouch! Ma Er screamed, covering his bleeding eye, trembling for a long time before recovering. How is it? Did you connect? Ma De asked anxiously. I connected. The next second, the eyeball on the ground rolled and headed towards the mental hospital. Look carefully at the photo, don't mistake the person. Ma De handed the photo of Bai Qingqing to Ma Er, who nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, brother, I'll get it done. Qingfeng Mental Hospital, top floor, director's office. The room was decorated in an antique style, with a sandalwood incense burner emitting wisps of smoke. Bai Qingqing sat on the sofa, and across from her was the elegant director, Yang Qingfeng. At that moment, he had taken off his gold-rimmed glasses and was leisurely wiping the lenses with a piece of velvet cloth. Bai Qingqing looked at young Qingfeng, unsure why he had called her over. Qingqing, I can sense the aura of the Thunder Emperor. Young Qingfeng suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Bai Qingqing was taken aback, her pupils constricting. The Thunder Emperor was a subordinate of her father and should have dissipated long ago when her father died. The Thunder Emperor should have disappeared after my father died. Yes, that's the strange part, young Qingfeng sighed. It was a widely accepted fact that when a master fell in battle, all their subordinates would vanish. But I can indeed sense it from a young girl in the Bai family. It must be a child from your second uncle's line. What is going on? Bai Qingqing frowned. Could it just be a similar anomaly? No, young Qingfeng shook his head. It's definitely your father's Thunder Emperor. I wouldn't mistake it. He looked at Bai Qingqing, his tone growing heavy. I've heard that the dragon worship sect possesses a sinister treasure called the separation wood, which can forcibly detach a subordinate from their master and transfer it to another. But, young Qingfeng paused, his voice turning cold. This ritual has a prerequisite. What prerequisite? Bai Qingqing's voice trembled. The master being separated must be alive, young Qingfeng said slowly, word by word. In other words, only if they are alive can they be separated? Bai Qingqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. If what young Qingfeng said was true, it meant, when her father was brought back to the Bai family all those years ago, he was not dead. He was gravely injured and on the brink of death, and his own kin had forcibly separated him from his subordinate. What kind of pain was that? What kind of despair? betrayed by his closest relatives, stripped of his power, and ultimately dying in agony. The Bai family, the Bai family. Bai Qingqing's eyes instantly turned red, a surge of overwhelming hatred roiling in her chest, causing the temperature in the office to drop several degrees. I shouldn't have told you this, but if I hadn't, you would never know the truth from back then, Yang Qingfeng sighed. I'm telling you this not to send you to your death right now. The three major families have deep roots, you are not yet qualified to seek revenge. Bai Qingqing gripped the armrest of the sofa tightly, her fingers digging 5 holes into the leather. After a long while, she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage that threatened to consume her reason. I understand, Bai Qingqing's voice was chillingly cold. I won't act impulsively, at least not until I have the strength to confront the Bai family head-on. A flicker of appreciation and concern crossed Yang Qingfeng's eyes. Your father and I were close friends, he would be furious at this treatment. Sooner or later, we will cleanse the Bai family, and by then, you will have your chance for revenge. Meanwhile, a glass eyeball the size of a thumb silently rolled away from the crack in the office door. At the back wall of the mental hospital, Ma Er was squatting on the ground, one hand covering his still bleeding empty eye socket. How is it? How is it? Mada was anxiously scratching his head beside him. Did you find it? Found it, Ma Er nodded repeatedly, picking up the rolled-out eyeball and wiping off the dust. It's in the innermost room on the 5th floor, just like in the photo. Great. Mada slapped his thigh. Are there any other people in the room? This was crucial. The treasure they brought this time could swap spaces within a designated range, directly transporting them to De Longzi's presence. If they could send Bai Qingqing over, it would be a significant achievement. But if they accidentally sent over some night watchman bigwig as well, De Longzi would definitely strangle them both upon revival. Yes, Ma Er answered honestly, besides Bai Qingqing, there's also a male doctor. Male doctor? Ma Da's heart sank. Damn, it wouldn't be Yang Qingfeng, would it? If we could teleport the province-level Yang Qingfeng over. Mada didn't dare to imagine that scene. He estimated that De Longzi would be beaten to a pulp by Yang Qingfeng, and then the two brothers? What does the doctor look like? Mada asked nervously. Is he wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses? Ma Er recalled the scene he had just seen. The male doctor was bowing his head to wipe something. His face was smooth. No glasses, Ma Er said firmly. It's a man, I didn't see him wearing glasses. Phew. Mada let out a long breath. His anxious heart finally calmed down. That scared me to death. As long as he's not wearing glasses, it's fine. It is well known that Yang Qingfeng's most distinctive feature is that pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Since he wasn't wearing glasses, he must be just a passerby. As long as it's not someone like Yang Qingfeng or Su Tang, the rest in this hospital are just a bunch of useless characters that De Longzi could crush with one hand. Mada flipped his wrist, and a golden half-deer antler appeared in his hand. A city-level drop item, golden deer antler. This is an extremely rare spatial drop item, divided into yin and yang antlers. The yang antler is in De Longzi's hand, and the yin antler is in Ma Da's hand. As long as the yin antler is activated and a range is selected, all objects within that range can be instantly swapped to the location of the yang antler, regardless of distance. Release the wind! Mada shouted in a low voice, gripping the golden deer antler tightly. The dragon power within him began to surge into it wildly. The golden deer antler started to emit a faint glow, and a subtle spatial fluctuation slowly rippled out. Mada gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. One more minute. Ma Er quickly kept a vigilant watch around, fearing someone would come to interrupt. Meanwhile, in the 5th floor ward. Really? Completely healed? Lin Chen threw down 3 large bags of imported snacks he was carrying and looked at Lin Chi with surprise. At this moment, Lin Chi had already gotten out of the wheelchair. She was wearing a sky blue dress, bouncing excitedly in front of Lin Chen like a happy little rabbit. Look, brother, I can jump this high. Lin Chi jumped on the spot, landing steadily, and even spun around, her skirt flying. That's great. Lin Chen looked at his sister's agile legs, his eyes getting a bit misty. After all these years, he had dreamed of seeing this scene. Lin Chu smiled gently, patting the dust off Lin Chen's shoulder. Brother, you've lost weight. Hey, the food in the mountains is good, but nothing beats home-cooked meals, Lin Chen said cheerfully, completely forgetting the days he spent eating barbecued meat and salted fish in the mountains. Just then, the ward door was pushed open. Bai Qingqing walked in. She had just returned from Yang Qingfeng's office. Although she had adjusted her emotions, there was still a hint of barely noticeable sadness hidden deep in her eyes. You're here? Bai Qingqing asked softly. Ah, yes. Lin Chen turned around, looking at Bai Qingqing, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Thank you for taking care of Lin Chu and Lin Chi these days. You're welcome. I really like Lin Chu and Lin Chi. Sister-in-law, I like you too, Lin. She blew a kiss, and Lin Chu nodded beside her. Bai Qingqing smiled and turned to close the door. Phew! At that moment, an extremely faint breeze brushed past her cheek, lifting a strand of hair by her ear. Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned. It was cold in Kyoto, and the windows in the corridor were tightly shut. Where did the wind come from? Her pupils instantly turned red, and after looking around, she found nothing. She shook her head and closed the door. Lin Chu and Lin Qi went to divide the snacks, while Bai Qingqing sat down next to Lin Chen. We have opened the Wang family treasury, and the night watchman helped us guard it, so we gave them half of the city-level drop items as a reward. What? What treasury? Lin Chen was taken aback, feeling a bit confused. Bai Qingqing glanced at him. Do you remember the day you asked a peak city-level Red Crown crane to save Lin Chu and Lin Qi? I remember. Lin Chen suddenly remembered and hurriedly asked, what happened that day? Why did Lin Chu and Lin Qi encounter danger? Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned. You don't know? Lin Chen shook his head. I only know they were in danger that day, so I sent that bird to rescue them. Wow! Brother, I thought you were watching us from the shadows all along. Lin Qi chewed on imported chocolate with a high purity, her mouth twitching from the bitterness. Your brother doesn't have that kind of power. We were in such a miserable state back then, you have no idea. Lin Qi wanted to complain to Lin Chen, but Lin Chu covered her mouth. What happened? Lin Chen's face turned cold. It's nothing serious, just that Lin Qi hurt her mouth and can't eat spicy strips anymore. Lin Chu smiled and rubbed Lin Qi's head. She didn't want Lin Chen to worry. What happened was in the past, and anyway, the Wang family had already been destroyed. That does sound miserable. Lin Chen sighed in relief. Bai Qingqing didn't expose anything and continued to explain. The head of the Wang family sought revenge on us and was killed by that red-crowned crane, losing a key to a treasure vault. The Wang family of the four great families? Lin Chen recalled what Ni Qian had told him. Yes, that's them, but now the Wang family has been completely obliterated, and their family's treasure vault accumulated over hundreds of years has been divided between us and the Night Watchers. In total, there was 1 provincial-level drop, 11 city-level drops, and over 100 major calamity-level drops. The Night Watchers only took half of the major calamity-level drops. How much? Lin Chen asked in disbelief, quickly calculating. In his mind, a major calamity-level drop is worth 200 million. How much is that for me? He. Lin Qi raised the corners of her mouth. Not just that, there are countless gold bars too. What? Lin Chen's eyes widened. Then we must have struck it rich. He suddenly remembered the toad's wish. Could these things have been arranged by the toad? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Yeah, brother, we got rich. Lin Qi munched on snacks, hands on her hips, her mouth raised high. When she first saw the gold bars displayed on several shelves, she felt like her eyes were going to be blinded by the shine. Even the other drops nearby seemed to pale in comparison to these gold bars. We have money now. I want to build a small house and then open a supermarket for brother. We can. Put. A spray of blood shot out. Lin Chen looked at Lin Qi, his pupils constricting. Lin Qi's smile froze at the corners of her mouth as she looked down at her chest, where a pale knife tip was gleaming. Huangquan Huai Tree. Kuan. Two voices sounded simultaneously, rushing towards Lin Qi's back. The pale Huai branches instantly sealed off that area, and Bai Qingqing's white bird also dove down to bite, causing blood to spurt like a pillar. Accompanied by a muffled grunt, a shadow flashed out from behind Lin Qi, then was firmly locked by the branches of the Huangquan Huai tree. Lin Chu quickly supported Lin Qi, pressing down on her chest wound. Lin Chen also rushed over, his eyes stinging. He blinked hard to hold back his tears. Bai Qingqing quickly dashed out the door, preparing to find young Qingfeng. Brother, sister. Lin Qi's mouth overflowed with blood as she tightly grasped Lin Chen's hand. Did I get stabbed in the heart? She had a faint smile on her lips, but tears kept flowing from her eyes. No, Lin Chu shook her head, tears dripping down. Right, it didn't hit. Lin Chen also forced a smile, his heavy breathing making him look like a beast on the verge of going mad. That's good. Lin Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. We still have to live together. I can't be without brother, nor sister. I haven't grown up yet. I still need you to watch over me. Lin Chen could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face as he ruffled Lin Qi's hair, his hands trembling. At that moment, Bai Qingqing had returned, bringing another female healer from the hospital. She had gone to find young Qingfeng, but he was not there. His office had vanished without a trace. The other party quickly squatted down in front of Lin Qi, one hand glowing green as it gently covered the wound on her chest. In the next moment, the wound rapidly healed. Thank goodness, she sighed in relief. Although it hit the heart, the killer only used an ordinary knife, so it's not a big deal for a master. Hearing this, Lin Qi blinked. She really thought she was going to die. Lin Chen also let out a complete sigh of relief as he carried Lin Qi to the hospital bed, then turned around, coldly staring at the figure trapped by the Huangquan Huai tree. It was Yi Chun, and at that moment, the black satin on her face had fallen to the ground, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen, completely exposing her figure. Put! A pale branch instantly pierced through her shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Shen stood coldly in front of her, slapping her face with such force that two of Yi Chun's front teeth fell out. Why did you want to kill her? The Yi family wants her dead. Yi Chun was very honest, spitting out blood. Bai Qingqing frowned slightly. You are Yi Chun from the Yi family? That's me, Yi Chun replied flatly. You'd better let me go. Although my Yi family's extermination level master is still outside, we are not to be trifled with. The Yi family, huh? You're really asking for death. Lin Shen was completely enraged, waving his hand as countless pale branches instantly pierced through Yi Chun, who spat out a mouthful of blood before her head tilted and she fell down. Lin Chu, take care of Lin Shi. At this moment, Lin Shen couldn't control the anger inside him. He just wanted to destroy the Yi family. Lin Chu quickly grabbed him. Brother, don't take risks. But Lin Shen was as stubborn as a mule, completely unmovable. Seeing that she couldn't hold him back, Lin Chu hurriedly hugged him from behind. Brother, I don't want you to get into trouble too, please don't do this. Hearing Lin Chu's plea, Lin Shen calmed down a bit, clenching his fists tightly. Lin Shi had almost been in danger, but he couldn't take revenge for her, which made him feel powerless. He was still too weak. If he were stronger, he wouldn't have to be so hesitant. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. You can go. Lin Shen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure in a black cloak standing at the door. Team Zero can go with you. We will destroy the Yi family tonight. Who are you? My name is Su Tang, extermination level. Yi Chun just happened to give them an excuse, and it was also an opportunity to break the balance. Lin Shen left with Su Tang and Team Zero. In the hospital room, only Bai Qingqing, Lin Chu, and Lin Qi remained, along with two extermination level masters from the Night Watch. Lin Qi's condition had stabilized, but the injury to her heart was still healing, so she could only lie in bed. Lin Chu sat beside her, holding her hand. At this moment, Bai Qingqing frowned, looking at Yi Chun's corpse with some confusion. With so many people in the room, why did she choose to act? Yi Chun had always used falling objects for assassination. Why did she only use an ordinary knife today? It seemed deliberate. Was it a conspiracy? Or, Yi Chun's parents had her late in life, making her 20 years younger than her brother Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu loved his little sister very much, and whenever he returned to the Yi family after completing a mission, he would basically spend time playing with the younger Yi Chun. The Yi family was large, and Yi Qiu was like a big shadow, following his doll-like sister. However, later on, Yi Chun's father had a conflict with the main branch of the Yi family, was assigned extremely dangerous tasks one after another, and ultimately died tragically outside, while her mother hurriedly remarried. The Yi family was left with only Yi Chun and Yi Qiu relying on each other. Yi Qiu said he would take Yi Chun away in the future, but the next day, Yi Qiu's companion was also targeted by the Yi family's eldest son, Yi Tian, and was brutally stripped of his status. Yi Chun cried for a long time while holding her brother's corpse. The Yi family didn't want to commit more killings, so they found someone from the Zhuge family to erase her memories, but what the Yi family didn't know was that the person they found from the Zhuge family was Yi Qiu's friend. The friend pretended to erase her memories, allowing her to find an opportunity to escape from the Yi family. But Yi Chun didn't. She stayed. She crawled her way up from the very bottom, growing into the darkest sort of the Yi family. She had always been looking for an opportunity, a chance to avenge her father and brother. Until today, she finally found it. The situation was tense. The Yi family was no longer a provincial power. The night watchman lacked a reason to act, and that reason was her. When she drew her knife, she initially intended to use the fallen object to completely erase Lin Qi, making the situation even bigger, thus increasing the chances of the night watchman taking action. But looking at Lin Qi, she thought of herself. If her brother Yi Qiu were still alive, he would probably be just as happy, right? Nanhai, an unknown deserted island. The sky was dark, the sea wind howled, and the waves crashed against the rocks, stirring up heaps of snow. On this desolate beach, a ragged man with long hair tangled like a bird's nest was squatting in front of a makeshift shelter. He held a wooden stick in his hand, frantically rubbing it against a piece of dry wood. Burn for me! Burn for me! The man's face was gaunt, his eye sockets deep-set, looking like a seasoned patient who had escaped from a mental hospital, which fit the image of wilderness survival. He had been at it for a full half hour, but the dam wood only produced a little bit of black smoke, not even a spark. Could it be just because the wood was wet? Damn it! The long-haired man threw the stick away and howled at the sky. Is this how a person lives? I want cooked food. I want something warm. He took a deep breath and picked up the stick again. Another 10 minutes of frantic rubbing. Finally, in the pile of wood shavings, a faint red spark flickered. Got it, got it. The man was so excited that his hands trembled. He quickly bent down, carefully moving the spark to the prepared dry grass, puffing his cheeks and gently blowing. Huff, huff. As he blew, the smoke grew thicker, and finally, with a pop, a small flame sprang up. Ha 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 ha. The man suddenly stood up, arms wide open, laughing wildly at the sea. I finally did it. I'm a genius. I'm the king of wilderness survival. However, just as he was celebrating, the sea wind blew and that small flame flickered twice before extinguishing. The man's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He stiffly lowered his head, watching the rising blue smoke as if petrified. At that moment, a man in a neat black suit walked out from behind a large rock. He glanced helplessly at the wild-looking man and silently stepped forward, pulling a windproof lighter from his pocket. Click! A blue flame sprang up, and the man in black crouched down, instantly igniting the pile of dry grass. The flames roared to life. The long-haired man watched the stable flames, nodding in satisfaction, quickly stacking the dry branches he had picked up nearby until the fire was completely steady. He then raised his hands again and cheered, "See? This is perseverance. This is the way of survival for the strong." The man in black stood expressionless beside him. "As long as you're happy." With the fire going, the long-haired man grabbed two tightly bound big crabs from a nearby puddle and tossed them directly into the fire. "Lord Longzi." The man in black glanced at the distant sea and spoke softly, "The scout has sent news." Zhuogung stared at the crabs, swallowing hard. "Did we get the key?" "No." The man in black shook his head. "The news says that the royal family's treasury in Kyoto has been opened." "What?" Zhuogung was taken aback, suddenly raising his head, his bloodshot eyes wide open. "Opened? What about those two useless Mada and pear?" He pointed at a deer antler emitting a faint golden light stuck in the nearby beach and cursed, "I even used the golden deer antler for them. Why the hell are they moving so slowly? They must be sleeping and messing things up, right?" The man in black fell silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. "They slept for 2 days. In a hotel in Nanhai City, and then when they took the high-speed train to Lianyungang, they missed their stop and had to buy a ticket to go back." "Damn!" Zhuogung angrily picked up a stone and smashed it into the sea. "These two useless idiots, even pigs are smarter than them." He paced back and forth on the beach, tugging at his messy hair. These two fools must have done no investigation when they got to Kyoto, thinking the treasure vault wasn't open, and just activated the debris to teleport people over, right? The man in black coldly added, "Given their IQ, it's very likely." Zhuogung felt like crying. Without tears. "My golden deer antlers, this thing has a limited number of uses." There were hardly any chances left, and now these two idiots have wasted one. "It's all that bastard Shi Gamao's fault." Zhuogung gritted his teeth. He had to recommend these two, saying they were like Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. Damn it! Just as Zhuogung was still cursing Shi Gamao and Mada and pear madly, the golden deer antlers stuck far away on the beach suddenly lit up without warning. Buzz! The spatial fluctuations instantly swept across the entire beach. Zhuogung's heart bled. What use was it to send the treasure vault key over now when everything in the vault had been divided up by the night watchers? Damn it! Zhuogung cursed and looked over coldly. He was very angry and urgently needed a target to vent his fury. The golden light surged, and the space twisted. In the next second, accompanied by a muffled sound, a massive object appeared out of thin air on the beach. Dust flew everywhere. An office without walls, only a floor and furniture, appeared on the beach. A desk, bookshelves, a sofa, and even a money tree were neatly arranged on the beach, as if someone had directly cut a room out and moved it here. Behind the desk, a refined man in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses was looking around in confusion. He glanced at the vast sea around him, then at the beach beneath his feet, and finally his gaze landed on Zhuogung, who looked like a wild man not far away. The sound of the sea crashed. Zhuogung frowned and pointed at the man. "Is Bai Qingqing a man? Why does his name sound like a woman's?" However, the man in black beside him did not answer. Zhuogung turned his head in confusion. "Hey, I'm asking you a question." The space beside him was empty. The figure of the man in black had already disappeared. Only the terrified screams, transmitted through the man in black's ability, echoed in his ears. "Dragon child, run! This is the damn provincial level Yang Qingfeng." Zhuogung froze for a moment and turned to look at the sea. He saw a black wave rapidly retreating in the distance. The man in black had already swum out several hundred meters, not daring to look back. Damn! Zhuogung stiffly turned his neck and looked again at the man sitting behind the desk. Yang Qingfeng, director of the Qingfeng Mental Hospital, one of the two pillars of the Night Watchers, founder of electroconvulsive therapy, provincial level big shot, old schemer. Each of these titles flashed through Zhuogung's mind, making his calves feel a bit crampy. pear, you guys are really talented. I asked you to steal the key, and you directly sent me a father figure? Yang Qingfeng adjusted his glasses, pushing the frames up his nose, a cold glint flashing across the lenses. He stood up from his chair, brushed off non-existent dust from his lab coat, and looked at Zhuogung gently. "This place has a nice environment." Yang Qingfeng's voice was soft, sounding like a spring breeze, but in Zhuogung's ears, it was no different from a devil's whisper. "Gulp!" Zhuogung struggled to swallow. The muscles in his face twitched stiffly, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Gee, good evening." He trembled as he picked a charred crab from the fire with a stick and held it out in front of him. Director Yang, have you eaten?" Would you like to try the crab I just roasted? Completely natural and pollution-free, crispy.
Yang Qingfeng looked at the crab still emitting black smoke, shook his head, and smiled.
No need, I'm not hungry.
He stepped out of the wall-less office, his feet sinking into the sand.
You are the dragon son of the dragon worship sect, Zhuogang, right? Yang
Qingfeng stopped 5 meters in front of Zhuogang, his gaze calm as he looked at him. You brought me all the way here, is there some illness you need me to treat?
No illness.
Zhuogang waved his hands.
Repeatedly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Actually, I'm your fan.
Zhuogang, quick on his feet, began to babble. I want to create a wilderness survival show, and I specifically wanted to invite you as a special guest to experience the beauty of nature.
Yang Qingfeng laughed. Wilderness survival? I don't have time. Zizizi.
Before he finished speaking,
2 dazzling blue-white electric currents suddenly wrapped around Yang Qingfeng's arms.
The currents slithered around him like spirit snakes, crackling with a sound that made one's scalp tingle, and the air around them instantly filled with the smell of burnt food.
A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire island in an instant. However, since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed.
Yang Qingfeng raised his hand, lightning swirling in his palm, as if he were holding a storm. He looked at Zhuogang as if introducing a treatment plan to a patient and began to introduce himself seriously. Electricity is the most
magical energy in this world.
It can not only stimulate nerves and heal the wounds of the soul, but it can also activate cells and heal physical ailments.
Yang Qingfeng's voice suddenly rose, and the lightning in his hand surged, transforming into 2 long whips of electricity.
But at the same time, electricity also possesses immense destructive power, capable of instantly destroying all stubborn ailments.
Zhuogang, I see your mind is not here. Your liver fire is strong, clearly lacking treatment. Are you ready for my electric therapy? Boom!
Thunder roared, and Yang Qingfeng's figure shot up, flying over like a lightning king who often crashes.
Ma da! Ma air!
I curse your ancestors! Zhuogang let out a piercing scream, forgetting about the crab, as a layer of green dragon scales erupted from his body, and he turned to run wildly towards the sea.
Help! Murder!
In Kyoto, at the Bai family's old residence, the night was as dark as ink, with only a solitary moon hanging high.
Bai Yutong, the head of the Bai family, stood with his hands behind his back under the intricately carved eaves, quietly gazing at the cold moon.
Beside him stood an old man with a head full of white hair, frail in form but spirited, the
previous head of the Bai family and Bai Yutong's father, Bai Wang. Report!
A servant rushed into the courtyard in a panic, kneeling on one knee, his voice urgent. Head of the family, old master, Yi Chun from the Yi family has exposed that Yi Tian is not at home in Qingfeng Mental Hospital, and Team Zero is already headed towards the Yi family. It seems they are about to take action.
Bai Yutong's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this, and he waved his hand lightly. Understood, you may leave. The servant was taken aback, seemingly not expecting the head of the family to react so calmly, but he did not dare to ask further, quickly bowing his head and retreating. Once the courtyard returned to silence, Bai Yutong turned to the old man beside him and respectfully said, Father, it seems just as you guessed before, the person being tracked by the informant in the South China Sea is indeed Yi Tian. Bai Wang's expression did not change. Yi Tian is still young, with such a big heart, leaving a provincial level disaster unattended at home, and actually going out to travel. It is only natural for the Yi family to be destroyed.
Bai Yutong nodded in agreement.
Although provincial level disasters generally would not
take action, they are indeed a powerful deterrent. Yi Tian thought he had arranged everything perfectly, not realizing that other families and the night watchers had noticed him. It was just that since he had concealed his face, they could not completely confirm whether it was him traveling. Now that Yi Chun had directly exposed it, it allowed them to fully confirm the matter. Dad, I have a question.
Aren't the night watchmen afraid that Yi Chun is a bait thrown out by our 3 families?
Bai Wang shook his head. Don't forget about that traitor from the Zhuge family. Before Yi Chun came out, he can only guess half of it. After Yi Chun appeared, he could be certain. Bai Yutong nodded thoughtfully. Dad, the night watchmen are serious this time.
Should we take action? After all, the 3 families are interconnected. Interconnected?
Bai Wang scoffed, a glimmer of murky yet shrewd light flashing in his eyes. He shook his head, his voice hoarse. Yutong, you must remember clearly, our ally has never been the arrogant Yi family, but rather the formidable Yi Tian of the Yi family. Bai Wang paused, his gaze directed towards the Yi family mansion, as if he could see the bloodlight about to rise.
The Yi family has been too reckless in their actions over the years, showing no restraint. Now that Yi Tian is not in the capital, they are like a toothless tiger. Since the night watchmen dare to act at this critical moment, they must be fully prepared. The fate of the Wang family is still fresh in our minds. The Yi family's current predicament is a result of cause and effect, quite normal.
Bai Yutong nodded thoughtfully, then asked, so,
should we send someone to inform the Zhuge family? What if that old fox Zhuge Hong wants to? No need. Bai Wang raised his hand, gently tapping Bai Yutong's shoulder, interrupting his words. Zhuge Hong is sharper than a monkey. Whatever we can think of, he can naturally think of too. At this time, whoever sticks their neck out is a fool. The fire of the night watchman is burning bright. Whoever touches it will be unlucky. Upon hearing this, Bai Yutong felt reassured. He looked up at the cold moon again, a smile of extreme indifference curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly uttered 3 words, Yi family deserves it. Meanwhile, outside the Yi family gate in the eastern suburbs of the capital, 2 Yi family guards in uniform were leaning against the stone lions at the entrance, bored and smoking cigars. Hey, there's a girl in this year's new students at Kyoto University that I just hooked up with yesterday. Her skin is so tender. Come on, stop bragging. No matter how tender she is, can she be as tender as the star I treated you to a few days ago? You don't understand, these college girls are way more tender than seasoned stars. Pfft, stars are still better. There's a sense of conquest. The 2 were chatting heatedly, full of crude jokes, when suddenly they heard footsteps approaching from the darkness. They looked up to see a young man in a black hoodie walking towards them with his hands in his pockets, his expression blank. It was Lin Chen. Hey, what are you doing? The guard on the left threw half of his cigar to the ground and pointed at Lin Chen, cursing, Are you blind? Don't you see where this is? This is the Yi family, outsiders should get lost. The guard on the right echoed, looking disdainful, Get lost quickly, or I'll break your legs. Lin Chen stopped, glanced at the golden plaque that read Yi Fu, his eyes cold as if he were looking at a corpse. I'm looking for you, Yi family, Lin Chen said flatly. Looking for trouble, huh? I think you're tired of living. Before the guard could finish his sentence, Lin Chen merely raised one hand slightly. Put. The hard concrete ground instantly exploded, 2 thick pale branches shooting up from the earth like sharp spears. The 2 guards didn't even have time to scream before the pale branches pierced through them from below, straight through their skulls. Drip. Blood slowly dripped down the branches. The 2 bodies hung in midair, their eyes wide open, still unable to comprehend what had happened. Lin Chen didn't even glance at the corpses. He retracted his hand and stepped forward to the heavy red door. Bang! He kicked the thick door hard. The solid wood door, capable of withstanding a car crash, shattered like paper under his kick, the 2 door panels flying directly into the courtyard. Lin Chen stepped on the wooden debris, his expression unchanged, and walked straight in. Not long after Lin Chen kicked the door open, several figures followed closely behind, appearing like phantoms outside the Yi family gate. It was the 5 members of Team Zero. The last one, an Yi, leaned on his waist, looking at the shattered door with a helpless expression as he complained, This young man has such a bad temper. To destroy the Yi family like this is a big project. It should be done gradually, slowly torturing them for it to be fun. Doing it so quickly has my back aching. Wait for me. Despite his complaints, his movements were not slow at all, and he quickly caught up with the front team members. Once all members of Team Zero entered, a figure cloaked in black slowly emerged in the void. Outside the Yi family gate, it was Su Zhanshen. Rise, she said, her red lips parting as her right hand waved gently. Buzz. An invisible purple ripple instantly spread out from her, forming a huge translucent barrier that enveloped the entire Yi family residence in the blink of an eye. Lightning danced across the surface of the barrier like a serpent. Today, the Yi family is not allowed to enter or exit. As a top-tier family, the Yi family was naturally quick to react. The loud crash of Lin Chen kicking the door startled the entire Yi family, and in just a moment, hundreds of Yi family members surged out from all directions, surrounding the front courtyard tightly. Most were curious, never expecting someone would dare to cause trouble at the Yi family in the capital. As a large family, the Yi family had their own followers, from children to the elderly, and they were all at the great evil level. This was the monopoly of large families over extraordinary resources, and it was precisely because of this acquisition rule for followers that these families became deeply rooted. The stronger they became, the stronger they grew, a cycle that has nearly consumed the entire country by now. Perhaps in the future, the imperial family would reappear, but under a different name. Although, in truth, some things are better left unsaid. Who dares to cause trouble at the Yi family? Do you not know whose territory this is? Kill him. The Yi family members, used to being arrogant and domineering, had always bullied others in the capital. When had they ever been bullied at their own doorstep? Seeing only a young man barging in, they were both curious and furious. A few hot-headed young members of the Yi family, relying on their status as great evil-level followers, rolled up their sleeves and charged at Lin Chen, shouting angrily, Kid, come and take your life. However, they hadn't even summoned their followers yet. Swish, swish, swish. The ground suddenly cracked, and countless pale branches of locust trees surged out like tentacles from hell, wildly emerging. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out. The few young members of the Yi family at the front were instantly pierced through the chest by the branches, hanging in
midair like skewered candied hawthorns, their blood staining the pale branches, making them look particularly enchanting.
The entire scene fell into an instant silence.
The remaining Yi family members turned pale with fear, retreating repeatedly.
Instant kill. These were several great evil-level individuals. They didn't even have a chance to fight back? Who are you?
At that moment, a voice filled with authority
and anger came from the backyard. Following that, a massive aura surged into the sky.
A middle-aged man in a tang suit leaped through the air, clearly a city-destroying level powerhouse left behind by the
Yi family. He landed in the center of the courtyard, staring at Lin Chen with a gaze full of wariness and killing intent.
So arrogant,
do you really think my Yi family has no one? Does the Yi family have anyone?
Before Lin Chen could speak, a lazy yet mocking voice came from behind him.
All I see is a group of pigs waiting to be slaughtered. The city-destroying level powerhouse suddenly looked up. Behind Lin
Chen, 5 figures slowly stepped out.
The leader, Yi, yawned, while Uncle Guang next to him twisted open a wine flask and took a swig, grinning.
I, Uncle Guang, love to slaughter pigs the most.
Uncle.
Guang wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, pointed at the city-destroying powerhouse from the Yi family, and smiled kindly. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and squat down with
your head in your arms over there. We're the Night Watchman here to recruit the Yi family today. If you don't want to die, cooperate a bit. Night Watchman? The city-destroying powerhouse from the Yi family frowned.
He glanced at the members of Team Zero, then at Lin Chen, his heart racing in shock. The Night Watchman actually dared to take action.
So it's the Night Watchman, no wonder you're so arrogant. He pointed at an Yi and the others, gritting his teeth as he said, but don't forget, my Yi family has a provincial destroying powerhouse.
If a fight breaks out here, the entire Kyoto will be reduced to ashes.
Don't you Night Watchmen care about the millions of civilians? Provincial destroying. And Yi chuckled, your Yi family's provincial destroying powerhouse is still out traveling.
We weren't sure at first, but Yi Chun just happened to match the prophecy of the blind real man, so now we're 100% certain.
Impossible.
The Yi family members all looked disbelieving. How could a provincial destroying
powerhouse leave the Yi family?
That would be irresponsible to the entire clan, and the clan leader would never allow Yi Tian to leave.
Why so much nonsense?
Uncle Guang threw the wine jug aside, exerted force with his feet, and charged fiercely at the Yi family's city-destroying powerhouse,
seeking death.
The opponent gritted his teeth, forming a seal with his hands, and in the next second, a gigantic eye appeared behind him, gathering scorching energy within it. But before he could complete his charge, a roar of a dragon suddenly erupted. Immediately after, a piercing scream came from behind him.
He turned to look, only to see an orange-yellow chainsaw crazily sawing through his kin.
The giant eye closed in pain, but it was useless. It was directly sawed in half along with its eyelid by the chainsaw.
Put. As
his kin was backfiring, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could react, a massive fist came crashing down, instantly knocking him to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of giant fists like
a storm.
In just a few dozen strikes, he was reduced to a pulp.
Sorry, just taking a head.
The fist retracted, revealing a stone monkey about 4 to 5 meters tall, with Uncle Guang standing on its back. Kin, the great splash monkey. Lin Chen shook his head, no problem. He then waved his hand, and a gigantic pale locust tree suddenly shot up from the ground, with branches piercing through the bodies of the surrounding Yi family members. Blood flowed like a river,
not a single one was spared. Damn!
Uncle Guang was stunned, thinking that this kid was much fiercer at taking heads than he was.
They hadn't
planned to leave any survivors in the Yi family, aside from a very few who weren't tainted by the big family. Most inherited the arrogance and eccentricity of the clan. In this family, anyone with a bit of age basically had no clean hands. For the country, it was necessary to wipe them all out. Only a few very young ones would be spared, but they would only be allowed to live as ordinary people afterward.
Lin
Chen continued to walk deeper into the Yi family with the chainsaw. There must be more than one city-destroying powerhouse in the Yi family. He intended to kill them all to vent his pent-up rage.
Lin Chen had
never been a righteous person. If someone dared to provoke him and touch his sister, they should be prepared for his revenge. His and his sister's lives were already miserable. Expecting them to treat this world with an open heart would be too unfair. P.S. Babies, give 5 stars, and tomorrow the author will try to continue with 4 updates, considering the author is still working hard despite having a cold.
Mwah mwah mwah.
The Yi family was vast, as big as a city within a city. Passing through the front yard filled with corpses, the back was a massive complex formed by 5 wide streets.
These 5 streets
corresponded to the 5 sons of the current head of the family, Yi Gong, with each one in charge of a street. To reach the backyard, one had to go through any of these 5 streets.
5 people, each pick one. And Yi shrugged. Aren't there 6? Hua Jia asked in confusion.
Left, right counts as 1. Oh. Lin Chen was the first to step onto one of the streets, and upon seeing this, the members of Team Zero each chose a different path. The street was empty, but Lin Chen could feel that behind the tightly shut doors and windows, countless terrified eyes were peering through the cracks, staring intently at him. At the end of the street stood a middle-aged figure dressed in red. This person was Yi Gong's youngest son, Yi Meng. The Yi family knew that the Night Watchers were coming to settle accounts with them. The knife was already at their throats. Most of the clan members could not contend with the Night Watchers and could only pin their hopes on the family's top experts. Yi Meng stood quietly there, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, clearly a genuine peak-level city-destroying powerhouse. The two exchanged glances across the street, and the air felt as if it had solidified. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. "I ask you," Lin Chen's voice was cold, "Yi-chun, who sent him?" Upon hearing this, Yi Meng curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. A dying man, he looked down on Lin Chen, is not worthy of knowing such things. Is that so? Lin Chen also smiled, a chilling smile. Roar! In the next moment, a dark mist erupted behind him, and Du Long, who had long been unable to contain his killing intent, charged out violently, his massive body like an out-of-control heavy tank, accompanied by a deafening roar, rushing madly towards Yi Meng. Facing this fierce assault, Yi Meng's expression remained unchanged, not even moving. His feet. He simply raised both hands slowly and clapped them sharply in front of him. Clap! A crisp sound echoed. Immediately, an invisible yet terrifying pressure surged from all directions towards Du Long. Crack! The sound of bones shattering was enough to make one's teeth ache. As Du Long was running wildly, his body suddenly swayed, and one of his thighs was instantly crushed into a pulp by this terrifying pressure. Boom! Du Long's massive body lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground, plowing a deep trench. Lin Chen's expression did not change, he waved his hand. Countless pale branches of the yellow spring Sephora burst forth from the ground, attempting to bind Yi Meng from below. However, as soon as those branches emerged, they were instantly crushed into noodles by the omnipresent heavy pressure. In the air, collapsing limply to the ground, unable to move at all. Yi Meng looked at the fallen Du Long and the useless branches, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Young man, don't think that having two city-destroying familiars means you can act recklessly." He stood with his hands behind his back, like a senior lecturing a junior. "These two familiars of yours, although they look impressive, their strength has not yet reached the mid-level of city-destroying. If I'm not mistaken, you should have just recently advanced to the city-destroying level, right?" Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. "So what?" "So, what?" Yi Meng shook his head, his tone mocking. "In the world of a familiar master, having more familiars is never better. The more familiars you have, the more scattered the energy you need to feed them becomes, resulting in each familiar's individual strength being weak. If you had 4 or 5 city-destroying familiars, perhaps you could still fight me, but you only have 2. Yi Meng's gaze suddenly sharpened. "This level of power is not enough to bridge the gap between us." As his words fell, the space behind him twisted. A bizarre monster, 3 stories tall and entirely white with no facial features, emerged. A city-destroying familiar, the pressure ghost. With a wave of Yi Meng's hand, the pressure ghost let out a shriek and lunged fiercely at Lin Chen. At the same time, a long knife appeared out of thin air in Yi Meng's hand, and with a flash of his figure, he leaped onto the eaves of the buildings on either side of the street, following closely behind the pressure ghost as he charged towards Lin Chen. The terrifying pressure descended first. Lin Chen felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, as if he were carrying a mountain, and the bluestone slabs beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. Watching the terrifying monster charging towards him and the murderous Yi Meng, Lin Chen did not panic. Instead, a smile once again curved at the corner of his mouth. "The gap," he murmured softly. "There is indeed a gap, but it is merely a gap of wealth." With a wave of his left hand, Lin Chen summoned a pale branch of a locust tree from the void, its tip curling around a long object wrapped in layers of white gauze and presenting it before him. Yi Meng, charging forward, felt a sudden jolt in his brow, instinctively sensing danger. However, bolstered by his confidence in his strength, he did not slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace. Lin Chen remained unhurried, tearing off the gauze with a swift motion. As the gauze fell away, what lay inside was revealed. It was a completely black, desiccated hand, 5 fingers splayed, but missing a pinky. A city-destroying drop, the hand of a witch. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen extended his right hand, intertwining his fingers with the pitch-black severed hand. Buzz! An eerie black light erupted instantly. The next moment, the ground trembled violently. A ghostly claw, the size of a house, erupted from the ground beneath the pressure monster without warning. The claw closed in an instant, as if swatting a fly, trapping the pressure monster tightly in its grip. At the same time, another slightly smaller ghostly claw broke through the debris, seizing Yi Meng mid-air. Yi Meng furrowed his brow, trying to use his pressure to break free, but the claw was as hard as iron, and he couldn't escape in such a short time. The hand of the Wang family's witch? Yi Meng frowned. Lin Chen looked at him coldly, and the pale branch reached out from the void again, presenting another object. It was a palm-sized, grotesque, blood-red statue of a bodhisattva.
A peak city-destroying drop. The shattered bodhisattva. Yi Meng's pupils constricted as he recognized the object. No, please. Goodbye. Lin Chen exerted force with his 5 fingers. Crack. The blood-red bodhisattva statue shattered instantly. The next moment, boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions rang out almost simultaneously. The pressure monster, caught by the ghostly claw, exploded into a cloud of white mist. Yi Meng was similarly crushed into a blurred mass of flesh and blood by an invisible, terrifying force, blood bursting forth like rain. But that wasn't the end. The power of the shattered bodhisattva was too overwhelming, its attack range covering the entire street. Rumble. On both sides of the street, the Yi family members, who had been hiding in their homes thinking they were safe under family protection, didn't even have time to react before their bodies, along with the houses, disintegrated under that terrifying force of rule. Blood splattered across windows, staining the walls red. The entire street instantly transformed into a silent battlefield. Instant kill. This was the power of top-tier drops. Lin Chen released his grip, and the white gauze seemed to come alive, flying back up to wrap the pitch-black witch's hand tightly once more. But this time, it was missing a ring finger, leaving only 3 fingers. This also meant that this drop had only 3 uses left. The higher the level of the drop, the greater the power, but the restrictions and usage limits were often more stringent. Consumables like the shattered bodhisattva were used up one by one. But Lin Chen felt no regret. He casually retrieved the witch's hand back into the void, stepping over the blood and severed limbs, continuing down the street toward the depths of the Yi family without looking back. On the way here, Lin Chu had stuffed all the city-destroying drops and above that he received from the Wang family into him. Now, Lin Chen was like a moving arsenal. As long as he didn't encounter a provincial destroying level threat, he had the strength to fight. Crossing the now ruined street, Lin Chen kicked open the moon gate leading to the backyard. At the same time, a lazy figure emerged from the archway on the other side. And he, hands in pockets, his sweater spotless, seemed as if he had walked through a street devoid of enemies. Looks like others are still busy. And he yawned, glancing at the other 3 closed doors. Hua Jia and the others are too slow. They need to practice more. Lin Chen didn't respond. His gaze passed over an Yi, focusing straight ahead. On the steps of the main house in the backyard sat an elderly man with a face full of flesh. Yi Gong, the once mighty head of the Yi family who had dominated Kyoto, now sat there in despair, his meticulously groomed hair appearing somewhat disheveled, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He did not look at an Yi, nor at Lin Chen, who was brimming with murderous intent, but instead raised his head to gaze at the overcast sky above, letting out a long sigh. My Yi family, truly unfortunate. Yi Gong's voice was hoarse, filled with unwillingness and desolation. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the hard work of countless generations, it all crumbled in an instant because of a woman. He lowered his head, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Back then, I was too soft-hearted. If I had killed Yi Chun along with her, cutting the roots, would we have faced today's calamity? Ha! A light laugh broke the heavy atmosphere. And Yi leaned against a pillar, looking at Yi Gong with a mocking expression. Old Yi, even at this point, you still want to blame a woman? Isn't it yourself that you should blame the most for the downfall of the Yi family? Yi Gong suddenly looked up, staring fiercely at an Yi. Yet an Yi showed no fear, even pulling out a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapping it and popping it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, if it weren't for your boundless indulgence of Yi Tian, how could he be out there traveling without a care while the family faces life and death? If it weren't for you satisfying your son's perverse desires, stripping Yi Chiu of her kinship, and forcing Yi Chun to serve you, how could she have spent so many years scheming just to find an opportunity to stab the night watchman? And Yi's gaze turned cold. Karma, all of this is self-inflicted. Shut up! Yi Gong roared, suddenly standing up. His chest heaved violently, clearly struck at a painful spot. But moments later he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, slumping back down, a strange smile appearing on his face. It doesn't matter anymore, it all doesn't matter. Yi Gong muttered to himself, his eyes gradually becoming frenzied. Since the Yi family is destined to perish today, I have nothing left to worry about. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen and an Yi, as if looking at 2 corpses. If I can take the Zero team of the Night Watchman with me before our demise, then these few hundred years of the Yi family won't be too much of a loss. Not a loss? Lin Chen scoffed. Are you kidding me? Your Yi family's hundreds of years of foundation, thousands of lives, traded for our team whose oldest member is only in their 40s, and you dare say it's not a loss? I feel embarrassed for you. I say it's not a loss, then it's not a loss. Yi Gong gritted his teeth, the madness in his eyes growing more intense. As long as we die, no one in this world can stop Yi Tian. With no attachments, he will become invincible, carrying the hatred for all of you, seeking revenge. By then, he will tear you apart piece by piece, avenging the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Don't worry, once I take you down, Yi Tian will soon follow you, and the family will be whole again. Arrogant! Yi Gong snorted coldly, his withered hand suddenly reaching into his bosom. Since you are so eager to seek death, then I shall grant you that. In the next moment, an object radiating a silvery light was pulled out and held high. It was a skull. Entirely silver, crystal clear, as if carved from crystal, but deep within the hollow eye sockets, two pulsating gray flames flickered ominously. With the appearance of the skull, the temperature in the entire backyard plummeted to freezing point, a breath of death instantly enveloping everyone. Ha 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 ha. Yi Gong held the skull aloft, laughing maniacally. Are you scared? Too late. This is the treasure of my Yi family, 100 years in the making, the fallen skull of a provincial-level dropped item. Yi Gong glared at Lin Chan and an E with a venomous gaze, his voice is piercing. As an owl in the night, as long as I activate it, everyone within the range will have a 50% chance of dying on the spot. Come on, come gamble your lives. Yi Gong roared, let you self-proclaimed righteous ones go to hell with our Yi family. Lin Chan's pupils suddenly constricted. A 50% chance of dying instantly? What kind of hellish nonsense is this? This old madman is trying to drag everyone into a game of Russian roulette. Madman. And he cursed, instantly conjuring several flying swords in his hand, wanting to kill Yi Gong before he could activate it. But since Yi Gong dared to bring it out, he must have been well prepared. Let's die together. Yi Gong shouted as the energy within him surged wildly into the silver-white skull. The gray flames in the eye sockets of the skull instantly flared up, a wave of destructive energy about to explode. However, at this critical moment, Yi Gong felt a lightness in his hand. The cold, hard sensation had vanished in an instant. He froze for a moment, maintaining his raised hands, blinking in confusion. Where's the skull? That huge fallen skull of his? Who? Yi Gong roared in anger, suddenly standing up, frantically looking around. Come out! Get out here! That was his last trump card, his only hope of taking his enemies down with him. Here! A cold, indifferent voice suddenly came from the roof behind him. Yi Gong turned around sharply. There, on the towering ridge, stood a figure wrapped in a black robe, proud and defiant. It was Su Zhanshan. At this moment, the fallen skull was in her hand. You really are getting old and confused. Using the fallen skull early might have given you a chance, but you had to show off in front of others, Su Tang said disdainfully. With a senile fool like you as the head of the family, how could the Yi family not be doomed? Su Tang. Yi Gong let out a desperate, piercing scream. That was his last hope, his only bargaining chip in this game, and now it was being taken away by Su Tang so casually. This fall from grace shattered him completely. Give it back. Return it to me. Yi Gong's eyes turned blood red, disregarding everything as he tried to rush up to the roof to snatch the skull. However, at that moment of distraction, an Yi, who had been waiting for an opportunity, made his move. And Yi's gaze sharpened, his right hand forming a sword finger, pointing at Yi Gong from a distance. Go! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dozens of spiritual flying swords hovering behind him instantly transformed into streaks of light, accompanied by a piercing sound as they rained down on Yi Gong like a torrential storm. Put, put. The sound of blades piercing flesh rang out continuously. At this moment, Yi Gong was thrown into chaos, unable to defend himself, and was instantly pierced by over a dozen flying swords. Blood splattered, and his limbs and torso were suddenly riddled with holes. Ah! Yi Gong let out a miserable scream, staggering. But after all, he was a seasoned city-destroying powerhouse with an extremely tenacious vitality. Even severely injured, the madness in his eyes only intensified. Return the skull! Yi Gong roared in fury, completely ignoring the blood gushing from his wounds, his whole being bursting forth with astonishing power as if he had been rejuvenated. Boom! The steps beneath him shattered instantly, and he soared into the air like a dying beast, clawing and lunging towards Su Tang on the roof. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: retrieve the skull. Even if it meant death, as long as he got the skull and activated it, there would still be a 50% chance they would all die together, and the Yi family wouldn't be destroyed so disgracefully. Su Tang watched as Yi Gong lunged at her, unmoving, not even planning to make a move, her eyes holding a hint of pity, because she saw the shadow behind Yi Gong. Just as Yi Gong leaped up, suspended in midair with no place to gain leverage. V-room! A spine-chilling roar of an engine suddenly exploded behind him. That was the sound of a chainsaw. Yi Gong's body was instantly covered in goosebumps, a chill of death piercing through to his bones. He wanted to turn around, wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Lin Chen had been waiting for a long time. The yellow chainsaw in his hand was revved up to maximum speed, the teeth spun frantically, even generating sparks from friction in the air. Lin Chen looked at Yi Gong suspended midair, a smile playing on the corner of his mouth. In your next life, remember not to harm another person's family. As his words fell, Lin Chen's arms muscles bulged. He swung the chainsaw in a full circle, aiming fiercely at the back of Yi Gong's neck. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The grating sound of the cut echoed throughout the backyard, setting teeth on edge.
Under the augmentation of City Slayer level strength, the chainsaw cut through Yi Gong's flesh and bone with the ease of slicing tofu, severing his neck bone without resistance. Blood surged upward like a fountain. Yi Gong's head flew high, tracing a parabola in the air, and finally rolled to a stop right at Yi's feet. The headless corpse, driven by inertia, continued forward for a short distance before crashing heavily to the ground. It twitched twice, then fell completely still. Blood stained the bluestones of the backyard. Yi family head, the generation's hero, Yi Gong. Just like that, rather casually, he was decapitated. Lin Chen shook the blood off the chainsaw and looked at the corpse on the ground with a calm expression. Trash, he cursed. The Yi family was completely gone. Only a dozen or so children aged 7 or 8 and under remained, and they were taken away for centralized management by the night watchman. Lin Chen and Su Tang returned to Qingfeng Psychiatric Hospital. Zero Squad stayed behind to deal with the aftermath of the Yi family. The night was too deep. Lin Qi was already asleep. Lin Shu and Bai Qingqing were still keeping watch and both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Chen return safe and sound. Lin Shu, go to sleep. Lin Chen rubbed Lin Shu's hair and said softly, "Brother, I'm not a child anymore." Lin Shu refused. "How are you not? Hurry up and go." Helpless against Lin Chen's stubbornness, Lin Shu could only obediently lie down on the nearby bed. Lin Chen looked at Bai Qingqing. "Do you want to sleep for a bit too?" Bai Qingqing shook her head. "I'm not sleepy." "All right." Lin Chen glanced at the sleeping Lin Qi, intending to tuck her in, but found she was already tucked in tightly. Lin Shu and Bai Qingqing are very responsible. Lin Chen tiptoed out the door. Su Tang was waiting for him. "How is it? Have you thought it over?" Su Tang asked. "I've thought it over. I agree." Lin Chen did not hesitate. After dealing with the Yi family, Su Tang offered him a deal in exchange for not revealing the fact that Lin Chen participated in destroying the Yi family, thus ensuring Yi Tian would not know of his existence. And seek revenge on Lin Chen and his sister. Lin Chen had to forfeit all City Slayer, Great Evil, level drops from the Wang family and would not participate in the division of the Yi family's treasury spoils. Lin Chen naturally agreed. After all, when he went to wipe out the Yi family, he was just there to coast and snatch a few kills. Moreover, City Slayer level drops were not very useful to him right now. Trading them to the Night Watchman was a better option. Besides, he still needed to search outside for the Toad's Finger. If he were under the crosshairs of a Province Slayer level enemy, he'd be searching for naught and would only be able to hide with Brother Chang in the abyss. "I have one more condition," Lin Chen said, looking at Su Tang. "Speak." Su Tang did not refuse. "I hope you can give my sister focused protection and cultivation. You should know they are anomalies, they need to devour anomalies to increase their strength." Su Tang frowned. She was just about to speak when she saw a pale white branch extend from the void, offering a 7-colored crystal. Just as Su Tang was about to take it, Lin Chen retracted it. "Su Tang. Ahem." Lin Chen gave a dry cough. "I will have one of my 2 sisters hold this Province Slayer level drop. If the Night Watchman ever need it someday, they will bring it out." Su Tang pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Fine, I can agree to that. I will arrange for both your sisters and your wife to be promoted to City Slayer level as soon as possible. After that, they will be assigned to Zero Squad. With the rest of Zero Squad present, they will be safe during their growth period." Lin Chen ? Whose wife? "I'm not married yet." "You will be soon. I have high hopes for you too." Lin Chen's old face flushed, and he shook his head. "It's still early. P.S. Writing battle scenes is really difficult. The author worked all day and could only manage 3 chapters. Babies. After this, the Eastern Japan arc will begin, and the author will try to add the missing chapters for everyone." In the following 2 days, Lin Chen accompanied his sisters and Bai Qingqing in Kyoto, enjoying food and fun. But he had things to do, so he bid farewell to his sisters. When leaving Kyoto, Lin Chen inquired with Su Tang about the news regarding the Toad's Finger, but she was unaware, and there were no records within the Night Watchers. Lin Chen wasn't disappointed. With the matchmaker Qianwan, he set off on a journey to find the Toad's Finger. "Senior, I think we've got our direction wrong." In Jian City, in front of a barbecue stall, Qianwan rubbed his chin with one hand, pondering thoughtfully. It was already night. The snack street was brightly lit, bustling with people, with no end in sight. Across from Qianwan, Lin Chen was frowning at the freshly grilled Big Mother. "Leopard, Lin Frog. What do you mean wrong?" Lin Chen retorted. For the past 2 days, he and Qianwan had been searching everywhere, but whether online or through Qianwan's well-informed friends, none had any clues. "I think we shouldn't be looking for a finger, but rather for things related to the toad," Qianwan continued to explain. "After all, you mentioned that once we find it, it seems we have to fight it, so this thing might not even look like an ordinary finger anymore. It could have turned into a beautiful woman, a big man, or some kind of monster, but it is still related to the toad, so it should have some toad-like characteristics." Listening to Qianwan's analysis, Lin Chen nodded. "That makes some sense. Let's search according to your idea."
Xianwan nodded, took out his phone, and began searching for information about toads online.
Meanwhile, Lin Chen started to engage in a battle of wits with the big mother leopard. This thing looked quite creepy. Lin Chen had never
eaten it and was hesitant to take a bite.
But seeing how delicious Qianwan was finding it, he felt tempted. In the end, temptation triumphed
over creepiness, and Lin Chen took a bite out of his belly. Full of seeds and oil, fragrant, incredibly fragrant. Senior, there is
also news about toads in the country, but it's all from a few months ago. The most famous and recent one is a toad from eastern Japan.
From eastern Japan?
Qianwan handed over his phone, and Lin Chen looked. On the screen was a standing, poop yellow toad, about the size of a person, covered in pus-filled blisters, looking quite disgusting.
Lin Chen frowned. This guy looked very similar to the toad in his dream, and he felt he might have found it. But how did this thing end up in eastern Japan? What's the situation with this thing? Lin Chen asked.
This one only recently appeared in eastern Japan, first discovered in a beach village in Niigata Prefecture, officially classified as a major curse
level by the eastern Japan authorities.
However, they never came into contact with that toad, they only assessed it through photos and videos
taken in the village.
Later, that toad somehow spread everywhere, appearing in various regions across eastern Japan, causing quite a stir,
and making some people there anxious. Xianwan finished in one breath, grabbing a drink from the table and gulping it down. Lin Chen frowned. Toads were everywhere in eastern Japan? He was only looking for a finger, but why were there so many toads? I feel like there should only be one toad, and the others are just its clones, Xianwan speculated. But if the clones are spread all over eastern Japan, this guy is indeed too terrifying.
Lin Chen nodded, he thought the same. After all, there should only be one finger, which should belong to that toad itself.
But in such a vast eastern Japan, where would he find the main body?
Senior, I think the toad in Tokyo is the most powerful, with some even reaching city-destroying levels. Perhaps we should go to Tokyo first.
That makes sense, let's go take a look first.
Lin Chen swallowed a big
mother leopard in one bite. Tokyo is rainy.
Chiyoda District, Akihabara, the originally gray sky here was illuminated by countless enormous billboards, and the exterior walls of the multi-story buildings were adorned with giant posters of anime girls.
Despite the rain, the streets were still bustling with people.
Otaku, cosplayers, Mada and Maer, and maid girls handing out flyers. It seemed like a strange mix had blended in.
Hee, bro, look at those maids, they're so cute.
Maer squatted in a corner to avoid the rain, his gaze wandering among the flyer girls.
On the street.
Get a grip, Mada squatted beside him, a red tissue stuffed up his nose. Ever since the brothers completed their mission, they had been hunted by the little brothers of Delongzi, and finally, with the help of Shi Gumiao, they managed to get a boat ticket to the East Japan, planning to lay low for a while. At least until Delongzi was resurrected, they had no intention of going back, just hiding in East Japan and seeing if they could pick up a few divine maidens to take home.
Ha! Ma-er suddenly exclaimed in confusion. What's up? Ma-da glanced at his unambitious brother, wondering if he had spotted another pretty girl.
Bro, I think I saw that city-destroying level.
What? City-destroying level?
Following his brother's gaze, Mada looked over and saw two figures walking down the street, both holding umbrellas. One was a man in a black hat, and the other was Lin Chen, dressed in a black hoodie.
What the hell? Still haunting us? Mada quickly got up and ran into a nearby alley, and Maer, stunned for a moment, hurriedly scrambled in after him. Unlike the big cities back home, Tokyo's first
impression was one of crowding. The towering skyscrapers rose like a steel forest, densely squeezing every inch of sky.
This was Lin Chen's
first time in East Japan, but fortunately, Pai Qianwan had been here a few times and graduated in Japanese, just right to act as Lin Chen's translator. The two did not plan to go directly to find the toad but intended to first visit a friend of Pai Qianwan in Akihabara. After all, being unfamiliar with the place, having a local guide was much more convenient.
Senpai, how does it feel? So two-dimensional. Lin Chen dug at his ear.
Lin Shi liked these things, and he had some exposure to them. Senpai, it's like this here. Pai Qianwan tugged at the hood
of his hoodie. My friend is into this too. Let's go, lead the way. Okay. The two slipped into an inconspicuous alley. As soon as they
stepped into the alley, the noise behind them faded away, replaced by darkness and dampness. The walls here were plastered with torn half-ads and
messy graffiti. Above their heads, black wires intertwined like a spider's web, obscuring the sliver of sky. The two twisted and turned through
the intricate alleyways, and finally, deep between two skyscrapers, Pai Qianwan stopped.
We're here. Lin Chen looked up and couldn't help but freeze for a moment.
Between the two skyscrapers, there stood a crooked 8-story building made of steel plates, containers, and scrap
materials.
The building was askew, its exterior covered in various two-dimensional graffiti, with some areas even emitting steam, resembling slum architecture from a cyberpunk game.
A simple spiral iron staircase wound upwards, connecting each floor. Your friend, Lin Chen pointed, at the rickety building isn't doing too well, huh? Ahem.
Pai Qianwan coughed awkwardly a couple of times. She's also from the killer hall, but she's a bit odd. She doesn't take on many jobs, just immerses herself in cosplay all day, only taking a job when she runs out of money for clothes, and once she earns some, she goes back to playing, so she's a bit strapped for cash.
Lin Chen nodded, indicating his understanding.
In this day and age, having a hobby wasn't easy. The two climbed up the spiral staircase. With each step, the iron plates beneath their feet groaned, making it feel like they would slip and fall at any moment. After climbing to the 8th floor, Pai Qianwan arrived at an iron door plastered with stickers of beautiful girls. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and knocked on the door.
Knock, knock, knock. Senior, are you home?
Pai Qianwan shouted, his voice surprisingly tinged with a hint of shyness. However, the room was silent, with no response. After waiting for a while, Pai Qianwan scratched his head and turned to Lin Chen. Senior, she might not be home, maybe she's out attending
some comic convention? Don't you have her number?
Lin Chen looked at him speechlessly.
What era is this? Still relying on shouting to find someone?
Pai Qianwan's face turned red and his gaze became evasive. I asked for it once before, but she didn't give it to me.
Lin Chen.
He was truly exasperated with this guy. A simp who ended up with nothing, and he couldn't even get a phone number.
How embarrassing.
Lin Chen looked down on him. Since she's not here, let's find out the situation ourselves. Don't waste time here. With that, Lin Chen turned to head downstairs. Just as the two were about to leave, the iron door behind them suddenly creaked open a crack. Following that, a head adorned with heavy smoky makeup, pink wig, and glitter on her face peeked out. The girl looked young, but her outfit was indeed a bit exaggerated. As soon as Pai Qianwan saw her, his eyes lit up like light bulbs, and he immediately turned around, excitedly shouting, "Senior, you're home."
The girl squinted,
her eyes sizing up Pai Qianwan, then her brows immediately furrowed.
Pai Qianwan?
She rolled her eyes and was about to close the door. How did you find this place?
Didn't I tell you before?
I don't date idiots, and I don't lend money, so scram. Hey, don't close the door, senior. Pai Qianwan was quick to react, blocking the door with his hand. His face plastered with a fawning smile. Senior, you misunderstood. I'm not here to talk about dating this time.
I'm not lending money either. I'm not here to borrow money.
Pai Qianwan quickly explained. I have something important to discuss. I want to ask you for some information.
Ask for information?
The girl pouted. I'm busy. I need to touch up
my makeup. I have an event this afternoon.
With that, she was about to close the door again. Senior, wait. Pai Qianwan panicked, quickly stepping aside to reveal Lin Chen, who had
been standing behind him. This isn't my business, it's about this senior. Pai Qianwan pointed at Lin Chen, seriously introducing him. This is Senior Lin, a top-tier city-destroying big shot from the country. City-destroying?
The girl paused, her motion to close the door freezing, her eyes scanning Lin Chen up and down. Lin Chen was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, looking no different from an average passerby, but there was a subtle, heart-stopping pressure emanating from his eyes. As a member of the Assassin Hall, she had some
discernment.
This person is a tough character. The girl's attitude changed instantly, her previous impatience softened a bit. She opened the door and stepped aside.
Since he's a
senior, come in and talk. Lin Chen glanced at Pai Qianwan, who was awkwardly grinning at him. Lin Chen shook his head and stepped into the room.
Upon entering, a strong scent of cosmetics mixed with takeout wafted over.
The room was small but incredibly messy. Various colored wigs, outfits, and unwashed clothes were strewn all over the floor, making it look like it had been hit by a two-dimensional tornado, leaving no space to step.
It didn't resemble a two-dimensional girl, instead, it looked like a shut-in. Make yourself comfortable. You can sit if you move the clothes aside. The girl casually pushed a pile of Lolita dresses off the sofa and plopped down in the computer chair. Assassin Hall, codename Hatsune. Lin Chen.
Lin Chen replied simply, finding a relatively clean spot to sit, while Pai Qianwan stood beside him.
What does Senior Lin want to know? Hatsune asked curiously. Lin Chen didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Have you seen any toads from the East Japan recently? Hatsune was taken aback, seemingly not expecting a city-destroying big shot to come all this way just to look for a toad. She shook her head. I haven't seen any. I usually just go between home and the comic convention, not really going out much. But,
Hatsune paused, took a sip from a can of
cola on the table, and said thoughtfully, I haven't seen one, but I saw some news yesterday that seemed to have a clue. What clue? Lin Chen immediately pressed for more information. Last
night, at the Tsukiji market in the central district, a very famous food area, there was an explosion. The official report said it was a gas explosion, and one person died, but I saw the photos from the scene, and the person who died was a major figure in our circle.
I think it was probably that toad's doing. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Tsukiji market, the food area. This toad sure knows how to pick its spots. You guys can go there and try your luck, Hatsune suggested. Lin Chen nodded, having a lead made things easier. However, he and Pai Qianwan, two Chinese people, were still a bit troubled in this unfamiliar Tokyo. Miss Hatsune, Lin Chen looked at her and suddenly spoke. Could you please come with us? Ha? Hatsune looked surprised. Me? Yes, Lin Chen nodded. We are unfamiliar with the area and need a local guide to help us navigate and deal with some unnecessary troubles. Pai Qianwan also looked expectant. If he could work on a task with his senior, that would indeed be great. No way, Hatsune rejected without a second thought. I'm very busy. I have to go to the comic convention in the afternoon and edit photos at night. I don't have time to help you catch toads. Clang! A heavy, golden bar of gold was casually tossed onto the table by Lin Chen, making a crisp sound. This is a deposit, Lin Chen said calmly. After the job is done, I'll give you another one. Ahem, actually, it's okay to skip the comic convention occasionally, Hatsune said, flipping her hair and picking up the gold bar. Just in time, her money was almost spent, and getting 2 gold bars for helping out was quite nice. Helping others is a fine tradition of our assassin hall. Since the senior has a need, I, Hatsune, naturally cannot refuse. When do we leave? I'll go change clothes right now. Watching this woman change her attitude faster than flipping a book, Pai Qianwan was left dumbfounded. Lin Chen just smiled calmly. Indeed, when dealing with the poor, there is no problem in this world that a gold bar can't solve. If there is, then just give 2. As night fell, the neon lights of Tokyo shimmered through the rain. The Tsukiji market in the central district appeared particularly desolate due to last night's gas explosion. The once bustling sushi shops and yakitori stalls were all tightly shut, with only the wind swirling the rainwater on the empty streets. In this dead silence, only an inconspicuous ramen shop still had dim yellow lights on, and the sound of slurping noodles could even be heard from inside. 5 ants plus 2 servings of noodles. The broth is good, just a bit bland. Inside the shop, Ma sat at the bar, holding a bowl larger than his face, sweating profusely as he ate. Across from him, the ramen shop owner was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead while frantically swinging a ladle in his hand. Hurry up! Can't you see my brother is almost done eating? Ma stood behind the owner, holding a thick wooden rolling pin, glaring at the back of the owner's head like a supervisor. Hey! The owner was so scared that his hands trembled, fearing that a blow from that rolling pin would end his life right there. He hadn't planned to open today, he just remembered he hadn't locked the door and came to do so, only to be blocked by these 2. Late at night, a big man, coercion, ramen. Besides these 2 bandits, there was also a strange customer sitting in a corner of the shop. The man was dressed in a heavy trench coat, wearing a mask and sunglasses, and wrapped in a scarf, completely bundled up. Even at this moment of dining, he showed no intention of taking any of it off. In front of him lay a pair of chopsticks, but the bowl was empty. Just moments ago, the boss had finished preparing a bowl of noodles, only to have it snatched away by Mada and poured into his own bowl. Brr! Mada set down the empty bowl, satisfied, and let out a long belch, patting his round belly. Comfortable? He stood up, walked over to Ma, snatched the rolling pin from him, and playfully swatted the boss on the backside. Go on, you eat, I'll watch. Thanks, bro. Ma had been drooling with anticipation, and as soon as the rolling pin was handed over, he rushed to his seat, eagerly shoving the freshly cooked noodles into his mouth. Mada weighed the rolling pin in his hands and strolled over to the window. This weather in the east is really damp, smells moldy. He pushed the window open, wanting to get some fresh air. Creak! The old window opened with a groan. Mada took a deep breath, just about to marvel at the night view of this foreign land, when he suddenly froze in shock. Outside the window stood a girl, though he couldn't tell when she had arrived. The girl had red and blue pigtails, her face painted with a beautiful clown makeup, and she wore a tattered red and blue leather outfit, tilting her head as she stared into the shop through the window. What the hell? Mada jumped in surprise, instinctively cursing, "Are you out of your mind?" The girl ignored Mada's outburst, merely casting a casual glance at him before her gaze shifted past him, locking onto the heavily bundled customer sitting in the corner. In the next moment, the girl flipped her right wrist, and a pitch-black shotgun appeared in her hand out of nowhere. Bang! The deafening gunshot rang out. Ma, who was just about to take his first sip of soup, was startled by the sudden noise, causing him to spill the scalding pig bone broth along with the noodles directly into his lap. Ow! Ma let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, rolling on the ground while clutching his lap. The ramen shop owner, terrified, went weak in the knees and skillfully dove under the counter, hugging his head and trembling. Smoke filled the air. Mada swallowed hard, stiffly turning his head. The heavily bundled customer was still sitting in his chair. However, his trench coat had been blasted open, revealing a layer of disgusting, bumpy, yellow-brown skin underneath. The customer slowly turned his head, revealing a bulging eye. That was not a human eye, it was a frog's eye. Rib bit. A low, strange croak squeezed out from his throat. With that croak, half of the man's face began to twist and swell like a melting wax figure, the human skin rapidly peeling away to reveal a slimy frog face underneath. What the hell? Mada gripped the rolling pin tightly in fear. In the next second, a red lantern appeared beside him, and Mada immediately dove inside, disappearing in a flash through the window. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the girl outside, expressionless, pulled the trigger again without hesitation. The shotgun spat fire. The customer's head was instantly blown apart, the mask, scarf, and half of his face flying off, revealing a complete toad's head underneath. Rib bit. The toad let out a shrill scream, its limbs bursting through its clothing, and with a powerful push of its hind legs against the ground, it lunged straight at the girl like a cannonball. However, just then, the wooden floor suddenly cracked open, pale locust tree branches erupting from the ground like a giant python. Thud, thud. Accompanied by piercing sounds, the branches of the yellow spring locust tree pierced through the toad's limbs and torso, then nailed themselves to the ceiling. Thick, yellow blood dripped down the branches, and the toad was left suspended in midair. Creak. The sliding door of the ramen shop was slowly pulled open. Lin Chen walked in, holding an umbrella, and Pai Qianwan peeked in curiously. Hatsune, dressed as a clown girl, elegantly flipped in through the window with one hand supporting the ledge. Ma Er shrank into the corner, covering his groin, contemplating his mistakes while blocking out the noise. Senior, this aura, it's a major curse level. Pai Qianwan leaned in for a look and said somewhat disappointedly, "It's definitely not." Hatsune retracted her gun into thin air and pulled out a lollipop to pop into her mouth. But this thing is evolving a bit too quickly. It didn't even have the ability to disguise itself as a human before. If it keeps evolving like this, who knows, maybe tomorrow it can go to Akihabara for cosplay. Lin Chan remained silent. He stared at the toad's resentful eyes, which, even when pinned down, still fixed on him with a deadly glare, and the familiar feeling in his heart grew stronger. It was it. This was the finger of the toad from his dreams. Lin Chen looked around and picked up a cleaver from the boss's cutting board. Swish! He brought the knife down cleanly, severing one of the toad's front toes. However, the moment that severed digit detached from the body, it vanished into thin air. Lin Chen frowned, staring at the emptiness in his hand, then glanced at the toad's still bleeding wound. What on earth is this principle? Lin Chen muttered, does the body tissue of the clone disappear once separated? Then where is the main body? He had no clues at all. The toad continued to struggle above, croaking incessantly, which was quite annoying. A flicker of impatience crossed Lin Chan's eyes. He waved his hand, and the pale branches pinned to the ceiling began to spin wildly, like a giant meat grinder. Puff! Crack! A chilling sound of bones and flesh shattering echoed. The major curse-level toad didn't even have time to let out a final scream before being ground into a mist of blood mid-air. The blood mist, bits of flesh, and bone fragments did not fall. Instead, they transformed into tiny yellow specks of light the moment they touched the air, vanishing without a trace. The ceiling was clean, as if a monster had never hung there at all. Indeed, it's a clone. So, Hatsune bit down on her lollipop and continued, to find that finger, we must locate its main body. But the problem is, this thing is spread all over the East Japan. Who knows where the main body is hiding? Pai Qianwan shook her head. Lin Chen sighed, what a hassle, let's deal with these toads surrounding us first. Upon hearing this, Pai Qianwan and Hatsune were momentarily stunned, then they both turned around. They saw a long line forming at the entrance of the noodle shop, with customers glaring at them with resentment. Roar! As two little demons tore apart the last toad, the ramen shop fell completely silent. Pai Qianwan waved her hand, and the little demons burrowed into the ground. Senior, what should we do now? Lin Chen sat at the dining table, frowning, unable to think of a good solution. Do you have any good ideas, Senior? Hatsune twirled the baseball bat in her hand, and after a moment of silence, nodded. There's an anomaly in East Japan called the Candy Merchant. She sells a candy called Nostalgia Chocolate. After eating it, the urge to go home and find family becomes extremely strong. Even if you don't know where your family is, you can find them through a strange instinct. Of course, the premise is that if the main body counts as their family. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked up. There was no other way now, it was worth a try. Where is she? Banqiao District. Lin Chen nodded and glanced at Ma Er in the corner. Did I not say not to follow me anymore? Ma Er trembled, pretending not to hear. Lin Chen grabbed a lump of dough and threw it over, splatting it against Ma Er's neck with a thud. Turn around, or next time I'll throw a knife. Ma Er shivered, turning around with a mournful face, looking as if he might cry under the scrutiny of the three. No, I wasn't following the boss, Ma Er stammered, unsure how to explain without getting beaten. After thinking for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. My brother and I admire the boss and want to hang out with him. Hang out with me? Lin Chen glanced at Ma Er. Aren't you guys followers of the dragon cult? Would they allow you to hang out with me? Ma Er scratched his head. I guess they might.
Lin Chen thought for a moment. Having a few underlings wasn't bad, and he could delegate some simple tasks to them without bothering himself. With that in mind, he nodded. You can hang out with me, but what about your brother? Call him back. I don't know where he ran off to, Ma Er cried. In the Banqiao district, although nominally part of the bustling Tokyo, the atmosphere here was entirely different. The low houses and vast fields of newly sprouted crops made it feel more like a quiet, peaceful countryside. In previous years, they only held a fireworks festival here in midsummer. But this year was different. Due to a series of strange incidents in Tokyo recently, many people had died, and the entire city was shrouded in a layer of gloom. To lift the spirits and soothe the public, the authorities decided, for the first time ever, to hold a fireworks festival in this bleak early winter. At this moment, inside a traditional Japanese house, Shinmizu Aki was dressed in a beautiful pink kimono, sitting at the entrance, struggling a bit to put on her wooden sandals. Akiyu, take this. Mrs. Shinmizu came out of the house and placed a beautifully packaged bag of handmade chocolates next to the shoe cabinet. This is a new flavor we've developed. Take it to Keiko to try. Remember to come back early. We're going to watch the fireworks together tonight. Got it, Mom. Akiya grabbed the chocolates, stuffed them into her small cloth bag, and her face lit up with a radiant smile. The chocolates made by her mother were quite famous in the Banqiao district. Every time her mother set up a small stall, the chocolates would quickly sell out. They were not just delicious but also Akiya's pride. I'm off. After saying goodbye to her mother, Akiya hopped on her bicycle and pedaled cheerfully along the road. The wind was a bit cold today, but Akiya's heart was warm. She had made plans with Keiko to check their secret base for the fireworks they had hidden with their friends yesterday, a surprise they had prepared for tonight. Soon, Akiyu arrived at the bottom of Keiko's building. It was a two-story small building, somewhat old. Keiko, I'm here. Akiya shouted towards the second-floor window. Creak! The window was pushed open, and Keiko poked her head out. Akiyu excitedly waved the bag of chocolates in her hand. I brought the chocolates Mom made. Keiko upstairs also waved back happily, her voice sounding a bit muffled through the window. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right down. With that, the window closed. Akiya leaned against her bicycle, waiting by the roadside. She felt a bit tempted and pulled out a chocolate, just unwrapping the candy paper and preparing to pop it into her mouth. Good morning, Akiyu. A somewhat hoarse voice suddenly rang out beside her. Akiya jumped in surprise, turning around to find it was Keiko's father. The man was dressed in a heavy coat, with a thick scarf wrapped around his neck and a large mask covering his face, leaving only a pair of murky, yellowish eyes visible. He was carrying groceries he had just bought. Good morning, Uncle. Akiya politely bowed and then offered the chocolate in her hand. Would you like some chocolate? Mom just made it. It's very sweet. The man stared at the dark chocolate, his gaze seeming to shrink a little. He shook his head without saying a word, simply sidestepping Akiyu and pushing the door into the house, shutting it tightly behind him. Strange. Akiya scratched her head. Usually, Keiko's dad was very friendly. Why did he seem so odd today? Never mind. Akiya stuffed the chocolate into her mouth, the rich sweetness instantly melting in her mouth. So delicious. After waiting for a long time, Keiko still hadn't come out. Akiya grew a bit anxious. She took out her phone, just about to text Keiko when the door finally opened. Huizi stepped out. Like her father, although Huizi was wearing a beautiful red kimono and had her hair styled elegantly, she had a large white mask on her face and a thick scarf wrapped tightly around her neck. Why are you so slow? Achou complained. Sorry. Huizi's voice came through the mask, sounding somewhat muffled and strange. It took a bit of time to fix my hair. Achou took a closer look. Huizi's hair was indeed styled beautifully, every strand neatly in place. It looks great, Achou praised sincerely, then pulled out a piece of chocolate and handed it over. Here, your favorite. Huizi looked at the chocolate being offered but did not reach for it with her usual excitement. Instead, she instinctively took a half step back, a flicker of resistance in her eyes. I don't really want to eat it. Ha! Achou was taken aback. It should be noted that Huizi used to be a sweet tooth fanatic, practically emptying the chocolate jar every time she visited Achou's house, even begging her mom to make more next time. What was going on today? You're not sick, are you? Achou asked with concern. Huizi seemed to realize her reaction was a bit unusual. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out her gloved hand and quickly took the chocolate. Sorry, my throat feels a bit uncomfortable today. I don't really want anything sweet. I'll put it away for now. Saying this, she didn't even glance at it and stuffed the chocolate directly into her sleeve pocket. All right. Achou didn't think much of it. Then let's hurry up and go check if the fireworks are still at the secret base. It would be terrible if the stray cats and dogs dug them up. The two of them hopped on their bicycles and rode off into the distance. The so-called secret base was actually a small, deserted alley between two streets, cluttered with various items, rarely visited by anyone. Achou skillfully parked her bike at the alley entrance and pulled Huizi to the far corner of the alley. Ha! As soon as they arrived, Achio let out a puzzled exclamation. Next to the cardboard box where they had hidden the fireworks, a red lantern had appeared out of nowhere. The lantern looked brand new, quietly hanging on an old water pipe that jutted out from the wall. How did a red lantern get here? Achio scratched her head. It wasn't here yesterday. Maybe someone just hung it up, Wheezy said from behind her, her tone flat. Achio didn't pay any more attention to the lantern. She squatted down and struggled to pull the cardboard box out of the corner. Opening the box, it was filled to the brim with all sorts of fireworks. Great, they're all here. Achio excitedly picked up a sparkler. Besides ours, there's also Mei-chan's. It's a pity she's sick today. It would have been so much fun if the three of us could set them off together. As she spoke, she picked up a firework and turned around to hand it to Wheezy. We have to make the most of tonight. Before she could finish her sentence, Achio's movements froze. She noticed that Wheezy wasn't looking at the fireworks. Instead, she was standing still, her eyes, visible above the mask, fixed intently on her. Wheezy? Achio felt a chill from Wheezy's gaze. Why are you acting so strange today? You're not sick too, are you? Achio walked over to Wheezy, shoved the firework into her hand, and then reached out to touch her forehead. Before her hand could reach Wheezy's forehead, Achio suddenly noticed Wheezy's eyes. Those eyes looked somewhat vacant, pupils dilated, devoid of any sparkle, like the eyes of a dead fish. What's wrong with you? Just as Achio was about to retract her hand, Wheezy suddenly grabbed her wrist. Hiss! Achio gasped. Wheezy's grip was surprisingly strong, her nails digging deeply into Achio's flesh, causing her pain. Ouch, ouch, Wheezy, what are you doing? Achio tried to break free but found that Wheezy's hand was as unyielding as a vice. Achio! Wheezy's voice was a bit hoarse. She raised her other hand and removed the mask from her face. Under the mask was the familiar, delicate face of Achio. Wheezy was no different from before, but her eyes were utterly vacant, filled with a dullness. Suddenly, Wheezy laughed. Goo-gwa! Accompanied by a strange cry, her eyes bulged outwards, transforming into two enormous fleshy lumps. Immediately after, her mouth opened wide, unreasonably stretching until it burst the skin on both sides of her cheeks. Sizzle! The originally fair skin tore and peeled away like paper, revealing beneath it a disgusting, pus-filled skin covered in yellowish slime. In the next second, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, reeking of a strong fishy odor, lunged towards Achio's head. Ah! Achio was so frightened that her soul nearly left her body. She instinctively closed her eyes, waiting in despair for death to arrive. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a wave of intense heat rushed towards her. Whoosh! It sounded like something had been ignited. Achio trembled and opened her eyes. The monster that had just been grotesquely trying to devour her was now completely engulfed in a raging fire. Gwa! Gwa! The monster screamed in agony, releasing its grip on Achio and rolling on the ground in pain, its ugly face quickly turning to char. After struggling for just a few seconds, the monster kicked its legs and lay completely still. This is... Achio sat on the ground, still in shock. As the monster fell, a short man appeared in her line of sight. This man had shifty eyes and looked extremely sleazy. It was Ma shook his hand, extinguishing the flames, looking somewhat like a skilled fighter. He turned his head and glanced at Achio, who was trembling on the ground, swallowing hard. Just as he was about to say something impressive, too, streams of warm blood uncontrollably flowed from Ma-da's nostrils, instantly ruining the atmosphere he had tried to create. What the hell? Ma-da's expression changed, and he quickly covered his nose, no longer caring about looking cool. Damn it, I've been too hot-headed lately. While covering his nose that was gushing blood, Ma-da cursed and turned to run, like a thief who had done something wrong, disappearing into the other end of the alley in a flash. The alley returned to its dead silence. Only the charred corpse still emitting black smoke on the ground proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. Achio stared blankly at the corpse, then looked in the direction where Ma-da had vanished. A few seconds later, she finally reacted. Ah! She screamed as she scrambled to her feet, stumbling out of the alley, hopped on her bike, and fled without looking back. In front of the Shinshue family's entrance, the atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Madame Shinshue, dressed in a simple and elegant home outfit, leaned against the doorframe, her gaze calm yet exuding a coldness that kept others at bay. In front of her stood four people. A handsome young man, a sleazy man wrapped up tightly, a girl dressed as a clown, and a bald man with a face full of flesh but clear, foolish eyes. Madam, you wouldn't want your neighbors to be assimilated by those disgusting toads, would you? Pai Qianwan earnestly advised. Madame Shinshue shook her head, her tone indifferent. I am just an ordinary woman who makes candy. I don't want to get involved in the matters of the Lord and the anomalies anymore. That's something the official hunters should worry about. I only care about my children. The rest has nothing to do with me. But Pai Qianwan wanted to say more. Just then, a hurried and panicked bicycle bell rang out, growing closer. Ding-dling. Everyone turned around to see Achio riding her bike, her face
pale and drenched in sweat, rushing over. She didn't even see who was standing at the door. She threw down her bike and cried as she threw herself into Madame Shinshue's arms. "Mom, I'm scared." Lady Deepwater paused for a moment, then hugged her daughter tightly, casting a wary glance at Lin Chen and the others. Without saying a word, she slammed the door shut with a bang, leaving the four of them outside. Outside, the cold wind howled. Pai Qianwan sighed. "Senior, this is going to be difficult. She doesn't want to cause trouble, she just wants to live a peaceful life." Peaceful? Shuyin couldn't understand. How can there be peace under a collapsed nest? That toad is about to devour Tokyo, and she still wants to keep herself safe? Sigh, who knows what she's thinking. Pai Qianwan shook his head and looked at Lin Chen. "What should we do now, senior?" My heir suddenly scratched his bald head and chimed in. "Well, doesn't she care about her daughter? We could just kidnap her daughter and force her to hand over the chocolate, right?" The heir fell silent for 2 seconds. Pai Qianwan and Shuyin looked at my heir as if he were a freak. "That's a bit too villainous, isn't it?" Pai Qianwan retorted. "No wonder you're from the dragon cult." My heir felt a bit wronged. "It's all my brother's idea. This method is really efficient." Lin Chen shot my heir a glance and shook his head. Kidnapping requires a place to hold them and negotiating terms. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the senior still had some principles. However, the next second, Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves. "You all stay back. I'll go in and beat her half to death, and she'll hand over the chocolate." Pai Qianwan, Shuyin, everyone was speechless. In comparison, Meyer's kidnapping plan actually seemed relatively mild. Just as Lin Chen was about to make his move, creak, the door suddenly opened again. Lady Deepwater stood at the entrance, looking at the four fierce-looking individuals outside with a complex expression. "Come in." She stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. The group was taken aback. "Did she hear what we just said?" Pai Qianwan muttered quietly. "Shut up, we're very friendly." Lin Chen strode in confidently. Once inside, warmth enveloped them. Lady Deepwater poured tea for the group and gestured for them to sit down. "Akia just told me," Lady Deepwater said, sitting across from them, her eyes revealing a mix of fatigue and anger. "Her friend has turned into a toad and wants to eat her. If even children can't escape, then there truly is no safe place in this world." Lady Deepwater took a deep breath and looked at Lin Chen. "We can cooperate." Lin Chen nodded and got straight to the point. "We need to find the toad's true form. I heard you have a type of chocolate that evokes longing, which can help someone find the person or thing they most want to see." "That's right, I have it." Lady Deepwater did not deny it. "Where is it?" Lady Deepwater shook her head, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. "I'm hiding here for another reason. It's because I tasted the cursed chocolate to have a child, which means I can no longer actively create the chocolate I want, and it has become completely random. Longing, focus, super strength, rage, healing." Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This chocolate was meant for the toad. If luck was bad, it might end up creating a super toad with immense strength, incredible speed, and even a self-healing buff. This isn't just capturing a monster, it's practically delivering warmth to the monster. "It's fine." Lin Chen fell silent for 2 seconds, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Then we'll feed one and kill one. There will always be one that works." After all, those clones weren't strong. The ones encountered in Tokyo were all at the Great Curse level, and even with buffs, it would be a quick deal. I'm at the peak of city-destroying level. The boost is still terrifying. Lin Chen, as long as the lady can provide enough chocolate, it will be fine. Lady Deepwater nodded and got up to head into the kitchen. Before long, she brought out a huge glass jar filled with colorful handmade chocolates, with at least a few hundred pieces inside. "These are all stock. You can take them to try first. According to the probability, there must be some chocolate of longing in there. As long as they eat the chocolate, they will find a way to escape from you to look for their relatives." Lin Chen was not polite either. With a wave of his hand, pale branches reached out from the void, wrapping up a large jar of chocolate and directly pulling it into the space of the yellow spring sephora tree. "Let's go catch the toad." As night fell, the streets of Tokyo were enveloped in colorful neon lights. The fireworks festival in Itabashi district was about to begin, and the number of pedestrians on the street gradually increased. It was hard to tell if it was because of the cold air, but some people were bundled up tightly. They weaved through the crowd, heading towards the direction of the fireworks festival. "Brother!" Mot Air slapped a masked pedestrian on the shoulder, and the person looked over in surprise. "I want to have a private chat with you. Shall we go to that alley over there?" Mot Air pointed to a dark alley nearby. The pedestrian nodded and followed Mot Air into the alley without hesitation. Once inside, the pedestrian hadn't even had a chance to react when two pale branches instantly pierced through his body. The toad let out a miserable scream, and the next second, a piece of chocolate fell into its mouth. The toad chewed, and a tremendous force suddenly erupted from within. The toad easily broke free from the branches of the yellow spring sephora tree and was about to go on a killing spree when dozens of branches surged out again, pinning it to the ground. Then, a pair of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness and a giant mouth bit down, swallowing the toad whole. After just a few chews, the toad vanished, and the creature snorted in displeasure, expelling air from its nostrils. Next, Lin Chan waved his hand. The sky had completely darkened. Boom! The first firework exploded in the night sky over Itabashi district, and the brilliant light instantly illuminated the faces looking up. The fireworks festival had begun. Thousands of people gathered on the banks of the Arakawa River, the crowd surged, cheers echoed, and countless mobile phone screens lit up, capturing this beautiful moment that dispelled the gloom. However, behind this glamorous hustle and bustle, a nauseating evil was brewing in the dark corners. Behind a remote house, obscured by buildings, fireworks were nearly invisible, so no tourists lingered here. Only a young couple, taking advantage of the night's cover, quietly slipped into this place. They had been planning this for a long time, and the surge of hormones made them eager to find a secluded corner to pour out their hearts. Yumi-chan. The boy shyly took out a bouquet of flowers he had hidden for a long time, looking at the girl with deep affection in the faint light of the distant fireworks. Actually, I've noticed you for a long time. Please, go out with me. The girl took the flowers, lowering her head, seemingly a bit shy. Really? The girl's voice was low, carrying a strange hoarseness. Are you really willing to give me everything? Of course. The boy nodded excitedly. Everything I have is yours. The girl slowly raised her head, revealing an extremely exaggerated smile, her mouth even stretching to her ears. Then, I won't be polite. Gugwa. The next second, the girl's mouth suddenly opened to an incredible angle, like a bottomless black hole. Before the boy could react, that large mouth enveloped his head. The boy barely managed to let out a muffled grunt before being swallowed whole by the girl, as if she were a snake consuming an egg. The swallowing process was incredibly smooth. Her throat moved a few times, and a live person standing at 1.8 meters just disappeared like that. Ugh! The girl bent over, gagging slightly. A pile of clothes covered in slime was expelled from her, which were exactly the clothes the boy had been wearing. Immediately after, the girl's body suddenly split open like dough, dividing into two. The left half retained the girl's appearance, while the right half transformed into a half-human, half-toad creature. Writhing, the toad picked up the clothes from the ground and skillfully put them on, its shape twisting and changing continuously in the process, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into the appearance of the boy from earlier. A man and a woman stood once again in the shadows. Let's go find some more people to eat. The toad, now resembling the boy, licked its lips, its gaze greedy. However, just as the two were about to turn and leave, a slightly drunken voice suddenly rang out from above. The two disguised toads looked up sharply. There, on the roof of a house, sat a creature entirely red, sporting two sharp horns glowing under the fireworks. It was bare-chested, its muscles bulging, exuding a strong smell of alcohol, and cradling a huge black jar in its arms. Roar! The two toads sensed a threat. Dropping their disguise, their mouths opening wide as they let out a defiant roar towards the creature on the roof. Why so fierce? The red creature shook its head, a tipsy smile curling at the corners of its mouth. It slowly raised the jar in its hand, aiming it downward. Suck! Whoosh! An irresistible suction force erupted instantly. The two toads had no chance to struggle, their bodies shrinking in an instant, turning into two wisps of blue smoke sucked into the jar. Shake, shake. The creature shook the jar, listening to the sounds of clashing from within, nodding in satisfaction. Then, it tilted its head back and took a big swig from the jar. Bright red liquid dripped from the corner of its mouth, falling onto the roof tiles, releasing an intoxicating aroma. Where's the meat? At that moment, a light figure descended from the night sky, landing steadily on the roof beside it, the sound of wooden clogs echoing sharply. The woman wore a black kimono with golden patterns, her long hair tied up high, a long sword tucked at her waist, exuding a refreshing and heroic aura. She glanced at the alcohol-scented red creature, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Shoto, don't drink too much. The woman's voice was cool. The bishop has ordered that after we deal with the monsters in Tokyo, you can drink to your heart's content. The creature known as Shoto set down the jar, pouting in dissatisfaction, letting out a belch. Chitos, why don't you lead the people this way? I can't. Just go into the crowd to catch them, and you aren't leading them over here. Am I supposed to deal with the northwest wind? Chitos's gaze turned towards the distant, noisy crowd. Don't worry, we've already sent someone to lead them, and the Dominator has also discovered the main body's whereabouts and is tracking it. We're trying to minimize casualties on our side. Even if we control it, tens of thousands will still die. This guy is truly terrifying. Shoto's face was filled with dread. Who would have thought that the creature initially rated as a major curse would end up killing so many people, even with the efforts of the official hunters and the Supreme Church and various factions? If left unchecked, this creature might lead to the destruction of the entire East Japan. Currently, the official rating for it had already reached the level of city annihilation. Chitos glanced at Shoto. You stay here and do your job, hold this point. I'll go check on the Oni samurai. With that, Chitose pointed her toes and leaped into the air like a black swallow, stepping on the branches and utility poles along the way, soaring away into the distance. Shoto shook its head, raising the jar again for another sip, gazing down with bleary eyes. In the distance, at the edge of the crowd, several pairs of couples were sneaking their way over. Hey, the appetizers are coming. On the other side, at the entrance of a dead-end alley, Chitose's figure landed lightly. The alley was quiet, with only a tall, sturdy figure standing in the shadows. It was a samurai covered in pitch-black armor, leaning on a giant sword taller than a person, standing majestically like a statue, exuding a chilling aura. City annihilation level. Oni samurai, how's it going? Chitose stepped forward to ask, what have you gathered over here? The ghost warrior slowly shook his head, a muffled voice coming from beneath his mask. No. Chito was taken aback. How is that possible? I sent 4 people into this area as bait. Logically, they should have attracted a batch of toads by now. How could there be none? The ghost warrior remained silent, merely pointing outside the alley. It seems your people are in trouble. Upon hearing this, Chito froze for a moment, her heart tightening, and she hurriedly walked out of the alley and onto the street. At a glance, she almost laughed in anger. Not far away, around the corner of the street, 3 of the 4 baits she had sent were now lying on the ground, bruised and wailing. In front of them stood a tall, bald, muscular man, swinging his hands. Smack! The last disciple who hadn't fallen was also slapped by this man, spinning 3 times before collapsing straight down. Ungrateful! The muscular man shook his hand, scolding with a face full of disappointment. What were you thinking, sneaking into a dark alley at night? Do you want to die? I'm trying to save you, do you understand? This muscular man was Ma-er. Beside Ma-er, Pai Chanwan was dragging a thoroughly bundled up passerby, leering as he pulled him toward another alley across the street. Hey, good brother, Pai Chanwan said mysteriously. Come, follow me, there's something fun over there. I'll take you to play, hee. Not far away, the clown-dressed Hatsune was also dragging a man's arm, forcibly pulling him in the opposite direction. Come on, little brother, accompany me to take a photo over there, okay? Chito watched this scene, completely dumbfounded. What kind of people were these? They knocked out her bait and then went to drag people themselves? Were they stealing her business? Stop! Chito shouted, her figure flashing as she rushed in front of Ma-er, grabbing his wrist. Ma-er was suddenly caught off guard and froze for a moment. He turned his head and saw a woman in a kimono who was quite good-looking. His chubby face instantly turned red, like a ripe tomato. What are you doing? Ma-er stammered, his voice dropping a few notches. Chito frowned, sizing up Ma-er. There was a strong energy fluctuation within him. He was clearly also a patron. Are you a hunter of the strange? Chito asked in Chinese. Why haven't I seen someone like you in Tokyo? Ma-er felt his heart race and his mind go blank as he was held by the beautiful woman. Embarrassed, he awkwardly grabbed Chito's hand back and said foolishly, I'm not a hunter of the strange. I'm from Lin Chen's sect. Lin Chen's sect? Chito frowned and pulled her hand back. What kind of sect was this? She had never heard of. You are patrons from the Dragon Kingdom, right? Why are you here? I don't know either. Ma-er scratched his bald head, looking innocent. I came with my brother. I just do what he tells me. Chito fell silent for a moment, looking toward the dim alley across the street. Are you also hunting toads? Yeah, Ma-er nodded. The boss wants to kill them. Chito breathed a sigh of relief. Since their goals aligned, they were not enemies. We are also dealing with these monsters. Chito pointed to the 4 disciples who had just woken up on the ground. They are my bait. You don't need to hit them. We can cooperate. The 4 bruised disciples had now gotten up, and upon seeing Chito, they quickly hid behind her, covering their faces and nodding repeatedly, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Ma-er. This bald guy was too ruthless. They're allies? Ma-er scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Sorry, I thought they were bewitched by the toads. Chito shook her head helplessly. She extended her hand again and introduced herself. Let's get to know each other again. Eastern Supreme Sect, Chito Tian. Lin Chen's sect, Ma-er. Is the big boss you mentioned in that alley? Yeah. Qianshima nodded and walked in that direction. I'm going to meet your boss. Sure. Watching Qianshima leave, Ma-er felt a bit lost. The other 4 exchanged glances and began to take customers, but just as they were about to lead someone towards the ghost samurai, Ma-er kicked one of them down to the ground. What are you doing? Who told you to go that way? The kid who got kicked looked aggrieved. Didn't we agree to cooperate? Cooperate means you help us do the work, not take them to our Lin Chen's place. The few of them exchanged glances, knowing they were no match for Ma-er, and could only helplessly send people towards Lin Chen. Meanwhile, in the alley, the ghost samurai side, it wanted to have some fun, but there were no opportunities to strike. On the other side, Qianshima arrived at the alley entrance. The alley was pitch black, but she could vaguely sense a city-destroying aura within. Just as she was
About to step in, a powerful aura of a great curse suddenly rushed towards her. It was a toad.
Kianshima frowned, preparing to intercept. "Don't move!"
A shout came from the alley, and the next second, a toad rushed out of the darkness, brushing past her and darting into the street. The pedestrians on the road were startled by the creature, and chaos erupted in the street. The toad didn't stop, lifting a manhole cover and jumping straight into a sewer. A gust of wind followed, and Kianshima turned to look, just in time to see a figure in black brush past her and dive into the sewer.
Kianshima? Before she could react, Air, Pai Chenwan, and Hatsune also leaped down from the manhole. Kianshima?
Tokyo's underground sewer system is intricate, like a labyrinth buried deep underground. It is dark, damp, and the air is filled with the stench of decay and sewage, with only the occasional flickering emergency lights casting a faint glow.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
The sound of water dripping into the puddles echoed in the empty pipes.
In an inconspicuous corner, a small figure was curled up.
It was Made. Ever since he heroically saved a beauty in that alley, he had quickly slipped into the sewer to hide. He had been hiding here for most of the night. This was a habit he developed since childhood. When his father got drunk and beat his mother, he would take Air and run to the sewer behind their house to hide, waiting until his mother's screams stopped before they would come out.
Then one
time, when his mother's screams ceased, he and Air were just about to crawl out when his mother's battered body was thrown down. They hid in the sewer with their mother for a week until they encountered the bishop, fleeing in the sewer, which gave them a new lease on life.
Woo woo woo.
At this moment, Mado was hugging his knees, holding a piece of rotten wood he picked up from the ground, drawing circles in the puddle. His cries echoed in the sewer, sounding incredibly tragic.
Air, brother. Mado wiped his tears, sobbing, "You died so miserably."
The more he thought about it, the sadder he became.
That Lin Chen was a city-destroying
big boss, ruthless to the core. How could that big oaf Air have any good outcome in his hands? By now, he was probably beaten into a pulp or sliced up to feed the dogs. The most critical part was that Air's
resurrection companion was still on cooldown.
"Even though you're a bit silly, eat too much, and always get me into trouble,"
Mada cried, snot and tears mixing. "But if you die, who will carry my bags in the future? Who will be my meat shield? Who will listen to me brag?" Mada was heartbroken.
"We've relied on each other for so many years, starting from the lowest level of the dragon cult to where we are now. It hasn't been
easy. We haven't even enjoyed the good life for a few days, and you're leaving first. Don't worry, brother will definitely avenge you. Once I survive to the city-destroying level, I will definitely rub that Lin Chen into the ground."
Just as Mada was immersed in the pain of losing his brother, step, 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 a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the sewer. Mada's cries abruptly stopped. He suddenly raised his head, his small, red eyes alertly scanning the dark depths.
"Who?" Mada shouted sharply. Though he hadn't seen anyone yet, he instinctively shrank back into the corner. "Stop playing tricks. I tell you, I'm a disciple of the dragon sect. I'm super strong." However, no one responded from the darkness.
The footsteps only grew closer and clearer. Finally, a slightly hunched figure slowly walked into the dim light.
Mada stared in shock. It was a walking toad?
Its skin was a disgusting shit yellow, covered in oozing bumps, with a pair of dead fish eyes devoid of emotion, and it was holding an axe in its hand.
A toad? Mada
was momentarily stunned, then furrowed his brows, carefully sensing the creature's aura.
Nothing.
He couldn't perceive any fluctuations at all, or it was a bottomless black hole.
Mada's face instantly turned pale.
He was at the peak of the Great Curse level, and if he couldn't sense anything, there was only one possibility.
City-destroying level. Oh my god.
Mada screamed. Without any hesitation, he clapped his hands together.
Red lantern.
A big red lantern appeared out of thin air, and Mada, like a frightened mouse, quickly dove inside.
Running away, brother. Mada controlled the red lantern, transforming into a red light, ready to flee in the opposite direction.
However, the toad merely lifted its head slightly. It made no flashy movements, simply raised the axe in its hand and swung it towards the red light from a distance. Crack! A cold light flashed. Mada felt a blur before his eyes, and then, to his shock, his red lantern companion was split in half under that axe, as if it were made of paper.
Thud! Mada fell directly from mid-air,
landing heavily in the sewage, crashing down like a dog eating shit.
What the hell?
Mada didn't have time to worry about the backlash from his companion. Scrambling to his feet, his face filled with terror as he
looked at the half-lantern frame left in his hands. One axe just split it in half? The toad dragged the axe, stepping closer. Damn it, do you really think I'm made of mud? Mada was pushed to his limits. Since he
couldn't escape, he could only fight desperately. After all, he still had a trump card. He rubbed his hands together fiercely, and a blazing fireball instantly formed in his palms.
Great fireball technique. Mada roared, hurling the fireball fiercely at the toad. Whoosh!
The fireball whistled past, carrying a rolling wave of heat, accurately smashing into the toad's chest.
Bang! The flames erupted, engulfing the toad entirely. Mada felt a surge of joy. "I'll see you dead, what the hell?" His smile froze on his face before it could fully bloom. In the midst of the roaring flames, the toad's figure remained completely still, not even pausing. Its steps, the high temperature, enough to melt steel, struck its bumpy skin, leaving not a single mark, as if it had just taken a hot bath. The toad walked out of the flames, its dead fish eyes still indifferent. Mada was stunned. This thing not only had high attack power but also such insane defense? Before he could think of his next move, the toad's hind legs suddenly kicked off the ground. Boom! The ground exploded. Instantly, the toad shot forward like a cannonball, crossing over 10 meters in an instant, directly appearing in front of Mada. Bang! It lifted a foot and kicked hard into Mada's stomach. Gag! Mada's eyes nearly popped out, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into the sewer wall, then sliding down like a sticker. Before he could catch his breath, the toad had already walked over, a large foot pressing down on his chest. Rendering him unable to move. Immediately, the toad slowly raised the axe in its hand. The blade glinted coldly, aimed at Mada's head. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Mada. Dragon's power. Mada shouted, revealing his trump card. Roar! A faint dragon's roar suddenly erupted from within Mada's body. His skin began to sprout layers of blue scales, and his originally short stature seemed to grow taller by several inches, a city-destroying aura instantly rising from him. Die, you bastard! Mada roared, flames igniting all over his body, and with a tremendous effort he pushed aside the toad's massive foot. He flipped and leaped up, his fist enveloped in dragon flames, smashing down hard towards the toad's head. Bang! However, due to the height difference, the punch landed squarely in the toad's armpit. The toad was completely unfazed, lowering its head, its swollen eyeballs glaring at Mada. Mada's heart sank. The city-destroying power didn't even break its defense? The toad raised the axe again, this time with even greater speed and ferocity. It's over. Mada, I'm coming to join you. Mada despairingly closed his eyes. Just as the axe was about to fall, splitting Mada's head in two, a clear yet somewhat soft voice suddenly rang out in the darkness. Sadako! Hakashaku! Please! With the two calls, the air in the sewer suddenly turned cold and piercing, as if a vengeful spirit had emerged, with gusts of chilling wind. Beside the toad, the space suddenly twisted. The phantom of a dry well appeared out of nowhere. Following that, a pale hand with sharp nails reached out from the well, and then a figure with disheveled hair, dressed in white, crawled out like a ghost. City-destroying. Level, Sadako. As soon as she appeared, she let out a piercing scream, her sharp fingers stabbing fiercely into the toad's neck. Put! Black blood gushed out. At the same time, boom! The wall of the sewer beside the toad was suddenly smashed, bricks flying everywhere. A giant woman over 2 meters tall, dressed in a white dress and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, emerged from the dust. City-destroying level, Hakashaku. She extended her two pale hands, grabbing the toad's hind legs, emitting a chilling bop-bop-bop sound, and then with a sudden force, tore them apart. Sizzle! Under the assault of the two terrifying figures, even the toad's indestructible body could not withstand it. Its legs were forcibly ripped off by Hakashaku, and several blood holes were gouged out of its neck by Sadako. Blood splattered all over Mada's face. Mada was stunned by this sudden turn of events, instinctively rolling away from the battle zone. He wiped the blood from his face, still in shock as he looked at the scene before him. What the hell? What are these things? Sadako? Hakashaku? Is it all over? Mada thought, looking at the toad, which was no longer human-shaped. With its legs gone and its neck exposed, even a city-destroying level should be dead, right? However, the next second, the toad, with only half a body left, swung the black pear wood axe behind it. Put! Sadako, who was clinging to its back, had no time to dodge and was directly struck in the neck by the axe, letting out a scream, before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Following that, the toad, using the momentum of the axe, twisted its body in midair, sweeping the axe horizontally. Crack! Hakashaku's massive hand was cleanly severed at the wrist by the axe. Hakashaku clutched her severed hand, retreating repeatedly. Although her expression was unseen, the aura emanating from her instantly turned icy cold. Meanwhile, at the toad's severed legs and neck, the flesh began to writhe wildly. In just a few seconds, new legs grew back, and the blood holes in its neck healed as if they had never existed. It stood up again, covered in blood, as if it had never been injured. Immortal body? Mada gasped. How could they fight this? Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a light footstep echoed from the depths of darkness. Mada turned to look. A young man dressed in traditional samurai attire, with a high ponytail and two long swords at his waist, was slowly emerging from the shadows. The young man's features were handsome, fitting the description of a pretty boy. He glanced at the unscathed toad, his brow slightly furrowed. No wonder it almost destroyed the entire East Japan. Even with Hakashaku and Sadako ambushing together, they couldn't gain the upper hand, the young man murmured to himself, his tone lacking much fear. The toad turned around, its dead fish-like eyes locking onto the young man. It said nothing, merely gripping its broken axe, stepping closer to the boy. The sense of oppression was palpable. The young man halted, slowly drawing the two long swords from his waist. The blades gleamed like snow, exuding a chilling aura. He pointed the tips at the toad and said calmly, "It's too narrow here, I'll take you to a more spacious place, how about that?" The toad remained silent, its steps unceasing. In its eyes, this young man was no different from the fat man earlier. They were both just a matter of one axe strike. Seeing this, the young man's lips curled slightly. "Sadako," he called softly. In the next moment, Sadako, who had just vanished, reappeared, this time holding an old cathode ray tube television, which she directly hung on the young man's back. Zzzzz. The television screen suddenly lit up, filled with flickering black and white static. Immediately, the surrounding space began to warp, like a television picture with poor signal flashing in. Stuttering wildly, Mada felt a blur before his eyes, a strong sense of dizziness washing over him. When he opened his eyes again, the dark, damp sewer was gone. In its place was a sky full of stars and a biting cold wind. They had appeared inside a massive volcanic crater, with a calm, mirror-like deep lake beneath them. The summit of Mount Fuji. Splash! Mada and the toad fell into the icy water below. However, the young man stood firmly on the water's surface as if walking on solid ground. Beside him, Sadako and Hakushaku, who had lost one hand, stood quietly. Meanwhile, two enormous shadows emerged behind him. One was a massive stone wall, thick as a city wall, with limbs growing from it. City-destroying level, Tubi. The other was a bizarre woman with an elongated neck, her head swaying in the air. City-destroying level, Guli Sho. The 100 demons of East Japan were now at his command. This was the supreme sect, ruling over the children. Miyamoto Bien glanced at the floundering toad in the water, crossing his swords to create sparks, his gaze instantly turning sharp. "Today, I must eliminate you, OPS, brothers. Here are 4 chapters for you. Please give 5 stars. Today the rating has dropped instead of increased, now down to 8.7. I'm counting on the 4 of you." Miyamoto Bien's voice fell. Sadako, Hakushaku, Tubi, and Guli Sho, for legendary great demons of East Japan, simultaneously launched an attack on the toad in the water. Circles of stone walls rose from the water, trapping the toad within. Then, Sadako's figure appeared behind the toad, her sharp nails digging into its neck once more. The toad, enraged by the injury to its neck, swung its axe back in retaliation. Sadako hurriedly dodged, the axe missing its mark. Guli Sho took advantage of the toad's stiffness, extending from the wall, her long neck coiling around the toad like a giant python. Hakushaku's 2 large hands also reached out, slanting onto the toad's ears, the immense force causing the toad to scream in agony. Miyamoto Bien stood in place, holding his swords. He had only sent the 4 great demons to test the waters, not expecting that this toad would be somewhat difficult to handle. The eye in the blink of an eye, the toad was riddled with over a dozen bright blood holes, and its bulging eyes seemed ready to pop out. Did we win? Mada, lying on the shore, like a dead dog, brightened up. However, the next moment, a scene that shook both his and Miyamoto Benichi's pupils occurred. The horrific wounds on the toad's body began to writhe with countless flesh buds, healing completely in an instant, leaving no scars behind. Rib bit. The toad suddenly broke free from the constraints of the rolling head and then, with a swift motion, raised the black pear wood axe in its hand. Crack! The rolling head didn't even have time to scream before its head was neatly severed, falling with a splash into the lake. The headless corpse collapsed, spraying blood. Instant kill. What the hell? So badass. Mada was shocked, once again lying on the shore pretending to be dead. Miyamoto Benichi furrowed his brows. This was a city-destroying level evil spirit, yet it was cut down like chopping vegetables? Tubi, assist me. Miyamoto. Benichi no longer acted arrogantly and shouted. Boom! The lake surged, and 2 massive stone walls, thick as city walls, suddenly rose from the sides of the toad and Miyamoto Benichi, piercing the clouds. The walls completely sealed off the surrounding space, forming a narrow dual corridor, leaving only 1 person and 1 toad facing each other in the water, blocking the escape route, forcing a direct confrontation. Ha! Miyamoto Benichi took a deep breath, his aura soaring to the heavens, even stirring the starry sky above. As the first dominator of the upper sect, the youngest city-destroying peak powerhouse in the history of the East Japan, he not only commanded 6 top-tier evil spirits but also had the support of 4 city-destroying peak familiars. With such strength, in all of East Japan, apart from a few reclusive old monsters, he feared no one. To die by my blade is your honor. Miyamoto Benichi's gaze was as cold as iron, raising his dual blades high. The left blade shimmered with red light like a boiling sea of blood, while the right blade glowed with a chilling white light, as if frost and snow were descending. Second heaven, red and white dual evil. Slash! With a thunderous shout, 2 terrifying blade lights, 1 red and 1 white, each hundreds of meters long, descended with the power to tear through space, crossing in a cruciform pattern, and struck down fiercely towards the toad below. With the indestructible walls on both sides, the toad had nowhere to escape. It seemed it didn't even want to. The toad raised its head, lifting the axe in its hand, and met the world-destroying blade light head-on. Boom! A massive explosion erupted at the peak of Mount Fuji, the terrifying shockwave sending the lake water soaring 100 meters high, even distorting the red and white blade lights. Crack! Under this world-destroying attack, the toad's body was neatly split in half, its two halves sinking into the cold lake bottom, oozing slime. The lake's surface gradually calmed, leaving only ripples of blood. However, standing on the water's surface, Miyamoto Benichi's frown deepened. He stared intently at the spot where the toad had sunk, his fingers gripping the blade turning white. Something was off. Too off. Logically, when the target died, its aura should dissipate. But now, the aura belonging to the toad not only hadn't vanished, but it was also growing stronger and more terrifying, like a brewing volcano, even breaking through some kind of boundary. At the same time, all the toad monsters in East Japan vanished in an instant. Glub, glub. Suddenly, huge bubbles began to rise on the lake's surface, as if some colossal creature was breathing beneath the water. Miyamoto Benichi's expression changed drastically, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping him. Retreat! Without a second thought, he shouted and attempted to back away. But it was too late. Boom! The water's surface exploded. A giant toad, hundreds of times larger than before, like a small mountain, burst forth from the water. As soon as it appeared, two enormous hands that blocked out the sun grabbed the walls on either side. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the giant toad's muscular arms bulged and suddenly closed inwards. Crack! The city-destroying wall, which even missiles couldn't break, was forcibly split in half as if it were a cookie. The wall let out a dull wail, collapsing into countless fragments. The toad then picked up two massive pieces of wall debris and aimed them at Sadako and the 8-foot lady not far away, smashing them down with great force. Whoosh! The boulders whistled through the air with terrifying pressure. Sadako reacted quickly, her body instantly phasing out, allowing the boulders to pass through her and crash into empty space. But the large 8-foot lady wasn't so lucky. Before she could even take a step, the debris struck her solidly. Without any suspense, the 8-foot lady was crushed into a meat patty, her scream silenced as it was forced back into her throat, her soul scattering on the spot. In the blink of an eye. Gored head, dead. Wall, dead. 8-foot lady, dead. The 6 great evil spirits that Miyamoto Benichi had once prided himself on were instantly halved. This is... Miyamoto Benichi's hand trembled as he looked at the giant figure standing in the lake like a demon, feeling the terrifying aura that made his very soul shudder. A word of despair squeezed out from between his teeth. Destroy the province. Miyamoto Benichi's face turned pale, losing all the youthful bravado he had before. In a panic, he fumbled for his phone and quickly dialed. Just as he opened his mouth, before he could even speak, whoosh! A shadow loomed overhead. The giant axe, magnified countless times, was already swinging down towards his head with the force to split mountains. Destroy the province. Miyamoto Benichi could only scream those 3 words into the phone with all his might. The next second, he had to drop the phone, crossing his twin blades and using all his life's cultivation to block the blow. Splash! The phone fell into the cold lake, slowly sinking. Meanwhile, with a thunderous crash, Miyamoto Benichi's figure was sent flying like a crushed fly, directly slammed into the rock wall behind him, his fate unknown. As Miyamoto Benichi was blasted into the rock wall, the volcano at the top of Mount Fuji fell into a deathly silence. The lake continued to churn, crashing against the rocky shore. Mada lay among the rubble, holding his breath, wishing he could just burrow into the ground right then and there. He swallowed hard, listening to the long silence around him, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his heart. Could it be gone? With this anxious thought, Mada cautiously lifted his eyelids, peering through the gaps between his fingers. At that moment, his heart nearly stopped. There, the giant toad, as massive as a mountain, was bending down, its blood-red, savage eyes fixed intently on him. It had already spotted this little bug. Gugwa! The toad let out a low, eerie laugh from its throat, and upon seeing Mada move, it slowly straightened up, raising the wooden axe in its hand. Shadows enveloped Mada. Wow! Mada was instantly scared to tears, snot and tears streaming down his face. Don't kill me! I'm tender! I taste good! He desperately closed his eyes, awaiting the fate of being turned into mush. Was he really going to die? Brother Ma is coming to find you. However, just as the axe was about to fall, Virum! The sound of an engine roaring like a million hornets suddenly came from the sky, instantly drowning out the biting cold wind. The toad paused, slowly looking up. There, at the edge of the volcano's crater on Mount Fuji, a shadow leaped high, plummeting down like a meteor due to gravity. Accompanying that shadow was a roar, filled with ecstasy and rage. Finally, found you. The newcomer was none other than Lin Chen. Zila. Lin Chen was suspended in midair, the yellow chainsaw in his hands already pushed to the limit, its teeth spinning wildly, creating a shower of sparks as they sliced through the air.
He gripped the chainsaw tightly, using the momentum of his fall to bring it down forcefully onto the thick neck of the toad. Puff! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. With the enhancement of chocolate and divine weaponry, this strike opened a massive gash on the toad's neck deep enough to see bone as filthy blood gushed out like a waterfall. Quack! The toad howled in pain, letting out a thunderous roar. But in just an instant, the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't even turn around. With a swift motion, it slapped backward at Lin Chen as if swatting a fly. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Although Lin Chen managed to block it with the chainsaw, the force was overwhelmingly massive, an absolute suppression of a world-destroying level. He was sent flying, like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the hard stone wall inside the volcano's crater. Boom! The stone wall shattered, debris falling, and Lin Chen was embedded into the rock, dust swirling around him. Cough! Cough! A few seconds later, a hand clawed at the edge of the rock. Lin Chen pulled himself out with great effort, landing on the ground. He was covered in blood, unsure how many bones were broken, looking utterly disheveled. However, crack, crack, a series of crisp sounds of bones realigning echoed, and his injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed. His breath not only didn't weaken but instead surged wildly. At that moment, Lin Chen was in a very strange state. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with countless red veins bulging on his forehead, his skin flushed, radiating an intensely violent aura. Just moments ago, on his way here, he had eaten the remaining half can of chocolate, all of it. Over 100 pieces of chocolate. Super strength, fury, healing, hardening, speed, focus, nostalgia, miracles, countless chaotic buffs were now stacked upon Lin Chen, the effects racing through his body, making him feel like a powder keg ready to explode. If he didn't release it, he felt he would burst apart. And now, the best outlet for that release was right in front of him. Come on, die, toad! Lin Chen roared, gripping the witch's hand with his left hand. Boom! The surface of the lake exploded. A massive, pitch-black claw burst from the water, firmly grasping the toad's lower body, pinning it in place. V-room! The chainsaw roared to life again. Lin Chen stomped hard on the water's surface, his body leaving a trail as he raced across the lake as if it were solid ground, charging towards the trapped toad. A glint of brutality flashed in the toad's eyes as it raised its giant axe, bringing it down on the incoming Lin Chen. This axe was capable of cleaving mountains. Rise! Lin Chen did not dodge, slapping the water's surface with one hand. Rumble! A gigantic pale locust tree shot up from the ground, blocking Lin Shen's path. Crack! In just a moment, the indestructible Huangquan locust tree was split in two by the giant axe as if it were firewood. The residual force of the axe swept past Lin Chen, leaving a bloody mark across his chest, blood splattering. But Lin Chen didn't even furrow his brow, instead, his smile grew even more ferocious. He pushed off with his toes, leaping high onto the collapsing Huangquan locust tree, directly jumping in front of the toad. Die for me! Lin Chen gripped the chainsaw with both hands, aiming it at the toad's enormous left eye, and plunged it in fiercely. Zzz. Blood sprayed everywhere. The toad let out a shrill scream, its claws shooting up, trying to swat the bug off its face and crush it. But at that moment, Lin Chen, empowered by the speed chocolate, was as agile as a monkey that had gained intelligence. He jumped and dodged continuously on the toad's face, shoulders, and back, striking with the chainsaw whenever he had the chance. In that moment, Lin Chen transformed into the most frenzied podiatrist. But he wasn't trimming feet, he was taking lives. As the ground shook and the sky split apart within the volcano's crater. At the edge of the crater, a bald man was peering down. It was Ma Er. When he spotted the trembling figure lying on the ground by the shore below, his eyes lit up. Big brother! Ma Er shouted without hesitation. Leaping down the steep slope, he slid all the way to Ma Da's side, and without a word hoisted the terrified Ma Da, whose legs had gone weak, onto his shoulder. Ma Er? Ma Da, hearing the familiar voice, looked up. In surprise, tears streaming from his nose. Ma Er, you weren't killed by Lin Chen? You're still alive? Hee, brother, I'm tough. Ma Er, carrying his brother, chuckled as he climbed back up. And brother, I've joined Lin Chen's sect. The big boss is protecting me. What? Upon hearing this, Ma Da's anger flared, and he raised his hand to smack Ma Er on his bald head. Thud. You and your Lin Chen sect. Ma Da scolded, furious. You traitor, have you forgotten who gave us our lives? It was the bishop. He pointed upwards. Curry, stop talking nonsense, take me and run. Ma Da glanced back at the terrifying battlefield, shivering in fear. Quick, let's get back to the dragon sect. As long as we can return, even if the dragon prince feeds me to the fish, I'll accept it. This outside is too damn scary. Ma Da felt his little heart could barely take it anymore. The church was safe, at least he wouldn't really die. The dragon prince and the bishop were all talk, they wouldn't actually make a move. But here, it was a real death trap. Oh, got it, brother. Ma Er didn't dare to retort, panting as he climbed up the edge of the volcano with Ma Da on his back.
Just as they reached the top, they saw Hatsune and Pai Chanwan standing there, dumbfounded, watching the battle below. Ma-er didn't greet them. He turned and dashed down the mountain with Mada on his back. Ouch! However, in his haste, and with the snow on Mount Fuji being too slippery, Ma-er slipped and stepped into thin air. Ah! The two brothers instantly turned into a giant snowball, rolling down the mountain accompanied by Ma-da's furious curses. Ma-er! Damn you! Can't you walk? At the summit, Hatsune watched the brothers roll down, her mouth twitching. She turned to Pai Chanwan and pointed below. Should we stop them? They seem to be trying to escape. Pai Chanwan didn't answer. He looked pale as he stared at the terrifying giant toad in the lake below, and at Lin Chen, who was crazily hacking at the monster, his throat bobbing with difficulty. Stop what? Pai Chanwan suddenly turned around and scooped up the still stunned Hatsune. Hey, what are you doing? Hatsune was startled, almost dropping her baseball bat. Run! Pai Chanwan shouted, sprinting down the mountain. That's a disaster-level event down there. Gods are fighting. If we don't run now, we'll be dead. Hearing this, Hatsune stopped struggling, tightly wrapping her arms around Pai Chanwan's neck, urgently pounding his chest, shouting, Run! Run faster! Go! Pai Chanwan, already weak in the legs, stumbled at her shout and push. Whoosh! He stepped on the same patch of ice that Ma-er had just slipped on. Damn! Thus, in the quiet night of Mount Fuji, another rolling snowball joined the chase, thundering down the mountain after the first one. Half an hour felt as long as a century. The chaotic effects of the chocolate quickly faded like receding tide. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Chen flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble at the edge of the volcano, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough cough. Wow! Lin Chen struggled to crawl out from the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organs. He had no good flesh left on his body, his clothes soaked in fresh blood, with a foul, toad-like stench, mostly his own. In contrast, that toad. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had fought desperately, leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds on it with a chainsaw, yet now those wounds had completely healed. Not even a scar remained. What a damn cheat! No wonder it's a world-ending level. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a grim smile, but his eyes held a fierce determination not to back down. Just a finger, and it has such strength? What kind of monster is that toad? Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed. The toad dragged a massive wooden axe, stepping toward Lin Chen, each step causing the ground to tremble, as if Mount Fuji were about to erupt again. It clearly had no intention of giving Lin Chen a chance to breathe, preparing to deliver the final blow to this stubborn bug. However, in the face of impending death, Lin Chen showed no fear on his face. Want to kill me? Lin Chen sneered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a thought, a crack suddenly opened in the space before him. Pale locust tree branches reached out from the void, holding a piece of flesh radiating an eerie red light. The flesh still twitched slightly, emitting a nauseating yet inexplicably enticing aroma. It was the blood and flesh that the toad had given him in his dream. If I can't beat it, I'll just eat it. The toad's words echoed in his ears. Lin Chen grabbed the piece of flesh. Feeling its warmth in his palm, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes, he glanced up at the toad, which had raised its giant axe, and a mad curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen opened his mouth, ready to shove the piece of flesh inside. But just then, a voice rang out. Don't fully trust that toad. A rough voice amplified through a loudspeaker suddenly exploded above the volcano's mouth. Lin Chen froze for a moment, his hand pausing near his mouth. This voice sounded a bit familiar. Before he could react, vroom, vroom, vroom. The furious roar of a truck's engine, like a beast's growl, came from above his head. Lin Chen instinctively looked up. He saw two beams of blinding headlights slicing down from the edge of the volcano, dazzling enough to make one squint. Following that, a massive truck defying gravity suddenly charged down from the edge of the volcano. What the hell? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. The truck sped down the steep slope, kicking up gravel, charging straight toward Lin Chen with unstoppable momentum. Screech! The ear-piercing sound of brakes echoed through the air. Just as the truck reached Lin Chen, it executed an extremely flashy and unreasonable drift. The massive body of the truck came to a halt, plowing two deep grooves into the ground, firmly positioning itself between Lin Chen and the toad. The dark truck door faced Lin Chen. Roar! The toad had just approached, raising its giant axe to strike down on the truck. Just as the axe blade was about to touch the truck's body, the truck door suddenly swung open. Hiss! A thick white cold air, accompanied by the sound of dry ice sublimating, instantly poured out from the truck, cascading down like a waterfall, enveloping the surrounding area in an instant. At the same time, a blinding spotlight lit up from deep within the truck, precisely shining on Lin Chen. The once menacing toad, at the moment the truck door opened, seemed to have been pressed on pause, frozen in place. Lin Chen was a bit dazed by this series of changes. He squinted, adjusting to the blinding light, frowning as he looked into the truck. In the center of the truck, there was an extremely expensive-looking large black leather boss chair. The chair faced away from him, obscuring who was sitting on it. Only a hand wearing a gold ring and holding a thick cigar slowly emerged from one side of the chair, gently tapping the ash off into the ashtray. Cough, cough. A deep, pretentious, and somewhat familiar middle-aged male voice came from behind the chair. Shaolin, it hasn't been long since we last met. How did you get yourself into such a mess? If this gets out, people will think our great forest company mistreats its employees. Boss Lee? The boss's chair did not turn around, and Lin Chen could only see the curling blue smoke rising in the hand with the large gold ring lightly tapping the ashtray. Shaolin, it hasn't been long since we last met. How did you get yourself into such a mess? As Boss Lee's words fell, a strange wave instantly enveloped Lin Chen. He felt a warmth spread through his body, and the broken bones and torn muscles that had been in agony began to heal at an astonishing speed in that moment. Immediately after, the violent power that had already faded surged wildly within him once again. Blood vessels reappeared in Lin Chen's eyes, and the strength of hundreds of chocolates returned. Time reversal? Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly. All he wanted now was to find someone to fight or to get beaten up. Boss Lee, you, that piece of meat. Boss Lee interrupted him, pointing with the cigar-holding hand at the piece of still wriggling flesh Lin Chen was holding. You can try feeding it to the chainsaw, you can skip eating it yourself. That toad's thoughts are quite chaotic. Lin Chen was taken aback, looking at the meat in his hand, then at the yellow chainsaw in his other hand. Boss Lee, what exactly do you do? Lin Chen grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. The Great Forest Company was not simple, and Boss Lee was indeed not an ordinary person. Me? Boss Lee took a puff of his cigar, and a perfect smoke ring flew out from behind the boss's chair, his voice calm. I'm just a wood seller. Work hard, Shaolin, as long as you stick with the Great Forest Company. Earning $1 million a year is not a dream. As soon as he finished speaking, bang! The door of the truck cabin slammed shut. Immediately after, with a roar, the engine roared, and the truck actually launched from a standstill, moving backward in a way that defied the laws of physics, racing up the steep slope, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only Lin Chen was left standing there, his face full of question marks. $1 million a year. Lin Chen tilted his head, his bones cracking loudly. In the next second, the toad that had been frozen in place began to move again. Roar! It seemed unaware of what had just happened, and the giant axe in its hand still carried a destructive momentum as it swung down fiercely at Lin Chen. Before the axe blade reached him, the gust of wind had already arrived, stinging his face. Lin Chen didn't even have time to think, his body instinctively retreating backward. Sizzle! Although he retreated very quickly, he was still grazed by the massive axe blade on his chest. The chest that had just healed was instantly torn open. Again, blood gushing, making him look like a blood-soaked person. But this time, Lin Chen didn't even furrow his brow. Buzz! He suddenly pulled the trigger on the yellow chainsaw in his hand, the teeth spinning wildly, emitting a sharp scream. Then he grabbed the piece of flesh and pressed it hard against the crazily spinning teeth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. There was no scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. The moment the piece of flesh touched the teeth, it seemed to come alive, rapidly spreading along the teeth, enveloping the entire chainsaw. The red flesh and yellow metal bizarrely fused together at that moment. Thump! Thump! The chainsaw seemed to come alive, the violent beating of its heart like thunder, drowning out the sound of the chainsaw's engine. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque, blood-red chainsaw, with visible pulsating veins, appeared in Lin Chen's hands. A wave of scorching crimson heat erupted from the chainsaw, drilling into Lin Chen's body through his arm, intensifying the madness of his desire to kill. So good. Lin Chen's eyes were bloodshot, grinning widely, his white teeth stained with blood. Dulong, assist me. The ground cracked open, and black mist surged into the sky. Dulong burst forth from beneath Lin Chen's feet, its massive head pressing against him like a moving mountain, charging towards the giant toad with a desperate assault. A hint of disdain flickered in the toad's eyes as it raised the giant axe in its hand again, ready to chop down these two reckless little creatures. However, just as the two sides were about to collide, roar! Dulong, running wildly, suddenly lifted its head, throwing Lin Chen high into the air. Immediately after, it opened its massive jaws and bit down on Lin Chen's foot mid-air. Crack! The sharp teeth pierced through flesh, twisting Lin Chen's face in pain. Be gentler with the password. Dulong didn't understand the concept of tenderness. Its neck muscles bulged as it violently shook its head. Whoosh! Lin Chen shot through the air like a human cannonball, accompanied by a piercing wind sound, hurtling towards the toad's face. At the same time, the toad's giant axe came crashing down. Thud! Dulong's body was instantly split in half, black smoke dissipating. But its mission was already accomplished. In midair, Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet he laughed more arrogantly than anyone else. Harnessing this terrifying momentum, he broke through the toad's defensive circle and slammed directly into its face. Get in there! Lin Chen gripped the frenzied, roaring flesh chainsaw tightly, aiming it at the toad's recently healed massive right eye, and plunged it in with force. Zzz. The flesh chainsaw instantly sank into the eyeball, the teeth spinning wildly, shattering the lens, destroying the nerves, and burrowing deep into its brain. Quack ah ah ah. The toad screamed in madness, shaking its head violently. The sound was piercingly shrill, causing the surrounding volcanic rock walls to tremble and crumble. The flesh chainsaw spun wildly in its brain, massive life force surged through the chainsaw into Lin Chen's body, but a large portion was intercepted by the chainsaw itself, making it even redder and more ferocious. Smack! The toad, in agony, swung its giant claw, slapping its own face hard. Lin Chen reacted quickly. At the moment the giant claw came down, he yanked out the chainsaw, pushing off the toad's nose with his feet, leaping backward with force. Bang! The toad's slap landed squarely on its own face, causing it to stagger and crash into the lake with a thunderous splash. This time, the eye that had been punctured did not heal again. It left behind a bloody, gaping black hole, oozing yellow pus. Quack! The toad thrashed in pain in the water but suddenly felt a sharp sting on its head. Lin Chen had plunged the chainsaw into its skull. The sensation of devouring life force returned, like a festering sore, crazily draining its essence. Quack! Quack! The toad panicked. It extended its short front claws, trying to reach the chainsaw on its head. But its hands were too short. No matter how hard it tried, those little short hands could only flail above its head, unable to reach the chainsaw's position. In that moment, it finally understood the sorrow of having short hands. Bang! 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 The intense pain and fear drove it completely mad. It climbed out of the water, using its massive head to ram against the volcanic rock wall. It wanted to knock the chainsaw off its head, even if it meant smashing its own skull. For a moment, the entire summit of Mount Fuji shook, and debris fell like rain. Lin Chen stood a short distance away on the shore, covered in blood. He coldly watched the giant beast rampaging against the wall. At this point, the outcome was already decided. As long as this toad was drained by the chainsaw, the battle would come to an end, but he was feeling very uncomfortable now. The effects of the hundreds of chocolate pills were still coursing through his body. That overwhelming energy and desire to destroy everything had not faded. With the pause in battle, instead, it had intensified due to the recent bloodshed. My hands are itching. Lin Chen looked down at his fists, then at the scattered rubble around him. Ah! He suddenly let out a roar and punched a massive boulder on the ground. Boom! The boulder shattered instantly. Bring it on! Lin Chen, like a madman, began to throw punches wildly into the pile of stones. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, with each strike, a piece of rock turned to dust. Thus, on the silent peak of Mount Fuji, an extremely bizarre yet harmonious scene unfolded. On one side was a giant toad the size of a mountain, madly slamming its head against the cliff, bloodied and battered, creating a thunderous noise. On the other side was a blood-soaked human, frantically smashing the stones into powder, counting aloud. 1001, 1002. Time passed, though he couldn't tell how long. Boom! Accompanied by the last dull thud, the giant toad finally exhausted its last ounce of strength. Its massive body collapsed with a crash, splashing into the lake and stirring up one last wave. It lay still. Soon after, its mountain-like body began to shrink rapidly, like a deflated balloon. Flesh melted away. Bones crumbled. In just a few minutes, such a large monster had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a dried, blackened severed finger, about the size of an arm, lying quietly in the mud by the shore. Huff, huff. Lin Chen stopped punching. He lay back in the cold lake water, gasping for breath. The bloodshot veins in his eyes had faded, and the frenzied restlessness dissipated with the exhaustion of his strength. His hands were already in a terrible state, flesh rotting away to reveal stark white bones, yet he felt no pain, only an unprecedented sense of relief. It's over. Lin Chen gazed at the starry sky above, a weary smile creeping onto his lips. After resting for a moment, he struggled to get up. He walked over to the still trembling chainsaw, waved his hand. Pale branches extended out, wrapping around the chainsaw and dragging it into the void of the Yellow Springs. Sephora tree. Then, he approached the severed finger. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand. Just for this broken thing, not even worth it. Lin Chen shook his head and tossed it aside. The pale branches caught the severed finger and similarly dragged it into the void. Time to go home. Lin Chen turned around, dragging his exhausted body step toward the volcano's mouth. The toad had promised him that after finding the finger, it would grant him a power. This damn toad, surely it wouldn't pull any tricks, right? Below Mount Fuji, 2 children were building a snowman. They had laboriously dragged over a ladder, and one of them shouted as they lifted it up, placing it on the snowman. One child climbed up to attach a large carrot as the snowman's nose. However, the large carrot looked incredibly small in front of the snowman. What the heck? A passerby, startled by the sight of the snowman, exclaimed, "Such a big snowman? How did you two make it?" The snowman was made of 2 large snowballs, stacked together, towering over 5 meters high, far beyond what 2 little kids could create. They rolled down from the mountain, one child said innocently, licking his warm snot. The passerby? You should go home, don't play outside, the passerby advised. Why? The 2 children tilted their heads at him. Because the volcano is about to erupt, and if you don't run now, it will be too late. Put. The 2 children didn't believe him and continued building their snowman. The passerby shook his head, clicked his tongue in amazement, took a photo, and turned to leave. Not long after, another person arrived. This person was covered in blood, scaring the 2 children into silence. Such a big snowman? Lin Chen stared at the giant snowman for a moment. Kids, did you build this? What are you babbling about? Baka yoru. In Japanese, Lin Chen couldn't understand. He patted his pocket, but unfortunately, his phone was gone. He wanted to take a picture to send to his sisters. After all, this could be considered a trip abroad, but it was a pity he didn't have a single photo. Next time he goes abroad, he should aim to take a 9-square grid. Lin Chen shook his head and turned to leave. The 2 kids breathed a sigh of relief, hiding behind the snowman and peeking at Lin Chen's back. Why is he covered in blood? I don't know, maybe he's cosplaying as a gay character. The 2 kids quickly forgot about Lin Chen and continued playing with the snowman. They wanted to put a scarf on it, but they didn't have a scarf big enough, so they had to use the curtains from their home instead. Soon, they pulled down the curtains and climbed a ladder to wrap them around the snowman. What a beautiful snowman. When we call mom and dad over later, they will definitely praise us. The 2 kids were very happy, standing with their hands on their hips under the snowman. Just then, the top part of the snowman's snowball suddenly burst open with a pop and snowflakes flew out. The 2 kids were stunned for a moment, staring curiously with wide eyes. In the next second, another big hole was made in the snowball and a strong man's upper body emerged from inside. He was also momentarily taken aback when he saw the 2 kids. What are you staring at? With a kick, the strong man was kicked out and fell to the ground in a heap. Then, Mada crawled out from the hole, took a look at the carrot that served as the nose, bit into it, and then tossed it aside. Ma-Did jumped down and stepped on Ma-Air's butt. Stop playing dead, hurry up and go. Hearing this, Ma-Air quickly got up, hoisted Mada onto his back, and ran off into the distance, leaving the 2 bewildered kids staring at each other. What was that? I don't know. Just as the 2 kids were confused, the bottom part of the snowman suddenly exploded, covering them in snow. Among the exploded snowballs, Pai Qianxian was sitting on the ground, holding Hatsune in her arms, her face full of smiles. Senior, are you okay? Hatsune let go of her embrace around Pai Qianxian's waist, stood up, brushed her hair, her face slightly flushed. I'm fine, thank you. After saying that, Hatsune quickly walked away. Senior, it's what I should do. Pai Qian hurriedly chased after her, her face beaming with joy. The giant snowman was gone, replaced by 2 little snowmen staring with their little eyes, and they cried out, "Wah!" The plane back home landed, and Lin Chen hurriedly went to Kyoto. At the Xingfeng Mental Hospital, he met his 2 sisters and Bai Qingqing. The situation was even better than he had expected. With the night watchman's resources tilted in Lin Shu and Lin Qi's inherent exceptional talents, their strengths had improved dramatically. Pasang had already reached a near city-destroying level of power, possessing all the abilities of the anomalies it had devoured. Lin Shu also had his own city-destroying level follower, and with the summoned Pasang, his strength was quite terrifying. Although Lin Qi had not yet advanced to the city-destroying level, her abilities were already formidable. She had cleared out the anomalies in all of Kyoto with the monsters she had drawn, significantly reducing the pressure on the Night Watchman, allowing them to send more people to support other cities. Once she reached the city-destroying level, it would be a terrifying qualitative change. As for Bai Qingqing, she had also successfully acquired her own city-destroying level follower. The other matter was Yi Tian from the Yi family. Just as Lin Chen had anticipated, although Yi Tian was furious, he was unaware of Lin Chen's existence. His hatred had been completely drawn away by Su Tang and Qingfeng, the 2 city-destroying level big shots. With these 2 formidable figures in place, Yi Tian, despite his wild antics, did not dare to fully engage in war and could only frantically probe around the edges. After bidding a reluctant farewell to his sisters, Lin Chen boarded the high-speed train back to Lianyungang. As soon as he arrived in Lianyungang, Lin Chen contacted Boss Li Shaolin. On the other end of the phone, Boss Li's signature hearty laughter came through, sounding in good spirits. How do you feel? Not bad, quite thrilling. That's good, that's good. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, Boss Li, what exactly does our company do? Throughout this journey, the shadow of the Great Forest Company seemed to be everywhere. Yet it remained vague. A company capable of raising countless anomalies couldn't possibly just be selling wood, could it? What exactly was the Great Forest Company doing, and what was its purpose? Lin Chen was very curious. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, then Boss Li's voice came through confidently. It's a logging company, aren't you a lumberjack? What else would we sell if not wood? Air. Lin Chen. Great, this old fox wouldn't spill a word. Lin Chen didn't bother to press further. Have old Tang come pick me up. I need to head into the mountains. I'll send him over right away, he'll be there by tomorrow. After hanging up, Lin Chen found the largest bathhouse in Lianyungang City, enjoyed a comfortable soak, and had a strong masseur work on him for a while, then headed straight to the seafood buffet. He devoured dozens of plates of oysters, 50 Boston lobsters, over 100 king crabs, and polished off salmon belly until the owner was about to call the police. Lin Chen finally sat back, satisfied, picked his teeth, and found a private room to crash. He slept so deeply that the world outside faded away. Until noon the next day, old Tang finally arrived. Let's go. The truck started and drove into the deep mountains. Old Tang, do you know what our company actually does? Old Tang exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing sideways at Lin Chen. Are you bored? Why do you care so much? Curious. Curiosity killed the cat. Old Tang flicked the cigarette butt out the window, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. I'm just a driver, you're just a lumberjack. Our job is to chop down those 10 trees every month, haul them out, get paid, and that's it. The rest of the time is ours to spend as we please. How great is that? As for what the company wants to do, that's the big boss's business. It has nothing to do with us workers. Lin Chen chuckled. You think pretty clearly. Of course. Old Tang grinned, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. I don't have any big ambitions in life, just thinking of saving up some money while I can still move. When I can't work anymore and retire, I'll go back to my rural hometown, build a 2-story house, and raise some chickens and ducks. A hint of longing appeared in old Tang's eyes. Every day, I'll just lie in a rocking chair, watch the live streams of the beautiful girls, and if the town supermarket has a promotion, I'll go line up for some eggs. Ah, this life. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Lin Chen shot him a glance, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Life is pretty good. That's right. The truck bounced along, finally plunging into the familiar thick fog by the next evening. The temperature dropped sharply. Lin Chen looked out the window and saw that the once lush forest was now covered in a thick layer of white snow. It was snowing in the mountains. We're here. Old Tang slammed on the brakes, and the truck stopped in front of the wooden cabin. I'll come back next month to collect your corpse. Old Tang skillfully shouted his signature farewell, then without even getting out of the truck, he turned the vehicle around, hit the gas, and roared away from this cursed place. TCH, faster than a rabbit. Lin Chen jumped out of the truck, stepping onto the snow, which crunched beneath his feet. He tightened his clothes and pushed open the door of the cabin. Creak. The inside was icy cold, the stove long extinguished. There was no old wolf wrapped in a blanket on the floor, nor was there a battle bear rushing to greet him. In the empty room, only the wall of dried salted fish remained, as if silently recounting the previous bustle. Lin Chen stood at the doorway, looking at the desolate cabin, and sighed softly. Still not back yet. He closed the door, walked over to the stove, and skillfully started a fire and boiled some water. As the room gradually warmed up, Lin Chen sat on the edge of the bed and took a deep breath. Toad! He shouted into the air, his voice echoing in the silent wooden cabin. I've brought your finger back. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an overwhelming wave of drowsiness crashed over him, drowning Lin Chen's consciousness. Thud! Lin Chen's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Woo-woo, you finally came, I missed you so much. Lin Chen opened his eyes to see the weepy Toad reappear before him. Did you really miss me? Lin Chen asked. No, woo-woo. You're quite honest. The Toad bent down, its hopeful crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen's hand, or rather, on the dried, black and severed finger he held. Give me, woo-woo, give me my finger. Back. The Toad extended its deformed front paw, eagerly wanting to reclaim its lost limb. However, Lin Chen pulled his hand back behind him. Don't rush. Lin Chen shook a finger. I want to ask you, my friends, Old Wolf and Battle Bear, where are they trapped? Woo-woo, give me my finger. If you don't tell me, I'll crush it. Lin Chen pretended to squeeze. The Toad trembled in fear and quickly cried out, in the West Mountain Lake. West Mountain Lake? Lin Chen frowned. In the water, woo-woo, they've turned into fish. Fish? Lin Chen was stunned. In that moment, a flash of lightning struck through his mind, tearing open the fog-covered memories. He recalled the strange fish he had seen in the shallow waters by the shore while searching the West Mountain that night, one grayish-white and old, the other black and white, robust. They had seemed familiar at the time, yet he had inexplicably overlooked them until the Toad mentioned it now. So that was Old Wolf and Battle Bear. Lin Chen murmured, and then a surge of furious anger rose from the depths of his heart, burning his insides with pain. Da Juan. He gritted his teeth as he uttered the name, recalling his previous trip to the East Mountain base to rescue Xiong Badian, and connecting it to this inexplicable oversight and forgetfulness. Lin Chen finally understood that Old Monkey had been secretly plotting against him all along. It could freely manipulate his perception or will. Damn! Monkey, just you wait.
Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart. He knew this was not the time to act. Old Wolf and Battle Bear were still in that old monkey's hands. He raised his hand and threw the severed finger towards the toad. Catch! The toad was overjoyed, quickly using its deformed paw to catch the finger and pressing it against the wound. A wave of flesh and tissue wriggled, and the severed finger instantly reattached, good as new. Woo-woo, feels good, woo-woo. The toad trembled with excitement as it looked at the finger it had regained. All right, stop howling. Lin Chen coldly interrupted it. You said before that as long as I help you get your finger back, you would grant me a power. It's time to fulfill your promise, right? The toad stopped crying. It glanced at Lin Chen and then slowly nodded. Good, you'll soon receive that power. Wait. Lin Chen interrupted it again. My family won't be harmed, right? Lin Chen was now somewhat afraid of its powers, so he needed to ask for more details. No, woo-woo. The toad shook its head. That's good. Black Desert City. This is the northernmost border city of Longwa, covered in ice and snow year-round. It was midwinter, and heavy snowflakes danced in the sky, dyeing the entire world a vast, desolate white. The cold wind was like a knife, sharp enough to cut through skin. However, in this frigid deep mountain, a figure was leisurely walking through the snow. He was bare-chested, revealing muscles as strong as iron, holding a bottle of strong liquor, tilting his head back to take a swig as he walked. Snowflakes fell on him, but before they could touch his skin, they were instantly evaporated by an invisible high temperature, turning into wisps of white vapor. If someone were behind him, they would be horrified to discover a shocking crimson fissure on his back, like a crustal crack flowing with magma, radiating intense heat, starkly out of place in this icy world. This person was Yi Tian from the Yi family. Gulps. Ha! Yi Tian finished the last sip of his drink and casually tossed the empty bottle into a snowdrift. His eyes were filled with bloodshot madness. The Yi family was destroyed. When he received the news, he was thousands of kilometers away in a gentle haven. By the time he wanted to rush back, it was all too late. The Night Watchers had killed all his kin. He was filled with hatred, but he knew better. With his current strength, he was still lacking to avenge the Yi family. Su Tang, Qingfeng, he had no guaranteed victory against these seasoned provincial-level exterminators, and the Bai family and Zhuge family had been advising him not to act impulsively for the deceased Yi family. So, he came here. As long as I can open that door. Yi Tian didn't know how long he had been walking in the snow. Finally, a massive, dark fissure appeared in the snow before him, like a giant abyssal mouth, swallowing the surrounding light. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tian leaped down. The howling wind echoed in his ears as he slid rapidly through the smooth, mirror-like ice tunnel. He didn't know how long it took, but suddenly, the view opened up before him. Bang! Yi Tian landed steadily. This was a vast space deep underground, surrounded by jagged, strange rocks, and at the forefront stood an ancient and mysterious bronze door. The door was 100 meters tall, carved with countless grotesque demons and twisted runes, exuding an ancient aura. I've finally arrived. Yi Tian looked at the door with fervent eyes. This was a special anomalous drop, the Bronze Ghost Gate. It was rumored to connect the underworld and the human realm. Years ago, the ancestors of the Yi family accidentally discovered this place and inadvertently opened a crack in the door, releasing some indescribable entities from within. It was those entities that led to the increasing number of anomalous events in the Dragon Kingdom over the past century, creating countless masters of the anomalies. This secret was known only to the provincial-level powerhouses of the Yi family through the generations. As long as I can open it again, Yi Tian walked step by step toward the bronze door, his expression gradually twisting. I will make the anomalies in the Dragon Kingdom increase tenfold, 100-fold. His calculations were loud and clear. Once the anomalies increased, it was very likely that new provincial-level anomalies would emerge, and at that time, the Dragon Kingdom would surely descend into chaos. Currently, the known provincial-level anomalies in the Dragon Kingdom, apart from him, included the Dragon King of the Assassin's Hall, the Bishop of the Dragon Worship Sect, 2 from the Night Watchers, and the Bone family and Zhuge family. When a provincial-level anomaly rampaged, a provincial level must intervene, and that would have to be the Night Watchers. He had an agreement with the Bai and Zhuge families that as long as they could create such an opportunity, they would act. By then, even if the Dragon King or the Bishop chose to assist the Night Watchers, they would at most have 3 provincial levels. By then, Yi Tian's eyes flickered with cold light. Even if it meant sinking the entire capital, the 3 families would not hesitate. At worst, they would just reshape the memories of the people. If luck was bad, they might kill a young Qingfeng. If luck was good, they could even take down the Dragon King and the Bishop together. The thrill of fantasy made him unable to help but laugh up to the sky. Ha ha ha. Yi Tian approached the bronze door, took a deep breath, and the muscles on his back suddenly bulged. Rip! Accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, the crimson magma fissure on his back suddenly opened wide. 6 incredibly thick orange-red tentacles emerged, radiating intense heat as they pressed hard against the cold bronze door. Open for me. Now. Yi
Tian's forehead bulged with veins, exerting all his strength. Creak! The bronze door, silent for 100 years, emitted a teeth-grinding friction sound, slowly revealing a crack. Whoo! In an instant, an extremely cold wind blew out from the gap, causing even Yi Tian, a being of provincial destruction level, to shiver involuntarily. At the same time, he felt the power within him rapidly draining away. This door was devouring his strength. But Yi Tian showed no fear. Instead, he urged the tentacles even more frantically. Eat, eat, as long as you can open the door, eat as much as you want. The gap widened little by little. A finger's width, a fist's width. Moments later, a gap wide enough for a person to pass through was finally forced open by him. In the darkness behind the door, it seemed countless greedy eyes were peering in, and numerous eerie whispers echoed. That's enough. Looking at the gap wide enough for a person to pass through, Yi Tian, though frantic, still retained a sliver of rationality. Such a large gap was enough for many powerful anomalies to escape. If it continued to widen, he might not be able to control the situation himself. He was about to retract the tentacles and stop channeling his power. However, at that critical moment, rib bit. A strange croaking sound suddenly exploded in his ear. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. The next second, he felt a flash before his eyes, and a massive toad phantom appeared out of nowhere, directly enveloping him. What? Yi Tian was horrified, trying to break free, only to find his body completely out of control. The toad phantom merged with him, and a greedy will instantly overwhelmed his rationality. Open! It needs to open. Even wider. Yi Tian's eyes turned blood red in an instant. The 6 lava tentacles he had prepared to retract now surged with terrifying power, crazily pushing against the bronze door. Boom! The bronze door groaned under the strain, and the gap began to widen. Again. 1 person wide, 2 people wide. At the same time, the power within Yi Tian was being frantically siphoned by the bronze door, like floodwaters breaching a dam. No, stop, please stop. Yi Tian was filled with terror, struggling desperately against the mad will, trying to regain control of his body. He could clearly feel his realm plummeting rapidly. Late provincial destruction level, mid-provincial destruction level. The power that his family had spent years nurturing with countless anomalies was devoured by this greedy door in just a few minutes. Finally, when his realm dropped to early provincial destruction level, nearly falling back to city destruction level, the toad phantom enveloping him seemed to have had its fill, as if it had completed some task, and with a puff, it dissipated. Hoo! Yi Tian suddenly regained his senses, his body back under control. He immediately retracted the 6 tentacles, now dim and lifeless, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his entire body. Damn it, what the hell was that just now? Yi Tian felt incredibly weak, filled with the fear of having survived a disaster. He slowly raised his head to look ahead. At that moment, his heart stopped beating. The bronze door was now pushed open halfway. The massive doorway resembled a giant mouth leading to hell, filled with pure, dead silence, where even light could not escape. Yi Tian felt a sense of foreboding, a strong sense of death's crisis enveloped him instantly. The door was opened too wide. Before he could get up, a sharp sound of wind suddenly pierced through the darkness behind the door. Yi Tian's pupils constricted. A massive iron hook, stained with blood and dragging. A long chain, shot out from the shadows. Yi Tian wanted to dodge, but he was too weak to react in time. Put! The iron hook cruelly and precisely snagged his shoulder blade, sinking deep into his flesh. Ah! The excruciating pain made Yi Tian scream. Immediately, the iron hook yanked hard. Clang! The chain tightened. The last hope of the Yi family was dragged toward the endless darkness behind the door like a slaughtered pig, utterly powerless to resist. Help! Help me! Yi Tian's hands clawed desperately at the ground, carving deep blood trails into the hard rock, but it did nothing to stop his fate of being pulled into the abyss. In the end, his figure completely vanished into the darkness behind the door. Only the chilling screams echoed in the vast underground space, eventually fading into silence. The bronze door stood open, and a cold wind howled. Here we come, here we come. When Lin Chen woke up, it was already the next day. The thick fog outside remained dense, like unbreakable soybean milk. The Great Lord, what a dog! Lin Chen wanted nothing more than to grab a chainsaw and storm up the western mountain, turning that old monkey who played tricks into a delicacy. But he wasn't foolish. That was a provincial-level disaster, the ruler of this forest. Just the ability to manipulate the subconscious was enough to catch Lin Chen off guard, leaving him unaware of how he might die. Going head-to-head is definitely a death sentence. Lin Chen sat on the bed, suddenly recalling what De Chang had said to him in the abyss cabin. If there's a chance, stir things up outside, let all the forces notice this forest. Only by muddying the waters and letting external powers intervene can we possibly take down that monkey. Attracting attention. Lin Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. Why would the Great Lord die if the outside world noticed this place? Was that old monkey socially anxious? Did it die in the light? Or was there a secret hidden in this forest that even the Great Lord feared to expose? Caw, caw. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, an unpleasant bird call interrupted him. A crow flapped its wings, cutting through the fog, and landed on the windowsill of the cabin. The month had passed, it had resurrected. Soon after, heavy footsteps sounded. Outside the window, the massive figure of Xiong Badian emerged from the mist, holding a freshly killed spotted deer. "Good morning, brother Lin Chen." Xiong Badian tossed the deer to the ground, peering through the window at the empty bedroom, and asked in a deep voice, "Has old wolf and that dog not returned yet?" Lin Chen shook his head, his expression somewhat grim. "No, that's really strange." Xiong Badian scratched his head, looking puzzled. "Last night, the crow told me it saw lights over here. I thought everyone had come back." He sighed. "These days, I've searched North Mountain, East Mountain, and West Mountain, and haven't seen a single hare. Old wolf is usually the laziest. He wouldn't leave the forest even a step. Where could he have gone this time?" Lin Chen looked at Xiong Beishan's honest bear face and suddenly asked, "Brother Bear, can I ask you something?" "What is it? Do you know what the Great Lord's ability is?" Lin Chen stared into Xiong Beishan's eyes. "Or have you ever seen it in action?" Xiong Badian paused for a moment, then shook his head after recalling, "I haven't seen it. In this forest, the Great Lord's word is law, no anomaly dares to defy it, and it doesn't even need to take action." "What about when you were young?" Lin Chen pressed on. "You said it saved you and your brother from a provincial-level anomaly. Didn't it take action then?" Xiong Badian was stunned again. Its gaze became somewhat confused, with its brows tightly knitted into a shape, as if it were trying hard to dig up that sealed memory. "Back then," Xiong Badian murmured, "I remember that anomaly was exceptionally strong, and then the Great Lord came, and then..." It stuttered. After a long while, Xiong Badian finally raised its head in a daze. I can't remember. I only remember the Great Lord came, and then we were saved. As for what happened in between, how that anomaly died, or how it ran away, I have no impression at all." Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in understanding. It seemed that Xiong Beishan's memory had been blurred. This old monkey's ability was definitely related to mental control and memory alteration, perhaps. Seeing Lin Chen's expression was not good, Xiong Badian thought he was worried about the old wolf and comforted him. "Perhaps they have encountered misfortune outside and died. But don't worry, the old wolf and that dog are bound to the black-hearted black pear tree, so even if they die, they can be resurrected after a month." The crow beside them cawed a couple of times, shaking its wings proudly, indicating that it was familiar with the resurrection business. "Maybe." Lin Chen nodded, not refuting. He couldn't tell Xiong Badian the truth. Although he didn't know what exactly happened between this bear and the Great Lord, it was better for Xiong Badian to remain unaware. Lin Chen also didn't want to say too much. After all, Xiong Badian was the Great Lord's bear, and although he had saved it twice, Lin Chen didn't dare to bet that it would stand with him. "All right, brother Lin Chen, don't be too sad. Have some meat to replenish yourself. Maybe they'll come back in a couple of days." Xiong Badian pointed to the sick deer on the ground. "This deer was just hunted this morning. It's fresh." After saying that, it turned around with the crow and quickly disappeared into the thick fog. Lin Chen looked at the sick deer on the ground, fell silent for a moment, then climbed out the window and brought the deer back in. In this vast world, eating is the most important thing. Let's eat first. With a swift motion, he chopped off a plump deer leg, tossed it into the pot, added water, salt, and soy sauce, along with cinnamon and bay leaves, and lit the fire. As the water in the pot slowly boiled, the aroma of meat began to waft. Lin Chen sat at the table, watching the flickering flames, his mind racing. Since a direct confrontation won't work, I can only follow De Chang's suggestion and stir the water. Let the outside world notice this place. Lin Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table. The two methods he could think of were: first, he could go out under the guise of a lumberjack from the Great Forest Company and cause a ruckus, like blowing up the Night Watch headquarters or digging up the ancestral graves of the remaining major families, then leave a letter, "If you want revenge, come find me in the Great Forest." But this method was too risky. That old fox, Bosley, although he seemed indifferent, if he found out that he was drawing hatred for him like this, he would probably clean house before outsiders even got a chance to attack. Then I can only use the second method. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. What this forest lacked the least was connections with the outside world. Who knows how many black-hearted black pear trees were hidden in the dark? If he cut down all these trees, no, cutting too many would definitely alert the Great Lord and provoke a stop. Lin Chen shook his head. But what if he just made a small cut? Those undying anomalies, even if they were at the ends of the earth, would sense it immediately if their life tree was harmed, and they would rush back like mad. The Jean Shanzi and Ian Wolf from back then were examples. As long as I give each tree a chop. A mad smile spread across Lin Chen's face. By then, with so many anomalies returning to the forest at the same time, the sheer number would surely attract attention. This is what you call a server-wide broadcast, forcibly drawing aggro. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Gurgle, gurgle. The deer meat soup in the pot was ready. Lin Chen held the pot and slurped it down, finishing every drop, and devoured the meat in big bites. After eating and drinking to his fill, he felt warm all over. Time to get to work. He pushed open the door facing the biting cold wind and strode purposefully up the mountain. Today's task was simple. Instead of being a lumberjack, he would be a gardener, specifically tending to the tree's bark. The morning in the northern mountains was shrouded in thick fog, the chill cutting through to the bone. Vroom! The harsh roar of an engine shattered the silence of the forest. Lin Chen, wielding a bloody chainsaw, darted through the dense woods like a madman, snow swirling in his wake. He didn't fell the trees completely. Instead, he gently pressed the chainsaw against the trunk. Zzz. Accompanied by a shower of wood chips, a large chunk of bark was forcibly ripped away, revealing the yellow or black heartwood inside. Without a glance, Lin Chen turned and rushed toward the next tree. He resembled a compulsive gardener, pruning every tree in his path, whether it was a sturdy old tree or a tender sapling. Most had yellow hearts, with only a rare few being black-hearted black pear blossoms. Let's see if you come back, Lin Chen sneered, his figure disappearing once more into the thick fog. Meanwhile, at the western mountain lake, the once calm surface of the lake suddenly rippled. Splash! The aged figure of the Great Lord appeared without warning atop the crown of the giant tree in the lake's center, gazing toward the northern mountains, a flicker of inexplicable agitation flashing in its murky eyes. Anxiety, the Great Lord murmured, a feeling it hadn't experienced in a long time. Jianbai, it called softly. In the next moment, the fog parted and a pure white crane descended like a celestial being, landing gracefully on the water's surface, creating ripples. Great Lord, I'm here. Jianbai lowered its proud head, its voice cold. The Great Lord clutched its chest, brow slightly furrowed. I feel something is off, my heart is racing. Go check the mountains and see what that kid Lin Chen is up to. Jianbai nodded, asking no further questions, and, with a flap of its wings, transformed into a streak of white light, plunging into the vast fog. After Jianbai left, the Great Lord sat alone on the branch, its back hunched. At that moment, it shed the majesty of the forest's ruler, resembling an elderly man waiting under a tree at the village entrance for some inevitable conclusion. Moments later, the sound of wind broke the silence, and Jianbai returned. It landed on the water's surface, its expression somewhat strange. Great Lord, I saw clearly. What is he doing? The Great Lord asked. He is cutting trees. Jianbai paused, then added, but he isn't felling them, he's just using the chainsaw to strip the bark from every tree he passes. The Great Lord was taken aback. Stripping bark? What is he? The Great Lord pondered. But, Jianbai hesitated, why is he doing this? Has he sensed something? It referred to the old wolf and the battle bear being turned into fish. Impossible. The Great Lord shook its head, its tone firm. I altered his perception and focus. With his current strength, he absolutely cannot remember. Then, Jianbai contemplated for a moment. Perhaps he made a wish to that toad? The Great Lord shook its head again. How precious is that toad's wish? Even if there is a cost, no one would be foolish enough to waste such an opportunity on an old wolf and a dog. Great Lord, Jianbai suddenly interrupted, a hint of seriousness breaking through its usually cold gaze. Do not underestimate humans. It looked toward the abyss, speaking softly. The bald man could do it back then, why can't he? Upon hearing that name, the smile on the Great Lord's lips froze. It fell silent. Indeed, countless people had come to this forest, most of whom had died or gone mad. But there were always one or two anomalies, whose thought processes differed from normal people, whose obsessions and madness even made this strange forest feel fear. De Chang was the first. Lin Chen, perhaps he was the second. Jianbai sighed. Do you need me to stop him? The Great Lord remained silent for a long time, but he looked at the aged face reflected in the lake and slowly shook his head. No need. The voice of the Great Lord carried a deep sense of relief. I've dragged this on for too long, and I've lived enough. If he really wants to make a fuss, then let him make a fuss. A glimmer of determination suddenly flashed in the Great Lord's eyes, a resolute light like a last flicker of life. Next time, I'll take matters into my own hands. The Great Lord slowly stood up to make one last contribution to this world. Jianbai's body trembled as he looked at the Great Lord's straightened back, filled with respect. I'll accompany you. The Great Lord smiled, a genuine smile from the heart. Good, then let us shine one last time. Splash! Ripples spread across the water's surface, and fish poked their heads out, their mouths opening and closing as if they were laughing along. On the other side, deep in the North Mountain, Lin Chen was unaware of the conversation happening at the West Mountain Lake. At this moment he had completely transformed into a ruthless skinning machine. Zzz. 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 The roar of the chainsaw never ceased. From morning until night, Lin Chen's legs had begun to ache, but the excitement in his eyes only grew stronger. Throughout the day he had probably greeted nearly 1,000 black-hearted black pear blossom trees. This number was terrifying even to him. Nearly 1,000 immortal anomalies, nearly 1,000. Monsters at least at the level of great calamities or even city-destroying threats. If they all rushed back, just the thought of it sent a thrill through Lin Chen, who, as the sky darkened, Lin Chen finally stopped. He dragged the hot chainsaw back to the wooden cabin and plopped down on the steps. That's about enough. Lin Chen looked at the forest shrouded in night, a mad smile creeping onto his lips. It seems that in a couple of days, this forest will become lively. Those anomalies scattered across the ends of the earth should have already felt the intense pain and sense of crisis from their life tree. They would rush back like mad, wanting to tear apart the bastard who dared to touch their trees. By then, hundreds or even thousands of powerful anomalies would flood into this forest, inevitably drawing the attention of various forces outside. The waters would be thoroughly muddied. As for me, Lin Chen brushed off the wood shavings from his clothes and stood up. He wasn't foolish enough to stay here and fight 1,000 alone. Of course, he would go find Brother Chang. Hiding in the abyss was the safest option, letting them stare at each other in confusion. Moreover, if some blind provincial-level annihilator dared to chase him into the abyss, that would be perfect. De Chang would then have the provincial-level anomaly he wanted. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Since he had decided to run, he needed to pack well. Lin Chen turned back into the room, looked around, and his gaze landed on the large refrigerator. Swish! Several pale branches reached out from the void, directly wrapping around the double-door refrigerator and forcefully stuffing it into the void space of the Huangquan locust tree. Then, he crouched down and dragged out several large boxes from under the bed. They were all snacks hoarded by Old Wolf. Confiscated, Lin Chen said without hesitation, waving his hand to take the boxes along with the snacks. Finally, he also packed up the two thick blankets from the bed. After all, the abyss below was cold and damp, and De Chang's little cabin wasn't warm. After doing all this, Lin Chen clapped his hands and pushed the door open. He dashed into the night, racing deeper into the North Mountain. Before long, the familiar cliff appeared before him. Below was an endless dark abyss, like a giant mouth waiting to devour. This time, Old Wolf was not behind him kicking him. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, looked down, and then leaped. His figure was instantly swallowed by the darkness, leaving only the howling wind echoing at the cliff's edge. On the Tibetan Plateau, in Lashi County, the biting plateau wind mixed with snowflakes howled across this desolate land. A man dressed in black stood in the wind and snow, the black-red spear in his hand still trembling slightly, thick black liquid dripping from the tip. In front of him, a monster exuding a chilling aura collapsed with a thunderous crash. This was a ghost general of city-destroying caliber, capable of causing a catastrophe in any city. Yet at this moment, it lay on the ground like a dead dog, a bullet hole piercing through its forehead. Behind it, a dense mass of corpses lay scattered, all kinds of abnormalities. Puff! With a soft sound, these corpses transformed into ghostly green flames, swaying for a moment in the wind and snow before completely dissipating into the void. The man, expressionless, slowly retracted his long spear, the black-red glow retreating like a tide, drawing back into his body. The Killer Hall, Dragon King, one of the few beings in Huaxia with the power to destroy provinces. The man turned around, looking towards a short distance behind him. There stood an elderly woman with white hair, leaning on a cane, her figure hunched. Grandma. The Dragon King's voice was somewhat gentle. Do you feel it? The old woman's murky eyes gazed into the distance, her withered hand trembling as she pointed towards the far northeast. Over there, that way. Following her finger, the Dragon King looked thoughtfully. Did it come from the northeast? In recent days, many abnormalities from the underworld system had suddenly emerged in the Sichuan Tibet region, generally strong, even including city-destroying ghost generals. Cough cough. The old woman suddenly clutched her chest, coughing violently, her face turning pale in an instant. The Dragon King's expression changed, and he flashed to her side, reaching out to support her. What's wrong? I feel anxious. The old woman gasped for breath, a deep fear evident in her eyes. I'm very anxious. The Dragon King frowned slightly, softly reassuring her. It's okay, I'll go to the northeast tomorrow. No matter what is causing trouble, I can eliminate it. This was the Dragon King's confidence. However, the old woman shook her head, gripping the Dragon King's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Along, I'm not worried about that. The Dragon King was taken aback. What else could worry you so much? The old woman looked up, her eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling violently. I feel something is about to be unsealed. If it comes out, this world will be destroyed. The Dragon King froze, his expression instantly turning serious. Destroying the world? That was something only a world-destroying entity could achieve. In this world, even a nation-destroying entity could take their lives. A world-destroying entity was a legendary existence. How could it possibly appear? Grandma, could you be sensing it wrong? The Dragon King said solemnly. World-destroying, that kind of thing shouldn't exist. The old woman shook her head, tears streaming down her wrinkled cheeks. I'm not sure. I just can feel that despair of the world collapsing. The Dragon King fell silent. Although the old woman's ability had no combat power, she rarely made mistakes in foresight and sensing, especially when it brought her to tears. Grandma, don't overthink it. The Dragon King patted her hand gently. As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. No. Elon, promise me. The old woman suddenly grasped his hand tightly, her eyes filled with pleading. If one day, many people attack a place together, I beg you, you must protect that place. The Dragon King looked into the old woman's earnest eyes. Though puzzled, he still nodded solemnly. He extended his rough hand, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. All right, I promise you. In Kyoto, the western suburbs, Qingfeng Mental Hospital, basement. In the innermost room, there were no windows, only a dim bedside lamp casting a faint glow. Cough, cough, cough. A heart-wrenching cough suddenly shattered the silence. On the sickbed, a frail, almost lifeless old blind man suddenly sat up, his twig-like hands frantically calculating something. In front of him, his fingers moving so fast they were just a blur. With his movements, a strange wave rippled through the room. Puff! Suddenly, the old man stiffened, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the white bedsheet. He seemed to be drained of all vitality, collapsing weakly, trembling as he pressed the call button by the bed. Ding ding ding! The piercing alarm echoed in the corridor. Less than 10 seconds later, bang! The heavy iron door of the ward was pushed open violently, and Yang Qingfeng rushed in wearing a white coat. Upon seeing the tragic scene on the sickbed, his expression changed, and without a moment's hesitation, he pressed both hands firmly on the old man's chest. Zzz. Blue and white electric currents erupted from his palms, precisely stimulating the old man's heart and meridians. Moments later, the old man's breathing finally stabilized, and his previously ashen face gained a hint of color. Yang Qingfeng withdrew his hands, let out a sigh, pulled over a chair to sit down, and adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. What heavenly secrets! Were you calculating this time? The backlash was so severe it almost took you away. The old man leaned against the headboard, his grayish-white eyes without pupils moved slightly, his voice hoarse. Where's that girl Sutang? There are suddenly many anomalies from the underworld system outside, even ghost generals. She's busy leading Team Zero to clean them up. The old man fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Then, he slowly shook his head, revealing a smile that was more sorrowful than crying. Qingfeng, I just calculated a divination. What did you find? I calculated that this world might be on the brink of destruction. As he spoke, 2 streams of murky tears flowed down the corners of his dry eyes, tracing the ravines on his cheeks. The smile on Yang Qingfeng's face gradually faded. He looked at this usually eccentric but infallible elder and softly asked, Is a world-ending event about to occur? The old man nodded, then shook his head. I couldn't calculate it clearly. The heavenly secrets are too chaotic, a complete mess. He sighed. I only saw a void, everything disappearing, leaving only endless darkness. Is there any way to avoid it? Yang Qingfeng pressed on. I don't know. The old man painfully closed his eyes. I can't see. The room fell into a deathly silence. Only the buzzing of the ventilation fan could be heard. After a long while, the old man's blind eyes suddenly opened wide. Although there was no focus, Yang Qingfeng could feel he was looking at him. Qingfeng, promise me one thing. You say it, as long as I can do it, Yang Qingfeng replied earnestly. The old man extended his frail hand, gripping Yang Qingfeng's white coat tightly. If one day, many people surround a place to attack it, you must guard that place for me. This was the same phrase. Again. If the Dragon King were here, he would be astonished to find that the old man's words echoed those of the old woman. Although Yang Qingfeng didn't know where that place was or why it needed guarding, he nodded at the old man's resolute expression. All right. Yang Qingfeng's voice was gentle. If that day really comes, I will protect it. Hearing the promise, the old man seemed to release a heavy burden, a relieved smile appearing on his face. That's good. He let go of his grip, lay back down on the bed, and pulled the blanket over himself. I'm tired, going to sleep. Yang Qingfeng looked at the old man who had fallen asleep in an instant and shook his head helplessly. He stood up, tucked the blanket for the old man, then turned off the dim bedside lamp. Good night, he whispered, turning to leave the ward, and closing the heavy iron door behind him. In the corridor, the gentle expression on Yang Qingfeng's face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Are we besieging a place? In the South China Sea, deep within. This area is far from the mainland, surrounded only by the endless azure ocean and scattered rocky islets. On a massive rock, the waves crashed against the cliffs, creating white foam. A middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with golden trim sat cross-legged at the highest point of the rock, holding a delicate wineglass, savoring the drink slowly. In the sea breeze, he exuded an elegant aura, tinged with a hint of the divine. This man was the bishop of the dragon cult, one of the top provincial-level powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom. Opposite him, the scene was entirely different. A guy with hair like a bird's nest, a scruffy beard, and wearing a tattered tank top squatted on the ground without any decorum, cradling a freshly roasted chicken in his arms, gnawing at it with grease all over his mouth. So delicious. This free-range chicken by the sea is just amazing, Zhuo Geng shouted indistinctly, while tearing into the chicken leg. Fans, this is the charm of wilderness survival, finding food in dire straits, obtaining deliciousness through your own hands. It just takes perseverance. Do you understand perseverance? He spoke to the air, as if there were a camera live streaming in front of him. The bishop's hand holding the wineglass trembled slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Splash! Splash! Suddenly, a violent splashing sound erupted from the sea below. Two figures were desperately swimming, a perfect combination of freestyle and dog paddle. It was the unfortunate Mada and Maer. Have mercy, Lord Longzi, have mercy. Mada cried out while swimming, calling for help. Less than 10 meters behind them, a group of giant sharks with gray dorsal fins sliced through the water, rapidly closing in. Bro, wait for me. Maer was on the verge of tears. Ever since returning to the country, these two had been captured by Zhuo Geng's subordinates. To punish them for attempting to murder the dragon prince, Zhuo Geng had thrown them into this shark-infested sea. They had been swimming all day without being eaten, and it must be said that these two brothers had quite the endurance. Zhuo Geng didn't even glance down, casually tossing the clean chicken bones behind him. Whoosh! The chicken bone flew out like a hidden weapon, accurately striking the leading shark on the forehead. The shark, dazed, sank down, buying Mada and Maer a little time to escape. Chomp chomp! Zhuo Geng continued to gnaw on the remaining chicken carcass, the sound thunderous. The bishop sitting opposite him could no longer endure it. He set down his wineglass, veins bulging on his forehead. Zhuo Geng, can you be a bit more civilized? You are the dragon prince of the dragon cult, not the leader of a beggar gang. Zhuo Geng was taken aback, looking up at the bishop with an innocent expression. Ha! Then, under the bishop's murderous gaze, he stretched his neck. Gulp! The remaining half of the chicken, bones and all, was swallowed whole in one bite. The bishop. Let it be destruction. I'm tired. The bishop took a deep breath, finishing the last sip of wine in his glass, calming the urge to clean house. Zhuo Geng. Here, burp. Zhuo Geng let out a greasy belch. Do you know why I called you here this time? The bishop asked. Zhuo Geng scratched his messy hair, tentatively asking, is it because you see I'm starving and want to treat me to chicken? Or help me cheat? The bishop shot him a glance, as if looking at a fool. How long have you been at the city destroying level? Mentioning this, Zhuo Geng wiped the grease from his mouth, pondering before answering. It's been a long time, probably 7 or 8 years. Yes, a long time. The bishop stood up, his robe fluttering in the sea breeze. He looked at the vast and magnificent sea in the distance, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. The situation is becoming increasingly chaotic. The Wang family is gone, the Yi family has also fallen, and the Night Watchers are now dominant. But beneath the surface, there are undercurrents. You should find an opportunity to advance to the level of extermination. After that, we need to take action. The opportunity that Dao Dulong mentioned is about to arrive. Zhuo Geng scratched his head. My latest wilderness survival show still has 2 months left before it ends, so wait until I finish. Upon hearing this, the bishop turned around, looking at Zhuo Geng with disappointment. Stop studying your pathetic wilderness survival all day. Can't you aim a little higher? Hearing this, Zhuo Geng immediately became displeased. He stood up abruptly, defiantly retorting, how can you say that? Wilderness survival is a man's romance. It's a challenge against nature. It's bang. Before he could finish, the bishop raised a foot and swiftly kicked Zhuo Geng in the groin. Fuck you. Ah! Zhuo Geng screamed, his body flying out like a cannonball, tracing a graceful parabola in the air. Splash! A huge splash erupted. Zhuo Geng landed beside Mada and Maer. Lord Longzi? Mada, riding on Maer, was being chased by a shark, terrified and panicking. Upon seeing Zhuo Geng come down, he was overjoyed. Have you forgiven us? Zhuo Geng emerged from the water, glanced at the approaching school of sharks, and leaped onto Mada. Forgive my ass, Maer, swim. Damn! Maer yelped, displaying an astonishing dog paddle speed, instantly leaving the sharks behind. On the reef, the bishop watched the 3 struggling figures in the sea, sighing helplessly. He took out his phone and made a call. Sure Gumiao, where are you? Bishop, I'm at the police station. A soft voice came from the phone. What are you doing at the police station? The bishop frowned. I went to the bathroom, and they arrested me. Sure Gumiao sounded aggrieved. You didn't go into the women's bathroom, did you? Bishop, how did you know? Fuck you, I'm hanging up. The bishop cursed and slammed the phone down on the ground. This generation of Longzi is really hard to manage. He vanished in a flash, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the cries of the three unfortunate souls in the sea. Beneath the abyss, there was a dead silence. A dilapidated wooden cabin stood alone in the darkness, like an island forgotten by the world. Only the bonfire in the yard gave it a semblance of life. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chen stood at the door, knocking. Changgu, are you home? No one answered. Lin Chen scratched his head, pressed his face against the window. Squinting to look inside, it was pitch black and he could see nothing. Where did this guy go? Did he go hunting for Daolong again? Just as he was mumbling to himself, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. What are you doing? Lin Chen jumped in fright, turning around abruptly. He saw De Chang standing at the gate of the yard, his bald head reflecting the firelight. He was dragging a small mountain of Daolong carcass, clearly just back from hunting. Changgu, you can drag a corpse without making a sound? Lin Chen patted his chest. You scared me to death. Duh. Chang released the tail of the carcass, making a dull thud, and calmly looked at Lin Chen. I sensed someone here, so I muted the sound. Having more skills is great, Lin Chen envied. What brings you here? Did you bring the extermination level with you? Ahem, not yet. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, grinning. I got into a bit of trouble up there, so I came to seek refuge with you for a couple of days, to avoid the storm. De Chang glanced at him. What trouble did you get into? Nothing major, just peeled the bark off a few thousand black-hearted black pear trees, and now I've attracted thousands of undying anomalies. Upon hearing this, De Chang paused. Thousands? Yeah. Lin Chen nodded. I estimate they're rushing back like crazy right now, so I'm just hiding down here for some peace. De Chang fell silent for 2 seconds, then slowly spoke. Are you planning to take action against the Great Lord? Mentioning that old monkey, the smile in Lin Chen's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling expression. That old thing harmed my friend and used mental tactics against me. I must avenge this grudge. De Chang, upon hearing this, didn't show much surprise. Instead, he nodded. It harmed your friend because your friend took its fish, right? Lin Chen was taken aback. How did you know? We did catch dozens of fish to eat. Because I have a cat that also took its fish. Lin Chen. Well, it turns out they were kindred spirits in suffering. What happened to your cat? Lin Chen asked. It turned into a fish and is still swimming in that lake. De Chang's voice was low. I couldn't defeat it when I went into the abyss, and after being trapped down here, I had no chance to save it. I see. Lin Chen suddenly understood. No wonder De Chang harbored such resentment towards that old monkey and wanted him to escalate things to kill it. It turns out they were all victims' families. Don't worry, brother Chang. Lin Chen patted De Chang's shoulder. Once the Great Lord is dead, I'll help you bring your cat back. De Chang was silent for a moment, looked deeply at Lin Chen, then nodded. Okay. The two entered the wooden house one after the other. The interior was simple, with no pots, bowls, or anything. The bedroom had only a bed and a blanket. I don't have an extra bed for you to sleep on, so you'll have to make do with the floor. For a few days. De Chang pointed to the cold floor. And I don't have any other food here. You can only eat the Dulong meat. Eating too much of that will be eroded by the will of the Dulong, so think carefully. It's fine, I brought some with me. Lin Chen grinned and waved his hand. A space crack opened and pale-colored locust branches reached out. Boom! A large double-door refrigerator fell heavily to the ground, followed by 2 thick comforters and several boxes filled with snacks. De Chang looked at the refrigerator, his mouth twitching slightly. Is that a refrigerator? Yeah. Lin Chen opened the refrigerator door, showcasing it packed full of ingredients. I can sleep on the floor. The blanket will keep me warm. But brother Chang, this refrigerator has no power, so the stuff inside will probably spoil in a couple of days. Do you have a generator? De Chang looked at him speechlessly. A generator? Looking for a generator in the abyss? He shook his head, walked to the refrigerator, and placed his right hand on top of it. Zizz! Blue and white electric currents gathered in his palm, forming a stable lightning ball that continuously supplied power to the refrigerator. The light inside the refrigerator instantly lit up, and the compressor began to hum. What the hell? Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. Awesome. I think so too. De Chang retracted his hand, but the lightning ball remained attached to the refrigerator. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together. Since brother Chang is so helpful, let me show you my skills. He took out the remaining wild boar meat from the refrigerator and grabbed some vegetables. But, Lin Chen looked around. Brother Chang, you don't have a pot or water, do you? I came down in a hurry and forgot to bring a pot, so it looks like we'll have to settle for barbecue. Wait for me a moment. De Chang left that sentence and turned to push the door outside. Lin Chen curiously followed him out. He saw De Chang walk to the Dulong corpse outside the yard and pressed his palm against it. Optimize. The massive corpse instantly began to twist, compress, and deform. In just a few seconds, the mountain-sized corpse vanished, replaced by a large iron pot that was entirely crimson. De Chang carried the pot back and handed it to Lin Chen. Is this enough? Lin Chen swallowed, took the pot transformed from a city-destroying monster, knocked on it, and the metallic sound was quite crisp. It's big enough. How much water do you need? De Chang asked again. Half. A pot will do. De Chang nodded, pointing his finger lightly at the sky. A palm-sized dark cloud appeared out of nowhere, hovering above the pot. Splash! Clear rainwater fell from the cloud, landing perfectly in the pot, quickly filling it halfway. Lin Chen watched this scene, once again exclaiming in amazement, awesome, having this skill is really great, a must-have for home and travel. With the pot and water ready, the rest was easy. Lin Chen set the pot over the fire, skillfully sliced the meat, and chopped some vegetables, tossing them all into the pot. As the water heated up, Lin Chen pulled out a bright red glass jar from the fridge. Ding ding ding, soul juice. Lin Chen twisted off the lid and poured the red, oily chili sauce into the pot. Lao Gan Ma. He had specifically bought it for seasoning and kept it in the fridge. As the chili sauce blended into the hot soup, a rich and spicy aroma burst forth in the air of the abyss. Gulps. De Chang sat on the steps, his Adam's apple rolling uncontrollably. He had spent too many years in this dark abyss, eating tasteless roasted meat or raw food every day. His mouth had long lost its flavor. This long-lost scent of human life made his eyes glimmer with greed. All right, it's time to eat, Lin Chen called out. The two sat around the fire, forgoing bowls, and directly used tree root chopsticks to scoop from the pot. Hot, delicious. De Chang picked up a large piece of wild boar meat covered in red oil, not caring about the heat, and stuffed it into his mouth. In that moment, the spicy and fragrant flavors exploded on his taste buds, and a hint of emotion appeared on De Chang's cold face. Damn! This is real food. The two devoured their meal like a whirlwind. Before long, the entire pot of meat and soup was completely consumed. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and let out a half-full burp. When he looked up, he found De Chang staring longingly at the empty pot, his eyes filled with a look that said he was still hungry. Not full? Lin Chen asked tentatively. De Chang honestly nodded. All right, let's make another pot. So, the second pot, the third pot, until all the remaining meat from the wild boar was eaten. De Chang finally put down his chopsticks, leaned against the wooden pillar, and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Refreshing. After eating and drinking to their fill, the atmosphere in the yard became much more harmonious. De Chang looked at the flickering flames and suddenly asked, how long do you plan to stay this time? Lin Chen picked at his teeth, thought for a moment, short 3 to 5 days, long, a month. I'll go up once the situation above calms down. De Chang nodded, his gaze flickering for a moment. That's perfect, I need your help with something. Help? Lin Chen looked at him warily. I won't do anything that leads to death. Not death. De Chang pointed towards the dark depths. Do you remember that? Black high wall? Black water mysterious snake? Yes. De Chang said solemnly, I need you to help me get inside that snake's body. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Big brother, isn't that an anomaly that could wipe out a province? You want me to crawl into its belly? Isn't that asking for death? De Chang shook his head. Don't be afraid, it can't attack you inside its body. Haven't you seen Journey to the West? The episode with Princess Iron Fan. Lin Chen. That does make some sense, but not much. As De Chang spoke, he took out a black seed the size of a walnut from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chen. Once you get inside, find its head. There's a huge heart in its mouth. You need to plant this seed in its heart. Lin Chen took the seed, and in the next second, his whole hand was being pushed down forcefully. Fortunately, Lin Chen reacted quickly and exerted strength to stop it. What the hell? Is this so heavy? Lin Chen felt like this thing weighed several tons, almost embarrassing him. Heavy? I don't feel anything. De Chang scratched his bald head. Lin Chen was speechless, weighing the seed in his hand. That snake's belly should be full of those dragon things, right? What if I get beaten to death in there? Don't worry about that, Da Xiang said, looking at him with a determined tone. Before you die, I will pull you out. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Why does that sound so unreliable? He rubbed the black seed in his hand, thought for a moment, and asked, Brother Chang, what is this seed for? Da Xiang did not hide. This is the prison sky seed. Once it matures, it can temporarily hold back an existence at the provincial destruction level. A glint flashed in Da Xiang's eyes. After I advance to the provincial destruction level, I will have to face both the black water mysterious snake and the vitality heart, 2 peak provincial destruction levels. I might not necessarily win, so I want to use it to hold back the heart and take out the black water mysterious snake first. Lin Chen nodded, finding it somewhat reasonable. With so many followers, once Da Xiang reaches the provincial destruction level, he would definitely be at the peak, but facing 2 opponents at the same peak would certainly put him at a disadvantage. It would be best to control one first. Alright, I'll help with this. But, Lin Chen changed the subject. I have a question that I need Brother Chang to clarify for me. Ask away. Lin Chen stared into Dachang's eyes and asked seriously, what exactly does the Great Forest Company do? Brother Chang, you should know some insider information, right? Upon hearing this, Dachang fell silent. He looked at the fire, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. After a long while, he slowly spoke. To be specific, I'm not very clear either. I only know that the Great Forest Company is cultivating top-tier powerhouses, and they are not even satisfied with just provincial destruction level existences. Moreover, they are guarding this forest. You should be able to see that this forest is actually the back of a toad, and the abyss is inside the toad. I guess they don't want outsiders to know about the toad's existence, or they don't want outsiders to come and have some influence on the toad, causing it to break free from its restraints, or something like that. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Raising goo, cultivating powerhouses, guarding against the outside world. These words connected in his mind, yet they still couldn't piece together a complete truth. Forget it. Lin Chen put the black seed into the void and stood up, patting his backside. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be a tall person to hold it up. If something happens, I'll come find Brother Chang, and at that time, Brother Chang can protect me. Sure, I'll protect you. Meanwhile, in the forest, the first batch of anomalies had arrived. Holy crap! A ghostly scream echoed in the dark forest. The female ghost Xiaoxian looked blankly at the tree in front of her, thinking, why has my black-hearted black pear flower turned yellow-hearted? Over a decade ago, she had worshipped the tree and gained its recognition. Then after offering a great curse-level anomaly to the Great Lord, she left the forest. She never expected that after returning years later, her black-hearted black pear tree had turned yellow-hearted. Could it be that she remembered the wrong location? Xiaoqian scratched her head, floated around the tree, and then 10 claws dug into the soil beneath the tree. With a forceful pull, a cremation urn was unearthed. I didn't remember wrong. My ashes are still here. Xiaoqian felt a bit foolish. She buried the urn and planned to first find Xiong Badian to ask about the situation. If Xiong Badian didn't know, then she would have to bring a gift to find the Great Lord. Xiaoqian floated deeper into the northern mountain, pondering what was going on when her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a black-hearted black pear flower that had been skinned. My tree. Xiaoqian's eyes widened. This was definitely her tree. Just a few hours ago, she felt someone skinning her, and it looked exactly like this tree. But how did it end up here? Could it be geological movement? Xiaoqian arrived at the tree and was about to touch it to feel the connection when a sudden sound of rushing wind came from above. Phase out. Xiaoqian shouted, her body turning semi-transparent. The next second, 2 sharp spider legs shot out from her body. What the hell? Xiaoqian was furious. She looked up and saw a human-faced demon spider hanging upside down on the tree, staring intently at her. What are you doing? Why did you ambush me? The human-faced demon spider retracted its legs, coldly scrutinizing the furious Xiaoqian below. Murderers always return to admire their work, the human-faced demon spider said softly. What do you mean? Xiaoqian was a bit confused. How can you even ask me what it means? You stripped my bark and are still pretending, the human-faced demon spider retorted coldly. Your tree? Xiaoqian's eyes widened. This is clearly my tree. You spiders are so unreasonable. Aren't you? The unreasonable one is you. The human-faced demon spider roared, spewing a pale web from its mouth, which shot towards Xiaoqian like a cannonball, binding her firmly in place. The web directly affected her soul. Phasing out was useless. But the next second, a bluish-white flame ignited, burning the spider web away. If you're unreasonable, don't blame me. Xiaoqian screamed, her hair flowing like a waterfall, towards the human-faced demon spider above. The same situation was rampant in the forest, and it was increasing over time. Black high walls, reaching from the ground to the sky. Though called high walls, up close they resembled the rough skin of some creature, occasionally twitching, causing dust to fall from the ground. Are you ready? Dachang stood at the base of the wall, looking up at the endless darkness. Above, his tone calm. Once you go in, don't worry about anything else. Even if there are knives ahead, you must run straight in one direction. Avoid those dragons if you can, don't get entangled with them. Your task is to plant seeds, not to kill monsters. Lin Chen nodded, okay, I understand. And this. Dachang suddenly extended a broad hand, pressing it heavily on Lin Chen's shoulder. Buzz. Lin Chen felt a warmth spread through his body, a strange energy coursing through him in an instant. The next second, he was glowing like a light bulb, radiating dazzling white light, making him particularly conspicuous in the pitch-black abyss. Lin Chen. In this state, wasn't he just a living target? Brother Chang, I'm going to be an assassin, not a moving target. It's for positioning. Dachang retracted his hand, explaining calmly. That snakeskin is too thick and can block perception. If I don't make you shine, I won't be able to see where you are from outside. Only by seeing your light can I move with you and act at the first sign of danger. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. Alright then. By the way, there's one more thing. Daqian looked at him expressionlessly. If you encounter a situation where you are sure to die inside, just give me a signal. What signal? Lin Chen asked, screaming for help. No, sound won't carry. Daqian shook his head, then suddenly raised his muscular arms, bending them slowly at the top of his head, the fingertips of both hands touching together. He actually made a big heart shape. Just do this, make a heart with your arms, Daqian said seriously, and I'll pull you out. The air fell into an instant silence. Lin Chen's eyes widened as he watched this tower-like man making a heart shape that was completely out of character, feeling as if his worldview had shattered. No, Brother Chang. Lin Chen swallowed hard. Is there a slightly, more dignified gesture? Like giving a middle finger? Or waving? No, the situation inside is complicated, and movements can easily be confused. This gesture has high recognition, it can be identified at a glance. Lin Chen was speechless, ultimately having to compromise helplessly. After all, there wouldn't be anyone else inside. If he embarrassed himself, so be it. Let me borrow the chainsaw. Daqiang extended his hand. Lin Chen nodded, and with a thought, the void split open, several pale locust branches entwined with a grotesque flesh chainsaw emerged. Daqiang caught the chainsaw in one hand. Thud. Thud. Feeling the intense heartbeat resonating through his hand, along with the fleshy grip that seemed to writhe like a living creature, even the well-experienced De Chang couldn't help but pause for a moment. He looked at Lin Chen in surprise. What did you do? How did this thing turn into this? Oh, nothing much. Lin Chen shrugged and casually replied, just fed it some toad meat and it became like this. De Chang fell silent for a moment, staring at the ominous weapon in his hand, and finally managed to squeeze out two words, impressive. After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense and suddenly pulled the chainsaw's trigger. V-room. The flesh chainsaw roared like a beast, its teeth spinning wildly, stirring up a gust of bloody wind. De Chang took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. A terrifying aura surged around him, making the air feel oppressive at that moment. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, lightning flashing within them. Thunder half-moon, go! The chainsaw swung down, engulfed in thunder, crashing down with a surge. Sizzle! The skin of the provincial-level black water Xian snake was torn apart like tofu under this strike. A gaping blackened wound, 3 to 4 meters high, appeared on the wall. Who? The bloody wind rushed out from the wound, as if a long pressurized cesspool had been opened, causing Lin Chen to frown tightly. In! De Chang shouted violently, simultaneously throwing the flesh chainsaw towards Lin Chen. With quick reflexes, Lin Chen caught the chainsaw. Then, braving the foul-smelling wind, he transformed into a glowing meteor and dove headfirst into the rapidly healing crack. As soon as he entered the body of the black water Xian snake, the surrounding light vanished instantly. But this did not affect Lin Chen's vision, because he was now truly bright. Like a walking, high-powered spotlight, illuminating the surroundings brilliantly. Lin Chen quickly surveyed his surroundings. It was incredibly spacious here, resembling an oversized super tunnel, wider than the 4-lane road outside, and the height was estimated to be as tall as 6 stories. Beneath his feet was a soft, sticky flesh wall, making squelching sounds as he stepped on it, while the walls around were covered in slime, slowly dripping onto the ground. In the darkness ahead and behind, 7 or 8 massive dulong stood there in a daze. Their pairs of crimson eyes were now staring blankly at this glowing entity that had suddenly intruded. In the pitch-black belly of the snake, Lin Chen, this little son, was indeed too conspicuous. The two sides locked eyes for 2 seconds. Lin Chen grinned, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth, and even politely waved the chainsaw in his hand. Good evening, everyone. Dulongs? The next second, Lin Chen suddenly pushed off the ground with his legs, dragging the roaring chainsaw, and chose a direction to charge forward madly. Roar! Only then did the Dulongs react, realizing that this was an intruder. Accompanied by angry roars, the Dulongs opened their massive jaws one after another, lunging at this glowing little bug. Surrounded from both sides, the bloody wind rushed towards him. Want to eat me? Maybe in your next life. Lin Chen snorted coldly, raising his left hand. Boom! The enormous yellow spring Sephora tree instantly shot up from the flesh wall, its thick branches coiling around Lin Chen's body like springs, flinging him upwards with a sudden force. Whoosh! Lin Chen soared into the air, flying directly upwards. Below, several Dulong couldn't stop their momentum and crashed into each other, becoming dizzy. However, one of them reacted quickly, pushing off its hind legs, leaping high, and opening its massive mouth, trying to intercept Lin Chen mid-air. Lin Chen looked at the enormous mouth that was so close, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Get lost! The flesh chainsaw in his hand swung down, and the rapidly spinning teeth sliced through the upper jaw of that Dulong. The Dulong let out a wail and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Chen used the recoil to propel himself higher. Dulong! He shouted loudly. The black mist surged, and his minions, the dragon of the capital, instantly coalesced in midair. Lin Chen steadily landed on the broad head of the dragon of the capital, the chainsaw in his hand pointing straight into the depths of the darkness ahead. Charge! Roar! The minion dragon of the capital let out a roar, carrying Lin Chen as it charged madly towards the group of dragons ahead. Behind them, the dragons that had reacted were utterly furious, each one roaring, whipping their tails, and chasing closely like rabid wild dogs. Meanwhile, outside, De Chang stood beneath the high wall, one hand pressed against the rough black surface, his eyes tightly closed, his expression focused. Despite the thick layer of snakeskin and muscle, he could still clearly sense an exceptionally bright point of light moving at an incredible speed towards the head of the black water mysterious snake within the wall. De Chang suddenly opened his eyes, exerted force with his feet, and his entire being transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing along the direction of that light point on the outer side of the wall. Go for it, kid. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of De Chang's mouth. In the darkness, several dragons stood frozen in shock. They were the self-destructive machines named after the dragon of the capital, existing here since their birth, only to pollute a bald head. When they exited from here, it would be their time of death, completing their mission. As suicidal monsters, their strength was weak, possessing only physical resilience compared to true city-destroying anomalies, lacking any skills. Yet, they still yearned for the outside world, even if it was just for a few minutes of sight. Just then, a white light suddenly illuminated the distant darkness, followed by the spine-chilling roar of a chainsaw. V-room. The few dragons in front hadn't even seen what it was, they only felt a flash before their eyes, a blinding white light rushing past them, accompanied by the excruciating pain of their bodies being torn apart. Roar! Several dragons had their legs severed and fell down. Immediately after, a large group of dragons with red eyes charged in from behind, not even glancing at their fallen companions, trampling over them like a black flood, roaring as they followed. At the very front, Lin Chen resembled a glowing little golden figure, his steps unceasing, gripping the bloody chainsaw tightly, crazily clearing the way ahead. Damn it, haven't we reached the end yet? Lin Chen frowned, feeling somewhat numb from running. He had been running here for nearly an hour. The interior of the black water mysterious snake was simply absurd, like an endless tunnel. He glanced back. Behind him, the wide fleshy corridor was densely packed with heads. Oh no, dragon heads. The number was definitely no less than 1,000. The scarlet eyes gathered together, resembling a sea of red, terrifying to the extreme. Lin Chen had no doubt that if he stopped for even a second, he would be torn to shreds by this pack of rabid monsters, turning into mush. Just like his minion dragons. Yes, just a few dozen minutes ago, the minion dragons that had charged alongside him had been overwhelmed in the beast tide while covering his retreat, completely turned into mush and dissipated. Why is this snake so big? I've been running and still haven't seen the head or the tail. Lin Chen mentally complained, but his feet dared not slow down even a bit. Boom! At that moment, a dull thud suddenly echoed from the depths of the darkness ahead. Following that, boom, 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 the sound grew clearer and more rhythmic. It was the sound of a heartbeat. With each thump, Lin Chen felt his heart being pulled, involuntarily resonating, beating as if it would leap out of his throat. Lin Chen's eyes instantly brightened. We're here. He took a deep breath, and his speed unexpectedly quickened a few notches. Lin Chen shot through the darkness ahead like a shooting star. The scene before him suddenly opened up. In the center of the massive cavity ahead hung an enormous, bright red heart. This heart was as big as a building, violently contracting and expanding, pulsing rhythmically around the heart. A dozen sharp white fangs were deeply embedded in the flesh, rich vitality surging through the fangs, continuously flowing towards the surrounding serpent bodies. At the same time, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding crimson flesh walls, and newborn dragons, covered in slime, were crawling out one after another. This place was actually a hatching ground for dragons. Roar! Upon seeing a glowing object approach, the newly born dragons, still wet with slime, along with the hundreds of adult dragons already guarding the area, instantly erupted into chaos. They formed layers around the heart, building a wall of flesh and blood. Those who block me shall die. Lin Chen roared, revving the blood meat chainsaw to its maximum speed. Zzz. In the face of the terrifying lethality of the blood meat chainsaw, the defenses of these dragons were still somewhat lacking. Lin Chen charged through the dense tide of beasts like a tiger among sheep, the chainsaw sweeping across, severed limbs and broken arms flying everywhere. He forcefully carved a bloody path through the impenetrable beast tide, stepping on the head of a dragon to gain leverage and leaping high. Get in there! In midair, Lin Chen adjusted his posture, gripping the chainsaw with both hands, aiming it at the massive heart, and plunged it in fiercely. Put! The chainsaw penetrated without a handle. Buzz! The blood meat chainsaw, like a shark sensing blood, instantly became wildly excited. it crazily absorbed the terrifying vitality from the heart, then transmitted a portion to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face instantly flushed, his veins bulging. It was too nourishing. This vitality was so immense that he simply couldn't bear it at his current state. In just a few seconds, Lin Chen felt like a balloon blown to its limit, about to burst. Damn! It's going to explode. Lin Chen hurriedly pulled out the chainsaw. Zzz. The wound on the heart was rapidly healing at a visible speed under the influence of the immense vitality. Lin Chen grabbed the prison sky seed from the void and, at the last second before the wound closed, smashed it in hard. Gurgle. The seed entered the flesh, and the wound healed. Mission accomplished. Lin Chen landed, with the heart behind him and the furious dragon horde surging towards him like a tide in front. There was no retreat left. But Lin Chen was not the least bit flustered. He looked at the rows of bloodthirsty mouths and suddenly grinned. Then, under the gaze of thousands of monsters, Lin Chen raised his arms above his head, bending them, fingertips touching each other, forming a big heart shape. Love you. The dragon horde? The next second. Boom! The resilient flesh wall on the side suddenly exploded without warning. A massive arm, covered in blood and scars, violently broke through the wall and reached in. The arm swelled in the wind, instantly elongating, and like a claw machine, it grabbed Lin Chen, who was making a heart shape. Let's go! A tremendous force came, and before Lin Chen could react, he was yanked out of the wall by that giant hand. Roar! The dragon horde behind let out unwilling roars but could only watch helplessly as their prey disappeared. Huff! Huff! Lin Chen's feet hit the ground, breathing in the slightly chilly air outside, looking at the rapidly healing black wall in front of him, and let out a sigh of relief. It's still Brother Chang, reliable as ever. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to look back. There stood De Chang behind him, his face somewhat pale. At that moment, De Chang's right arm was already a bloody mess, almost turned to mush, a result of forcibly breaking through the provincial-level defense and suffering backlash. Lin Chen was taken aback. Brother Chang, are you okay? I'm fine. De Chang shook his head expressionlessly. Lin Chen watched as the muscle fibers on his mushy arm began to writhe and reorganize wildly. In the blink of an eye, that arm had completely restored itself, not even a scratch on the skin. De Chang shook his arm, blood splattering off, looking somewhat frightening. I'm used to it. Lin Chen. Well done. De Chang rarely offered a compliment. Did you plant the seed? I did. Lin Chen nodded. Very good. De Chang looked at Lin Chen. However, I sensed your battle inside just now. Although it was fierce and desperate, but De Chang shook his head. Your current fighting style still lacks structure, relying solely on brute force and instinct. When you encounter a real expert, it's easy to suffer losses. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He knew his own issues. After all, he was a latecomer and had never systematically learned any martial arts, relying on sheer recklessness and some tricks in fights. How about, Brother Chang, can you teach me a few moves? Lin Chen asked tentatively. De Chang looked at him and nodded. Alright, I'll teach you a set of chainsaw techniques. Really? Lin Chen was overjoyed. Really? As soon as he finished speaking, the black high wall in front of them suddenly began to writhe violently, with huge gashes splitting open. Roar! 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 Furious Dulons surged out from the cracks, their crimson eyes fixated on the two, clearly enraged by the earlier intrusion. Looks like the big snake is angry. De Chang looked at the overwhelming tide of beasts without any change in expression. He beckoned to Lin Chen, hand me the chainsaw. Without hesitation, Lin Chen threw the roaring flesh chainsaw over. De Chang caught it steadily. Buzz! The moment he grasped the chainsaw, an extreme sharpness erupted from him, slicing through the surrounding air with a hissing sound. Watch closely. De Chang held the heavy flesh chainsaw in one hand, facing the oncoming Dulong swarm without even adopting a defensive stance. Fighting is not just brawling. It's not about swinging wildly with brute force, but about having structure and principles to follow. What I'm going to teach you today is Brother Chang's first chainsaw technique. Duh! Chang's gaze suddenly sharpened, and the chainsaw in his hand transformed into a blood-red afterimage. Chaotic/wind chainsaw technique. As the words fell, whoosh! Lin Chen felt a blur before his eyes, as if a fierce wind had suddenly risen from the ground. Countless blood-red saw shadows intertwined in the air, forming an impenetrable net that instantly enveloped all the space within the fan-shaped area ahead. There were no screams, no collisions. The wind stopped, and the shadows dispersed. De Chang still maintained the one-handed chainsaw pose as if he had never moved. And in front of him, the dozens of Dulong that had just charged out were now frozen in place. The next second, crash! All the Dulong's bodies disintegrated like building blocks, turning into countless evenly sized chunks of flesh scattered all over the ground, clearing the field. Lin Chen gaped, staring at the scene before him, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. It was too fast. I didn't see clearly. Can you do it again? De Chang. Then you better watch closely. Dechang approached the high wall and slapped it hard, and the next second, several more gashes opened, and dozens of Dulong charged out again. Black Desert City, a place of extreme cold. Amidst the swirling snow, a massive fissure in the ground resembled a scar on the earth stretching across the icy plain. Boom! A shadow fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily into the bottomless ice cave, stirring up a storm of ice shards and dust. As the dust settled, the figure inside was revealed. A man knelt on one knee, dressed in black. It was none other than the Dragon King of the Assassin's Guild. He slowly stood up, his gaze piercing through the white mist, locking onto the half-open bronze door ahead. On the door, grotesque demon reliefs loomed, and the darkness behind it was like an abyss, continuously spewing out a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Finally, found you. The Dragon King looked at the door, murmuring to himself, his voice betraying no emotion. In the past 2 days, the outside world had completely descended into chaos. First, the forces of the underworld suddenly emerged, with countless ghostly officers and shadow soldiers traversing through various cities, indiscriminately capturing and killing people, causing panic and chaos wherever they went. At the same time, countless beings with immortality began to gather towards the northeastern forest. The Dragon Kingdom was already in turmoil, despite the night watchmen desperately trying to put out fires and stabilize the situation. The paper could not contain the fire. The frequent abnormal events and videos of ghostly soldiers passing through had already spread like a virus across the internet. Although they would soon be banned, the existence of the anomalies was no longer a secret. Fear is the catalyst of chaos. When ordinary people realize that there are monsters in this world that can erase them at will, and the original order appears to be on the brink of collapse, the evil thoughts in their hearts grow wildly like weeds. Robbery, rape, murder, in this gradually crumbling order, evil deeds are everywhere. The Dragon King had seen enough dead bodies on his journey to pile them into a mountain. Outside, the shape of an apocalypse was already taking form. Often, the end of the world is not necessarily brought about by anomalies, but could also be the broken hearts of humanity itself. In chaotic times, heavy punishments are required. The Dragon King took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs, making his gaze even more ruthless. The current Dragon Kingdom does not need a gentle savior. What it needs is a tyrant who can stabilize the situation and act decisively. Only absolute power can suppress all chaos. The Dragon King stepped forward, approaching the towering bronze door that stood 100 meters high. Feeling the terrifying suction coming from within, his expression remained unchanged as he slowly extended his calloused hand, gripping the edge of the bronze door. The muscles in the Dragon King's body instantly tensed, and the peak power of a provincial-level annihilation erupted without reservation. Boom! The rocky ground beneath his feet instantly shattered, countless cracks spreading outward. However, that bronze door remained as steady as a mountain, not moving an inch. Even as the Dragon King exerted all his strength, with veins bulging on his arms, the door showed no signs of closing. As expected, it won't work. The Dragon King released his grip, feeling not much surprise. This door was a passage connecting two realms, a manifestation of rules, since it had already been opened. Trying to close it by brute force was akin to a fool's dream. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze directed toward the deep, endless darkness behind the door. That was the underworld, an unknown abyss. Since it can't be closed, the Dragon King twisted his wrist. Buzz! Accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, a long spear, entirely black and red, exuding a terrifying aura, appeared in his hand out of thin air. The Dragon King held the spear, without a hint of hesitation, stepping into the endless darkness beyond the bronze door. When I come out, I will be the new tyrant of the Dragon Kingdom. His voice dissipated in the cold wind, and the Dragon King was gone. Heluo Town. This place is near the Yellow River, plagued by sandstorms year-round, with sparse population. The murky waters of the Yellow River surged endlessly, like a roaring yellow dragon, swallowing countless secrets. In this area, there exists a special ancient profession known as the Yellow River Corpse Retrieval Worker. This trade is sinister. It requires not only courage but also a strong life. Those who lack resilience will eventually be dragged down by the lonely souls and wild ghosts in the river. As dusk fell, the setting sun bled red, casting a desolate glow on the shimmering river surface. In front of the Heluo Yellow River Temple, Lu'er was slouched against the stone steps, holding a bottle of erguatu in one hand, with a freshly bought roast chicken wrapped in oiled paper beside him, glistening and fragrant. He was a well-known corpse retrieval worker in the area, a solitary man who could feed himself and leave his family unhungry. In these times of many deaths, business was good, with a monthly salary of 10,000 plus the large red envelopes occasionally given by families seeking peace. His life was quite carefree. Slurp. Lu'er took a sip of liquor, tore off a chicken leg, and stuffed it into his mouth, humming an unknown tune with a contented expression. Second brother. At that moment, a hearty voice came from down the slope. Lu'er looked up to see his fellow worker and friend, Nyo Zhong. Niu Zhong rubbed his calloused hands and plopped down on the steps beside Lu Er, his eyes fixed hungrily on the half-roast chicken and the erguotu, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Look at you, what a success. Lu Er rolled his eyes and generously tore off the other half of the roast chicken, handing it over. Here, let's have some together. Then, he passed the bottle of liquor. Hee, thanks, second brother. Niu Chong was not polite, taking the roast chicken and biting into it with gusto, then tilting his head back to gulp down a mouthful of strong liquor, the fiery liquid flowing down his throat, making him exhale comfortably. Refreshing. Niu Chong wiped his mouth and looked at Lu Er with envy. Second brother, you really have it easy, a single nobleman, eating and drinking whatever you want. Unlike me. Niu Chong sighed, a look of bitterness on his face. I work my ass off for over 10,000 a month and I have to hand it all over, leaving me with just $200. I have to budget just to buy cigarettes. Hee. Lu Er sneered, sarcastically saying, that's because your old lady is too fierce, holding onto the money tightly, not leaving you any way out. You really are a softie. I can't help it. Niu Chong shook his head helplessly, chewing on the chicken bones vigorously. With several kids at home needing to eat and school fees to pay, if she manages the money, the family can be a bit better off. I'm just sigh, life is tough. Bullshit about life being tough, you're just too cowardly. Lu Er snorted disdainfully, grabbing a handful of peanuts and tossing them into his mouth. If I had a wife, I'd definitely make her obedient. Dare to manage my money? I'd break her legs. Niu Chong shot him a sidelong glance, just bragging. Why don't you go marry one then? I've been ready with the wedding gift money for years, and I haven't seen a single response. Hearing this, Lu Er's expression dimmed a bit. He shook his head and took a big swig of liquor. What's the point of marrying? In our line of work, our lives are hanging by a belt. Who dares to get married except for fools like you? This yellow river is eerie. Who knows when it might swallow you whole, and then my wife would take my insurance money and run off with some wild man, raising my kid, living in my house. What's the point? Niu Chong fell silent at this. After a while, he forced a smile and patted Lu Er's shoulder. Second brother, don't be too pessimistic. We've been doing this for so many years. If our lives weren't tough, we'd have died 100 times over. I think we're just the kind that the king of hell doesn't want. Hee. Lu Er pulled at the corner of his mouth, looking at the river's surface gradually sinking into darkness. He said softly, it's not about being afraid of a million, it's about being afraid of the 1 in a million. And things have been chaotic lately. The bodies in the river have multiplied several times. The sky had completely darkened. The wind seemed to have turned cold and eerie, blowing against them, giving them goosebumps. Niu Chong shrank his neck, took another swig of liquor to bolster his courage, and instinctively looked towards the distant yellow river beach. At that moment, he froze in shock. Second brother. Niu Chong trembled, pointing into the distance. What is that? Lu Er followed his gaze. On the pitch-black riverbank, a group of dark figures had appeared at some point. At first, he thought he was seeing things, rubbing his eyes and looking again. Bang! The bottle of liquor fell to the ground, shattering. In the faint moonlight, they saw clearly. It was a group of ancient soldiers clad in tattered black armor, exuding thick black mist. They were arranged in a neat formation, their footsteps silent, like a ghostly army crawling out of hell, advancing towards the Yellow River Temple. At the front of the line, a tall figure, a black-armored general riding a tall horse, held a long spear, his ghostly green eyes flickering beneath his helmet. Een soldiers? Lu Er was so scared he nearly lost his mind, letting out a strange cry. Run fast. The two of them didn't care about drinking or eating anymore, scrambling into the Yellow River Temple behind them. Bang! The heavy door was slammed shut, and the two leaned against the door, gasping for breath, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. It's over. Niu Chong stammered, soldiers are passing through, living people should avoid them. We've hit the jackpot. Now there are videos of ghost soldiers crossing the border everywhere online. It is said that over 10,000 people have already been captured nationwide, and wherever they go, chaos ensues. No one knows what these ghostly beings are really up to. Don't panic. Although Lu Er was also scared, he tried to remain calm. This is the Yellow River King Temple, protected by divine spirits. They can't get in. Before he could finish his sentence, boom! A loud explosion sounded. The sturdy temple door burst open as if it had been struck by a truck. The terrifying shockwave sent Lu Er and Niu Chong, who were bracing against the door, flying backward. They fell to the ground, disoriented and seeing stars. Cough. Before they could get up, two cold presences approached. Two tall ghost soldiers walked in expressionlessly, extending their large hands covered in black armor, and like grabbing chicks, they seized both of them by the neck, lifting them into the air. Let me go. Lu Er struggled desperately, but in the face of that terrifying strength, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Outside, the black-armored general on a tall horse slowly rode in. From a high vantage point, he glanced at the two corpse collectors being held up, his eerie green eyes showing no sign of emotion. Take them away. With a wave of his hand, a 6-man squad stepped forward, took Luer and Nyochon, bound them tightly with black chains, and then dragged them away into the darkness. The wind howled, and the Yellow River roared. The black-armored general watched the direction in which they disappeared, and a hoarse, cold murmur escaped from beneath his helmet. Those in this line of work carry heavy energy. I wonder if these two have strong enough lives. If they are strong enough, the king can survive. Beneath the abyss, time had already reached the next day. De Chang wielded a bloody chainsaw, cutting through the dragon swarm with ease. As the last dragon was sliced in half, De Chang stopped, turning to look at Lin Chen, who was sitting nearby, watching the show. Did you understand? Lin Chen rubbed his chin, wearing a constipated expression. Brother Chang, to be frank, there's no method to your madness? You're just swinging the saw around randomly. He had watched Brother Chang in action several times, and aside from the blood and guts flying everywhere, he couldn't see any technical skill. Do you know why this move is called the chaotic/wind saw technique? De Chang asked expressionlessly. Lin Chen was taken aback, and after realizing it, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. So, that's why every move you use is different, it's just random slashing? The greatest principles are the simplest. De Chang tossed the chainsaw over, and Lin Chen quickly caught it. The core of the chaotic/wind saw technique lies not in the moves, but in absolute speed and observation in battle. De Chang pointed to his eyes and then to the chainsaw in Lin Chen's hands. As long as you are fast enough and can see the enemy's weaknesses, then every swing you make will be the best technique. Once you master these 2 points, you will be able to create your own saw technique. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, although it sounded like a bit of a con. Upon reflection, it seemed to make some sense. Alright, I'll give it a try later. Go home, we'll continue tomorrow. De Chang turned to head towards the wooden cabin. Wait. Lin Chen grabbed De Chang. Brother Chang, do you have any ability that can turn my aura into something abnormal? De Chang stopped and shook his head. But De Chang looked Lin Chen up and down. The difference between the abnormal and humans is not discerned through aura, but more through appearance. What do you want to do? Lin Chen grinned. I plan to go up and check the situation outside and help you scout if there are any provincial level abnormalities. If there are, I'll bring them down for you, so you won't have to wait down here. Hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in De Chang's eyes. Good idea. Without further ado, he reached out a broad hand and heavily patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Hang in there. Buzz. A chilling force surged into Lin Chen's body in an instant. Damn. Lin Chen felt a coldness enveloping him, followed by a sharp pain in his eyes, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. His face turned pale at a visible speed, and his nails began to grow wildly, turning black and sharp. Moments later, a ghostly figure, exuding a sinister aura with blood streaming from its eyes, appeared in place. Perfect. De Chang nodded in satisfaction. As long as there are no anomalies particularly sensitive to human presence, no anomaly will recognize you as a person. Your skills are really impressive. It would be a shame not to be a makeup artist. Lin Chen stared blankly at his long nails. He suspected he had misjudged last time with Xiong Badian. Brother Chang must have not just dozens of familiars within him, but probably hundreds. This skill was just too comprehensive. Come down if there's danger. De Chang reminded him. Don't worry, I value my life. Lin Chen waved his hand and turned to grab the massive tree root leading upwards, using both hands and feet, climbing up like a large gecko. When he climbed up from the cliff, the sky outside was already dark. The forest was still shrouded in thick fog, but it was much thinner than before. Lin Chen guessed it had something to do with the toads. Buzz buzz buzz. Deep in the forest, a cacophony of voices drifted into Lin Chen's ears with the wind. The sounds were chaotic, like haggling in a market, but upon closer listening, there were also various strange roars and low growls. Without a doubt, it was those anomalies. So lively? Lin Chen's heart stirred as he followed the sound. After passing through a dense thicket, he suddenly found himself in a clearing. There, in front of a giant beauty pine, a dense crowd of anomalies had gathered. There were at least hundreds of them. Giant wolves with 3 heads, stone men flowing with lava, and headless female corpses floating in the air. They were all gathered together, chattering away, seemingly arguing about something, creating a scene of utter chaos. Lin Chen hid behind a tree, his heart filled with joy. Goodness, this was the result of his hard work in trimming the bark. With so many anomalies gathered, the Night Watcher organizations must have already noticed this place. He didn't believe those organizations would allow these anomalies to gather without taking action. It was likely that someone would come soon. At that time, it would be interesting to see how the Great Lord would respond. Lin Chen tidied up his appearance, preparing to blend in with this group of locals, to gather information about the current situation outside, and to see if there was any unfortunate provincial-level extermination. However, just as he took a step forward, an irresistible wave of intense drowsiness suddenly hit him from deep within his mind. It felt as if someone had smothered him with a bottle. Damn it! Why now?
Lin Shen barely had time to widen his eyes and curse before his body went limp uncontrollably. Thud! He fell straight out from behind the tree, landing right at the edge of the anomaly crowd. This sudden commotion instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding anomalies. A zombie covered in green fur was hopping around, chatting with a nearby skeleton, when it suddenly saw a ghost at its feet, causing it to shudder and leap back 3 meters in fright. What the hell? Is this a scam? The zombie looked at Lin Shen on the ground, then glanced at the gazes around, quickly waving its hands, its face full of innocence, afraid of being blamed. It wasn't me. Everyone saw it. He fell down by himself. The crowd of anomalies gathered around, pointing and discussing Lin Shen on the ground. Is it dead? Did its tree get cut down? Has a cut tree appeared? I thought everyone just had their bark broken. Maybe it just fainted. A tentacled monster extended a tentacle to flip Lin Shen over. Upon seeing Lin Shen's pale, bloodied face, the tentacle monster retracted its tentacle in disgust. It's a ghost. It shouted at the top of its lungs. Whose relative is this? Is anyone claiming this? The surrounding anomalies shook their heads, not recognizing it. Just as it seemed no one would claim it, a delicate voice floated out from the group of anomalies. Oh, this seems to be my long-lost cousin. The ghosts turned around. A petite female ghost floated out. She was dressed in a white dress, and it was none other than Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian floated to Lin Shen's side, pretended to look him over, and then exclaimed, with delight, "That's right, this is my cousin from the same clan. Since no one wants him, I'll take care of him first." With that, she directly extended her 2 icy little hands and hoisted Lin Shen onto her shoulder. "You all continue chatting, I'll take my cousin back to heal." After saying this, Xiao Qianqian carried Lin Shen away, not looking back as she floated deeper into the dense forest. As they moved away from the noisy gathering of anomalies, the surroundings grew quiet. Xiao Qianqian floated under a large tree and casually dropped Lin Shen onto the ground. Then she leaned over him and took a deep breath, her face revealing an expression of pure ecstasy. A human, and a city-destroying level 1 at that. Slurp. She looked at Lin Shen on the ground, and a glistening droplet of saliva trickled from the corner of her mouth. He. I've struck gold. Xiao Qianqian rubbed her hands together, her ghostly eyes filled with greedy light. These big fools really are blind. As a female ghost who cultivated by absorbing yang energy, she was incredibly sensitive to the aura of the living. Lin Shen's clumsy disguise could only fool those mindless zombies and beasts. In her eyes, Lin Shen now resembled a piece of braised meat emitting an enticing aroma. I didn't expect that a stroll outside would let me pick up a city-destroying level human. Xiao Qianqian trembled with excitement. As long as I drain his yang energy, I might just be able to ascend to the peak of the city-destroying level. She looked around, confirming that no one was nearby. I need to find a secluded place to enjoy this slowly. Xiao Qianqian hoisted Lin Shen up again, humming a cheerful tune as she prepared to find a cave to savor her feast. Meanwhile, Lin Shen's consciousness sank back into darkness. Whoa, a familiar crying sound echoed in his ears, making his head throb. Lin Shen opened his eyes and, sure enough, saw that disgusting toad again. Are you done yet? Lin Shen looked at it impatiently. You dragged me in here in the middle of the night, what do you want now? It hurts, woo. I'm in so much pain. The toad lay on the ground, its massive body trembling incessantly, its crimson eyes filled with agony and pleading. Lin Shen, help me, please help me. Lin Shen frowned. He could already guess some things. The so-called pain of this toad was actually caused by the black-hearted black pear blossom trees rooted in its back, along with the anomalies that relied on its life force to survive, sucking its blood. It sought his help merely to use him as a tool to rid itself of their shackles. You want me to chop down those trees outside? Kill the parasites on you? The toad nodded frantically. Yes, kill them. As long as they die, I won't hurt anymore. Woo. Do you think I'm an idiot? Lin Shen rolled his eyes. There are hundreds or even thousands of anomalies outside, each at least at the Great Curse level, and quite a few at the city-destroying level. I'm just one person. You want me to fight them? Do you want me to die, or do you want me to die in a really ugly way? I'll help you. Woo. I can help you. The toad grew anxious, its mouth writhing. Ugh. Accompanied by a dry heave, it spat out a piece of flesh the size of a fist, landing at Lin Shen's feet. Eat it, and you'll gain power. You can kill them all. Lin Shen looked at the disgusting piece of meat on the ground, his mouth twitching. Here we go again. If it hadn't been for Bosley stopping him last time, he might have actually been prepared to eat it. What would have happened then? Lin Shen didn't dare to imagine. Does this thing have any side effects? Lin Shen asked bluntly. The toad was taken aback for a moment, then shook its head. I don't know either. I just know it can make you stronger. Woo. Lin Shen. Sometimes he felt that this toad was quite simple-minded, not really like a villain, but its mental state was clearly troubled, sometimes unable to distinguish right from wrong. Lin Shen also didn't know whether cutting down those trees was good or bad, what consequences would arise after cutting them down.
so he wasn't very keen on helping the toad, at least not until he fully understood what the toad really was. He didn't want to release something terrifying. However, some things still needed to be collected. He just promised it. As for when to do it, that was Lin Chen's own business. Alright, I'll take the meat. Lin Chen was not polite, reaching out to grab the piece of meat and directly storing it with a branch of the Huangquan Huai tree. But, I need some time. The toad hesitated. For a moment, nodding with tears in its eyes. As long as you can help me, any time is fine. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze playful, but just giving me some feed won't do. We're in a cooperative relationship. I'm working for you. That's a life-risking deal. You have to give me some real benefits, right? The toad stopped crying, its big eyes looking at Lin Chen. What do you want? You can make a wish. I can help you fulfill any wish. Another wish? Lin Chen stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. Previous wishes were either ridiculous word games or came with delays or costs. But this toad, while a bit of a scam, had real abilities, though they all came with side effects. The only time there was no cost might have been that time he was revived. After the battle at the Dongshan base, Lin Chen hadn't realized it before, but now he understood that he had died that time and was then revived by the toad. For this toad, which represented vitality, resurrection should be the simplest thing. Those anomalies relied on it to remain undying. As a high-level worker, asking for a resurrection coin wasn't too much, right? Moreover, this wish was the most straightforward, with no ambiguity, and he wasn't afraid of it pulling any tricks behind his back. I've made up my mind. Lin Chen raised his head, his gaze fixed intensely on the toad. I want to be revived. Give me a chance. To resurrect, if I accidentally die, I want to be able to revive at full health on the spot, and it must have no side effects. The toad looked at Lin Chen and nodded without hesitation. Alright, I promise you. The toad's voice was a bit weak. Next time you die, you will come back to life. Deal. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Alright, stop crying. Hurry up and let me out. I still need to rush to treat your illness. The toad looked at him deeply, its form slowly dissipating into the darkness. Don't lie to me, woo. As the crying faded away, Lin Chen felt darkness envelop him, and his consciousness returned to his body. Before he even opened his eyes, Lin Chen felt his pants loosen. What the hell? P.S. Babies, there will be 2 updates today. My studies are a bit busy. As Lin Chen regained consciousness, he felt a chill in his lower body. He suddenly opened his eyes, nearly popping his eyeballs out. He saw a female ghost squatting between his legs, her icy little hands anxiously tugging at his belt while she kept swallowing saliva. Hurry up faster, why are these pants so tight? Little Shanxian's eyes turned green with urgency, and she was about to pull his pants down. What the hell? Lin Chen instinctively shouted in anger, raising a foot and kicking little Shanxian's defeated little face hard. Bang! Love duck. Little Shanxian was completely unprepared, and her whole ghostly form was kicked away like a ball, crashing heavily against the cave wall, then falling to the ground with a thud. Before she could get up, Lin Chen had already sat up with a dark face, reaching out into the air towards Xiao Qianqian. Whoosh! Countless pale branches of the Huangquan locust tree burst forth from the ground, instantly binding Xiao Qianqian like a zongzi, locking her firmly in place. Vaporize! Vaporize! Xiao Qianqian's face turned pale with fear as she hurriedly tried to activate her ability to escape, but these branches were the nemesis of spiritual bodies. No matter how transparent she became, those branches still tightly constricted her soul body, making it impossible to break free. While Lin Chen fumbled to pull up his pants and fasten his belt, he walked in front of Xiao Qianqian with a gloomy expression, looking down at her from above. Xiao Qianqian tilted her head back, thinking to herself that this was bad. What do you want? Lin Chen's voice was as cold as ice shards. Whoa whoa. Seeing Lin Chen's fierce demeanor, Xiao Qianqian immediately put on a pitiful look, tears welling up in her eyes. I was just worried about you since you've been unconscious for so long, afraid you might be hurt. She blinked her big eyes innocently. I just wanted to check if you had any injuries and help you heal. Really, it was all out of good intentions. Check for injuries? Lin Chen laughed in anger, pointing at his crotch. Is this where you check for injuries? Do you think I'm a fool? Clearly, you're just lusting after my body, you pervert. How shameless. Xiao Qianqian was taken aback, unable to hold back her inner thoughts. Who's really being shameless here? You're a grown man, and you won't lose a piece of meat just from being looked at. But on the surface, she still pretended to be shy, a blush creeping onto her face as she twisted her body. Oh, brother, please don't be angry. I haven't seen such a pleasing kind for hundreds of years. I couldn't help but have a little impure thought. Brother, please let me off this time. I won't dare again. Lin Chen remained unmoved, instead looking at her with disdain. Can you not be so desperate? Haven't you ever seen your kind before? Why not just buy a fake one? Do you know that your behavior just now constitutes rape? That's a crime, and you'll go to the 18th level of hell for it. Lin Chen felt a wave of fear in his heart. Luckily, he woke up quickly, otherwise, if his innocent body were to be ruined by a female ghost, who would he go to for justice? But he had to admit, De Chang's disguise skills were indeed impressive. Even this female ghost didn't recognize him as a living person and even wanted to develop a super friendship with him. This disguise was incredible. Xiao Qianqian was left stunned by Lin Chen's scolding, muttering in grievance, "Well, I didn't succeed, right? If I didn't succeed, it doesn't count as a crime. I don't want to go to hell." Lin Chen laughed in anger, but he didn't plan to kill her. He needed to inquire about the situation outside. With a wave of his hand, the branches that were entangling Xiao Qianqian instantly retracted back into the ground. "Let me ask you," Lin Chen sat down on a rock, "what's the situation outside now? What are those anomalies doing?"
Xiao Qianqian rubbed her sore wrist and, not daring to run away, answered honestly, "Everyone is looking for the murderer."
"Murderer?" "Yeah, the one who peeled the bark off the black-hearted black pear tree,"
Xiao Qianqian said indignantly, "so despicable, everyone is furious."
"Have you found them?"
Lin Chen secretly laughed in his heart, but his face remained expressionless.
"No." Xiao Qianqian shook her head.
"We caught a few local residents and asked. They said it might be a lumberjack from here. Then everyone turned the whole mountain upside down, but didn't find any trace of that lumberjack."
"Oh."
Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully.
It seemed he had made the right move by hiding in the abyss. "So what now? What are you all planning to do? What can we do?"
Xiao Qianqian propped her chin up. "Everyone originally wanted to ask Xiong Badian if he knew anything, but that silly bear also didn't know anything. Since no one can find the murderer, we have no choice but to go find the Great Lord.
Some powerful beings have already gone to
the West Mountain Lake with gifts, but they haven't come out yet.
Everyone is waiting for news." Lin Chen understood. This was a bit different from what he had imagined.
He thought these anomalies would fight each other, but it seemed he had overthought it.
With the Great Lord present, they had a backbone.
But it didn't matter if they didn't fight, his purpose had already been
achieved.
It was just a matter of how the Great Lord would die. Perhaps the outside forces would attack and the Great Lord would
die fighting to protect the forest? Maybe. By the way, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Qianqian. "Are there any provincial level annihilators among the anomalies that returned this time? Provincial level annihilators?"
Xiao Qianqian was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, the Pig King is a provincial level annihilator."
"Where is the Pig King?" "It's in the tree hole of Bear Dominator."
Xiao Qianqian pouted. "That guy is too ugly. I was startled when I saw it just now, all that fat, it's just unappetizing to look at."
"Is it the only one?" Lin Chen pressed. "It seems like it's the only provincial level annihilator I've seen."
Xiao Qianqian thought for a moment. The others seem to not have returned yet, or they're hiding in the dark.
"Do you know its abilities? It seems to be related to teleportation." "Teleporting pigs?" "It seems so."
Lin Chen pondered for a moment,
then stood up. "Let's go, take me to see it."
"Ha?
Where to?"
"To Bear Dominator's tree hole, to see that Pig King."
Lin Chen pointed ahead. "You lead the way."
"Oh." Although Xiao Qianqian was reluctant, she still obediently floated up, leading
the way, intimidated by Lin Chen's Huangquan Sephora tree's might.
Watching Xiao Qianqian float above the ground, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then glanced at his own feet firmly on the ground, thinking it was bad.
Xiao Qianqian also realized, thinking it was bad too.
"Lin Chen, I've been discovered. I need to kill her to silence her."
"Xiao Qianqian, he's discovered me. He wants to kill me to silence me." As the atmosphere grew colder, Xiao Qianqian quickly came up with an idea. "Big brother, are you from the underworld or from Horror City?"
Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, one hand behind his back, replied, "I'm from the underworld." "No wonder, you underworld folks are so grounded, and I was wondering how you had a Huangquan Sephora tree."
Cough, cough, yes.
Lin Chen retracted his hand that was about to summon the Huangquan Sephora tree, secretly relieved. This ghost girl was indeed easy to deceive. "Let's hurry up, no more nonsense."
"All right, big brother." Xiao Qianqian quickly moved to the front, wiping non-existent cold sweat from her forehead.
Scared to death, she almost got exorcised by him.
Before long, the two returned to Bear Dominator's territory.
From a distance, they could see the beautiful pine surrounded by all sorts
of anomalies, making a ruckus.
Lin Chen and Xiao Qianqian hid behind a tree to observe, their gaze directed at the tree hole of the beautiful pine, contemplating how to lure the Pig King into the abyss.
"Big brother, why are we being so sneaky?" Xiao Qianqian flicked her hair, somewhat confused.
Lin Chen glanced back at her and said, "Can you guess why only one provincial level
annihilator appeared so openly?" "Why?" Xiao Qianqian scratched her head. "It's simple."
Lin Chen looked up at the sky.
"Because true experts don't follow the crowd. Sometimes more people can be more dangerous." That makes sense." Xiao Qianqian agreed.
Just then, a clear crane call suddenly rang out from the thick fog in the sky.
A pure white red-crowned crane broke
through the mist, descending steadily onto the treetops.
It was Jian Bai.
It looked down at the anomalies below, its voice cold and echoing throughout the forest. "The Great Lord has issued an order. Please move to the West Mountain Lake.
Regarding the matter of the black-hearted black pear blossom, the Great Lord will give everyone an explanation."
No need to bring gifts, just your presence is enough. After speaking, Genbai flapped its wings and dashed back into the fog. The Great Lord wants to see us. Great! Finally, we can get an explanation. Upon hearing this, the anomalies below erupted in excitement, each one rushing towards the direction of the West Mountain Dai, and the huge tree hole. Xiong also emerged. Behind it followed a corpulent figure, covered in black fur, with two massive tusks protruding from its mouth, a wild boar man. It walked upright, and with each step the ground trembled thrice, exuding a terrifying aura that made the surrounding anomalies dare not approach. That's the Boar King, Xiao Qianqian whispered, so ugly. Lin Chen squinted, staring at the Boar King, unable to help but swallow. This was the level of destruction. The sense of oppression was indeed heavy. Xiong did not see Lin Chen hiding in the shadows. It led the Boar King, blending into the army of anomalies, heading towards the direction of the West Mountain Lake. Big brother, should we go take a look too? Xiao Qianqian was about to float out when she noticed Lin Chen standing still. Big brother, aren't you going? Xiao Qianqian asked in confusion. Lin Chen leaned against the tree trunk, arms crossed, shaking his head. I'm not going. Why not? I'm a master. I don't go with the flow. Xiao Qianqian, you go ahead. Help me listen to what the Lord says. He glanced at Xiao Qianqian. When the meeting is over, come back and tell me what happened. Oh, okay then. Xiao Qianqian appeared disappointed but nodded in agreement. Then you wait for me here, I'll be back to find Big brother soon. While saying this, Xiao Qianqian was secretly mocking in her heart. Only a fool would come back to find you. Once I get to the West Mountain, I'll just run away. You won't be able to catch me anyway. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on Xiao Qianqian's face as she waved at Lin Chen, then turned and floated into the large troop, flying towards the West Mountain without looking back. Lin Chen watched the anomalies retreating, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He always felt that the Lord was hiding something, and given his current situation, he definitely wouldn't go to the West Mountain Lake. But how could he lure that Boar King into the abyss? Lin Chen fell into deep thought. At the West Mountain Lake, thick fog isolated everything. At this moment, the shore was dark and crowded with bizarre anomalies. Thousands of undying anomalies gathered here, causing the surrounding temperature to drop to freezing point. Yet, they were all very quiet. All eyes were reverently fixed on the enormous black pear blossom tree on the island in the lake. Among the tree's crown, the Lord sat cross-legged, an elderly face adorned with a kind smile, like an old man watching over his grandchildren. Thud thud. The muffled sound of footsteps echoed, and the group of anomalies automatically parted to create a path. Two massive figures emerged. Leading them was the Boar King. Following closely behind was Xiong. The Boar King reached the shore and spoke in a deep, resonant voice that thundered across the lake. Lord, everyone is here. You should give us an explanation now, right? Why are our trees moving? And who the hell stripped the bark off them? Yeah, who did it? So unethical. My bark has been stripped clean. We need an explanation. The anomalies below echoed in agreement, their emotions running high. The Lord smiled slightly. The trees move because something wants them to move. The Lord's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every anomaly's ears. As for the one who stripped your bark, he's a lumberjack from the Great Forest Company. As for where he has run off to now, I'm not sure. A lumberjack? The Boar King was taken aback for a moment, then immediately flew into a rage, snorting out 2 puffs of white steam. Why did he do that? The Lord sighed. He did it to lure you all back. As long as you all return, the commotion here will be so great that it cannot be concealed. The forces outside, whether it's the night watchers or those families, will turn their attention to this forest. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. All the anomalies realized the seriousness of the situation. This forest was their lifeline, the source of their immortality. Back then, they made a pact with the Great Lord and the Great Forest Company, allowing the company to send people in for trials. In exchange, the company and the Great Lord were responsible for concealing the secrets of this forest, enabling them to stir up trouble outside, without a care. But now, once the secrets here are exposed, once those black-hearted black pear trees are discovered by the outside world, their so-called immortality would instantly be stripped away, turning them into vulnerable strays. Damn it! The Pig King slammed his fist into the ground, causing the earth to crack. Is the Great Forest Company treating us like monkeys? He suddenly looked up, glaring fiercely at the Great Lord. Old monkey, you are the guardian of this forest. You can't wash your hands of this matter. You must give us a solution. Yes, Great Lord, what should we do? If the night watchmen break in and chop down the trees, we are finished. The anomalies panicked. The Great Lord looked at the chaotic anomalies, his smile still benevolent, and slowly spoke. Don't worry, I have a plan. What plan? The Pig King asked eagerly. The Great Lord slowly stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, looking down at the densely packed anomalies, and said softly, we just need to create a presence that is more eye-catching and threatening than 1,000 anomalies gathered together, drawing all the attention from the outside world, right? The Pig King frowned, not quite understanding. What do you mean? Are you going to take
Action? No. The Great Lord shook his head, his gaze becoming strange. It's not me who will take action. It's we who will take action. The moment the words fell, an invisible yet vast momentum erupted from the island in the lake, instantly sweeping across the entire West Mountain. Buzz. The anomalies on the shore felt a loud thud in their heads, as if they had been struck heavily. Immediately after, a bizarre scene unfolded. The few major anomalies standing at the front suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. What's happening? My body. Accompanied by terrified cries, their bodies began to twist and deform, fine scales rapidly growing on their skin, their legs merging and degenerating into fishtails. Splash! Splash! A few anomalies that had just transformed into large fish jumped eagerly into the cold lake water. What? The other anomalies' pupils constricted. Watching this scene, a chill rushing from their souls to the top of their heads. Run! They roared, turning to flee. This old monkey has gone mad. He wants to sacrifice everyone. However, it was already too late. The invisible momentum surged like a tide, instantly enveloping all the anomalies. Ah! The screams rose and fell. Those anomalies that could be considered strong among the major ones were now like helpless infants, their bodies twisting wildly under some irresistible force of rules. A stone man roared, trying to resist, but its rocky body softened in the blink of an eye, turning into grayish-white fish scales, and finally transforming into a giant stone grouper hopping into the water. A vengeful spirit screamed, trying to phase out and escape, but in midair, it turned into a transparent glass fish plopping into the lake. Even the city-destroying anomalies were filled with terror at this moment. They frantically urged their powers to resist, but under the Great Lord's absolute power suppression, all resistance seemed pale and powerless. No! Great Lord! You can't do this! The roars quickly turned into the sound of splashing water. In just a few dozen seconds, the thousands of anomalies densely packed on the shore had completely vanished. In their place were countless strange fish thrashing and leaping in the lake. On the entire shore, only the Pig King and Bear Tyrant remained standing. The Pig King gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot, his entire body trembling with fat. He barely withstood the force of transformation, but the feeling of his soul being torn apart nearly drove him mad. How dare you? The Pig King roared, killing intent soaring. The Great Lord stood atop the treetops, calm and unruffled. Not killing, it explained gently, just existing in a different form. When you all die, it will be reborn. I believe you, my foot. The Pig King completely lost it. Go die. The massive body of the Pig King instantly vanished from the spot. The next second, it appeared beside the Great Lord without any warning. Its fist, larger than a cauldron, carrying the power to destroy the world, came crashing down on the Great Lord's head. Die. This punch was enough to shatter a mountain. However, facing this lethal blow, the Great Lord didn't even lift an eyelid. It merely cast a faint glance at the Pig King. In that gaze, there was not a trace of emotion, only a high and mighty indifference. Immediately, the Pig King's eyes suddenly went blank. Its body twisted uncontrollably, and the fist that was originally aimed at the Great Lord bizarrely turned, with the same force, and smashed hard into its own mouth. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The Pig King's massive tusk was broken by its own punch, half a tooth flying out with blood. Ow! The intense pain brought the Pig King back to its senses in an instant. It covered its mouth, retreating in terror, blood spilling everywhere. You should die. The Pig King's figure vanished again, this time appearing behind the Great Lord. It raised both fists high, like a mountain pressing down. But the next second, its eyes went blank once more. Those fists came crashing down on its own face again. Bang! This time, another tusk was also broken. The Pig King was hit so hard that stars danced before its eyes, staggering back, looking utterly miserable. The Great Lord extended a hand, catching the tusk that fell from the air. The tusk was half a meter long, sharp as a knife. The Great Lord flicked its wrist gently. Whoosh! That broken tooth transformed into a white light, piercing through the air. The Pig King had just steadied itself, and hadn't had time to react when it felt a sharp pain in its chest. Put! That tusk, belonging to it, stabbed fiercely into its chest like a nail, the tremendous impact sending its massive body flying backward. Bang! The Pig King crashed heavily into a pile of rocks on the shore, kicking up a cloud of dust. But it opened its mouth and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, its eyes filled with fear. The gap was too vast. Though both were at the level of destruction, in the hands of the Great Lord, it didn't even have the qualification to fight back, only able to be toyed with like a puppet. Run! The only thought left in the Pig King's mind. It endured its severe injuries and flickered again. Swish! This time, it didn't attack but directly teleported to a kilometer away into the mist, disappearing from sight. The Great Lord did not pursue. It stood atop the treetops, its gaze falling on the only figure still standing on the shore. Xiong Badian was currently standing there like a wooden chicken, watching the fish in the lake, the fleeing Pig King, and then glancing at the Great Lord in the tree. Gee, Great Lord? Shong Badian stammered, a hint of confusion in its voice. Why is this happening? It didn't understand. The Great Lord did not explain, only waved its hand. Go back. The Great Lord's voice was somewhat weary. Return to your North Mountain, this place has nothing to do with you. Shong Baishan's eyes dulled a bit, nodded, and turned to walk into the mist. The Great Lord watched its disappearing figure, remaining silent for a long time. Great Lord, are we going to act now? Jian Bai's figure descended from the sky, landing on the surface of the lake. No. The Great Lord shook its head. The ghost gate has opened, buying us some time. Then, it turned around, looking at the dense school of fish in the lake. I just don't know if the king will be reborn this time. If it does, it won't be good for us. It won't. Jian Bai shook its head. The ghost gate opened once 100 years ago. They searched all over Long Country and couldn't find anyone tough enough to bear the king's existence, and this time will be the same. Is that so? The Great Lord sighed. I hope so. The two with the toughest lives are here. Indeed, they can't find anyone with a tougher life than them. Great Lord, I have a question. Jian Bai looked at the Great Lord. What does it mean to have a tough life? The Great Lord was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. It is favoritism. On the edge of the mist, the air was thick with humidity. Huff, huff. The space twisted, and the massive body of the Pig King staggered into view. It looked down at its chest, where its tusk was still embedded. A shocking sight, blood oozing out. Roar. The Pig King let out a low growl, extending its fan-like large hand to grasp the exposed half of the broken tusk, pulling it out with force. Put. Dark red blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto the ground covered in fallen leaves, making a sizzling corrosive sound. The Pig King didn't even furrow its brow, but instead, it shoved the blood-soaked broken tusk into its mouth, crunching it like crispy bones, making a crackling sound as it chewed and swallowed. As the broken tusk entered its belly, the half of the tusk that had just been broken began to regrow at a visible speed, glimmering with a cold, white light. Damn old monkey! The Pig King touched the newly grown tusk, its eyes filled with resentment. What a good trick, trying to turn us into fish trapped here as cannon fodder. Although it was a pig, as a provincial-level demon, its mind was not dull. The Great Forest Company couldn't possibly be unaware of what was happening here, since there was no movement. It meant that this was an understanding they had reached with the Great Lord. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. The Pig King shook its massive head, its two large ears flapping. I definitely can't defeat that old monkey alone. I need to find other provincial-level guys. Having made up its mind, the Pig King no longer lingered. Whoosh! Its figure flickered again, instantly appearing 1,000 meters away, and with several more flashes, it broke free from the shroud of thick fog. The moonlight spilled onto the grass at the edge of the forest. As soon as the Pig King stepped out of the fog, breathing in a breath of fresh air, its tense nerves were about to relax. Buzz! An invisible yet extremely domineering mental force descended upon its mind without warning. The Pig King's crimson eyes widened in shock, and then its pupils dilated, the entire pig falling into a strange state of stupor. The next second, space rippled, and the Pig King's figure vanished into thin air, reappearing deep within the fog. Just as it returned to the mist, that mental control instantly disappeared, and the Pig King snapped back to reality. What the hell? The Pig King looked at the familiar mist around it, stunned for a moment, then immediately exploded in anger. Are you playing tricks? It refused to believe it and activated its ability again. Whoosh! The figure charged out of the fog. However, as soon as it exited, the feeling of stupor hit again, as if it were being pulled by an invisible rope. Whoosh! The next second, it was back in place. This repeated several times, and the Pig King finally became exhausted, panting heavily, and slammed a fist into a nearby large tree, breaking it in half as easily as if it were a twig. Great Lord! The Pig King roared to the sky, its voice shaking the surrounding leaves to the ground. It understood. This was a mental barrier set by the Great Lord. As a provincial-level being, the Great Lord might need to exert some effort to kill it, but trapping it in this specific area was far too easy for that old monkey's strange mental techniques. Need some help? Just as the Pig King was in a fit of rage, a faint voice suddenly sounded behind it. The Pig King turned sharply, looking warily. Not far away in the shadows stood a humanoid creature that looked very eerie. This guy had a pale face, 2 lines of blood tears running down its cheeks, and nails as black as hooks, looking like a vengeful spirit that had just crawled out of the underworld. It was Lin Chen in disguise. The Pig King squinted its eyes, sizing it up, then disdainfully snorted, a little ghost at the city-destroying level? It sensed the presence of the other party, a breath that, while not weak, was still insufficient in its eyes. The Pig King was feeling irritable and waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and leave this cursed place, or else when the Great Lord goes mad, he'll turn you into a fish, and you won't even have a place to cry. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. So it's turning into a fish. Ha! Lin Chen had felt something was off when he called the anomalies over, and sure enough, this old monkey hadn't held back. Seeing that the little ghost still wasn't leaving, the Pig King couldn't be bothered with him, took a deep breath, and prepared to attempt a forced breakthrough again. Hey, that! Lin Chen was about to call out to him, but the Pig King completely ignored him. A minor minion at the city destroying level didn't have the qualifications to make this provincial level big demon stop. It flickered and disappeared again. Rude. Lin Chen sighed, crossed his arms, leaned against the tree, and waited quietly. Less than 2 seconds later, swish, the Pig King's figure reappeared. In the same spot. Roar! The Pig King had completely lost it. It roared in anger, pounding the ground with its fists, smashing deep pits into the hard rocky surface, dirt flying everywhere. Old monkey, you're bullying pigs too much. After venting for a while, the Pig King finally stopped, panting heavily. It slumped to the ground, its expression gloomy. Once it calmed down, its pig brain began to work rapidly. Since a hard charge wouldn't work, it had to rely on cunning. That mental power was activated when it left the misty area and had consciousness. What if it didn't have consciousness? What if it was taken out while in a coma? Would that mental barrier targeting consciousness become ineffective? With this thought, a spark of inspiration suddenly flashed in the Pig King's beady eyes. It turned its head sharply to look at Lin Chen, who was leaning against the tree watching the show. Hey, little ghost. The Pig King got up from the ground, dusted off its backside, and revealed a smile it considered friendly. Come here, help me with a favor. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What favor? Very simple. The Pig King pointed to its own head. You knock me out, then take me away from here and send me to Luoluo Mountain in Anong City. Knock you out and take you away? Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment. This request was exactly what he wanted. Lin Chen rubbed his fingers together, asking with a shrewd expression, what's in it for me? In it for you? The Pig King waved its hand generously. As long as you take me there, I'll give you a few beautiful wives at the city-destroying level. Lin Chen looked the Pig King up and down. They won't also be pigs, right? What's wrong with pigs? The Pig King glared, looking displeased. Our pig clan's girls are famous for being able to bear children, and each one is strong. They can help you fight and protect your home. Seeing Lin Chen's disdainful expression, it paused and added, as for physiological needs, if you really can't accept it, you can find a few ghost clan concubines yourself. Sounds pretty good. Lin Chen nodded. For the sake of the benefits, I'll help you. Okay. The Pig King was overjoyed, flipping its wrist, a massive wolf-tooth club appearing out of thin air in its hand. The club was nearly 2 meters long, covered in sharp barbs, glinting coldly. Here. The Pig King tossed the club to Lin Chen, then cooperatively turned around, lowering its large pig head, exposing its thick neck. Use this, aim here, and hit hard. Lin Chen took the heavy wolf-tooth club and weighed it in his hands. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. The Pig King urged. Lin Chen nodded, his arm muscles bulging instantly, city-destroying power pouring into the wolf-tooth club without reservation. Bang! A dull, thunderous sound echoed as the wolf-tooth club struck the back of the Pig King's head solidly. Ugh! The Pig King let out a muffled grunt, its body jolting violently, knocked to the ground face first, eating a mouthful of dirt. But it didn't lose consciousness. The Pig King shook its head in surprise and turned to Lin Chen, saying, You little rascal, looking so thin and small, how can you have such strength? The force of that blow even made it feel a bit dizzy. Lin Chen remained unfazed, casually replying, I do hard labor in the underworld, so I'm used to moving bricks. Do they even move bricks in the underworld? The Pig King was puzzled but didn't doubt it. Instead, it became even more excited. That's perfect. I'm afraid a typical city-destroying level won't be able to move me, but your strength is just right. Come on, hit me again, put some more force into it. It lay down again, stretching its neck straight, looking as if it was ready to face death. Come on, feel free to ravage me. Lin Chen. This mocking pig was quite shameless. Moreover, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he had once faced a squirrel in a similar manner. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he raised the wolf-tooth club again. Since you sincerely requested it. Bang! 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 The dense sounds of impact echoed through the forest like a piledriver. Lin Chen swung his arm in a wide arc, striking the back of the Pig King's head and neck repeatedly with wild abandon. The Pig King lay on the ground, its body convulsing violently with each blow, muffled grunts escaping its mouth. After a full 5 minutes, Lin Chen felt his arm was about to cramp, and the wolf-tooth club in his hand had even bent. Finally, the Pig King's body trembled violently. Then its limbs sprawled out, followed by a deafening snore. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and kicked the Pig King's rear. No response. Really tough to beat. Lin Chen sighed, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. With a wave of his left hand, several pale branches of locust tree emerged from thin air, wrapping around a menacing chainsaw and presenting it to him. Lin Chen tossed the deformed wolf-tooth club to the branches and grabbed the handle of the chainsaw. V-room. A deep rumble sounded. Lin Chen looked at the Pig King's thick neck, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Although he had promised to Chang to bring down a provincial-level beast, this was an entire Provincial level experience pack. Did Chang wanted to take down a provincial level beast to break through? Didn't he want to break through too? If he could kill this pig now and absorb its power, he could definitely level up to provincial level. On the spot. At that time, he would be a big shot himself, and he wouldn't have to care about anyone else's face. As for Chang Gu, I'll just help him catch another one later. Lin Chen steeled his heart, malice bubbling up. Dead. Pig, I'm borrowing your head for a moment. He slammed the throttle, and the blood-soaked chainsaw roared as it aimed for the Pig King's neck and cut down hard. Zzzzz. The high-speed rotating teeth sliced into flesh, and hot. Pig's blood instantly splattered all over Lin Chen's face. However, just a few seconds later, poof, the Pig King suddenly let out a muffled grunt, its previously tightly shut ears twitching slightly. Awake? Lin Chen was startled, and reacted quickly. With a thought, the pale branches instantly retracted the chainsaw back into the void while the wolf-tooth club was handed back to him. Bang! He followed up with a strike to the Pig King's neck, pretending as if he had been hitting it all along. The Pig King groggily opened its eyes, first scratching its bleeding neck, then looking back at Lin Chen with suspicion. Hey, little rascal, the Pig King said weakly, did I just hear the sound of a chainsaw? Lin Chen maintained a straight face, looking sincere. You must have misheard. Where would a chainsaw come from? That was just your tinnitus. Tinnitus? The Pig King shook its head, feeling a buzzing in its brain. It lifted its head and looked around, and when it saw the thick fog still lingering around, it froze. Why am I still in the forest? Didn't I ask you to take me away? I wanted to too, Lin Chen shrugged helplessly, but I just knocked you out and hadn't had the chance to move you before you woke up. Is that so? The Pig King said somewhat frustratedly as it pounded the ground. It seems my constitution is just too good. Ordinary attacks hardly knock me out. Completely. It repositioned itself, stretching its neck straighter. Come on, this time put some effort into it. Don't be like a wimp. All right. Lin Chen replied decisively. He swung the wolf-toothed club and unleashed a storm of blows on the back of the Pig King's head. Bang, bang, bang. A few minutes later, the Pig King rolled its eyes back and fainted again. Lin Chen stopped, panting heavily. This time it should be completely out, right? He summoned the flesh and blood chainsaw once more. Since the neck was too tough to saw through, he decided to change tactics. Lin Chen moved behind the Pig King and aimed for the spot just below its heart. Die for me. Put. The chainsaw plunged deep into the Pig King's back, aided by gravity. Vroom. Humph. As soon as the chainsaw pierced the flesh, the Pig King jolted as if electrocuted, letting out a grunt, its fat body shaking violently, clearly about to wake up again. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed inwardly, his hands moving at lightning speed. He quickly retracted the chainsaw and switched back to the wolf-toothed club. The Pig King suddenly flipped over and sat up, its beady eyes fixed on Lin Chen, filled with suspicion. Something's not right, the Pig King exclaimed loudly. I definitely heard the sound of a chainsaw just now, and I felt a chill on my back. What are you really doing? It's a misunderstanding. Lin Chen raised the wolf-toothed club in his hand, looking aggrieved. I've been hitting you with this thing. Where did the chainsaw come from? Are you hallucinating? Hallucination? The Pig King frowned. Then why does my chest and back hurt so much? It feels like something's drilling into me. It clutched its chest, feeling a burning sensation inside. Big brother, have you forgotten? Lin Chen pointed at its chest. You already had a bloody hole there from when your own tusks pierced it, and it hasn't healed properly yet, so of course it hurts. The Pig King looked down and indeed saw that the wound from its own tusk was still throbbing. Is that so? The Pig King hesitated. It glanced at Lin Chen's honest expression and then at the wolf-toothed club in his hand. After a moment of silence, it nodded. Continue hitting me. The Pig King sighed and lay back down. I feel like I'm at the end of my rope. After this, I'll definitely be completely out, like a rock. Alright, bear with it. Lin Chen took a deep breath and raised the wolf-toothed club again. Bang, bang, bang. After a few more minutes of beating, the Pig King finally stopped grunting. Collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, its breathing weak and prolonged, seemingly truly unconscious this time. Lin Chen tossed aside the now mangled wolf-toothed club and looked at the Pig King on the ground, his eyes flickering. He gripped the handle of the flesh and blood chainsaw once more, but this time, he hesitated. Something's off. Lin Chen stared at the Pig King's unguarded back, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rising in his heart. Was this pig really out cold? As a creature that had lived for who knows how long, could it really be so foolish, so easily trusting of others? Moreover, those last two hits, although he had retracted quickly, the sensation of the chainsaw piercing flesh was very real. It couldn't possibly be completely unaware. It's pretending to be unconscious. Lin Chen made a quick judgment. Although this pig was now covered in blood, Lin Chen felt that it had only sustained superficial injuries. After all, its formidable background was still there. If he acted now, he would probably be the one to die in the next second. Damn it, everyone has 100 eyes. Lin Chen cursed under his breath and released the chainsaw. Since that was the case, he could only execute Plan B. If the plan succeeded, he would be able to advance to the level of exterminating a province, but it might lower De Chang's favorability towards him. If the plan failed, he would just have to go with the flow and owe De Chang a favor. With that thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He grabbed the hind leg of the Pig King and dragged it like a dead dog, sprinting wildly towards the depths of the North Mountain. At the edge of the abyss, the cold wind howled, and the darkness below resembled the mouth of a giant beast. Lin Chen dragged the Pig King to the cliff's edge and took a moment to catch his breath. The Pig King was incredibly heavy. Even though he was at the city-destroying level, he was exhausted from the mad dash, yet the Pig King remained completely still, putting on quite the act. Lin Chen looked at the abyss, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Here we go. He lifted a foot and kicked the Pig King hard in the rear. The massive body slid down the steep cliff and plunged into the darkness. At the same time, Lin Chen followed suit and leaped after it. He adjusted his position in mid-air, landing directly on the Pig King's belly. V-room. During the fall, Lin Chen no longer held back and directly activated the meat saw. With the force of gravity behind him, he gripped the roaring chainsaw with both hands, aimed it at the Pig King's chest, and stabbed down fiercely. Zzz. This was the last chance. If he could kill it before hitting the ground, he would be promoted to the province-destroying level. If he couldn't, he would have to call Brother Chang for a favor. Just as the chainsaw pierced the flesh, the previously unconscious Pig King suddenly opened its eyes wide. In its blood-red gaze, there was no trace of confusion, only mockery and murderous intent. Little brat, you really have a problem. The Pig King's voice exploded in the wind, making Lin Chen's eardrums ache. That skinning lumberjack was you, right? Lin Chen sneered inwardly, realizing the truth. This dead pig had indeed been acting all along. Without any hesitation, and regardless of the chainsaw still embedded in the Pig King's flesh, he threw his head back and shouted at the darkness below, Brother Chang, I've brought you a province-destroying level. His voice echoed in the abyss, traveling far and wide. The Pig King paused for a moment upon hearing Lin Chen's shout. Brother Chang? What Brother Chang? But that didn't stop it from wanting to kill. Looking for death. The Pig King roared, raising a massive hand, clenching it into a fist, and with the terrifying pressure of a province-destroying level, it swung directly at Lin Chen's face. If that punch landed, Lin Chen would undoubtedly die. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and he could only barely raise the chainsaw to block in front of him. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming force hit him, his arms instantly losing sensation, and he flew backward like a cannonball. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and then was instantly transported away by a powerful spatial force, disappearing from sight. Just then, from the darkness below, an extremely powerful aura surged up like a sleeping dragon awakening, rising abruptly. The strength of this aura was so intense that it made the surrounding air feel thick. The Pig King had just stabilized itself when it sensed this presence, and its expression changed instantly. What is that? The Pig King, hanging in midair, steadied itself and frowned as it looked down. Below, in the darkness, there was a dilapidated small courtyard. A bonfire burned in the yard. Beside the fire stood a man in a tank top, bald-headed. He had one hand in his pocket, looking up, his eyes calm like a still pond, quietly watching it. Their gazes met. The Pig King felt a chill run through its body, an unprecedented coldness rising in its heart. This bald man was strong. As it continued to fall, the wind howled. The Pig King stared at the bald man in the tank top below, and as the distance closed, it finally sensed the powerful aura of De Chang. Although it was deep as the sea, the upper limit of that fluctuation was merely at the city-destroying level. City-destroying level? The Pig King was taken aback for a moment, and then the panic in its eyes instantly turned to shame and rage. It was a dignified, province-destroying level demon. Although it had been toyed with by that old pervert, it didn't mean that any bald guy could bully it. Being at a higher realm, could it really be afraid of him? What the hell are you pretending for? The Pig King let out a cold grunt, and in the next moment, his figure suddenly flashed, directly teleporting to the top of De Chang's head. The massive pig hoof gleamed with a metallic cold light, like a sharp sword, piercing through the air with a shrill whistle, aimed straight at De Chang's crown. Die for me. However, facing this thunderous strike, De Chang didn't even lift his eyelids. He merely tilted his body slightly, and with a seemingly slow yet incredibly fast motion, his right hand shot out, precisely grabbing the Pig King's ankle. Following that, De Chang shifted his footing, using the Pig King's downward momentum to spin his body in place. Behind him, a gigantic phantom of a white crane suddenly spread its wings, unleashing a gentle yet irresistible force. Tai Chi, releasing force. Get lost. De Chang loosened his grip. Whoosh! The Pig King felt the world spin around him, as if his powerful strike had hit cotton, followed by a tremendous centrifugal force.
That sent his massive body flying uncontrollably, crashing heavily against a distant rock wall. Boom! Debris flew everywhere. The Pig King crawled out from the pile of rubble, looking dazed. Shaking his head, the anger in his heart erupted completely. Looking for death, the Pig King roared, and, in an instant, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had split into three, transforming into three identical Pig Kings, each launching a punch at De Chang from above, in front, and behind simultaneously. The wind from their punches stirred up, creating a series of explosive sounds. More than one? A faint smirk appeared at the corner of De Chang's mouth. In the next moment, his figure blurred and also split into three. In the astonished gaze of the Pig King, the three De Changs simultaneously clenched their fists and swung out. No fancy moves, just a hard clash. Bang! 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 Three loud explosions erupted almost simultaneously. A terrifying shockwave swept around, causing the campfire on the ground to crackle. Puff! The Pig King felt an unmatched immense force surge through his arm, and he was instantly sent flying backward. The two clones didn't even last a second before being shattered in midair by De Chang's punch, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated. Ugh! The Pig King fell to the ground, and before he could get up, he retched. He felt utterly unwell. Dizzy and weak, it was as if he had suddenly caught a severe cold with a fever plus gastroenteritis, diarrhea, appendicitis, hemorrhoids, and mouth ulcers, with various negative buffs piling up on him like they were free. This was the effect of certain cursed abilities among De Chang's city-destroying followers. The Pig King dazedly lifted his head, his face flushed with anger. He saw the three bald figures slowly overlapping, merging back into one. De Chang stood by the fire, dusting off his hands, speaking in a flat tone. You, a space-type mage, why? Do you insist on fighting me in close combat? He glanced at the Pig King, his eyes as if looking at a fool. Are you underestimating me? The Pig King. Just as he was about to retort, his stomach churned again. Ugh! He retched twice more, wiped the white foam from the corner of his mouth, and propped himself up on his knees. I didn't expect you, a city-destroying level, to be so strong. I underestimated you. The Pig King took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his discomfort, his gaze turning sinister. However, next, I will let you know what despair truly is. As his voice fell, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. The Pig King slowly extended his right hoof, and in the palm, a blinding white light began to gather frantically, distorting the surrounding light. The Pig King, also known as the Emperor of Farewell. This was his signature move, the fundamental reason he could stand among the city-destroying level powerhouses, the Space Fist. This move was extremely underhanded. As long as the target was hit by this punch, there was a small chance they would be randomly teleported 1,000 miles away, although the single trigger probability is only 1% when combined with its rapid punch ability, delivering 300 punches in a second. By simple addition, that's a 300% trigger probability. If it can't win, it will just send you away. This move is truly a disgusting life-saving technique. When it fought Lin Chen before, it was this passive ability that accidentally triggered and knocked Lin Chen out. Now, it's your turn. The Pig King sneered, its aura beginning to rise. It had already realized that De Chang was a freak, so it decided to send him away. De Chang looked at the Pig King gathering power and didn't interrupt. Instead, he nodded. Not bad, a bit interesting. As he spoke, he slowly reached a hand into the nearby fire pit. The flames did not burn him, instead, they surged toward his palm. In the next second, an old-fashioned hunting rifle, entirely black, appeared in his hand. This gun was quite old, the wooden stock yellowed, but the barrel was entwined with flickering flames that had not yet extinguished. De Chang looked at the hunting rifle in his hand, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, then he sighed softly. Old buddy, you ultimately can't keep up with my pace anymore. This gun had accompanied him for a long time. It was provided by the company when he first came to the forest, but as his strength surged, ordinary firearms could no longer bear his power. Even though this gun had been upgraded, it too could not keep up with him. I'll lend you to Lin Chen for a couple of days, maybe he can upgrade you. De Chang muttered to himself, then raised the gun, aiming at the distant Pig King. But this time, I'll let you shine once more. Roar! 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 As De Chang's words fell, a series of deep roars suddenly echoed from the void behind him. Following that, various gigantic phantoms emerged behind him, projections of the thousands of followers within him. These phantoms roared, transforming into streams of light, rushing madly into the old hunting rifle. The rifle began to tremble violently, a terrifying aura that made one's heart race erupted from its body. The Pig King was stunned, looking at the terrifying scene behind De Chang, reminiscent of 100 demons parading. An unprecedented chill swept through its entire body. This mud horse is city-destroying level? Roar! The Pig King dared not be arrogant anymore. With an angry roar, it flashed, intending to use its spatial ability to directly appear in front of De
Chang and send him away with 100 punches. However, before it could flash, its body suddenly sank. The Pig King turned its head to look. There, a yellow tiger was behind it, its two front paws firmly pressing down on its shoulders. Beneath it, a massive green crocodile opened its gaping maw, biting down hard on one of its feet, while its other foot was tightly embraced by a strong, alluring she-bear. Damn, get off! The Pig King roared in anger, struggling madly, trying to shake off these annoying things. But in the next second, more followers surged from the darkness, densely grabbing its limbs and body, dragging it firmly in place, unable to move. It was at this moment. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The Pig King looked up, its pupils constricting sharply. From the muzzle, a terrifying fire dragon composed entirely of energy roared out, rushing toward it with a world-destroying momentum. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the space seemed to be scorched, leaving behind a pitch-black mark. The Pig King's eyes widened, its pupils reflecting the ever-growing fire dragon. It seemed to have seen its own end. It's over. I'm going to be killed. However, boom! A loud sound. The ferocious fire dragon slightly veered off course, grazing past the Pig King's ear and crashing violently into the ground beside it. The earth trembled, dirt flying, and a bottomless pit was directly blasted into the ground. The Pig King? It blinked, touching its still burning ear, looking completely bewildered. Did it miss? Sigh. In the distance, De Chang lowered the gun, helplessly sighing. My marksmanship is still so terrible. The Pig King had just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the bald figure vanished from sight. Before the Pig King could react, a cold, indifferent face was already right in front of it. De Chang no longer used his gun but raised his fist instead. Bang! This punch landed solidly on the Pig King's face. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the Pig King's features contorting grotesquely under that fist, and then its massive body flew backward like a cannonball, tracing a straight line through the air. Boom! The Pig King crashed heavily to the ground, plowing through hundreds of meters, breaking dozens of tree roots before finally coming to a stop. It struggled to lift its head, opening its mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of internal organs. Watching De Chang approach slowly, the Pig King's gaze became vacant, its lips moved slightly. Damn it, bull, shit. After uttering those two words, its head tilted and it was completely done for. Meanwhile, in the mist, a black heart-shaped pear flower exploded, sending wood chips flying. A generation of provincial-level destruction had fallen so abruptly. With the death of the Pig King, a massive surge of pure energy erupted from its corpse, frantically drilling into De Chang's body. De Chang closed his eyes, his entire aura beginning to fluctuate violently. The terrifying presence that had enveloped him suddenly plummeted like a receding tide. But the next second, boom! An even more terrifying aura shot up into the sky, erupting like a volcano, soaring into the clouds. The barrier of city-level destruction was shattered. In just a moment, De Chang's power skyrocketed, directly surpassing the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, firmly stabilizing at the peak of provincial-level destruction. The foundation of thousands of followers was unleashed at this moment. De Chang slowly opened his eyes, casually waving his hand, and the old-fashioned shotgun was thrown away. Buzz! The space rippled, and before the shotgun hit the ground, it vanished without a trace. Immediately after, De Chang's figure also disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing in a strange space. Above him, 1,000 blood-red full moons hung, casting a scarlet hue over the land. He had emerged from the endless high walls surrounding the black water mysterious serpent. De Chang raised his head, his gaze icy as he looked ahead. There, a gigantic, indescribable black serpent coiled like a mountain, its massive mouth clenching a pulsating giant heart. Peak of provincial level destruction, black water mysterious serpent. Peak of provincial level destruction, vital heart. Upon seeing De Chang suddenly appear, the black water mysterious serpent's enormous vertical pupils shrank sharply, clearly not expecting that this pervert, who had been trapped for so many years, could escape. At that moment, the heart it was biting also opened a giant single eye. The expression was grave, filled with wariness. De Chang, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the serpent and the heart, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You've kept me trapped for so long. You, too, are truly damned. In Jiangdu City, in Xiaomai village. At this time, the sky was dimly bright, with a pale white light appearing in the east. Usually, at this hour, the energetic old folks in the village would have been strolling along the field ridges or gathering under the big locust tree at the village entrance, chatting and smoking. But today, the village was as silent as a graveyard, not even a dog bark could be heard. Ever since ordinary people became aware of the existence of anomalies, the order that had maintained the functioning of society seemed to have its backbone pulled out, collapsing with a loud crash. Chaos erupted across the country, with some claiming mountains as kings, others establishing their own factions, and even Some madmen declaring themselves emperors, wanting to establish dynasties and restore imperial rule in this chaotic world. Although the authorities tried their best to extinguish the fires, the flames were too great, and some fish always slipped through the net. Xiaomai village was one such fish. In Xiaomai village, there was originally a middle-aged bachelor named Wang Erniu. This man was usually idle, engaging in petty thefts, but unexpectedly struck gold when he stumbled upon a dying mutated wild boar while gathering firewood in the mountains. He mustered his courage to fix a hoe, and just like that, he became the revered lord of the village. Wang Ernio gained the ability to summon wild boars, which were tough-skinned, muscular, and could easily overturn a fully loaded electric bike. Thus, Wang Ernio became arrogant. Relying on this wild boar, he quickly gathered the local thugs and hooligans, sealing off the entire village like a steel barrel. He acted like a local emperor, not only forcibly taking several young wives from the village but also going so far as to threaten the elderly left behind, forcing them to call their daughters and granddaughters studying in the city back home to fill his so-called harem. The day before yesterday, someone from the neighboring village secretly reported to the police. 4 officers arrived, but as soon as they entered the village, they were subdued by Wang Erniu and his wild boar, and their fates remain unknown. After that, no one came again. After all, crime was rampant across the country, and law enforcement had long been exhausted. No one would have thought that merely knowing about the existence of the extraordinary would lead to the complete collapse of national order in just a few days. The suppressed human nature is far more terrifying than one could imagine, far more horrifying than the apocalyptic scenarios in novels. At this moment, in a dilapidated house at the west end of the village, "Grandma, I'm scared." A 17-year-old girl curled up in the corner, trembling all over, tightly hugging the elderly woman in front of her. The old woman, her face lined with wrinkles, pressed her back against the wooden door adorned with a door god. Each thud from outside felt like a hammer striking her heart. They had been hiding here all day. Don't be afraid, Grandma is here." The old woman's voice trembled, clutching a pair of scissors, her last means of resistance. "Hee, old hag, don't hold on any longer." A lewd laugh came from outside, accompanied by the sound of kicking the door. "Lord Wang loves these young and fresh ones. Sending your granddaughter over would be her fortune. And who knows, if the Lord is pleased, he might even make us generals, and then we could manage a few households. We want your family, and you won't have to live in fear anymore." "Exactly," another voice chimed in. "Big brother, I heard that a lot of college girls have been tricked back these days. Wang Ernia's old back is about to break. He definitely can't handle them all. This girl isn't even that pretty. Wang Ernio might not even want her, and then she'll be ours." Hearing these filthy words, the girl inside trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Bang! With a loud crash, the already burdened wooden door finally gave way, the bolt snapped, and wood splinters flew. The door god was useless at that moment. 2 burly men burst in, their greedy eyes lighting up as they spotted the girl cowering in the corner. "Sure enough, she's in here, little beauty, come with big brother." The leading man cackled as he lunged forward. "Don't touch my granddaughter," the grandmother shouted, charging forward with the scissors, desperate to fight back. "Get out of the way, you old hag." The man kicked her away impatiently. The elderly woman, already frail, couldn't withstand the blow and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. "Grandma!" The girl cried out, trying to rush over, but another man grabbed her arm roughly, dragging her outside. "Don't cry. If the Lord doesn't want you, you'll just play with us." Just as the grandmother and granddaughter fell into despair, the air in the corner of the room suddenly twisted without warning. Cough, 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 cough. A heart-wrenching cough erupted abruptly. The 2 men preparing to commit violence, and the crying girl froze for a moment, instinctively looking toward the sound. In the corner of the room, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was a young man, drenched in blood, his clothes tattered, as if he had just crawled out of a meat grinder. He bent over, and with each cough, he spat out blood, mixed with bits of internal organs, splattering onto the concrete floor. A shocking sight. The person in question was Lin Chen, who had just been sent flying by the Pig King's punch and triggered the space fist. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze somewhat dazed as he looked at the scene before him, his head still buzzing. After taking a punch from a provincial-level annihilator and struggling through the spatial rift, he was already severely injured. Fortunately, the Huangquan Sephora tree had a strong vitality, and he had escaped life-threatening danger, slowly recovering. "What is going on?" he asked hoarsely. The man holding the girl was momentarily stunned, then glared fiercely at Lin Chen. "Who the hell are you? What do you want? How did you get in here?" Lin Chen shook his head and asked again. "I'm asking, what's going on?" Seeing this, the girl seemed to grasp a lifeline, crying out, "They want to take me away and even pushed my grandma down. They are bad people." "Shut up!" The man holding her slapped the girl across the face, causing blood to spill from her mouth. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think he'll save you? Can't you see he looks like he's dead? A mud Buddha crossing the river can't save himself. As he spoke, the man looked at Lin Chen with a smug expression. What are you looking at, kid? Never seen a grandmaster at work? I'm indeed doing something bad. I'm taking her away for the emperor's enjoyment. What can you do about it? You better know your own weight before meddling. Lin Chen looked at the man's punchable face, and his previously dazed eyes instantly turned cold. Although he was severely injured, that was from a provincial-level attack. Dealing with such ordinary people, even a finger would be too much. Doing something bad, huh? Lin Chen nodded, his tone eerily calm. Since you've admitted it, that makes things easier. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the man in the air. Put! Without any warning, the ground suddenly cracked. A sharp pale branch of the Sephora tree shot up from the ground like a venomous snake, piercing precisely through the man's groin and out of his mouth with lightning speed. Ah! The man's eyes nearly bulged out as he let out a wail that didn't sound human. But the scream lasted only half a second. The branch, with unrelenting force, instantly pierced through his entire body, propelling him upward, and with a thud he was nailed to the ceiling. Blood dripped down from the branch in a steady rhythm. The air fell silent. Lin Chen expressionlessly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, which had sprayed out when he coughed. Since you're a bad person, I'll send you to your death. The remaining man was already paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling, and his pants instantly wet. He looked at Lin Chen in terror, stammering, Why you're also a master? Immediately, he let go of the girl and turned to run for the door. Put! The man had just taken 2 steps when his body suddenly stiffened. The same fate awaited him. Another pale branch shot up from the ground, skewering him and nailing him to the ceiling, perfectly aligned with his companion. The girl collapsed to the ground, and after a moment of shock, she scrambled to her grandmother's side, helping the elderly woman up. Thank you. Lin Chen waved his hand, found a chair to sit down, and took a deep breath. What exactly is going on? Tell me. The girl sobbed as she recounted how Wang Ernio gained his powers, how he dominated Wheat Village, and his various acts of bullying and oppression. After hearing the girl's account, Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly. In chaotic times, there are many beasts. He sneered coldly, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He had been punched by that old schemer, the Pig King, in the abyss, and now he had a belly full of anger with no place to vent perfectly. Encountering this group of scum, since he had run into them, he might as well slaughter some beasts before heading back. It would count as doing a good deed. Plus, once he was done, he could go to Kyoto to see Lin Shu and Lin Qi. Just as he was thinking, ripples appeared in the air. Clatter! An old-fashioned hunting rifle, entirely black, fell from thin air, landing perfectly in his arms. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, looking down at the hunting rifle in his arms, and then he reacted. It seemed that De Chang had successfully leveled up to a world-destroying level, even having the energy to send this thing out for his own protection. Truly impressive. Thanks, Changgu. Lin Chen caressed the cold gun body, and, with a crisp click, he broke open and then closed the barrel, the clear sound of chambering echoing pleasantly in the silent room. He held the hunting rifle in one hand and turned to the girl. Take me to find Wang Ernio. The girl was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at her grandmother. The grandmother looked at her granddaughter, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Go, be careful, if there's danger, run quickly. It's best to leave the village. The girl helped her grandmother lie down on the bed and wiped her tears. Benefactor, this way, Wang Ernio is at the village chief's house. The girl led the way, Lin Chen carrying the gun, walking in front and behind as they exited the house, heading towards the village chief's home. Following the girl's footsteps, Lin Chen arrived at the village chief's house in the center of the village. Over the years, the village chief had built a large villa complete with a big yard, making him the wealthiest family in the village, even hiring young and beautiful college students as maids. Before they got close, they saw 2 laid-back young men standing at the entrance, holding machetes, looking like gatekeepers. Upon seeing Lin Chen and the girl approaching, the 2 young men spat out their cigarette butts and swaggered over, cursing, Damn it, aren't the villagers all locked up? Where did these 2 come from? Who knows, but they look like fools, coming over instead of running away, replied the other young man. The girl followed behind Lin Chen, and even though she knew he was not an ordinary person, she still felt a bit scared seeing the 2 fierce-looking men. Benefactor, be careful, they have knives. Lin Chen nodded, taking the hunting rifle from the pale branches, and fired 2 shots at the 2 young men. Bang! Bang! The 2 dull gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The 2 young men, who had just taken a step forward, had their heads explode like smashed watermelons, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist. The headless bodies swayed a couple of times before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Lin Chen held the hunting rifle in one hand, not even blinking. Killing such people was no different from slaughtering pigs. You should go back now. Lin Chen said calmly, Take care of your grandmother, I'll handle this. She nodded, Benefactor, be careful. After saying that, she turned and ran, not looking back as she darted into the dark alley. Lin Chen stepped on the bloodstains on the ground and walked straight towards the bright red door, firing another shot at the door, shattering the plaque inscribed with integrity and cleanliness. After 3 consecutive shots, the door of the village chief's house was finally pulled open. Who? Which blind fool dares to cause trouble here? Amidst the noisy shouts and curses, a group of people rushed out. In the middle of the crowd was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. This man was thin but draped in a mink coat, with a gold chain as thick as a finger around his neck, looking like a typical nouveau riche. He was none other than the local tyrant of this wheat village, Wang Erniu. Before Wang Erniu could speak, a younger brother standing in front of him jumped out first, holding a formal handgun, pointing it at Lin Chen and shouting, "Who the hell are you? Tired of living, huh?" Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, his gaze piercing through the crowd, landing on the man in the mink coat. "Are you Wang Erniu?" Lin Chen asked. "You guys are so lawless, don't you fear the state coming after you?" "The state?" Wang Erniu paused for a moment, then a cold smile crept onto his lips. "Kid, did you crawl out from some mountain ditch? What state is there now? The outside is a complete mess. People are dying everywhere. The state can't even protect itself. How can it have time to manage us with knives and guns? In the past few days, we've killed dozens of blind fools, and no one has been able to do anything to me." The younger brothers around him burst into laughter. Lin Chen nodded, his face showing no expression. "Looks like you're quite arrogant." Before the words fell, Lin Chen suddenly raised his wrist and fired. Bang! The little brother who had been shouting in front of Wang Erniu instantly lost his head, red and white matter splattering all over Wang Erniu's face. The bullet continued its trajectory, grazing Wang Erniu's cheek and directly blowing off his left ear, taking a large chunk of flesh with it. Ah! The laughter came to an abrupt halt. Wang Erniu clutched his blood-soaked left ear, screaming like a pig. My ear! My ear!" The surrounding little thugs were all dumbfounded. They never expected this person to be so ruthless, killing someone before even finishing 2 sentences. "Damn! Kill him! Shoot him dead!" The other 3 little brothers with guns finally reacted frantically, raising the handguns they had snatched from the enforcers and began shooting wildly at Lin Chen. Bang bang bang! However, facing the incoming bullets, Lin Chen showed no intention of dodging. As the bullets flew towards him, several pale branches burst through the ground, accurately striking the high-speed bullets. Clang clang! Clang clang! The bullets hit those seemingly fragile branches, producing a crisp sound like metal clashing before exploding into sparks. Watching this scene, the thugs across the way were completely dumbfounded. What kind of sorcery is this? Is he also a patron? A hint of fear flashed in Wang Erniu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by ferocity. So what if he's a patron? I'm one too. He suddenly stepped forward, forming hand seals with both hands, and let out a strange roar. "Pig hero, come out!" Huff huff. The ground trembled, and a mutated red pig, the size of an electric bike, appeared out of thin air in front of Wang Erniu. This wild boar had blood-red eyes, nostrils puffing white steam, and was fiercely digging its hooves into the ground. "Charge and kill him!" Wang Erniu shouted angrily, pointing at Lin Chen. Roar! The mutated wild boar let out a roar, its hind legs pushing off the ground like an out-of-control locomotive, charging fiercely towards Lin Chen with a gust of foul wind. Watching the charging wild boar, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. A pig? He had been punched here by that damned pig king in the abyss, sustaining heavy injuries, and had been holding in a belly full of anger with no place to vent, and now another pig had popped up? Although this pig was nothing compared to that province-level pig king, it didn't stop Lin Chen from venting his anger on it. Dulong, crush it! Roar! A terrifying roar, 100 times louder than the wild boar, suddenly exploded in the air. Above the village, amidst the swirling black mist, a Tyrannosaurus rex, as large as a small mountain, materialized behind Lin Chen. As soon as Dulong appeared, its crimson eyes locked onto the charging wild boar. The originally aggressive mutated wild boar suddenly halted in its tracks. Upon seeing the enormous monster that dwarfed it, it raised its head, staring blankly at the terrifying creature that was many times larger than itself, its fierce gaze instantly turning to fear. The absolute suppression from bloodline and rank made its legs go weak, causing it to kneel on the ground. But Dulong showed no mercy, opening its massive jaws and lunging down. Crack! It clamped the mutated wild boar in its mouth as if it were a small mouse. Squeak squeak squeak! The wild boar let out a shrill scream, struggling desperately. But Dulong only exerted a little force. Puff! Blood mist exploded. The mutated wild boar that had been rampaging in Wheat Village, capable of easily contending with electric bikes, was done for. Puff! As his subordinate was killed, Wang Erniu was struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his whole body slumping down, his face as pale as paper. How is this possible? Wang Erniu collapsed to the ground, his face filled with despair. The wild boar he was so proud of was eaten by the other party like a snack? Am I not the chosen one? Am I not the protagonist? Isn't this the moment of my ultimate crisis? System.
Wang Ernia shouted, but there was no response. The son of destiny, what a load of crap.
Run.
Though little brothers who had initially wanted to watch the show were so scared by this scene that their souls nearly left their bodies.
What was this?
This
was clearly a demon god descending to earth. They no longer cared about their boss, dropping their knives, guns, and clubs, turning to flee. You killed so many people and you still want to run? Lin Chen lightly pointed his finger.
Swish, swish, swish. Pale branches burst forth from the ground, moving as fast as lightning, accurately chasing down every fleeing thug.
Put, put.
The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh rang
out one after another.
Those thugs had barely taken a few steps when branches stabbed through their backs, emerging from their chests, nailing them to the ground like candied hawthorns. Blood dripped down the branches, staining the ground red.
In the blink of an eye, apart from Lin Chen
and Wang Ernia, there was not a single living person left outside. The dragon dissipated and the branches retracted back into the ground.
Lin Chen stepped through the pool of blood, walking step by step to the trembling Wang Ernia.
At this moment, Wang Ernia was utterly terrified. Seeing Lin Chen approach, he ignored the excruciating pain in his ears and scrambled backward with hands and feet, a foul stench emanating from his
pants. Don't kill me.
Wang Ernia wept and knelt on the ground, banging his head frantically. Big brother, no, grandpa, spare my life. I know I was wrong. I have money. I have a lot of money. I'll give it all to you.
Right. Women, I have women too. Wang Ernia seemed to
grasp at the last straw of hope, urgently shouting, yesterday, just last night, I tricked a female college student over. She's really pretty. And I haven't even touched her yet. She's in the house. I'll give her to you. You can enjoy her.
Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, looking down
at his disgusting face from above.
Scum.
Lin Chen coldly spat out 2 words. The next second, he raised his foot and kicked down without
hesitation. Bang. A muffled sound.
Wang Ernia's head burst open like a rotten watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere.
The nightmare of
Xiaomai village came to an end. Lin Chen stepped over the corpse and pushed open the tightly shut door of the village chief's house, walking inside. In the yard stood a phoenix tree, and beneath it were 4 law enforcers in uniforms, bound. They were bruised and battered, clearly having
taken a beating.
Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, they all looked up, their eyes filled with a mix of wariness and a glimmer of hope. They had heard gunfire. There must have been a conflict outside. Wang Ernia hadn't come in, so the one who did could only be.
Swish! A pale branch shot out
from thin air, accurately severing the ropes that bound them.
Several law enforcers broke free, staggering to regain their balance. One slightly
older law enforcer hesitated for a moment, looking at Lin Chen's bloodstained clothes and indifferent expression, and ultimately saluted. His voice hoarse as he said, thank you. The other 3 followed suit, saying thank you. Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging them, then turned to walk towards the door, leaving behind a stylish silhouette. The law enforcers exchanged glances, although they were filled with doubts about
Lin Chen's identity. Now was not the time to dwell on that. Saving people is the priority.
They rushed into the house, where many innocent girls and some villagers were still imprisoned. As for Lin Chen, he killed the bad guys and saved the good ones, so he was a good person.
Exiting the village chief's house, Lin Chen bent down and pulled a phone out of Wang Ernia's pocket. He grabbed Wang Ernia's hand to unlock it. Lin Chen opened the map app and the location refreshed instantly. When he saw the blue dot next to the words Jiangdu, the corner of Lin Chen's eye couldn't help but twitch. Damn! Although he had guessed he had been teleported, he didn't expect that punch to be so powerful. From the deep mountains of northeast China, a single punch sent him over 1,000 kilometers back to his hometown, Jiangdu. This dead pig's punch is too disgusting, right?
Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. If every punch could trigger this teleportation effect, then this pig king would be an
invincible existence. Can't beat you? I can just send you away.
I'll send you to the ends of the earth, let you run back with your legs broken, and
then send you away with another punch.
No wonder this guy dares to show his face directly. The other world-destroying beings are all hiding.
Lin
Chen shook his head and crossed out the map. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. After all, I've returned, and it's just on
the way to kill a few beasts.
He casually opened a short video app, wanting to see how chaotic the outside world had become.
As soon as he
refreshed, the first video pushed to him made him frown. In the video, a group of tattooed individuals, armed with machetes and homemade shotguns, stood on a hilltop flaunting their power. They called themselves the Black Tiger Village, shouting at the camera that this was their territory,
and anyone who dared to come would be killed.
In the background, one could even hear the cries of women.
Opening the comments section revealed a chaotic scene, making Lin Chen's blood pressure rise. This is how the world should be. I've long found that BMW driving beauty neighbor next door annoying. The chaotic times have finally come. He
Sisters, I've already sent my husband back to the game. That useless man hesitated to buy me a bag, and when I was caught cheating, he even dared to hit me? I took the chance while he was sleeping and sent him away with a knife. Various comments filled with distorted views, malice, and evil kept pouring in, and the number of likes was shockingly high. It was as if the demons in people's hearts had been unleashed overnight. This world is truly insane. Lin Chen scrolled past the video expressionlessly. The next video had a completely different tone. The title boldly read, "Heavenly Court Descends. God Save the World." The content of the video was somewhat shaky, clearly filmed secretly. In the footage, several figures clad in golden armor, wielding weapons, hovered in midair, battling against a few unusually large creatures. Although the picture quality was blurry, Lin Chen recognized several iconic figures at a glance. The monkey wielding the golden staff, the three-eyed Erlangshan, and Neza riding on the wind and fire wheels. Lin Chen was taken aback. Is there really a heavenly court in this world? The comments section was also in an uproar. Oh my! It's really the great sage. The great sage has come to save us. I saw it near Kyoto too. Why is it only near Kyoto? Maybe it's specifically protecting the dragon descendants. Don't so. Discord, cities near Kyoto can see their figures, and their activity range seems to be gradually expanding. Lin Chen watched the video, his heart filled with uncertainty. If the heavenly court really exists, does that mean the underworld also exists? He subconsciously scrolled to the next video. What a coincidence. The background of the video was a pitch-black street, illuminated only by a few dim streetlights. A uniform sound of footsteps approached, and soon, a squad of soldiers clad in tattered black armor, exuding black mist, emerged from the fog. The caption read, "Underworld soldiers are out, specifically capturing the living." The comments section was even more anxious. So terrifying, my second uncle was taken by the underworld soldiers. I heard these underworld soldiers specifically target those engaged in high-risk jobs, like corpse retrieval, workers and morticians. Is that true? Does delivering food count as high risk? Before the chaotic times, I worked overtime until 2 in the morning. Does that count? Specifically targeting high-risk jobs? Lin Chen pondered over this comment, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Working as a lumberjack at the Great Forest Company, dealing with world-destroying and even province-destroying monsters daily, should be considered one of the highest-risk jobs in the world, right? Logically speaking, shouldn't the underworld send a king of hell to capture someone like me? Why hasn't there been a peep? Lin Chen was lost in thought. Suddenly, whoosh! A bone-chilling cold wind suddenly whipped up, swirling the dry leaves and dust on the ground. Rushing towards Lin Chen, the temperature around him plummeted instantly, as if he had jumped straight from early winter into the depths of a frigid December. Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps rising on his skin. What's with this weather? How can it change so suddenly? He looked up in astonishment. The sky, which had been relatively clear, had turned pitch black without him noticing. Not a single star in sight, as if a massive black cloth had draped over the entire world. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped his heart. Tap, tap, tap. A heavy and slow footstep echoed from the road ahead. Lin Chen paused for a moment and looked up. At the end of the road, thick black mist swirled. A gigantic, pitch-black tiger strode out of the fog with an arrogant gait. On the back of the black tiger sat a general clad in ancient armor. The general was massive, appearing quite burly. Behind this man and tiger, the synchronized sound of footsteps trembled the ground. Hundreds of shadowy soldiers, donned in black armor and wielding long spears, surged forth like a tide of darkness, silently blocking the road ahead. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, watching this familiar scene, his mouth twitching slightly. No way. I just said one thing. They really came looking for me? The black tiger stopped 10 meters away from Lin Chen. It exhaled 2 visible puffs of cold air, its copper bell-like eyes coldly fixed on Lin Chen. On its back, the towering general also slowly lowered his head. Beneath the heavy helmet, 2 flickering green ghostly flames danced, scrutinizing Lin Chen with a gaze that appraised him from head to toe. Lin Chen frowned, gripping his hunting rifle. Not bad. The heavily armored general spoke. His voice was deep, fitting his size. I sense this incredibly vibrant life force from hundreds of kilometers away. The general extended a large hand covered in black armor, gently stroking the head of the black tiger beneath him. You are the most vibrant human I have ever encountered. What do you mean? Lin Chen shot him a glance. What do you want? To find you. The heavily armored general supported himself on the tiger's back and gracefully leaped down. Boom! His feet hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. He stood beside the black tiger, his towering figure matching its stature. I am Zhong Kuei, the first enforcer of the underworld. He declared his name with authority. Now, I need you to come with me to the underworld. Zhong Kuei? Lin Chen pondered, realizing he was indeed an enforcer of the underworld.
What do you want in the underworld? Lin Chen frowned, stepping back warily. I'm not dead yet, I won't go. You have no choice. Zhong Kuei's ghostly green eyes flickered. 100 years ago, there was a disturbance in the underworld, the king died, and we need someone with a strong enough life force to help. If you succeed, you will become the new king of the underworld. As Lin Chen listened to this grand promise, instead of feeling excited, a chill crept over him. Such a windfall usually came with hidden dangers. He narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at Zhong Kuei. New king? I see it as a new vessel, right? Are you sure you're not trying to take over my body? Having his intentions exposed, Zhong Kuei did not get angry. Instead, he let out a deep, rumbling laugh. He. To share a body with the king is your honor. Honor my ass. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse, laughing in anger. Would you want such an honor if it were offered to you? He raised his hunting rifle, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes. If you want to take me back, let's see if you have the strength for it. Dulong, come out and work. Lin Chen shouted in fury. Roar! The thick black mist behind him exploded instantly, accompanied by a deafening roar as the massive Dulong, as big as a small mountain, was summoned once again. Dulong looked down at the little one in front of him, who was not even as tall as his toe, and opened his massive mouth to let out a furious roar of protest. However, facing this giant, Zhong Kuei didn't even lift his head. I really do have strength. Boom! A terrifying aura, beyond compare, erupted from Zhong Kuei's body without reservation. It was not the pressure of a city-destroying level. It was a province-destroying level. The air around seemed to freeze in that instant, even the wind stopped flowing. Swish! With a casual wave of his hand, a pitch-black chain flew out from his sleeve with a cold gleaming iron hook at its end. The hook expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it became larger than Dulong's head. Puff! Dulong didn't even have a chance to react before the hook pierced directly into his neck. Roar! With a shake of his arm, an irresistible force surged forth, and Dulong's massive body was yanked into the air, helplessly flying towards Zhong Kuei. As the distance closed, Dulong shrank rapidly, while Zhong Kuei suddenly opened his mouth. His mouth was as dark as ink, like a black hole. Gulp! Dulong didn't even start to struggle before Zhong Kuei swallowed him whole. Puff! With his kin swallowed, Lin Chen felt as if he had been struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. What the hell? Lin Chen clutched his chest, staggering back, 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind. Why is it another province-destroying level? Did I poke the nest of a province-destroying level? Why does it seem like I run into them everywhere? First the Pig King, now Zhong Kuei. The taste is not bad, a bit chewy. Zhong Kuei licked his lips, seemingly unsatisfied. In the next second, he swung the chain in his hand again. Whoosh! The iron hook, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind, was thrown out once more. This time, the target was Lin Chen. Lin Chen's body instinctively wanted to dodge. However, he was too weak to do so. Already heavily injured, facing a province-destroying level, he could only be taken away obediently. Without any suspense, Lin Chen was pulled over. Smack! A large hand covered in black armor descended from the sky, slamming hard onto Lin Chen's crown. Lin Chen felt a buzzing in his head. Darkness enveloped him, and before he could even utter a curse, he completely fainted. Zhong Kuei picked up the unconscious Lin Chen, mounted the black tiger, and casually hung Lin Chen on a hook beside the saddle, letting him sway along with the tiger's movements. Return to the manor. With Zhong Kuei's command, a chilling wind swept through, and black mist surged. 1 man, 1 tiger, and hundreds of ghostly soldiers, along with the captured Lin Chen, instantly vanished into the dim road. As the darkness faded, the sun rose over the eastern mountains.